On the Beihai University campus, sunlight streamed down the tree-lined paths. A handsome but strapped-for-money male university student strolled leisurely, trying to figure out what to eat for lunch that would stay within his budget. Suddenly, boom! A blinding white light struck the man's forehead like a thunderbolt, striking him squarely in the head. Severe pain washed over him, and he grimaced in agony, nearly taking off from the spot. Just as he was rubbing his head and preparing to curse, a cold mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! The black technology battleship system has been successfully bound. The man was stunned. Before he could even imagine himself reaching the pinnacle of life, surrounded by beauties, and galloping across the stars, the system coldly delivered a bombshell. Warning! In 18 hours, dark energy will invade the world, and the apocalypse will begin. All living things will undergo horrific mutations. Holy crap! I just picked up the cheat code, and the end is coming? Others have a great time binding to the system, but I'm starting off with hellish difficulty? Fortunately, the system functions are hardcore explosive. Fuse vehicles, build warships, hunt, and evolve. The premise is, you must have a car first. Gritting his teeth, the man rented an unremarkable black SUV. No one could have imagined that this ordinary car would be his first lifeline to survive the apocalypse, and also the initial form of the future Invincible battleship. That night, a mysterious white light enveloped the SUV, and with the deep roar of the engine, a first-tier high-tech vehicle was born. The interior was redesigned, and the control panel was filled with a futuristic sense of technology. The system's voice sounded again. Host, please collect enough battleship energy points and materials to upgrade this battleship. Sube felt a little confused when he heard this. The system continued. The black tech battleship is currently only in the form of a chariot. To become a true black tech battleship, the host needs to continuously upgrade this battleship. Listening to the system's explanation, Sube finally understood that this was actually a battleship development system. Sube immediately asked, "So, system, what are the requirements for advancing black tech battleships now?" The system then listed the required conditions. To upgrade a Tier 1 high-tech battleship to Tier 2, you'll need 100 energy points and 3 standard cars as upgrade materials. Sube could understand the car materials behind it, but the 100 energy points confused him. Sube asked, "System, what are energy points?" The system gave an explanation. The so-called energy points are all advanced energy substances. However, Sube said that he didn't understand it after hearing it. Forget it, let's observe the outside world first. Sube put aside his doubts about the energy points for the time being. At this moment, it was already the time the system said the mutation would begin. Sube stepped down from the high-tech warship and carefully looked around. It was silent and deserted, with only the chirping of insects. Just as Sube was about to return to the warship, a shrill scream suddenly came from a distance, interrupting his action. Sube's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the source of the sound. Due to the dim surroundings and the distance, he couldn't see clearly what was happening over there. Sube did not hesitate and quickly returned to the black tech battleship. Under the simple guidance of the system, Sube quickly learned to operate the black tech battleship. Driving operations basically rely on system assistance and the battleship's automatic system, so Sube doesn't need to do it himself. System, go to the direction where the sound just came from. Sube pointed to the direction where the sound came from and gave the order. The high-tech warship immediately received the order and headed towards the target. Soon, the warship arrived at its destination. Sube commanded the system to turn on the headlights. The warm yellow light illuminated the dark area ahead, allowing Sube to finally see the scene clearly. Several male students were frantically biting a female student, seemingly losing their minds. The girl was pinned to the ground and torn apart by several male students who had completely lost control. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal. Fortunately, Sube had a strong psychological endurance and showed no obvious emotional fluctuations in the face of such a scene. At this time, the system's analysis panel also appeared in Sube's mind. Name, mutant, mutating. Level 1 special ability. None status. Mutating, hunting. Evaluation, humans are in the process of mutation, and their defenses are extremely fragile during this period. Sube noticed that the girl didn't seem to be completely dead yet. After sensing the light of the high-tech warship, she struggled to stretch out a white and tender arm stained with crimson blood, calling for help in the direction of the warship. But Sube certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to get out of the car to rescue her. Putting aside whether she could be saved, the zombie-like mutants ahead alone were enough to pose a huge threat. Sube made a decisive decision. After confirming the outbreak of the apocalypse, he should leave this place immediately. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Remind the host that energy points can be generated in the bodies of those humans ahead who have been transformed by dark energy mutation. Bei paused slightly and gave up his original decision to evacuate. It turns out that energy points can be obtained from these monsters. After learning the source of energy points, a smile appeared on Bei's lips. System, drive the high-tech battleship over and kill those mutants. Yes. According to the system analysis, these mutants are in the early stages of mutation and their defenses are extremely weak. As the power equipment of the black-tech battleship began to increase its power, a few seconds later, the battleship rushed straight towards the target like a black train. Bei did not let the warship avoid the girl on the ground, because she had been motionless just now. Bang! 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 The four mutants were knocked 10 meters away by the warship and then fell silent. The system immediately issued a notification. Host, those four mutants have lost their lives. Bei finally felt relieved after hearing the confirmation. He had been worried that the warships would not be able to completely eliminate these monsters. By the way, system, you should call me Master from now on. Host sounds weird. Yes, Master. Bei nodded with satisfaction. This name made him feel more involved. Then Bei asked, System, how do I extract the energy points from the mutant's body? Master, you just need to take out the energy crystals condensed in their bodies and put them into the energy conversion device of the battleship. Okay, Bei made a gesture. After confirming that there were no more mutants around, Bei got out of the car and began to take action. After some groping and digging, Bei found 4 thumb-sized crystals among the bodies of 4 mutants. The system explained, energy crystals are the condensation of all the life energy in the body of a mutated creature after death. They have extremely high energy. Bei nodded and put the 4 crystals into the energy conversion device. The high-tech battleship's energy value was immediately updated. Battleship energy points. 4. Bei was very satisfied. Gaining 4 energy points in one operation. It seemed that collecting 100 points would not be difficult. The system gave a timely reminder. It is recommended that the master hunt these mutated monsters as soon as possible. They are still in the mutation stage and their defense is extremely low. Once they are fully mutated, their combat power will be no less than that of tigers and other beasts. These words shocked Bei. So, if we wait until they complete their mutation, they'll be hard to deal with. Bei didn't hesitate any longer and quickly drove the high-tech battleship towards the school's most crowded open-air basketball court. As the warship sped along, the system spoke again. Master, I suggest you use these 4 points of energy to strengthen yourself and improve your physical fitness. Right. Bei suddenly realized that he had almost forgotten that the battleship also had the function of black technology production. The so-called black technology production was to consume energy points to manufacture various black technology items produced by the battleship. Bei immediately ordered the system to open the manufacturing panel. The next moment, rows of dazzling high-tech products appeared before his eyes. Each item came with a detailed image, description, and capability description. Bei's eyes swept over superpowered battleships, nuclear-powered mechas, energy weapons, quantum weapons, black tech potions, skill-inheriting light balls, war robots, beautiful girl robots, automatic mechanical maids. All kinds of high-tech items came into view, making Bei dazzled, as if he had stepped into a brand new world he had never seen before. However, most of these high-tech items were grayish in color. This meant that Bei's energy points were insufficient, or the tier of his warship had not yet reached the required level. Bei scrolled through the pages for several minutes, but found that the progress bar next to it did not move at all. In desperation, Bei had to let the system help him select the black technology items that could best enhance his combat power. The system immediately selected several black technology enhancement potions for Bei. Bei's eyes fell on the screen, which was a row of icons of various black technology potions, but only the potion in the front was lit. Bei clicked in to view the detailed information. Name. Basic strengthening potion level. First level, effect. After taking it, it can slightly improve the user's physical fitness and strength. Evaluation. For the master, this is the only high-tech potion that can be made at present. Energy points required. 1. After reading the introduction, Bei crafted 4 basic strengthening potions without hesitation. A moment later, 4 finger-thick potions were ready and neatly placed on the battleship's high-tech production table. Bei grabbed the medicine and swallowed it in one breath. Bei felt a warm current quickly flowing through his limbs and bones. After more than 10 seconds, this strange feeling gradually dissipated. Bei clenched his fists and could clearly feel his body becoming stronger and more powerful. If Su Bei's basic physical fitness was 1 before, it should have reached around 1.2 or 1.3 now. System, this potion is so magical? Master, please believe in the high-tech creation produced by this battleship. Su Bei scratched his head embarrassedly. Su Bei said, System, if I keep spending money like this, will I become a Superman? The system mercilessly shattered Su Bei's fantasy. Master, please face the reality. This is just the most basic strengthening potion. The weaker the master is, the more obvious the effect will be. The system said, this potion has usage restrictions. Given the master's current physical condition, a maximum of 10 doses can be taken daily. If you want to truly become stronger, you must continue to work hard. Okay. Su Bei sighed, and then said, then system, pull out my data analysis. Name, Su Bei level 0 plus, special ability, none status, calm, evaluation, a weakling. Looking at the data report, Su Bei realized helplessly that he was now even worse than those mutated humans. It seems I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. At least I need to be able to hunt these monsters alone. Su Bei silently made up his mind. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Host, this system still stored in evolution energy before it fell to the blue planet. Su Bei was stunned when he heard this, and then asked, System, what is evolutionary energy? The system began to explain in detail. The so-called evolution energy is a high-tech item that has the probability of causing life to evolve, but there are huge risks in using it. According to the system, the consequences of using evolution energy are as follows: 5% chance of causing the user's life to evolve, 50% chance of no effect. A 45% chance of genetic collapse, meaning instant death, was enough to make Su Bei feel like a herd of alpacas were running wild inside him. Damn, isn't this just gambling with your life? The system suggested, Host, please find a lower creature to use this energy. This system will inject a kind of favorable affinity energy into the evolution energy, so that if the target successfully evolves, it will feel extremely close to the host. After hearing this, Su Bei felt that this evolution energy wasn't tailor-made for him. If the target successfully evolved, Su Bei would have a loyal and powerful subordinate. If it failed, he wouldn't die. As for trying it himself, Su Bei said, don't be ridiculous. He now possesses a high-tech battleship system, so a slow and steady growth is the right path. Wouldn't it be wonderful to wait until there's a 100% success rate enhancement method, and then evolve himself? Okay, but it's hard to find lower-level creatures right now. Host, this system has detected a lower-level life form that meets the requirements, and it's near the battleship. Su Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. This is really like saying, when you are thirsty, you get water. Su Bei looked at the battleship's control screen and saw the position of the low-level creature clearly marked on the screen, only a few meters away from the battleship. Su Bei asked, System, is the surrounding safe? Don't worry, Master. There are currently no dangerous creatures around the warship. After receiving a positive answer, Su Bei carefully got off the warship. At this moment, a small figure with an orange-yellow color gradually changing to red quickly rushed towards Su Bei's feet. Su Bei was stunned at first, then he saw who it was, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was a small fox with an orange-red gradient, and Su Bei knew it. Before the apocalypse on campus, the little fox was almost starving to death, but fortunately it met Su Bei, who gave it some food. After that, the little fox began to stick to Su Bei, and Su Bei would often feed it. Looking at this cute little fellow in front of him, Su Bei felt that there must be some divine will in this. Very good, then it's you. Su Bei instructed the system to retrieve the evolution energy and placed it in front of the little fox. The little fox seemed drawn to the mysterious, dreamy energy crystal, and it gently stepped forward and swallowed it. The next second, a colorful light quickly enveloped the little fox's entire body. Then, the little fox's body shape began to change dramatically. The system prompt sounded in Su Bei's mind. Host, it has been detected that some kind of life is evolving. Su Bei held his breath and waited quietly for the results of the evolution to be revealed. 10 minutes later, Su Bei stared at the spot where the little fox had been. But at that moment, the orange-red little fox had disappeared. In her place was a fox-eared girl with a beautiful appearance and a graceful figure. Although she still retained the fox ears and tail, her face and figure were the most beautiful girl Su Bei had ever seen. She was about 1.65 meters tall, with flawless body proportions. Her long orange-red hair was naturally loose, with a slightly curled tip at the end, and the furry fox ears on top of her head trembled slightly. That extremely delicate face made Su Bei breathe a little faster. Her small pink lips were slightly raised, making her as cute as a kitten. She still wore the black collar that Su Bei had put on her when she was in her fox form. But what embarrassed Su Bei the most was that foxes don't have clothes. She stood in front of Su Bei like that. Her fair and smooth skin was flawless. Her figure was well-defined, a standard S shape. This was the first time Su Bei had seen a woman's body directly, and he didn't dare to look at it anymore. The orange-red furry fox tail behind her swayed gently. Oh whoa! The fox-eared girl looked at Su Bei with a pair of golden vertical pupils and made a soft, sweet, and extremely cute cry. Su Bei felt his heart melt at her cuteness. The fox-eared girl tilted her head, seemingly still not understanding what had just happened. Let's come in first. Su Bei looked around and realized that this place was exposed, and Blue Star was in the midst of an apocalyptic outbreak, and danger was everywhere. Su Bei reached out and took fox-eared girl's hand, bringing her back to the battleship. Su Bei immediately ordered the system to bring up fox-eared girl's attribute panel. Name: Evolved Fox-Eared Girl. Level 1+. Special abilities: Form transformation, inherent, lightning, A. Status: Intimate, novel. Life level: Perfect, evaluation. The owner accidentally got a very cute fox-eared beautiful girl. Su Bei was surprised to see fox-eared girl's level. She had actually reached level 1+. Her life level rating was even perfect, far surpassing his current, normal level. This should be considered a successful evolution, right? Su Bei couldn't suppress his excitement. 5% probability, and it actually hit the target. Moreover, the result of the evolution was completely beyond Su Bei's expectations. Su Bei originally thought that it would become a giant pet, but he did not expect to get such a beautiful girl with fox ears. At this moment, the fox-eared girl was quietly gazing at Su Bei with her watery golden eyes, as if she had a telepathic connection with Su Bei. Chapter 4. Heading to the basketball court, Su Bei stared at the little fox girl in front of him, looking at her amazing figure, and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Then Su Bei walked to the locker of the black tech battleship, took out a few of his own clothes, and handed them to the little fox girl. But her confused look made Su Bei feel a little helpless. It seemed that she had no idea what it meant to wear clothes. Su Bei personally put a white short-sleeved shirt on her, and then put on black shorts. Fortunately, the shorts were of moderate length, revealing a pair of white and slender legs, which looked fine. After putting on the clothes, the little fox girl stood in place. She looked even more stunning than before, making Su Bei unable to take his eyes off her. The little fox looks even more beautiful in her clothes. Su Bei sighed inwardly. Su Bei couldn't help but ask the system, how did she become like this after consuming the evolution energy? The system quickly explained, evolutionary energy can cause a leap in the level of life, and lower life forms can even achieve super evolution. The little fox evolved from a low-level creature to a perfect level in one breath. Her current humanoid form is an ability bestowed by evolution. After listening to the systematic explanation, Su Bei basically understood the status of the fox-eared girl in front of him. This kind of evolution is extraordinary. Not only has her form changed, but her current strength has also directly reached level 1+. Even more amazingly, she also possesses 2 special abilities, of which her lightning ability is rated as A-level strength by the system. Looking at her innocent and naive face, Su Bei was filled with mixed emotions. Who would have thought that a little fox would turn into a lovely girl? However, her expression also revealed that she probably didn't have any basic knowledge, not even basic common sense. So Su Bei asked, System, is there any way to help her quickly master the knowledge of Blue Star? The system provides several options. You can make Extreme Mastery Potion, Super Brain Development Potion, Super Understanding Potion, etc. These high-tech potions were indeed powerful, allowing her to quickly master world knowledge. However, Su Bei looked through the energy points required for these potions and found that each one was ridiculously expensive. What's worse is that Su Bei doesn't have any energy points on him now, so he can't make it at all. Su Bei shook his head. It seems I have to go hunt for some energy first. Su Bei remembered that this was the weakest stage of the mutant monsters, and he had to seize this opportunity to farm more resources. It was still early, just after 8 o'clock in the evening, and there should still be quite a few people at the school basketball court. Su Bei controlled the high-tech battleship and headed towards the basketball court, ready to launch a hunting operation. A moment later, a dark SUV quietly approached the basketball court. Su Bei's predictions were correct. The scene before him was horrifying. More than a dozen open-air basketball courts were littered with the bodies of students and blood, and everywhere was filled with desperate screams. Some people were still resisting stubbornly, while others had been pounced on by the mutants, bitten and mauled, leaving them bloody and mangled. Su Bei did not waver. His eyes were firm, and he had only one goal in mind: to hunt for energy. The little fox girl in the back row of the battleship looked at Su Bei at this time, with a hint of dependence and worry on her face. She made a woohoo sound, as if reminding Su Bei to be careful. Su Bei smiled slightly and touched her face. "Don't worry, they can't hurt me." The little fox girl also rubbed Su Bei's palm gently, as if she was acting coquettishly, and she looked particularly cute. System: kill all the mutants on the basketball court. Su Bei knew that he did not have the strength to fight these monsters head-on, so he could only rely on the warship. Su Bei was not afraid of exposing the secret of the warship. After all, in such a chaotic situation, it was not surprising for a car to crush a monster. Boom! Although it looks like an ordinary SUV, the core power of this battleship has long surpassed all the technologies of Blue Star. It burst into the basketball court like black lightning, slamming down 7 or 8 mutants one by one. Without stopping, the warship charged towards the second court. Dozens of minutes later, all the mutants near the basketball court had been cleared out. Su Bei got out of the car and quickly walked towards the corpses of the monsters, starting to collect the energy crystals in their bodies. Su Bei was not worried about being discovered, because as early as when the warship rushed in, the surviving students nearby had already fled. The entire Beihai University had already fallen into the abyss of chaos. Some cried out for the police, hoping they would come and rescue them. Some tried to flee the school, hoping the disaster was just a localized incident. Some took advantage of the chaos to commit heinous acts, unleashing the deepest evil in human nature and fear. This night, which should have been peaceful, turned into a living hell. After a few minutes, Su Bei had collected almost all the energy crystals. Su Bei returned to the battleship and injected all the crystals into the system, converting them into usable energy points. The battleship's current energy point count was 76. Su Bei looked at the data with satisfaction, feeling a sense of accomplishment. In less than an hour, they were very close to the 100-point target. System: make me 6 basic strengthening potion first. A moment later, 6 potions appeared in front of Su Bei, exactly the same as before. Su Bei drank the potions in one breath without hesitation, and his body quickly began to strengthen. Su Bei could clearly feel the power flowing through his body, and the feeling of becoming stronger made Su Bei's heart surge. Su Bei turned back to look at the little fox girl and found that she was still sitting quietly in the same place, looking at him with eyes full of curiosity. Her golden pupils seemed to be able to speak, following Su Bei's movements. Her appearance was cute, but also a bit smart, which made people want to take a few more glances. Chapter 5. Su Xiaoju. Su Bei reached out and rubbed the little fox girl's long hair with a gradient of orange and red. The soft and delicate touch made Su Bei's heart move. The soft touch and fragrance of the fox-eared girl in front of him made Su Bei feel a little emotional. Although Su Bei thought he was good-looking, it was the first time he was hugged so tightly by a girl. Suddenly remembering something, Su Bei slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot. I should help you get the black technology potion first." Su Bei immediately called up the system panel and began to quickly browse in the semi-virtual production interface. A few minutes later, Su Bei locked onto a potion that was perfectly suited to the situation. High-speed comprehension potion, a first-tier potion, significantly boosted the user's comprehension ability in a short period of time. The system also gave a positive evaluation. This potion may be able to help the master. Su Bei did not hesitate and immediately consumed 50 energy points to make it. After a few seconds, the potion was ready, and a faint blue light flashed in the transparent reagent bottle. Su Bei walked towards the little fox girl, handed the potion to her mouth, and fed her to drink it. The little fox girl took a few sips and licked her pink lips, looking unsatisfied. Then Su Bei took out his phone and opened a bunch of content about the basic knowledge of Blue Star for her. After drinking the potion, the little fox girl's reactions became noticeably faster. Although she was still a little confused when reading the content on her phone, she was making rapid progress. As time went on, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and her comprehension improved to the point that even Su Bei was surprised. Su Bei didn't have time to learn with her, so he simply taught her how to search for content, and then continued Su Bei's hunting plan. Time quickly arrived at the next morning. Su Bei had barely slept the entire night. After 7 or 8 hours of continuous fighting, Su Bei had killed more than 500 mutants alone. The battleship's remaining energy points, 420, far exceeding Su Bei's initial target of 100 points. Sitting in the driver's seat, Su Bei couldn't hide his excitement. This feeling of skyrocketing resources was addictive. Su Bei glanced back at the little fox girl in the back row. She was still concentrating on her phone, looking serious and adorable. After a night of study, She had already mastered most of the common sense and language of Blue Star. Su, Bei, she called out softly. Although her tone was still unfamiliar, they were able to communicate. Su Bei was shocked and had to admire the powerful effect of this high-speed comprehension potion. In one night, she not only learned the language, but also mastered basic cognition. Su Bei asked her, "Do you remember what happened before?" The little fox girl nodded, with a hint of apology in her tone. "It's my fault." She knew that it was because she swallowed the evolutionary energy that Su Bei lost the precious opportunity to strengthen himself. Her golden eyes flickered, her ears drooped, and her face was full of guilt. Seeing her like this, Su Bei couldn't help but smile. "Then you can just follow me from now on and work to pay off your debts." Su Bei said, "Be responsible for helping me fight monsters and earn energy crystals. As for the reward, I will make sure you have enough to eat every day." "Okay." The little fox girl nodded without hesitation, her eyes full of trust. "I like being with Brother Su Bei." This naive attitude made Su Bei secretly happy. It was so easy to deceive. Su Bei said, "It's a deal. From now on, you are my Brother Su Bei's person. I guarantee you will live a comfortable life." "Yeah." The little fox girl smiled like an angel. That expression could melt the hearts of thousands of old SPs. The corners of Su Bei's mouth rose involuntarily, and he felt that life was becoming more and more hopeful. Su Bei suddenly remembered something important. "Oh, by the way, let's upgrade the high-tech battleship to level 2 first. System, start upgrading the battleship." He gave the order. "Yes, master." Su Bei had already prepared the 3 ordinary cars needed, which were all cars used by the school teachers. At this time, everyone was in panic and the entire campus was in chaos, so no one would notice that he had taken these cars. The moment the upgrade began, a white light enveloped the high-tech warship and the 3 vehicles. Su Bei had chosen a secluded grove to operate in, avoiding being seen by other survivors. A few minutes later, the light gradually faded, revealing a brand new warship. This second-tier warship was nearly twice as large as the previous one, measuring nearly 7 meters long, 3 meters wide, and over 2 meters high. The glossy black body adds to its imposing presence, while the boxy structure creates a strong mechanical feel. Every corner of the car is covered in sharp spikes and pointed devices, significantly enhancing its aggressiveness. The system simultaneously called up the complete data panel of the second-tier battleship. Name, Black Tech Battleship, Tier, Second Tier, Intermediate Tank Form, Function, Black Tech Manufacturing, Detection, High-Speed Impact, Road Driving, Armament, Sturdy Tank Body. Note: the specially made alloy hull can withstand attacks from most low-level mutant creatures. Su Bei was very satisfied with the 2 new features, the high-speed impact, function, and the sturdy chariot body. This greatly improved Su Bei's chances of survival against mutants. He then checked the upgrade requirements for a Tier 3 battleship. Upgrade to Tier 3 required, 1,000 energy points plus 5 complete cars. It seems the upgrade logic remains the same. It's just that the resource requirements have increased. At the current efficiency, 1,000 energy points can be earned within Beihai University. The entire campus has about 5,000 people. Calculated proportionally, the number of mutants is enough for Su Bei to accumulate sufficient resources. After sorting out his upgrade ideas, Su Bei suddenly turned around and looked at the little fox girl. Su Bei said, "By the way, you have become a fox-eared girl now. It's time to give you a name." The little fox girl didn't seem to quite understand the meaning of name. She tilted her head and looked at Su Bei, her ears twitching. Su Bei's eyes fell on her beautiful long hair. The orange-red hair was particularly dazzling. Su Bei suddenly had an idea. "Why not? Call you Su Xiaoju." "Yeah." The little fox girl was very happy to hear that. A bright smile appeared on her lips, and even her ears nodded happily. Su Xiaoju's expression was pure and innocent, but it made people want to protect her. Chapter 6. The Stronger Mutated Monster. Su Bei turned to the system to confirm whether Xiaoju could also take the basic strengthening potion. After receiving a positive answer, Su Bei immediately started to make it. Su Bei used the manufacturing system of the Black Tech Battleship to synthesize 20 potions in one go, half for himself and half for Xiaoju. After the medicine was injected into his body, Su Bei could clearly feel the power flowing in his body. He subconsciously clenched his fists and felt unprecedented fullness. Xiaoju next to him was also sitting quietly, with a comfortable look on his face and his eyes slightly closed, as if he was enjoying the energy rush. Su Bei called up the system panel to check his status. Name, Su Bei, Master. Level 1 Special Ability. None status. Confidence, Life Level. Ordinary, Evaluation. The master's physical fitness is close to the limit of human beings. After consuming 20 strengthening potions, Su Bei's level finally rose from 0 to 1. Despite the minus sign, it was a substantial improvement. In contrast, Xiao Ju's level didn't rise significantly, as if Xiao Ju's physical strength was already quite high. Su Bei stood up and squinted his eyes to look out the window. Then let me see how powerful the monsters that have completed the mutation are. The system mentioned that these mutants were still in the process of mutation yesterday, and their bodies were as fragile as ordinary people. Now that time has passed, the monsters have most likely completed their evolution, and Su Bei decided to try out their true combat power himself. Brother Su Bei is the best. Xiao Ju naively flattered him, making Su Bei's mouth curl up. Su Bei smiled and stretched out his hand to rub her furry fox ears. The touch was so good that he couldn't let go. Through the battleship's anti-perspective window, Su Bei noticed several mutants lingering near the school's utility area. This is a good opportunity. I'll take you on. Su Bei stared at the 3 mutants slowly approaching. Su Bei said, "System, crash into them." The black technology battleship started up immediately, and the car body made a low roar, rushing towards the 3 mutants like a beast. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 monsters were instantly knocked away, crashing onto the cement ground not far away, sending up clouds of dust. But this time, the result was not as clean as before. The mutants struggled to get up from the ground. Although covered in blood, they were still swift, and their desire to attack was obviously stronger. Su Bei's expression froze. Is this the mutant after the mutation is complete? Su Bei immediately had the system scan the data of the 3 monsters. Name, mutant level, level 1 special ability, none status, excited, hunting, life level, low, evaluation, completed the first mutation. Su Bei narrowed his eyes. It turned out that the gap in strength was so huge just from level 1 to level 1. Su Bei couldn't help but look at Xiao Ju. She was a level 1 plus creature determined by the system. Her combat power was far superior to these ordinary mutants. At the same time, the 3 monsters rushed up again. Their speed and reaction were completely different from yesterday. Bang, bang, bang. They slammed the battleship's hull frantically, their scarlet eyes filled with a desire for flesh and blood. Su Bei immediately issued a command. System, use high-speed impact. I understand, but this function will consume a small amount of energy points. Do you want to continue? Yes. Crash them. After a short period of energy storage, the battleship was like a tiger out of a cage, and the next second it slammed into the 3 mutants. This blow was completely different from the ordinary collisions before. It was almost a crushing explosion of power. The monsters flew out as if struck by a warhammer, their internal organs shattered and bloody when they landed. One of the mutants had its chest ripped open by the spearhead from the front of the warship, leaving a huge hole in its chest. After the system confirmed that they were completely dead, Su Bei got off the ship to collect the energy crystals. After obtaining 3 slightly larger crystals, Su Bei immediately returned to the car and placed the crystals into the battleship's energy pool. Current energy points, 305. Su Bei was surprised to find that the energy points increased more than expected. Su Bei speculated that the higher the level of the mutant, the more energy the crystal contained, and the better the conversion effect. Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju again, wondering if he could get her to join the fight and assist in the hunt. After all, relying solely on battleships to clear the area would be inefficient, and Xiaoju's combat potential clearly far surpassed that of a level 1 mutant. It was almost noon, and the sun was shining brightly, but no one in Beihai was in the mood to enjoy the fine weather. The entire city had already descended into chaos, with cars crashing into each other on the streets, people running in all directions, and screams echoing incessantly. There are mutants roaming the streets, attacking crazily, and citizens lock their doors and windows tightly, fearing that the monsters will break in. Some call the police, some flee for their lives, and some begin to awaken special powers and take the initiative to fight back. Meanwhile, at the Beihai Military Command Center, an emergency meeting concerning the city's fate was underway. This was the headquarters of the city's highest-ranking armed forces, housing tens of thousands of soldiers and a vast stockpile of firearms. The conference room was already packed, and every officer's face was heavy with vigilance. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood up, his expression serious. Everyone quiet down. He is Colonel Li Hai, currently presiding over this impromptu meeting. I believe you are already aware of the current situation. A large-scale biological mutation has suddenly erupted across Blue Star. Li Hai Dao. This disaster is probably the greatest crisis humanity has ever faced. Not to mention our Beihai city, the entire Huaxia country, and even the countries of Blue Star are in chaos. Colonel Li scanned the room and continued. Headquarters has issued an order requiring us to rescue as many survivors as possible, especially those superpowers. As soon as the words fell, the conference room suddenly became noisy, and many officers whispered to each other, their faces full of confusion. Superpower, what is that? Beihai took a deep breath and explained in a heavier tone. The so-called superpowered people are those who have awakened special abilities. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. It was obvious that this news was completely beyond their common sense. Awakening? Isn't this something that only exists in science fiction novels? It's the end of the world. What's impossible? Even the most absurd things can happen. The whole audience fell into a brief silence, and no one questioned the severity of the crisis and the uncontrollable nature of the mutation. Chapter 7. Official Developments in China. All right, everyone, be quiet. Beihai called out, and the conference room quickly fell silent. Beihai looked around solemnly. This is the data summary that just arrived from headquarters. Everyone must understand it. Beihai said, the biological mutation on Blue Planet began approximately at 9 o'clock last night and lasted until 8 o'clock this morning. During this period, the probability of humans transforming into monsters is as high as 70%. Of course, this number may fluctuate. Beihai continued, those individuals who haven't mutated generally experience an improvement in their physical fitness. I think everyone here has felt this to some extent. Beihai continued, more importantly, a very small number of individuals with special genes have experienced awakening. These people have awakened extraordinary powers and are defined by headquarters as superpowers. Beihai continued, their capabilities are still under analysis, but one thing is certain. They are extremely powerful and are key targets that we must recruit. As Beihai spoke, he flipped open the folder on his desk and continued to report on the current situation. Okay, now if you have any suggestions, please feel free to share them. An officer stood up first. General Li, I suggest that the entire army be mobilized immediately to launch a comprehensive crackdown on the mutated monsters. As soon as the words fell, someone next to him sneered. Old Zhang, are you still living in yesterdays? Do you know how difficult those monsters are to deal with right now? Old Zhang frowned. Didn't you say yesterday that they were as fragile as paper and could be crushed by an iron rod? Beihai waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. That was yesterday. Things are different now. The mutant monsters' physical abilities have evolved rapidly in a short period of time. According to feedback from our soldiers, their speed, strength, and even defense are now no less than that of an adult tiger. Beihai's words caused a commotion among the people present, and their faces became solemn. Beihai continued, and don't forget, it's not just humans who can mutate. Animals, insects, and even marine life can all mutate. Beihai called over his assistant, Xiao Lu, a calm, professional woman holding a laptop. She connected the computer to a large screen and clicked on several high-definition satellite images. In the scene, several giant humanoid monsters as tall as buildings appeared in the ruins of the city, their faces hideous and their eyes bloodshot. There were also giant mutant animals the size of trucks rampaging through the city. There are also a large number of mutated insects and several birds with their wings spread out, the length of which is even comparable to that of a jet plane. But these aren't the most dangerous things. Beihai gestured for Xiao Lu to continue playing the video, and the screen switched to an image of the deep sea. On the surface of the ocean, an unknown creature, so massive it almost obscured the horizon, slowly emerged. Most of its body is still hidden in the sea, and the little that's exposed is enough to make your scalp tingle. This is the most dangerous existence currently speculated by experts, the marine mutant. And this photo is just the tip of the iceberg. Our equipment can't even capture what's happening deeper in the ocean. The whole audience was silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. If these giant sea monsters come ashore, the consequences will be disastrous. An officer asked in a trembling voice, should we use heavy weapons now? For example, nuclear bombs. Beihai waved his hand. Don't worry. We must first stabilize the situation. I agree with Xiao Wei's proposal. We should first build a city-level shelter to concentrate on rescuing survivors. Our military strength is limited. We cannot blindly expand the front line, let alone rush into a head-on battle with the monsters. Another officer added, we suggest going to crowded areas first, like schools and hospitals, to rescue key personnel. Beihai nodded. Yes, that's also the instruction from our superiors. As for those with superpowers, we need to recruit them first. We can publish a recruitment notice, pledge a large amount of resources, and contact them before the network and power are completely paralyzed. Also, if we let these awakened ones act freely, it will be a time bomb. Beihai turned to his assistant, Xiao Lu, and asked, how many schools are there in Beihai City? Xiao Lu immediately replied. 5 universities, 11 high schools, and nearly 100 junior high schools and below. Lehigh pondered for a moment, his expression growing graver. With so many educational institutions, we must prioritize universities, colleges, and large and medium-sized hospitals. I'll add a list of some important companies, executives, and military families later. We're short on manpower, so we have to make choices and do our best to preserve the most critical resources. All right, let's follow this plan. Meeting adjourned. By the way, Xiaozhong, Xiaowei, you stay. I have another task to assign. There were more than one city that held an emergency combat meeting, like the Beihai military region. All the major cities in China entered a state of war readiness almost at the same time, and all the top leaders were dispatching resources around the clock. Meanwhile, in Daxiao City, the heart of China, a top-level secret meeting was taking place. Gathered here were a group of national think tanks in their 50s and 60s, who controlled the core lifelines of military, political, and technological power. Old Xia, have you made any progress in your biological research department? Old Kong, it's only been a few hours. What do you think we can come up with? But indeed, reports show that some mutants have not only become stronger, but have even awakened characteristics similar to human superpowers. An old man said seriously, this type of monster will be more troublesome than ordinary mutants. Another person interrupted, fortunately, we secretly launched this super technology weapons program 5 years ago. Now may be the time to use it. As soon as these words were spoken, the only middle-aged man in the room who looked under 50 laughed. The department I lead has invested so much resources over the past 5 years. How could there be no results? Don't worry, we've already made a breakthrough in preparing the necessary weapons, another old man asked gravely. So what do you think of that disaster lizard? Should we consider eliminating it with nuclear weapons? The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and no one laughed or smiled. In the end, 2 people agreed to use the nuclear bomb, while 3 firmly opposed it. Old Xie said in a deep voice, unless absolutely necessary, nuclear weapons must not be used. Once deployed, not only will we not be able to kill that monster, but the entire target city and several surrounding cities will be reduced to ruins. The complete annihilation of humanity and all resources would be another disaster. Old Xian narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. What's more, we've discovered that there's more than one monster of this level on Blue Planet. Chapter 8. Classmates asked for help, but he decisively refused. At this time, in Beihai University, Su Bei was leisurely leaning on the driving seat of the black-tech battleship, with a relaxed look on his face. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoju sat on the spacious high-tech bed in the back, curiously looking at the world outside the window. It's worth mentioning that the interior space of the upgraded second-tier high-tech battleship is much larger than before. In addition to the basic functions it already had, the vehicle now has a spacious bed and a simple bathroom. This battleship is no longer just a means of transportation, but more like a small mobile base for survival in the apocalypse. Su Xiaoju reclined on the bed, observing the outside world while occasionally wiggling her clever fox ears. Su Bei, on the other hand, checked the surroundings through the central control screen. The situation at Beihai University had deteriorated drastically. After a night of spreading, the mutated monsters had spread far and wide, leaving almost every corner of the campus unsafe. The surviving students and teachers were mostly holed up in their dormitories and classrooms, relying on the internet for help or waiting for rescue. What's even more amusing is that some students are actually posting on their social media to brag about being in the apocalypse. Roar! Several mutants, attracted by the sound of the high-tech warship, are slowly approaching the vehicle. Without hesitation, Su Bei directly ordered the system to initiate a high-speed impact, instantly smashing them into pieces. After collecting the energy crystals left by these monsters, Su Bei quickly returned to the interior of the battleship. Brother Su Bei, what are those glowing little things you just picked up? Su Xiaoju asked curiously, blinking. Su Bei was stunned for a moment, then casually took out a crystal and handed it to her. Su Xiaoju leaned forward and sniffed it. Can I eat this? If you want to try it, try it. Su Bei hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The next second, Xiaoju swallowed it without hesitation. After a few seconds, a high concentration of energy quickly spread throughout Su Xiaoju's body, and a comfortable look appeared on Su Xiaoju's face. Su Xiaoju closed her eyes slightly, humming softly, and her fox ears trembled slightly, clearly enjoying herself. So comfortable. After more than 10 seconds, the energy dissipated, and Su Xiaoju slowly opened her eyes, a blush still lingering on her cheeks. Su Bei was stunned by Su Xiaoju's reaction and quickly asked the system, Su Xiaoju, what's going on? The system replied calmly, The energy crystal itself is designed for strengthening, and mutant creatures can absorb it directly. Sube asked, then can I eat it? Theoretically, it is possible, but the master's body is weak. Forcibly absorbing it may cause the body to explode. Sube said, shut up. Sube silently put away the crystal he was about to pick up, indicating that he had given up trying. Brother Sube, I feel like I've gotten stronger. Xiao Ju leaned closer, his voice filled with unconcealed excitement. Xiao Ju's breath was slightly warm, and its scent was slightly sweet, making Sube turn his head away uncomfortably. I'll give them all to you. Sube handed the remaining crystals to Xiao Ju and rubbed Xiao Ju's fox ears. A few minutes later, the battleship started up again and headed deeper into the teaching area. In a nearby teaching building, a dozen or so surviving students were hiding in a classroom. They were students who had stayed behind for evening study last night, trapped here after the sudden change, and hadn't left yet. It was dangerous outside, and the phone was completely disconnected. Their only hope was to be rescued. Look, that person outside the window. Is that Sube? A boy stood by the window, staring in amazement at the black battleship passing in the distance. The classroom erupted in excitement. It really looks like Sube? That black car is too outrageous. Isn't that an RV? How could Sube drive it recklessly? And did Sube just kill those monsters? Everyone instantly felt hopeful and looked out the window at the only lifeline. Sube got off the bus, someone exclaimed. One of the brave male students quickly opened the classroom door and shouted downstairs, Hey, Sube, help us. Come and help us. But before he finished shouting, everyone saw Sube return to the car without looking back. Then, the battleship sped away and disappeared in front of the teaching building without hesitation. Damn it, the boy cursed, closing the door and running back to the classroom in panic. The mutants in the distance had heard the noise and were rushing towards them at a rapid speed. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the footsteps in the corridor became more and more frequent. That guy Sube? He actually watched someone die without helping. The boy gasped, his face full of fear and anger. The other students chimed in, cursing nonstop and becoming increasingly agitated. Sube clearly has such a large car. How could he not be able to save us? Sube is usually selfish, and now his true nature has been revealed. As the crowd continued to condemn, a calm man stood up. All right, put yourself in their shoes. If you were driving, would you dare to save the person? Don't forget that there are many monsters near the classroom and the environment is small. If something goes wrong, everyone will be wiped out. Now is not the time to blame each other. We have to find a way to save ourselves. These words made the classroom silent for a moment. Although most people were still dissatisfied, they didn't say anything more. Elsewhere, Sube had already restarted the car and was leaning back in the soft driver's seat, resting his eyes. Su Xiaoju gently twitched her fox ears and leaned in to whisper, Those people just now seem to be asking us for help. Sube opened his eyes and said calmly, Ignore them. There's no reason for us to risk saving others now, even if they're classmates we know. Sube said, You have to remember, this kind of thing will happen more and more in the future, so you have to be indifferent when necessary. Su Xiaoju nodded slightly, listening very carefully. Okay, I remember. Sube smiled and reached out to pinch Su Xiaoju's face. Be good. As he said that, Sube opened the system interface again, spent 50 energy points, and made a new, high-speed understanding potion. Sube said, Come, continue to learn the knowledge of Blue Star. The faster you learn, the better. Su Xiaoju obediently took the potion, his eyes shining, looking like a primary school student who was going to get first place in the exam. Chapter 9, Level 1 Plus and Electromagnetic Gloves. After drinking the high-speed comprehension potion, Su Xiaoju immediately picked up Sube's mobile phone and began to concentrate on learning the knowledge of Blue Star. Sube turned his gaze towards the high-tech battleship's main control panel, where a dynamic detection map appeared. The locations of the surrounding mutants and survivors were clearly marked, allowing Sube to clearly understand the current situation. However, Sube was also well aware that while the current warships were powerful, they still had their limits against a large number of enemies. Therefore, Sube planned to target isolated or scattered mutants and defeat them one by one, taking a steady and cautious approach. The warship slowly moved forward, and soon it spotted several hideous mutants charging towards it. Their bodies were stained with blood, their eyes fixed on the warship with ferocity, and they roared and pounced like wild beasts. Bang! 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 Sube directly instructed the system to launch a high-speed attack, instantly crushing these mutants into meat paste. However, as the noise of the battleship's advance grew louder, mutants began to swarm in from all directions. In just a few minutes, the battleship was surrounded by a large number of mutants, piling up on the hull like dumplings in a pot. Su Bei frowned, and his expression became serious. It's bad. If this goes on, we may not be able to get out. Although the system is powerful, facing the siege of hundreds of monsters, even a second-level battleship is not infinitely durable. System, evacuate first. Su Bei gave the order decisively. Yes, initiate the maneuver to escape. Bang, bang, bang. The battleship began to accelerate forward, but the more monsters it hit, the more the whole body shook violently. Even with its reinforced shell, it couldn't withstand such an intense siege. For the first time, Su Bei felt the pressure in his heart. These monsters were all judged by the system to be at the level of an adult tiger. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been turned into minced meat by now. Su Bei gritted his teeth and looked out the window. Dense groups of mutants had already climbed onto the car. Brother Su Bei, let me help you. Behind the warship, Su Xiaoju suddenly stood up, with an unprecedented serious expression on his face. Su Xiaoju puffed out his chest, clapped his hands, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Su Bei was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered. Xiaoju is a genuine level 1+ expert. After thinking for a moment, Su Bei nodded. Be careful. Come back if nothing works. Don't worry, brother Su Bei. Xiaoju replied playfully, opened the car door, and jumped out lightly. Although it was his first real fight, Xiaoju's aura changed instantly. Puff! Su Xiaoju flipped his palm, and two fox claws flashing with cold light shot out from between his fingers, like a sharp blade out of its sheath. Su Xiaoju casually ripped a mutant's chest to pieces with a single claw, spilling blood everywhere. Su Bei sat in the car, stunned. Isn't this too cruel? Xiaoju's figure was as nimble as the wind, and every swing of his claws took the life of a mutant, as smooth and neat as flowing water. Although the mutants were numerous, they could not surround this fox girl. Su Xiaoju was like a white whirlwind, stirring up the monster corpses around the warship. After more than 10 minutes, the group of mutants that had originally surrounded the warship had been completely cleared out by Su Xiaoju alone. The corners of Su Bei's mouth twitched. I originally just asked Su Xiaoju to clear the way, but Su Xiaoju was directly wiped out. Without further ado, Su Bei got out of the car and quickly collected the energy crystals dropped by the mutants with Xiaoju. Su Bei knew that so many corpses would quickly attract a new wave of monsters, and he had to leave immediately. After getting in the car, Su Bei kept commanding the system to turn the direction and drive away from the scene at full speed. As expected, just a few minutes after leaving, a large number of mutants came rushing in from the distance again. Among them were several monsters with particularly large bodies and violent auras. At first glance, you could tell they were not to be trifled with. Su Bei's heart sank. Those monsters were likely already at level 1+, or even higher. Only after completely getting rid of the monsters in that area did Su Bei breathe a sigh of relief and open the battleship interface to check the energy points. Remaining energy points of the battleship, 415. Su Bei showed a satisfied smile. Not bad. I gained 100 points in one battle. It's worth it. But the experience just now also made Su Bei realize that his personal combat power is still the biggest shortcoming. System, besides the basic strengthening potion, are there any other high-tech items that can quickly improve my strength? Su Bei wasn't in a rush to upgrade his warships, but instead planned to focus on improving his own combat effectiveness. The system quickly responded and listed a large number of high-tech items available for crafting. There are potions, equipment, some special skills, and elementary superpowers inside. Su Bei's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, a high-tech battleship is really a man's dream. Su Bei carefully browsed through the list that the system had filtered and finally locked onto 2 items. The first one was, name, electromagnetic gloves level 2 effect, releases high-voltage current with paralysis effect, review. Wear this, and you will be the next boxing champion. Production cost, 100 energy points. After a moment of thought, Su Bei confirmed the production. Then Su Bei set his sights on the second one. Name, physical enhancement potion level, 2nd level effect. Comprehensively enhance physical functions, stronger than basic enhancement, daily limit. 10 cost, 50 energy points each. Su Bei's eyes lit up, and he immediately spent the remaining 300 energy points to make these strengthening potions. A few minutes later, 6 light blue potions appeared on the crafting table, and the pair of electromagnetic gloves were also completed. Su Bei grabbed the 6 potions without hesitation and drank them all in one breath. As a result, he was instantly stimulated by the fierce, strengthening reaction and almost rolled his eyes. His muscles felt like they were about to explode, his entire body felt hot and swollen, and it took several minutes for him to slowly recover. Su Bei gritted his teeth and said to the system, Why didn't you tell me in advance that it would be so uncomfortable? The master is not going to die. There is no need to remind him of such a small problem. Sube rolled his eyes, too lazy to complain, and instead called up his personal panel to check the data changes. Name, Sube, Master. Level 1 plus, Special Ability. None status. Unhappy but powerful, Life level. Ordinary comment. Master is so stingy, still mad at me for not reminding you just now. Sube selectively ignored the system's venomous remarks, but was quite satisfied to see his level had been raised to 1 plus. It really is a good use of steel on a blade. It's worth it. After his body had completely absorbed the medicine, Sube put on the newly made electromagnetic gloves. The gloves were light yellow in color, thin and light, and fit the palm of his hand well, with almost no foreign body sensation when put on. Sube threw 2 punches, and a burst of white electricity flowed through his gloves, crackling. Zizizizi. Sube grinned and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Now I can also fight mutants alone. Chapter 10. Fighting against power-type mutants. Boom boom. Bang. With a loud bang, a white car came rushing over and directly hit the high-tech battleship parked in the aisle. Sube and Su Xiaoju were shaken by the violent vibration, and there were several metallic resonances in the carriage, but fortunately the battleship had been upgraded to the 2nd stage and its defense was very strong. This high-tech warship only shook slightly and suffered almost no substantial damage. This impact was not worth mentioning at all. Sube immediately lowered his head to check the surveillance footage inside the warship, trying to figure out what had just happened, whether it was an accident or an attack. Soon, the screen showed a hideous-looking monster slowly approaching from the corridor on the west side of the teaching building. Its huge body was full of oppression. The moment Sube saw the monster, his pupils shrank. The information from the system analysis interface also appeared in his mind. Name, Power Mutant Level 1 plus, Ability. Brute Force, E. Status, Hunting, Evaluation. Stronger than the average mutant human, skilled in close combat, and quite dangerous. Sube immediately realized that this monster was exactly the stronger type of mutant creature that Su Xiaoju had attracted after hunting mutants. Sube had seen several monsters of this kind in the monster tide before. Not only were they huge in size, they also exuded an aura that made people instinctively feel dangerous. This powerful mutant looked to be at least 2 meters tall, with muscles as strong as steel. He gave people an overwhelming sense of intimidation just by standing there. However, Sube was not frightened. He was now also a level 1 plus warrior, and he also had a pair of electromagnetic gloves made of black technology, which was Sube's killer move. Now the monster had obviously set its sights on their warship, and it was impossible for it to escape in such a narrow passage. Since we can't run away, let's kill it, Sube said as he opened the battleship door and stepped out. Su Xiaoju also jumped out. Sube and Su Xiaoju fought side by side, ready for a head-on confrontation this time. Sube also wanted to take this opportunity to see if his current strength could deal with this kind of monster. In the past, Sube didn't dare to go up because he didn't have the strength, but now he has the strength in hand and tactical equipment. Sube will not retreat again. Sube raised the corner of his mouth slightly, snorted coldly, and his eyes were full of confidence. Su Xiaoju stood beside him, his expression serious, in combat mode, ready to strike at any time. Prepare for battle, Sube whispered, his eyes never leaving the charging monster. The power-type mutant, locking eyes with the two of them, suddenly sped up, his massive footsteps cracking the concrete floor. Sube could see that the monster was indeed powerful, but he was not weak either. Lightning flashed across Sube's gloves, and he lowered his body, quickly squatting as the monster swung its fist, and then he went around to its side and delivered a heavy blow. The electromagnetic glove, carrying a powerful electric current, struck the mutant's ribs fiercely, causing it to stagger. Simultaneously, Su Xiaoju's fox claws were already in place, striking the monster's back with a sharp blow, leaving several deep wounds visible to the bone. Roar! In the first confrontation, the power-type mutant suffered a great loss and was obviously unable to react. Sube discovered its weakness. Although it was strong, it was slow and had low intelligence, so it couldn't predict their attacks. It could only rush forward recklessly, and was no match for the two nimble fighters. After a few minutes, the monster was covered with wounds. Its left eye was torn out by Xiaoju's claw and bleeding profusely. It looked even scarier, but its fighting power was greatly reduced. This punch will finish you, Sube said as he calmly punched, without a trace of mercy in his eyes. Even though it was his first time fighting a level 1 plus mutant monster, Sube did not panic at all, but became calmer as the battle went on. This monster wouldn't run away even if it was about to die. The difference between humans and monsters lies not only in appearance, but also in intelligence. Bang! Electric arcs wrapped around Su Bei's fist, making a sizzling sound. It was the electromagnetic glove accumulating power. The next second, Su Bei punched out, hitting the monster's chest accurately and punching it directly through. The monster roared and fell to the ground, black blood flowing all over the ground, and its body completely lost its vitality. Throughout the entire battle, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju didn't miss a single attack, practically achieving perfect suppression. Su Bei exhaled softly, then walked over and removed the energy crystal from the monster's body. Su Bei was surprisingly calm after personally taking down a level 1+ mutant monster for the first time, and even felt a bit unsatisfied. Su Xiaoju stood beside him, his eyes normal, as if he had long been accustomed to this victory. Su Bei did not convert this energy crystal into battleship energy, but directly handed it to Su Xiaoju. Su Bei was not selfish. Since Su Xiaoju could absorb this kind of crystal, he would give her priority to improve her strength. The system also explained that Su Xiaoju's life level has reached perfection, so he can absorb energy crystals of the same level. Su Bei himself was still at the ordinary life level and could only safely absorb crystals of a lower level, otherwise he would easily explode. Directly absorbing the crystal energy was much more effective than using a battleship to synthesize potions. Su Xiaoju took the crystal, swallowed it in one gulp, and pursed her pink lips, looking like she had eaten some delicious snack. An expression of comfort and satisfaction appeared on Su Xiaoju's delicate face, as if she was immersed in the pleasure brought by the flow of energy. Su Xiaoju closed her eyes, her golden pupils flickering slightly as she felt the powerful energy surge through her body. A few minutes later, Su Xiaoju opened her eyes, her face gleaming with a hint of strength, and her aura noticeably stronger. Although his level hadn't broken through, Su Xiaoju himself said that he felt stronger than before. Su Bei was a little envious of this, but he didn't think it was a waste. After all, Xiaoju's improvement also meant that Su Bei's overall combat power had increased. Su Bei leaned against the battleship, letting his beautiful little fox girl partner help him fight. It felt really good. Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju gently, and the beautiful face made Su Bei smile with satisfaction. Chapter 11. Bathing. At night. Beihai University tonight is different from its usual tranquility. The roads within the university are filled with the roars and growls of monsters. From time to time, there were human screams and cries for help. There is no doubt that these people will become dinner for those mutated monsters in the next moment. At the location of the number 7 dormitory building of Beihai University, a black extended car with a bright black exterior and golden texture was parked on the side of the road. It is Su Bei's high-tech battleship. After a day of hard work, Su Bei has currently gained the following energy points. Battleship remaining energy points, 175. In the evening, Su Bei and his team killed another powerful mutant. After absorbing the previous level 1+ energy crystal, Su Xiaoju said that his body had reached its limit. Su Bei converted this level 1+ energy crystal into the energy point of the battleship. What surprised Su Bei was that this level 1+ energy crystal actually added 30 energy points to the battleship. It can be said that it helped Su Bei, who was originally a little poor, to make a small profit. Of course, level 1+ power mutants are not as easy to kill as ordinary mutants. At this time, inside the black tech battleship, Su Bei was washing his body in the small bathroom of the battleship, which was less than 5 square meters. After a day of fighting, his body was covered in blood. After a simple wash, Su Bei walked out of the bathroom, casually putting on a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Su Xiaoju's eyes lit up when she saw Su Bei coming out of the shower. In her eyes, Su Bei was the most handsome. Okay, you should go in and take a good wash too. Su Bei looked at the dirt on Su Xiaoju's body. She killed no fewer mutated monsters today than Su Bei, so naturally her body was covered in a lot of dirt. Although Su Xiaoju didn't know much about taking a bath, she still obediently walked into the bathroom. Su Bei helped Su Xiaoju close the bathroom door. But not long after entering the bathroom, Su Xiaoju's gentle voice was heard. Brother Su Bei, I don't know how to wash. Come in and help me. Su Bei felt ashamed when he heard this, and his lips felt inexplicably dry when he heard Su Xiaoju's request. In the past 2 days, Su Xiaoju has basically mastered the knowledge and common sense of Blue Star. But if you think about it carefully, after all, it was Su Xiaoju's first time to take a bath, so it was normal that she couldn't do it. After all, everyone's first time is awkward. Thinking this way, Su Bei had already found an excuse for himself with righteous words. All right then. Su Bei opened the bathroom door with some anticipation, but the bathroom was filled with mist and warmth, making it impossible to see anything around him. However, the mist in the bathroom could not hide Su Xiaoju's devilish figure at all. Her skin was as white as jade and mutton fat. Her back was smooth and tender, and her hair, which gradually changed from orange to golden, was spread out behind her. Su Bei didn't dare to read any further. But Su Xiaoju didn't care at all. She picked up a bottle and said, "Brother Su Bei, what is this?" "That's shower gel. Press down on the head to squeeze out the liquid inside, and apply it on your body to make bubbles." Su Bei explained. "I don't know how to apply it. Brother Su Bei, please help me apply it." Su Bei took the shower gel from Su Xiaoju's hand and carefully squeezed out some shower lotion. Su Xiaoju was in a relaxed mood while taking a bath. Her fox ears were twitching and her face showed a happy expression, which was very cute. She had been very close to Su Bei since she was a little fox, and she also liked the smell of Su Bei. Su Bei was scared. Su Bei hurriedly ran out of the bathroom and closed the door, saying to Su Xiaoju inside, "I'm going out first." Looking at Su Bei's escaping look, Su Xiaoju chuckled. Su Xiaoju began to fantasize a little bit and started to use these shower gels to take a bath. Su Xiaoju muttered to herself while washing, "I like Brother Su Bei so much After leaving the bathroom, Su Bei came to the living area of the Black Technology Battleship. The interior of the entire second-level Black Tech Battleship is roughly divided into 3 areas from front to back. They are the high-tech battleship driving area at the front, the daily living area in the middle, and the storage area at the rear of the battleship. Looking at the high-tech bed, according to the system introduction, it also has the functions of relaxing the mind and relieving fatigue. The high-tech bed directly occupies most of the daily living area. At this time, Su Bei was lying on the high-tech bed, and the restlessness in his heart gradually subsided. He began to summarize today's gains and his plans for the future. Even Su Bei, who is usually calm, felt a little dazed after what happened in the past 2 days. The suddenly acquired high-tech battleship system, the sudden outbreak of the blue planet Doomsday, and the giant fox-eared girl beside him. All these are constantly irritating Su Bei's nerves. Now that I have obtained the high-tech battleship system, I must live comfortably in this dangerous and chaotic apocalypse. This was what Su Bei was thinking at the moment. He was originally an ordinary college student with an ordinary life. If nothing unexpected had happened, he might have lived an ordinary life. Now that the apocalypse has broken out, he has obtained a golden finger that defies all odds, the Black Tech battleship system. Su Bei's heart is full of hope and expectations for the future. Soon, Su Xiaoju finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom. Because there are no girls' clothes on the battleship, Su Xiaoju can only wear Su Bei's clothes temporarily. Su Bei could see that Su Xiaoju had puffed up his short sleeves, which was really spectacular. Su Xiaoju seemed unaware of her exposure. She naturally came over and sat down next to Su Bei. Fortunately, the black technology bed produced by the Black Technology Battleship is big enough, not to mention 2 people. Even if there is another person, it can sleep well. Su Bei and Su Xiaoju looked at each other, their calm and deep black eyes meeting the dazzling golden eyes. Okay, good night. Chapter 12, Advanced Fighting Techniques. Su Bei woke up in the morning and looked at the time. It was not yet 6 o'clock in the morning. Today is the second day of the Blue Planet Anomaly. Everything around the high-tech battleship is so quiet, just like usual. But Su Bei knew that the current Beihai University was no longer as peaceful and safe as before. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, rubbed her eyes drowsily and woke up sleepily. Good morning, Brother Su Bei. The white short-sleeved shirt was a little deformed by Su Xiaoju's sleeping, and her long hair with an orange-red gradient color was scattered on her shoulders. Su Xiaoju greeted Su Bei with a cute expression, her words a little unclear. When Su Bei saw Su Xiaoju, his heart was instantly filled with energy and enthusiasm. Very good. Today we must work hard to hunt down the mutated monsters and obtain energy points so that we can upgrade our battleship to a true high-tech battleship as soon as possible. Yeah, Brother Su Bei can definitely do it. Su Xiaoju lay on the side, waving her little hands to cheer. And as Su Xiaoju waved her hand, the perspective from which Su Bei was located could almost be seen through the cuffs. Good job, Su Bei said. You show me this so early in the morning? Su Bei got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. He called the system in his mind. Does the system have any advanced technology that can help me quickly master combat techniques? The master has it. Soon, in front of Su Bei, in a space that no one else could see, a black technology item bar appeared. The system helped Su Bei screen out a large number of black technology experience balls. The system continued. These high-tech experience balls are for knowledge transfer and can help the owner quickly master the skills. Upon hearing this, Sube looked at the experience ball in the black technology production column. Name, basic fighting skills. Level, first level. Effect, allows users to quickly master basic fighting skills. Energy points consumed, 20. Name, advanced fighting skills. Level, second level. Effect, an advanced version of basic fighting skills, allowing users to master advanced fighting skills. Energy points consumed, 150. Sube looked at the two black technology experience transfer balls and decisively chose the second level, advanced fighting skills. As Sube chose to make it, a white glimmering ball soon appeared in Sube's hand. Following the system's instructions, Sube slowly pressed the black technology experience ball towards his head. After a few seconds, this black technology experience transmission light ball magically merged into Sube's head. Suddenly, a large amount of fighting memories and knowledge flooded into Sube's mind. Sube only felt his head a little heavy, and for a moment his mental energy was immersed in the knowledge of advanced fighting skills. A few minutes later, Sube's mental power returned to reality from this ocean of knowledge. Two gleams of light flashed in Sube's eyes. Now he feels like a veteran fighter who has been professionally trained for 10 years. Moreover, he possesses a level 1+ physical fitness that exceeds the limits of ordinary people. Sube felt that if he faced the powerful mutant from yesterday again, he would have dozens of ways to kill him. Is this the power of a high-tech battleship? Sube whispered to himself, his tone full of excitement. He now can't wait to find a powerful mutated monster to try out this advanced fighting skill. At this moment, several mutants appeared outside the black technology battleship. Sube's eyes lit up. Ordinary mutants are also fine. Sube asked the system to open the car door, and he jumped out. The moment Sube got off the car, he attracted the attention of those mutants. Roar! Several mutants roared fiercely, and the next moment they pounced on Sube, trying to tear his flesh apart. Humph, you came just in time. Sube did not dodge or evade, and did not take the attacks of these mutants seriously at all. Not to mention that he has level 1+ crushing strength. The advanced fighting skills he had just mastered allowed Sube to easily avoid the attacks of these mutants. Sube stretched out his fist wearing the electromagnetic gloves and suddenly attacked with a straight punch. Bang! Bang! Almost in the blink of an eye, Sube knocked down the two mutants with 2 punches. Seeing this, the other mutants showed no intention of retreating and continued to rush towards Sube to bite him. Bang! 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 The lives of these mutants are indeed tenacious. Even though Sube pierced their bodies and broke their limbs, they still did not die completely. Finally, Sube hit these mutants hard on the heads, and finally killed them completely. Looking at the several hideous corpses lying on the ground, Sube didn't feel anything. After taking out the energy crystals of these mutants, Sube returned to the battleship. Su Xiaoju had also finished washing up at this time, and was sitting in the co-pilot seat of the Black Tech battleship watching Sube's recent battle. Brother Sube is so awesome. Hearing Su Xiaoju's flattery, Sube couldn't help but feel a little happy. Alright, next we have to wipe out all the mutated monsters in Beihai University. Sube spoke with confidence, possessing the strength of a level 1+ coupled with electromagnetic gloves and advanced fighting skills. There is also the powerful weapon, the Black Technology battleship. Sube felt that he had nothing to fear from Beihai University. The high-tech battleship was launched and headed to other places in Beihai University. Near noon, Sube asked the system to stop the warship from moving forward. After a morning of hunting, the energy points of the Black Technology battleship have reached 255. But Sube felt a little anxious. Because of the hunting this morning, Sube did not find a single human on the surrounding roads. There were mutated monsters wandering around everywhere or human corpses that had been eaten clean on the ground. Sube's strength is just an exception. The rest of the students and teachers at Beihai University were almost always slaughtered when they encountered mutants. Moreover, during this period of communication with the system, Sube also learned that these mutated monsters can increase their strength by devouring a large amount of life. There is even a chance that it will undergo a secondary mutation and evolution. This is not what Sube wants to see. Help! Someone come and save me. Just as Sube was thinking, a loud cry for help came from outside the Black Tech battleship. Sube was a little surprised and turned to look at the control screen of the Black Technology battleship. In the picture, there is a road not far from the high-tech battleship. Several students who looked disheveled were desperately running towards Sube and the others. Obviously, they were attracted by the cool and domineering appearance of the high-tech battleship. Sube narrowed his eyes and looked at the place behind these students. Bang, bang, bang. There, There was a huge figure over 2 meters tall chasing them closely. Sube could tell at a glance that it was a powerful mutant. Looking at the speed difference between the two, Sube estimated that it wouldn't be long before these students would be caught up and hunted by the power-type mutant. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, also saw this scene. She tilted her cute little head and looked at Sube and asked, "Brother Sube, should we save them?" Obviously, in Su Xiaoju's eyes, Sube and those students are all human beings, so Sube should go to rescue them. Chapter 13. Superpowers and News on the Internet. However, Sube's answer was beyond Su Xiaoju's expectations. "No, I won't save them. There is no benefit or profit for me in saving them. On the contrary, if I save them, I will be in constant trouble. They might even covet my high-tech warship and want to kill people and steal the treasure." Sube spoke calmly, analyzing the pros and cons of saving people. Even if those people don't have such ambitions, saving them will only add to our burdens. Is that so? Then let's not save them. After hearing this, Su Xiaoju suddenly realized and straightened her chest to express her strong support for Sube's approach. Outside the battleship, the survivors were quickly caught up by the power-type mutants. Afterwards, the power-type mutants smashed the students' heads one by one with a hammer. Large amounts of blood spilled onto the ground, like a tragic fireworks display. Sube watched this scene without even blinking. Perhaps it was because he had the strength to face off against powerful mutants, or perhaps it was because he simply possessed this calm aura. All right, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. After he finished speaking, Sube walked out of the black tech battleship. The power-type mutant who was just about to enjoy the delicious food was slightly stunned. After seeing Sube appear, it showed an excited expression. "Power-type mutant. Wow, another delicious treat is delivered to my door." Sube's lips curled up into a slightly evil smile. "If you want to treat me as food, then be prepared to be hunted by me." The next moment, Sube moved quickly and rushed towards the power-type mutant as fast as lightning. After seeing Sube's amazing speed, the power-type mutant was not on guard and just rushed towards Sube excitedly. Bang! The moment the two figures got close to each other, Sube punched the power-type mutant's side like lightning. Then he half-crouched with his legs and turned his head to avoid the punch from the power-type mutant. Roar! Not only did the power-type mutant's attack miss, but he was also hit hard by Sube's punch. It covered its left rib, which had just been hit, in pain, and there was visibly some burning there. This is the damage caused by Sube's electromagnetic gloves. Each attack of the electromagnetic gloves can release electric current attacks and paralysis of a certain intensity, according to Sube's strength. Humph, the battle has just begun. Sube still had a confident smile on his face, and he looked at the power-type mutant with high fighting spirit. On the other hand, the power-type mutant this time was not as stupid as the two Sube had met before. A hint of human-like fear appeared on the face of this power-type mutant. It seemed to be measuring the gap in combat power between Sube and it. However, even though the powerful mutants with impressive IQs learned to think, they still failed to make the right choice. After a brief analysis, the power-type mutant rushed towards Sube without hesitation. It believes that northern Jiangsu is all about food, and food can never beat it. The corners of Sube's mouth curled up slightly. "You brought this upon yourself. At present, if this power-type mutant is determined to escape, Sube dare not leave the black tech battleship to chase it alone." Puff! Sube punched the power mutant's chest hard, easily dodging the attack. Then Sube squatted down and swept across. It's like a battle between a person with no fighting experience and a professional fighting trainer. There was almost no suspense in Sube's battle with the power-type mutant. 10 minutes later, the power-type mutant fell heavily to the ground, although there were not many visible wounds on its body. But in these 10 minutes, Sube almost injured most of its bones and muscles. This also made the power-type mutant weaker and weaker as the battle went on, and he was finally killed by Sube with one blow. Huh. Looking at the fallen power-type mutant, Sube let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to reach out to take its energy crystal, a voice suddenly came from a corner not far away. This classmate must also be a superpower. Sube paused as he stretched out his hand to take the energy crystal. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound with a surprised expression. It was the corner of two roads, and a boy in his early 20s walked out from there. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, had a neat short hair, and earrings in his ears. Although his appearance was not as good as Sube's, he was still quite handsome. Judging from the other person's appearance, Sube thought that he should also be a student of Beihai University. Oh, seeing Sube's puzzled expression, the boy was a little surprised. Haven't you seen the official information released online? Su Bei was first surprised that the boy dared to appear outside alone, and then he was attracted by the content of the boy's words. Information released on the official website? These 2 days, Su Bei has been concentrating on hunting mutated monsters to obtain energy points, but has neglected things like the internet. Or perhaps Su Bei thought that after the end of the world, things like mobile networks would be useless. Therefore, he never thought of searching the internet for information and intelligence. Did the authorities send out a message on the internet? I didn't check my phone before. Can this student tell me the specific content? The boy obviously had no hostility towards Su Bei, but instead showed a friendly attitude. I see, classmate, you don't know something. Yesterday, the first day of the Blue Star mutation, mobile phones were still able to access the internet. At that time, the Chinese authorities released a large amount of information about the apocalypse related to this incident online. This includes superpowers. According to official data, approximately 70 of us humans have transformed into those horrific monsters. Of the remaining 30 of humanity, approximately 0.1 can awaken superpowers. They possess all sorts of incredibly powerful and extraordinary powers. Officially, they're called superpowers. I saw this classmate just kill the special mutant by himself. He must be a powerful, superpowered person. Listening to the short-haired man's explanation, Su Bei felt a little annoyed that he had not checked the official information online before. After the short-haired boy's brief narration, Su Bei also roughly understood some of the information released by the authorities on the internet at that time. Thank you for the reminder. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Hey, wait. Seeing Su Bei taking out the energy crystal of the power-type mutant and about to leave, the short-haired man hurriedly called Su Bei. The short-haired man first looked at the level 1+ energy crystal in Su Bei's hand with some burning eyes. According to official sources, these energy crystals contain powerful energy. They can enhance the physical fitness of superpowered people and ordinary people, and even make them become superhuman. However, the official also warns that humans cannot eat this thing directly. Officials have conducted experiments and found that if a normal person swallows the energy crystal directly, there is a very high probability that the body will explode. Although they were jealous of the energy crystal in Su Bei's hand, the energy crystal was now just something they could look at, but not use. My name is Feng Yan. Classmate, I see that you are very powerful. How about we form a team together? We are all superpowers, and it is safer to help each other when we encounter danger. To get Su Bei to form a team, this is Feng Yan's ultimate goal this time. In order to prove to Su Bei that he was not just a vase, Feng Yan waved his hand, and a cluster of flames rose from his hand. It was also the first time that Su Bei saw a superpowered person display his superpowers. He looked at the ball of fire with some surprise. Then Su Bei asked the system to analyze Feng Yan's data panel. Name, Maple Flame. Level 1. Special ability, Hao Yan. Status, Anticipation, Anxiety. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, Good Fire Talent. Although the system has a good evaluation of Feng Yan, Su Bei has no intention of forming a team with others. Are you kidding? He, Su Bei, is a man who possesses a high-tech battleship system. You don't need any teammates at all. Just a cute and capable, beautiful fox-eared girl is enough. Sorry, no thanks. Su Bei refused mercilessly. Chapter 14. Going to the supermarket. Feng Yan was a little disappointed after being rejected by Su Bei, but he did not resent Su Bei. Watching Su Bei slowly walking towards the black-tech battleship, Feng Yan looked at the battleship with some envy. Feng Yan could tell at a glance that the high-tech battleship that looked like a minibus was not an ordinary vehicle. With that sturdy-looking minibus, Su Bei's situation will be much safer at least in the early stages. As for going up to seize Su Bei's high-tech warship, Feng Yan could only think about it in his mind. After all, the powerful strength that Su Bei had used to kill the power-type mutant just now was not something he could compare to. His team was rejected. Feng Yan did not stay any longer. He turned around and quickly walked back in the original direction. What Feng Yan didn't say just now was, this morning, when he wanted to continue browsing official information online, he found that Blue Star's network had been completely paralyzed. Feng Yan only got the information he found on the internet yesterday. Sure enough, when Su Bei returned to the battleship and took out his mobile phone to search the internet for official information about the end of the world, he found that the network was unavailable. Su Bei's heart sank. Damn it. Su Xiaoju on the side looked at Su Bei with curiosity. What happened to brother Su Bei? Nothing. Su Bei slowly calmed down. It didn't matter that he didn't get the official information about the end of the world. It's only been 1 day since the apocalyptic event, and even the authorities shouldn't be able to get any useful information. Moreover, he now has a black-tech battleship system and can also produce various powerful black tech items, so he feels very confident. Yes, this is your energy crystal for today. Su Bei handed the energy crystal that he had just taken out of the power-type mutant's body to Su Xiaoju. I love brother Su Bei so much. Seeing the level 1+ energy crystal in Su Bei's hand, Su Xiaoju swallowed unconsciously. The attraction of energy crystals is extremely great for a mutant creature like her. Su Xiaoju directly bit the energy crystal in Su Bei's hand. This made Su Bei feel itchy. Alright, eat it now, stop being naughty. Su Bei patted Su Xiaoju's little cheek and said unhappily. Not to mention it feels great. Yes. Su Xiaoju didn't care about Su Bei's actions. Su Xiaoju playfully stuck out her tongue at Su Bei and then began to concentrate on digesting the energy crystal she had just swallowed. After more than 10 minutes, Su Xiaoju ended the absorption state. She clearly felt that her strength had become stronger and vaguely felt that she was about to break through. Su Bei was also delighted when he heard this. I am unable to directly absorb energy crystals now. And Su Xiaoju is his now. If Su Xiaoju breaks through, it will be equivalent to increasing his own combat power. Su Bei picked up the prepared, physical energy enhancement potion and drank it in one gulp. Although he could not directly absorb the energy in the energy crystal now, he could convert it into energy points through the battleship to make black technology enhancement potions. Looking at his battleship's energy points which were almost exhausted, Su Bei sighed in his heart. Well, we need to keep up the good work. Yeah, brother Su Bei, let's cheer together. Fortunately, there was a stunningly beautiful fox-eared girl beside him to cheer him up. Su Bei suddenly felt that the end of the world was actually nothing. However, Feng Yan's appearance and the information in his words also served as a reminder to Su Bei. Although the end of the world has come to the blue planet, mankind is not completely hopeless. The Chinese government has a large number of high-end weapons, even powerful weapons like nuclear missiles. I think it won't be long before the military comes to Beihai University to rescue us, right? Su Bei thought secretly in his heart, but now that he has the high-tech warship, he doesn't intend to be under the control of the military anymore. Su Bei wants to go it alone. At noon, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju had a simple lunch in the black-tech battleship, and then they began their afternoon hunt. Su Bei encountered very few survivors on the road. There were almost no human figures, only mutants wandering aimlessly. Of course, Su Bei ignored the current situation of ordinary people. Only Su Bei, who drives a high-tech battleship, can move freely in Beihai University in the apocalypse. The black-tech battleship drove to a supermarket, which was the supermarket where Su Bei purchased supplies 2 days ago. Although the battleship's black technology production function can also directly produce food, Su Bei doesn't want to waste those energy points. So Su Bei planned to take advantage of the fact that the end of the world had just begun and go to the supermarket early to sweep it all up and stock up on more supplies. As soon as Su Bei arrived at the supermarket entrance, he saw a large number of mutants wandering around the supermarket. However, the glass door of the supermarket seemed to be locked, and these mutants didn't know how to attack the glass door to get inside, so they just wandered around the door. Then I'll take care of you guys. Su Bei made a decision and gave the order. Hit the system and knock open the glass door of the supermarket. There is no other way. The supermarket door is locked now. If Su Bei wants to go in and move supplies, he must break open the glass door. The high-tech warships that received Su Bei's orders also began to accelerate. With one impact, several mutants blocking the supermarket entrance were knocked away. After hearing the noise, the mutants around raised their bloodshot eyes and looked towards the location of the black-tech battleship. Roar! Roar! Although they don't know what this big black thing in front of them is, the only thing they want now is to eat it. Bang! 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 A large number of mutants around began to collide with the outer body of the black technology battleship. However, these level 1 mutants obviously cannot break through the battleship's defense. Su Bei didn't hesitate and quickly got off the warship. He waved the electromagnetic gloves in his hand and began to clean up these mutants. After a few minutes, all the mutants around the supermarket were eliminated. Su Bei used the body of the black-tech battleship horizontally to block the glass door that had just been broken. Then he took Su Xiaoju into the supermarket to carry the necessary supplies. Snacks, compressed biscuits, drinks, mineral water, daily necessities, as well as women's clothes, cosplay, JK uniforms. Within a few minutes, the surviving students who had been hiding in the supermarket began to bravely come out. The surviving students were trembling with fear when they heard the noise at the supermarket door. But when he saw figures getting out of the big black car, he became bolder. One of them came forward and spoke to Su Bei. Brother, which class are you from? Su Bei didn't stop moving the things in his hands. He looked up at the student who was speaking and said casually, "Freshman, automotive major, class 3. Classmate, is that big black car yours? It looks so sturdy." "Yes, yes. I just saw your car actually hit those monsters to death." Upon discovering that Su Bei was also a classmate of theirs, the surviving students in the supermarket relaxed and began to discuss Su Bei's high-tech battleship. Suddenly someone spoke. "Hey brother, we are classmates. Can you let us get in your car?" Chapter 15, Bold Guess. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students looked at Su Bei. Some of their expressions showed anticipation, some were nervous, and some even had bad thoughts in their minds. But Su Bei had a cold expression and refused decisively. "No. Classmate, why are you so selfish? That's right. We are from the same school after all. Yeah, I see your car is so big. It shouldn't be a problem to take us with you. Now that the end of the world has come, we should all help each other." Su Bei's refusal instantly caused dissatisfaction and complaints from everyone. In their opinion, as a classmate, Su Bei should be allowed to get on the bus with them. The person who spoke earlier also frowned, with an unhappy expression on his face. "Classmate, you just smashed the glass door of the supermarket where we were hiding from the monsters, and now you're refusing to let us get in your car. Are you too self-righteous? Or do you think you can defeat us with so many of us?" As the male student spoke, there was a hint of threat on his face. Even the surviving students in the supermarket around him felt a sense of tension. It seemed that if Su Bei continued to express his unwillingness to let everyone get on the bus, they would directly seize Su Bei's warship. Looking at the different expressions on the other person's faces, Su Bei snorted in disdain in his heart. Sure enough, with the end of the world, the ugliness of human nature is revealed. Su Xiaoju was called back to the battleship as early as when Su Bei discovered these surviving students. After all, Su Xiaoju is not wearing anything inside, and Su Bei doesn't want Su Xiaoju to be exposed in front of these guys. Su Bei took a step forward with a cold expression on his face. With the strength of level 1+, Su Bei can deal with these ordinary students just like fighting in kindergarten. "Yoho, you still want to take on us all by yourself?" Seeing Su Bei's actions, the surviving students in the supermarket also understood Su Bei's decision. "I seem to see a woman just now. Could she be your girlfriend?" "Hey, it was too far away to see." Bump. Su Bei's face suddenly darkened, and the aura he exuded was like that of an evil dragon from the 9 nether hell. Before the boy could finish his mocking words, Su Bei threw a punch as fast as lightning, hitting him hard on the head. Plop. The male student's head bled, and he fell to the ground and died on the spot. The students around were stunned when they saw this and didn't react for a while. I'm a jerk. I killed someone." "You actually killed someone?" After reacting, everyone looked at Su Bei with horror, and the fingers pointing at Su Bei trembled slightly. The students who had originally relied on their numbers to ignore Su Bei were now terrified. He was afraid that Su Bei would kill him with one punch. What are you going to do?" Su Bei slowly walked towards the student who had just mocked him the most fiercely. In his horrified eyes, Su Bei punched him again. Bump. Su Bei's punch directly knocked the student onto the cargo counter behind him. The counter collapsed, the goods scattered, and the student was buried by the goods. His life or death is unknown. But I guess it's over. "Brother, master, let's talk it over." "Dad, don't be impulsive. We were blind just now." "That's right. Big brother, we are from the same school. Please don't kill me." Su Bei killed 2 students in an instant. The remaining surviving students had completely lost their will to fight and could not help but feel terrified. They were all just college students present and had never seen such a scene before. Driven by fear, everyone knelt down and kowtowed for mercy, constantly pleading with Su Bei. Su Bei felt a little ridiculous when he saw their appearance. But then he thought, if he didn't have the strength, he might be the one whose warship was robbed. Su Bei was not a bloodthirsty person. He had just killed 2 students to make an example of them. "Everyone, get up and move all the daily necessities and food from this supermarket here." Su Bei shouted orders to these people. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly got up and ran into the supermarket to move supplies. In less than half an hour, a large amount of supplies had gathered at the entrance of the supermarket. Su Bei was very satisfied with these tools. In order to prevent anyone from doing anything bad to his warship, Su Bei personally moved these supplies to the storage area of the warship. Amidst everyone's miserable expressions, Su Bei controlled the high-tech battleship and slowly left. At this time, everyone also realized a problem. The supermarket door was broken. Those who realized the seriousness of the problem did not have time to alert other students and hurriedly ran to a safe place deep inside the supermarket. Soon, several mutants discovered the broken supermarket glass door and walked in through the gap. What followed was a crazy hunting feast. As for the instigator, Su Bei, he was sitting leisurely in the driving seat of the black tech battleship. Su Bei leaned happily against the soft black tech control chair. With these supplies, Su Bei will no longer have to worry about daily necessities, at least in the short term. After a rustling sound, Su Xiaoju had changed into the new clothes she had just gotten in the supermarket. A brand new white short-sleeve shirt with silver edges and a short skirt with pink and orange printed stripes. But what made Su Bei speechless was that she was obviously not wearing a bra. Xiaoju, didn't I ask you to wear a bra? Brother Su Bei, I don't like wearing that thing. Su Xiaoju's tone was slightly coquettish, and she took a step forward and put her arms around Su Bei's arm. Su Bei said to Xiaoju somewhat helplessly, "It's okay on the battleship, but if you go outside you must wear a bra." Su Bei can enjoy this kind of beautiful scenery alone. He will not let others see it. Nogen Karatnet. How could Xiaoju not know what Su Bei was thinking? An expression of "I understand" appeared on her face. I boldly guessed that Xiaoju was at least a D, although he didn't know how big D was when he fell to the ground. Ahem. After 2 dry coughs, Su Bei spread out his arms. Xiaoju looked at Su Bei with a somewhat resentful expression, pouting her cherry-like lips. Okay, now we have to hunt down the monsters. Get your clothes in order first. Su Bei pointed at Su Xiaoju's clothes, which had been taken off at some point, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Who knows? One day, I might really not be able to resist and do it to her. Chapter 16, Radio and Predator. After leaving the supermarket, the black tech battleship continued to drive on the road to Beihai University. Su Bei consumed 20 energy points to create a battleship radio receiving function. After all, in the apocalyptic world, the internet and power supply are almost paralyzed, and the only way to get official information is through radio broadcasts. Su Bei asked the system to debug the radio to try to see if it could receive official information. Sizzle sizzle. After a brief burst of noise, the radio function also began to emit sound. Hello, fellow surviving Chinese citizens. I am Wu Changkong, Commander-in-Chief of the 9th Chinese Command Army. To make a long story short, Blue Planet is now under invasion by unknown extraterrestrial energy. All creatures around the world have undergone mutations. The end of Blue Planet has arrived. Not only us humans, but also other living things including animals, insects, the ocean, and the sky. Without exception, they have all been infected by this mysterious energy and mutated. But thankfully, we humans were not completely wiped out in this global mutation. More than 30 of our human population has not been corrupted or distorted by mutation. These survivors are requested to take shelter in their respective safe locations and await rescue by our military. The cause of the Blue Planet's anomaly has not yet been fully investigated, but we ask the surviving citizens to trust our military and the Chinese authorities. We vow to rescue all survivors as much as possible. Please remain rational and calm, stay in a safe place, and wait for rescue. The military broadcast will begin today and will be repeated every day to update everyone on the military's progress and the survival of Blue Planet in the aftermath of the apocalypse. There's also the location of the safe zones in various Chinese cities, the weaknesses of those mutated monsters, and so on. Sizzle sizzle. The conversation on the radio ended here, and after a burst of noise, it repeated the same sentence. Su Bei directly asked the system to turn off the radio function. System, please automatically connect me to this radio function when the military releases the latest content. Yes. This report did not mention the superpowers and some other information that Su Bei wanted to know. However, Su Bei was certain that these things would be mentioned in the military broadcast later. The black tech warships moved unhindered along the way, and any level 1 mutants who tried to stop them were crushed. Su Bei felt a little bored looking at the corpses of these mutants. However, for level 1 plus power mutants, one of their energy crystals can convert at least 30 energy points. On the contrary, Su Bei really wanted to meet more of these special mutants. Bump. The outside of the battleship seemed to have been hit by a heavy object. The hull of the high-tech battleship suddenly made a loud bang. The system prompt sound also came. Master, the high-tech battleship has been attacked by a mutated monster. Su Bei looked at the battleship screen, which showed a ferocious monster standing on the side of the black tech battleship. It was trying to break through the defense of the high-tech battleship, and its claws kept hitting the battleship's hull. The next second, the system's analysis panel of the monster outside the warship also appeared in Su Bei's mind. Name Predator. Level 1+. Special abilities, none. Status, hungry, hunting. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, a special mutant that excels at speed. After Su Bei saw the analysis of this special mutant, his eyes gradually became excited. It's actually a special mutant. Su Bei had no intention of letting this predator go. He looked at Xiaoju sitting in the back seat of the battleship. Xiaoju is alive. Xiao Suju was also excited when he heard this. Su Bei opened the door of the battleship and slowly got out of the car under the somewhat puzzled look of the predator. But then the predator's mind was filled with hunger, and he didn't think about why Su Bei and the others had exposed themselves. Hiss. The predator's appearance is that of a creature crawling on all fours, with large areas of muscle without skin tissue exposed to the air. There were no pupils in its eyes, which were a deathly gray color, and it seemed to rely on smell and hearing to determine its movements. Brother Su Bei, this guy looks so disgusting. Su Xiaoju felt a little disgusted when she saw the ugly appearance of the predator, and her body unconsciously leaned towards Su Bei. Then let's solve it quickly. The predator seemed to want to fill its stomach quickly, so it began to rush towards Su Bei and the others at high speed. Although it is not as tall as the power-type mutant, its speed is faster than that of the power-type mutant. The predator rushed towards Su Bei and the other man like a hunting cheetah. It moved so quickly that even Su Bei almost couldn't avoid its attack. Huh! The predator's claws brushed past Su Bei's body, and its body flew backwards. Su Bei narrowly avoided the predator's attack. That was a close call, just as Su Bei was secretly amazed at the speed of the predator. Su Xiaoju beside him took advantage of the gap in the predator's attack to launch a surprise attack. Puff! With the sound of flesh being pierced, Su Xiaoju's fox claws accurately hit the predator's belly. The next moment, Su Xiaoju swung his sharp claws and forcibly broke open the predator's belly, and the black, sticky blood flowed out. Su Xiaoju couldn't help but take a few steps back after shaking off the predator's limp body with his claws. Dead? Dead. Su Bei turned around and saw this scene, with a wonderful expression on his face. The predator that had nearly killed him just now was killed instantly by Su Xiaoju the next second. Am I too weak, or is Xiaoju too strong? Su Bei was a little amused and helpless. He originally thought that this would be a monster that was more difficult to deal with than the power-type mutant. But he was easily killed by Su Xiaoju. Su Bei walked forward, ignoring the disgusting corpse of the predator, and took out a light red energy crystal from it. The crystal-clear crystals shine like a dazzling gem under the sunlight. Su Bei placed the predator's energy crystal into the battleship's energy converter. 31 energy points obtained. This is how you collect energy points quickly. Su Bei muttered to himself as he watched the energy points suddenly increase by 31 points. If they were to hunt ordinary mutants, they would need to hunt 31 to equal the energy crystal of this predator. Back in the battleship, Su Bei looked at the control panel in front of him. He ordered the system to start searching for the special mutated monsters of Beihai University. Searching. A detection screen similar to a biological radar appeared on the control panel. I don't know if I can find them, but Su Bei feels that there are definitely more than just these few special mutated monsters in Beihai University. Now that power-type mutants and predators have appeared, there will definitely be more special mutants at Beihai University. Of course, the energy points converted from their energy crystals must also be very high. Chapter 17. Su Xiaoju breaks through level 1++. Near dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun falls on the somewhat desolate road of Beihai University. A university that should have been bustling with activity now seemed deserted, as if it were summer vacation. The reason is precisely those mutants that wander past on the road from time to time. Their ferocious heads searched around for delicious food, and from time to time, they let out beast-like roars. Su Bei even saw some mutants fighting for food, and even cannibalizing each other. Brother Su Bei, do we still need to continue hunting mutants? Su Xiaoju, who was sitting at the back of the battleship, held her cheek with one hand, and stared at Su Bei's handsome face with her beautiful eyes blinking. She was only interested in energy crystals and Su Bei could feed her well every day. No, it's already very late today. It would be disadvantageous for us to continue hunting mutants at night. Su Bei analyzed and planned to let the system find a safer place to dock the warship for rest. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Master, a special mutant has been spotted nearby. Originally, Su Bei planned to end today's hunting, but a special mutant appeared. Then let's go ahead and end today's battle with this special mutant. Su Bei ordered the system to arrive. Soon, the Black Tech battleship found the special mutant based on the life detection function on the control panel. Name Sawtooth Mutator. Level, 1++. Special abilities, none. Status, hunting. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, it has saw teeth with huge bite force and has a strong biting ability. After seeing the analysis given by the system, Su Bei's face darkened. It's a new type of special mutant. Moreover, the level of this special mutant has reached level 1++. At present, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju are only at level 1+. This monster is in some trouble. Su Bei's handsome face was frowning in thought, which made Su Bei look cold and calm. Su Xiaoju, who was sitting in the back, had stars in her eyes. Brother Su Bei, is that monster very powerful? Su Xiaoju asked Su Bei. Well, this is a mutated monster that has reached level 1++, and its specialty is its teeth. It has a very strong biting ability. Su Bei carefully analyzed the data panel just given by the system to Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju thought about it after hearing this. Brother Su Bei, I feel like I'm about to break through. If you could give me some more of that potion you had before. Su Bei was delighted when he heard this. He had forgotten that Su Xiaoju was on the verge of a breakthrough. Making a few high-tech potions for Su Xiaoju might help her reach level 1++. Without wasting time, Su Bei immediately opened the Black Technology production column to look for Black Technology enhancement potions. In order to successfully break through, Su Bei chose a new strengthening potion this time. Name Physical Fitness Optimization Potion. Level, 2nd level. Effect, slightly enhance the overall quality of the body and improve physical attributes. Energy points consumed for production, 100. Su Bei looked at the price and found it a bit expensive, but he still chose to make it without hesitation. 10 seconds later, a light green potion was handed to Su Bei. Su Bei looked at the potion and the system prompted him and Su Xiaoju that they could only take 1 potion per day, otherwise their bodies would collapse due to overuse. Su Bei handed the Physical Fitness Optimization Potion to Su Xiaoju. Drink it and see if you can break through to level 1++. Su Xiaoju did not hesitate and took the potion given by Su Bei. She was not afraid that it might be a red potion and drank it in one gulp. Soon, a hot energy began to spread throughout Xiao Suju's body. Su Xiaoju was completely immersed in this state of absorbing energy. In less than a minute, Su Xiaoju opened her golden eyes with a look of surprise on her face. Brother Su Bei, I have made a breakthrough. As she spoke, Su Xiaoju happily pounced on Su Bei and pecked him on the face. Su Xiaoju's waves squeezed Su Bei like the ocean waves. Su Bei asked the system to analyze Su Xiaoju's data. Name Su Xiaoju. Level, 1++. Special abilities, form transformation, inherent, lightning, A. State, happy excited. Life level, perfect. Evaluation, a top-notch big-breasted fox-eared girl, whose favorability towards her master has reached max. Su Bei was delighted to see that Su Xiaoju's level had successfully broken through to level 1++. However, Su Xiaoju had just broken through after all, and Su Bei was now hesitating whether to let Su Xiaoju go out to fight the sawtooth mutant. As if seeing Su Bei's worry, Su Xiaoju showed a confident expression on his face. Brother Su Bei, I also have the power of lightning. As Su Xiaoju spoke, a small ball of azure lightning appeared in Su Xiaoju's palm and kept jumping. Su Bei was stunned when he saw it. Yes, Su Xiaoju has a lightning ability that the system has rated as A level. Su Bei no longer hesitated in his heart. The system once said that superpowers have a great impact on combat. If the level of the superpower is strong enough, then you can fight against opponents of higher levels. Well, remember to be careful. Su Bei reminded Su Xiaoju, then asked the system to open the car door and let Su Xiaoju out. Su Xiaoju jumped off the warship lightly. The sawtooth mutant not far away saw humans appear, and excitement appeared on its ferocious face. Roar! The sawtooth mutant, having found food, seemed extremely excited, with its bloody mouth, which occupied almost 2/3 of its head, opening wide, revealing 2 rows of huge sharp teeth like a vegetable cutter. Su Xiaoju was not willing to be outdone. Now that she has been promoted to level 1++ and possesses A-level special abilities, she doesn't take the sawtooth mutant's demonstration seriously at all. Pa! Pa! A burst of electric sparks flashed and jumped, and a layer of azure lightning power attached to Su Xiaoju's 2 fox claws. Inside the battleship, Su Bei looked at the lightning on Su Xiaoju's fox claws, which seemed to be much more powerful than the current in his own electromagnetic gloves. This is the special ability of A level. Outside the battleship, Su Xiaoju's fox claws had collided with the sawtooth mutant. The sharp fox claws easily cut through the body of the sawtooth mutant, and the sawtooth mutant let out a shrill scream. It opened its serrated mouth and pounced on Su Xiaoju's body. Su Xiaoju dodged sideways, and then another fox claw with lightning slashed through the body of the sawtooth mutant. After being hit twice by the thunder fox claw, the sawtooth mutant seemed to be paralyzed by high-voltage electricity. Its body began to twitch slightly, and its movements became slow. Su Xiaoju naturally would not miss this good opportunity. Su Xiaoju attacked swiftly and fiercely one after another. After 3 consecutive attacks from the fox claw, the sawtooth mutant fell to the ground completely and was motionless. After confirming that the sawtooth mutation was dead, Su Xiaoju took out its energy crystal and returned to the battleship. Chapter 18. Air Conditioning Function of High-Tech Battleship. Su Bei converted this level 1++ energy crystal into battleship energy points, obtaining a total of 70 points. Su Bei was delighted. He didn't expect that when the hunting was about to end today, he would kill another special mutant, and it was a level 1++1. As night falls, the pitch-black darkness envelopes Beihai University. There were few clouds tonight. Su Bei leaned against the high-tech battleship and looked up at the night sky. A light and cool breeze blows by, giving people a cool experience. In northern Jiangsu, you can see countless stars dotting the sky and a bright crescent moon hanging high in the sky. Su Xiaoju also leaned against Su Bei and admired the night view tonight. Suddenly, a thought popped up in Su Bei's mind. Are there any strange creatures on the moon? Since the blue planet has been infected by the mysterious energy, has the moon, which is closest to the blue planet, been infected by the mysterious energy as well? Su Bei was curious and couldn't help asking the system. System, do you think there will be mutant creatures on the moon? Sorry, Master. This system cannot answer this question. Please go and find out for yourself. The system's answer was within Su Bei's expectations, but the second half of the system's sentence made Su Bei's eyes light up. Are you going there by yourself? Yes, the system is a high-tech battleship system. Since it is a high-tech battleship, it can definitely fly out of the blue planet and travel in the universe. However, the current black technology battleships are of relatively low level and have not even reached the original form of battleships. Su Bei was full of fighting spirit. Sooner or later, I will upgrade my high-tech battleship into a true giant warship that can cover the sky. Yeah, Brother Su Bei can definitely do it. Su Xiaoju encouraged from the side, rubbing her delicate little face against Su Bei's arms. Okay, let's go back. It's too dangerous outside the battleship. Although Su Bei and Xiaoju's strength has now surpassed the level of ordinary people, Su Bei is still cautious in his heart. After all, the dangers of the end of the world are unpredictable, so it is safer to stay in a second-level black-tech battleship. After returning to the battleship, Su Bei and Xiaoju went to the bathroom to take a shower. Because he had a lot of daily necessities, Su Bei was not as frugal when taking a bath this time as he was yesterday. After taking a shower in a happy mood, Su Bei lay down on the soft black technology bed. Not long after, Xiaoju finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom smelling fragrant. A faint fragrance wafted into Su Bei's nose. Su Bei felt that Xiaoju didn't need to use those skincare products at all, because Su Xiaoju had a fascinating body fragrance. Feeling Su Xiaoju's movements coming up, Su Bei found that the area of the current black-tech warship was still too small. Although the total area of the warship has reached 20 to 30 square meters, its living area occupies less than 10 square meters. It seems we should hurry up and upgrade our battleship to the 3rd tier. As I was thinking this, a faint fragrance wafted towards me, and Su Xiaoju came closer. He kept rubbing against Su Bei like a clingy little kitten. Su Bei felt a little stuffy inside the warship, so he called out the system. Does the high-tech battleship have a cooling function? Similar to air conditioning? Some. Then the system helped Su Bei list a lot of high-tech functions for cooling and controlling temperature. However, these black technology functions require Su Bei to consume energy points to produce them. Looking at the cheapest cooling function above, it consumes more than 100 energy points. Only now does Su Bei feel that battleship energy points are really important. It really takes energy points to do anything. However, after a day of hunting today, the battleship's energy points have accumulated to 415. Su Bei was not stingy, and he still wanted to enjoy what he deserved. What's more, it is summer now, and the highest temperature in Beihai City can usually reach 37.8 degrees. Su Bei directly consumed 200 energy points to let the system create a built-in temperature control device for the black technology battleship. Soon the system prompted that the function was completed, and Su Bei started the system. The interior of the battleship soon became cooler, with cool breezes blowing through. Su Bei and Su Xiaoju both narrowed their eyes slightly, with expressions of enjoyment and satisfaction on their faces. Brother Su Bei feels so comfortable. Yeah, it's really cool. Well, the system will keep this function from now on. Okay, Master, but keeping the built-in temperature control device active will consume energy points. Upon hearing this, Su Bei asked the system in detail about the consumption of this function. If it is started continuously for one day, the daily consumption will be about 3 to 5 energy points, and the consumption will double as the battleship becomes larger and more advanced. Sube doesn't feel like there are many, and the generous choices continue to open. The system turns off the lights and goes to sleep. The night was calm and Beihai University was silent. In another place of Beihai University, this is the school's male dormitory building. At this time, the entrance to the first floor of dormitory building number 2 had been blocked by a large number of tables, chairs, and counters. All the surviving students in the surrounding area also gathered in this dormitory building number 2. At this time, the corridors on the first floor and the dormitories were crowded with students, all of whom had expressions of anxiety and uneasiness on their faces. Because just now, a mutant monster appeared around the dormitory in building number 2, which was more terrifying than ordinary mutants. Someone had previously learned about the information released on the official website, and it turned out to be a special mutant. It is obvious that the gate of dormitory building number 2 cannot stop the attack of special mutants. Once that special mutant discovers that there are a large number of surviving humans here, the consequences will be unimaginable. In a corner on the first floor, a handsome boy with short hair was sitting quietly on the ground thinking. This person is Feng Yan. Compared to the last time he met Su Bei, Feng Yan now had more scratches and damage on his body. It was obviously left behind from the battle with the mutants. Fortunately, these mutants are not like the zombies in the movies, whose attacks are contagious. Otherwise, Feng Yan would never have been able to enter dormitory building number 2. Feng Yan was holding a few crystal-clear crystals in his hands. These were the energy crystals he had hunted from the mutants in the past few days. He didn't know how to use this thing specifically. Moreover, this energy crystal cannot be eaten directly, otherwise the consequences will be very dangerous. Therefore, although Feng Yan had several energy crystals on him, he had never used them. He was afraid that eating this thing would cause him to die of poisoning or even explode. Well, Feng Yan sighed. He did not reveal his identity as a superpowered person at the moment. The probability of awakening superpowers is less than 1 in 1,000. Feng Yan has a low-key personality and he knows that there will definitely be other students in Beihai University who will awaken superpowers. He thought of the handsome young man he met outside before. Chapter 19. Building number 2 is discovered. Now someone has discovered a special mutant around dormitory building number 2. Special mutants are not ordinary mutants. They possess higher intelligence and more terrifying combat power. Once they find any survivors hiding here, they will definitely attack this place in a massive manner. By then, these weak college students will have no choice but to be slaughtered by the monster. Although Feng Yan possesses superpowers, he has tested it before and found that his flame ability can only reach a temperature of over 100 degrees, and it will quickly consume his physical strength when released. At most, he can only deal with a few ordinary mutants. If he encounters a special mutant, he will be dead. If only I could have gotten into that guy's car. He's so powerful and has a sturdy-looking car. Feng Yan thought secretly in his heart. It's a pity that guy is so defensive. Feng Yan decided to leave here tomorrow. He possessed the power of fire and could not continue to wait hopelessly like this. Although the military mentioned rescue on the radio, but Feng Yan doesn't want to pin his life on such empty words. He slowly closed his eyes and stopped thinking, gradually falling into sleep to conserve his energy for tomorrow's preparations. The next morning, in the battleship, Su Bei slowly opened his eyes. He felt that his current level 1+ body only needed 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Su Xiaoju next to her also woke up. She rubbed her eyes in a daze, and her pair of cute fox ears twitched, which was so adorable. Su Xiaoju sat up and stretched, revealing her perfect S-shaped curve. Because she was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, Su Bei could see Su Xiaoju's smooth belly without a trace of fat. The peaks on Su Xiaoju's chest were made more majestic by this stretching movement. After a closer look, Su Bei was even more certain of the size of Su Xiaoju. Hurry up and wash up, and have breakfast later. Su Bei got up from the bed and washed up, then took out some bread and milk from the storage area and placed them on the high-tech folding table in the living area. After Su Xiaoju finished washing up, the two began to eat breakfast. Su Xiaoju simply picked up a box of milk and started drinking it. Inserting the straw into his mouth and sucking milk, Su Xiaoju looked at Su Bei with a mysterious smile on his face. When Su Xiaoju was drinking milk, her legs were restless, stimulating Su Bei intentionally or unintentionally. Su Bei felt a surge of restlessness beneath his body. He was about to be broken by this fox-eared girl so early in the morning. Su Bei simply ate a few pieces of bread and came to the control area of the black technology battleship. He has no intention of doing anything else now. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he must seize the time to hunt more energy crystals and energy points. The system activates the high-tech battleship and begins today's search for special mutants. Yes. Watching Su Bei leave, Su Xiaoju lay on the table with some boredom, and her fox ears drooped weakly. The pair of peaks on her chest were ruthlessly pressed against the table, causing slight deformation, which was incredible, but Su Xiaoju didn't care at all. She looked in the direction of Su Bei and muttered something. The location of Beihai University Men's Building No. 2. In the morning, the surviving students were still asleep. A powerful mutant over 2 meters tall suddenly broke in. With his tall stature, the power-type mutant easily broke through the items piled up by the students at the entrance of the building. Roar! The power mutant roared excitedly at the students inside. It was a little excited. It didn't expect that there were so many delicious foods hidden here. Hearing the roar of the power-type mutant, the students in Building No. 2 were also awakened. They looked at the huge and terrifying powerful mutant at the door of the building with horror in their hearts. Oh my god! How did this monster find this place? Oh my god! Everyone wake up! A monster is coming. Oh my god, I don't want to die yet. I could have died from a slap from that monster. It's over. We're all dead. Some of the students who woke up in Building No. 2 shouted in despair, some began to flee to other places, and some were even frightened and stood there in a daze. Faced with the students' desperate cries and panic, this powerful mutant began to crazily slaughter the students in Building No. 2 like a wolf among a flock of sheep. With the smell of blood and the movements of the power-type mutants, more and more mutants soon discovered this place. They rushed into the relatively narrow gate and began to pounce on the students inside frantically. For a moment, the entrance on the first floor of Building No. 2 was like hell on earth. The shrill screams and the monsters' excited roars were like a symphony that never stopped. Fortunately, Feng Yin fled towards the back door of the dormitory building as soon as he was awakened by the power-type mutant. Now I have left the dormitory Building No. 2 through the back door. There were many students who escaped like him, and many of them had frightened expressions on their faces. They looked at the direction of Building No. 2 with some fear, and for a moment they felt like the lips and teeth would be in danger. Yeah, even if they escape this time, so what? Will you be able to escape if your hiding place is discovered next time? Beihai University is full of terrifying monsters, and their survivors are becoming fewer and fewer. I think we should leave here and actively seek asylum from the military. It's only going to get more dangerous here. Staying here will mean death sooner or later. Do any of you want to leave Beihai University with me and go to the military safe zone? At this time, Feng Yin, who was among the escaping crowd, suddenly spoke. The sound was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Everyone was silent for a moment and began to analyze what Feng Yin said. Would it be more dangerous to go out now? When one person raised an objection, more people immediately refuted Feng Yin's words because of the risks. Although Beihai University is full of mutated monsters, there are many buildings here and the environment is familiar, so our chances of survival are high. Wouldn't it be like seeking death if I went out on my own initiative? Yes, at present, Beihai University only has a small number of special monsters. There may be other more terrifying monsters out there. The military broadcast said they'll come to rescue us. We just have to hold on until they arrive. If I stay here now, I can still survive for a while. If I go out and expose myself to the monsters, won't I die immediately? That's right. If you can't make up your mind, don't drag us into this. Some people began to look at Feng Yin with unfriendly eyes, and soon more students began to question Feng Yin. Feng Yin felt helpless when he saw this scene. His sincere suggestion was actually regarded as malicious by these people. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Just don't leave. There's no point in saying more. Feng Yin no longer paid attention to these classmates. That was all he had to say. Looking at Feng Yin's gradually receding back, the remaining students sneered. Humph, you still want to leave Beihai University alone? Wait until you can survive until nightfall. Ignore him and let that fool go out alone to be eaten by monsters. Let's go. Now that the monsters have been lured into the dormitory building, let's find a safe place to hide. Chapter 20. Monsters are evolving. In northern Jiangsu, according to the system's detection, the Black Tech warship was heading towards the location of the boys' dormitory in Building No. 2. Su Bei looked at the big red dot on the detection screen, which was the sign of a level 1+ mutated monster. The system discovered the special mutant in Building No. 2. By the time the high-tech battleship arrived at the dormitory building, most of the ordinary mutants had been driven away by the power-type mutant. At this time, the power-type mutant was slowly enjoying the delicious food of the students on the ground. Su Bei got off the bus and frowned when he saw the former dormitory building and his classmates in such a miserable state. Xiaoju, Just stay in the battleship. I'll deal with it alone. Su Bei gestured to Su Xiaoju behind him, then slowly walked towards the gate of dormitory building number 2. The power-type mutant was enjoying his spoils when he suddenly noticed another delicious human arriving. It stopped eating the delicious food, looked up in the direction of Su Bei, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of its mouth in a cruel arc. Su Bei also saw this scene. His scalp tingled for a moment, but then he calmed down. Su Bei felt that this power-type mutant was a little different from the ones he had encountered before. Its expression. Su Bei felt that this power-type mutant was more intelligent than the ones he had encountered before. Damn it, these mutated monsters are not only constantly evolving in strength, but their IQ is also constantly improving. Su Bei was a little shocked. If this was true, the future of mankind would be in danger. Let's get rid of you first. Putting these thoughts aside for the time being, Su Bei continued walking towards the direction of the power-type mutant. The electromagnetic gloves in his hands were tightly grasped, and Su Bei was ready to launch a swift attack at any time. Roar! Seeing that the human in front of him did not take him seriously, the power-type mutant felt a little angry and then roared. The next moment, the power-type mutant took powerful steps and rushed towards Su Bei. Snort! Su Bei snorted in his heart when he saw this. He had experience in dealing with power-type mutants. Su Bei dodged instantly before the power mutant's attack came, and then counterattacked with a fierce uppercut. The power-type mutant was knocked headfirst by Su Bei's enormous strength, and he collapsed on the ground, unable to recover for a while. This is not a turn-based system, and Su Bei did not give the power-type mutant a chance to wake up. Su Bei accelerated his body and came in front of the power-type mutant, and his fists attacked its head like a rainstorm. Bang! 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 With the help of the electromagnetic gloves, the power-type mutant was soon beaten to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his vision became blurred. Roar! It didn't expect that it would be seriously injured after just a moment of fighting. The power-type mutant was lying on the ground and wanted to get up, but the next moment Su Bei punched him with great force. Bump! This punch directly took the life of the power-type mutant. It completely lost its life and fell in a pool of blood, unable to move. Huh! Su Bei let out a breath. He had used all his strength in every punch just now. After such a high-intensity attack, even Su Bei, who had a physical fitness level of 1+, felt a little overwhelmed. After taking a short breath, Su Bei squatted down, took out the energy crystal of the power-type mutant, turned around, and walked back to the battleship. Just now, the system told Su Bei that a second special mutant had been discovered. Su Bei did not stop and ordered the system to go to the location of the second special mutant. He also casually threw the energy crystal of the level 1+ power mutant to Su Xiaoju. This is yours today. Su Xiaoju took the energy crystal excitedly, her face full of joy. Thank you, brother Su Bei. When Su Bei heard the girl's thanks, a smile appeared on his face. Didn't I tell you already? If you follow me, I'll feed you every day. Uh-huh. Su Xiaoju seemed to have thought of something, and a blush quickly appeared on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes were as clear as a spring, making people unable to look directly at them. Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju's expression and realized something, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What on earth is this lecherous fox thinking? A few minutes later, the battleship found the second special mutant. Name Predator. Level 1+. Special abilities, none. Status, hunting, excitement. Life level low. Evaluation, a special mutant human. Su Bei saw that the Predator was chasing some students at the moment. Moreover, the direction in which those students fled was exactly towards the Black Tech battleship. Look, there seems to be someone driving in front. Holy crap, why does that car look so big? Is it a minibus? Don't worry about what car it is, just run over and get in first. A dozen students who were being hunted by predators felt a glimmer of hope when they saw Su Bei's high-tech warship. And they were the surviving students who had escaped from dormitory number 2 earlier. Not long after they separated from Feng Yin, they encountered another predator searching for food. It can be said that he had just escaped from the claws of a wolf and encountered a tiger again. At this time, the predator caught up with the student, and its sharp claws pierced the student's body fiercely. Drops of blood dripped onto the ground along the predator's claws. But it did not give up chasing the rest of the students. The predator shook off the student in its claws and continued to chase the rest of the students in front. Fuck. Some people couldn't help but turn their heads to check the situation. After seeing this scene, they were shocked and quickened their pace. Now it's a competition of who can run faster. Even if your companions can only delay the monster for a few seconds, that's good. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, whoever's inside. Open the door and let us in. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that the high-tech battleship remained unmoved, the student who first arrived in front of the battleship panicked. Brother, uncle, please open the door and let me in. I don't want to die. Open the door. Fuck you. Before the man could finish spitting out the fragrance in his mouth, the predator that caught up with him pierced his body with one claw. At this point, all the dozen or so students being hunted by the predator died. Sube sat in the battleship and watched the scene with a calm expression. It's time to finish off this predator. Let the system open the car door, and Sube and Su Xiaoju got out together. Facing the swift predator, Sube felt a little uneasy about being alone, so he called Su Xiaoju to join the battle. After all, Su Xiaoju is now at level 1++, so it is not difficult for him to deal with a level 1+ predator. Hiss. As if sensing the difference between Sube and the other man, the predator did not attack for a while. Instead, he kept moving his feet, looking at Sube and the other man warily, and kept making low roars from his mouth. Sure enough, my wisdom has improved. After seeing this scene, Sube completely confirmed his previous thoughts. The intelligence of the mutated monsters is also constantly improving. Chapter 21. 3 Special Mutants. The predator looked alert and kept looking around at Sube and the other person. Sube no longer wasted time. It was just a level 1+ predator. Xiaoju, let's go. After receiving Sube's order, Su Xiaoju took the lead as a fox and shot out sharp fox claws from his white little hands and rushed towards the predator, with Sube following closely behind. Hiss. Seeing Sube and the other man attacking him, the predator did not retreat. It roared fiercely and rushed forward. Puff. Su Xiaoju cleverly dodged the predator's attack with her speed advantage, and her fox claws pierced its chest. The next second, Sube arrived, with electric light lingering on his powerful electromagnetic gloves, and he punched the predator's body. Roar. The predator was seriously injured after the first confrontation, and Su Xiaoju even opened a bloody hole in his body. It tried to escape, but it was too late. Get on your way. Sube moved quickly and threw a second punch, sending the predator to its death. After getting rid of the predator, Sube took out its energy crystal and the two got into the car. This level 1+ energy crystal provides 32 energy points for the Black Technology Battleship. Current battleship remaining energy points, 250. Looking at the endless blue sky in the distance of Beihai University, Sube felt a little fascinated. Sube plans to leave Beihai University after the Black Tech Battleship is upgraded to level 3. Now he is hunting fewer and fewer mutants from Beihai University. And there must be even more terrifying and larger numbers of mutated monsters out there. Sube doesn't want to just eat and wait for death. He needs to take the initiative. Actively hunt mutated monsters to become stronger. The system continues to search for mutated monsters of level 1+ and above. Yes. Sitting in the battleship, Sube opened the Black Technology production column. Now that he has enough energy points, he needs to make some high-tech items to enhance his combat power. Black Tech Magic Cannon, Absolute Defense Shield, Control Domain Power, Black Tech AZR Light Cannon. The various cool Black technology introductions above made Sube's eyes sparkle. This is only the current second-level status of the Black Technology Battleship. If you advance to the third level, you will unlock more Black technologies that can be produced. It's a pity that Sube can't afford these high-tech products that cost thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. Sube browsed for a while and found some Black technology that was useful to him. Name Small Space Bracelet. Level, second level. Function. Its interior adopts space folding technology, which can freely store a space volume of 1 cubic meter. Energy points consumed, 100. Sube's eyes lit up when he saw this small space bracelet. Isn't this something like a space ring? Not feeling bad about spending 100 energy points, Sube made one directly. Looking at the cute and well-behaved Su Xiaoju behind him, Sube decided to make one for her as well. After all, this kind of thing is a must-have in the apocalypse. After thinking for a while, Sube looked at the black collar on Su Xiaoju's neck with his eyes slightly narrowed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He chose to spend 10 more energy points to change the shape and size of the space bracelet. Soon, 2 small space bracelets were produced by the battleship and presented on the virtual production table. The bracelet looks ordinary, with a bright black luster on the surface, and it seems to be made with high-end technology. The other one was made by Sube specially for Su Xiaoju, which can replace the black collar Su Xiaoju had before. Su Xiaoju was very happy to receive the collar-shaped, small space bracelet given to her by Sube. Su Xiaoju couldn't wait to put on the small space bracelet given by Sube. Well, it's much better looking than the black collar from before, and the two are not even on the same level of decorations. After admiring Su Xiaoju's new outfit for a while, Su Bei continued browsing. Name activity, recovery potion. Level, first level. Effect, increases the user's cell activity in a short period of time, helping to recover from injuries. Evaluation, a low-level healing potion. Energy points consumed, 20. Su Bei looked at this active recovery potion and thought it could be used in case of emergency, so he made 2 of them directly. Su Bei handed one to Su Xiaoju. He put the remaining one into the small space bracelet. The use of small space bracelet is also very simple. You only need to use your mental power to sense inside, and you can see the contents of the entire space. And because it is a product of the Black Technology Battleship, with the help of the system, this small space bracelet is automatically bound to Su Bei and Su Xiaoju. Even if the small space bracelet is taken by someone else later, no one else can try to take out the items inside. Su Bei was very satisfied with this high-tech item. However, the production of these 2 pieces of black technology once again exhausted Su Bei's energy points. Alas, there are never enough energy points. Su Bei sighed helplessly, and Su Xiaoju on the side encouraged Su Bei with a smile. Brother Su Bei is so amazing. He will earn a lot of energy points sooner or later. Yeah, Xiaoju is still the best. Comforted by Su Xiaoju's softball, Su Bei felt filled with happiness. Xiaoju is the best. He can act cute and act like a spoiled brat, and he can also help me hunt for energy points. System, then I leave. After leaving the number 2 dormitory building, the Black Tech Battleship headed towards the school cafeteria. This is also the place where the system analyzes that the probability of special mutants appearing in the surrounding area is the highest. Soon, a prompt sound came from the system. 3 special mutants have been spotted around the master. Please give orders. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard that. There are 3 special mutants in the cafeteria at once. The system analyzed their specific data for me. Name Predator. Level 1+. Special abilities, none. Status, hunting, searching. Life level low. Evaluation, a special mutant. Both of them are predators. One is level 1+, and the other is level 1++. The third mutated monster is the first one Su Bei encountered. Name Giant Mutant. Level, 1++. Special ability, Brute Force, E+. Status, hunting, irritable. Life level low. Evaluation, the body size is several times larger than that of ordinary mutants, and the strength is outstanding. After seeing this giant mutant, Su Bei began to analyze it carefully. Level 1++ is not easy to deal with. Besides, judging from its appearance, that giant mutant is stronger than the saw-toothed mutant we encountered last time. However, Su Bei also noticed that there was violent in the status display of the giant mutant. Su Bei asked the system to call up the images of the giant mutant outside. Then Su Bei suddenly realized. At this moment, outside, the 2 predators were confronting the giant mutant. The atmosphere on both sides was very tense, and it seemed that they were preparing for a fight. Su Bei's mouth curled up. He was originally hesitating about how to kill these 3 special mutants. Now, Su Bei plans to wait for them to fight until both are injured, and then he will come out to take advantage. Chapter 22, The Tyrannical King. Soon, the giant mutant and the 2 predators who were displeased with each other started fighting. Su Bei almost clapped his hands in applause in the battleship. The cafeteria was originally occupied by 2 predators, and the giant mutant also wanted to get a piece of the pie. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. Roar. Although the opponent had 2 predators, the giant mutant was not afraid at all. It is over 3 meters tall, and its strong and powerful body is comparable to a muscular monster, which makes it look even more ferocious. Hiss. The 2 predators on the opposite side were equally powerful, both waving their sharp claws at the giant mutant. The war is about to break out. Bang, bang, bang. The giant mutant charged forward with such force that the ground beneath its feet shook. The 2 predators also rushed towards the giant mutant. According to the comparison of the levels and numbers of the 2 sides, the predators have some advantages. But in the end, the 2 predators were severely beaten by the giant mutant and were killed together. Su Bei also roughly analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the giant mutant. The giant mutant has average speed and reaction, but its defense, strength, and vitality are very strong. The wounds left by the predator on the giant mutant's chest were so deep that the bones were visible, but even so, they had no effect on the giant mutant. Roar. The giant mutant roared proudly at the corpses of the 2 predators, as if mocking them with disdain. The corner of Su Bei's mouth twitched. Does this mutated monster also like to act cool? At least the deaths of the 2 predators were not in vain. Su Bei and Su Xiaoju slowly got out of the car and approached the location of the giant mutant. Roar! The giant mutant naturally discovered Su Bei and the others first. It roared vigilantly at Su Bei and the other man, as if trying to scare them away. Because the giant mutant also felt a strong aura from Su Bei and the others, and it had just experienced a battle. Roar! Two roars were fruitless, and the giant mutant was extremely angry. But Su Bei and Su Xiaoju looked as usual. It's just a level 1++ mutant monster. It's not like I haven't killed it before. Su Bei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident and evil smile. Su Xiaoju, who was watching from the side, was filled with infatuation and stars in her eyes. Brother Su Bei is so handsome. Xiaoju, be careful in the battle later. Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju and asked her to enter combat state. After all, this giant mutant was also level 1++. The main fighting force now is still Su Xiaoju. Well, leave it to me, Brother Su Bei. A hint of confidence appeared on Su Xiaoju's face. Then Su Xiaoju moved and rushed towards the position of the giant mutant at an extremely fast speed. Roar! The deterrent power of the giant mutant cannot be destroyed by the two weak humans in front of them. The man and the monster collided with each other in an instant. The giant mutant smashed towards Su Xiaoju with its arms as thick as water tanks. Su Xiaoju dodged with an accelerated jump, then swung her extremely sharp fox claws to attack the giant mutant. Su Xiaoju's fox claws are sharper than the predator's claws. Su Xiaoju easily penetrated the body of the giant mutant, leaving a deep wound on it. The giant mutant let out a painful scream, and the next second it smashed towards Su Xiaoju even more fiercely. Although Su Xiaoju reacted quickly, he had just finished the attack and faced the giant mutant's attack of exchanging injuries for injuries. Su Xiaoju was unable to completely avoid the attack. Fuck! Su Bei, who was not far away, felt his heart bleeding when he saw this scene. If his Su Xiaoju was beaten to death, Su Bei would definitely cut this giant mutant into pieces. Xiaoju. Su Bei increased his speed to the extreme and caught Su Xiaoju, who was knocked away by the giant mutant. Su Xiaoju is not feeling well now after being hit hard by the giant mutant. Blood flowed from the corners of Su Xiaoju's rosy lips, and her delicate face was pale. Damn it! Su Bei was extremely angry when he saw Su Xiaoju's situation, and an irresistible aura of tyranny began to grow in Su Bei's heart. Su Bei gently put down Su Xiaoju's body and asked the system to drive the black technology battleship over to protect Su Xiaoju. Ding ding! Abnormal fluctuations in the Master's body energy have been detected. The Master is awakening. At this moment, Su Bei ignored the system prompt in his mind. He had only one thought in his mind. That is to kill this giant mutant in front of you. Brutal form. Su Bei's hair began to turn red rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. A breeze blew by, and Su Bei's hair had completely turned a violent red color, fluttering in the wind. Su Bei's muscles also began to swell slightly. His original height of 1.82 meters increased to nearly 1.9 meters, and he exuded a terrifying aura. Su Bei's pupils gradually turned red, as deep and terrifying as the flames in the Nine Nether Hell. A violent and bloodthirsty force surged from the depths of his heart. At this moment, Su Bei was like a demon god walking out of the Nine Netherworld purgatory. Su Bei felt that he had to kill something to offset the erosion of this force. Su Bei looked at the giant mutant not far away. At this moment, the giant mutant had long lost its previous momentum. It looked at Su Bei's changes in horror. The next moment, seeing Su Bei staring at it, the giant mutant abandoned the corpses of the two predators without hesitation, turned around, and ran towards the cafeteria behind it. Oh! Su Bei raised the corner of his mouth slightly in disdain and chuckled softly. The next moment, Su Bei's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. A flash of afterimage passed by, and the giant mutant only felt that he was hit by a high-speed truck. The next second, its huge body of more than 3 meters was smashed into the wall of the cafeteria. Bang! Boom! The rubble collapsed, smoke and dust filled the air, and the body of the giant mutant was buried in the rubble and became motionless. Su Bei didn't care about the giant mutant. He quickly came to Su Xiaoju's side, picked up Su Xiaoju like a princess, and put her back into the battleship. At this time, Su Bei also passively released the King of Tyranny. Su Bei only felt weak all over, and a feeling of exhaustion surged through his body like a whale sucking water. Then Su Bei fell headfirst onto Su Xiaoju's two big, soft breasts. Su Xiaoju was a little panicked, but fortunately Su Bei was lying on top of her, and there was still the sound of his heartbeat and breathing. Looking at Su Bei's handsome face, so close to her, Su Xiaoju just felt that Su Bei was so handsome. Not caring about her own injury, Su Xiaoju picked up Su Bei, who was lying on her ball, and helped him lean on the main driving seat of the battleship. Su Xiaoju took out the active recovery potion that Su Bei had given her from her small space bracelet. The pink and flexible little hands pried open Su Bei's mouth, and Xiaoju poured the active recovery potion into Su Bei's mouth. After drinking the active recovery potion, Su Bei's body's energy and nutrients that had just been consumed began to recover rapidly. Su Xiaoju just sat quietly on Su Bei's body, staring at Su Bei's face with a sweet smile on her lips. Su Bei's transformation just now scared Su Xiaoju, but fortunately he killed the giant mutant in the end, and Su Bei didn't seem to have any side effects. Chapter 23. It hurts here. Su Bei didn't know how long it had been. In a daze, he felt something twisting in front of him. Su Bei slowly opened his bloodshot black eyes, and the previous red had disappeared. Brother Su Bei, you're awake. When Su Xiaoju saw Su Bei open his eyes, tears welled up on her little face, and she looked so pitiful that Su Bei couldn't help but feel pity for her. Okay, I'm fine. Su Bei stretched out his hand with some difficulty and rubbed Su Xiaoju's soft long hair. System, how long have I been unconscious? Su Bei called up the system immediately. Master, you were unconscious for about 2 hours, and your body has almost recovered. Yeah. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the previous state in his mind. He was conscious at that time, but it was difficult for him to control himself in that state. Fortunately, my body reached its limit and was able to recover from that state. What on earth is the system? Su Bei took the tearful Su Xiaoju into his arms, comforting her and feeling her majesty. Master, you must have awakened a special ability before. Su Bei became excited when he heard this, and immediately asked the system to call up his analysis panel. Name Su Bei, host. Level 1+. Special ability, Tyrannical form, ST. Status, weak, excited. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, it is now recommended that the owner make some healing potions. Su Bei looked at the newly emerged special ability, King of Tyranny, and the level judged by the system. What is the typical rating for a system's special abilities? Master, this battleship system categorizes biological special abilities as follows. E, D, C, B, A, AR, S, SS, SSS, ST. So, my level as the King of Tyranny is very high? Yes, Master. Logically speaking, it is impossible for you to awaken ST-level special abilities at level 1+. However, due to the Master's intense inner emotions and unknown factors, he awakened prematurely to the King of Tyranny. The battleship's current tier is too low, and this system is unable to analyze the specific factors that would allow the owner to awaken ST-level abilities. However, the Master is still unable to fully master the King of Tyranny. Furthermore, using this ability will consume a lot of energy, so it is recommended that the owner not use it actively. No. Although I can't use the King of Tyranny, now, it's good to have awakened my superpowers. Thinking this in his heart, Su Bei felt that he had made a huge profit this time. That's right, the energy crystals of those 3 monsters. Only then did Su Bei recall that he had only killed the giant mutant, but did not take out their energy crystals. Hearing Su Bei's voice, Su Xiaoju beside him chuckled. Don't worry, brother Su Bei, Xiaoju has already brought back their energy crystals. That's good. Su Bei scratched his head a little embarrassedly, took the energy crystals handed to him by Su Xiaoju, and converted them into battleship energy points. That's 150 points in total, which is pretty good. Su Bei opened the black technology production bar and consumed 100 energy points to make 5 active recovery potions. The energy points just gained were reduced by half again. But Su Bei didn't feel sorry. He gave one to Su Xiaoju, who was still injured. After experiencing the battle just now, Su Bei also understood that there is a huge gap in strength between monsters of different types. That giant mutant is at least comparable to an ordinary level 2 mutant. Looking at Su Xiaoju's clothes, which were somewhat damaged, most of Su Xiaoju's clothes were damaged in the previous battle. Su Bei was a little embarrassed and pushed Su Xiaoju down. Xiaoju, go to the back and change your clothes first. Seeing Su Bei's embarrassment, Su Xiaoju laughed and walked towards the living area of the high-tech battleship. Su Bei also began to adjust his breath. After the battle just now, he felt that he was about to break through. Su Bei continued to browse various strengthening potions in the black technology production column. See if you can make a potion that will allow you to break through to level 1++. In the end, Su Bei spent 50 energy points to make a cell proliferation potion. According to the introduction of this black technology potion, It is best used after being injured in battle. Sube picked up the prepared medicine and drank it in one gulp. I feel that every cell in my body is regaining its vitality and starting to proliferate. A few minutes later, Sube showed joy on his face. This cell proliferation potion successfully allowed him to break through to level 1++. Name Sube Host. Level 1++. Special ability, Tyrannical form, ST. Status, Excited, Breakthrough. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation. The master has become a little stronger. At this time, Su Xiaoju also changed into a light pink dress with suspenders and came to Su Bei cutely. At night, Su Bei docked the warship near a remote forest. Today's total harvest is nearly 300 energy points. Su Bei estimated that at this rate, he would be able to accumulate enough energy points to upgrade to a high-tech battleship in 3 days at most. Su Bei's hunting over the past few days has also reduced the number of mutated monsters in Beihai University. Now some brave surviving students and teachers have begun to come out carefully to check the situation. Inside the high-tech battleship, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were lying on a high-tech bed, enjoying the refreshing breeze. There is no other place in the whole Beihai University where one can have such a comfortable rest as they do. Brother Su Bei, what are you doing today? Su Xiaoju turned sideways to look at Su Bei and asked with curiosity in her eyes. That's the special ability I awakened today. Did it scare you? No. I think Brother Su Bei looks even more handsome like that. Su Xiaoju's eyes were full of stars, and when she thought of Su Bei's violent appearance, a hint of crystal appeared at the corners of her mouth. The corner of Su Bei's mouth twitched slightly. He now realized that this was not only a naughty fox, but also a little fox who was obsessed with looks. Hey, Brother Su Bei, I was beaten so hard by that monster today. Where does it still hurt? Su Bei asked nervously after hearing this. The giant mutant's punch during the day was indeed very powerful. If it were Su Bei, he might have ascended to heaven on the spot. Here, the corner of Su Bei's mouth twitched. It was clearly a frontal attack, so how could his but hurt? Woo-woo. Degree. Seeing that Su Bei remained unmoved in front of her, Su Xiaoju whimpered pitifully and buried her head in the quilt. Su Bei was helpless. Then let me rub it for you. Su Xiaoju's sobbing stopped abruptly when she heard this, and she moved inadvertently towards Su Bei. Her delicate little face, buried in the quilt, showed a smile of success. Chapter 24, Advanced Black Technology Battleship. 3 days passed in a flash. Su Bei also obtained more than 1,000 energy points for the warship within these 3 days. Battleship remaining energy points, 1425. In addition to the 1,000 energy points required to upgrade the Black Tech battleship, there are more than 400 points. Looking at the remaining energy points of the battleship displayed on the screen, Su Bei couldn't help but smile. Finally, I can upgrade the battleship. Su Bei instructed the system. The system begins to advance. Yes. As Su Bei gave the order, the exterior of the Black Tech warship was instantly shrouded in a mysterious white light. Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were both sitting in the battleship waiting for the end of the advancement. This time, the upgrade of the Black Tech battleship will take much longer than Su Bei expected. After more than half an hour, the Black Technology battleship completed its upgrade and the light dissipated. Su Bei got off the car, and a brand new third-level Black Tech battleship appeared in Su Bei's sight. Name Black Technology battleship. Level 3, Advanced Tank Form. Function, Black Technology Production, Detection Function, High-speed charge, fully automatic driving. Armament, machine gun fire, super alloy body. Evaluation. The third-order Black Tech battleship has initially acquired a certain level of firepower and possesses high-end intelligence. Requirements for upgrading to the next tier of warships. 10,000 energy points. Basic materials for 10 large cars. Good job. Su Bei couldn't help but sigh when he saw the data panel of the third-level Black Tech battleship. Looking at the high-tech warship that is as big as a bus, Su Bei feels a sense of accomplishment. Now he dares to say that the third-level Black Tech battleship will definitely beat the military's armored vehicles. The width and height of the third-level Black Technology battleship did not change much, but the length increased to about 10 meters. It has a somewhat flattened, square-shaped, sci-fi exterior. Every corner and protrusion has a very smooth arc transition, and the previous sharpness and protrusions are also retained. It can be said that the third-order Black Tech battleship has made improvements to the original appearance. It looks like a high-end and advanced armed vehicle. The exterior color is still that bright black, but there are some patterns of other colors on it, which increases the beauty of the battleship. Inside the Black Tech battleship, 2 sci-fi alloy retractable mechanical doors have been added between the original 3 areas, driving area, daily living area, and storage area. The interior space has also been greatly increased, and various built-in decorations and equipment have also been upgraded and improved. Su Xiaoju looked around curiously at the third-level black tech battleship. Su Bei clicked on the machine gun fire option in the armament column of the black tech battleship. The third-order black tech battleship is equipped with a total of 6 13mm large-caliber machine guns, all of which are charged by the battleship's energy points. There are 2 doors installed on each side and the front end of the battleship. Normally, it is sunk into the battleship's hull, and when activated, it will complete mechanical outward expansion within 2 seconds. Super Alloy Body is an upgrade of the original body, and now it can easily defend against attacks from hot weapons such as pistols. After reading about the general functions of the third-level black tech battleship, Su Bei already had a preliminary understanding of the current battleships. Let's get in the car. Su Bei called Su Xiaoju, and they both got in the car. Currently, there are only more than 400 energy points left in the battleship. It is impossible to save 10,000 points in a short period of time to advance to the next stage. Su Bei simply opened the black technology production column to see if there were any black technology items he needed. Name Strength Amplification Potion. Level 3. Effect. It can double the user's strength in a short period of time, with the upper limit of the effect being level 5. Evaluation. Drink this and you can go head-to-head with the big guys. Energy points consumed, 300. Su Bei was a little tempted when he saw this strength amplification potion, but level 3 black technology potions are so expensive. One requires 300 energy points. After some hesitation, Su Bei decided to make one. In case of any danger in the future, this would be a life-saving trump card. Soon a red potion appeared in Su Bei's hand, and Su Bei put this strength amplification potion into the small space bracelet. Su Bei used the remaining 100 energy points to directly make 2 physical energy enhancement potions. After drinking 2 tubes of potion, Su Bei felt that his strength had improved a little, and he might not be far from breaking through to level 2. Su Xiaoju has been fed energy crystals of level 1 plus or above by Su Bei every day these past 2 days, and she had already broken through to level 2. Yesterday, Su Bei glanced at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment around Beihai University. It's time to get out of here. Now most of the special mutants in Beihai University have been hunted down by Su Bei. Killing the remaining ordinary mutants won't give you many energy points. Su Bei looked outside Beihai University. Beihai University was just his starting point. He, Su Bei, has to keep hunting down advanced mutated monsters, keep upgrading his black tech warships, and keep getting stronger. Until finally you have unparalleled strength and can survive comfortably in this doomsday. Su Bei developed a belief in becoming stronger. If he wanted to continue to live comfortably and freely in this apocalypse, he must have strength. The system begins to leave Beihai University. Yes. The cool third-level black tech battleship drove towards the south gate of Beihai University in a domineering manner, just like a high-end armed vehicle in a science fiction movie. Along the way, ordinary mutants were attracted by the sound of the warship and rushed towards the hull of the warship. Su Bei looked at these beast-like mutants with a slight smile on his face. Su Bei had previously spent 100 energy points to create an automatic recycling function for the battleship. Now there is no need for Su Bei to get off the car to take the energy crystals of the mutants that were killed by the warship. A slender mechanical metal tube arm slowly extended from one side of the front end of the black tech battleship and inserted into the bodies of the mutants. Each energy crystal was directly absorbed by the warship and transformed into energy points. Comfortable. Gain energy points just by lying still. Su Xiaoju on the side also came over. Having reached level 2, she could now get close to Su Bei without him noticing. Su Bei felt something soft on his arm and said helplessly, "Xiaoju, could you please not be so quiet every time you approach me? What's the matter?" This time, Su Bei finally couldn't tolerate the little fox girl's insolence anymore. Although there is clothing between us, that fascinating place still makes thousands of cells and nerves go crazy. It seemed that Su Bei's behavior was too much, and Su Xiaoju couldn't help but let out a whimper. But Su Xiaoju did not stop. Her face was as tempting as a ripe red apple. The little fox girl also deliberately turned her pretty face away so that Su Bei wouldn't see it. Chapter 25. Leaving Beihai University. After a while of squeezing and grabbing, Su Bei withdrew his hand contentedly. Su Bei knew that the time was not yet ripe, and he couldn't go too far. Su Xiaoju was teased by Su Bei until her face turned red. She turned her little face away and didn't dare to look at Su Bei. Su Bei couldn't help laughing when he saw Su Xiaoju's shy look. This little fox girl has the heart but not the courage. Su Bei no longer picked on Su Xiaoju. He looked at the control screen of the battleship. The black tech battleship is currently moving at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. It would probably take only a few minutes for Su Bei to drive to the south gate of Beihai University. Just as Su Bei was thinking in his heart, "Master, a level 2 mutant creature has been spotted ahead." The system's warning sound suddenly sounded, interrupting Su Bei's thoughts. Su Bei was surprised when he heard this and quickly looked at the picture on the control screen. Not far ahead is a small empty square of Beihai University. And right now, there was a mutated monster lying there that was as big as a car. Su Bei asked the system to analyze the other party's data. Name: mutated wolf dog. Level 2. Special abilities: none. Status: resting, patrolling. Life level: ordinary. Evaluation: a large mutated dog, currently posing a threat to its owner. Seeing the analysis panel of the giant wolf-shaped monster, Su Bei briefly analyzed the situation in his mind. Although this is my first encounter with a level 2 mutant monster, the chances of defeating it should be very high. The third-level black tech battleship has 6 13mm machine guns. After briefly analyzing the difference in combat power between the two sides, Su Bei decided to hunt down this mutated wolf dog. Su Xiaoju also came over at this time. She licked the corner of her beautiful mouth. She had never tasted the level 2 energy crystal. System activates armed machine gun fire. Su Bei gave the order, and as the black tech battleship moved forward, 2 machine guns as thick as arms were quickly extended and retracted from the front of the vehicle. Then the mechanical sound of the battleship was heard. Attack the target, the mutated wolfhound, with 2 machine guns. The next moment, a burst of fire snakes shot out from the machine gun muzzle at the front of the black technology battleship. The bullets were fired at such high speed that the mutated wolfhounds in the small square had no time to react. The mutated wolfhound let out a howl in an instant, followed by a burst of barking. The machine gun bullets of the black tech battleship continued to fire, and hundreds of 13mm alloy bullets were fired in less than 10 seconds. The mutated wolfhound was hit by at least dozens of bullets. At this moment, it was lying in a pool of bright red blood, looking extremely miserable. "I just came to the small square to bask in the sun after dinner. Why do you have to be so cruel?" "Oh, though." The mutated wolfhound lying on the ground kept humming in the direction of the black tech battleship. There was a look of pain in his eyes. Who had he offended? Su Bei, who was sitting in the battleship, didn't care about the mutated wolf dog's current mood. Because the continuous firing from the 2 machine guns in the past 10 seconds almost consumed half of his remaining energy points. Su Bei roughly calculated that 2 machine guns firing continuously for 10 seconds would consume about 10 energy points. It's a bit expensive. Fortunately, the level 2 mutant wolf dog was seriously injured, and it looks like it is no longer in danger. However, to be on the safe side, Su Bei still asked the system to activate the machine gun fire for another 5 seconds. Da-da-da-da. After a burst of inhumane howls, the mutated wolf dog collapsed on the spot like a dead dog, and it could not even lift its head. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked towards the direction of the black tech battleship, his heart filled with fear. "Oh my god, I must have eaten someone else's poop in my previous life. That's why I ended up like this." Looking at the 2 figures of Su Bei and Su Xiaoju walking towards him, the mutated wolf dog knew that his life would not last long. Woof woof. But as a level 2 mutant creature, the mutant wolf dog would give some gift back to the other party, even if it died. Woo! In its dying state, the mutated wolf dog fought back, using up the last bit of its strength after Su Bei and the other man approached. It pounced hard on Su Xiaoju, one of the 2, wanting to take a bite of the big meat bun before dying. Puff! But the result was that Su Xiaoju's fox claw pierced his body, and he died. Looking at the mutated wolf dog's counterattack before death, Su Bei felt a little numb. A level 2 mutant creature's vitality is so tenacious. He was being sprayed with hundreds of rounds by 2 13mm machine guns, and he was still able to move. Fortunately, Su Xiaoju also broke through to level 2 not long ago, and her original combat power was off the charts. The mutated wolf dog has hit a wall this time. After collecting the energy crystal from the mutated wolf dog, Su Bei looked at the mutated wolf dog's corpse, which was as big as a car, and something in his heart moved. This mutant dog meat shouldn't be poisonous, right? Listening to Su Bei's words, Su Xiaoju on the side tilted her head in confusion. "Brother Su Bei, do you want to eat this?" Haha. Su Bei touched the back of his head and then asked the system. The system indicates that the corpse of this mutated creature needs to undergo special processing before it can be used. Currently, warships do not have this function. After hearing this, Su Bei had no choice but to give up the idea of having a feast of mutated dog meat. Back in the battleship, Su Bei handed the mutated wolf dog's level 2 energy crystal to Su Xiaoju for absorption. Su Xiaoju was not polite either. It was her first time trying a level 2 energy crystal. Su Bei was originally worried that Su Xiaoju would explode if he absorbed the energy crystal beyond his level. However, the system indicated that there was no problem with Su Xiaoju's perfect life level. After hearing this, Su Bei wanted more and more to improve his life level. However, the system stated that it was difficult to raise Su Bei's life level under the current conditions. So Su Bei should just focus on the black technology potion. Su Xiaoju swallowed the energy crystal in one gulp. The violent energy within the level 2 energy crystal began to impact Su Xiaoju's entire body after being swallowed. Every cell and tissue in the body has been baptized and transformed by dark energy. Su Xiaoju felt that her body was getting stronger and stronger. So cool. A few minutes later, after absorbing the energy crystals, Su Xiaoju exhaled an invisible foul air and uttered obscene words. At this time, Su Xiaoju's face still had a blush. If someone who didn't know the truth saw Su Xiaoju's expression, they would think that Su Bei had done something unspeakable to her. After dealing with the mutated wolf dog, Su Bei also let the system move forward. The road was smooth after that, and the high-tech battleship went straight to the south gate of Beihai University. This place no longer has the glory and splendor it had a few days ago, and the iron fence at the gate was broken by something unknown. There were a lot of bloodstains on the ground on both sides. Su Bei guessed that someone had planned to escape from here before, but encountered a mutated monster and died here. Sitting in the battleship, Su Bei looked back and said goodbye to the university where he had studied for more than a year. Then Su Bei looked at the wide road ahead again. Beihai City, here I come. Chapter 26, Su Xiaoju's Armchair and the Blind Survivors. After leaving Beihai University, Su Bei decided to go to the most advanced large hospital in Beihai City, Beihai University Hospital. Because Su Bei had previously asked the system about the construction of a medical room for the Black Tech battleship. At that time, the system provided too many energy points for production, and Su Bei definitely could not afford it in a short period of time. But in the end times, without medical care, being seriously injured basically means death. But Su Bei, who had been using high-tech treatment drugs, felt so distressed. After all, even the lowest level healing potion requires dozens or hundreds of energy points. And those medicines that can heal severed limbs and regenerate them are extremely expensive. The system said that if there are corresponding medical equipment and materials as the basic prototype for the construction of a black tech medical room, the consumption of some energy points can be reduced. This is also the main purpose of Su Bei going to Beihai University Hospital. The medical equipment there is considered to be the most advanced in Beihai City. If we can get those devices as prototype materials for the manufacture of the Black Tech battleship's medical room, it will definitely save Su Bei a lot of energy points. Okay, the system will automatically navigate to Beihai University Hospital next. Yes, Master. The speed of the Black Tech battleship began to increase, knocking over various abandoned vehicles parked on the road. Su Bei also saw mutated monsters locked inside these vehicles. They were showing their fangs and claws, but couldn't get out. Su Bei guessed that the car owner was directly distorted by the dark energy mutation while driving and turned into a mutant. However, this can protect more survivors from monster attacks. Because there were too many vehicles and objects blocking the road along the way, the speed of the Black Technology battleship gradually decreased. The only advantage is that there are a constant stream of mutants rushing towards the battleship, providing the battleship with a lot of energy points. According to the system's calculations, it will take about 3 days to get to Beihai General Hospital. Su Bei was not in a hurry and leaned leisurely on the high-tech main chair behind him. In addition to the original comfort, the main seat of the third-level Black Tech battleship also has many new Black Tech functions, such as automatic massage, automatic height adjustment, and conversion of seat and reclining modes. Su Xiaoju was envious, but currently only Su Bei's main seat had this treatment. I want one too. Su Xiaoju cried out and squeezed directly to Su Bei's side. Fortunately, the main seat is spacious enough to barely accommodate 2 people. Feeling the fragrance and softness coming from beside him, Su Bei felt happy and did not refuse. This is the life he wants in the end times. Su Xiaoju is curious about the various adjustment and massage functions of the Black Technology chair. As her delicate body leaned forward, Su Xiaoju trembled all over as if she had been electrocuted. It was her first time to experience a massage, and her whole body felt tingling and numb. Oh, this is so comfortable. Su Xiaoju whimpered comfortably, and her whole body collapsed like a punctured water balloon. Like a docile kitten being stroked by its owner, half of its body was leaning against Su Bei's right side. Su Bei didn't care about Su Xiaoju's behavior. It was obviously to increase his experience and the cushioned chair. As time went by, Su Bei and his team encountered many surviving human vehicles along the way. However, most of them do not have the powerful power and collision avoidance capabilities of the high-tech warships. It's basically impossible to move forward. The survivors in those vehicles all looked towards the direction of the high-tech battleship with envy. Half an hour later, the system suddenly issued a warning. "What's wrong, system?" Su Bei opened his eyes from his state of enjoyment and looked at the control screen with some surprise. In the scenes surrounding the high-tech battleship, several survivors blocked the battleship's path. Su Bei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. This was not the first time he had encountered this situation. However, these people are obviously not ordinary people. There are several cool-looking ghost fire motorcycles parked next to them. Looking at the gangster-like attire of these people, Su Bei had already guessed most of what they were like. Su Bei did not stop the system from moving forward, and the black technology battleship continued to move forward at a speed of 60 horsepower. When the social people in front of the warship saw this, one of them started cursing. "Damn, is this guy crazy? Fuck. Everyone disperse." When the few people saw that the high-tech battleship was still rushing towards them at the same speed, they felt a little scared. They also had to give way to the sides. As the high-tech warship passed by them, anger began to rise in the hearts of several people. "Fuck him. He didn't even stop for me. Brothers, let's go and kill him." Hearing the voice, several people echoed and rode their ghost fire motorcycles. Su Bei, who was enjoying Su Xiaoju's service in the battleship, looked at this scene and didn't take the few people seriously at all. "If you still don't have eyes, then don't blame me." As Su Bei spoke, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Su Bei actually doesn't like killing people, but he also hates trouble and flies. "Since you've caught up." Su Bei showed an evil smile on his face, looked at the several ghost fires following behind the battleship, and said to the system, "System, adjust the direction of the battleship. Get rid of those flies first." "Yes." After receiving Su Bei's instructions, the black tech battleship made an exaggerated sharp turn and instantly changed the direction of the front of the vehicle. This action scared several motorcycles behind and caused them to brake suddenly. Holy crap. When did our Blue Star's car manufacturing become so advanced? Holy crap. What kind of shunting technique is this? Before these survivors could admire the advanced technology of the warship, the next second, the expressions on their faces changed. "Fuck. It looks like it's coming towards us. No way. Damn it. Run." As the black tech battleship adjusted its direction, it rushed towards one of the motorcycles with a high-speed collision. Bump. In less than a second, the unfortunate motorcycle had a close contact with the high-tech battleship. The next second, the motorcycle flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, and the driver and the motorcycle were basically destroyed and killed. Without waiting for the remaining people to react, the black tech battleship adjusted its front again and rushed towards another motorcycle. "Fuck me." The last words were spoken, and the next second the motorcycle and its driver ascended to heaven together. In less than a minute, the wreckage of 5 motorcycles appeared on the ground of Beihai Second Road. Su Bei didn't think he was cruel. In this chaotic apocalypse, if you have the strength, you have to show it, otherwise others will not take you seriously. Su Bei looked at the scrapped motorcycles with some boredom. "Just like this, you dare to come up and challenge him and his high-tech battleship?" The system is gone. The high-tech battleship sailed away in a domineering manner. A large group of mutants who came from the rear after smelling the blood began to rush frantically towards the bodies of the gangsters on the ground. Chapter 27. Instant Noodles and Ham Sausage. The route selected by the system is Beihai City's Avenue, Beihai Second Road. This road leads directly to Beihai University Hospital, but there will probably be a lot of scrapped vehicles on the road. But this is not a problem at all for the high-tech battleship the size of a minibus. When encountering a group of vehicles on the road, the battleship can easily clear them with a speed charge. We didn't encounter any major trouble along the way. The only trouble is that there are constantly surviving humans approaching the high-tech battleship for help. However, all these people were ignored by Su Bei. After all, the space in his own high-tech battleship is limited. Besides, there is the extremely beautiful Su Xiaoju here. How could Su Bei let anyone else get on his battleship? Even female students, beauties, and goddesses were ignored by Su Bei. Those slutty bitches out there are not as good as my little vixen. While driving, the system prompted that there was new content in the official broadcast. Su Bei immediately asked the system to turn on the battleship radio function. "Hello, fellow citizens of Beihai City. I am Colonel Sun Xiaoxiong of the 9th Military District of Beihai City. Su Bei listened to the voice and name on the radio, and it was not the same person who broadcast last time. Currently, our Beihai City has established a safe haven at the garrison headquarters, located at XXX. We have been dispatching to various locations in Beihai City to carry out rescue operations since this morning. Please take shelter and wait for rescue. The main search and rescue locations are Beihai University, Tianhao Hotel, Beihai University Hospital, and the City Council Center. Temporary rescue stations will be set up in these places, and the rescue work will last for about a week. If there are citizens close to these places, please take the initiative to go there to increase the chance of being rescued. The above is also requested. Citizens who have heard the news, please tell others around you who may have contact with you and spread the news as much as possible. What followed was the same content repeated over and over again, and the system automatically turned off the radio function. It seems that the military has already started the rescue. Su Bei began to ponder in his heart. The next place he was going to was Beihai University Hospital, and that happens to be the military's key rescue location. Su Bei was not surprised. After all, that was the most advanced hospital in Beihai City. Among them, the attending physicians and medical professors alone are worthy of the military's full rescue efforts, not to mention the large number of high-end and advanced medical equipment there. It seems we might have to come into contact with military personnel when we go to get those medical equipment. Su Bei frowned slightly and thought about it. This situation is difficult to avoid, and Su Bei has prepared for the worst. It's nothing more than taking the medical equipment away from the military. As long as his strength is sufficient, Su Bei will not be intimidated even if the opponent is from the military. Next, I'll try to accumulate as many energy points as possible before reaching Beihai Hospital to increase my combat power. Su Bei focused on improving his strength. At present, Su Bei's own level is 1++, and he has reached the critical point of breakthrough. Ever since Su Bei accidentally awakened the King of Tyranny last time, he can now directly absorb energy crystals. However, the level of energy crystals that can be absorbed is limited, and he can only barely absorb level 1 energy crystals now. But now the lowest level ordinary mutants are all level 1. Therefore, Su Bei currently has no suitable energy crystals that can be directly absorbed. He still remembered that Su Xiaoju could absorb energy crystals beyond his level at that time. The system explained that this was due to the different levels of their own lives. Su Bei had no choice but to accept it. As the system moves forward, pay attention to the possible high-level mutant monsters around. Notify me immediately if you find anything. Yes. Fortunately, Su Bei can use black technology potions to improve his strength. System, help me make 10 basic strengthening potion. After quickly drinking 10 potions, Su Bei felt that he was one step closer to a breakthrough. Brother Su Bei, I want to drink too. Su Xiaoju watched Su Bei drink the basic strengthening potion from the side, and she couldn't help but come over. You can directly absorb energy crystals to strengthen yourself. There's no need to use this potion now. Su Bei painstakingly explained the matter to Su Xiaoju, and ultimately saved him 10 energy points, V. However, now that Su Xiaoju is at level 2, the first level, basic strengthening potion, is really no longer effective. Su Bei stroked Su Xiaoju's hair and stroked her orange fluffy fox ears. Looking at Su Xiaoju's hair that gradually changes from orange to gold and then to red, she looks like a character from the second dimension. Su Xiaoju suddenly shook the furry fox ears on her head twice, as if she had noticed Su Bei's gaze. She buried her head in Su Bei's arms with some pride, like a spoiled kitten acting coquettishly. Su Bei was a little amused. Although Su Xiaoju had now turned into a human form, her coquettish actions and temperament remained unchanged. Okay, it's almost noon, let's eat something. Su Bei spoke and helped Su Xiaoju up. Okay, I want beef jerky and ham. As soon as she heard that it was time for lunch, Su Xiaoju immediately became energetic. When Su Xiaoju was still in fox form, Su Bei would occasionally feed it ham sausage and beef jerky. Now that he has turned into a humanoid form, Su Xiaoju likes to eat Su Bei's beef jerky and ham sausage even more. Su Bei did not refuse. He went to the storage area of the battleship and took out 2 buckets of instant noodles, a bag of beef jerky, and a bag of sausage. Under Su Xiaoju's somewhat curious gaze, Su Bei made 2 buckets of braised noodles. While waiting for instant noodles with Su Xiaoju, Su Bei tore open the packaging of beef jerky and ham sausage. Su Bei divided a large bag of beef jerky and a dozen sausages into 2 equal portions. 2 minutes later, Su Bei brought the braised instant noodles, 1 bucket each for him and Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju was a little curious, as it was her first time eating instant noodles. Looking at Su Bei eating noodles, Su Xiaoju tried using a fork. Soon the two of them started working, enjoying the big bucket of braised instant noodles. After eating and drinking, Su Bei leaned back on the high-tech chair and continued to enjoy the massage. As for the instant noodle waste, it will be processed by the system. At this time, Su Xiaoju was holding a sausage in her mouth and eating it with relish. Brother Su Bei's ham sausage is so delicious. Well, if you like it, eat more. I have plenty here anyway. Su Bei responded casually. There's a lot of food stored on the black tech battleship now, which is enough for him and Su Xiaoju to enjoy luxury for a long time. Brother Su Bei is the best. Hearing that she could eat Su Bei's sausage as much as she wanted, Su Xiaoju was overjoyed and hugged Su Bei, who was lying on the black technology chair, and rubbed against him. Feeling the softness of Su Xiaoju's body, Su Bei felt numb. This naughty fox likes to hold him and rub him with the giant panda. Chapter 28. How big is it? Near dusk, Su Bei asked the system to dock the high-tech battleship on the side of the road. He was not confident about driving at night in this dangerous apocalypse. Throughout the day, the black tech battleship only encountered one special level 1+ mutant. Today's total energy point income is only about 180. It was completely incomparable to what Su Bei had gained from hunting at Beihai University before. Of course, Beihai's second road doesn't have much traffic, but there are a lot of scrapped cars. There are also survivors. Su Bei encountered at least 10 waves of survivors today. Most of them wanted to go to Beihai University to rescue the military. Sitting in the battleship, Su Bei looked up at the top of the battleship with the skylight open. He took in all the sparkles in the night sky and the hazy scenery. The night at the end of the world seemed hazy in Su Bei's eyes. Su Bei looked at the black clouds in the sky, wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly, a soft feeling pressed down on him, and a faint fragrance came, bringing Su Bei's mind back to reality. Su Bei turned his head slightly to look at Su Xiaoju, who was leaning against him. She had just come out of the bathroom after taking a shower, wearing only a tank top and a few panties. Although it was summer, Su Xiaoju's body felt very cool. The parts of Su Bei and Su Xiaoju's bodies that were in contact felt as comfortable as if they had touched a cool water bag. Su Xiaoju looked at Su Bei with a smile on her face, a smile that could make thousands of people crazy. Su Bei was a little dazed as he watched. If it were before, Su Xiaoju would definitely be the perfect goddess that he could not even imagine. Su Bei came back to his senses and scratched his head awkwardly. Of course, Xiaoju is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Su Bei praised Su Xiaoju from the bottom of his heart without hesitation. Su Xiaoju's delicate little face flushed a little when she heard this. But the two furry fox ears on her head were shaking honestly, proving that Su Xiaoju was feeling the same way at the moment. After contacting Su Bei these days, Su Xiaoju also understood the dangerous situation of Blue Star. Su Xiaoju leaned her little head on Su Bei's body. Su Xiaoju felt Su Bei's body and thought secretly in her heart, but Su Bei had more thoughts. He wants to live happily with Su Xiaoju forever. He doesn't want to put his fate and life in the hands of others, which requires him to have enough power. The only way I can be with Xiaoju forever is to keep getting stronger and upgrading my high-tech battleship. Having made up his mind secretly, Su Bei tightened his arms around Su Xiaoju slightly. Feeling the girl's fragrance and softness, Su Bei felt more determined. Whether this doomsday exists or disappears, as long as it does not interfere with him and Su Xiaoju, it will be fine. It's getting late, good night. The next morning, Su Bei woke up. He only slept 4 or 5 hours, but now he feels full of energy. Asking the system, this is because his physical level has reached level 1++. According to the system, when his level reaches level 5, or even higher, he will no longer need sleep to restore his energy. Just absorbing a certain amount of energy crystals can keep the body in optimal condition at all times. Su Bei carefully moved Su Xiaoju off his body and put her on the high-tech bed. Su Bei went to the bathroom. The washroom is inside the bathroom. It is very small and has almost only a wash basin. Su Bei squeezed out a little green soft solid toothpaste onto the toothbrush and started washing up in the morning. Su Bei came out of the bathroom, and Su Xiaoju also woke up at this time. Su Xiaoju, who is of a higher level than Su Bei, actually woke up earlier than Su Bei. It's just that she felt so comfortable lying on Su Bei that she didn't want to get up. Walking into the bathroom, Su Xiaoju glanced back quietly and silently picked up the toothbrush that Su Bei had just used. Su Xiaoju actually used the same toothbrush as Su Bei. Fortunately, Su Bei didn't know. Su Xiaoju didn't care much as she brushed with the toothbrush that was still a little wet. She was originally a fox, and she mastered the basic knowledge and common sense of Blue Star in a very short time. But when it comes to brushing teeth, Su Xiaoju instinctively likes to use the same one as Su Bei and do it together. After both of them finished washing up, they came to the living area of the high-tech battleship. Su Bei took out some breakfast bread and 2 boxes of pure milk from the storage area for breakfast. Su Xiaoju is not interested in the panel. It's pure milk. Su Xiaoju remembered that she had seen on Su Bei's mobile phone that milk helps with development. Su Xiaoju glanced at her big ball inadvertently. She was not sure whether Su Bei liked someone of her size. Su Xiaoju silently picked up a box of pure milk and started drinking it. The first sip felt pretty good. Seeing that Su Xiaoju liked drinking milk so much, Su Bei simply pushed his box to Su Xiaoju. I'll give it all to you. However, Su Xiaoju began to imagine another meaning of Su Bei. I like big ones. Su Xiaoju was a little surprised, thinking that Su Bei wanted her to develop more. Su Xiaoju, who had misunderstood, immediately changed the astonishment on her face into a meaningful smile. Su Bei was surprised when he heard Su Xiaoju suddenly speak. What's so big? Don't you like drinking pure milk? If you don't believe me, you can try it. This morning, Su Xiaoju was wearing a blue and white short-sleeve shirt that looked like a sailor suit and an orange chiffon skirt. It is very cool and energetic for girls in summer. Su Bei, good guy. Su Bei also thoroughly understood Su Xiaoju's background, which was really bigger than D. Of course, this D was measured by himself, because he had never seen or touched how big D was. Chapter 29, Mood. It was 9 in the morning, and the summer weather was pleasant. Su Bei sat in the high-tech battleship and looked at the endless blue sky outside, feeling indescribably happy. Su Bei believes that the only benefit after the end of the world on Blue Planet may be that he doesn't have to go to school anymore. No need to struggle to make money to live. Of course, this is just Su Bei's thought at the moment. Now more people are still struggling in the apocalypse, waiting for military rescue. Brother Su Bei, the weather is so nice today. Should we do something? Su Xiaoju came out of the living area of the battleship and entered the driving area. She stretched in front of Su Bei in a very sexy way. Because her short sleeves were not long enough, her smooth and white belly was perfectly displayed in front of Su Bei. An amazing S-shaped figure. Ahem. Su Bei changed the subject. I remember you have a special ability to change form. Oh, if Brother Su Bei hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it. When Su Xiaoju heard the transformation, she suddenly spoke loudly, as if she remembered something. Form shift is my second special ability. It allows me to switch between my previous fox form and my current humanoid form. Su Xiaoju explained her transformation to Su Bei in a somewhat strange tone. Brother Su Bei, you don't want to though. As if she was thinking of something strange, a blush appeared on Su Xiaoju's pretty face, with a hint of shock and a bit of anticipation. Su Xiaoju curled up a mysterious smile and looked at Su Bei. If Brother Su Bei wants to do this, it's not impossible. The corners of Su Bei's mouth twitched unconsciously, and black lines flashed through his mind. I just wanted you to demonstrate your special ability. Transformation. Hee, just kidding. Su Xiaoju suddenly smiled playfully, as if her plan had succeeded, and she said with a smile as beautiful as a flower. I'll show Brother Su Bei the transformation right now. After speaking, Su Xiaoju's body was suddenly enveloped by a strange and colorful light. Then its size began to shrink until it became the size of a pet cat. The light dissipated, revealing Su Xiaoju after her transformation. When Su Bei looked, he saw that the appearance was not her original fox appearance. Although Su Xiaoju still has about 70 of the original fox appearance at this time, it is completely different. Su Xiaoju's body is now covered with orange-red gradient hair, and her furry ears are on both sides of her little head, which are a little bigger than before. But there was no sense of incongruity. On the contrary, Su Bei felt that Su Xiaoju was even more cute and adorable now. The tail behind it also became fluffier and thicker, and the hair on it emitted a faint glow. Compared with ordinary foxes on Blue Star, Su Xiaoju at this moment looks like a fox that has walked out of the second dimension. Su Bei's eyes lit up when he saw it. He had wanted to have a cat or a dog for a long time, but was unable to do so due to school rules and living conditions. It's okay now. Seeing Su Xiaoju turned into a pet fox, Su Bei suddenly felt very excited. Su Bei picked up Su Xiaoju, who was crawling on the ground, and put her on his lap. Feeling Su Bei's gentle big hand stroking back and forth, Su Xiaoju narrowed her eyes slightly in enjoyment and let out a comfortable whimper from her mouth. Su Bei also felt that Su Xiaoju's fox form felt really good, satisfying his desire to pet a pet. Didi detected the emergence of a level 1++ mutant biological energy fluctuation. More than 10 minutes later, a mechanical sound from the warship interrupted Su Bei's actions. Su Bei frowned slightly, But earning energy points was more important now. He put down Su Xiaoju in fox form, stood up and planned to go out and hunt the mutated monster himself. Su Xiaoju also changed from a fox form back to a human form, swinging her fluffy tail behind her as she followed Su Bei out of the car. The two men walked out of the battleship one after the other. A few dozen meters in front of the high-tech battleship, a monster as big as a tiger was staring at them. The system had already displayed the opponent's analysis panel in Su Bei's mind. Name mutated teddy dog. Level 1++. Special abilities, none. Status, explosion, venting, irritable. Life level low. Evaluation, a teddy beast in estrus, who even dares to get on stones after the mutation. Su Bei looked at the system's evaluation. Wow, this teddy can even fuck a stone. The mutated teddy dog not far away became increasingly excited when he saw two people getting off the battleship. After seeing Su Bei and the other person, other thoughts suddenly arose in its mind. When Su Bei saw the gradually perverted expression on the mutated teddy dog's face, his body couldn't help but tremble. Fuck, how could Su Bei not know what it was thinking? And he couldn't help but curse. He clenched his electromagnetic gloves with both hands, and actually had such thoughts about them. Quick victory. Su Bei said something to Su Xiaoju beside him, and then took the lead in attacking. Su Xiaoju nodded and followed closely. When the mutated teddy dog saw Su Bei and the other man rushing towards him, his face became even more excited. He had no idea of the seriousness of the situation. Woof woof. The mutated teddy dog couldn't help but yell twice. After hearing this, Su Bei could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. If you ask him which dog he hates the most, it would be Teddy. Fuck the stone. Su Bei shouted and punched the mutated teddy dog hard with his fist. The electromagnetic gloves also emitted high-voltage current, and a series of crackling sounds directly burned a small part of the mutated teddy dog's body black. With a miserable howl, the mutated teddy dog was knocked out by Su Bei's punch and fell to the ground, twitching. The mutated teddy dog was almost killed instantly by Su Bei, and Su Xiaoju, who followed him, didn't even have a chance to make a move. Su Bei went up and punched the mutated teddy dog lying on the ground a few more times. Looking at the mutated teddy dog's still excited expression, Su Bei's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands. After dealing with the mutated teddy dog, Su Bei's mood was obviously much better. Su Bei fed this level 1++ energy crystal to Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju slightly opened her small, rosy and cute lips, looking as adorable as a kitten waiting to be fed. Looking at Su Xiaoju's big watery golden eyes, Su Bei bent his body slightly. Chapter 30, Eating Hot Pot. Lying on the main cockpit of the black-tech battleship, Su Bei drank the energy drink produced by the battleship with a leisurely look on his face. This bottle of energy drink consumed 5 energy points from Su Bei to make. According to the system introduction, it has the effect of slightly improving physical fitness and enhancing immunity. Su Bei took a sip and felt that the taste was not bad. It was very suitable for a drink in this hot summer weather. Su Bei opened a small skylight on the top side of the warship, letting in the cool breeze from outside. Su Xiaoju returned to the chair at the back to digest the level 1++ energy crystal she had just absorbed. System, what level do you think the strongest monster on Blue Planet is right now? Out of boredom, Su Bei asked the system. He really wanted to know what his current combat power was in the apocalypse. Master, this system currently does not have the ability to detect the entire Blue Planet. However, according to the system's inference, mutant creatures beyond level 10 should have appeared on Blue Planet. Puff. Su Bei couldn't help but spit out the energy drink in his mouth. He thought he had heard it wrong and asked the system again. System, what did you just say? Master, don't act so ignorant. It's just a level 10 mutant creature. You are the master of this battleship system. Su Bei was speechless. Your master hasn't even reached level 2 yet, and this level upgrade will definitely become more difficult as time goes by. Su Bei asked with a slight twitch of his mouth. What system gives you the capital to be so arrogant? System. Seeing that the system was silent, Su Bei did not continue the topic. So what level of existence are the mutant creatures at level 10 of the system? Level 10. Before the end of the Blue Planet, it could easily destroy a large city. Although the system's answer was within Su Bei's expectations, he was still somewhat shocked. So are we humans doomed? If we encounter a level 10 mutant monster, we'll be dead. Noticing that Su Bei's self-confidence was beginning to decline, the system encouraged him. Master, don't panic. There are only a very small number of mutant creatures of this level, and they are mostly found in the depths of the ocean and in desolate places. As for us encountering them, the probability of that happening is basically impossible. Boom boom. Before the system's voice finished speaking, A loud noise suddenly came from outside. Then the battleship's alarm sounded. Warning! Warning! Extremely high energy fluctuations are appearing in front of the battleship. Master, please evacuate immediately. Subei's face changed, and he hurriedly asked the system. What's wrong with the system? According to analysis, a super-mutated creature appeared within 100 kilometers in front of the battleship. Hint: this mutant creature is likely at level 6. It is recommended that the owner leave this place immediately and find a safe place to hide. Subei, didn't I just say that this probability is almost impossible? At this moment, the Black Tech battleship has automatically begun to adjust its direction and is moving away at high speed in the opposite direction of the super-mutated monster. Can the system see the appearance and specific data of that mutated monster? The master is too far away, and I can't analyze the other party's specific data for the time being. Subei felt a little sorry when he heard this. He wanted to see what a level 6 mutant creature looked like. Forget it, my life is more important now. System, increase the battleship's speed to maximum. Looking at the warship's current speed of over 100 kilometers per hour, Subei arrived. Boom boom. After receiving Subei's order, the Black Tech battleship paused briefly and then accelerated rapidly. The next second, it passed through the road like a high-speed train. All the scrapped vehicles along the way were knocked to the sides by the battleship's sturdy body. Master, please rest assured. Given the speed of the high-tech battleship and the surrounding environment, the probability of the enemy noticing us is basically zero. Fortunately, the subsequent high-tech warships successfully moved away from the dangerous area. Moreover, during the evacuation, the system also discovered a large number of fighter jets flying over the Black Tech warships. Subei guessed in his heart that these might have been sent by the Beihai City military to deal with the level 6 mutated monster. The system redirected to Beihai University Hospital. The original route was no longer feasible, and the system quickly redetermined the best route. The high-tech battleship readjusted its direction and continued sailing. This encounter with the super mutant monster was a close call. However, after this incident, Subei became more eager to improve his strength. At night, the high-tech battleship is parked in the parking strip on the side of the road. Inside the battleship, Subei and Su Xiaoju were enjoying a sumptuous meal. Subei and his friends are having hot pot tonight. At that time, Subei bought a lot of hot pot ingredients and base from the school supermarket. Today is the perfect day for meat. As for cooking materials, Subei spent 10 energy points on the Black Tech battleship to make a large stainless steel pot and a disposable fire starter. Subei and Su Xiaoju came outside the battleship and cleared out all the mutated monsters around them. Subei placed the iron pot and the fire burner on the ground and poured the hot pot ingredients he had brought into it. Then light the fire and cover the pot. Subei and Su Xiaoju leaned against the fence and waited. Brother Subei, what are we having for dinner tonight? Su Xiaoju saw hot pot for the first time and was filled with curiosity. Subei raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he heard that. This is called hot pot, a delicacy from our Blue Star. Really? Are the braised instant noodles and ham sausage delicious? Of course. If it tastes good later, eat more. Soon, a hint of steam rose from the hot pot. Subei felt that the time was almost up, so he called Su Xiaoju to start together. After more than 10 minutes, Subei and the other man were both full. Su Xiaoju was so exhausted that she could hardly walk, and she held on to the outer body of the Black Tech battleship with one hand. Subei was a little amused when he saw this scene. I told you to eat more, but I didn't ask you to eat it all. Su Xiaoju showed an innocent expression when she heard this. Hot pot is so delicious, how can we waste it? Subei said, there are still a lot of this kind of hot pot ingredients on the battleship. Just as Subei and the other person were about to enter the warship, the system's prompt sounded in Subei's mind. Master has detected a mutated creature approaching, with energy fluctuations at level 1++. After hearing this, Subei's mouth curled up with interest. It's just right to do some exercise after dinner. Subei asked Su Xiaoju to return to the warship first. There was no other way. Su Xiaoju didn't look able to fight in his current state. After hearing this, Su Xiaoju pouted and said that she would never eat so much again. Name Nightcrawler. Level, 1++. Special abilities, none. Status, hunting. Life level low. Evaluation, a special mutant that likes to hunt at night and has excellent night vision. In the past few days, Subei has roughly figured out the level of these mutated monsters and his own combat power. Although he and the Nightcrawler are both at level 1++, Subei is confident that he can easily kill the opponent alone. Chapter 31. Push back. Subei walked slowly towards the Nightcrawler, and his body began to exert force unconsciously. Hiss. The Nightcrawler is only about 1 meter tall and crawls like a hunched old man. However, the turbid smell it exudes makes people feel cold. These mutated humans are indeed very hideous and disgusting in terms of appearance alone. Fortunately, Sube did not feel any fear. He believed that as long as he was strong enough, all fears would disappear. Hiss. The Nightcrawler originally wanted to sneak attack Sube and the other man in the dark, but he didn't expect to be discovered by Sube first. He simply crawled out of the darkness, and the Nightcrawler showed his ferocious mouth and roared at Sube. The next second, its body moved at high speed, jumping back and forth on the abandoned vehicles around it like a nimble spider. Sube's expression remained unchanged. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Nightcrawler, which was as fast as the wind, was as slow as a snail in his eyes. It's full of loopholes. Sube, who possesses advanced fighting skills, can easily see through several flaws of the Nightcrawler at a glance. Bump. Sube grabbed the next foothold of the Nightcrawler and rushed forward quickly, hitting the Nightcrawler with a heavy punch. Sizzle. The electromagnetic gloves also instantly emit high-voltage current to hit the Nightcrawler's body. The faint electric light illuminated the somewhat dim surrounding environment. It also reflected the painful and hideous expression on the face of the Nightcrawler. Sube did not stop. The next second, another fist attacked, pointing directly at the Nightcrawler's face. Bump. The Nightcrawler was hit twice in succession and was thrown into the vehicle behind, causing the car alarm to beep continuously. Hiss. The Nightcrawler looked at Sube with fear in his eyes. This is not because of Sube's handsome appearance, but because of Sube's powerful strength. In the Nightcrawler's memory, Sube was the first human who had the power to crush it. Hiss. The next second the Nightcrawler stood up, turned around, and fled into the darkness behind. Seeing this, Sube curled up the corners of his mouth, as confident as a hunter playing with his prey. Still want to run? Sube accelerated and caught up with the Nightcrawler in an instant. Pulling his arms back, he struck the Nightcrawler hard on the ground with a blow to the back of his head. Hiss. Ignoring the Nightcrawler's howling and neighing, Sube rode on it and punched it again and again, until the Nightcrawler under him stopped moving. Sube raised his fist stained with black blood, took out the energy crystal of the Nightcrawler, stood up, and left. The outside food tonight is really good. Sube sighed at the miserable corpse of the Nightcrawler, then turned around and returned to the black tech battleship. As soon as I came back, I saw Su Xiaoju leaning back in the black technology chair with a look of enjoyment on her face. The back of the chair behind me is vibrating slightly, which is the massage function of the black technology chair. Hey, Sube threw the Nightcrawler level 1++ energy crystal to Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju only ate one level 1++ energy crystal today, and her current daily limit is around 5. Sube felt filled with emotion, and suddenly he felt that he could no longer afford to support Su Xiaoju. Brother Sube moi. Su Xiaoju took the energy crystal of the Night Climber and made a very seductive and cute expression in the direction of Sube. Sube instantly felt that Su Xiaoju was not raised in vain. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. You can absorb it slowly first. Sube walked straight to the bathroom of the high-tech battleship. After taking a shower, Sube felt refreshed and walked out wearing only a pair of shorts. Her upper body showed off her perfect figure without any hesitation, which made Su Xiaoju's eyes sparkle. Brother Sube has a great figure. Hey, Xiaoju, watch your appearance. Your saliva is almost dripping onto your clothes. Oh. Su Xiaoju casually wiped the crystal from the corner of her mouth and looked at Sube with a crazy look on her face. Although Sube was just a freshman before, he exercised every day. The muscles displayed were sharp and angular, and Sube would often stand in front of the mirror and admire them narcissistically. Okay, go to bed early. Sube sat on the bed, and Su Xiaoju followed closely. Su Xiaoju had already taken a shower, so she was wearing very cool clothes. The cool and smooth skin pressed against Sube's body, and naturally pressed against Sube's back. Su Xiaoju rested her chin on one of Sube's shoulders and spoke in a coquettish tone. Brother Sube, I can't sleep. Su Xiaoju hugged Sube's back, and the pair of weapons began to move. Su Xiaoju had a sly smile on her face, and her movements kept changing. Only Sube can experience her heavenly back massage service. Sube felt the touch on his back, which was made of real material and very elastic. Indeed, now he and Su Xiaoju are no longer ordinary human beings. As their levels increase, their daily sleep amount now gradually decreases. Now I only need to rest for 4 or 5 hours at night to ensure I am full of energy the next day. While enjoying Su Xiaoju's ultimate back massage service, Su Bei began to think in his heart. He opened the Black Tech production column of the Black Tech Battleship and asked the system if there were any Black Tech battleships that could help him kill time and enhance his strength. The system helped Su Bei screen some Black technologies. Su Bei kept turning. Got it. Su Bei looked at one of the high-tech items in the production column. Name Dream Training Device, Simplified Version. Level, Second Level. Function, allows users to enter a simulated virtual space where they can conduct combat or training. Energy points required, 300. Su Bei looked at this simplified version of the Dream Training Device, and his eyes lit up. Isn't this similar to a virtual reality game? Moreover, this introduction can also train the user's mental strength and combat skills. Su Bei decisively chose to produce it. Soon, a dream training device similar to an eye protection device appeared in front of Su Bei. Su Bei picked it up and started using the dream training device, according to the system's guidance and prompts. A few dozen minutes later, Su Bei took off the dream training device, with an expression of surprise. The things produced by the Black Technology Battleship are indeed not ordinary items. Su Bei had a great experience just now, which lasted for a few minutes. This thing is even more advanced than VR technology. The most important thing is that the dream training device can train his combat skills and reaction ability. After a brief explanation to Su Xiaoju put on the dream training device with some anticipation. Due to the limited energy points at present, Su Bei only made one dream training device. At night, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju took turns using the dream training device. They didn't end their exercise until they were both exhausted and fell asleep. Chapter 32, Mutated Rooster. The next morning, Su Bei and the other man got up and washed up. Last night's exercise kept them awake until very late. Although he only slept for 3 or 4 hours, Su Bei felt particularly energetic. Dream Training Device can slightly improve the user's mental strength. Something like mental power is illusory. Su Bei didn't know what it was exactly. He only knew that mental power was related to the body's energy and consciousness activity. Today is the second day of going to Beihai University Hospital. Because of the change in route yesterday, the journey that originally took 3 days now takes 4 days. In his spare time, Su Bei opened the Black Technology production column to see if he could make some Black technology to enhance his own strength. Name Slashing Sword. Level, Second Level. Special Effect. The blade is made of super alloy steel, on which elemental energy can be attached. Energy points required, 300. Name, Dripping Fire Luyan. Level, Second Level. Function, can render a layer of glaze for melee weapons, with special effects such as burning, flames, and fire element attacks. Energy points required, 200. Su Bei's eyes lit up when he saw these two pieces of Black technology. He had long wanted to change to a sword weapon to fight. Enjampa Sword and Dripping Flame are a perfect match. It was the energy points needed below that made Su Bei feel a little bitter. I made a dream training device last night, and now the battleship has less than 20 energy points left. Great. Then today's goal is to gather the energy points needed to craft these two pieces of high-tech equipment, the slashing blade and the dripping flame. Su Bei suddenly felt motivated. Isn't it just 500 energy points? Su Xiaoju saw that Su Bei was suddenly full of energy, so she came over. Su Bei glanced at Su Xiaoju, and it just so happened that the electromagnetic gloves that he had taken off could be given to Su Xiaoju to use. Moreover, both have electrical properties, so Su Xiaoju should be able to exert greater combat power by using electromagnetic gloves. Su Bei asked the system to expand the biological detection range of the warship. Soon, the system prompted that a level 1+ mutated monster was found 100 meters to the side of the battleship. However, that direction was not on the way. After thinking about it, Su Bei decided to drive over and hunt the monster. Roar! Soon a power-type mutant came into Su Bei's sight. Su Bei got off the car. Level 1+ special mutants did not need to be armed with battleships. Seeing the provocation from the human in front of him, the power-type mutant roared angrily and rushed towards Su Bei's position the next second. Seeing this, Su Bei raised the corner of his mouth in disdain. Now Su Bei is at the peak of level 1++, and he doesn't care at all when facing a mere level 1+ power mutant. Bang! Boom! The power-type mutant's fist, as thick as an adult's thigh, came crashing down, but Su Bei easily caught it with a palm. Roar! The power-type mutant opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Bei in disbelief. Seeing the somewhat shocked look of the power-type mutant, Su Bei uttered a word softly. Die! The next second, Su Bei counterattacked with a lightning-fast punch. The power-type mutant's body flew back more than 10 meters as if it had been hit hard. With one punch, he took down a level 1 plus power mutant. Su Bei's strength has also improved rapidly in the past few days. Su Bei quickly walked to the body of the power-type mutant and took out its energy crystal. Sitting back on the battleship, Su Bei ordered the system to continue searching for advanced mutant monsters. A few dozen minutes later, the system prompt sounded again, and the mutated monster that appeared this time was not of ordinary level. Name Mutated Rooster. Level 2+. Special ability, Steel D. Status, Arrogant Patrol. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a fighting cock among cocks. A few hundred meters in front of the warship, a 2-meter-tall rooster with a metallic luster stood in the middle of the road. Su Bei could see through the screen that there were a lot of corpses and bones around this stingy person. Among them are humans, and also mutant monsters. Su Bei's expression became serious. This is the first time I've encountered a level 2+ mutant creature. However, this also made Su Bei happy. A level 2+ energy crystal can convert at least hundreds of energy points. Brother Su Bei, are we going to deal with this big black cock? Su Xiaoju, who was sitting nearby, also saw the mutated rooster on the screen. Well, this is a level 2+ mutant rooster. It's very powerful. We have to be careful this time. Upon hearing that the mutated rooster had reached level 2+, Su Xiaoju's face showed a trace of solemnity. Soon the warship slowly approached the big rooster's territory. The mutated rooster also noticed the arrival of the high-tech battleship, and it seemed a little angry. Having reached level 2+, it already possesses considerable intelligence and has an inexplicable desire for its own territory. The mutated rooster will never allow any other outsiders to enter its territory. Cluck, cluck. The mutated rooster's shiny black feathers looked extremely dazzling under the sunlight. It's as if it was poured with ink. Su Bei was sitting in the battleship, looking at the mutated rooster with some curiosity. Apart from being slightly larger and having black feathers, it is no different from an ordinary rooster. The mutated rooster kept crowing violently in the direction of the black-tech battleship. It seemed to be driving Su Bei and the others away. System uses armed machine gun fire. Su Bei saw that the mutated rooster welcomed his arrival so much, and he was not a stingy person. Su Bei directly turned on the 2 machine guns at the front of the battleship. With a series of mechanical clicking sounds, the machine gun barrels were extended and retracted. After a brief energy recharge, the 2 machine gun barrels at the front of the battleship emitted a burst of flames violently. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The 13mm machine gun bullets formed a big net and swept towards the mutated rooster. Chuckle. The mutated rooster was hit by the sudden bullet attack and jumped up and down, flapping its wings continuously. But Su Bei's expression was not very happy. Because of the mutated rooster's special ability, steelization, it was able to defend against the battleship's machine gun fire. Ding 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 ding. The bullets seemed to hit a metal plate, and after a series of impact sounds, the bullets fell to the ground around the mutated rooster. Although it defended against most of the attacks from machine gun fire, but many bullets still penetrated the steel body of the mutated rooster. The mutated rooster was beaten so hard that large patches of crimson appeared on its black feathers. Chuckle. The mutated rooster's crow was no longer as arrogant and conceited as before. It cried in a somewhat desolate voice towards the high-tech battleship. Su Bei had no sympathy at all. When facing a monster, he would only kill it and obtain the energy crystal. The system continues the second round of shooting. A few minutes later, a big rooster stained with blood lay miserably in a pool of blood. The amount of blood loss on the ground was like a rainstorm, which made people shocked and confused. Can a big rooster really bleed so much? Chapter 33, Chicken Dinner Tonight. Seeing that the battleship's energy points had reached the bottom, Su Bei felt helpless. Fortunately, the mutated rooster is about to die. Xiaoju, go give it the final blow. Su Bei is now at level 1++. He is afraid that the mutated rooster will counterattack before dying, just like the mutated wolf dog did before. So let Su Xiaoju go over and kill it. Su Xiaoju did not refuse. She was already level 2, and the mutated rooster was now dying and posed no threat to her at all. Su Xiaoju quickly came to the front of the mutated rooster and killed it. The system prompts. Master, the flesh and blood of this mutated rooster is free of any side effects or contamination and can be eaten. Su Bei was delighted when he heard this, and asked Su Xiaoju to bring back the body of the mutated rooster as well. Su Bei threw the 2-meter-tall mutated rooster's corpse into the storage area at the rear end of the battleship. Su Xiaoju couldn't help swallowing as she looked at the level 2+ energy crystal in Su Bei's hand. After seeing this, Su Bei had no choice but to refuse. Little Orange, the battleship needs to replenish its energy points now. I'll feed you the next energy crystal. As he spoke, Su Bei stroked Su Xiaoju's soft long hair and fox ears with one hand. Su Xiaoju was also very obedient. Although she longed for the level 2 plus energy crystal in her heart, Su Xiaoju endured it. Yeah, brother Su Bei, you should convert it into energy points. Su Bei converted this level 2 plus energy crystal into energy points. Energy points plus 556. Su Bei looked at the sudden surge in energy points and couldn't help feeling excited. It's worthy of being a level 2 plus energy crystal. With the energy points, Su Bei directly made the cutting blade and dripping flame that he had set his eyes on before. Then add dripping flame to the cutting sword. Soon, a long sword nearly 2 meters long appeared and floated in front of Su Bei. The entire blade is slender and slightly curved, with a crescent-shaped tip. The blade was cold and tinged with a hint of murderous intent, and a faint fiery red glow was attached to the shiny blade. Dripping Fire Luyan is a special effect. It is usually hidden, and its true effect will only be revealed when Su Bei is fighting. Su Bei held the Jampa knife in his hand. The knife was very light, and the texture of the handle was also very good. After playing with it for a while, Su Bei put the fire-slashing knife into the small space bracelet. Su Bei took off the electromagnetic gloves he was wearing and handed them to Su Xiaoju. Now that I have the Zampa knife, I don't need this pair of electromagnetic gloves anymore. Su Xiaoju got new equipment, which was used by Su Bei, and she was very happy. Su Xiaoju took the electromagnetic gloves given by Su Bei and put them directly on his hands. Until the evening, a total of 4 level 1 plus mutated monsters were discovered today. All of their energy crystals were fed to Su Xiaoju by Su Bei. Of course, the biggest harvest today is the level 2 plus mutated rooster. In the evening, Su Bei parked the high-tech warship on the side of the road. He and Su Xiaoju went outside the battleship to deal with the mutated rooster. It was very troublesome to deal with the mutated rooster that was more than 2 meters tall. Fortunately, Su Bei consumed some energy points to make a black technology processing tool. In less than an hour, a big, processed rooster was on the grill. This set of barbecue tools was made by Su Bei at the cost of 10 energy points. Just to be able to eat this barbecued mutated rooster. Looking at the grilled rooster that was constantly turning over automatically on the grill, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Brother Su Bei smells so good. Su Bei also began to look forward to it. I wonder what the barbecue tastes like after the big rooster's mutation. Both of them stared intently at the mutated rooster flipping over. Su Bei would sprinkle some seasonings and apply some oil from time to time. After more than an hour, a fragrance spread out. The rich aroma of meat also attracted a large number of mutants. Roar! Roar! Several mutants were attracted by the aroma of the grilled rooster. They stared at the rooster on the grill with their scarlet eyes. Mutant, Soga. It smells so good. Asterisk operator. Roar! Puff! Su Bei took out the cutting knife and took away the guys who disturbed their dinner one by one. Soon the surroundings became quiet again, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue emitted by the mutated rooster. Is brother Su Bei okay? Su Xiaoju and Xiaoqiong sniffed the air and asked impatiently. That should be okay, right? Besides, he and Su Xiaoju are not ordinary people, so it shouldn't be a problem even if they eat uncooked barbecue. Okay. Su Bei stepped forward, took down the grilled rooster, put it on a large plate, and began to cut it up. He also made a few cups of black tech energy drinks from the battleship. A sumptuous dinner officially begins. After eating, the two returned to the battleship. This roast chicken dinner was definitely the most sumptuous dinner they had had since the apocalypse. Tonight, Su Xiaoju learned from her last experience. Even though the barbecued mutated rooster was delicious, she didn't dare to eat too much. The mutated rooster had a lot of barbecued meat, and in the end the two of them had a lot left over. Arriving at the living area of the battleship, Su Bei took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. There is nothing more comfortable than taking a cool bath in the hot summer. Su Bei estimated that only his high-tech battleship could allow him to enjoy a bath every day in the summer of the apocalypse. After taking a shower, Su Bei felt refreshed all over. He turned on the cool breeze mode of the black technology battleship, and Su Bei felt that the whole world was beautiful. Su Bei lay on the bed, put on the dream training device, and started virtual training. In the virtual space created by the dream training device, Su Bei needs to use mental power, that is, thoughts, to control everything. At this moment, he is undergoing a virtual scene of extreme escape, which can help him train his escape ability. Soon Su Xiaoju finished taking a shower and came out of the bathroom. It was still that cool little vest, but even if she wore it, it could hardly suppress the giant beast on her chest. As Su Xiaoju walked, the two snow-white beasts trembled. It's a pity that people in northern Jiangsu did not get to enjoy this beautiful scenery. Looking at Su Bei, who had entered dream training, Su Xiaoju came to Su Bei's side. Lying on the bed, Su Xiaoju stared at Su Bei's profile quietly. A pair of golden eyes moved back and forth, constantly looking at Su Bei's whole body, poking him from time to time. Finally, Su Xiaoju rested her little head on Su Bei's belly. After more than an hour, Su Bei came out of the dream training looking a little tired. More than an hour of dream training consumed a lot of Su Bei's mental energy. Su Bei noticed something strange about his body, and he knew without hesitation that it was Su Xiaoju. Su Bei sat up, and Su Xiaoju also got up. Su Xiaoju got up from Su Bei reluctantly. Chapter 34, Mutated Fire Monkey. Outside the battleship, the sky was clear and the surrounding land was shining brightly. Everything seemed so full of vitality. However, the terrifying and ferocious mutants that appear from time to time around, as well as the low roars from their mouths, all prove that this is the end of the world. Inside the high-tech battleship, this seems to be the safest place. Suddenly a loud noise came from outside the battleship. Su Xiaoju was also affected by the slight shaking of the warship. Su Bei almost fell to the ground because of his instability. Su Bei hurriedly asked the system what had happened. The master's warship was attacked by multiple mutants. Su Bei was a little surprised when he heard this. Logically speaking, the current warship's defense should be able to withstand the attacks of low-level mutated monsters. Master, this battleship has just carried out self-defense and has eliminated those monsters. Su Bei's mouth twitched when he heard this. He just thought he had encountered a terrifying monster. Is this the extent of love? Su Bei, I was overthinking it. Su Bei is now completely sleepless. Su Bei got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, while Su Xiaoju continued to stay in bed and sleep. After washing, Su Bei came to the battleship's cockpit and looked at the control screen in front. Su Bei started the system moving forward. The battleship also encountered many obstructions and attacks from mutants along the way. However, they were all shattered to pieces by the powerful power of the black tech battleship. A few minutes later, Su Xiaoju also got up. She sat down in her seat, her eyes still a little blurry. It seems like just waking up. Su Bei felt helpless. It stands to reason that their physical fitness has far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Normal sleep time should be shorter. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoju covered her mouth with her hands and yawned. Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations. Suddenly, the battleship's prompt sound came. Su Bei became interested after hearing this. System zoom in. Soon, the figure of a mutated creature appeared on the battleship's control screen. The battleship also shook violently the next moment, as if it was hit by something huge. Su Bei was shocked. But the most important thing now is to find out what happened outside the battleship. Su Bei called out the system and opened the battleship's control screen. He wanted to see which good brother it was just now. Name Mutated Fire Monkey. Level 2. Special Ability, Flame Attachment, D. Status, Provocative. Life Level, Ordinary. Evaluation. This mutated fire monkey is still attacking our battleship without knowing the consequences. Seeing the data analysis of the mutated fire monkey, Su Bei's mouth curled up slightly. Very good, a level 2 energy crystal. Su Bei did not order the warship to start machine gun fire. He said to Su Xiaoju, who was a little at a loss. Xiaoju, go out and kill that mutated fire monkey. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoju quickly agreed. She also wanted to leave temporarily to ease the atmosphere. As soon as she walked out of the warship, Su Xiaoju noticed that something was coming towards her quickly. Su Xiaoju's fox claws popped out from his palm, and he dodged flexibly, avoiding the opponent's sneak attack. Then, relying on her level 2 reaction speed, she attacked the mutated fire monkey before its body was completely out of her attack range. Su Xiaoju stretched out his fox claws, which were enhanced by the electric current of the electromagnetic gloves and his own lightning ability. The next second, the mutated fire monkey let out a miserable cry, as if it had been electrocuted while climbing a telephone pole. The mutated fire monkey's body stiffened instantly, and it fell from the air. Bump! Su Bei was also watching the battle in the battleship. The system prompted that the mutated fire monkey's vitality had disappeared. Xiaoju's lightning ability combined with those electromagnetic gloves is truly terrifyingly powerful. Su Bei was a little surprised, although Su Xiaoju's level was 1 level higher than this mutated fire monkey. But it's not enough to kill instantly. Is the system A-level ability so terrifying? Su Bei couldn't help but think of his ST-level special ability, King of Tyranny, which he couldn't control yet. It seems that I need to improve my strength as soon as possible and master this ability sooner. Su Bei couldn't help but feel uneasy. If I could fully utilize the King of Tyranny, I would be invincible at the same level and could easily surpass my opponent. Please don't be so rude, Master. A king of tyranny that has reached ST level is not something you can control in a short period of time. Master, please do not use this ability unless it is absolutely necessary. After hearing the system's warning, the smile on Su Bei's face disappeared. I see. Outside the black-tech battleship, Su Xiaoju walked in holding a light red energy crystal. After killing the mutated fire monkey, the atmosphere eased a lot. At this time, Su Xiaoju's face returned to its previous fair and pink color. She walked towards Su Bei and asked for advice. Brother Su Bei, can I eat it? Of course you can. From now on, you can eat any energy crystals killed by Xiaoju directly. Su Bei smiled faintly and said, it's really great to have such a well-behaved and sensible little fox girl. After Su Xiaoju received Su Bei's signal, a fox smile appeared on his face, and he swallowed the level 2 energy crystal in one gulp. Su Xiaoju sat down and began to absorb the energy in the energy crystal. Su Bei didn't disturb her. He looked at the remaining energy points of the battleship. Battleship remaining energy points, 60. Su Bei opened the black technology production column. 1 physical enhancement potion and 10 basic enhancement potion were made from it. Just used up all 60 energy points. There really isn't anything left. Su Bei sighed and took the 11 black technology potions that the battleship had already prepared. Chapter 35, Plan. Open them and drink them one by one. Su Bei felt the energy rapidly surging in his body, as if some shackles had been broken. The system calls up my basic panel. Name Su Bei, host. Level 2. Special ability, Tyrannical form, ST. Status, breakthrough. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation. The Master's current strength has surpassed the limits of human beings. Please keep up the good work. Very good. Seeing that his level had finally broken through to level 2 dash, Su Bei raised the corners of his mouth and was in a good mood. Su Xiaoju on the side was still absorbing the level 2 energy crystal. The system continues to search for advanced mutant creatures or monsters. After reaching level 2, Su Bei felt that he had been strengthened in all aspects. Vision, hearing, smell, perception, nerve reaction, brain analysis ability. Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju on the side. At this moment, Su Bei could clearly see every smooth and delicate skin on Su Xiaoju's body. It's like turning on a high-definition screen. Cough, cough. Su Bei looked directly at the screen in front of the warship. System, how far are we from Beihai Hospital now? The owner has already traveled 1/3 of the planned route and is expected to take another 2 days. Su Bei felt that this time was about the same as he expected. After more than 10 minutes, Su Xiaoju completed the absorption of the energy crystals. She opened her big watery eyes, as if she had forgotten the embarrassment that had happened before. Su Xiaoju said to Su Bei with a foxy smile on her face. Brother Su Bei, you have broken through to level 2. Brother Su Bei is so awesome. Listening to the flattery of the fox-eared girl next to him, Su Bei felt happy. Night. The night is a bit gloomy today. The sky is no longer the gray-blue as before. Ink-black clouds are gathering in the sky. It seems to have a trend of becoming bigger and stronger. Looking at the weather, Su Bei knew that it wouldn't be long before there would be a long-awaited heavy rain in the summer. Today's harvest was pretty good, except for the mutated fire monkey during the day. Su Bei and his team also hunted 3 mutated creatures of at least level 1++ today. Su Bei also discovered that those animal mutated monsters basically started at level 1+. Why are the levels of other mutant creatures in the system generally so high? Mutants after human mutation are all at level 1, and special mutants start at level 1+. Master, the mutations on Blue Star are determined by the genes and order chains within the organisms, as well as the environment at the time of the mutation. The human population on Blue Star is large, and their bodies are highly evolved. The mutation environment is ordinary, so the improvement brought about by the mutation is limited. On the contrary, those other fragile creatures before the apocalypse, such as insects and small animals, often experience significant improvements after mutation or even complete a complete mutation evolution. Their underlying genes are much more complex and advanced than humans. Listening to the systematic explanation, Su Bei sighed in his heart. After the mutation, humans, the original rulers of Blue Planet, became the weak ones. Instead, it was those insignificant little guys before the end of the world. Even a small ant may become a terrifying existence of level 1+, or even level 2 after mutation. Brother Su Bei is here for dinner. After hearing Su Xiaoju's voice in the living area at the rear of the battleship, Su Bei stopped studying these profound issues with the system. Su Bei stood up and slowly walked towards the living area of the battleship. At least he is relatively satisfied with his current life. If one day the blue planet really falls completely and becomes a paradise for mutated monsters, then Su Bei would take Su Xiaoju with him to leave China, leave the blue star, and head to the mysterious, unknown, and desirable boundless universe. Chapter 36. Black Rain arrives. Set the flag. 2 days later, today is the 4th day that the Black Tech battleship has been heading to Beihai University Hospital. The system predicts that we will arrive at Beihai University Hospital this afternoon. And just this morning, the dark clouds that had been gathering for the past 2 days finally reached their limit. The dark clouds looked like a water balloon with a hole in it. The dark brown raindrops fell to the ground like crazy without any charge. Su Bei noticed through the Black Tech battleship that this rain was not ordinary rain. The black raindrops fell heavier than normal raindrops and looked ominous. System, analyze this rainwater for me. Name abnormal rain. Effect, rainwater contains a small amount of dark energy. If you are exposed to this rainwater for a long time, there is a certain probability of secondary mutation and an extremely low probability of mutation evolution. Really? After Su Bei saw He Yu's analysis, a bad thought arose in his mind. System, will this rain make those mutated monsters stronger? That's right, Master. This special black rain is harmless to humans, but it is very beneficial to those mutated monsters. The black rain, tainted with dark energy, will enhance the strength of the mutated creatures to a certain extent, and may even cause them to undergo secondary mutations and evolution. The system prompt voice continued. But it's not only of no benefit to the human body, but it can also cause a certain burning pain if you get wet. According to current weather analysis, this abnormal black rain will last for about a week. Master, please try not to go out during this period. Roar. At this moment, extremely excited roars came from outside the Black Technology battleship. Su Bei asked the system to call up the images outside the warship. Those were the roars of mutated monsters. They were roaring towards the sky in excitement. Their eyes were blood red from the black rain, and their bodies were constantly being baptized by the rain. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, also came over curiously. Looking at the falling black rain, Su Xiaoju felt a little agitated. Under the gaze of the two, one of the mutants suddenly mutated. Its skin was ulcerated by the rain, but its body began to swell rapidly. The new muscles burst the clothes of its old human, and sharp claws grew from its palms. And 2 arm-like objects similar to blades were formed, hanging down on both sides of the shoulders. In just a few minutes, a new, terrifying-looking special mutant was born. Name Profiteer. Level 2. Special ability, Arm Blade D. State, crazy excited. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, an ordinary mutant human who has just transformed. Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were both stunned. It was just an ordinary level 1 mutant, but after being drenched in black water for a few minutes, it turned into a level 2 special mutant. The effect of this mutation is too amazing. The most important thing is that this black water has no effect on humans. Nah, how can we fight like this? This is cheating. Before he could think too much, another mutant started roaring and screaming not far away. The whole process was almost exactly the same as the Profiteer just now. After a brief thought, Su Bei decisively asked Su Xiaoju to go down and deal with the Profiteer who had just completed the second mutation. For Su Bei, a level 2 mutated monster is a level 2 energy crystal. Well, we can only take advantage of the fact that they are strengthened by the black rain and hunt down more high-level energy crystals. Su Bei had already made up his mind. Since it is impossible to directly benefit from the black rain, then we will target the mutated monsters that benefit from it. Su Bei stood up and walked down the battleship toward another monster that was undergoing a second mutation. A big knife suddenly appeared in his hand. In this somewhat dim and rainy weather, the light red energy on the tip of the Zhanpa sword flickered slightly, not affected by the black rain at all. Just like the weapon special effects in the game. Name Profiteer. Level 2. Special abilities, none. State, crazy excited. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, a mutated human being who underwent a secondary mutation after being contaminated by black water. This is a special mutant of the same type as the one just now. Without saying a word, Su Bei swung his sword and stabbed it. The Profiteer who had just completed the second transformation had no time to check the surrounding situation before he was hit hard by Su Bei. Dripping Fire Lu Yen. The passive effect of Dripping Flame is also activated the moment the Profiteer is hit. The reddish energy on the blade suddenly shot up into a cool red flame. The scorching heat wave directly burned the bodies of those who made huge profits. After a few seconds, Large areas of the profiteer's body were charred. Bei pulled the broken blade out from the profiteer, and looking at the extremely cool red flame on the blade, he inexplicably felt a little bit of a middle school student in his heart. Roar! The profiteer roared in pain. Most of its body was cut off by the previous blow, and the flesh and blood at the wound had been burned to death by the dripping flame. Looking at the miserable appearance of the profiteers, Bei couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the power of black technology weapons. This is just a relatively low-level weapon made with black technology. What if it is a higher-level one? Swinging the sword in his hand again, Bei ended the life of the profiteer. Although the profiteer was hacked to death just after he was promoted. But at least Bei gave it a minute to enjoy the joy of mutating to level 2. After taking away the energy crystal of the profiteer, Bei looked back and saw that Su Xiaoju on the other side had also dealt with the profiteer. The two returned to the battleship, and Bei asked the system to continue searching for the second mutated monster in the Black Ring. The probability of monsters undergoing a second mutation is not very high, and the system gives a probability of about 5. As for the mutation and evolution mentioned by the system, Bei and his friends have not encountered any so far. At noon, the sky was still gray. The somewhat repulsive black rain was still falling, but the rainfall was not as heavy as in the morning. During this morning, Bei and his team also hunted down more than a dozen monsters that had undergone a second mutation in the Black Ring. These secondary mutated monsters are all special mutators, and their levels are all 2 level. This also allowed Bei to harvest more than a dozen level 2 energy crystals in just one morning. Bei felt a little happy in his heart, thinking that this black rain might bring him unexpected gains. Bei fed 5 of the level 2 energy crystals to Su Xiaoju for absorption, and the rest were all converted into Battleship energy points. Battleship remaining energy points, 1050. Looking at the more than 1,000 Battleship energy points, Bei felt full of fulfillment. Very good. If we keep up this pace, it won't be long before we can upgrade our Battleship to the 4th stage. Bei set a flag at this moment, striving to accumulate all the energy points needed to upgrade the Battleship before this black rain ends. Chapter 37. Arrival at Beihai University Hospital. Tick, tick. Su Xiaoju sat on the top of the Battleship, her clothes completely soaked by the black rain. Black raindrops fell through the corners of her clothes onto the hull of the Battleship. What makes people's heart beat faster is that this black rain also has a certain corrosive effect. At this time, many parts of Su Xiaoju's clothes had been eroded by the black rain, revealing large areas of fair skin. Su Xiaoju didn't agree at all. Su Xiaoju herself is also a mutated creature, so the mutation effect of the black rain is also effective on her. So Bei let Su Xiaoju stay on the top of the Battleship temporarily, so that he could kill the special mutants discovered by the system at any time. Bei picked up a level 1 energy crystal and threw it into his mouth. Now that he is at level 2, he can directly absorb level 1 energy crystals. Feeling the pure energy in the level 1 energy crystal filling his whole body, Bei couldn't help but hum softly. This effect is much better than the basic strengthening potion, but it's about the same. Bei frowned slightly, carefully feeling the effect of the level 1 energy crystal on his body. Bei concluded that the black technology potion and energy crystals have similar effects on physical improvement. The former needs to convert energy crystals into Battleship energy points first, and then use these energy points to make black technology potions. Compared to directly swallowing the energy crystal, there are a few more steps in between. Putting this issue aside, Bei asked the system to bring up the image of the top of the Battleship. Looking at Su Xiaoju, who was full of spring in the screen, Bei held his forehead with his hands. At this time, Su Xiaoju was lying on the top of the Battleship with an intoxicated look on her face, being drenched in the black rain. There seems to be a hint of enjoyment on the expression on his face. Bei was curious. Is this black rain really that beneficial to the mutated creatures? Su Xiaoju's clothes were more than half corroded by the black rain, and large patches of white snow were exposed on her body, adding a bit of temptation to her. Fortunately, it is the end of the world, and coupled with this strange black rain, there are no survivors on the road now. After admiring Su Xiaoju's seductive posture for a while, Bei switched back to the detection screen of the Battleship searching for the mutated monster. In the picture, ripples spread out in a circular shape with the Battleship as the center. The large number of small black dots on it represent ordinary level 1 mutants. There are a few black dots that are slightly larger, which are level 1+ and level 1++ mutant monsters. As for the level 2 mutated creatures, they are displayed as red dots. At this moment, on one side of the Battleship, there is a striking red dot flashing continuously. The battleship is also moving quickly in that direction. Soon the black tech battleship found the mutated monster. Name defensive mutant. Level 2. Special ability, hardening D. Status baptism in progress. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, currently receiving the energy from the black rain and about to break through to level 2+. After seeing the system's evaluation of this defensive mutant, Su Bei did not attack immediately. Since you're about to break through, I'll wait until you reach level 2+ before I kill you. Su Bei spoke easily, as if he had already taken control of this defensive mutant. The conversion of level 2 energy crystals and level 2+ energy crystals into battleship energy points is not on the same order of magnitude. Su Xiaoju on the top of the battleship was also a little confused, and Su Bei asked her not to take any action yet. Su Xiaoju said that if they didn't kill the opponent now, wouldn't it be more difficult to deal with him after he broke through? Su Bei said that he had a third-level black tech battleship, and everything was under his control. After a few minutes, some changes occurred to the defensive mutant. Its body suddenly grew taller, and its originally gray-black skin became even darker. It raised its scarlet eyes and looked in the direction of the high-tech battleship. It had discovered the arrival of the high-tech battleship a few minutes ago, but it was in the process of mutation and could not interrupt. Otherwise, this great opportunity will be wasted. Now my second mutation has been completed. Roar. The defensive mutant let out a low growl and slowly walked towards the black tech battleship. Now its level has broken through to level 2+, and its hardening ability has been enhanced to a certain extent. The defensive mutant was full of confidence and looked at the high-tech battleship with disdain in his eyes. Good boy. System fire. Su Bei no longer hesitated. Since this defensive mutant had broken through to level 2+, it was time to reap the spoils. 2 machine guns as thick as arms extend from the front of the high-tech battleship. The 13mm machine gun bullets attacked the defensive mutants like fire snakes. This sudden change shocked the defensive mutant, and it subconsciously used its hardening ability. The defensive mutant's body color began to turn black rapidly, as if it had been poisoned by some kind of poison. The bullets made a clanging sound as they hit the hardened body of the defensive mutant. But more often than not, there was the sound of bullets shooting into flesh and blood. The defense of this defensive mutant is not as good as the mutated rooster that Su Bei encountered before. After 3 rounds of machine gun fire, the defensive mutant was shot into a sieve and fell miserably to the ground. Defensive mutant, finished. Only then did Su Bei call Su Xiaoju to go and get the energy crystal. Soon Su Xiaoju returned to the battleship with the energy crystal of the defensive mutant. After handing this level 2+ energy crystal to Su Bei, Su Xiaoju returned to the top of the battleship again. Seeing Su Xiaoju's actions, Su Bei felt helpless. He felt that he might have to sleep alone tonight. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the high-tech warship finally approached the Beihai hospital. At this time, Su Bei also asked the system to slow down the speed of the warship and move forward secretly. He is not sure whether there are any military personnel in Beihai University Hospital. In case the military has already arrived there, Su Bei cannot let them see his high-tech warship. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Before he has absolute strength, Su Bei will try his best to avoid contact with military personnel. After all, the current high-tech battleships are still only in the form of tanks and can't even fly. More than 10 minutes later, Su Bei looked at the detection panel on the battleship's control screen and fell into deep thought. During the life detection of the black tech warship, there was not a single survivor around the Beihai hospital. Impossible. Even if the military hasn't arrived yet, there shouldn't be a single survivor here. Su Bei would not be so foolish as to think that there was really no survivor in Beihai University Hospital. Could it be? Su Bei thought of a bad situation and his expression changed instantly. Just at this moment, the system's warning sound suddenly sounded. High energy fluctuations appear around the master's battleship. Su Bei was shocked and hurriedly opened the door of the battleship to let Su Xiaoju come back. Su Xiaoju was still a little at a loss and was pulled back to the warship by Su Bei. Bang! Chapter 38, Level 3+ Extreme Devourer. A loud noise came from outside the battleship. The entire high-tech battleship shook violently. Su Bei hurriedly checked the image on the control screen. I saw a huge and ferocious monster tearing into the hull of the high-tech battleship. This monster has a humanoid appearance, crawling on all fours, and has long tentacles growing from its back. Like a wild beast, it attacked the high-tech warship crazily. The system's analysis panel for this monster also appeared. Name Eater of the Extreme. Level 3+. Special ability, Life Drain C. Status, Hunting. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation. Humans have completely mutated and possess a higher level of intelligence. They can absorb energy from other lives for storage and release. Su Bei was shocked when he saw this extreme devourer, which was as big as half a black-tech battleship. I didn't expect that there was a level 3+ mutant monster in Beihai Hospital. No wonder the warship's detection showed that there was no surviving human being around Beihai Hospital. They should all have been killed by this extreme devourer. Brother Su Bei, what should we do? Su Xiaoju, who had just entered the warship, was still a little scared. If I had come in a little later, I might have been killed by the monster outside. Don't panic, we still have a third-order high-tech battleship. Su Bei looked at the damage and defense level bars of the warship. According to the system, the third-level black-tech battleship can withstand the attacks of level 3 mutant creatures. However, if the attack continues like this, even the third-level black-tech battleship may not be able to withstand it. But the purpose of his coming to Beihai University Hospital was for the medical equipment and materials inside. If he leaves like this, his high-tech medical room will be ruined. No, we must find a way to kill this guy. Now, if Su Bei wants to enter Beihai University Hospital and take away those medical equipment, he must kill the extreme devourer in front of him. Su Bei looked at the more than 1,000 energy points remaining on the battleship, and he opened the black technology production column. After searching for a while, I chose to make a high-tech item. Name: Freezing Bomb. Level: 2nd level. Effect: after release, it can create a frozen area within a certain range, reducing the enemy's physical defense hardness. Energy points consumed: 100. Su Bei directly made 3 freezing bombs, then said to the system, "System, activate the armed machine gun fire. Aim all 6 machine guns at that extreme devourer." Roar! Outside the battleship, the extreme devourer was still hitting the hull of the high-tech battleship. Its huge size plus its level 3+ strength caused even a third-level black-tech battleship to tremble under this fierce attack. Suddenly, several machine guns as thick as arms stretched out, and Su Bei directly asked the system to increase the firepower of the machine guns to the maximum. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. 6 machine guns were aimed at the body of the extreme devourer at the same time, and fierce bullets poured down on the extreme devourer like rain. Puff, puff, roar, roar, roar. The devourer has no special defensive abilities, and it's obvious that his body cannot withstand the 13mm bullets. Bump. The next moment, the extreme devourer began to move at high speed. Despite its huge size, the extreme devourer moves very fast. The extreme eater dodged the bullets around the high-tech battleship like a gust of wind. The reaction speed of the machine guns of the black-tech battleship obviously cannot keep up with the movement speed of the extreme devourer. Su Bei was not surprised when he saw this scene, but instead looked like he was in control of the situation. He had long guessed that the extreme devourer was very fast and had deliberately made 3 freezing bombs before. But releasing the freezing bomb requires luring it over. Su Bei frowned slightly. Now he and Su Xiaoju were only at level 2. It would be very risky to go out directly and attract the extreme devourer. After a brief thought, Su Bei decided to attract the extreme devourer himself. After all, he still has the ST level, King of Tyranny, so when he encounters danger, he can just transform directly. Brother Su Bei, you have to be careful. There was some worry on Su Xiaoju's pretty face. Soon Su Bei got off the warship, and the extreme devourer, which was moving at high speed not far away, also discovered Su Bei. It roared towards Su Bei, stopped dodging with a ferocious expression, and rushed directly towards Su Bei. The extreme devourer crawled very fast and appeared in front of Su Bei in almost the blink of an eye. Su Bei was shocked and thought to himself, "Are all level 3+ mutant creatures so terrifying?" Without time to think, Su Bei threw the 3 freeze bombs in his hand instantly and hit the head of the extreme eater. The extreme eater didn't care and didn't pay any attention to the freeze bomb thrown by Su Bei. It stretched out a sharp front claw and grabbed Su Bei. Puff! Su Bei wanted to dodge, but the extreme devourer's attack speed was too fast. Su Bei's body was scratched and blood instantly stained his clothes. When the devourer wanted to continue moving its claws forward, it discovered something strange. The 3 exploding, frozen bombs quickly released an extremely cold energy. A large amount of gray-white mist rose up, and a bone-chilling chill struck the heart of the extreme eater. It sensed the danger and wanted to turn around and run away quickly. But it's too late. The freezing energy within the 3 freezing bombs began to spread and had already spread along the surface of the extreme devourer's body. In less than 10 seconds, the entire body of the extreme devourer turned an icy white. Its movements became increasingly slow and stiff, completely losing their previous speed. Su Bei covered the wound on his chest with one hand, and he hurriedly ordered the system to open fire at full power. Su Bei returned to the battleship's control area and quickly made an active recovery potion from the black technology production bar. Su Xiaoju came over with a worried look on her face to support Su Bei. After drinking the potion, Su Bei leaned back on the black tech chair behind him. Now the freezing bomb limits the Devourer's evasion and reduces the opponent's defense. The six-barreled machine gun of the black tech battleship is firing crazily. The Devourer's body was receiving machine gun bullets like a rainstorm, and it let out an angry roar. However, its body was frozen by the freezing bullet, making it very difficult for it to move, let alone dodge bullets. A few minutes later, a continuous burst of machine gun fire came from the passing battleships. This level 3+ Devourer finally collapsed under the heavy burden. When the huge body fell, it was like a building collapsing, making a loud bang sound on the ground. Su Xiaoju couldn't help but cheer when she saw this. Yeah. Su Bei also breathed a sigh of relief. If the 3 freezing bombs had not taken effect in time, he might not have just suffered a simple chest wound. However, the system has not yet confirmed that the Extreme Devourer has died, which means that the Extreme Devourer is still hanging on to his last breath. Su Bei felt in his heart that these mutated monsters had strong vitality. The system continues to attack. Yes. Half a minute later, the system prompted that the Extreme Eater was completely dead. A faint smile appeared on Su Bei's lips. This time he killed a level 3+ mutated monster. Chapter 39, White Hot Cannon. A black bus, nearly 10 meters long, was parked near Beihai University Hospital. Looking closely, this black bus is different from ordinary vehicles. Its body has a bright black luster and seems to be made of some special alloy. It is Su Bei's high-tech battleship. Inside the battleship, Su Bei was washing the dirt off his body in the bathroom. At this time, Su Bei was looking in the mirror and felt a little distressed when he saw the huge wound on his body caused by the claws of the Extreme Devourer. Damn it, this Extreme Devourer is really ruthless. System. But fortunately, I also got a level 3+ energy crystal. After thinking about it, Su Bei suddenly felt less distressed. He made a body repair potion from the black technology production column. The system said that this potion could repair the scars on his body as before. And that level 3+ energy crystal converted a total of 2,000+ energy points for the battleship. Current remaining energy points of the battleship, 3050. Looking at the sudden increase in energy points on the warship, Su Bei felt delighted and cheerful. The wounds inflicted by the Extreme Devourer seemed less important. Su Bei went to the small bathtub in the bathroom and poured the body repair potion into the prepared warm water. Soon the water in the bathtub turned a sky blue color, which looked somewhat dreamy and beautiful. Su Bei entered the bathtub and leaned back. After taking a bath in the water with the body repair potion added, Su Bei felt his body relax. The soreness and fatigue in his body gradually disappeared, and he could clearly feel that the wound on his chest was healing at a rapid speed. This is really effective. More than an hour later, Su Bei woke up in a daze. Because the bath was so comfortable, he found himself sleeping in the bathtub for more than an hour. Su Bei stood up and rinsed his body with clean water. He simply put on a pair of shorts and walked out of the bathroom. He went to sit on the chair in the main control area of the battleship. At this time, Su Xiaoju was still being drenched in the black rain on top of the battleship, but she was also constantly on guard against the mutated monsters around the battleship. Su Bei could see through the battleship screen that there were a large number of monster corpses on the ground around the battleship. These are the mutated monsters that tried to get close to the black tech battleship when Su Bei was taking a bath in the bathroom. All of them were solved by Su Xiaoju. Su Bei secretly sighed in his heart. Su Xiaoju is sensible and capable. It's really great. Master, this system has detected the presence of mutated monsters similar to the Extreme Devourer within Beihai Hospital during this period. The system voice suddenly sounded, and Su Bei showed a look of surprise when he heard the system prompt. There are actually monsters of this level. Su Bei was a little shocked. This was a level 3+ mutant creature. According to what the system had said before, the current average level of mutant monsters should be around level 1. Suddenly, many level 3 mutated monsters appeared in the Beihai Hospital. Is the system due to the black rain? Su Bei inquiry system. It's possible that there is some high-energy substance in Beihai Hospital. Although black rain can also enhance the strength of these mutated monsters, the effect is limited and the probability is very low. The system's answer made Su Bei feel confused. High-energy matter? The system continued to explain. So-called high-energy substances are similar to the evolutionary energy given to the master at the beginning. They are the product of a mutation on the blue planet. They don't have specific effects or appearance characteristics. They require a system confirmation scan to clarify. When Su Bei heard the word evolutionary energy, his heart became hot. Su Xiaoju was able to become a human being by eating his evolutionary energy, and her life level was perfect. If such a thing really existed, Su Bei looked towards Beihai University Hospital. This time, he would not only take away the medical equipment. Seeing Su Bei's somewhat heated expression, the system interrupted. Master, don't get excited. There are at least 3 more mutated monsters similar to the Extreme Devourer inside Beihai Hospital. Master, please find a way to kill them first. After hearing the system reminder, Su Bei was so excited that he almost forgot about it. Yes, it's so difficult to kill a single Extreme Devourer, and Beihai Hospital still has at least 3. Su Bei felt a headache when he thought of this. Fortunately, they are still in the hospital and have not noticed Su Bei and the others. But now he has more energy points. Su Bei opened the Black Technology production column and began to select some powerful combat items from it. Now that his energy points have reached over 3,000, he can also make some more powerful Black Technology items. Name White Hot Cannon. Level 3. Effect: emits an ultra-high temperature energy beam with strong penetrating power. Energy points required: 3,000. In the end, Su Bei endured the pain and used all the energy points he had just earned to make this White Hot Cannon. According to the system introduction, the White Hot Cannon can be made into a black tech weapon on its own, or it can be integrated with a black tech battleship to become the battleship's armament. Su Bei chose the latter. Why should he do it himself if the battleship can do it? A few minutes later, the 3rd level, White Hot Cannon, was installed. Su Bei couldn't wait to ask the system to call up its data panel. Name White Hot Cannon. Level 3, Advanced. Effect: emits an ultra-high temperature energy beam with strong penetrating power. Consumption: each shot of the White Hot Cannon requires 50 energy points. Seeing that one shot of White Hot Cannon required 50 energy points, Su Bei felt a pang of pain again. But he also noticed the word Advanced next to the class. System: can this White Heat Cannon be upgraded? That's right, Master. When the Black Tech Battleship is upgraded, it only requires a small amount of energy points to upgrade the White Heat Cannon as well. The current White Heat Cannon is not yet a complete part of the battleship. It will not be fully integrated until the next battleship upgrade. Su Bei understood that the White Hot Cannon was another high-tech weapon he installed on the warship. Unlike machine gun fire, it is not a weapon that is automatically derived when the battleship is upgraded. When the battleship is upgraded, the two can be completely integrated into one by consuming a small amount of energy points. In this way, every time the battleship is upgraded, these black technology weapons installed independently by Su Bei can be automatically upgraded. When Su Bei thought about it this way, he felt that he had made a lot of money. The next issue is the consumption of the White Hot Cannon's energy points. The battleship currently has less than 100 remaining energy points. One shot from the White Hot Cannon requires 50 energy points. Just in case, Su Bei needs to save more energy points before entering Beihai University Hospital. The system will first go around and hunt down those low-level mutant monsters. Yes. Chapter 40. The Extreme Devourer in the Hospital. More than an hour later, Su Bei looked at the remaining energy points of the Black Technology Battleship, 315. Yeah, it feels almost there. The battleship now has enough energy points to fire 6 rounds of the White Hot Cannon. Su Bei called Su Xiaoju back into the battleship. He looked at the control screen and spoke to the system. System, drive the battleship in. The fences on both sides of Beihai Hospital were easily broken by the warship, and the high-tech warship slowly sailed into the hospital gate. Beihai University Hospital, the largest hospital in Beihai City, covers an area as large as 3 Beihai universities. Watching the warship enter the hospital, Su Bei's heart gradually began to lift. As soon as they entered Beihai University Hospital, they saw human corpses all over the floor. Just as Su Bei guessed, all the survivors hiding in Beihai University Hospital were killed by the Extreme Devourer. There were not many external injuries on the bodies of these survivors. Most of them had haggard faces, as if they had been drained dry. Su Bei thought of the Extreme Devourer's special ability, life absorption. The survivors in these hospitals must have had their vitality sucked away by the Extreme Devourer. When Su Xiaoju saw their appearance, she couldn't help but feel a little horrified. Even if I die, I don't want to die so ugly. Su Bei burst into laughter when he heard this, and touched Su Xiaoju's soft hair. Don't worry. I'm here. I won't let Xiaoju become like this. Yeah, Brother Su Bei, you must protect me. As she spoke, Su Xiaoju's soft body had already squeezed into Su Bei's arms, twisting and turning inside him coquettishly. The foxtail behind it also wagged happily. The battleship continued to move forward. As the black tech warships continued to penetrate deeper into the Beihai hospital, Su Bei could hardly see any ordinary mutants. And on the battleship's detection screen, those extreme devourers were nearby. Su Bei stared at the control screen intently. The extreme devourer should have discovered the black technology battleship. The next second, as if to verify Su Bei's guess, a 5 or 6 meter long extreme devourer suddenly jumped down from a tall building. It fell like a huge rock on the top of the high-tech battleship. The battleship also issued a damage warning sound. Name Eater of the Extreme. Level 3. Special ability, Life Drain C. Status, Attack. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a completely mutated human monster. Su Bei didn't care about anything else and immediately ordered the system to fire. System activates, White Hot Cannon Attack. Yes. At the top of the front end of the battleship, a gun turret with a diameter of nearly half a meter quickly extended and retracted. The muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at the extreme devourer, and the white light on it began to gather rapidly. Almost instantly, a dazzling white light lit up, and a second later the white light dissipated into the air. The extreme devourer on top of the battleship had stopped attacking. Its body leaned back stiffly, and it plunged headfirst into the battleship. Bump! Su Bei saw through the screen that a large hole with a diameter of about half a meter appeared in the center of the extreme devourer's body. It seemed that the temperature of the incandescent cannon was too high, and not a drop of blood flowed out of the wound of the extreme devourer. Wow, what a powerful force! The extreme devourer was killed instantly with one shot. Su Bei opened his mouth slightly in shock. He thought that it would be good enough if he could at most seriously injure the extreme devourer. Ding ding, an extreme devourer appears on the east side of the battleship. Following the battleship's prompt sound, Su Bei came back to his senses and looked at the control screen. On the east side of the battleship, 2 extreme devourers crawled out of a medical building. They are about the same size as the one just now. Name Eater of the Extreme. Level 3. Special ability, Life Drain C. Status, Angry. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, its companion was killed, and it seemed to be in a bad mood. Name Eater of the Extreme. Level 3. Special ability, Life Drain C. Status, Angry. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, this one seems to be the same. Su Bei ignored their anger. Now with the White Hot Cannon, I can kill every extreme devourer that comes my way. The system continues to fire the White Hot Cannon. Master, the White Heat Cannon requires 1 minute to charge. Fuck you. System, why didn't you tell me earlier? When Su Bei heard that it would take a minute to charge the energy to fire the White Hot Cannon, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Roar. The 2 arriving extreme devourers have already launched an attack on the high-tech battleship. They are up to 5 or 6 meters long and run on the ground like a high-speed truck. Bang! One of them directly crashed into the front of the battleship, attempting to destroy the turret of the White Hot Cannon. Oh no, system, get rid of them. Su Bei was shocked when he discovered this. He didn't expect that these 2 extreme devourers had such high IQs. Also knows the artillery batteries that attack battleships. The high-tech battleship also accelerated instantly under the control of the system, and made a sharp turn to avoid the attack of the extreme devourer. Swoosh! Another extreme devourer attacked from the other side of the battleship, and its thick and ferocious front claws had locked onto the high-tech battleship. Bang! The high-tech battleship was hit, and the body of the ship shook a little, but fortunately it did not roll over. Although the black-tech battleship is not much bigger than these 2 extreme devourers in size, the battleship is made of high-quality materials, and its body is very heavy. Even if the battleship is hit by the full force of the extreme devourer, it will not overturn. Oh. In the battleship, Su Xiaoju accidentally fell on Su Bei because of the collision with the extreme devourer. The softness of her chest pressed directly against Su Bei's face, causing Su Bei to wash his face with facial cleanser. Xiaoju, hurry up and get up, I can't breathe. Although the touch felt wonderful, Su Bei was indeed having difficulty breathing, frustrated face. Oh my god, please stop pushing me, Brother Su Bei. After a period of adjustment, Su Bei sat in the driving seat and looked at the control screen. At this time, the 1-minute charging time of the White Hot Cannon has ended. Very good, system activates the White Hot Cannon. Outside the battleship, the 2 extreme devourers are still attacking the high-tech battleship, completely unaware that danger has already locked on them. Roar! When the Devourer at the front of the battleship wanted to continue attacking the turret, a white beam of light shot up. The white light penetrated its body directly. A second later, the beam disappeared, and the figure of the Extreme Devourer slowly fell down. Roar! The other Extreme Eater became even more angry when he saw the death of his companion. The long tentacles behind it began to flutter in the wind. Sube was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Doesn't the systems analysis panel show that the Devourer only has one special ability, Life Drain? But the last Devourer outside the battleship was obviously preparing some big move. The system helped me analyze the data of that Extreme Devourer. Name Eater of the Extreme. Level, 3+. Special ability, Life Drain C. Status, Burning Life. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation. The Devourer temporarily increases its strength by consuming a large amount of its own stored vitality, and then falls into a period of weakness. Chapter 41. The Extreme Devourer Boss. After seeing the analysis of the Extreme Devourer, Sube also figured out its current situation. So I can use the vitality I absorbed earlier to increase my combat power. The level of this Extreme Devourer was also raised from level 3 to level 3+. However, even if the Extreme Eater burned his own vitality to increase his level, Sube was still confident. Level 3+ Devourer, if one shot doesn't work, then 2. How long will the system's white-hot cannon last? Master, you still have 37 seconds. Very good. Be careful to avoid the attacks of the Extreme Devourer while charging. Yes. As the charging time of the white-hot cannon ended, a bright white beam of light hit the Extreme Devourer. Roar! A level 3+ Extreme Devourer can't be killed with just one shot. Sube looked at the Extreme Devourer on the screen, who was roaring in pain, and his heart remained calm. Roar! At this time, a big hole had been punched into the Devourer's body, but its strong vitality of level 3+ prevented it from dying immediately. Shurji lay on the ground unwillingly. After being hit by a white-hot cannon from the battleship, it had lost most of its combat effectiveness. But to be on the safe side, Sube waited until the cooling time of the white-hot cannon was over before firing at it. A minute later, the second white-hot cannon was fired, and the Extreme Eater died. Sube let out a long sigh, and after confirming that the surroundings were safe, he stood up and walked out of the warship. The bodies of the 3 Extreme Devourers fell on the ground in different places, looking miserable. These 3 Extreme Devourers also brought Sube 2 level 3 and 1 level 3+ energy crystals. Sube was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the energy crystal of the Extreme Devourer, which burned its vitality to forcibly increase its level, was level 3+. This is an unexpected gain. Sube converted all 3 of the Extreme Devourer's energy crystals into energy points for the battleship. Battleship remaining energy points, 4520. Before Sube could get excited, a fierce roar came from not far away. Roar, roar, roar. Sube hurriedly looked at the control screen. Is there a new Extreme Devourer coming? Sube raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the screen of the battleship. A Devourer that was even larger than the previous one appeared on the roof of a building. It first saw the 3 Extreme Devourer corpses on the ground, and then looked fiercely in the direction of the Black Tech battleship. Bump! The huge body of the Extreme Devourer leaped down from the top of a building several dozen meters high and landed heavily on the ground. A cloud of dust was raised all around, and a huge pit appeared on the ground, with cracks spreading in all directions like a spider web. Name Eater of the Extreme. Level, 3++. Special ability, Life Drain C. Status, Rage. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation. There is no doubt that this Extreme Devourer should be the strongest one. After seeing the system's analysis of this Extreme Devourer, Sube's expression changed slightly. Is this the case where the little one is beaten and the big one comes? Sube was too tired to complain. He felt like he had poked a hole in the nest of Extreme Devourers. Level 3+1s, level 3+1s, and now level 3++1s had appeared. But a level 3++ devouring Extreme, its energy crystal should be worth more. Hey. Facing the newly appeared level 3++ Devourer, Sube did not show any panic, but instead had an expression of confidence and victory. Sube has already started to think about how many energy points the level 3++ Extreme Devourer energy crystal can provide him. Outside the battleship, the level 3++ Extreme Devourer slowly approached the high-tech battleship step by step. All of its subordinates were killed, and it was extremely furious at the moment. These 5 Extreme Devourers were originally the kings of the Beihai Hospital. Now it is going to tear the black guy in front of it into pieces to avenge its brothers. Roar. The extreme devourer let out a low roar, but did not attack immediately. After all, it is well aware of the strength of its subordinates. The fact that it can kill 4 of its subordinates proves that this black guy is not ordinary. Seeing the extreme devourer outside, he began to look around the high-tech battleship. Sube thought to himself that this was it. The charging time of the white-hot cannon has not yet ended, so it is a good opportunity to consume some more time. After the battleship has the energy points converted from the 3 energy crystals of the extreme devourer, the white-hot cannon can now fire dozens of rounds. Ding ding. The white-hot cannon is fully charged. As the battleship's prompt sound came, Sube raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke. Fire. The next second, a white beam of light suddenly shot out from the dark turret at the front of the battleship, instantly knocking the level 3++ devourer into the building behind. But Sube frowned a little, because the first few extreme devourers were directly pierced through the body by the beam of the white-hot cannon and were not knocked away. Really? When the leader of the extreme devourer crawled out of the ruined building, Sube saw the wounds on its body. The energy beam from the white-hot cannon did not penetrate the body of the level 3++ devourer, but only left a wound deep enough to see the bone. Although the wound was horrific, it was not enough to kill this level 3++ extreme devourer. A level 3++ mutant monster. Is its defense strong enough to barely withstand the white heat cannon? Sube frowned and thought. It seemed that the upper limit of the damage of the white-hot cannon was about the 3++ level mutant creatures. It may be difficult to defeat the mutated creatures at level 4, or even higher. However, it seems that this extreme devourer was seriously injured. It would be dead if it was hit by a few more shots. Outside the battleship, the devourer's body rose and fell, as if enduring the pain of being hit by the white-hot cannon. Roar. The extreme eater let out a vigilant roar and stared at the high-tech battleship with some surprise. It didn't expect that an ordinary-looking piece of black iron could cause such great damage to it. The devourer began to rush towards the battleship at high speed, and the claws on its limbs locked onto the turrets of the white-hot cannon. It thinks the biggest threat is the black cylindrical object. Roar. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sube immediately asked the system to activate the warship to evade. Bang! The devourer's attack hit the ground, shattering the cement and stones on the ground. Sube felt a little uneasy. He was not sure whether the hardness of the white-hot cannon's turret could withstand such an attack. But he didn't dare to try it. In case he couldn't bear it, it would be the end of him. How long is the cooldown time for the system's white-hot cannon? Master, you still have 21 seconds. As the cooling time ended, the battleship lit up with a beam of white light again. The devourer noticed the attack of the white-hot cannon and wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't react in time. Boom! A strong white beam of light hit the body of the extreme eater, knocking it away again. This time, the place where the extreme eater was hit was bleeding, and a large amount of black blood spurted out of its mouth. The extreme eater staggered as he had just gotten up and almost fell. Sube looked at this scene and felt that victory was not far away. Roar! The leader of the extreme devourer felt unwilling to accept this. It was so powerful and almost invincible in this Beihai hospital. How could I be defeated by an ordinary-looking black iron block today? Go ahead and scream. Even if your throat hurts, you have to kneel here today. Chapter 42, Advanced Black Technology Battleship. Inside Beihai University Hospital, black rain was still falling. The rustling sounds continued, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, without a trace of light. It seemed as if this heavy black rain would never stop. Next to a black bus that looked very cool and not even made on Blue Star, the body of a hideous and terrifying giant beast was lying peacefully. Sube sat in the driving seat of the black tech battleship's control area and looked at a gray-black crystal the size of a thumb in his hand, his heart excited. This is the energy crystal of the level 3++ extreme devourer. Sube also felt a little sad. The level 3++ devourer actually died after being hit by 6 white-hot cannons from the battleship. Sube placed this energy crystal into the battleship's energy conversion device. Battleship remaining energy points, 7890. Looking at the skyrocketing energy points, Sube's joy was beyond words. This level 3++ energy crystal actually converted more than 3,000 energy points for the battleship. In this case, the battleship still needs more than 2,000 energy points to advance to the 4th level. Sube was secretly calculating the accumulation of energy points. Outside the battleship, Su Xiaoju returned to the roof of the battleship again after the battle. Enjoying the baptism brought by the black rain, Su Xiaoju squinted her eyes comfortably. Just now, her level broke through to level 2+. The battleship's door opened, and Su Bei walked down and shouted to Su Xiaoju on the roof. Xiaoju is working. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoju jumped down from the top of the warship with a nimble and graceful posture. The super short skirt couldn't fly up because of the pressure of the rain, and Su Bei felt a little disappointed. Su Xiaoju seemed to have noticed Su Bei's expression, and a faint fox smile appeared on her face. She inadvertently let her skirt fly up, satisfying a slight desire in Su Bei's heart. Little white stripes. The two of them walked together into the medical building of Beihai University Hospital. A few hours later, various advanced medical machines were piled up next to the high-tech battleship. Each of these things would be high-end equipment worth millions before the end of the world. Only Beihai University Hospital has the financial resources to afford this purchase. Su Bei couldn't help but sigh as he looked at these medical machines. He got high-end equipment worth tens of millions in just a few hours. These systems should be enough to build a high-tech medical room on the battleship, right? Su Bei called the system in his mind and asked. The battleship's energy points are currently approaching 10,000. I suggest the owner choose an advanced high-tech battleship. The system's voice continued. Master only needs to consume a certain amount of energy points when upgrading the battleship to integrate these devices. Su Bei's eyes lit up when he heard that. How many energy points does it take to upgrade the system to a Tier 4 black tech battleship? It'll probably take about 11,000 points. Su Bei felt that it was not a lot, and it was within his expectations. Okay, then the next step is to hunt down mutated monsters and collect energy points. Su Bei muttered to himself, looking very motivated. Yeah, come on, brother Su Bei, Xiaoju will help you work hard together. Su Xiaoju came over and encouraged Su Bei. It is now a black rain environment, and the mutated monsters around are also in a period of rapid growth and strength. This is extremely beneficial for Su Bei, who wants to obtain a large number of energy points. 2 days later, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were sitting in the living area of the high-tech battleship and eating steak. This was what Su Bei got from the supermarket at Beihai University. A small package of high-quality imported steak costs more than 100 yuan, which even Su Bei couldn't afford to eat normally. On the contrary, with the arrival of the end of the world, Su Bei can enjoy this kind of high-end food. Brother Su Bei, this meat is so delicious. Well, if you like it, eat more. Su Bei was not stingy at all. He even took away all the steaks in the supermarket. As for the preservation of these foods, the storage area of the Black Tech battleship has dedicated Black Tech storage. This kind of food can be stored for several years without any problem. Su Bei picked up a piece of steak and put it in his mouth, savoring the tender and juicy taste of the steak slowly. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Su Bei came to the battleship control area. Battleship remaining energy points, 11250. In the past 2 days, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju killed almost all the mutated monsters around Beihai University Hospital. The battleship's energy points also reached more than 11,000. The requirements for the Black Tech battleship to advance to the 4th level have been met. Let the system start upgrading. Su Bei's tone was a little excited. He was looking forward to the 4th level Black Technology battleship. Ding ding, the advancement requirements are met. The high-tech battleship begins to advance. As the white light enveloped the Black Tech battleship, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju saw nothing but white in front of their eyes. 10 minutes later, battleship upgrade completed. The 4th level battleship data panel also appeared in front of Su Bei. Name Black Technology battleship. Tier 4, top level tank form. Function, Black Technology production, energy detection, high-speed navigation, energy shield. Armament, alloy Gatling, ultra-dense vehicle body, light energy cannon. Equipment, cab, living room, bathroom, medical room, storage room. Evaluation, the top-level form of the chariot, which can easily kill ordinary creatures below level 4, and the chariot body has super strong defense. Requirements for the next level. 100,000 energy points, 10 level 4 energy crystals, and 100 tons of heavy metal materials. Su Bei retrieved the basic data of the 4th tier Black Tech battleship. The maximum length is 14 meters, the maximum width is 3 meters, and the maximum height is 3.5 meters. When Su Xiaoju discovered that the battleship had been successfully upgraded, she cheered and then ran towards the bathroom. Su Bei was full of questions, but he didn't care about Su Xiaoju's behavior. He continued to check the battleship's data analysis. The 4th tier Black Tech battleship's armament column upgraded the machine gun strafing to alloy Gatling, a total of 2 guns. As for the white-hot cannon, it was also strengthened into a light energy cannon and located at the front top of the battleship. There is also a new feature, Energy Shield. Sube focused on checking this energy shield. Consume a certain amount of energy points to release an energy round shield around the battleship that can cover the battleship. The more damage the energy shield takes, the more energy points it consumes. After reading the introduction of the energy shield, Sube was delighted. This is a life-saving function. In addition, there is an additional device on the analysis panel of the Black Technology battleship. Sube took a quick look at the various areas inside the warship. It seems the battleship's interior space was too small before, which is why there was no equipment column. The medical room that Sube wanted was also displayed. Sube couldn't wait to go to the battleship's medical room to check. The medical room is located at the rear of the battleship's bathroom and is not very large, only a few square meters. In the center of the medical room is a human body repair cabin, surrounded by some other technologies. According to the system's introduction, the Black Tech battleship's medical room mainly uses this repair cabin. As long as it is not a dead creature, it can basically be saved by putting it in there. Of course, the consumption of energy points is definitely not cheap. Chapter 43. Let's take a bath together. Sube came to the cockpit of the Black Tech battleship. After the upgrade, the cockpit space became a little bigger. Each room area is separated by a special black alloy mechanical door. Sube could clearly feel that the interior decoration and structure of the Black Tech battleship had become more sci-fi and advanced. It already has the basic style of a battleship. Now the chariot's form has been upgraded to the top level. Sube feels that the next upgrade may be to enter the real battleship form. Brother Sube. Su Xiaoju trotted over from behind the warship with a seductive fox smile on her lips. Brother Sube, I noticed that the bathroom has become much bigger, and there's even a small bathtub. Su Xiaoju's tone was soft and her expression was very excited. When Sube saw her expression, he knew what evil intentions this vixen was up to. Why don't we take a bath together tonight? Su Xiaoju said something shocking. Sube looked confused. The space on the battleship was so small, and the bathroom was not big either. There was no room for two people to take a bath together. I just checked, the two of us are just right. As if seeing Sube's confusion, Su Xiaoju said seriously. Let's talk about it tonight. At night, Su Xiaoju couldn't wait to come to Sube. At this time, she was only wrapped in a white bath towel. The white bath towel is held high in front of the chest, giving the feeling that it is about to burst out. The bath towel was very short and did not cover. Coupled with Su Xiaoju's beautiful appearance, it can be said that no man can refuse her request now. Sube was pulled by Su Xiaoju to the bathroom. The bathroom of the 4th-tier Black Tech battleship has also been expanded significantly. In addition to the original shower room, a mini bathtub was added next to it. It's small, but big enough for two people. Su Xiaoju had already prepared the warm water, and a warm mist gradually rose in the bathroom. Sube quickly took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. Sube has the kind of body that looks thin when dressed and muscular when undressed. Sube's height of 1.82 meters and his perfect figure made Su Xiaoju look a little obsessed. Brother Sube, come in quickly. Su Xiaoju entered the bathtub first, and at this time, she slapped the water surface to urge Sube. Soon Sube entered the bathtub. Thinking about taking a bath at night, Sube specially made 2 black technology potions on the Black Technology production table. 2 high-tech potions. One has the function of nourishing the skin, and the other is a body-strengthening potion. Both of these high-tech potions are suitable for bathing. Sube opened the potion bottle and poured 2 black technology potions worth 100 energy points into the bathtub. Brother Sube, what are you doing? Su Xiaoju, who was standing aside, looked at Sube's actions with a foxy smile on her lips and looked at him with a smile on her face. These are high-tech potions made by the battleship. Taking a bath with them will benefit our bodies. Sube explained. Oh. After hearing that it only benefits the body, Su Xiaoju lost interest. After playing in the water for a while, Su Xiaoju gradually calmed down and enjoyed the comfort brought by the bath. The mini bathroom was not big, and the two of them were leaning against each other in the water. Su Xiaoju tied her hair up before taking a bath. She lay on the alloy plate next to her, and her 2 cute fox ears twitched on her head, which was very adorable. Su Xiaoju seemed to enjoy the experience of taking a bath. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, with a charming fox smile on her lips, and her perfect body was displayed in front of Sube without any reservation. Although due to the mist and water, most of Sube could not be seen clearly. But through the azure blue, because of the potion, bath water, Sube could vaguely see Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju is half sitting in the water at this moment, as if playing hide-and-seek. Sube also sighed in his heart. At this moment, Sube felt like he had stepped into heaven. enjoying the most beautiful moment in the world. When she was bored, Su Xiaoju secretly observed Su Bei for a while. 10 minutes later, on the water surface, both of them were taking a bath with a leisurely and comfortable look on their faces. Su Xiaoju lay on the alloy plate with a tired expression on her face, looking a little exhausted. Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju with a confident smile on his face, not taking it seriously. After taking a bath, the two simply rinsed their bodies and left the bathroom. Coming to the living room, the area here has become much larger, and there are many more basic black technology equipment. For example, black technology wall mirrors, black technology wardrobes, etc. The upgraded black technology bed has become larger again, which is not only more comfortable to sleep on, but also has the function of replenishing energy and spirit. Su Bei lay directly on the high-tech bed, feeling relaxed and happy. But now Su Bei wants to have a good rest. In the past 2 days, Su Bei basically had no rest every day because he was accumulating advanced energy points for the warship. Today, the black tech battleship has been upgraded to level 4, so he can relax. Feeling the comfort of the high-tech bed, Su Bei quickly fell asleep. Su Xiaoju knew that Su Bei needed to rest, so she didn't disturb him. She lay quietly on the side of Su Bei's body, her beautiful golden eyes staring at Su Bei's handsome face, and she fell into obsession. Chapter 44. The Power of Alloy Gatling. The next morning, Su Bei woke up and felt softness on his body. He couldn't help but push. Well, very cool. Su Xiaoju murmured softly, as if she was still asleep. After enjoying the wonderful benefits of the morning, Su Bei got up and went to wash up. Then we came to the battleship's cockpit. The black rain was still falling outside, but the amount of rain had begun to subside. System analysis will probably stop in a day or two. The battleship has now been upgraded. Su Bei also obtained medical equipment from Beihai University Hospital and built a high-tech medical room. It can be said that Su Bei's purpose of coming to Beihai University Hospital has been achieved. It's time to get out of here. As for the next destination, Su Bei already had a plan in mind. Su Bei's current main goal is to accumulate battleship energy points to enhance his and Su Xiaoju's personal combat effectiveness. In the past few days, they have almost hunted down all the high-level mutated monsters in Beihai Hospital. Of course, you can also stay here and wait for military rescue. After all, there are many high-end medical equipment here that are valued by the military. But Su Bei has high-tech warships, so there is no need for him to join the military. That would actually restrict his freedom. The system will head to Wangrong Plaza next. Yes, Master. Wanrong Plaza is a bustling commercial district in Beihai City. There is also the largest shopping mall in Beihai City, which can be said to be one of the most economically developed locations in Beihai City. After the end of the world, there will be a lot of people there, and the number of mutated monsters will definitely be a lot as well. Su Bei's most important task at present is to hunt as many energy points as possible. Su Bei drank the physical fitness optimization potion in his hand in one gulp. After taking the battleship's black technology potion every day these 2 days, Su Bei's level has also broken through to level 2. Feeling his body becoming stronger and stronger, Su Bei is full of hope for the future. He can't control other people's disasters, nor does he want to control them. Su Bei just wants to live well with the person most important to him. After a rustling sound, Su Xiaoju walked in from behind playfully. Su Xiaoju sat down on the passenger seat in the cab. She wore a white sailor shirt and a sky blue skirt with white edges today. The buttons on her chest were deliberately left unbuttoned, revealing a large area of white skin that attracted Su Bei's attention. Dang dang, how does it look good like this? Su Xiaoju made a cute pose towards Su Bei. Su Bei couldn't help swallowing. Su Xiaoju's stunning looks and this sailor suit can be said to have put her at the pinnacle of the COS world. Of course, Xiaoju looks the most beautiful in anything she wears. Humph. When Su Xiaoju heard Su Bei's praise, a fox smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and all the joy in her heart was reflected in the fox ears shaking on her head. Brother Su Bei, what are we having for lunch today? It's only morning now. Why are you thinking about lunch already? As the battleship sailed, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were talking and laughing in a harmonious atmosphere, without any sense of the end of the world. Until the high-tech battleship arrived in the city. It's only been about a week since the end of the world, and now the entire Beihai city has become a ruin. The dilapidated shops were unattended, the collapsed houses were piled up like ruins, and human corpses could be seen on the ground from time to time. After seeing this scene, Su Bei gradually calmed down. Seeing his former home become such a miserable state today, Su Bei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There is no one to be seen on the streets of Beihai City now, and it seems lifeless. The high-tech battleship sailed smoothly on the road, knocking away the objects that blocked its way. Roar! The mutants wandering around the street corners and in the dilapidated shops heard the noise and rushed over with roars. The battleship's analysis panel showed that these were all ordinary level 1 mutant humans. Sube didn't care. These level 1 mutants couldn't even break through the battleship's defense. Bang! Bang! The unintelligent mutants were ruthlessly crushed by the high-tech battleship, and their bodies were directly crushed by the special tires of the battleship. Outside the battleship, mechanical arms stretched out towards the bodies of the mutants. The energy points displayed on the battleship also began to rise slowly. Sube's mouth curled up as he watched this scene. Although the energy points converted from the energy crystal of an ordinary level 1 mutant are very few, but their large number makes them a major source of energy for warships. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a loud roar came from not far away. The battleship immediately analyzed the data of the mutated monster. Name Giant Destroyer. Level 3. Special ability, Strength Amplification D. Status, Hunting. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a special mutant with great destructive power. The surrounding ruins are all its masterpieces. Sube discovered that it was a level 3 special mutant and immediately became interested. Level 3 mutant monsters are very rare nowadays. Sube had only encountered 5 level 3 extreme devourers before at Beihai University Hospital. It seems that the destruction here was caused by it. Looking at the evaluation given by the system, Sube had already sentenced this giant destroyer to death in his heart. Of course, even if it was not the one that destroyed the surrounding buildings, Sube was not going to let it go. A level 3 energy crystal can convert at least 1,000 plus energy points. System activated alloy Gatling. Yes. Soon, 2 half-meter thick Gatling gun tubes extended from both sides of the front end of the battleship. Each Gatling gun has a 12-barrel machine gun muzzle that is slowly rotating, which looks quite exciting. Alloy Gatling can fire up to 120 rounds of 15 mm caliber machine gun bullets per second, and compared to ordinary machine gun bullets, Gatling's machine gun bullets have stronger penetration and repulsive power. Of course, the consumption of alloy Gatling is also very high. The battleship needs to consume 10 energy points per second to maintain the firing of each alloy Gatling. However, these are nothing compared to the energy crystals of level 3 mutant creatures. System fire. As Sube gave the order, the alloy Gatling guns on both sides of the battleship, which looked like black dragon heads, began to rotate. In less than a second, the speed was increased and 15 mm large caliber machine gun bullets shot out like raindrops. The giant destroyer standing on a piece of ruined stone not far away was still confused. The next moment, countless machine gun bullets hit it. Puff, puff, puff. The bullets from the alloy Gatling gun easily penetrated the body of the giant destroyer. The giant destroyer was hit by a rain of bullets and kept retreating, screaming incessantly. In less than 10 seconds, the battleship automatically stopped the attack of alloy Gatling, because the system has determined that the giant destroyer is dead. Sube was shocked. The level 3 special mutant only lasted less than 10 seconds under the alloy Gatling of the high-tech battleship. Too strong. Sube felt that this alloy Gatling could be compared with the military's rocket launchers and other large-scale thermal weapons. Chapter 45. The Folding Space of the Battleship. Sube got out of the car and went to the body of the giant destroyer to take the energy crystal. Level 3 energy crystal plus 1. Sube converted this level 3 energy crystal into 1,200 energy points. The Black Tech battleship continues to advance. As the warship moved forward, Sube also discovered a drawback. That is, the 4th level Black Technology warship was too large. This not only makes it easier to be attacked by mutated monsters, but also makes many sections of the road impassable. Is there any way in the system to reduce the size of the battleship? Sube Inquiry System. The master can create folding space. Folding space? Folding space is. After a systematic explanation, Sube had a general understanding of the Black Technology folding technology. The so-called folded space is also a kind of Black Technology of Black Technology battleships. It is a very advanced space technology that can fold the original space to a certain extent. Without changing the internal size of a certain space, the external volume of this space is reduced. Simply put, folding space can shrink the length of a high-tech battleship from more than 10 meters to a few meters. But the space inside the battleship will not change. Sube was shocked. There is such a technology? Then the system quickly shows me the specific information about folding space. Soon, The specific information and introduction of folding space appeared in front of Su Bei. After reading it, Su Bei exclaimed, "Awesome!" Now he wants to fold and transform the high-tech battleship even more. This space folding technology can be said to have surpassed the cognition of humans on Blue Planet. However, the energy points required to create folding space for a battleship are calculated based on the volume of 1 cubic space. Each cubic meter of space folding consumes 100 energy points. Su Bei estimated that it would take nearly 100 cubic meters to fold a 4th-level black-tech battleship into the size of an ordinary car. That is more than 10,000 energy points. This is definitely a huge number for northern Jiangsu at the moment. Master, please don't think it's too expensive. If this kind of space technology were put out there, countless people would want it, but it's still not available. Seeing Su Bei's dissatisfied look, the system suddenly said something arrogantly. Okay. Su Bei looked at the battleship's current energy points of more than 1,000. Then let's fold 10 cubic meters of space first. Folding the battleship space is a long-term project, and Su Bei plans to take it slow. After folding 10 cubic meters, there was no change inside the battleship, but from the outside it could be felt that the battleship had become significantly smaller. But today's high-tech warships are still too large and too conspicuous. As the warship continued to move forward, Su Bei also encountered some survivors along the way. However, these survivors were hiding in their own houses, quietly observing the outside world through the windows. There were also several survivors who wanted to ask Su Bei for help after seeing his domineering high-tech warship. Su Bei ignored these people. Sitting on a black-tech chair, Su Bei held a cup of energy drink made with black technology in his hand. After drinking it all in one gulp, Su Bei felt refreshed all over. This black technology drink has the effect of refreshing the mind and pulsating the brain nerves. It's the perfect drink for summer. As the roads in the city have deteriorated, there are collapsed houses and piles of large objects everywhere. Now the speed of black technology warships is also relatively slow. At night, Su Bei asked the system to park the warship near an old residential building. The mutated monsters here have also been cleared out by Su Bei. Inside the battleship, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were sitting at the table in the living area eating a sumptuous dinner. Today they ate frozen food. There are braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised beef, and spicy boneless chicken feet. These foods are vacuum-packed and only need to be heated in hot water for a few minutes before eating. There was a table full of delicious food, and Su Bei and Su Xiaoju ate it with relish. While Su Bei was having dinner, a prompt sound suddenly came from the system. "Master, humans are approaching this battleship." Su Bei was a little surprised when he heard this, and let Su Xiaoju eat first. Su Bei turned and came to the battleship's cockpit, looking at the figure in the picture. There are 2 girls and 1 boy. Su Bei originally didn't intend to pay attention to it, but after thinking about it, he didn't have anything to do in the evening, so he just took it as a way to kill time. Su Bei opened the door of the battleship and walked down. After waiting for a while by the battleship's door, the 3 survivors came over cautiously. They saw that Su Bei seemed to be waiting deliberately, and there was some surprise on their faces. 2 women and 1 man walked quickly towards Su Bei. Su Bei's expression was calm, and he said with his own powerful smile, "Is there something wrong with you 3? Feeling Su Bei's strong aura, the 3 of them suddenly felt timid and weak. "Well, we saw your car parked in our neighborhood during the day. We came here to ask for your help." One of the girls spoke up bravely. Su Bei looked at the girl with some surprise. It wasn't her beautiful looks that attracted Su Bei's attention, but mainly because of the good aura she exuded. "That's right. We are all residents of this community. There are monsters everywhere now. Many people have died in our community." The boy also spoke at this time, with a look of panic on his face. As for the last girl, she didn't say anything, but just stood silently beside the 2 of them. Su Bei also understood the purpose of these 3 people. "I refuse." Su Bei still had that charming smile on his face, but what he said made the 3 of them feel disheartened. "Why? We are all Chinese. Shouldn't we help each other when the end of the world comes?" The boy was confused and angry when he heard Su Bei's rejection, but he didn't dare to get angry when he saw Su Bei's strong figure of over 1.8 meters. The other 2 girls also had ugly expressions on their faces, but they didn't say anything. It's up to me to decide whether to help you or not." Su Bei was somewhat disdainful of the boy's questioning. He seemed not to understand his current situation yet. After hearing Su Bei's words, the boy's face darkened and he seemed to want to take action, but after considering it, he gave up. The boy wanted to call the 2 girls to leave together. Since Su Bei was unwilling to help them, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. But the 2 girls tacitly did not go back with him and stood there without moving. "He's not willing to help us. Why are you still staying here? The boy was a little confused, but the two girls ignored him. They originally gathered together because of the outbreak of the apocalypse. Now that they have found Bei, who seems reliable, the two girls have given up on him. Great. If you don't leave, then I will. Looking at the boy's back as he left angrily, the three of them didn't care. Bei was also a little curious and continued while looking at the two girls. Why are you still staying? Didn't I say I wouldn't take you with me? You don't want to take us with you because you think we're worthless. Oh. Bei listened to the girl's words and looked at her with some surprise. Chapter 46. Lin Xiaoke. Lin Xiaoke said, "That boy is of no use to you, but we are still of some use." As she spoke, Lin Xiaoke started taking off her clothes. She is a school beauty in the school, and Lin Xiaoke believes that no man can resist her body. The other girl next to her didn't seem to expect that her companion was trying so hard to get on the bus. They are actually planning to donate their bodies. Bei looked at the two girls. Both of them were very pretty. In his eyes, it can be scored 90 points, and 100 points is like Su Xiaoju. Moreover, one is cute and charming while the other has a cool and elegant temperament. It can be said that each of them has their own strengths. To be honest, Bei was also moved when he heard Lin Xiaoke's idea. But he is not a fool who is obsessed with sex. The two women can only serve as artillery positions at the moment, and bringing them along would be equivalent to adding two burdens. There is also a capable and fighting Su Xiaoju on his battleship, and her appearance and figure are better than theirs. At this time, Lin Xiaoke had already taken off her short-sleeve top and bra, and two cute white rabbits were swaying in front of her chest. Bei felt a little dry in the mouth after watching this. Although Lin Xiaoke's scale is not as big as Su Xiaoju's, it is also sea level. Seeing that Bei was attracted by his capital, Lin Xiaoke felt a little ashamed and a little proud. But seeing that Bei remained unmoved, Lin Xiaoke made a decision in his heart. Since he hasn't expressed his opinion yet, let him try his level first. Looking at Bei's upright and handsome appearance, Lin Xiaoke felt that Bei should be responsible for her after they were done. Just when Lin Xiaoke wanted to continue taking off her clothes, Bei stopped her. Don't take it off. Do you think I'm the kind of man who's in charge of his lower body? In fact, Bei wanted to say in his heart, I already have a 100-point perfect existence in my battleship. Do I still need a 90-point vase from you? Hearing Bei's words, Lin Xiaoke paused for a moment. If she couldn't even satisfy Bei with her own body, then she really had no hope. Lin Xiaoke was a little panicked, and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. She originally thought that her proud body could win over Bei, but she was wrong. Bei is not a man who will be dominated by a J-bug. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly came over her. They have eaten all the food in the house in the past few days. Because he lived on the first floor, which was very close to where the Bei warship was parked, he dared to take the risk and come to seek help. Stop crying. I don't like girls crying in front of me. As he spoke, Bei casually took out several large bags of bread and a bag of purified water from his small space bracelet and threw them on the ground. These are given to you as a reward for showing me the benefits. The welfare naturally refers to the beautiful scenery on Lin Xiaoke's chest. When Lin Xiaoke heard this, her pretty face quickly turned red, but she did not refuse Bei. After all, these foods can help them survive. But for Bei, this little bit of food is dispensable. He doesn't mind helping his fellow human beings when he is in a good mood, especially two beautiful women. Okay, go back. Looking at Bei's back as he turned around and walked back to the warship, Lin Xiaoke's eyes suddenly became firm and he whispered, One day, I'll make you accept me. A breeze blew by, and Lin Xiaoke felt a coolness in his chest. She subconsciously covered her big snow-white rabbit, and Lin Xiaoke bit her silver teeth slightly, seeming a little unwilling. And in Lin Xiaoke's body, it seemed that some kind of power was quietly awakening, but she had not yet realized it. Let's go. Lin Xiaoke held the other girl's hand, and the two petite figures quickly walked back to the old residential building. Back in the warship, Bei didn't take what had just happened to heart. More than a week has passed since the end of the world, and food shortages are gradually becoming apparent. Fortunately, Bei has high-tech warships, even if all the food on the blue planet is consumed. Bei can also consume energy points to make high-tech food. Brother Bei, what did you do just now? As soon as Bei returned to the table, Su Xiaoju asked curiously. Bei explained with a faint smile and recounted what had just happened. Is that my bear or that girl's bear? However, Su Xiaoju's emphasis seemed a little off. Ahem, of course. Xiaoju's is bigger. Bei was a little embarrassed to say it, but of course he told the truth. Bei felt that one hand was enough to hold the girl's huge breast, but Su Xiaoju really couldn't hold it with one hand. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Su Xiaoju's face became even happier. The waves on her chest also swayed, and it was obvious that this naughty fox was not wearing a bra. Brother Su Bei, please eat quickly, these are getting cold. Su Xiaoju was very attentive. She picked up a piece of braised pork and handed it to Su Bei's mouth. Brother Su Bei, open your mouth. Su Bei took a bite and listened to Su Xiaoju's coquettish voice. A sense of satisfaction rose in his heart, ring in equal to ring in equal to. This is the life he wants. After dinner, the two took a cold shower and lay down on the high-tech bed to rest. Su Bei lay on the soft big bed, recalled the Warship information in his mind, and began to summarize. Today the battleship obtained a total of more than 2,000 energy points, mainly provided by the Level 3 giant destroyer. As for supplies, he also raided a small supermarket today and almost filled up the battleship's storage room. The main task now is to fold the space of the battleship so that its size becomes the size of an ordinary car. Su Bei consumed 1,000 energy points and folded 10 cubic meters of space on the battleship. Su Bei took out the dream training device and put it on, starting tonight's training. It is worth mentioning that these days of dream training have enabled Su Bei's advanced fighting skills to advance to master-level fighting skills. The next day, the battleship started moving forward early. Su Bei sat in the driver's seat and looked at the old community gradually moving away. Suddenly, the two girls from yesterday appeared in his mind. Su Bei laughed at himself in his heart. He and those two girls were destined to be from two different worlds, now and in the future. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Su Bei looked straight ahead. The black tech battleship folded 20 cubic meters of space, and its appearance appeared to have shrunk a lot. The body shape is not too exaggerated. Okay, let's try to fold 30 cubic meters of space today. The high-tech warship was sailing on the deserted streets, with destroyed houses and buildings on both sides of the road. The black rain also stopped this morning, but there are still some water stains on the road. It seemed as if the whole world had become clearer. But Su Bei knew that Blue Star had become even more dangerous after experiencing the baptism of the black rain. After experiencing this wave of black rain, the strength of those terrifying mutated monsters increased by at least a small level. For example, Su Xiaoju has been in the black rain for a few days and is now at level 2++. Chapter 47, Special Clothes. Name Su Xiaoju. Level 2++. Special abilities: Form Transformation, Inherent, Dark Thunder, AR. Status: Happy. Life level: Perfect. Evaluation: The little fox girl has been baptized by the black rain and has become stronger. Looking at the analysis panel of Su Xiaoju displayed by the system, Su Bei couldn't help feeling envious. Not only did Su Xiaoju break through 2 small levels in this black rain, but his special abilities were also strengthened. The original A level, Lightning, was upgraded to AR level, Dark Thunder. Moreover, Su Bei discovered that Su Xiaoju's skin seemed to be more beautiful than before. Su Xiaoju's skin is as white and flawless as mutton fat jade. Su Bei was confused. Could this also be the effect of the black rain? Seeing that Su Bei was staring at her body, Su Xiaoju couldn't help but smile foxily. Brother Su Bei, don't I look good today? After hearing Su Xiaoju's words, Su Bei noticed that Su Xiaoju was dressed a little differently today. Su Xiaoju wore a hollow blue dress today. The back of the dress is very nice and is only tied with a few ribbons. This piece of clothing was bought by Su Bei and his friends from the school supermarket. Su Bei didn't look at it much at that time. He didn't expect Su Xiaoju to take this kind of clothes. I have to say that today's Su Xiaoju is less playful and cute, and more charming and seductive. Ahem, this one is really nice. Su Bei spoke out his true feelings on behalf of Wanxian. When Su Xiaoju heard Su Bei's praise, her face was full of joy. By the way, Xiaoju, do you still have clothes like this? There are many more. If Brother Su Bei likes to see them, I will change them every day in the future, Su Xiaoju said with a smile on her face. Su Bei cheered in his heart, but continued speaking without changing his expression. Well, Xiaoju looks great in these clothes, but they can only be worn in the high-tech battleship, and only to me, you know. After sailing for a while, the battleship soon detected the first high-level mutated monster of the day. Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations ahead. Name Crawler. Level 2. Special abilities: None. Status: Hunting. Life level: Ordinary. Evaluation: A special mutant human. After looking at the analysis of the mutated monster, it turned out to be just a level 2 special mutant. Su Bei did not use warships to attack and kill. A level 2 crawler is just right for practicing. Muttering to himself, Su Bei had already gotten off the warship. It just so happened that he was also at level 2 strength, and he hadn't fought monsters for a long time, so he didn't know how strong he was. Bei came to 10 meters in front of the crawler, and the crawler also discovered Bei. The man and the monster looked at each other, and the crawler roared. The next second, the crawler burst out with all its strength and rushed towards Bei. Roar! If an ordinary person encountered this scene, he would have been scared to the point of collapsing on the ground. But Bei is not an ordinary person. Looking at the crawler's attack, Bei just felt that it was too slow. Bei had no intention of using the cutting knife. Raising one hand, Bei easily blocked the crawler's attack. The next moment, Bei turned his wrist, grabbed the crawler's arm, and threw him forward over his shoulder. Master-level fighting skills are not to be underestimated. Roar! The crawler was thrown heavily to the ground, roaring. Bei was neither hurried nor slow. He grabbed the crawler's hand and pulled it up without letting go. Then a knee strike sent the crawler flying several meters away. Bump! The crawler that fell to the ground had lost its ability to move, and the place where it was hit by Bei's knee was broken. Bei walked over and kicked the reptile hard, ending its life. Too weak. It was easy to kill the crawler. Bei couldn't help but sigh. Although also at level 2, Bei can crush the crawlers. All this is thanks to the enhanced potions made by the Black Tech battleships and the training effects in the Dream training device. After taking out the energy crystal of the crawler, Bei returned to the battleship. Back in the battleship, Bei threw the crawler's energy crystal to Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju opened her pink little mouth and caught the energy crystal thrown by Bei like a hungry cat. At present, Bei is unable to directly absorb level 2 energy crystals. Bei opened the Black Technology production column and made a few body optimization potions to drink. The high-tech battleship continued to move forward, and all the blind mutated monsters it encountered along the way turned into energy points for the battleship. The number of high-level mutated monsters in the urban area is also greater than what Bei had encountered before. By the evening, Bei had killed more than 10 level 2 mutated monsters. The battleship's energy points also broke through the 2,000 mark again. Bei was very satisfied and folded another 20 cubic meters of space in the battleship. Okay. Seeing that the sky outside was getting darker, Bei asked the system to stop the warship. Let's stop here for today. Bei asked the system to park the warship next to a commercial building. In a residential building not far from here, several men with gloomy faces were quietly staring at the direction where the warship was docked. Brother, should we take action? The person who was speaking had a bald head and an extremely ugly appearance. The man called Big Brother by the bald man is called Brother Biao, and he is also the boss of these people. There were 7 people in the room, all men in their 20s or 30s. At this moment, they were all lying beside the windows and staring in the direction of the high-tech battleship. When the high-tech warship appeared in their sight for the first time, they set their sights on Bei and his men. Don't worry, since they parked the car there, it means they probably won't leave tonight. Brother Biao showed a sinister smile on his face. Hey, that bus looks like it's been modified. That appearance, wow. The person inside must be a wealthy man. Brother Biao and his friends all mistook the high-tech battleship for a modified tank, and Bei was also considered a rich car owner. I guess he got the news of the apocalypse in advance and spent a lot of money to build this apocalyptic chariot. Brother Biao continued to speak self-righteously, his tone confident, as if everything was under his control. Brother, your analysis is amazing. I admire you, my little brothers. Yes, Big Brother, not only are you powerful and possess extraordinary abilities, but your IQ is also extraordinary. Listening to the flattery of his younger brothers, a hint of pride appeared on Brother Biao's face. He liked the flattery of these younger brothers. Chapter 48, Being Targeted. Wait until dark, then we'll take action. Inside the high-tech battleship, Bei didn't know that his battleship had been targeted. Xiaoju is eating. Bei called Su Xiaoju over, and the two of them had some simple vacuum-packed food in the evening. Brother Bei, I'm going to take a shower first. After finishing her meal, Su Xiaoju moved her body lazily. Su Xiaoju showed off her hot and perfect body in front of Bei, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. After Bei finished his meal, he planned to go outside the warship to get some fresh air. System opens the side door. As Bei finished speaking, one side of the battleship first stretched forward and then pressed back to both sides. It looks like the magnetic levitation door in science fiction movies and has a sci-fi feel. Bei walked out of the warship and came to the ground. Breathing in the scent of summer in the night sky, Bei felt extremely relaxed. Looking at the dim environment and deserted streets around me, a sense of tranquility and comfort swept over me. Under normal circumstances, this kind of urban area would have been brightly lit and bustling with traffic. Bei liked this feeling as if he owned this space alone. Will not be disturbed or affected by anyone. 10 minutes later, a group of people quietly approached from a distance. Master detects a human approaching. Bei, who was leaning against a big tree, was a little surprised to hear the system's voice. He still leaned against the tree without moving. A few minutes later, 7 people led by Brother Biao cautiously arrived at the location where the black tech battleship was parked. Bei was secretly observing from a tree not far away. It looks like he's up to no good. Looking at the actions of the other people, Bei snorted in his heart and his face gradually darkened. Brother, how do we get into this chariot? Yeah, it seems there isn't even a door. Can't you find it, idiot? Keep your voice down. Don't let the people in the car hear you. Several people were talking in a low voice, but Bei could hear the voice as thin as a mosquito clearly. The black tech battleship does not have so-called doors, and only Bei can let the system open the battleship. You're so brave to try to steal my warship. After confirming the purpose of Brother Biao and his companion's visit, Bei had already made a judgment in his mind. Bei slowly walked out from under the dim tree. Step by step, silently. Bei's control over his strength has now reached the point where he can move without making any sound. Bei was discovered only when he was within 3 meters of Brother Biao and his companions. Fuck, who are you? A younger brother was the first to discover Bei and was startled by Bei, who appeared out of nowhere behind him. Idiot, didn't I tell you to keep your voice down? Brother Biao's tone was a little angry, and he turned around to scold his younger brother. Fuck. Seeing Bei suddenly appear behind him, Brother Biao couldn't help but speak sweetly. Big brother, aren't you scared yourself? And you're still blaming me. The younger brother who had just been scolded saw the frightened Brother Biao muttering to himself. But at this time, Brother Biao had no time to pay attention to this little brother. Brother Biao looked at Bei fiercely and said in a deep voice, "You must be the owner of this chariot." Brother Biao is not stupid. Ordinary survivors would not come here for a walk at this time. The only possibility for Bei to appear here is that he got off the tank. Could it be that our actions have been discovered in advance? Brother Biao began to analyze rapidly in his mind. He didn't understand why Bei was outside the tank. It stands to reason that it is so dangerous outside, and you may encounter mutated monsters at any time. Isn't it safest to stay in the tank? And how could Brother Biao understand Bai Woody's troubles? Now it's not you who should question me. It's me who should be interrogating you. Bei became interested when he saw that Brother Biao and his companions showed no sign of panic. You are so arrogant, little brother. The little brother who was frightened by Bei at first started cursing. He was first frightened by Bei and then scolded by his boss. Now he has already vented his anger on Bei. Snort. Bei looked at the younger brother and attacked before anyone could react. Oh. The next second, the little brother who had just spoken in a domineering tone let out a pig-slaughtering scream. When everyone looked at the younger brother again, he had collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Fuck Xiaowu. Brother Biao and his companions were all shocked. Bei's move was too fast just now, and they didn't see clearly what happened. A younger brother went over to check on Xiaowu. Brother, he's dead. When Brother Biao heard this, he was shocked at first, and then anger surged in his heart. Brother Biao looked at Bei Dao with a stern face. Boy, you should be a superpower too, right? But killing one of my brothers with just one move, isn't that a bit too much? Brother Biao is also a superpowered person, and he did not expect that the owner of the chariot is also a superpowered person. Damn it, didn't the military broadcast say the probability of a superpower awakening is less than 0.1? How come everyone I meet is a superpower? Brother Biao secretly cursed the military's broadcast information for being so deceptive. If he knew that Bei was a superpowered person, he would definitely come again with full preparation. Seeing that Bei didn't answer and looked unmoved, he thought that the other party was afraid of him and others. Brother Biao continued, "How about this, kid? Give us some of the supplies in the car, and we'll call it a day." Although he said this, Brother Biao was already prepared. As long as Bei opened the tank door, they would attack immediately. Brother Biao and his companions are no ordinary people. They were gangsters long before the end of the world, and they even took several lives. Brother Biao and the other brothers smiled wryly on the surface, but secretly they were thinking about how Bei would kill him after he opened the chariot. So what if he's a superpower? Our eldest brother is also a superpower, not to mention we have 6 more people on our side. Although Bei's attack was very fast just now, Brother Biao believed that it was impossible for Bei to deal with 6 people at the same time. And he is also very confident in his superpowers. At worst, I can just sacrifice a few of my brothers. Brother Biao thought mercilessly in his heart and continued to speak. How's it going, brother? After all, my little brother is also a human life. I can't let him die in vain, right? Snort. Sube looked at these hypocritical faces and snorted in disdain. You still think Sube is a fool, right? Are you also a superpower? What is your superpower? Sube did not respond to Brother Biao's proposal, but was a little curious about what Brother Biao's special ability was. Brother, I don't want to. Before Brother Biao could finish his words, Sube took action. Sube deliberately slowed down his movements and threw a punch, with the wind from his fist making a whistling sound. Get started. Seeing this, Brother Biao stopped pretending and shouted. The younger brothers around came forward one after another, some of them carrying iron rods and kitchen knives. Sube raised the corner of his mouth, and his 5 younger brothers were almost killed instantly. Bang! Bang! Seeing all his brothers fall down, Brother Biao finally couldn't hold back his face. Etc. Sube ignored Brother Biao's words and punched Brother Biao with his fist. Chapter 49, Mutated Rock Bear. Brother Biao was forced into a desperate situation and used his superpowers. Clang! A sound similar to metallic collision was heard. Sube saw that Brother Biao's arms had turned gray-black, and hitting them felt like metal plates. That's it. Looking at the supernatural powers displayed by Brother Biao, Sube suddenly lost interest. The special abilities of Brother Biao are similar to those of the mutated monsters that Sube encountered before. Bump! Sube became serious, and with one punch, he sent Brother Biao, who was a little complacent after blocking his punch, to heaven. In fact, the system gave Brother Biao's personal data as early as the beginning. The reason why Sube wanted to see Brother Biao's special abilities was just to know the difference between the supernatural powers displayed by humans and those of mutated monsters. But for now, there isn't much difference between the two. Sube ignored the bodies of Brother Biao and the others. After experiencing this, he no longer had the mood to appreciate the scenery. When Sube returned to the living room of the battleship, he saw Su Xiaoju. Brother Sube, what were you doing just now? Su Xiaoju jumped off the big bed and came to Sube almost in the blink of an eye. She leaned forward with her beautiful little face and asked. Sube felt a pleasant fragrance, and his mood unconsciously improved a lot. Nothing, just dealt with a few small shrimps. Sube replied casually, not intending to tell Su Xiaoju what had just happened. Well, it's getting late, go to bed early. The sun is shining brightly in the sky, and the early summer morning is as warm as the water in a hot spring, making people feel comfortable and lazy. Sube sat in the main seat in the cab and couldn't help but sigh. The sun is rising earlier and earlier lately. It is now mid-June and summer hospitality is becoming more and more enthusiastic. Fortunately, the high-tech battleship is like an isolated and cool world. Sube, sitting in the battleship, did not feel any malice from Xiaotian. Summer is great. I bought a lot of clothes for summer. Suddenly, Su Xiaoju's sweet voice came from behind. As the alloy mechanical door opened to both sides, Su Xiaoju walked out from the living room at the back. When Sube turned around and saw Su Xiaoju, his eyes lit up. Su Xiaoju is wearing a sports suit today. She wore a blue and white shirt on the upper body and a short skirt on the lower body. Xiaoju, we should be able to reach Vangrong Plaza today. Oh. Su Xiaoju came and sat in the vice seat, next to Sube. The black-tech battleship received Sube's instructions and began to move forward. 10 minutes later, the battleship encountered the first level 2 mutated monster of the day. Roar! In front of the high-tech battleship, on the ruins of a building. A bear-like monster was roaring towards the battleship. Sube asked the system to analyze the data panel of this monster. Name Mutated Rock Bear. Level 2+. Special ability, Rock Transformation D. Status, Fierce Keep Away. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a little bear with very high defense. Looking at the analysis given by the system, Sube thought for a moment. Then he decided to hunt it himself. Although Sube's level is still 2, he is now confident that he can fight above his level. Su Xiaoju also cheered for Sube. Brother Sube just arrived in Paris, equals ** smiley face. After making an okay gesture, Sube walked off the warship with a confident smile on his face. Looking at the mutated rock bear on the ruined building in the distance, Sube was full of fighting spirit. He also wanted to know whether his current strength allowed him to fight against opponents of higher levels. Zheng. Sube pulled out his cutting knife from the small space bracelet. The mutated rock bear on the opposite side became furious when he saw Sube's provocation. As a level 2+ mutant creature, it is like a small lord in the surrounding ruins. It usually hunts other creatures, so when has it ever been provoked by others? Roar! The mutated rock bear also had a hot temper. After seeing Sube showing his knife, it used its special ability without showing any weakness. Rock Transformation. The mutated rock bear's originally gray-brown hair began to turn white, and its skin became slightly dry and cracked, just like stones on the ground. Roar. After the mutated rock bear completed its transformation, it roared again. The increase brought by the rock transformation was also considerable. If the combat power of the mutated rock bear before rock transformation was just an ordinary level 2+, then its combat power after rock transformation is the best among level 2+. Roar. I felt the breeze blowing across my face. This was the wind pressure generated by the roar of the mutated rock bear. Su Bei remained calm, holding the cutting knife in one hand and making an attacking posture with his body. Bang, bang, bang. After the mutated rock bear completed its transformation, it took the lead in attacking Su Bei. The 3-meter-tall figure made a dull sound as it ran on the concrete ground. Roar. Su Bei still looked at the attack from the mutated rock bear with a calm face. When Su Bei swung his sword and used both hands to block the bear claws of the mutated rock bear. Roar. Feeling that his attack was met with resistance, the mutated rock bear roared with all his might and increased the strength in his arms again. Su Bei vaguely felt that his strength was no match for the mutated rock bear, so he slid the side of his blade to block the attack of the mutated rock bear. Then he quickly came to its side and stabbed it with his sword. Puff. The second-level slashing knife easily pierced the rock skin of the mutated rock bear. Roar. The mutated rock bear felt the pain in its body and roared wildly. Su Bei's attack did not end. He quickly pulled out the cutting knife that was inserted into the mutated rock bear. Puff. When the mutated rock bear stopped attacking, Su Bei slashed at its waist again. Chapter 50. Encounter with the modified car team. Even a mutated rock bear with a waist circumference of over 500 centimeters was cut in half by the slashing blow of the Jampa sword. Puff, puff. The mutated rock bear's body, split in two, fell to the ground, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the broken part like a fountain. Su Bei didn't care about this bloody scene. Su Bei bent down and fumbled around on the body of the mutated rock bear, then found a gray energy crystal. Level 2+ energy crystal +1. Just as he was about to turn around and go back, Su Bei stopped. Looking at the corpse of the mutated rock bear, an idea suddenly arose in Su Bei's mind. Can I eat this system guy's meat? Although bears seem to be protected animals, the species that Su Bei wants to eat is not one of the protected animals in China. This mutated rock bear has a brutal personality and must have hunted many humans in its lifetime. At least it will not be under the protection of China. Master, after testing, has determined that the body of this mutated rock bear is edible. Its meat contains a large amount of energy, which will help strengthen the body. When Su Bei heard the system's answer, his eyes lit up. Thinking about tonight's rock bear feast, Su Bei's mouth began to salivate. Very good. Su Bei used some energy points from the battleship to make a meat-cutting knife, then walked forward and started working on the corpse of the mutated rock bear. After dozens of minutes, Su Bei had cut off the most essential and valuable part of the mutated rock bear's body. After putting these pieces of meat into the black tech fresh-keeping box in the battleship's storage room, Su Bei sat back in the battleship's main driving seat. Su Xiaoju came over from the side. Rub. Su Xiaoju lay on Su Bei's thighs like a cute kitten and rubbed back and forth. The furry fox ears on its head kept rubbing against Su Bei's palm. Looking into Su Bei's eyes, Su Xiaoju showed a flattering expression on her face. Su Bei naturally understood the purpose of Su Xiaoju's coquettish behavior. Looking at Su Xiaoju's cute performance, Su Bei felt a little funny and helpless. He took out the energy crystal he had just obtained from killing the mutated rock bear. Seeing the level 2+ energy crystal in Su Bei's hand, Su Xiaoju showed a longing expression on his face. Brother Su Bei, I want it. Listening to Su Xiaoju's fierce words, Su Bei did not reject her. Well, here you go. Su Bei stuffed this level 2+ energy crystal into Su Xiaoju's small mouth. Feeling the entrance of the energy crystal, Su Xiaoju couldn't help but whimper. Then he lay on Su Bei's thighs and began to absorb the energy in the energy crystal. Su Bei did not disturb Su Xiaoju on his legs. Instead, he enjoyed this posture. After all, there is a fox-eared girl with stunning beauty lying on his legs. No one would refuse her. Wanrong Plaza is located in the center of Beihai City. It is one of the best places in Beihai City in terms of geographical location and economic development. As the warship continued to approach the center of the city, Su Bei could clearly feel the increasing number of mutants around him. Of course, this is a good thing for northern Jiangsu. These low-level mutants have no intelligence and will pounce directly on a moving warship when they see it. The result was naturally being ruthlessly crushed by the battleship. Now, The high-tech warships can kill a large number of mutants every minute of travel. The energy crystals of these ordinary mutants are also a considerable income. Looking at the battleship's energy points constantly rising, Su Bei felt happy. Brother Su Bei, are we there yet? At this time, Su Xiaoju, who was lying on Su Bei's legs, completed the absorption of the energy crystal. Su Xiaoju climbed up from Su Bei's legs and sat down. Su Bei felt the softness of her departure, and there was still a trace of reluctance in his heart. Not yet, but we are not far from Vangrong Plaza now, Su Bei said as he looked at the map icon on the battleship's control screen. In fact, Su Xiaoju didn't care where to go. It was just what Su Bei had said before. There will be many high-level mutant monsters in Wanrong Square, and her energy crystals will definitely be enough to satisfy her hunger. The master has detected humans approaching. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Su Bei was stunned at first, but then he reacted. Wanrong Square is a bustling area in Beihai City. It is not like the previous Beihai University and Beihai University Hospital. The former has much more traffic than the latter, so it is normal for some survivors to appear. Su Bei asked the system to call up images of survivors approaching the warship. In the picture, several cars that appear to have been modified are traveling alongside the battleship. Their trajectory seemed to be vaguely intended to surround the battleship. Su Bei raised his eyebrows. Judging from the situation, the other party seemed to be going to cause trouble. In the car across the way. We have you surrounded now. Stop the car immediately. We can promise not to hurt you. If you don't stop, you'll have to bear the consequences. Suddenly, someone in the modified cars surrounding the battleship picked up a loudspeaker and shouted out of the window. Su Bei felt a little disdainful after hearing this, but these people's arrogant behavior also aroused Su Bei's interest. Su Bei raised the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were calm. They're just a few modified cars with steel plates added to the outside, but you're so arrogant. Su Bei did not take the other party's warning seriously. He was no longer the weakling who could be bullied by others. System, crash into me. Su Bei gave orders to the system, and the black technology battleship began to adjust its position. Suddenly, with a sideways drift, the high-tech battleship crashed into one of the modified cars. Bang! Boom! Bang! The modified car that was hit by the black tech battleship was like the second brother who was hit on the head, and he was lost for a while. The modified car lost control instantly and crashed directly into the wall next to it. The entire car was severely deformed. The survivor who managed to climb out of the modified car looked at the car wreckage behind him that looked like scrap metal with lingering fear. Suddenly, there was an explosion and the modified car burst into flames. Everyone in the modified car team was shocked when they saw this scene. The high-tech battleship casually collided with them and took away their modified car that they had spent a lot of effort on. So fierce. What's the origin of that car? It can easily destroy our modified car. However, the power of the black tech warship only shocked these people briefly. Then their intention to kill and steal treasures became even stronger. This modified car is not simple. If we can capture this modified car, it will be of great help to the expansion of our power in the future. We must take it. Inside a modified car, a boy with dyed yellow hair looked at the high-tech battleship with shining eyes. He is also the boss of this modified car team, Huang Fei. Huang Fei's eyes showed no sign of concealing greed. He has now set his sights on Su Bei's high-tech warships. Chapter 51, Information. Huang Fei was originally just an ordinary college student. After the end of the world, he luckily awakened his superpowers and became a level 1 superpower. With his powerful superpowers, Huang Fei called on his classmates to form a survivor group, and he became the leader of the group. His special ability is called metal fusion. Ordinary metals can be decomposed and then fused with other objects. These steel plate modified cars are the masterpieces of Huang Fei's special abilities. Boss, are we going to go? At this time, a younger brother sitting in the back seat of Huang Fei's car asked. He believed that even if Su Bei's high-tech warships were stronger than ordinary modified cars, they were no match for so many of their modified cars. Excluding the modified car that was just scrapped, there are now 6 cars left in Huang Fei's team. Huang Fei made a decision after a little thought. Xiaoneng, tell Wang Wei and Li Si to drive their cars to the front and block the road. This road was not very wide to begin with, and the high-tech battleship was already nearly 3 meters wide. The modified car driven by Wang Wei and Li Si accelerated and came to the front of the warship, blocking the way. Seeing that the high-tech battleship showed no intention of braking, Huang Fei snorted in disdain. Still want to rush over? Once you hit it, it will be a deadlock. Huang Fei had just thought to himself that he was righteous when the loud sound of a car collision was heard the next second. Wang Wei, Li Si, and their modified cars were pierced through by the high-tech battleship like paper. Huang Fei and the other survivors all widened their eyes. After space folding, the high-tech battleship now looks about the size of a minibus. Huang Fei and others naturally did not believe that a minibus could have such destructive power and impact force. At this moment, the high-tech battleship that knocked away the two modified cars suddenly stopped. Huang Fei felt a little confused when he saw the high-tech warship stopped. At this time, the high-tech warship could clearly take the opportunity to escape from their encirclement, but the other party stopped on its own initiative. Let's get off. Huang Fei threw aside all other thoughts in his mind. Now he just wanted to get this powerful-looking high-tech battleship. In the modified car, Huang Fei and a dozen of his men walked out of the car like gangsters. Together with the people in the two modified cars just now, there were more than 20 people in total. Most of them were holding weapons such as steel pipes and iron rods, and were walking towards the stopped warship with great momentum. On the black-tech battleship, Subei looked at the 20 or so people in the picture with some disdain. Subei just wanted to find a few local survivors to understand the situation in Wanrong Square. Subei took Su Xiaoju off the high-tech battleship. Huang Fei and the others on the ground were somewhat disdainful when they saw a handsome young man walking out of the black chariot. Then Su Xiaoju walked out of the battleship and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Su Xiaoju was like a spotlight, attracting everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. When Huang Fei saw the stunningly beautiful Su Xiaoju, an evil thought suddenly arose in his mind. Now he not only wants to get the black chariot, but also wants to get Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju followed Su Bei out of the car and naturally changed into formal clothes. But even so, those long, white legs, sexy body, and amazing looks still made the 20 or so people opposite stare at her and drool. Huang Fei looked a little excited. He stepped forward and shouted towards Su Bei, "Boy, hand over your girlfriend in this chariot, or I'll make you get out." When the younger brothers behind Huang Fei heard this, they wanted to flatter their boss. Puff! Before the younger brother could flatter him, they saw Huang Fei's head flying into the air and blood spurting from his neck. Then Huang Fei's headless body fell to the ground with a thud. FFF. What happened just now? The boss is dead. Someone's murdered. Seeing Huang Fei's head moving, the survivors began to panic. But they knew that their boss was a powerful superpowered person. Before they could even see what happened, Huang Fei was killed. The one who took action was naturally Su Xiaoju. When Su Xiaoju heard Huang Fei scolding Su Bei, she couldn't help but feel murderous. With just one blow, she took away the guy who spoke rudely to her brother Su Bei. Be quiet, everyone. Su Bei's voice was not loud, but the powerful aura on his body allowed everyone present to hear it clearly. Run. Don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. Run. You're going to die if you don't run. But Su Bei's words did not calm everyone down, but instead made them panic. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the people running away. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, 3 sounds of flesh being pierced were heard. 3 headless bodies slowly fell down. I said, be quiet. Su Bei instantly dealt with the 3 survivors who ran the farthest and appeared in front of the fleeing crowd, with the sword in his hand still dripping with blood. Seeing Su Bei, who looked like the god of death, everyone finally stopped running and looked at Su Bei in horror. Very good. Next, you, come here and answer my questions. Su Bei pointed at one of them casually with a strong tone. The survivor who was pointed out by Su Bei looked frightened, but thinking of how Su Bei had just killed people, he did not dare to step forward. I just need you to answer some simple questions. After more than 10 minutes, Su Bei finished the questioning. He got most of what he wanted to know from the survivor. Okay, you can go now. Su Bei's tone was flat. It didn't matter to him whether these survivors were killed or not. These survivors seemed to have been pardoned, and no one dared to stay any longer. Su Bei and Su Xiaoju returned to the black technology battleship. From the inquiry just now, Su Bei got a lot of useful information about Wanrong Plaza. The yellow-haired man who was killed instantly by Su Xiaoju first was the leader of these modified car teams, and also a superpowered person. And those steel plate modified cars were made by the yellow-haired man using his special abilities. Su Bei was not interested in those steel plate modified cars. In front of the high-tech warships, they are as fragile as toys. Second, there are currently 3 forces formed by survivors around Wanrong Square, and the yellow-haired man just now is one of them. Third, there is a very terrifying mutated monster lurking near the shopping mall in Wanrong Plaza. According to the survivor's description, Su Bei estimated that the level of the mutated creature was at least around level 3. Fourth, the military search and rescue team has not arrived here yet. This is also the most important point. In this way, Su Bei can hunt the mutated monsters in Wanrong Square without restraint. If there were military personnel here, Su Bei might be more low-key. After all, The current high-tech warships are still unable to compete with the entire Beihai City military. He also didn't want to stand out too much in front of the military. Chapter 52. Special Extreme Mutant. The Black Tech battleship continues to move forward. After learning that there was a powerful mutated monster in the shopping mall of Wanrong Plaza, Su Bei's first target became there. After all, Su Bei came to Wanrong Plaza to hunt high-level mutated monsters and obtain energy crystals. Wanrong Plaza is very large. It is centered around a large open-air square and includes surrounding shopping malls, Wanrong Grand Hotel, Wanrong University, Wanrong Commercial Street, etc. The Wanrong Shopping Center that Su Bei is going to now is also the core of Wanrong Plaza. A few minutes later, in front of the battleship was a huge 4-story shopping mall. This is the shopping center of Wanrong Plaza. Looking at the messy goods on the road ahead, Su Bei knew without a doubt that there had been a big buying spree here. Roar! Roar! The mutants around the shopping mall discovered the arrival of the warship. They rushed towards the high-tech warship with their fangs bared. However, these mutants are all level 1 and cannot break through the battleship's defense. Su Bei ignored these low-level mutants and let them be killed by the warships. The system keeps moving forward. The Black Tech battleship continued to move forward and soon arrived at a gate of the shopping mall. Because the Black Tech warship was too large, it could not continue to move in. Su Bei took Su Xiaoju off the warship. A large number of mutants surrounded him instantly, and Su Bei easily dealt with them. A few minutes later, Su Xiaoju dug out the energy crystal of the last mutant. Su Bei said to Su Xiaoju behind him, "Come on, let's go in." Su Xiaoju trotted to catch up with Su Bei and casually threw the level 1 energy crystal he had just obtained into his mouth. Just like eating candy, Su Xiaoju grabbed a handful with one claw. The two of them walked towards the interior of the shopping mall. A few minutes later, Su Bei and the other person arrived at the elevator leading to the second floor. However, the elevator had stopped at this time, and several human remains were still lying on it. Su Bei and Su Xiaoju ignored the corpses and walked towards the second floor. Coming to the second floor, Su Bei looked at the surrounding shops and thought this should be the food area. At this moment, Su Bei suddenly sensed the danger and turned sideways to pull Su Xiaoju away. The next second, a hideous-looking mutated monster pounced towards where Su Bei had just been. The system's analysis panel appeared in Su Bei's mind. Name: Mutated Sickle Worm. Level 2. Special abilities: None. Status: Sneak Attack, Hunting. Life level low. Evaluation: An insect-like mutant creature with no intelligence. Su Bei didn't know what kind of mutated insect this was. However, the pair of huge, sharp sickle-shaped forelimbs in front of it are very eye-catching. The tile floor where Su Bei had just stood was also scratched by its sharp forelimbs. Xiaoju, prepare to fight. Su Bei reminded Su Xiaoju. Then Su Bei took out the cutting knife from the small space bracelet, took a step forward and chopped the opponent. Hiss! The mutated sickle worm let out a scream and then fell down. Su Bei. Su Xiaoju. Su Bei didn't expect that the level 2 mutant creature was so weak and was solved with just one knife. Could it be that I have become stronger again? Su Bei couldn't help but think narcissistically in his heart. After taking out the energy crystal of the mutated sickle worm, the two continued to explore other places. We stopped and walked along the way and found many level 2 mutated monsters in the shopping mall. After sweeping through most of the mall, Su Bei and his team hunted down nearly 10 level 2 mutated monsters. Most of them are special mutants, and only a few are mutated animals or insects. Okay, that's all for today's hunt. Su Bei felt that it was getting late. Through the window of the mall, he could see that it was getting dark outside. The system shows that it is already past 7 o'clock. Just as Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were about to return to the warship. Roar! A sudden roar immediately attracted the attention of Su Bei and the other person. Looking in the direction where the roar came from, it was in a snack shop. Not caring, Su Bei planned to go over and deal with the mutant. But the next moment, the mutant made a sound that made Su Bei look surprised. I'm in so much pain, suffering. Saves of him. This mutant can actually speak human language? Su Bei was extremely shocked, and from what he heard, it seemed that this mutant still retained some human thinking. Su Xiaoju beside her was also looking at the mutant with curiosity. It was also the first time she saw a talking mutant monster. The system helps me analyze the data of this mutant. Name: Extreme Mutant. Level: 2++. Special ability: Awakening. Status: Painful, Mutating, Struggling, Split Personality, Unstable Energy. Life level high. Evaluation: The other party's situation is very special. They are in an unknown mutation between mutants and humans. Please be cautious. After seeing the analysis given by the system, Su Bei was even more shocked. This was the first time Su Bei encountered such a situation, and he began to ponder for a moment. After thinking for a moment, Su Bei decided to leave. After all, this extreme mutant just spoke human words and did not actively attack them. Su Bei didn't intend to hunt her. Go. To protect your Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Save me. Su Bei paused. The extreme mutant staggered out from the dark corner of the store. Su Bei could see that the other party seemed to have great difficulty, even walking. At this time, Su Bei also saw the appearance of this extreme mutant clearly. To Su Bei's surprise, this extreme mutant was a girl, and unexpectedly beautiful. She has fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, big breasts, and a perky butt. Her fair and delicate face is adorable, and her black and shiny hair is scattered behind her. She doesn't have an ugly and twisted appearance like ordinary mutants. The only difference compared to normal people may be that they are more beautiful and have extremely white skin. Help! The other party's tone was a little difficult and his words were unclear, as if he was in great pain. Su Bei was a little hesitant for a moment. The extremely mutated girl looked at Su Bei's hesitant attitude. Her eyes became hazy, and mist lingered in her eye sockets. I don't want to die. This scene also completely broke Su Bei's defense. At this moment, Su Bei seemed to recall a figure in his mind. Her body was small and frail, and she called out to her brother in a charming and gentle voice. Su Bei knew that this was a very important person to him. Su Bei tried hard to recall and see her face clearly, but at this moment a wave of sadness that went straight to his heart swept over him. Su Bei couldn't help but cover his head in pain. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, saw this and hurried forward to support Su Bei. Brother Su Bei, what's wrong with you? After a while, Su Bei felt the pain in his mind disappear, and he slowly woke up. System, what happened to me just now? According to this system's observations, an unknown force just burst forth from the depths of the master's heart, but this state only lasted for a moment before disappearing. Su Bei fell into deep thought as he listened to the system's words. There was something wrong with his body, and this was the first time he discovered it. Chapter 53, Girl She. Looking at the extremely mutated girl lying on the ground and trembling all over, Su Bei decided to help her. System, what can I do to help her? Master, the other party's current situation is extremely special. You can make an energy suppression potion to temporarily stabilize the energy in her body. After hearing the system's suggestion, Su Bei directly summoned a virtual black technology production table, which only Su Bei could see. Su Bei searched the inventory for a while and finally found the energy suppression potion mentioned by the system. Energy suppression potion starts at the lowest level of 3, and its energy point price is as high as 1,200 points. But looking at the figure of Hermione reminded him of some of his lost memories. Su Bei directly chooses to produce. Soon, energy suppression potion appeared on the crafting table. Su Bei took the potion and walked towards the extremely mutated girl. Su Xiaoju beside him also followed Su Bei to protect his safety. Wu War. Feeling the approach of Su Bei and the other man, the extremely mutated girl's eyes began to flicker scarlet. As if influenced by the human aura, she felt that the brutality and killing in her body became more difficult to suppress. A roar. The extremely mutated girl let out a low growl, and Su Bei directly asked Su Xiaoju to hold her down. Don't move, I'm here to help you. Su Bei looked at the other person's eyes, which were gradually turning red, and he felt that her sanity was gradually fading away. Su Bei no longer hesitated. He lifted up the other's soft and white chin and poured the energy suppression potion directly into the mouth of the extremely mutated girl. Under Su Xiaoju's control, the extremely mutated girl successfully drank the potion. A few seconds later, Su Bei saw that the extremely mutated girl fell into a coma. Is the system okay? Master, don't worry. This is the energy suppression potion, taking effect. After receiving the system's reply, Su Bei asked Su Xiaoju to let go of the extremely mutated girl. Looking at the delicate and flawless face of the extremely mutated girl, Su Bei seemed to recall that figure again in his heart. No. Su Bei knew that he couldn't touch those memories at the moment, so he shook his head and tried hard to stop thinking about them. We're going back. Su Bei picked up the extremely mutated girl in a princess hug. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, watched with envy in her eyes. Brother Su Bei has never hugged me like this, oh. Su Xiaoju expressed her unhappiness. Back in the battleship, Su Bei put the extremely mutated girl in a small compartment of the battleship. Looking at the girl who was still in a coma, Su Bei didn't know what to do. What's going on with the system? Now that he has some free time, Sube wants to find out more about the situation of this extremely mutated girl. What the master calls extreme is that some unexpected event occurred during the mutation process, resulting in an even more intense, unknown mutation. And the chances of this kind of mutation are very low. Once the mutation is complete, the opponent will gain extremely powerful strength. Will she still be sane after she wakes up? Sube asked the most crucial question. I'm not sure. Maybe I can retain my sanity completely, or maybe I can retain a little bit of it. The worst-case scenario is that I will become a monster. Listening to the system's analysis, Sube began to fall into deep thought. The level of the extremely mutated girl is 2++. Although it is very dangerous, it is still within the controllable range. Sube was not worried that the other party would wake up and attack them. What worries Sube is that if the other party wakes up and turns into a monster, then everything he is doing now will be in vain. Most importantly, this girl could actually help him recall his previously lost memories. So you must not turn into a monster. Sube looked at Hermione's figure on the ground and murmured in his heart. It was already nighttime, so Sube and Su Xiaoju took a quick shower and went to bed. The small compartment holding the extremely mutated girl has a mechanical door made of the same material as the high-tech battleship. Level 2++ mutant monsters cannot break through this compartment. Sube asked the system to keep an eye on the girl's situation at all times and notify him as soon as she woke up. The next morning, Sube was awakened by the system's prompt sound. Master, the extremely mutated girl has woken up, and the mutation is over. Hearing that the girl had woken up and ended the transformation, Sube suddenly lost all sleepiness. Sube came to the small cubicle where the extremely mutated girl was imprisoned. What's the system's current situation? Looking at the girl who had already sat up on the ground, Sube asked with some trepidation in his heart. At the moment, the other party has no murderous intent or malicious intent, so it's safe for now. Sube breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the system's answer. Sube opened the mechanical door of the compartment and looked at the beautiful girl who was slumped on the ground. Name, extremely mutated human. Level, 2++. Special ability, dragon form, SS. Status, ignorance, simplicity. Life level, rare. Evaluation, although it doesn't seem to have turned into a monster, its memory has been erased and its personality is flawed. I look forward to the owner's development, sigh. Looking at the analysis given by the system, Sube began to think in his heart. Have you lost your memory? Have you developed personality flaws? But luckily, I didn't lose my mind and become a monster. Although the situation is a bit strange, the current result is acceptable. Do you remember your name? Sube looked at the girl sitting like a duck on the ground. Although the bear in front of her was very big, her age should not be more than 18. My name is She. The girl tilted her head and spoke in a somewhat naive manner. Hope. Sube looked at the other person's expression and felt that there were indeed some problems with his memory and personality. You only remember one word. She was still staring at Sube blankly, with confusion in his clear eyes. Sube looked at the other person's retarded eyes and felt helpless. Get up and tell me how much you know first. Sube walked up and took the girl's hand. He was not afraid that she would attack him. She did not resist. She calmly followed Sube's movements and stood up. Big Bear accidentally pressed on Sube, causing Sube to become agitated. The two men walked outside the warship, and Sube pointed to a car on the side of the road. Do you know what this thing is called? Car. What about this? House. Clothing. After some experiments, Sube discovered that she remembered all the basic common sense about Blue Star. In the morning, Sube, Su Xiaoju, and she were sitting at the dinner table. The three of them stared at each other, and the scene was a little awkward. She still had that innocent and cold expression, but when she looked at Su Xiaoju, there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. After all, Su Xiaoju is a fox-eared girl, with fox ears on her head and a fox tail hanging behind her butt. Su Xiaoju also looked at the new companion with some curiosity. All right, you two get to know each other. My name is She. The girl's voice was somewhat crisp and cold. I'm Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju was very enthusiastic and didn't care about She's tone. After breakfast, Su Xiaoju pulled Sube aside and asked in a low voice. Brother Sube, do you want to keep She? Looking at Su Xiaoju's cute pouting face, Sube felt speechless. Don't worry, Xiaoju. I still love you the most. Su Beishang touched Su Xiaoju's head. He didn't keep her just because she was pretty. I kept She because she seemed to bring back some of my old memories. Sube said seriously. Chapter 54. The mutated giant lizard in the shopping mall. Then why did you forget your previous memories, Brother Sube? After hearing Su Bei's words, Su Xiaoju also remembered what happened to Su Bei in the shopping mall before. At that time, Su Bei looked extremely painful, and Su Xiaoju couldn't help feeling a little worried. I don't know either, but in that memory, there seems to be someone who is very important to me. But I can't even remember her face. Su Bei frowned, and he felt uncomfortable talking about this matter. His loss of memory is by no means an accident or coincidence. According to the system, his body was most likely tampered with by someone when he was a child, and his parents died unexpectedly in his early years. Looking back now, it seems that everything was not so accidental. This shocked Su Bei, and a nameless anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Now with the powerful Black Tech Battleship system, Su Bei believes that he will definitely uncover the truth of all this in the future. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. Hello, Shi, take her to wash first. Su Bei turned around and looked at Shi sitting at the dinner table. At this moment, the girl was looking at her unfinished breakfast with a calm expression, and it was unclear whether she was thinking or in a daze. The girl's eyes were clear and beautiful, but the stains and blood on her body seemed out of place. No, Su Xiaoju said, oh, and walked towards Shi. Watching the two of them walk into the bathroom, Su Bei felt emotional. I hope they can communicate in a friendly manner. Of course, Su Bei left Shi behind not only for reasons related to memory. It is not certain whether she is a mutated human or a superpowered person, but her level is definitely level 2++. Moreover, the other party had lost his memory and was not prepared at all against Su Bei. Leaving Shi behind will also indirectly increase Su Bei's current combat power. To have one more level 2++ beautiful girl fighter, this is Su Bei's ultimate goal. After dozens of minutes, Su Xiaoju helped Shi clean his body. The two came out of the bathroom. At this time, she had changed into a clean white tank top and a pair of black sports shorts. Her shiny black hair was draped behind her, and her delicate and fair face looked a little pale. Shi's figure is also very good. Although her breasts are not as big as Su Xiaoju's, they are also very majestic. Her pair of white, slender legs are comparable to Su Xiaoju's. Su Bei only had 2 words to describe Shi: on point. If she wears black stockings, she will have the long, straight black hair that LSBS yearn for. If Su Xiaoju scores 100 points, Su Bei can give Shi 98 points. Brother Su Bei. Seeing Su Bei staring at Shi, Su Xiaoju beside him called out softly. Hearing Su Xiaoju's somewhat jealous cry, Su Bei coughed twice. Okay, now that you're all washed, let's get started on today's hunt. Su Bei changed the subject. He came to the shopping mall in Vangrong Plaza to hunt high-level mutant monsters. Although I picked up a beautiful girl. More than 10 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall again, ready to go. Today, Su Bei plans to wipe out all the mutated monsters in the south of the shopping mall. Su Bei, are these also human beings? When she saw the mutants wandering around, a hint of confusion appeared on her delicate little face. Among the few memories she still had, there was no memory of the mutated monster. These are not humans anymore. They are now man-eating mutated monsters. Looking at Shi's innocent face, Su Xiaoju next to him interrupted. Oh, the 3 of them walked into the shopping mall and dealt with all the mutants that attacked them along the way. With Su Bei and his team's level 2 strength, these level 1 mutants were basically killed instantly. Bump. Su Bei watched Shi casually knock a mutant into the wall behind him with one punch, and felt a little sigh in his heart. As expected of a 2++ level, this power might even be stronger than Xiaoju's. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, heard Su Bei's whisper, and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on her pretty pink face. Su Xiaoju increased the strength of her hands, and one mutant after another died tragically under her claws. The 3 of them swept through easily. Nearing noon, Su Bei and his team had almost hunted down all the mutated monsters in the entire shopping mall. Huh. Su Bei let out a breath. He had just killed a level 2+ special mutant. Walk forward and dig out the energy crystal of this special mutant. Including this special mutant, Su Bei and his team had hunted 12 level 2 mutant monsters in the morning. Brother Su Bei, be careful. Suddenly, Su Xiaoju, who was not far away, hurriedly issued a warning to Su Bei. At this time, Su Bei also sensed a dangerous aura approaching. Su Bei quickly returned to the 2 women, and Shi's eyes became alert. The 3 of them looked together towards the deepest part of the 5th floor of the shopping mall. There, a huge and ferocious creature slowly crawled out. Name: One-Horn Monitor Lizard. Level: 3. Special abilities: none. Status: hunting, hidden. Life level: ordinary. Evaluation: a mutated lizard, the dominant monster in the shopping mall. Seeing that the opponent was only level 3, Su Bei's heart gradually calmed down. As long as the opponent is not level 3 plus or 3 plus plus, Su Bei is still confident that he can kill him. After all, Su Xiaoju and she are both level 2 plus plus, and they both have powerful special abilities. Although Su Bei himself is only level 2, his combat power is at least comparable to level 2 plus plus. The three of them should have no problem defeating this level 3 horn monitor. Chapter 55. Killing the one-horn monitor lizard. Prepare for battle. Su Bei whispered a reminder to the two women. This one-horn monitor lizard should be the terrifying monster that Su Bei mentioned when he interrogated the survivor. Su Bei and his team have been searching for this level 3 mutated giant lizard for so long. Hiss. The unicorn lizard stuck out its forked tongue and stared fiercely at Su Bei and the other two with its scarlet vertical pupils. As the little overlord of this shopping mall, it had long discovered that Su Bei and the other two had intruded into its territory. This horn monitor lizard already possesses a certain degree of intelligence. The reason why he didn't show up was that he wanted to use other monsters in the shopping mall to consume the physical strength of Su Bei and the other two. Su Bei drew out the Jampa knife and prepared to attack. It's coming. Looking at the horned monitor lizard rushing towards him, Su Bei reminded the two women. The three of them quickly spread out and formed a triangle to surround the horned monitor lizard. Among them, Su Xiaoju was the main attacker. Dark electric current surged out of her body and lingered around her. She and Su Bei dispersed to both sides. Both of them looked serious and ready to launch an attack at any time. Hiss! The horned monitor lizard was the first to face Su Xiaoju, and its huge body rushed towards her like a truck. Seeing the situation, Su Xiaoju dodged the attack of the horned monitor lizard, and then the dark thunder surged from his body and hit the horned monitor lizard directly on its body. Seeing the situation, Su Bei and she also rushed forward. The sword in Su Bei's hand rose and fell violently, and the extremely sharp sword instantly cut through the leather armor of the horned monitor lizard, leaving a deep wound on it. She just swung his little fists. Although it was not as fancy as Su Bei and the others, it was still able to cause some damage to the horned monitor lizard. Hiss! The horned monitor lizard, surrounded by three people, kept roaring. 3 against 1. This is not fair for all. Su Bei doesn't care about fairness or unfairness. Su Bei shouted at Su Xiaoju. Xiaoju, attack its eyes. Su Xiaoju received instructions from Su Bei, and a jumping black arc of electricity appeared on his palm. Then Su Xiaoju hit the horn monitor's eyes. A black high-voltage electric current shocked one of the horn monitor's eyes. Bang! Sizzle! The dark thunder exploded suddenly, directly blowing off the eye of the horned lizard. Hiss! The horn monitor that failed to dodge the attack let out a shrill roar. One of its eyes had been burned black by electricity, and blood was slowly flowing from its eye socket. Bang, bang, bang. The horn monitor's limbs began to crawl frantically, and one of its eyes was blind. It had lost all its will to fight. The horn monitor seems to want to escape from here. Seeing this, Su Bei showed a confident smile. Still want to run? Xiaoju, don't let it run away. Su Bei shouted to Su Xiaoju and she, and his figure had already attacked the horn monitor lizard. Puff! The blade of the Zanpakudo, dyed bright red by the dripping flames, pierced the back of the horned monitor lizard fiercely. Su Bei almost nailed the horn monitor to the floor. Hiss! The horn monitor also let out a pig-slaughtering cry. It twisted its body hard, trying to get rid of Su Bei's sword, but it was powerless. Su Xiaoju and she have also caught up. They begin the final hunt. The horn monitor thought that with its level 3 rank, it could easily kill the 3 level 2 humans in front of it. But how could Su Bei and the other two be ordinary level 2s? Horn monitor, careless. After more than 10 minutes, the horn monitor finally died. Chapter 56, End. Looking at the corpse of the horned monitor lizard that had been beaten beyond recognition by the three of them, Su Bei always felt that he was the villain. After taking out the energy crystal of the horned monitor lizard, Su Bei and the other two ended today's hunt. At present, the entire shopping mall has almost been cleared out by Su Bei, and the mutated monsters inside have basically been killed. We're going back. After returning to the Black Tech Battleship, Su Bei began to analyze the recent accumulation of energy points. In the past 2 days, Su Bei also hunted more than 4,000 energy points in the shopping mall. This level 3 horn monitor lizard alone provided Su Bei with more than 1,000 energy points. Su Bei opened the panel of the Black Tech Battleship and folded the space of the battleship by another 30 cubic meters. Today's high-tech battleship has been folded into 7 cubic meters of space. Now the entire battleship's body looks significantly smaller. Back in the battleship, Su Bei went to the bathroom and planned to take a cold shower first. A day of hunting monsters had left him covered in a lot of monster blood and dirt. Walk into the bathroom of the high-tech battleship. The black-tech bathroom is not like an ordinary home bathroom. Although the interior space is not large, it gives people an experience of having all the necessary equipment. It is fully equipped with a wash basin, bathtub, shower room, changing room, etc. Su-Bei turned on the shower sprinkler, and cool water spurted out from the shower head, washing Su-Bei's perfect muscles. I have to say that after Su-Bei became a superhuman, his figure became even more stylish. At this time, she was sitting on the edge of the high-tech bed, looking at the various decorations and equipment in the high-tech battleship with a calm expression. These were all new to her. She was bored and looked at a piece of high-tech furniture next to the high-tech bed, a high-tech wardrobe. She was a little curious, so she came to the black technology wardrobe and gently opened it. The black technology wardrobe was filled with clothes of all kinds, and the girl became interested in it for a moment. Most of the clothes here were collected by Su Xiaoju from outside before, and the two of them have similar figures. Therefore, it fits she well. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Su-Bei slowly woke up in the sunshine. Su-Bei was in a very comfortable mood, and his sleep time was getting shorter and shorter. 3 or 4 hours of sleep is enough for normal sleep. Su Xiaoju and Shidu had not gotten up yet, and were still sleeping soundly. Su-Bei raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Xiaoju, and found that the little fox was muttering to himself, as if he was dreaming. Suddenly, another low murmur was heard. Unlike Su Xiaoju's soft and cute voice, this voice is crisp and pleasant, as clear and pleasant as the water in a mountain stream. Moreover, Su-Bei was also very familiar with this voice. Su-Bei looked towards the source of the voice and found that it was she who made it. The two women were full of energy early in the morning. Su Xiaoju was overly tired last night, while she slept too late. Su-Bei went to the bathroom to wash up. At this time, the bathroom was also cleaned by the system. The floor, walls, bathtub, and wash basin all looked like a brand new bathroom. Looking at Su-Bei's somewhat surprised expression, the voice of the system came faintly. Su-Bei looked a little embarrassed when he heard this, and he asked casually with some surprise, "Did you clean the system bathroom?" Of course, the high-tech battleship is equivalent to another form of this system. At this time, Su-Bei also discovered that the voice of the system was not as mechanical and cold as before. Why do I feel like the system is complaining about me? Now the conversations between the system and him feel more and more human. Chapter 57. Su-Bei's notice. Could it be because of the advancement of the high-tech battleship? Su-Bei had some guesses in his mind, but he didn't care and started to wash up. At 6 in the morning, the summer sun was already shining brightly. The warm sunshine shines on the earth as if it is free, as if it wants to illuminate every corner. Su-Bei returned to the high-tech bed and saw the two women still sleeping. An idea suddenly arose in Su-Bei's mind. "Get up, the sun is shining on your butt." Su-Bei tried hard to wake up the two women. Su Xiaoju and she both woke up in a daze from their sleep. Su Xiaoju showed a foxy smile and greeted Su-Bei. The cute furry fox ears were still shaking on the head, and it seemed to be in a good mood. As if she had discovered Su-Bei's new secret, Su Xiaoju looked at Su-Bei with a smile on her face. Su-Bei looked at Su Xiaoju in a daze for a moment, especially the breathtaking beauty on her face. When she on the bed finally reacted, he looked at Su-Bei in a daze, with no ripples on his calm face. Su-Bei and she had only known each other for a few days, and she had memory loss and personality defects due to the mutation of dark energy. She can be said to be very simple and well-behaved now. Su-Bei needs to take the initiative to teach everything. Su-Bei didn't know what to say for a moment, so he changed the subject. "You two should wake up quickly. We'll have to go to the mall to collect supplies later." After saying that, Su-Bei didn't stay in the living room for long. He left the living room and walked towards the driver's cab. Su Xiaoju and she also started to get out of bed and wash up. 10 minutes later, the three of them sat together and had breakfast. In fact, after Su-Bei and his friends reached level 2, their demand for food was greatly reduced. Theoretically, as long as there are enough energy crystals to replenish the body's energy, Su-Bei and the others can do without eating. But eating breakfast is also a taste enjoyment. If conditions permit, they still do not recommend eating it. The three of them ate breakfast slowly and talked. They heard Su-Bei say that pure milk helps development. She had a blank expression on his face. He simply inserted 3 straws and started drinking in big gulps, his eyes still fixed on Su-Bei. Su-Bei's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this. Good guy, he seems to be indifferent, but he actually cares very much in his heart. After breakfast, Su-Bei and the other two began collecting supplies for today. Su-Bei and his team had already cleared out the mutated monsters in the shopping mall in Wanrong Plaza yesterday. The shopping mall in Vangrong Plaza is very large and has many shops and supermarkets. Therefore, there are a lot of daily necessities inside. Subei's plan today is to fill the storage room of the black technology Battleship. System Departure Shopping Mall. A few minutes later, the high-tech Battleship arrived at the shopping mall. It is still the original location, but there are some uninvited guests here. Subei looked at the picture on the control screen. At this time, many survivors appeared around the shopping mall. They were all traveling in groups, carrying a large number of bags, which were obviously filled with supplies from the mall. Subei raised his eyebrows slightly, but then relaxed. Whatever. There are so many supplies in the shopping mall anyway. I can't take them all myself. Subei felt relieved. He was not the kind of selfish person who would rather throw something away than give it to others. Subei said to the two women beside him, "Let's go over there too, before they take all the good stuff away." Chapter 58. Entering the shopping mall. Subei and the other two entered the shopping mall. What surprised Subei was that there were quite a few survivors in the shopping mall at this time. At this moment, they are frantically scrambling to transport supplies. These survivors included both men and women, and the scene was a bit chaotic, but they were surprisingly quiet and did not dare to make too much noise. Although all the mutated monsters in the shopping mall were killed by Subei and his team yesterday. But after a day, some new mutants poured in again. So they still have the risk of being hunted by mutants, but these survivors no longer care about that. They didn't know why the number of monsters in the shopping mall suddenly decreased. They just want to collect more supplies now. That's mine. That's mine. Subei suddenly heard someone arguing and looked towards the source of the sound. There were two survivors fighting over a bag of bread. The woman kept muttering to herself, saying that she saw it first. But the man opposite had a cold look in his eyes and stuffed the bag of bread directly into his big pocket. Now whoever gets the food first gets it. The man said this in a cold tone and was about to turn around and walk somewhere else. Subei thought that the matter was over, but the next moment something strange happened. The woman took out a small knife from somewhere and looked at the man's departing back with a nervous and fierce expression. "That bag of bread is mine." As the woman finished her words, the knife in her hand stabbed into the man's back. The man trembled after being stabbed and slowly fell to the ground while covering his wound. Although this kind of knife is not fatal, if you suffer this level of injury in the apocalypse, you are basically doomed. The woman looked a little panicked. She hurriedly snatched the man's big bag and quickly left the place. This scene was also seen by some other survivors. Although they were somewhat surprised by the woman's cruelty, none of them wanted to stand up and meddle in the matter. Subei and the other two were a little surprised. It had only been a month since the end of the world, but people's hearts had become so vicious. "Let's go gather supplies," Subei reminded the two women. The three of them walked quickly towards the depths of the shopping mall. Now the supplies outside the mall have basically been taken away by others. Coming to the fourth floor of the mall, not many people have searched here yet, and there are plenty of food and daily necessities in the shops. Subei and the other two quickly went to various shops to collect supplies. With the help of the small space bracelet, it was very convenient for Subei and the others to collect supplies. Looking at Shi's surprised and envious eyes, Subei smiled faintly. Then Subei opened the black technology production column and made a small space bracelet from it and handed it to Shi. After receiving the exquisitely crafted silver bracelet, Shi's delicate and calm little face showed a touch of emotion. "Thank you, Subei." Then she put on the small space bracelet that Subei made for her. The three of them began to put various supplies from the shops and supermarkets into the small space bracelet. After dozens of minutes, Subei felt that it was almost done. The three of them had basically filled up the space in their respective small space bracelets, and they began to return to the battleship. On the way back, Subei and his two companions encountered a group of survivors of a robbery. "Boy, hand over all the supplies you got in this mall." There were 4 people in the other group, all boys in their 20s. Chapter 59. Shopping Mall Collecting Supplies. After seeing Su Xiaoju and Shi following Subei, the 4 of them showed surprise on their faces. "Damn, that's so hot." "What's so hot?" "The one with big breasts is the best. I can play with that leg for 2 years. "No, I can't take it anymore." "Stop talking, these two are both top-notch. We're lucky today." There was only one boy named Subei on the opposite side, and the other 4 ignored him. The 4 of them soon started discussing unscrupulously in front of Subei and the other 2, arguing about who was the best between Su Xiaoju and Shi. A hint of coldness appeared on Subei's handsome face. In his mind, these 4 people had already been crossed out. Hee hee. The 4 of them showed evil smiles on their faces and slowly walked towards Subei and the other 2. She looked at the 4 people who were slowly approaching, and a look of disgust appeared on her cold and pretty face. Her pretty eyebrows frowned. These 4 people were not only ugly, but also spoke foul language to them. Court death. She uttered 2 words coldly. Then her figure flashed quickly, killing 4 people in almost the blink of an eye. She's attack was quick and decisive, leaving the opponent no room for resistance. 4 bodies fell to the ground, with bright red blood slowly flowing out from under them. There was a piercing wound on their chest. Leave. Watching she deal with several people, Su Bei didn't say anything. The 3 of them walked downstairs quickly. When we arrived at the first floor, some new mutants had already appeared at the entrance of the mall. The survivors who were collecting supplies also disappeared. There were many fresh corpses on the ground. It was obvious that they were all survivors who had just collected supplies. These mutants had wandered over from the surrounding areas and were feasting on the food. After discovering the appearance of Su Bei and the other 2, some mutants put down the delicacies in their hands and rushed towards them. They are all fresh and delicious hedonists who like to eat the freshest ingredients. Facing an ordinary level 1 mutant, Su Bei and the other 2 felt nothing at all. Su Xiaoju took a step forward and launched an attack the moment several mutants arrived. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp fox claws pierced through the mutant's body with ease. Several mutants slowly fell to the ground, and Su Xiaoju took out energy crystals from their bodies. Many survivors hiding around were extremely shocked when they saw this. However, there are still many mutants on the first floor, and they don't dare to come out to cling to Su Bei and the others at this time. Su Bei and the other 2 easily left the shopping mall. Now facing these ordinary level 1 mutants, Su Bei has no desire to hunt them. Back in the black tech battleship, Su Bei and the other 2 put all the supplies in the small space bracelets into the storage room of the battleship. When Su Xiaoju was storing them, Su Bei discovered that the fox was taking out a lot of clothes, all kinds of them, and they were all very astringent. She, who was standing by, looked surprised and seemed to be thinking about something. Looking at one of the pieces of clothing, she looked at Su Xiaoju with some shock in his heart. Can you really wear that thing with only 2 strings? After storing all these supplies in the warship, Su Bei returned to the cockpit. Now the high-level monsters in the shopping mall have basically been eliminated. He couldn't hunt many energy points by staying here, so Su Bei planned to move to another place to continue hunting. The black tech battleship began to move towards Wanrong University. Chapter 60. Entering Wanrong University. Wanrong University is not far from the shopping mall, and the high-tech battleship only took more than 20 minutes to get there. Wanrong University and Beihai University are both institutions of higher learning at the same level. Su Bei looked at the somewhat dilapidated entrance of Wanrong University and said in a light tone, "Drive the system in." As soon as he entered Wanrong University, Su Bei saw many mutants wandering around the campus. The moving high-tech battleship attracted all the mutants around the school gate. Among them there are 2 special mutants. The corners of Su Bei's mouth rose slightly. "Brother Su Bei, let me deal with them." Su Xiaoju, who was sitting in the passenger seat, volunteered and raised her hand. Su Bei nodded slightly. "Those 2 level 1+ special mutants are now in your care. As for the rest of the ordinary level 1 mutants, they can be easily killed by the 4th level black technology battleship." Su Xiaoju nodded, then gently jumped off the black technology battleship. In the driver's seat, Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju's figure. Su Xiaoju, who is at level 2++, can kill 2 special mutants at level 1+ almost instantly. After digging out 2 level 1+ energy crystals, Su Xiaoju quickly returned to the battleship. In a department building not far from the university gate, several surviving students were watching this scene in shock. One of the boys said, "What's the origin of that black chariot? And that girl, she's so strong. She easily killed 2 special mutants. Could this be the team of superpowers sent by the military to rescue us? If this is really a team of superpowers from the military, then we are saved." Several boys became excited at once. The military had previously stated on the radio that they would come to Wanrong University for rescue. "Go tell everyone, we're about to be rescued." Su Bei, who was in the high-tech battleship, looked very happy at this moment. He didn't know that he had been mistaken by the survivors of Wanrong University as a military rescue team. After clearing out the large number of mutants at the door, the battleship's energy points increased by more than 200 points. The 2 level 1+ energy crystals were fed to Su Xiaoju. She on the side stared at Su Xiaoju, who was squinting her eyes as she enjoyed the absorption of the energy crystals. She swallowed slightly. She herself was half a mutant, and the energy crystals were very attractive to her. Su Bei could see a hint of desire on She's delicate face. "If you want, She, take the initiative to hunt those mutated monsters next time." The girl nodded when she heard that. "I see." The black tech battleship continues to advance. Wanrong University has more visitors than Beihai University, perhaps because the surrounding economy is more developed. They hunted until night, and Su Bei and his team killed a total of 16 mutated monsters of level 1 plus and above. There are nearly 1,000 other ordinary level 1 mutants. The energy points of the Black Technology Battleship have also accumulated to 2570. Su Bei consumed 2,000 energy points to fold 20 cubic meters of space on the battleship. At this point, the Black Tech Battleship has folded away 90 cubic meters of space. The appearance of the battleship looks not much different from that of an ordinary car. It's just that the Black Tech Battleship looks more domineering, technological, and cool, just like a black modified tank. At night, the high-tech battleship was quietly parked under a teaching building. On both sides were mutated trees that had grown to 4 or 5 meters high, and the mutated monsters around them had also been cleared out by Su Bei. The three of them sat at the dining table in the living room. Su Bei planned to have barbecue tonight. He still remembered that the meat of the mutated rock bear he hunted 2 days ago had not been eaten yet. Su Bei made a fully automatic Black Technology barbecue machine from the Black Technology production column. After putting the meat of the mutated rock bears into the barbecue machine, the three began to wait quietly. Su Xiaoju was lying on the table, slightly deformed by the pressure on it. Looking at Su Xiaoju's unpresentable posture, Su Bei didn't have the slightest intention of reminding her. It's nice to enjoy the beautiful scenery when you are bored. She on the side watched Su Bei staring at Su Xiaoju. Her eyes, as deep as the starry night, narrowed slightly, and then she also imitated Su Xiaoju and laid down on the table. There was a nice curve at the corner of Xi's mouth, as if saying, "How about it? Watch Xi learn and apply what he has learned." Soon the barbecue of the mutated rock bear was completed, and a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. Su Bei and the other two couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Su Bei divided the barbecued meat of the mutated rock bear into 3 portions, and the 3 of them began to enjoy the delicious food. There were 2 stunningly beautiful women sitting opposite him, but Su Bei was concentrating on eating barbecue. While eating barbecue, Su Xiaoju felt a little monotonous. Her big golden eyes turned slightly, as if she thought of something, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 61. The Strong Follow Their Heart. After dinner, the 3 of them sat on the roof of the high-tech battleship and looked at the night. Gray-black clouds floated in the sky, and occasionally huge, mutated flying creatures would fly across the sky. However, those large mutated flying monsters flew very high, so Su Bei was not worried that they would attack them. In the night sky after the apocalypse, even the stars and the moon seemed to be more dreamy. Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were lying on the roof of the battleship, while she was sitting next to Su Bei. The 3 of them quietly enjoyed this short and beautiful moment. Not long after, a series of light footsteps were heard, accompanied by a quiet conversation. "It smells so good here. Why does it smell like barbecue?" The 2 people in the conversation were 2 girls. Su Bei was on the roof of the battleship, and with his superhuman vision, he could easily see where they were at the moment. They came out of this teaching building. The 2 girls were students at Wanrong University and had run out of food in the place where they took shelter. Because they were so hungry, the 2 decided to risk their lives to go out and look for food. They were very lucky because Su Bei had cleared out all the mutated monsters around the teaching building. Therefore, they did not encounter any mutated monsters. Su Bei looked at the 2 people's youthful and lovely faces, feeling a little emotional. Everyone likes beautiful things, but it's a pity that this is a cruel end of the world. There is still a lot of barbecue left from the mutated rock bear tonight. Su Bei has no shortage of supplies now, so there is no need to save it for overnight meals. Su Bei called Su Xiaoju beside him and asked her to take out the barbecue left by the mutated rock bears. She looked at Su Bei's actions and seemed surprised that the man who usually killed monsters like killing chickens would now show such a kind side. Su Bei seemed to notice a hint of surprise on Xi's face. Su Bei showed a very handsome smile on his face. Everyone wants to maintain beautiful things. Of course, she didn't quite understand the meaning of Su Bei's dialect. This was just Su Bei's casual behavior. Maybe if Su Bei meets 2 boys tonight, she won't even bother to look at the other one, ring in equal to underscoring in equal to. Su Xiaoju also followed Su Bei's instructions and took out the leftover mutated rock bear barbecue. When the 2 girls received the barbecue given by Su Xiaoju, their faces were full of joy. They never dreamed that someone would give them a large amount of luxurious barbecue in such a situation in the end times. And these barbecues are not ordinary barbecues. They are made from the meat of level 2 mutated rock bears. Barbecue also contains a certain amount of dark energy, which can slightly enhance physical fitness after eating. It will even increase the chances of humans awakening superpowers. These are what the system told Su Bei. Of course, Su Bei didn't care about this mutated rock bear barbecue. After all, these were their leftovers. In the future, if he wants to eat the meat of these mutated creatures, he can hunt fresh ones at any time with his strength. The two girls thanked Su Xiaoju gratefully, and then their figures quickly disappeared in the teaching building. There was a lot of leftover barbecue from the mutated rock bear. If it was just for 2 people, it could last at least a week if they were a little frugal. Su Bei looked at the backs of the 2 girls leaving, and a sense of joy rose in his heart. He is by no means a saint. What he did tonight was just what Su Bei wanted to do. A strong person can control the lives of others, and also give them hope to live. Su Bei just felt that this feeling was great. Let's go back to bed. Su Bei jumped off the roof of the battleship. After the meal and rest, the 3 returned to the living room of the battleship. The 3 of them lay down on the soft black tech bed and felt that all the tiredness and stress of the day had been relaxed. ring and equal to ring and equal to. The big bed is so soft and comfortable. Su Xiaoju likes to sleep freely. Su Xiaoju rolled around on the high-tech bed for a while, looking as cute as a cat crawling into its own nest. Chapter 62. The 2 Women's New Weapons. The next morning, Su Bei started hunting in Wanrong University early. There are a large number of mutants in Wanrong University, and there are quite a few level 1+ mutants. Su Bei estimated that the survivors in Wanrong University might have been hunted down almost completely. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many high-level mutants here. But he doesn't care about the life or death of the survivors of Wanrong University. He doesn't need to worry about these things. Along the way, the Black Tech battleships basically defeated all the level 1 and 2 mutated monsters they encountered. It was soon noon, and the 3 of them came to a small supermarket. There is an advertising sign in front of the supermarket that reads, "It's so hot in summer, but you're so sweet." It's a pity that the entrance of the supermarket was damaged and the door was broken. Those words added a bit of desolation. At noon in summer, the scorching sun shines on the door of the dilapidated supermarket, making it look a bit desolate. Su Bei and the other 2 walked into the small supermarket to see if there were any supplies inside. As the 3 entered, they were greeted by a disgusting smell of decay and blood. There were several almost eaten corpses lying on the ground, probably the survivors from the supermarket. The shelves in the supermarket were also in a mess, and many things had been knocked over and broken. There is also a level 1+ mutant wandering around in the supermarket. When it saw Su Bei and the other 2 coming in, it looked a little excited and rushed towards them. Snort. Before Su Bei could make a move, she on the side showed disdain on his face and snorted. Her petite figure quickly stood in front of Su Bei and the other man, and she took down the level 1+ mutant with one strike. Su Bei watched Xi's battle. Although it was neat and efficient, it was a bit monotonous, and he always felt like something was missing. Right? Weapons. Su Bei suddenly realized that it would be cool and awesome to fight with a knife or sword as a weapon. Su Bei immediately opened the Black Technology production column and searched for black technology weapons such as swords. Soon, Su Bei found a high-tech weapon suitable for Xi. Name Lingmong. Level 3. Special effect. Can condense ice energy to attach to the sword body or release it remotely. Energy points consumed, 1,200. Well, the price is quite expensive, but Su Bei is willing to pay it. He directly made cold light and handed this exquisitely crafted and beautiful long sword to the girl. When she saw Leng Guang, a hint of liking appeared on his face. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, became a little jealous when she saw this scene. The 2 fox ears on her head twitched, and she looked a little depressed. Su Bei naturally would not forget her. That pair of electromagnetic gloves is just a 2nd-level black technology weapon, and it is the lowest-end one. Of course Xiaoju has it too. Su Bei smiled faintly and touched Su Xiaoju's soft gradient long hair. He continued to browse the black technology production column, looking for black technology weapons suitable for Su Xiaoju. Name electric light. Level 3. Special effects. It can attach ultra-high voltage to produce electric shock effect, paralysis effect, and has excellent toughness. Energy points consumed, 1,500. Su Bei felt that this electric light was very good. It was also a hand-worn weapon, which was just right for Su Xiaoju's close combat. He spent 1,500 energy points without any regret to make this electric light for Su Xiaoju again. A pair of brand new exquisite golden gloves appeared on the workbench, and Su Bei handed it to Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju took off his original electromagnetic gloves and replaced them with electric light. The new weapon is more powerful and more beautiful, which makes Su Xiaoju very happy. Both women got new equipment and were in a good mood. Su Bei, on the other hand, consumed 2,700 energy points at once and all the energy points he had obtained from hunting in the past 2 days were directly cleared. Okay, from now on you guys have to hunt mutant monsters for me and earn energy points. Yes. Okay, Brother Sube. The food in the small supermarket has been sold out, leaving only some drinks. Sube put all the drinks into the small space bracelet. The three of them walked out of the small supermarket. Sube opened a bottle of happy sparkling water, drank it in one gulp, and felt the long-lost bubbling taste, exclaiming that it was so enjoyable. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, looked at Sube's expression with some curiosity. Brother Sube, what are you drinking? Is it really that delicious? Woolen cloth. Sube handed the happy sparkling water to Su Xiaoju, and the fox-eared girl took it and took a sip. It tastes weird, and there's a tingling sensation. Well, this is what this drink is like. Would you like to have a sip? She shook his head, indicating that he was not interested in such things. The three continued to move forward, and Sube parked the high-tech battleship near a teaching building. According to the system's detection, there are no mutated monsters higher than level 3 in Wanrong University. This way, there will be no mutated monsters that can threaten their lives. Sube planned to hunt monsters in Wanrong University today and improve their combat skills and experience. After all, they can't always stay in the high-tech battleship and let the battleship protect them. In this way, once they leave the battleship, they are like flowers in a greenhouse, with only levels but no combat experience. The three of them searched everywhere for the mutated monsters, and any low-level mutants they encountered along the way were killed instantly. Roar! Puff! After easily killing a mutant that rushed towards him, she gently took out the energy crystal. This scene happened to be seen by a survivor in a teaching building not far away. Chapter 63, Encounter with the Howler. Wang Qiming is a junior student who likes sports. After the end of the world, he luckily awakened his superpowers, and his current level is 1+. I am basically the strongest survivor in Wanrong University. The survivor group he formed has more than 200 members, most of whom are classmates from school. All the mutated monsters in the teaching building where Wang Qiming was located had been killed by them. At this time, Wang Qiming was lying on the fence on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, quietly watching Sube and the other two hunting them. Wang Qiming was shocked. He thought that as a level 1+ superpower, he was already very strong. I didn't expect to meet 3 powerful superpowered people now. Brother Wang and the others aren't from Wanrong University, right? Li Tong, who was next to Wang Qiming, said. He is also a level 1 superpowered person and has a good relationship with Wang Qiming. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Wang Qiming looked at Su Bei and the other two, all of whom were unfamiliar faces. After the end of the world, most students and teachers were transformed into monsters or eaten. The few survivors are now mostly gathered together in their teaching building. And the reason they were able to survive was because of these superpowered people. Forget it, just ignore them. As long as they don't cause us any trouble, that's fine. Wang Qiming spoke with a cautious tone. He is now the boss of the team, and the fate of more than 200 people under him is in his hands. Before the apocalypse, the class beauty whom he pursued so hard ignored him, but after the apocalypse, she came to him like a dog. This feeling of being in control of everything and having everything gives him a sense of accomplishment. Now Wang Qiming is like a little emperor here, enjoying the compliments and flattery of all his classmates every day. However, the appearance of Su Bei and the other two made Wang Qiming feel a little nervous and uneasy. Su Bei and the other two were obviously outsiders with superpowers, and Wang Qiming was not clear about their purpose. He was afraid that everything he had now would be destroyed or taken away by Su Bei and the others. On the other side, Su Bei, who was hunting mutants, seemed to have noticed something. He raised his head slightly and looked towards a high floor somewhere in the teaching building. There are still survivors. Seeing the other party put his head back, Su Bei was a little surprised. But his expression remained unchanged, and he thought calmly. Su Xiaoju and she naturally discovered the secret observation of Wang Qiming and others. With their strength reaching level 2, their insight and sixth sense are far beyond that of ordinary people. Do you want me to go over and kill them? She, who was standing next to him, had a nonchalant expression on his face, as if he was talking about killing a few mutants. Su Bei was a little stunned. She's decisiveness was quite similar to his. They're just watching, there's no need to kill them all. Besides, doing so would waste a lot of our time. Su Bei said that he took the two women to continue hunting mutated monsters in other places. After leaving the teaching building, Su Bei and the other two came to a cafeteria. At this time, a large number of mutants were gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, and they seemed to be sharing something. Su Bei and the other two were so close that it was strange. Logically speaking, it was impossible for these mutants to hunt together so peacefully. Sensing the presence of humans, these mutants began to become restless. They roared one after another, their eyes shining with excitement. One of them is the most eye-catching. Its tall body looks like an enlarged version of a fat man. Roar. Name Growler. Level 2++. Special ability, Sonic Roar D. Status, Hunting. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, sound waves are its special ability, which has extremely strong penetrating power. Please be careful. This is a special mutant that has reached level 2++. This is the highest level mutated monster that Su Bei and his friends have encountered since arriving at Wanrong University. Chapter 64, Hunting the Roarer. Be careful. This is a level 2++ roarer. It also has a sonic attack. Su Bei analyzed the data of the roarer to the two girls, and Su Xiaoju, and she also expressed their understanding. The roarer looked at Su Bei and the other two, and his fat body slowly turned and walked towards them. The ordinary mutants around were like its little brothers, following behind the roarer with some fear. Su Bei was surprised when he saw this scene. No wonder these low-level mutants were so docile and didn't fight with each other. Could it be that these high-level mutant monsters are now recruiting minions? A strange idea suddenly appeared in Su Bei's mind. This also indirectly proves that these potential mutant monsters are constantly evolving. Putting these thoughts aside for the moment, Su Bei and the two women looked at the roarer walking towards them. The roarer walked over at a steady pace. There was greed and bloodthirstiness in his eyes, as if he was looking at prey. If an ordinary survivor saw this, he would probably collapse to the ground with his limbs limp. It showed a ferocious look on its face, as if it was sure that Su Bei and the other two could not escape. Su Bei and the other two had no intention of escaping. The three of them looked at the roarer without changing their expressions. She took the lead. When the roarer approached her attack range, she took out the cold light from the small space bracelet and held it in her hand. Her figure moved at high speed, like a gust of wind, making it difficult to catch sight of her. The next moment, a cold light came and the roarer was caught off guard by the sudden cold attack. One of its fat arms had been hacked open, leaving a deep wound. Roar! The roarer roared, and an invisible sound wave spread out. It's like someone is shouting at you with a super powerful loudspeaker while you are sleeping in the morning. The feeling was extremely harsh. She, who was closest to the sonic attack, was briefly affected and stopped moving. Roar! Seeing this, the roarer wanted to step forward and give him a heavy blow. Careful! Su Xiaoju has the strongest overall strength and is the first to remove the effects of the sonic attack. She quickly came to Shi's side and pulled Shi back in time. Boom! The roarer's heavy hammer missed, leaving a big hole in the concrete floor and cracks spread out like a spider web. If this attack hit Su Bei and the other two, they would at least be seriously injured. The three of them's expressions changed slightly, and they began to be wary of the roarer's sonic attacks. Roar! The roarer launched another sonic attack, and this time Su Bei and the other two were on guard. Su Xiaoju looked at the ugly face of the roarer, and murderous intent filled her heart. A pair of sharp fox claws popped out, and Su Xiaoju rushed towards the roarer like an agile cheetah. Seeing this, Su Bei and she also rushed forward to assist Su Xiaoju. Roar! The roarer looked at the attacking Su Xiaoju and swung its giant hand, wanting to slap the other person to death. But Su Xiaoju easily dodged the giant hand, and then Su Xiaoju's two sharp fox claws left two deep claw marks on it. Su Bei jumped into the air and chopped down with his sword. On the other side, she attacked from the side of the roarer. The three attacked in perfect coordination, and the roarer couldn't resist at all. Puff! Su Bei slashed at the roarer's neck, but the other party resisted the advance of the cutting knife. At this time, she jumped up from the side of the roarer and slashed at the back of the roarer's neck with the cold light in his hand. Puff! Plop! A huge and ferocious head fell to the ground, and the roarer said, "Die." The ordinary mutants around also became confused after seeing the death of the roarer. The howlers had suppressed them before, which allowed the many mutants to guard quietly. Now that the roarer is dead, these low-level mutants can no longer control their desires and start rushing towards Su Bei and the other two. Snort! Su Bei was somewhat disdainful when seeing this. Their leader, the roarer, had been killed, so any more ordinary mutants that came would just be food for the taking. A few minutes later, the cafeteria was filled with the bodies of mutants. Among them, one of the corpses was the tallest and looked like a car. It was the corpse of the roarer. Su Bei and the other two began to collect their energy crystals. In addition to the roarers, the energy crystals provided by these ordinary mutants are also a good profit. After dealing with the mutated monsters in the cafeteria, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were collecting energy crystals. The energy crystal of the roarer was given to she. After all, it was she who dealt the final blow. She swallowed the energy crystal in his hand and felt the energy surging in his body, and his whole body was shocked. She felt endless power surging from every part of her body, and an indescribable comfort came over her heart. After the two collected the energy crystals of the mutated monsters they killed, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju waited quietly for Shi to absorb this level 2++ energy crystal. Su Xiaoju looked at Shi's expression as he absorbed the energy crystal, feeling a little eager in her heart, and she couldn't help swallowing. He picked up the level 1 energy crystal he had just collected and ate it. Although the improvement effect of the level 1 energy crystal on her is subtle, it is better than nothing. More than 10 minutes later, she completed the absorption of the energy crystal and opened his blue-black eyes like the morning breeze. She felt that she was about to make a breakthrough. Now that she has absorbed the energy crystal, let's continue hunting. By noon, Su Bei and the other two had returned to the Black Tech battleship. After a morning of hunting, Su Bei and the other two felt a little hot. It was a hot summer day, and the sky was like a sauna. It was really uncomfortable to fight the mutated monsters in such an environment. The three returned to the battleship to rest. As soon as you enter the high-tech battleship, a pleasant coolness like the spring breeze in April hits you. The heat in the three people's bodies instantly disappeared, and their mood was immediately elevated. This is the high-tech air conditioning function inside the battleship. It's still more comfortable on the high-tech battleship. Chapter 65. Continue hunting. More than an hour later, the cool water from the sprinklers slowly poured over the two of them. Su Xiaoju's pretty eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, as if she was enduring some pain. The sprinkler in the shower room was still spraying water, which was cool and refreshing, making people relax in this somewhat boring weather. She sat on the high-tech bed, staring at the bathroom door with a somewhat bored look. Su Bei and Xiaoju have been washing for more than 2 hours. Why are they still not healed? Just when she was feeling surprised and bored. At this moment, the bathroom door was pushed open. Su Bei and Su Xiaoju walked out one after another. Seeing this, she wanted to go into the bathroom to take a cold shower, but Su Bei suddenly stopped her. Su Bei recalled the scene in the bathroom, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Please wait a moment. I'll ask the system to clean the bathroom. A hint of surprise appeared on Shi's face. Why do we need to clean it? Is it really dirty in there? But Su Bei, you guys just went in and took a shower, didn't you? Faced with Shi's 3 consecutive questions, Su Bei was unable to answer. You'd better take a shower first, otherwise you might not have a place to stay. Hope. 10 minutes later, the system cleaned the bathroom. System. She walked in with a change of clothes. Su Xiaoju had already changed into a cool orange dress, and her orange-yellow gradient hair had been combed into 2 ponytails on both sides of her fox ears. Looking at the girl's youthful and energetic posture, Su Bei felt extremely happy. Su Xiaoju threw herself directly into Su Bei's arms with a faint fragrance. Su Bei felt the soft and delicate body in front of him, and his mood became even better. What a wonderful experience it is to own a top-notch fox-eared girl in the apocalypse. Half an hour later, she came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. She had changed into a clean and tidy blue and white striped long dress, which was as white as the snow in early June, giving people a feeling of purity and elegance. Coupled with Zena's cold and beautiful face, she seemed to be so cold and arrogant that she kept others at a distance. She is simply a perfect ice goddess. The clear and moving eyes seemed to be able to speak. The girl had a light body fragrance, which made people feel comfortable when they got close to her. She came to Su Bei's side, with a smile on his face, as if the cold snow had melted. At this moment, she was like a beauty emerging from the bath, and Su Bei was stunned for a moment. She spoke softly to Su Bei, and the words were like a breeze blowing through people's hearts. I'm done. Su Bei came back to his senses and said with an awkward smile. Well, let's go for our afternoon hunt then. The three of them also rested for more than 2 hours in the Black Tech battleship, and their physical strength had long since recovered. Su Bei walked out, and Su Xiaoju, and she followed him. The evolution level of the mutated monsters at Warship University is much higher than that at Beihai University in northern Jiangsu. Or maybe it's because the time of the apocalypse has been delayed. Su Bei has already encountered many ordinary mutants with level 1+ here. In other words, these low-level mutated monsters have growth potential and are getting stronger all the time. Roar! At this time, a level 2 power mutant suddenly appeared from a corner, and his expression became ferocious and crazy when he saw Su Bei and the other two. There are now fewer and fewer survivors of Warship University. It has been a long time since it last tasted fresh human food. Power-type mutant. Haha, human, smells good. Snort. looking at the stupid power-type mutant rushing towards him. The two women behind Su Bei both wanted to kill this level 2 power mutant. However, Su Xiaoju's reaction and speed are a little faster. After receiving moisture from Su Bei while taking a shower at noon, Su Xiaoju is now in excellent condition. Swoosh. Su Xiaoju instantly stretched out her sharp fox claws, her posture elegant and agile, like a kitten catching a bird. It was only a few dozen meters away, and in the blink of an eye, Su Xiaoju arrived in front of the power-type mutant. The sharp fox claws, with a flash of electricity, struck out and hit the power-type mutant hard. Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. A deep wound almost penetrated the body of the power-type mutant, and it fell down with a roar. After killing the power-type mutant in one strike, Su Xiaoju happily dug out its energy crystal. Then throw the energy crystal into the small mouth. Feeling the huge amount of energy pouring into her body, Su Xiaoju slowly absorbed it with a happy expression. Su Xiaoju came to Su Bei's side, and the three of them continued to search for advanced mutated monsters. Chapter 66. A few words trigger a battle. By the afternoon, Su Bei and his two companions had basically walked through Wanrong University. Most of the high-level mutant monsters in the school were killed by the three of them. Today's harvest was quite a lot, more than 20 level 2 energy crystals and hundreds of level 1 ones. When Su Bei was about to return to the Black Tech Battleship, he unexpectedly met a group of survivors. The person in the lead was Wang Qiming, who had secretly observed Su Bei and the other two in the morning. They were a small group of more than 20 people. Each of them had weapons in their hands, and their bodies were covered in blood and wounds. The people behind him were carrying some large bags, which should contain the supplies they had collected. It looked like he had just experienced a fight with a monster. Both sides were stunned when they saw each other. Su Bei didn't expect that there were still survivors from Wanrong University who dared to hunt monsters outside. Wang Qiming was surprised that he met Su Bei and the others while collecting supplies in the afternoon. What you fear will come true. Wang Qiming had no intention of contacting Su Bei and the other two. After all, he had seen the fighting power of Su Bei and the others in the morning. If a conflict arises, Wang Qiming is not sure whether he can defeat Su Bei and the other two. Su Bei also had no intention of paying any attention to Wang Qiming and others. The other party did not provoke or hinder him, and he was too lazy to communicate with the other party. Just as both sides were about to leave, a few whispers were heard in Wang Qiming's team. Fuck, look at those two girls, they're so hot. Holy crap, seriously, she's so much better than the girls in our classroom. Look, that stunning beauty has a tail behind her. Don't mention it, this is even better. And that. Although the two people were talking in a low voice, perhaps they thought that only the two of them could hear it. However, Su Bei's level has reached level 2, and his body has been strengthened many times by black technology potions. He could now hear even the whisper of a mosquito. Su Bei stopped and looked at Wang Qiming and his group with cold eyes. Su Xiaoju and she beside him also stopped. Stop. Su Bei's tone was cold and his eyes were calm. Although the voice was not loud, this sentence revealed an extremely domineering aura. Su Xiaoju and she beside him understood that Su Bei was angry. These people dare to talk about she and me in front of Su Bei. They are dead. Su Xiaoju's lips curled up, revealing a beautiful smile on her face, and she looked at him with great interest in her eyes. Wang Qiming was also startled by Su Bei's sudden momentum. But after he came to his senses, he felt angry again. After all, he is a level 1+ superpowered person and the boss of the group behind him. Wang Qiming's face darkened as he lost face at Su Bei's words. He took a step forward, closing the distance between him and Su Bei. Brother, do you have anything else to do for me? Wang Qiming pretended to be calm and kind on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. If I hadn't seen the extraordinary fighting power of Su Bei and the other two this morning, and they dared to talk to him like this, I would have gone up and beaten them long ago. Snort. Looking at Wang Qiming's fake smile with poor acting skills, Su Bei snorted in disdain. Leave this and this person here, and you can go back. Su Bei looked at the two boys in Wang Qiming's team who had just been talking about Su Xiaoju and she. The two boys found it a little funny for a moment, as they had no idea how powerful Su Bei and the other two were. One of them said disdainfully, "Are you fucking out of your mind? There are over 20 of us fucking here. Oh, I forgot to tell you, our captain and vice captain are both superpowered. Do you know what a superpower is?" Wang Qiming also looked a little unhappy because of his younger brother's series of provocative words. He felt that his younger brother had been kicked in the head by a donkey, as he spoke without even considering the situation. Now it is the end of the world. Could the people who can move around outside be ordinary people who are powerless? What's more, Wang Qiming witnessed the extraordinary fighting power of Su Bei and the other two with his own eyes. There might have been room for a turnaround just now, but now. Wang Qiming roared at the man with a gloomy face. "Shut the fuck up, I say." The boy shrank his neck when Wang Qiming roared at him. It was obvious that Wang Qiming's deterrent power was still very strong in front of these people. "Brother, I apologize for what I just said. He was wrong. I will teach him a lesson when I get back." Wang Qiming had no intention of handing his two damned younger brothers over to Su Bei directly. First of all, Wang Qiming is at least the captain of a team of more than 200 people. There are so many people watching behind him now. If he just listens to Su Bei's words, won't his subordinates talk about him when he returns? Second, although Su Bei and the other two are all powerful superpowered people, but now there are 3 superpowered people in their team, including him. If a fight really breaks out, my side may not necessarily lose. "Xiaoju." Su Bei ignored Wang Qiming's words and whispered to Su Xiaoju behind him. Su Xiaoju naturally understood what Su Bei meant. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 2 boys in Wang Qiming's team screamed and fell to the ground. Everyone looked and saw a bloody hole in their chest. After Su Xiaoju dealt with the 2 men, she returned to Su Bei's side lightly. "What do you mean?" When Wang Qiming saw his 2 younger brothers die so tragically, he was filled with anger. He was not angry about his younger brother's death, but Su Bei's behavior was too disrespectful to him. Chapter 67, Instant Kill. The reason why Wang Qiming could become the leader of more than 200 people was naturally not just because of his level 1+ superpowered combat ability. And he is cruel and decisive in his actions. At this time, Wang Qiming could no longer suppress the violence in his heart, and he shouted to his younger brothers behind him. "Come on." At this moment, Wang Qiming no longer pretended and tore off his hypocritical mask. The group of younger brothers behind him rushed towards Su Bei and the other 2 as if they were not afraid of death. Su Bei was a little surprised when he saw the high fighting spirit of his younger brothers. Logically speaking, since Su Xiaoju has demonstrated the strength of a powerful superpowered person, these ordinary people should have a certain degree of fear or apprehension. The system analyzes their data for me. Name: Wang Qiming. Level 1+. Special ability: Strength Gathering C. Status: Fighting. Life level: Ordinary. Evaluation: the special ability is mediocre, and I don't know why the level exceeds 1+. Namely Tong. Level 1. Special ability: Fearless B+. Status: Fighting. Life level: Ordinary. Evaluation: Fearless, a range-type aura ability that can boost the morale of teammates within a certain distance and slightly increase their combat power. Nice group ability. Seeing Li Tong's special ability, Su Bei praised him softly. He also knew why Wang Qiming's younger brothers suddenly became so brave. This group aura should also have a certain morale-boosting effect. When Li Tong heard what Su Bei said, he was shocked. He didn't understand why Su Bei knew that his ability had a group effect. On the contrary, Wang Qiming, who only had a rubbish C-level ability, actually broke through to level 1+ without being able to absorb energy crystals. He must have some secret. Su Bei thought to himself, with a slight smile on his lips. He would soon know the secret. Kill them. Su Bei did not take action. To deal with these newbies, Su Xiaoju and Shilai are enough. Su Xiaoju and Shi, the 2 girls behind Su Bei, moved as fast as the wind and rushed into Wang Qiming's team of more than 20 people. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Qiming's team was completely wiped out, leaving only Wang Qiming, who was breathing his last. He was lying on the ground with a look of horror on his face. Su Xiaoju had just made a bloody hole in his body, but he didn't hit any vital parts, so he was still breathing. Su Bei deliberately did not let Su Xiaoju kill him. "Tell me, what's your secret?" Su Bei walked towards Wang Qiming, looking down at him from a superior position. Wang Qiming was shocked. He didn't expect that Su Bei and the other 2 were so powerful. Wang Qiming was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have just thrown those 2 damn guys out. Wang Qiming is not stupid. He knows that he is going to die. How could he let Su Bei get the advantage? "Haha, you want to know my secret? Dream on." Wang Qiming showed his last bit of stubbornness. Su Bei was not surprised at all, as long as he knew that he had a secret. "Xiaoju." Su Xiaoju took a step forward with her long white legs, and easily pierced Wang Qiming's body with her fox claws. At this point, the strongest team of survivors of Wanrong University was completely wiped out. Su Bei then searched Wang Qiming's body, but found nothing. Su Bei frowned slightly. Could it be that he didn't bring it with him? Su Bei looked towards the teaching building. He remembered that Wang Qiming and others were secretly observing him and others from that position. That should be their gathering place. Let's go there. Su Bei said to the 2 girls, and then the 3 of them walked towards the teaching building. Soon, Su Bei and the other two arrived at the gathering place of Wang Qiming and the other survivors. This is a teaching building. There are basically no mutated monsters inside, and the entrance to the first floor stairs has been blocked by large objects. Su Bei lightly kicked away the things blocking the road, and 3 figures walked in. The teaching building was not big, with only 3 or 4 floors. Su Bei and the other two did not find any survivors on the first or second floors. That's on the 3rd floor. Su Bei took a step forward and walked towards the 3rd floor. When we arrived at the 3rd floor, we found that every classroom was locked. Even if there were no mutated monsters in the teaching building, no one dared to stay in the corridor. Su Bei casually kicked open a classroom door. Looking at the HH scene in front of them, the corners of Su Bei and the other two's mouths twitched slightly. However, what surprised Su Bei was that there was actually a level 1 superpowered person here. After a brief moment of daze, the other boys realized that their good deeds were being watched, and they were furious. Among them, the level 1 superpowered person relied on his status and strength here and cursed at Su Bei and the other two. You fucking. Before the superpowered person could finish his shout, she, who was beside Su Bei, rushed forward quickly, with a cold light flashing in his hand. A disgusting object fell to the ground. Before the boy could cry out in pain because of being a eunuch, a cold light appeared again, and a bleeding head fell to the ground. Kill, murder. After a brief silence, there were loud cries for help and screams of fear. The remaining boys hurriedly drew their knives and tried to escape. The superpowered people were all killed with one sword. They were just ordinary people. Snort. She did not stop attacking and snorted coldly on his cold and beautiful face. The next second, the cold light in his hand moved again, and he directly took care of the remaining 3 boys. The 3 remaining girls were horrified for a moment, looking at the uncontrollable fear on the faces of Su Bei and the other two. They got down from their desks and leaned against the wall, trembling a little. No, don't kill me. No, don't kill me. The 3 naked girls leaned against each other, like 3 helpless lambs. They were frightened by the murderous methods used by Su Bei and his 2 companions. She frowned a little and wanted to move forward to deal with the frightened little lamb. Su Bei hurriedly stopped him from behind. Okay, don't kill the 3 of them. In Su Bei's eyes, these 3 girls could not pose any threat. On the contrary, he needed someone to give him some information help. Get up and put on your clothes first. Su Bei walked up to the 3 girls and got close to them. They were all decent looking, which was a bargain compared to those guys. After hearing this, the 3 girls blushed and quickly put on their clothes. Okay, tell me about your situation here. One of the girls stepped forward to answer Su Bei's question. Your Excellency, we are all college students at Warship University. After the apocalypse, most of the people in our school turned into horrible monsters. But some people have awakened superpowers, and then these superpowers began to recruit us ordinary students and teachers to form a group of survivors. This teaching building was built by Wang Qiming and several other superpowered people, but aren't they all rubbish? Not long after the apocalypse, their true nature as Inxia was revealed. Many girls in our class were used as venting tools by those boys, woo. As the girl spoke, she walked over to the boy who had just been on top of her and crushed him hard with her little feet. The corners of Su Bei's mouth twitched slightly, but this behavior was also normal. After the end of the world, order collapses. Without laws and official control, it is normal for the dark side of human nature to be revealed. If you don't have strong strength, you have to rely on the strong. Oh, are there any superpowered people like Wang Qiming here? Your Excellency, Wang Qiming and his team went out to collect supplies this afternoon. The girl is also a smart person. She can see that Su Bei and the other two are very strong. If he could hold on to Su Bei and the others, then he and his companions might be able to escape from the current bad situation. Sir, the people you just killed were also Wang Qiming's trusted subordinates, and one of them was a superpowered person who had awakened superpowers. Chapter 68. Su Bei breaks through level 2+. Yeah, I know. I've already killed all of Wang Qiming's team outside. Su Bei's words were shocking, and the 3 girls were all shocked after hearing them. Sir, is what you said true? Woohoo, that's great. Those bastards are finally dead. The 3 girls were all delighted when they heard the news of the death of Wang Qiming and others. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The end of the world has come, and the original order has long collapsed. The group of survivors here is controlled by Wang Qiming and his gang. When Wang Qiming was around, they would often force the girls in their survivor team to play with them. Sometimes they even do excessive things in front of everyone. Which classroom does Wang Qiming usually stay in? Sir, Wang Qiming usually stays in the office on the 3rd floor. It's his private territory. Take me there. The 3 girls did not hesitate. Wang Qiming was dead, and now they had nothing to be afraid of. In fact, most of the more than 200 surviving students are still rational and humane. Those boys were just being suppressed by several powerful superpowered people like Wang Qiming. Otherwise, someone would have stood up to overturn Wang Qiming's poor management. Xiao Xian, go tell everyone the news that Wang Qiming and the others are dead. Except for the girl who led Su Bei and the others, the other two girls ran to other places. After seeing this, Su Bei did not stop it. He would not interfere in these matters. He just wanted to find out the secret of Wang Qiming. The four of them soon arrived at Wang Qiming's private office. No survivors dared to approach, and the office door was not locked. Su Bei casually pushed open the office door, but the scene he saw stunned him. The office is not big, only about 20 square meters, with white walls and simple desks and chairs. And in front of Su Bei, on an office desk right in front of the office, a pretty girl was kneeling on it. She was not wearing much and looked a little weird. While feasting the eyes, the beautiful and sexy girl also uttered a sweet and coquettish voice. "Brother Ming, you're back." Su Bei's eyelids twitched slightly as he looked at the girl's two black stockings. She was indeed quite pretty. The girl next to Su Bei explained somewhat embarrassedly. Her name is Qi Xinju. She used to be the most beautiful girl in Wang Qiming's class. After the apocalypse, Wang Qiming gained superpowers. Of course, Su Bei understood that a bootlicker would eventually become the master. It's a pity that the dog was killed by him in the end. Qi Xinju heard something wrong behind her and turned around suddenly. After seeing Su Bei and the other three, he was stunned for a moment. "Xinju, those bastards Wang Qiming are already dead. You don't have to try to please him like this anymore." The girl came forward and told Qi Xinju about the situation. Qi Xinju was a little dazed for a moment after hearing it. They actually all know each other. Qi Xinju was trying to please Wang Qiming so humbly because she didn't want to die, and now she heard the news that Wang Qiming was dead. Qi Xinju was a little at a loss for a moment and stood there in a daze. Su Bei didn't know whether she was happy or sad. Facing Su Bei's massive sweep, Qi Xinju did not hide. Just consider it a benefit for you. Knowing that Qi Xinju was usually closest to Wang Qiming, Su Bei told him the purpose of his coming here. Strange items? Qi Xinju fell into deep thought and quickly recalled what he had said. It seems there is indeed something that Wang Qiming, that bastard, often takes and looks at. After hearing Qi Xinju's words, Su Bei thought to himself that there was hope, but his expression remained calm. That's it. Qi Xinju took out an object from a desk drawer. This is something that looks like jade. Name Energy Stone. Introduction. After being infected by high energy, it contains a large amount of pure dark energy. It seems like a good thing. Looking at the introduction of the system analysis panel, Su Bei Dao. Can this system convert energy points? Can. After receiving a positive response from the system, Su Bei was delighted. Convertible energy points, 14,600. Fuck. Su Bei was ecstatic for a moment. He could actually convert so many energy points. Su Bei. What's wrong with brother Su Bei? Not only the two girls, but also Qi Xinju and another girl looked confused. A blush appeared on Qi Xinju's pretty face. Could it be? But then he looked at the figures and appearances of Su Xiaojiu and the other person, and the thought in his mind disappeared. Su Bei didn't care about their surprise and expressions. He put the energy stone into the small space bracelet. Okay, this should be it. Let's go. Hey, wait, are you guys just leaving like that? Otherwise, the reason we came here was to find this stone. Now that we have it, of course we have to leave. Su Bei explained in a calm tone. Well, that can. Looking at the two beautiful women beside Su Bei, Qi Xinju was unable to say, "Can you take me with you? My appearance is not as good as theirs, not to mention that my body is not clean. How could Su Bei be willing to take her with him? Well, thank you very much for killing Wang Qiming and the others." Qi Xinju and the girl sincerely thanked Su Bei and the other two. Su Bei was a little embarrassed. He didn't even think about helping them. It was just that Wang Qiming and his people provoked him, so he killed them. I suggest you seek military assistance. After all, without the protection of Wang Qiming and his superpowers, you'll be doomed if a mutant rushes in. Su Bei gave a kind reminder. Yeah, we had that idea too. After leaving the survivors' teaching building, Su Bei and the other two returned towards the warship. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and it was getting dark outside. When they arrived on the high-tech battleship, Su Bei and the other two first took a cold shower. In this season, it is simply unbearable not to take a cold shower. Su Bei didn't know how the survivors could endure such a high temperature and hot summer. Su Bei opened the black technology production column and made several black technology potions from it. After drinking it in one gulp, Su Bei felt a surge of strength throughout his body, and the next second a brand new feeling emerged. He broke through. Name Su Bei, host. Level 2 plus. Special ability, Tyrannical King ST. Status, breakthrough. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, the master has made another breakthrough, degree. Seeing that his level had reached 2 plus, Su Bei felt happy. He hummed a little tune while taking a shower. Chapter 69. How could my brother Su Bei not be able to do it? After taking a shower, Su Bei lay on the high-tech bed. Su Xiaoju and she walked out of the bathroom at the same time. Both of them were wearing cool clothes, like blooming flowers in summer, which made Su Bei feel pleasing to the eye and in a good mood. Brother Su Bei, how do you like this dress? What Su Xiaoju is wearing now is called clothes, but it is actually just a few pieces of cloth. Su Bei said it was very good. Huh, that Qi Xinju during the day, Brother Su Bei was staring at her in a naughty way. Su Xiaoju said in a somewhat depressed voice. Su Bei felt embarrassed. Any man would be stunned to see Qi Xinju dressed like that during the day. But he is a man of principles. If other men saw this, they might just go for it. She's not as cute and pretty as my little orange one. She next to him had become numb from listening. She lay there with a calm expression, looking at Su Bei and the other man. Of course, Su Bei is not shy. She will be his sooner or later, so this can be considered as doing homework for she in advance. Su Bei had a dry cough. Su Xiaoju was too powerful now, and he could hardly beat him. We'll fight next time, fight next time. Su Xiaoju covered her mouth and laughed secretly, thinking that Brother Su Bei could be quite humorous sometimes. She suddenly spoke with a smile on his face. I think it's you, Su Bei, who's done. What will happen after these words are spoken? The corners of Su Bei's mouth rose slightly. Seeing Su Bei's somewhat provocative expression, she's face gradually changed. Su Bei slowly approached and saw that she did not refuse directly. A few minutes later, she lay there in a daze. Hee, you just said that Brother Su Bei was not good enough. Now you realize how powerful Brother Su Bei is, right? Su Xiaoju looked at Shi, who looked like he was in trouble, and said with a smug tone. She was speechless when he heard this. It was indeed Su Bei who won just now. Snort. The girl showed a cold and arrogant look on her face and snorted softly. Looking at Shi's posture like a little swan, Su Bei felt itchy in his heart, but the time was not right yet. Okay, let's rest early and continue hunting mutant monsters tomorrow. Su Bei asked the system to turn off the lights inside the warship, and the interior of the black tech warship fell into darkness. There was only the sound of the battleship's built-in air conditioner blowing a cool breeze, and from time to time, there were a few monster-like roars and growls coming from outside. Well, this sleeping experience is pretty good. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Su Bei and the other two got up early to hunt the mutated monsters. Su Bei planned to speed up the hunting as much as possible. Because just this morning, the latest news from the Beihai City military was transmitted through the battleship's broadcast function. Because our headquarters was attacked and destroyed by some giant monster a few days ago, we had to mobilize a large number of personnel and troops to provide support. Now that the crisis has been resolved, we will accelerate the search and rescue efforts in key areas of Beihai City. For the next few days, please ask all surviving citizens to take shelter and await military rescue. After hearing this news, Su Bei realized that he didn't have much time left. Once the military takes over Wanrong University, the mutated monsters in the school will definitely be cleared out by the military. His high-tech warships may also attract the attention of the military, which will inevitably cause trouble. Now Su Bei does not want to contact the military too early. 2 days later. Today is the 4th day since Su Bei came to Wanrong University. At this time, the number of mutants in Wanrong University has become very small. There wasn't even a single mutated monster above level 1 plus to be seen. It's time to get out of here. Su Bei was sitting in the driving seat of the battleship at this time, looking at the empty surroundings. Over the past few days, his battleship energy points have accumulated to 6,420. Among them, Su Bei drew out 3,000 energy points to fold the internal space of the battleship. Another 500 energy points were consumed to make 10 second-level physical enhancement potions. After drinking the potion, Su Bei felt comfortable all over and full of strength. He became stronger. System set off. The high-tech warship quickly left the territory of Wanrong University. The warships traveling along the dilapidated streets attracted a large number of mutants and mutated insects to attack them. Looking at the warships crushing the corpses of these disgusting monsters, Su Bei felt a little confused. He found that there were more and more mutated insect monsters appearing recently. At the beginning, there were no such insect monsters at Beihai University. What's going on with the system? The system explained. Master, because insects have complex body structures and special genes, it takes them longer to undergo dark energy mutations. Now that most of these insect creatures have completed their mutation, the number of mutated insects will increase. Su Bei frowned slightly. Indeed, the number of insects on the blue planet far exceeds the number of humans. The emergence of a large number of mutated insects is not a good thing for humans. But he was too lazy to worry about these things. Even if the sky fell, the government would support it. Along the way, all the mutants and mutant insects were ruthlessly killed and crushed by the warships. The battleship's energy points were also rising rapidly. Su Bei was in a relaxed mood, leaning back on the high-tech chair and making 3 energy drinks. He handed a cup to Su Xiaoju, and she respectively drank one himself and lived a happy life. This was she's first time drinking an energy drink produced by Battleship. The refreshing taste and pleasant experience are as cool and comfortable as a breeze brought by summer. She drank it in one gulp and felt like he was floating in the air. The energy drink produced by this battleship is no ordinary drink. Not only does it taste great, it is also very beneficial to the body. If it was released before the end of the world, it would definitely be a health product that everyone would fight over. What is this, Su Bei? It's delicious. A hint of curiosity appeared on Shi's face, and she became interested in energy drinks. Su Bei looked at Shi's surprised and smiling expression and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. This is the summer-exclusive energy drink produced by Black Technology Battleship. I don't know how it's made, but drinking it can improve your physical fitness, boost your immunity, and beautify your skin. Su Xiaoju squinted her big eyes and drank the energy drink in small sips with enjoyment. Looking at the 2 women sipping the energy drink with some care. Don't save it. I can make it if you want. Su Bei said proudly that a cup of first-level energy drink only needed 10 energy points. Now this little bit of energy is just a drizzle for Su Bei. Brother Su Bei, I want more. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoju immediately opened her mouth wide and drank it all in one gulp. With an unsatisfied look on her face, she looked at Su Bei with some expectation and said in a soft voice. Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju's cute expression and smiled silently. Give me as much as you want. Chapter 70, Competition. Sitting in the battleship, Su Bei took out the high-energy item he had obtained before, the dark energy stone. Looking at the stone in his hand that was glowing with a strange light, Su Bei felt a little excited. This energy stone is worth 14,600 energy points. Su Xiaoju and Shi on the side seemed to sense the energy stone and were attracted over. Brother Su Bei, what is this? Su Bei explained. A power stone containing dark energy. The dark energy contained within the Master's energy stone is extremely pure. Unlike energy crystals, it can be directly absorbed by living things without any side effects. Su Bei was stunned when he heard this. That means he can directly absorb the energy in this energy stone. However, that stupid Wang Qiming never dared to absorb it, but just came back to rub it every day, and in this way he broke through to level 1+. What if it is absorbed directly? In the end it was still a good deal for me. Su Bei no longer hesitated. If he could directly absorb the energy of the energy stone, then he would not need to convert it into battleship energy points. Soon, Su Bei put the energy stone into his mouth, closed his eyes slightly, and felt his body begin to continuously absorb the energy in the energy stone. Su Xiaoju and Shi beside them were waiting quietly. Half an hour later, Su Bei opened his eyes, and the energy stone in his mouth had disappeared. It is like a piece of ice, which will gradually be digested as the energy is absorbed by Su Bei's body. Call. Su Bei absorbed this energy stone and successfully broke through to level 2++. Currently, the 3 of them are at the same level, and Su Bei feels relieved because he is no longer the last one. Brother Su Bei has made a breakthrough? When Su Xiaoju saw Su Bei's breakthrough, she seemed to be in a very good mood and rubbed Su Bei's face with her. Su Bei felt very comfortable rubbing against the furry fox ears on his head. She, who was standing aside, looked at Su Bei's comfortable expression, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at the fluffy fox tail behind Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju woke up from the rubbing state, and she felt that the tail behind her was attacked. Su Xiaoju looked back and saw Shi Zheng holding her beautiful foxtail with both hands. Every time she stroked her, Su Xiaoju made a humming sound like a sensitive kitten. Su Bei felt itchy after hearing this, and he couldn't help but reach out to the little fox girl's ear. The 2 men began to touch the little fox girl. I have to say that petting a fox when you are bored is also a great experience. More than 10 minutes later, Su Xiaoju collapsed weakly on Su Bei's legs. Her fox ears drooped and her tail hung limply, like a kitten that had been played with. Su Xiaoju looked at Su Bei with a faint look. Brother Su Bei is so bad. He and Xiao Shi bullied me together. Epsilon O. Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju and said with a smile. Okay, I'll help you bully back next time. She, who was sitting nearby, shuddered slightly when he heard this. She hadn't held back just now. If they both attacked together. She's body trembled when he heard this, but he pretended to be calm. After leaving Wanrong University, the high-tech battleship sailed on the wide Wanrong Road. Sitting in a comfortable black-tech chair, Su Bei began to think. Most of the mutant monsters that appear on the road now are ordinary level 1 mutants and mutant insects. The energy crystals of these monsters can only convert 1 to 3 points of energy into the battleship. The next upgrade of the battleship requires not only 100,000 energy points, but also 10 level 4 energy crystals. So far, Su Bei and his team have not encountered any level 4 mutated monsters. When he thought of this, Su Bei felt that the advancement of the battleship was a long way off. What is brother Su Bei thinking about? Su Xiaoju seemed to see Su Bei's mood and moved her little face closer. Although he has become accustomed to being rubbed by Su Xiaoju every day, Su Bei still enjoys the wonderful feeling. Nothing. The mutated monsters at Wanrong University have been hunted down almost completely. Now we're going to Vang Vine Plaza to hunt monsters. It was the last densely populated area in the strip. Su Bei hopes to encounter 1 or 2 level 4 mutated monsters there. As the Black Tech battleship continues to move forward, more and more mutated monsters are attracted around it. Because the battleship's speed is limited, these mutated monsters have been chasing after it relentlessly. I saw more and more mutated monsters gathering behind the battleship. The corners of Su Bei's mouth curled up slightly. System activated, alloy Gatling. Yes. As Su Bei gave the order, 2 half-meter thick alloy Gatling guns were mechanically extended and retracted from the rear of the Black Tech battleship. Then it began to charge, and the next second countless bullets were flying in the air. Each machine gun bullet was like an elegant fire snake. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Dense Gatling bullets hit the mutated monster following behind the battleship. Su Bei sat in the driver's seat and looked at the picture on the screen. He could now control the attack direction and shooting speed of the 2 alloy Gatling guns. It's like having the same sense and experience as playing a game. Su Bei felt a little playful for a moment, and he controlled the alloy Gatling gun of the battleship. Touch-screen operation, the alloy Gatling gun performs various operations between Su Bei's fingers. Those level 1 mutant monsters basically died on the spot if they were shot in the head. If it is other parts of the body, although the person will not die immediately, he will be almost dead. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, saw Su Bei's manipulation and her eyes lit up. Brother Su Bei, I'm coming too. Su Xiaoju came to Su Bei's side, and her tender white hands directly controlled another alloy Gatling gun. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Although it was the first time to play this kind of game, Su Xiaoju quickly became familiar with it, and even started a competition with Su Bei to see who had more kills. The Black Tech battleship will record the number of kills achieved by each alloy Gatling gun. Su Xiaoju raised the corners of her mouth into a foxy smile and said with a smile, "How about whoever loses then has to serve the other person unconditionally for an hour?" You said it. Chapter 71, Pillow. The high-tech warship moved forward slowly, and behind it were the roars and screams of countless mutated monsters. At the rear of the battleship, 2 alloy Gatling guns that looked like black dragon heads were emitting blue flames. It's just as cool as the special effects in the game. In the cab, Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were concentrating on controlling the alloy Gatling gun on the screen. The alloy Gatling bullets shot at the mutated monsters crazily, as if they were free. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. After more than 10 minutes, the shooting competition ended. The large number of mutated monsters following behind the Black Tech battleship have all been killed. The battleship's energy points also increased by more than 1,000 points. The kill ratio between Su Bei and Su Xiaoju is 600 to 400. There is no doubt that Su Bei won. Su Xiaoju, ying ying, own. Su Xiaoju looked at Su Bei with a hungry wolf-like grin. I won this game. Xiaoju won't regret it. Facing brother Su Bei's evil smile, Su Xiaoju puffed out her chest and spoke seriously with her delicate face. What Su Bei didn't notice was that there was a subtle hint of expectation and deep meaning in her eyes. She next to him was also very curious about what Su Bei would ask Su Xiaoju to do. Looking at Su Xiaoju, she looked like she was ready to let him do whatever he wanted. Nah? Su Bei looked at the towering mountain of Su Xiaoju with shining eyes. Just be my pillow for an hour. There was a hint of disappointment in Su Xiaoju's golden eyes when she heard this, but when she thought about it the other way around, 1 hour was definitely not enough for Su Bei to finish the job with his physical strength. Oh. Su Xiaoju was very well behaved. She shook her cute fox ears on her head. She followed Su Bei's instructions and sat behind him. It was just right for Su Bei to rest his head on it. In order to give Su Bei a better experience, Su Xiaoju even unbuttoned his shirt. Su Bei felt the elasticity and the faint fragrance of a young girl, and felt extremely comfortable. This is heaven. She on the side had a look on his face. That's it? Is that it? She felt a little disappointed, as she had thought it would be something she could learn. Su Xiaoju felt uncomfortable with Su Bei's pillow on her head, but now she had to complete Su Bei's task. Su Bei's head shook and swayed gently. Hey, brother Su Bei, please don't move. Su Bei didn't want to do that either. It was just that Su Xiaoju's pillow was too comfortable. Su Xiaoju looked down at Su Bei with a blushing face, looking at Su Bei's handsome appearance. Soon an hour was over, and Su Bei's wonderful experience was over. Su Bei left that soft countryside with some reluctance. He looked at Su Xiaoju, who was a little dazed. Xiaoju, time is over. Seeing that Su Xiaoju still had no reaction, Su Bei couldn't help but stretch out a finger and poke her. Su Xiaoju cried out and came back to her senses. She looked at Su Bei, her eyes sparkling like a pool of spring water. It's still early today, and he still needs to go to Wanrome Square to hunt high-level mutated monsters. System, where are we? The master is approaching the outer circle of Vangron Plaza. Okay, slow down the battleship and turn the energy detection function to maximum. Yes. Soon, a fearless mutant creature walked towards the high-tech battleship. Name Mutated Firehound. Level 2++. Special ability, Fire D. Status, Hunting. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a mutant dog that can use fire magic. Seeing a level 2++ mutant creature coming, Su Bei perked up. Let me go down and fix it. Su Bei had just been promoted to level 2++ and needed a suitable mutated creature to practice with. Su Bei walked down from the warship and drew out the Jampa knife in his hand. Roar. Woof woof. The mutated fire dog became very ferocious when it saw humans. It roared at Su Bei twice and then rushed towards Su Bei. You have quite a bad temper. Su Bei looked at the scarlet and brutal eyes of the mutated fire dog, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He rushed towards the opponent with a cutting knife in his hand. Puff. There was a sound of flesh being cut. Su Bei and the mutated fire dog separated and stood still at the same time. The next moment, the mutated fire dog's body split into two halves and slowly fell to both sides. Kill instantly with one hit. Being at the same level of 2++, Su Bei easily killed the mutated fire dog in seconds. This not only depends on Su Bei's own strength, but also on this powerful cutting knife. Su Bei walked over to take out the energy crystal of the mutated fire dog, wiped off the blood stains on it, and walked back to the battleship. As soon as they returned to the cab, the two women looked at Su Bei with longing. Su Bei was surprised at first, but then he understood. They all wanted the energy crystal of the mutated fire dog. After thinking for a moment, Su Bei fed the energy crystal to Su Xiaoju. After all, Su Xiaoju had just been a pillow for him for an hour. There still have to be rewards. Level 2++ energy crystals are a great tonic for her. At this moment, Su Xiaoju's long-lost shackles of level also began to loosen a little. After absorbing the energy of the energy crystal, Su Xiaoju said with some joy, Brother Su Bei, I feel like I'm about to break through. Su Xiaoju threw herself directly into Su Bei's arms and kept rubbing Su Bei with her soy milk bag and little fox ears to express her feelings. She, who was watching from the side, began to think in his heart. Is it because I didn't take the initiative like Xiaoju that Su Bei gave the energy crystal to Xiaoju? The more she thought about it, the more he felt this was the case. A ripple appeared in Xi's calm eyes, as if he had made a new discovery for the first time. Su Bei hoped to be close to northern Jiangsu. Su Bei looked at Xi, whose behavior suddenly became abnormal, and was a little surprised for a moment. She tried to put on a cute expression on her face, which was completely different from her usual aloof and arrogant demeanor. It's such a huge contrast. Looking at this pure, charming, cute, and arrogant face, Su Bei's defenses were immediately broken. Looking at Su Bei's appearance at this moment, she felt that it was just as he had guessed in his heart. If you want to eat delicious energy crystals every day, you must give benefits to Su Bei. On the other side, Su Xiaoju was not willing to be outdone. If it came to comparing size, if Su Xiaoju was number one, she would have no choice but to admit defeat. Chapter 72, Level 4+ Mutated Creatures. Roar. A domineering roar that resounded through the sky was heard. Su Bei and the other two sitting in the battleship were slightly stunned. This powerful roar directly penetrated the soundproofing of the Black Tech battleship, allowing them to hear it clearly. Su Xiaoju and she got off Su Bei's body and sat down in their respective seats. What's wrong with the system? Su Bei Inquiry System. Strong energy fluctuations appeared 2 kilometers southeast of the master. It should be from a high-level mutant creature. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this, although he really wanted to hunt high-level mutant creatures to obtain energy crystals. But judging from the roar, it was obvious that the other party was not an ordinary mutated creature. Master, we have detected a large number of humans ahead. The next sentence from the system made Su Bei look surprised. Human. The next moment, Su Bei thought of the military in Beihai City. Could it be the army from Beihai City? Su Bei hesitated in his heart, and after a few seconds, he made a decision. Go take a look first. 2 minutes later, the high-tech battleship slowly docked next to a residential building. This is the location selected by the system that is most suitable for concealing the size of the warship. Su Bei also saw the specific scene in front of him through the control screen. It was a huge monster that was over 5 meters tall. Little Tiger documents anti-theft printing. Find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable heavy checkmark, don't step into pitfalls. It is in a human-like standing position, with strong limbs and swollen muscles. But the muscles are covered with disgusting black liquid and filth. The beauty of muscles is completely invisible, and people are instead a little afraid of them. This monster. Name Violent Demon. Level, for plus. Special ability, muscle regeneration, B+. Status, attacking, in combat. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, a completely mutated human being who has lost his human thinking and has become a monster that only knows how to hunt. It's actually a level 4+ mutant creature. After seeing the other party's data, Su Bei was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a level of mutated creatures in Wanrong Square. Su Bei continued to look at the group of people confronting the monster. They were wearing military green camouflage uniforms, green hats, and their faces and bodies were fully armed, literally armed to the teeth. Just as Su Bei expected, these were obviously the soldiers from Beihai City. At this time, they were scattered around various buildings to hide their bodies, and they kept firing with rifles or machine guns in their hands. Of course, these small bullets can cause limited damage to violent demons. What really threatens it are the armored vehicles behind the soldiers. An armored vehicle comparable to a small truck. Its shell is made of a special military alloy, and it also has special windows and special tires. The most important thing is the row of gun muzzles on the armored vehicle. The caliber is not large and looks only the size of a fist. Su Bei counted and found that an armored vehicle had about 12 such gun muzzles. 5 armored vehicles and a small tank formed an oblique triangle and surrounded the violent demon. I wonder how powerful it is. Su Bei muttered to himself, watching the battle between the two sides, and began to plan in his mind. On the other side, Li Chongwei's side. He is the commander-in-chief of the rescue of survivors around Wanrong Square, a captain. This time he brought a total of 100 fully armed combat soldiers, 5 armored vehicles, a small tank, 3 military trucks, and several small firearms. But at this moment, his brows were furrowed and he looked embarrassed. Li Chongwei hid behind a house and looked sideways at the battle situation. The situation was not optimistic. He felt like he was screwed too. The first time I took a mission after the apocalypse, I encountered a level 4+ mutated monster. Level 4 mutant creatures are now very rare, even in the entire Beihai City. Often, monsters of this level require a large amount of artillery fire to kill. Although they had 5 armored vehicles and a small tank, they did not have much ammunition. Once all the energy is used to kill this level 4 mutant monster, we will be doomed if we encounter other crises. Commanderly. The enemy's attack is currently too violent. Our soldiers cannot get close to them. Moreover, they are very fast, making it difficult for the armored vehicle's shells to hit them. Please give the next instructions. That monster, Commanderly, blew up one of our armored vehicles. On the battlefield of the violent demon, it swung its huge palm towards the armored vehicle closest to it. The next moment, an explosion sounded, and the entire armored vehicle exploded violently, with flames shooting into the sky. Boom boom. Captain Lee, should we retreat temporarily? Captain Lee, don't hesitate any longer. If we can't kill it with all our might, at least half of us here will die. Listening to the anxious and quick voices of the team leaders on the intercom, Li Chongwei felt as if his heart was on fire. These dead soldiers were once his teammates who fought side by side with him. Give up this attack, let's retreat. Li Chongwei made a judgment. But, no buts. This is an order. We can't waste all our ammunition here now. Our mission is to rescue the survivors of Wanrong University. They are our ultimate mission. And once all our ammunition is used to deal with this monster, how will we rescue the trapped survivors? Li Chongwei knew very well what the team leaders were thinking. They wanted to use all the ammunition they brought with them to kill this level 4+ monster. But in this way, even if they kill the enemy in the end, they will temporarily stop the rescue because they have no ammunition and return to the headquarters to restock. What's more, judging by the condition of the monster, it would be difficult to kill it with the firepower they carried this time. Not having a 100 chance of killing the enemy was the ultimate reason why Li Chongwei gave up the battle. Once the ammunition is used up, if the monster is not dead yet, they won't even be able to cover their retreat. But don't worry. I've already notified headquarters about this level 4+ mutant monster. They'll send troops to kill it. Yes. Soon, the soldiers began to dodge and retreat, using the surrounding tall and low buildings as cover, and with some soldiers sacrificing themselves to attract monsters, Li Chongwei and his group quickly escaped the violent demon's sight. Looking at the dead soldiers, Li Chongwei felt extremely sad, but there was nothing he could do. Let's go. Get out of here. Go. At this point, the 100-person rescue team, led by Li Chongwei, left in embarrassment. After watching the whole process, Su Bei sat in the driver's seat and pondered silently. The violent demon actually knew about the evacuation of Li Chongwei and others, but it was also afraid of the artillery attacks, so it did not pursue them. The violent maniac picked up the body of a dead soldier and started to bite it into pieces as if it were bread. Crack, crack. Violence maniac, crunchy. Blood and body parts were scattered all over the ground. Chapter 73. Let go. Looking at the violent demon eating brutally, Su Bei's eyes became sharp. At this time, the military had already evacuated, and Su Bei no longer hesitated. System activates, light energy cannon. The high-tech battleship quickly rushed out from behind the concealed building, and a pitch-black turret at the front quickly extended and retracted. A terrifying energy that made people's hearts palpitate began to gather on it. The black-tech battleship was upgraded to the top-level chariot form, and Su Bei also used the armed, light energy cannon for the first time. Boom boom. The bright white light shot like a waterfall onto the body of the violent demon who was eating the delicious food. Bang! The violent demon sensed the crisis and quickly dropped the delicious food in his hand, with his strong black arms crossed in front of his chest. The next moment, a white laser beam attacked. Bump! After only holding out for a moment, the next second, the violent demon was like being hit by a locomotive, and his body was slammed into the rubble behind him. The battleship's light energy cannon also ended its bombardment at this time. In just 2 seconds, 200 energy points of the battleship were consumed. Looking at the energy bar dropped by the battleship, although it was a bit expensive, Su Bei didn't feel sorry at all. Judging from this attack, the power of the black technology battleship's light energy cannon is still very strong. It's impossible to withstand the level 4+ mutant monsters. Roar! The violent demon blocked the ray of light cannon, but did not die. At this moment, it crawled out of the ruins in a mess. Shaking off the debris on his body, the violent demon was shocked and angry. What was surprising was that this unidentified object that suddenly appeared could actually launch such a powerful attack. It's completely on a different level from the shells just now. What made it angry was that it was the absolute ruler of the area around Wanrong Plaza, but now it was beaten so badly. Roar, roar, roar. The violent maniac roared continuously and waved his arms violently. On its 2 strong black arms, the bloody wounds from resisting the warship's light energy cannon were healing rapidly. Su Bei, who was sitting in the battleship, saw this scene and his eyes narrowed slightly. This must be the violent demon's muscle regeneration ability. It seems that this guy is not easy to deal with. Su Bei frowned and gave instructions. The system continues to attack. Boom boom. As Su Bei gave the order, another shining white beam shot out from the turret at the front of the black tech battleship. The next second, the violent demon had no time to defend himself, and his body was knocked back into the ruins. Bump! Smoke and dust rose, and more houses and buildings collapsed. This time the light energy cannon hit the violent demon directly in the chest. The violent demon who rose from the ruins again showed a hint of retreat in his eyes. The wound on its chest was still repairing rapidly, but it knows that its special ability requires a huge amount of energy. With injuries of this magnitude, regeneration 4 or 5 times would likely exhaust the body's energy. Roar! The violent demon looked at the high-tech battleship with vigilance and began to hesitate whether to run away. System continues. Boom boom. Another ray of light came at him. Although the violent demon saw the attack in advance, he didn't have time to dodge. Bump! After suffering a severe blow for the 3rd time, the violent maniac finally gave up his pride. Taking advantage of the inertia of being knocked away, It stood up and ran away without looking back. Looking at the violent maniac who wanted to escape, Su Bei hesitated. He didn't know how many times the violent demon's muscle regeneration ability could be used. Although the opponent was 5 meters tall, he was agile and could move flexibly on the street full of buildings. The shortcomings of the black tech warships were also revealed. It couldn't move flexibly in the ruins of the city. Brother Su Bei, that monster is about to run away. Su Xiaoju beside him reminded him. Chapter 74, Night Sky. But Su Bei could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. In this complex terrain, it's hard for a high-tech warship to catch up with that guy. Su Bei felt a little disappointed after letting a level 4+ mutant monster escape. We still need to upgrade the battleship out of flight mode as soon as possible. The high-tech battleship arrived at Wanrong Plaza, a huge open-air plaza surrounded by a large number of shops and buildings. You can imagine how developed the economy here was before the end of the world. However, what made Su Bei a little disappointed was that the level 2 and 3 mutated creatures at Wanrong Square had basically been killed by the violent demon. Come to think of it, how could a level 4+ mutant creature have other mutant creatures as its trump card? Now there are only a group of ordinary mutants and mutant insects with little intelligence wandering around Wanrong Square. After a day, Su Bei basically wiped out all the mutated monsters in Wanrong Square. The main reason is that there are no high-level mutated monsters here. The gains from hunting monsters with the high-tech battleships were not as great as those at Wanrong University. Energy points received today, plus 2,400. At night, the high-tech battleship docked next to a landmark building in Wanrong Square. Inside the battleship, Su Bei began to distribute the energy crystals hunted today to the 2 women. He did not convert the level 2++ energy crystals into energy points, but kept them to feed the 2 women. Oh. Both girls looked at Su Bei like kittens begging for food, their eyes full of desire. Su Bei's desire gradually rose in his heart. After feeding them the energy crystals, Su Bei went to the bathroom to take a shower, leaving the 2 women to absorb it. No level 3 mutant monsters were encountered today, so the monster hunting was basically done by the 3 of them. Of course, Su Bei made the most moves. After taking a shower, Su Bei felt refreshed and walked out of the bathroom wearing simple shorts. At this time, Su Xiaoju and she had also absorbed the energy crystals. The 2 of them were sitting in their seats obediently. Seeing Su Bei coming out of the bathroom, Su Xiaoju walked up playfully and hugged Su Bei and rubbed him. Stop it. You should go take a shower first. Although the 2 women had been fighting for a whole day, there was no strange smell on their bodies. Instead, they still had the faint fragrance of young girls. Su Xiaoju raised her 2 cute fox ears and ran to the bathroom. At night, Wanrong Square is peaceful. All the mutated monsters here during the day have been dealt with by Su Bei. Now there are hardly any mutants to be seen in the entire square. Su Bei leaned on the hull of the black tech battleship, quietly looking at the night sky. Only at night can he relax like this. Amidst a rustling sound, Su Bei felt someone sticking to his back. Feeling the pair of round weapons, Su Bei guessed who was coming. Hope. Su Bei was a little surprised. It wasn't Su Xiaoju? Usually, this cunning fox likes to attack him from behind. She's face was calm, with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. His beautiful clear eyes were like a pool of spring water. No one knew what he was thinking. Su Bei was a little dazed by what he saw. Unconsciously, Su Bei slowly approached she. The girl's perfect appearance appears even more sacred and noble under the pouring moonlight. The moon tonight is very big and round. Su Bei looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, and for a moment, nameless fire magic began to rise. Chapter 75, Long Shi Under the Moon. Actually, Xiaoxi is still very cute. I heard Su Bei praise her for being cute. With a swish, Xi's face became even redder. At this moment, she was no longer as cold and aloof as before. She is wearing a light blue floral miniskirt tonight. Xi's style is different from Su Xiaoju's. She has a pure but cold personality and usually looks like an ice goddess. Especially when facing people or monsters other than Su Bei and Su Xiaoju, he basically keeps them at a distance. Su Xiaoju is changeable, but overall she tends to be cute and well-behaved. At this time, she gave Su Bei a great sense of contrast, and Su Bei felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Suddenly, Su Bei saw the analysis panel provided by the system. Name Shi. Level 2++. Special ability, Long Shi Form, SS. Status, Long Shi Form, happy, excited, stimulating. Life level, rare. Evaluation, when she enters the Long Shi state, his personality and appearance will be affected to a certain extent. Su Bei was a little surprised, looking at the analysis that just popped up in the system. At this time, Xi's appearance also began to change slightly. The most obvious thing was that two tiny dragon horns grew on the top of her head, and a long, thin, ling-shaped dragon tail suddenly appeared behind her. At this moment, the girl has completely transformed into a little dragon girl. Fuck, are you kidding me? Sube stopped for a moment. After all, Xi's long Xi form is an SS-level special ability. Sube was a little hesitant. Would the long Xi form be okay? What exactly is this Ryoki form of the system? Similar to the Master's King of Tyranny, it's a special form ability. But she probably can't fully master this ability yet. She must have entered this state accidentally. After listening to the system's explanation, Sube felt a lot more relieved. As long as there was no harm, it would be fine. A dark and deserted night. Everything around is so quiet. Next to the high-tech battleship, the environment is quiet and elegant. The little fox girl in the high-tech battleship was lying bored on the high-tech bed. Her beautiful eyes were dim, and she knew what Sube and she were doing outside. But she wouldn't bother them. After all, Xiaoxi is new here too, so let's give them a little more time. It was a dark night, without any noise. This is a beautiful night, but no one is appreciating it. It's a dark space. At this time, the street lights in Wanrong Square had already broken down, and the surroundings were pitch black, with no one in sight. No one else can appreciate this peerless scenery. Xi's long Xi state also began to gradually fade away. Sube showed a hint of helplessness at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the strong-willed Xi, he felt that he needed to take good care of himself tomorrow. Brother Sube, what did you guys do just now? Xiaoxi, why do you look so weird? As soon as Su Xiaoju saw the two people come in, she asked two strange questions in a row. No, nothing. Su Xiaoju laughed secretly in her heart, thinking that Xi's stubbornness was quite funny. How could she not know what Su Bei and the others had done? The little fox girl is very bad, / greater than over equal to less than over equal to, / Okay, Xiaoju, stop teasing Xi and let her recover. Su Xiaoju had a wicked smile on her face, which made she dare not look at her directly. Look at Su Xiaoju being so naughty. Su Bei rolled his eyes and walked forward to give Su Xiaoju one. Woo woo woo. Well, it's late enough today, go to bed early. Originally, it was 8 o'clock in the evening when Su Bei was enjoying the breeze outside the battleship, but now it was already late at night. Su Bei felt a little embarrassed. He estimated that if she had not entered the long Xi form, it would not have taken so long. The next morning, Su Bei woke up and pushed his side as usual. I feel very happy. However, Su Xiaoju had already woken up and was looking at Su Bei with a foxy smile on his face. Forehead. After Su Bei saw that Su Xiaoju had woken up, he also stopped. This was discovered by the owner, Omega. Good morning. Good morning? Su Xiaoju looked at Su Bei with a foxy smile on her face, a hint of cunning in her eyes. Su Bei got up and went to wash up. She next to her had also woken up. She was woken up by Su Xiaoju's voice when Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were playing games. At this point she hadn't gotten up yet because she was feeling herself. As soon as he moved a little, Xi's beautiful eyebrows frowned. Su Xiaoju, who was lying next to him, felt a little gloating when she saw this. I still want to try. Chapter 76, Elastic Morning. Sitting in the cockpit of the high-tech battleship, Su Bei looked at the control screen on the battleship. Now Su Bei plans to sweep the area around Wanrong Square. However, Su Bei didn't need to take any action against those level 1 and level 1 plus mutated monsters. A random collision with the high-tech warships would kill them. Bang, bang, bang. Watching the energy points of the black tech battleship slowly rising, Su Bei leaned back comfortably on the black tech chair. It feels great to gain something without having to do anything. Opening the black technology production bar, Su Bei made 3 cups of summer energy drinks from it. Put 2 of the cups aside and give them to Su Xiaoju and the others later. Su Bei picked up the remaining cup, gently shook the special black technology cup, and looked at the gently undulating sky blue surface of the drink, with a relaxed look on his face. This is the life he wants. After taking a sip of the energy drink, Su Bei felt refreshed and comfortable all over. Black technology summer energy drinks are also divided into different qualities. The cups he made are all of excellent 3rd-level quality. Each energy drink is worth 100 energy points. Of course, the benefits of using these energy drinks are also huge. Black technology energy drinks can not only enhance physical fitness and refresh the mind, but also slightly enhance mental strength and brain development. And the taste of black technology drinks is very good. This is the best drink Su Bei has ever had. It can be said to be a real black technology drink. If the scientific research experts in the military knew about this, they might go crazy and get Su Bei's energy drink at all costs. At this time, A lazy and comfortable moan came from behind him. Sube knew it was made by Su Xiaoju without turning around. Because she definitely won't be able to get out of bed today. Hey, brother Sube has energy drinks. Su Xiaoju stretched her graceful figure behind Sube and was just seen by Sube when he turned around. The little fox girl's body is really amazing. It is definitely the limit of human beings. Su Xiaoju saw the 2 cups of energy drinks that Sube had left for them in the cab. Su Xiaoju had a nice smile on her face and picked up one of the cups with a smile. She shook her fox ears happily, then raised her white little chin and drank it all in one gulp. Su Xiaoju felt the taste impact of the energy drink in her mouth. Su Xiaoju stared straight at the other cup of energy drink, desire written all over her pretty face. Don't be greedy. Sube patted Su Xiaoju gently on the back. It was so chewy that Sube's palm bounced lightly. Last time I gave you a low-quality, first-level energy drink. This time, it's a high-quality, third-level version. If you take too much in one day, your body won't be able to handle it. Sube explained seriously. Oh, okay then. Su Xiaoju obediently didn't look at the energy drink again. She rubbed her little butt and sat directly next to Sube. Brother Sube, where are we going next? After these days of hunting, they have basically hunted down all the high-level monsters in Wanrong Square. If a level 2 mutant monster appeared on the road now, Su Xiaoju would call it a miracle. Well, I plan to continue exploring the surrounding area today and harvest some low-level mutants. After all, the flow of people at Wanrong Plaza is still very large, and ordinary mutants are almost everywhere, and there are a lot of them. Although low-level mutants provide few energy points, the harvest is considerable when the quantity is large. Oh, by the way, give this energy drink to Shi. Okay. Su Xiaoju smiled playfully at Sube, and her pink little hands made a cute kitten gesture in front of Sube. It is really loved by LSP Sube. Don't drink secretly. Sube couldn't help but touch Su Xiaoju again when she turned around. It was still so cheeky. Su Xiaoju let out a dissatisfied cry and quickly walked towards the living room. When she came to the living room, Su Xiaoju saw she's still trying to get up. Looking at Shi's cold and beautiful face, Su Xiaoju analyzed secretly in her heart. Xiaoxi's looks are only a little bit worse than mine, Omega. Xiaoxi, you'd better stop moving around. Just stay in bed and rest for a day. You'll be able to get out of bed almost tomorrow. Actually, I just wanted to try it. I think I should be fine, Nung. Shi's expression was still as cold and arrogant, but his tone was not as cold when he spoke to Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju came over and helped Shi up. Handing the energy drink in his hand to Shi, Su Xiaoju continued. This is the energy drink that Brother Sube made for us. This is your portion. Zai Wenyan's eyes showed a hint of joy. She took the energy drink and tasted it slowly. His clear eyes like icebergs narrowed slightly, as if he was enjoying it. I don't know what he is thinking. In the cockpit, Sube looked at the battleship's control screen and began to observe the mutated monsters around him. There are fewer and fewer advanced mutant creatures here. Sube plans to leave Wanrong Plaza this afternoon. He opened the black technology production bar and began to make the black technology potion to be used today. His current physical fitness is at level 2++, and he can already use more advanced strengthening potions. The strengthening potions he had used before were no longer effective for his current body. Sube browsed through countless black technology potions. The higher the level of the potion, the more amazing its effects were. Some of them can give creatures superhuman combat power. However, Sube's level is too low now, and the energy points of his battleship are not even a fraction of theirs. Sube made 10 advanced physical enhancement potions, all of which were third-level black technology potions. It cost Sube a few thousand energy points in total. Drink these strengthening potions with anticipation. Feeling the obvious improvement and changes in his body, Sube let out a low cry. Cool. The only advantage of black technology potion over energy crystals is that it has no side effects and is absorbed faster by the body. As long as he had enough energy points, Sube felt that he could become a man who could tear apart nuclear bombs with his bare hands and step on aircraft carriers with his feet in a very short period of time. Of course, these are just thoughts for him now, Omega. No, I can't be proud yet. The authorities must have also begun researching these supernatural monsters and dark energy. With hundreds of years of scientific research and experience, they might have come up with something by now. Sube was well aware of the strength of the Chinese government, not only in terms of military power, but also in scientific research. Sube just suddenly improved his physical fitness and started to feel elated. He immediately corrected this bad idea. It's better to keep a low profile. After all, Northern Jiangsu is not yet strong enough to ignore the military's thermal weapons and firepower. Now is not the time to be arrogant. We must at least have enough strength to compete with thermal weapons of the official nuclear bomb level. Su Bei thought secretly in his heart. A fourth-tier high-tech battleship was far from enough for him. Chapter 77. Unexpected Surprise. One day later, Su Bei sat in the cockpit of the high-tech battleship and looked at the remaining energy points of the battleship, 4,000. Excluding the consumption in the past few days, this is the remaining energy points of Su Bei. At present, the space of the battleship has been completely folded. From the outside, the black technology battleship is just an ordinary modified car. But its internal space is as large as hundreds of cubic meters. This is also the effect that Su Bei wants. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking car actually has a built-in space of hundreds of cubic meters and is equipped with a large number of high-tech equipment and functions? If this technology were released to the outside world, it would drive scientists and physicists crazy. Su Bei was very satisfied. In this way, he was not afraid of exposing the existence of the black technology battleship in front of others. He still remembered that the warship had caused him a lot of trouble before because its size and appearance were too conspicuous. Being low-key is the reflection of strength. Okay, let's leave here today. The system has begun adjusting the battleship's route, changing it to Happy Playground. Su Bei thought about it for a while and then decided on a new goal. Happy Amusement Park is one of the largest amusement parks in Beihai City. It was the weekend before the end of the world, so the flow of people there was also huge. The more densely populated a place is, the more likely it is that powerful mutant monsters will be born. Powerful mutant monsters are often fed Omega. Yes. After receiving instructions from Su Bei, the Black Tech warship began to plan its route and adjust its direction. Where is Brother Su Bei's place? Su Xiaoju and she on the side both showed curiosity on their faces. Happy Playground sounds like a lot of fun. There. Su Bei began to recall that before the end of the world, due to financial reasons, he had basically never been to such high-consumption places. You'll know when you get there. A gentle smile appeared on Su Bei's handsome face, and his hand stroked Su Xiaoju's fluffy fox ears. She, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but move his little butt. The girl's face was calm, but her eyes, like the stars in the night sky, were signaling to Su Bei. Su Bei was speechless and stretched out his other hand to stroke She's little head. Su Bei recalled the girl's long she form. He also remembered that long she would grow a pair of delicate and small dragon horns, like the most perfect works of art. Su Bei also did some research on that area when exercising, and it seemed to be more sensitive there. Both women had comfortable expressions of enjoyment on their faces. Su Bei just wants life to continue to be so beautiful. Dozens of minutes later, just as the high-tech warship was about to leave the Wanrong district, suddenly something strange happened ahead. Master, we've detected the energy fluctuations of the violent demon that appeared yesterday. Su Bei's eyes lit up when he heard the system prompt. What a coincidence. The next second, a huge humanoid monster 5 meters tall appeared. At this time, it was covered in blood and looked quite miserable, with large areas of burnt and gunpowder smell on its body. It was obvious that it had been attacked and suffered serious injuries. Su Bei suddenly became interested. It goes without saying that only the military could beat this level 4+ violent demon like this. It seems that the group from yesterday notified the military, and today they sent stronger forces to eliminate it. It really hit the muzzle of the gun. Su Bei whispered excitedly, and the next second he asked the system to activate the light energy cannon. Boom boom. A huge sound of energy penetrating was heard. The violent maniac thought he had escaped death, but the next second he saw a burst of white light rushing towards him. Roar. It let out a shrill scream, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. The light energy cannon of the Black Tech battleship is extremely powerful. In addition, the violent demon has already suffered a lot of damage, so its muscle regeneration ability is basically unusable. The violent maniac died directly from the light energy cannon of the Black Technology battleship. The violent maniac has been detected dead. When Su Bei heard the system prompt sound, he felt relieved. It's like walking along, and suddenly a bag of marijuana falls into your hands. I was a little upset that you ran away yesterday, but I didn't expect you to come to my door today. Su Bei didn't dare to waste time, as the military might catch up with him at any time. He had to get out of here before the military arrived. Su Bei quickly got on the underground warship to get the energy crystal of the violent demon, and then left quickly. Not long after the high-tech battleship left, several armed fighter jets appeared from the sky. The propellers hummed loudly in the sky, like an amplified version of a fly buzzing in your ears. The pilots inside were constantly scanning the surroundings. After discovering the huge corpse of the violent demon, they were a little surprised at first, and then picked up the walkie-talkie to report to their superiors. A few minutes later, armored vehicles and a large number of foot soldiers arrived. Report to Colonel Long. The monster seems to be dead. Dead? The man called Colonel Long glanced at the soldier reporting in front of him and frowned slightly. Colonel Long went straight forward to check it out in person. When it was running away, we couldn't catch it. Now you say it's dead. Colonel Long felt that things were not that simple. 10 minutes later, a group of soldiers looked at each other, and the leading Colonel Long stood in front of the violent maniac's body with an embarrassed look on his face. He had a bitter face because the energy crystal in the body of this violent demon had disappeared. It was obviously taken away by some other person or creature. Colonel Long believed that it was taken away by another powerful mutated monster. But if it was some other powerful mutant monster, why didn't it take away the body of this violent demon? Maybe it's just being cautious. One of them analyzed. Forget it. Let's take this violent demon's body back first. Luckily, we left a body behind. Otherwise, how would we report back to headquarters? Colonel Long's tone was a little annoyed but helpless. Having lost the energy crystal of the violent demon, he will definitely be punished when he returns this time. On the other side, Su Bei on the warship was overjoyed. That level 4 plus energy crystal converted a total of 10,000 plus energy points for the battleship. This is a huge sum of money for Su Bei, and I took advantage of the military's loophole, which is the most satisfying thing. The remaining energy points of the battleship are 14,000 plus. Looking at the remaining energy points of the battleship, Su Bei felt a sense of joy in his heart. The energy crystal of the violent demon is a windfall for Su Bei. The battleship sailed silently along an inconspicuous road. The size of the black technology has now become not much different from that of an ordinary car, and Su Bei is not afraid of being found by the military afterwards. Okay, target Happy Amusement Park, forward. Chapter 78, Time to Change Weapons. The high-tech battleship sailed for a whole morning, but Su Bei didn't encounter a single mutated monster above level 2. Su Bei secretly guessed that it might be the military troops who had previously injured the violent maniac who did it. Now that the military has begun to take action, I must hurry up and hunt for energy points. The 5th level of black technology battleships is likely to have the ability to fly. This is also the main reason why Su Bei wants to upgrade the warship as soon as possible. Flying is the safest. Brother Su Bei. Su Xiaoju sat over and rubbed her soft and delicate body against Su Bei. Su Xiaoju usually wears very little on the battleship. At this time, she was only wearing a thin, cool vest on her upper body. The mountains in front of the chest support it unceremoniously, forming a beautiful scenery. At this time, Su Xiaoju came directly up to him, and 2 big, soft and sticky snowballs rolled on Su Bei's arms. Su Bei rubbed Su Xiaoju's cute fox ears, feeling the little fox girl's coquettishness, and he also responded. Oh, brother Su Bei, please don't touch me. The spring scenery is beautiful for a while, but it lasts a little short. A few minutes later, the system prompted that high-level energy fluctuations appeared ahead. Su Bei stopped what he was doing and looked at the control screen. It showed a huge mutated creature appearing in front of the battleship. This guy looks like a giant turtle. Su Bei couldn't help but speak as he looked at the appearance of the mutated creature. Name mutated corroded hardshell turtle. Level 2++. Special ability, hardshell D. Status, moving, hunting. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, a small turtle with very high defense. Little turtle. Su Bei looked at the huge turtle outside the warship, which was almost as tall as the warship, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Can this be called a little turtle? The first prey of the day has arrived, Su Bei said to Su Xiaoju and she, touching them. This made the latter cry. Xena's cold and beautiful face twitched slightly. After the 3 of them got off the battleship, the mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle on the opposite side also discovered them. Su Bei looked at the rotten body of the hard-shelled turtle that was corroded by the mutation and exposed outside the shell. No wonder it's called corrosion. This skin looks like a 1,000-year-old zombie. Hey, what an ugly big turtle. I only like brother Su Bei. Shi Wenyan, who was standing aside, seemed to recall something, and a blush appeared on her delicate face. Ahem, Xiaoju is still fighting, so don't talk nonsense. Su Xiaoju gave a wicked smile and playfully stuck out her pink tongue at Su Bei, indicating that she understood. The mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle seemed to feel insulted, and its red bean-sized eyes flashed with cold light. Like a mad wild turtle, the mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle suddenly increased its speed and rushed towards Su Bei and the other 2. Mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle, show off your affection in front of me and die quickly. Fuck. This mutated turtle is truly extraordinary. It can actually run so fast. Seeing the speed at which the mutation was corroding the hard-shelled turtle, Su Bei couldn't help but utter a word. This is not just running faster than a rabbit, it's almost catching up with the train. Huh, what's wrong with running faster? Don't be careless. This guy is also level 2++, be careful. Su Bei took out the Jampa knife from the small space bracelet, and she also took out her linguang. The three men held their weapons, ready to fight. Roar! The mutated corroded hardshell turtle rushed towards Su Bei like a mad dog. Just in time. Su Bei did not dodge, but instead swung the cutting knife in his hand to face the impact of the mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle. Bump! There was a loud collision sound, and Su Bei felt his hands go numb. The mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle also let out a cry of pain, and a deep crack appeared on its sturdy shell. This turtle shell is so hard. Su Bei was also a little surprised. The Jampa knife could break through the defense of level 3 creatures, let alone level 2 ones. Although he had just withstood the impact of the mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle. But the sword cut through the mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle like it was cutting through a steel plate. Bang! On the other side, Shi's attack has also arrived. The third-level cold light is much more advanced than the second-level cutting knife. With a straight chop, she easily cut off half of the shell of the mutated corroded hard-shell turtle. Roar, roar! The mutated corroded hard-shell turtle let out a cry like a pig being slaughtered, and its red bean-like eyes were filled with shock and anger. It is very clear how strong the defense of its own turtle shell is. Even if it encounters an ordinary level 3 creature, as long as it retracts its head, the opponent will not be able to hurt it. But at this moment, its confident turtle shell was actually broken. Roar! The mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle wanted to escape. Its turtle shell was broken, and it was timid to begin with. Now that its biggest trump card was gone, it was already panicking. Wanna run? Su Xiaoju on the side also rushed over. The agile Su Xiaoju made an elegant leap in the air, and the next moment, two extremely sharp fox claws attacked the mutated corroded hard-shell turtle. Bang! Su Xiaoju's fox claws can also break through the defense of the mutated corroded hard-shell turtle. The electric light on the claws also emitted a high-voltage electric shock. Crackle! The smell of barbecue instantly filled the air. The mutated corroded hard-shell turtle's body was paralyzed by the electric light, and it fell directly to the ground and could not move. Humph, it's just a little turtle. Su Xiaoju stepped forward and placed a long, white thigh on the turtle shell. The proud fox-eared head looked down at it and said with disdain, "Okay, kill it." Su Bei also walked up and looked at the mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle curled up in its shell. He felt helpless. My own Zanpakuto couldn't even break this guy's turtle shell onaji. Su, let me do it. She came up from behind and waved the cold light in her hand. The chill gradually gathered and formed a visible blue ice energy condensed at the tip of the knife. The girl launched her next attack, and the icy energy on the cold light directly impacted the shell of the mutated and corroded hard-shelled turtle. The next second, the turtle shell was completely broken, and the supernatural corroded turtle inside was as shy as the neighbor Wang who was caught without clothes. It wanted to escape, but she immediately shot out another icy energy sword. Mutated corroded hard-shelled turtle, dead. After collecting the energy crystal of the mutated corroded hard-shell turtle, Su Bei and the other two returned to the battleship. The first thing Su Bei did when he returned to the battleship was to open the black technology production column. Now Su Xiaoju and she both have third-level black technology weapons, but his Zampa sword is not good enough. Su Bei browsed through the weapon categories, looking for a new weapon that suits him. Chapter 79, The Girl Chased by a Monster. The high-tech battleship continued to advance, and the surrounding ruins quickly receded. Su Bei and the other two sat on the battleship's high-tech chairs, leisurely admiring the miserable scenes along the way. The human corpses and blood are basically the same color tone as it is today, desolate and somewhat dilapidated. Suddenly, a human figure appeared on the battleship's screen. When Su Bei and the other two saw someone appear, they all became interested. There are still survivors here who dare to go out alone? Su Bei was a little surprised. But the next moment, the figure in the picture gave Su Bei an explanation. I saw a whirlwind of ice rising around her and rushing towards her. Su Bei understood. This is a superpower. Behind her was a powerful mutant that was over 2 meters tall. Name, Superhuman. Level 1+. Special ability, Ice, B. Status, Injured, Fleeing, Surviving. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, An extraordinary human being. Name Power Mutant. Level 2. Special ability, Giant Strength, D. Status, Hunting, Attacking, Chasing. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, An ordinary special mutated human. After looking at the data from both, Su Bei roughly analyzed the current situation. However, the superpowered person was wearing a large black coat, so Su Bei and the other two could not see her specific appearance at all. However, judging from the other person's curvy figure, it can be seen that this superpowered person should be a woman. Brother Su Bei, should we take action? Su Xiaoju beside him asked. She didn't want to save the superpowered person, but she was just greedy for the energy crystal of the level 2 power-type mutant. She also looked like he was asking for instructions. Su Bei said, "Don't worry, let's wait and see." Outside the battleship, Jiang Xiaoyan turned his head and looked at the power-type mutant behind him. After receiving his strongest attack, the opponent did not slow down at all and continued to chase him relentlessly. "It's over. I'm dead this time." A trace of despair rose in Jiang Xiaoyan's heart. With the pursuit speed of the power-type mutant, it would catch up with her in a dozen seconds at most. She couldn't imagine what would happen then. Wow, why am I so unlucky tonight? I ran into a level 2 special mutant right after I came out. Jiang Xiaoyan felt resentful in his heart, but his pace did not slow down. Even if there is little hope, she will try her best. After more than 10 seconds, the power-type mutant was approaching Jiang Xiaoyan. Roar! The power-type mutant roared excitedly. Humans with special abilities taste even more delicious. Ah! Jiang Xiaoyan screamed. The power-type mutant's sharp arm attacked Jiang Xiaoyan's body directly. Fortunately, the latter reacted quickly and barely dodged it by turning sideways. However, the black coat that Jiang Xiaoyan was wearing was also torn off by the power-type mutant, along with a piece of clothing on his upper body. A large and beautiful scenery suddenly appeared. If Jiang Xiaoyan had been a little slower, it might not just be her clothes that fell off. Jiang Xiaoyan was about to cry. Even though her clothes on her chest were cut open, her pet little cutie jumped out. But she was in no mood to care about these things at the moment, and she quickened her pace again. Roar! The attack failed to directly succeed, and the power-type mutant roared excitedly again. It thought the human in front of it could no longer escape. Woo XX, someone come and save me. Jiang Xiaoyan was extremely desperate, and she was still frightened by her recent brush with death. Now, if she relaxes her vigilance and speed even a little, she will be caught up and eaten by the power-type mutant behind her. Good fellow. Su Bei and the battleship stared at Jiang Xiaoyan on the control screen with wide eyes. Without the obstruction of the black coat, Jiang Xiaoyan's beautiful figure and appearance were also revealed. Of course, what made Su Bei cheer was that the area was like waves in the sea, shaking as he ran. The picture quality of the control screen of the BlackTech battleship is at the BlackTech level. If the quality of Blu-ray is 1, then the picture quality of Black Technology is 10. Even though the two were nearly 100 meters apart, the high-tech warship's image capture still allowed Su Bei to see clearly. Moreover, the system considerately captured the scene in front of Jiang Xiaoyan, enlarged the content, and made it ultra-clear. Looking at the constantly fluctuating waves, Su Bei exclaimed that it was so exciting. Brother Su Bei, stop staring at others. Su Xiaoju looked at Su Bei without blinking and said in a somewhat displeased voice. She walked straight over to Su Bei's side, with a blush on her delicate face. Su Bei, we can do it too. She's words were shocking, and Su Bei immediately diverted his attention from the wonderful performance. Su Bei looked at Shi. He didn't expect that the girl who was so innocent and had no impurities in her eyes could say such vicious words at this moment. Of course, Shi's eyes are still as clear as water, without a trace of impurities. It's just that her personality and thinking have changed, becoming the same as Su Xiaoju. Of course, this is all thanks to the master's teachings. The system's crisp and teasing voice suddenly said something at this moment. When did I? No. System, your voice seems to have changed. Really? This system has always had this sound pattern. A certain system said with a guilty conscience. Yeah. Could it be that I haven't noticed it before? Su Bei did not doubt the system's words, nor did he take it to heart. Well, now let's get down to business. Su Bei stepped forward and stopped Shi's hand. Okay, Xiaoxi, if you want to watch it, we'll talk about it tonight. Let's kill that mutated monster first. Su Bei decided to take action. After all, it was the energy crystal of a power-type mutant. Good. This time Su Bei asked Shi to take action. After getting off the battleship, she rushed directly towards the power-type mutant. In less than 10 seconds, the power-type mutant died. Looking at the beautiful figure in front of him with a cool temperament and a graceful figure, Jiang Xiaoyan stood there in a daze for a moment. She's so beautiful, so amazing. Jiang Xiaoyan was full of admiration for Shi's appearance. She was arguably the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. Of course, she felt more grateful to the girl. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't care about her exposed body at the moment. After all, they were all girls. She quickly bent down and thanked him twice. However, she didn't care about Jiang Xiaoyan's thanks. She walked to the body of the power-type mutant, took out a level 2 energy crystal, and swallowed it. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at Qi's actions in some shock. Isn't she afraid of exploding and dying if she eats it directly? She had also heard from the official broadcast before that the energy crystals in the monster's body cannot be taken directly, otherwise the body will explode. Chapter 80. Eating roast goose and having a breeze. Well, thank you. Seeing she turning around to leave, Jiang Xiaoyan hurriedly trotted forward to thank him again. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the lonely and cold girl in front of him, whose appearance and fighting ability were extremely extraordinary. If she hadn't suddenly appeared and killed this power-type mutant, she might have been a corpse now. Oh, Xi's tone was a little cold, and he just responded simply. Then he walked towards the direction of the high-tech battleship. What? Sitting in the battleship's cockpit, Su Bei stared at the screen. I have to say that Jiang Xiaoyan's coastline is quite undulating and quite magnificent. Where are you going? Jiang Xiaoyan wanted to call Xi. She was a little curious and looked in the direction she was going, but there was nothing there. Of course, she did not directly expose Su Bei's high-tech warship. She just glanced at Jiang Xiaoyan indifferently. Her expression remained cold and aloof, and she reminded him in a somewhat stiff tone. You'd better leave here as soon as possible. It's still very dangerous here. I watched she get into a black, somewhat strange modified car. Jiang Xiaoyan covered his chest with his hands and trotted after him. His chest was slightly deformed under her pressure. Do you have any companions? Jiang Xiaoyan didn't dare to follow too closely because she didn't know if there were other men in the car. If you get too close, the other person will see you naked. But Jiang Xiaoyan didn't know was. Although it was dozens of meters away, Su Bei could still see it clearly while sitting in the driver's seat, and it was very high definition and dynamic. It simply brought the two of them closer together, giving Jiang Xiaoyan the same visual experience as if he were standing in front of him. Jiang Xiaoyan watched the modified car that she was sitting in gradually moving away, and she did not stay for long. After taking a final look, Jiang Xiaoyan turned and left. After all, it is the end of the world now, and it is still very dangerous to stay outside for too long, even if she is a level 1+ superpowered person. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyan's upper body was still not in a defensive posture at this time, which made it even more dangerous. The black tech battleship continued to advance forward. In the cab, Su Bei and the other two were leaning leisurely on the black high-tech chairs. The visual experience just now made Su Bei linger on. Master, the system has saved the footage you just saw. If you'd like to see it. When Su Bei heard the sudden voice of the system, his expression changed, and he was about to say something. Brother Su Bei, are you still thinking about that girl's polar bear? What? How could your brother Su Bei be such a person? Su Bei rejected it seriously, Omega. Snort. Su Xiaoju had a look of doubt on her face, with a meaningful smile on her lips. The next second, Su Xiaoju pressed forward directly and turned back and forth deliberately. Su Xiaoju felt the movement under Su Bei, and the smile on her face turned into a hint of cunning. Ahem, it's still daytime. Su Bei had a righteous look on his face. He put his hands on both sides of Su Xiaoju's white shoulders and made her sit up. Although Su Xiaoju and she are extremely beautiful and have amazing bodies, Su Bei cannot be dominated by a J-bug at this time. About. Su Xiaoju made a cute sound towards Su Bei with a somewhat resentful look on her face, then sat down in her seat. However, Su Xiaoju, who was sitting in her seat, was still not very honest. The warships advanced silently along Beihai 6th Road. Ever since the high-tech battleships have returned to the size of ordinary vehicles, the number of monsters actively attacking them has decreased. At night, Su Bei stopped the system next to a quiet building where there were no monsters. Today, apart from the energy crystal of the violent demon, a total of 2,000+ energy points were harvested. The current total remaining energy points of the battleship, 16,000+. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the more than 10,000 energy points, and analyzed them in his mind. Should I use these energy points to improve my strength first, or save them for upgrading my warship to the next level? Master, this system recommends upgrading your high-tech battleship to the next level as soon as possible. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Oh, Su Bei wanted to hear the system's analysis. The system explained somewhat arrogantly. Upgrading this battleship offers the best value for money. The next level of high-tech warships will enter their initial form, and all aspects of performance and functionality will experience a qualitative leap. The battleship's combat effectiveness and defense capabilities will be greatly improved by then. After hearing what the system said, Su Bei's eyes flashed. The next level battleship really has the ability to fly. The battleship's initial form? Sube was thinking secretly in his heart. He had actually thought about the next stage of the battleship before. I see. For now, I'll focus on upgrading my battleship and accumulate the 100,000 energy points required for the upgrade. Oh right, upgrading the battleship requires 10 level 4 energy crystals. Sube slapped his head and suddenly remembered. In addition to energy points and car metal materials, the next battleship upgrade also requires 10 level 4 energy crystals. That's a difficult point. Now they don't have a level 3 existence. Although battleships can kill level 4 mutant creatures, level 4 mutant creatures are too rare now. So far, Sube and his friends have only encountered the violent demon. Forget it, it's only a matter of time before we encounter a level 4 mutant creature. Let's just hunt for more energy points first. After thinking for a while, Sube ended the analysis. At present, there is basically no mutant creature that can destroy the 4th level black technology battleship. Brother Su beats time to eat. Today, Sube and his friends hunted a level 2 mutated goose, and they will eat roasted whole goose tonight. When I arrived at the dining table in the living room, the roasted goose that had been put into the barbecue grill was already ready. A fragrance filled the entire interior of the battleship. The three of them couldn't help but salivate. Now Sube and his friends don't eat out every day. They only enjoy it when they occasionally hunt some high-quality mutated ingredients. The two women were already seated. Since the roast goose was too big, Su Xiaoju had already cut it into pieces while cooking. A large plate full of roast goose was placed in the middle of the dining table, and the three of them gathered around and started eating. While eating, she was secretly observing the movements of Su Bei and Su Xiaoju. Fortunately, after the embarrassment last time, Su Xiaoju did not do anything strange this time. After finishing the roast goose, the three of them leaned back with satisfied expressions. It's delicious. Su Xiaoju couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was obvious that the little fox girl had eaten too much this time. It's really delicious. She on the other side also expressed his approval. I'm going outside to get some fresh air. After staying in the warship for a long time, Sube planned to go out for a walk after dinner. As for danger, with his level 2++ combat power, he wouldn't panic even if he encountered a level 3 mutant creature. I'm going too. She watched Sube stand up, and she also left quietly. Su Xiaoju lay down like a lazy cat, indicating that she didn't want to move. Sube and she came to the roof of the battleship. Although the battleship has become about the same size as an ordinary car at this time, the roof can still accommodate 2 people. It's a nice night tonight. Just as Sube was about to recite a poem, a pair of soft little hands suddenly attacked his body. Sube lowered his head slightly and looked into Xi's deep, star-like eyes. Xi's expression was a little dreamy, and her beautiful face made Sube feel a little moved. On top of her head, a pair of small and delicate dragon horns slowly grew. Chapter 81, Mutated Big Rabbit. Sube and the other two started to get up and wash up. The so-called beautiful day starts from the early morning. The three of them came to the black technology dining table, and Sube took out some milk for breakfast. Now they no longer have to eat this ordinary food. Drinking milk in the morning is also what the two girls want. Su Xiaoju and Shi sat at the table and drank through straws. Sube didn't drink it. After all, drinking milk didn't do him any good. Looking at the two cute and beautiful figures in front of him, Sube called out the system and asked, "Where are we in the system?" The master is approaching the happy playground. Well, pay attention to detecting advanced mutant creatures. Yes. Sube came to the cockpit, sat in the main driving seat, and looked at the picture on the battleship control screen. They have now left Wanrong Square and are driving on Beihai 6th Road. There are not many mutated monsters on the road. Most of them are ordinary level 1 mutants, and there are also some mutated insects. Occasionally, you can see a few 1+ and 1++ level mutated monsters on the road. As for the mutated creatures above level 2, they generally have already acquired a certain degree of intelligence. It won't appear easily or rashly. Ding ding, high-level energy fluctuations detected. At this time, a prompt sound came from the battleship. Sube just thought that advanced mutant creatures would not appear at will, but now the battleship slapped him in the face. System, did you do this on purpose? System. The system said, why is it still my fault, huh? Master, please do not doubt this system at will. This system is already bound to its master and is his most loyal partner. Sube felt a little strange listening to the system's speech. Forget it. First bring me the footage of that mutated creature outside. Soon the picture on the battleship's control screen changed. A hideous black monster appeared above. Name Big Rabbit Monster. Level 2++. Special ability, Red Eyes, C+. Status: hunting, searching. Life level: ordinary. Evaluation: if you make it angry, you will feel the rage of red eyes. Sube looked at the analysis given by the system. The corners of Sube's mouth twitched slightly. It turned out that he had a fight with Rabbit today. The mutated giant rabbit in front of the battleship is more than 3 meters tall, and its pair of rabbit ears are nearly 1 meter high. Especially those eyes with a slight red glow, giving people a fierce and violent feeling. Xiaoju Xiaoxi is working. Let the system open the warship, and Sube and the other two walk down the warship to the ground. The mutated big rabbit not far away instantly noticed the appearance of Sube and the other two. As expected of a level 3 mutant rabbit, its insight and reaction abilities are truly impressive. Sube looked at the reaction of the supernatural rabbit and couldn't help but admire it. As for why they didn't just let the battleship activate the light energy cannon and kill the enemy with one shot, Sube thought it was unnecessary. For now, Sube is still confident that the three of them can work together to defeat this mutated big rabbit. The Black Tech battleship is his last trump card and his last hope, and it should not be used as a protective umbrella by Sube. If Sube relies on high-tech warships when encountering any danger, then he is destined not to become a strong man. Xiaoju Xiaoxi, pay attention to its eyes. That big rabbit has a special ability of red eyes. Oh, I see. The two women answered in unison. The three of them took out their weapons and got into fighting stance. The mutated big rabbit felt that the energy fluctuations from Sube and the other two were not as high as its own. Its small red eyes revealed a hint of cruelty, and its favorite thing was to torture and kill creatures weaker than itself. Chi-Chi. The mutated giant rabbit screamed at Sube and the other two. Then it jumped casually and reached a height of 7 or 8 meters. Seeing this, Sube and the other two all looked serious. This rabbit has such a strong jumping ability. Snort. Su Xiaoju was not willing to be outdone. When it comes to elasticity, Su Xiaoju's big rabbit is definitely not inferior to anyone or any monster. Su Xiaoju's petite body used the ground as a support and exerted force with her feet to leap high into the air. Chi-Chi. The mutated big rabbit saw Su Xiaoju jumping towards it and felt disdainful and cold in his heart. The confrontation between the two lasted only a moment, the next second. Puff, pa, two sounds. A long bloody mark appeared on the mutated rabbit's body, and it fell to the ground. The mutated big rabbit with shiny white fur was now covered in blood and fell to the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner. If you watch from a distance, someone who doesn't know the situation might think Su Xiaoju is abusing the little rabbit. Chi-Chi. The mutated big rabbit jumped up from the ground and suffered a loss in the first battle. The next moment, its eyes began to gradually turn scarlet, flashing like a red alarm light at night. Name mutated big rabbit. Level 2++. Special ability, red eyes, C+. Status, red eye state, angry. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, the red-eyed rabbit has gone crazy. Please pay attention, owner. Xiaoju, pay attention. That big rabbit has entered red-eye mode. Sube was surprised to find that the level of the mutated big rabbit had reached level 2+++. This is a level division that the system has never analyzed before. What's with that 2+++ level in the system? Sube asked the system in surprise. The system explained. Master, the third level is beyond the second level, but it has not yet reached the level limit of the next level. It's somewhere in between, a kind of extreme state. Understood. Sube took out the Jampa knife from the small space bracelet. Looking at the handsome long sword in his hand with a slightly red tip, Sube said he wanted to change it last time, but he hasn't changed it yet. She had also brought out her cold light. The two looked at each other, and the next moment they rushed towards the mutated big rabbit together. Feeling the pressure from the three people, even the mutated big rabbit, which had entered the red-eye state and reached level 2+++, felt a little guilty. Chi-Chi. The mutated giant rabbit looked at the three people with its scarlet eyes flashing. The next moment, its body suddenly jumped and rushed towards Sube at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Sube raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Even though this mutated big rabbit was one level higher than him, he was still full of confidence. Puff. The mutated rabbit's claws were cut open by the knife, and a large amount of blood flowed out, staining its fur red. Chi-Chi. The mutated giant rabbit screamed. Its level 2+++ physical defense can already withstand attacks from ordinary bullets. But it was still not enough to face Sube's Jampa knife. If I can't break the shell of that stinky turtle, can I cut your little rabbit? Sube snorted in his heart. The mutated giant turtle last time was just an exception. The slashing blade can completely break through the defenses of normal level 2 or were even level 3 mutant creatures. Puff, puff. On the other side, she had already swung the cold light in his hand and attacked the mutated big rabbit that was still screaming in pain. The sharpness and lethality of the cold light are even higher than that of the cutting knife. After 2 slashes, the red-eyed mutant rabbit had 2 more scars deep enough to see the bone. The mutated big rabbit fell to the ground miserably like a poor little animal that had been whipped. Its health is almost at the bottom. The mutated big rabbit no longer had the energy to continue fighting. Chi-Chi. The mutated big rabbit recovered from its red-eye state and looked at Su Bei and the other 2 with a pitiful expression on its face. I pray that Su Bei and the others can let me go. Haha, now you're acting cute. Where's that fierce energy just now? Su Bei was unmoved by the cute appearance of the mutated big rabbit. She was also watching from the side with cold eyes, like an emotionless female killer. However, Su Xiaoju felt that this mutated big rabbit was very cute. Hey, brother Su Bei, this big rabbit is so cute. Is it delicious? After hearing Su Xiaoju's words, the mutated big rabbit on the ground seemed to understand something. Its pupils contracted, and it looked at Su Bei and the other 2 in horror, wanting to escape. Bump. The next moment, Su Bei slashed with his knife, ending its escape attempt. Su Bei answered Su Xiaoju's question. Well, I don't know, but I can try. The 3 of them looked at the corpse of the mutated giant rabbit on the ground with shining eyes. The bunny is so cute, so of course the braised one is the best. The energy crystals of the mutated giant rabbit were collected, and the corpse was decomposed and placed in the battleship's storage room for preservation. The black-tech battleship began to move forward. Sitting in the battleship's cockpit, Su Bei and the other 2 were discussing whether eating rabbits could make them bigger. Wait until night. The 3 people from Su Bei heated up the oil in a pan. The ingredients and seasonings for the braised rabbit were all made by Su Bei from the battleship. The fully automatic production machine allows Su Bei and others to enjoy the delicious food directly. The 3 of them sat at the dining table and waited. Braised mutated rabbit meat. Just thinking about it makes it delicious. The 3 of them stared at each other. Su Xiaoju said boredly as she lay on the table. Why isn't brother Su Bei well yet? I can't wait to eat it. Don't be anxious, little orange. You can't eat the rabbit in a hurry. Su Bei said seriously. Look at Xiaoxi, she's so reserved. She, who was sitting next to him, heard the words and had a smug smile on his face. He sat up straighter, as if he was listening to a lecture. Su Xiaoju on the side was not to be outdone. She also sat up straight. The 3 of them just waited quietly for the braised rabbit. After dozens of minutes, the system prompts that the braised rabbit meat is ready. Su Bei went over and took out the braised rabbit meat and placed it on a plate. The 3 of them were all salivating at the delicious braised rabbit meat. Su Bei had never eaten such a delicacy before. Although it was now a mutated big rabbit, it tasted even better. While Su Bei was thinking this, Su Xiaoju and she had already started. It's delicious. Well, if it tastes good, eat more. They ate for a long time, and only after they had finished all the braised rabbits on the plate did the 3 of them end their fight. So full. The 3 of them were resting on the chairs in different postures. Su Xiaoju leaned back in the chair without any image. She looked similar, but she still retained some of the reserve and elegance of a girl, unlike Su Xiaoju. Su Bei silently digested and admired. Chapter 82. Entering the happy playground. After a good rest, the 3 of them took a cold shower and went back to sleep on the high-tech bed. Outside the battleship, the night was hazy and the stars were shining. From time to time, a huge shadow covering the sky would appear in the sky, and the roars of monsters could be heard from the surrounding streets. The next day, the 3 of them sat at the dining table and had breakfast as usual. Su Xiaoju and she still only drink milk, and 2 boxes each are not enough. Su Bei was drinking an energy breakfast drink made from the black technology battleship. It is worth mentioning that over the past few days, the levels of Su Bei and the other 2 have all broken through to level 3-. But it was not enough. Su Bei felt that the strength of himself and others was still too weak. Now the mutated monsters are getting stronger and stronger. He needs to become stronger. How long will it take for the system to reach Happy Amusement Park? Master, you'll need about 2 hours. Very good. Su Bei hopes that the mutated monsters in this Happy Amusement Park will be more powerful. At least let him harvest tens of thousands of energy points or something. After breakfast, the 3 of them came to the driver's seat and sat down. The high-tech battleship maintained its speed and moved forward. There are almost no humans on the road now. A large number of mutants, mutant insects, and other mutant creatures were moving around freely on the streets. Sometimes they would quarrel and kill each other over food. Roar, roar. Looking at the mutated monsters all over the roadside, Su Bei felt a little emotional. Beihai City now seems to have become a paradise for monsters. The survivors can only hide in a corner to survive. Well, but fortunately, Su Bei's expression changed, and he looked at the high-tech battleship. Fortunately, he has the black technology battleship, this mysterious and powerful super-advanced battleship. Because of the high-tech warships, Su Bei and his friends can now live such a comfortable life. System, Humph, the master finally discovered the good of this battleship. Angle. Happy Amusement Park is usually crowded with people. It's a pity that a mutation has occurred now. Su Bei looked at the gate of the Happy Amusement Park in front of him. It was a mess, with human corpses and piles of broken items everywhere. Even if he couldn't smell it, Su Bei could still feel a strong stench. A large number of mutated monsters are wandering around, looking for fresh delicacies. Is Brother Su Bei's place the happy playground? Why doesn't this look like a fun press? Su Xiaoju sat in the cockpit and looked at the front view displayed on the battleship. No matter whether it's fun or not, there are so many aliens at the door, there must be more inside. Su Bei cheered up. Their purpose of coming to this happy amusement park was not just to have fun. The system is ready to rush in, Su Bei said as he looked at the iron fence gate of Happy Amusement Park. Yes. Then the black tech battleship started a high-speed charge and directly broke open the iron gate of the fence. The sound of the collision immediately attracted the mutants around the amusement park gate. They were like a big man who had been hungry for years and saw a lively little girl. With their eyes seemingly popping out of their heads, these mutants rushed madly towards the high-tech battleship. Roar! Mutant! Soga, here I come. Oh my god, do you have to be so horny? Su Bei looked at the eyes of these mutants in the picture and was speechless. The most important thing is, how could these ugly mutants compare to Su Xiaoju? Su Bei spoke lightly. Let's go down. What he meant was naturally going down to hunt down these mutants. Su Bei and the other two got off the car. The mutants that rushed over from all around became even crazier after seeing them. Roar! Mutant, gaga mine. Seeing these mutants greeting me so enthusiastically, Su Bei raised an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth and clenched his right hand into the air, and a cool scimitar appeared. This is the new high-tech weapon that Su Bei made for himself 2 days ago. Phantom Scimitar. A third-tier high-tech weapon, requiring 1,800 energy points to produce. Holding the high-quality Phantom Attack Scimitar in his hand, Su Bei raised a confident smile again. Let's go. Oh. Su Xiaoju and she came back to their senses after looking at Su Bei's handsome appearance. They all took out their weapons and rushed towards the surrounding group of mutants. Puff. The third-level black technology weapons can basically kill these low-level mutant monsters one by one. Su Bei felt the Phantom Scimitar in his hand, and cutting into these mutants was like cutting tofu, smooth and silky. Cool. Su Bei quickly waved the Phantom Attack Scimitar in his hand, and his body kept moving forward. The number of mutants around is also increasing. Just now, Su Bei made the system make such a loud noise in order to attract all the mutants around. Puff. The mutants were chopped into pieces in front of Su Bei and the other two like fruits on a chopping board. Their broken limbs and arms fell to the ground, but soon more mutants came up and ate the corpses. In this way, Su Bei continued to hunt these mutants, and the number of mutants was constantly updated. 10 minutes later, Su Xiaoju and she reunited with Su Bei. The three of them killed almost all the mutated monsters in front of the Happy Amusement Park. The corpses of the mutated creatures almost covered the ground, and the strong smell of blood and stench was overwhelming. On the other hand, Su Bei and his men were neither out of breath nor bent over. Su Bei said that even if the number was 10 times higher, they would be able to handle it easily. Su Bei and the other two returned to the warship. As for the task of collecting energy crystals, Su Bei handed it over to the system. Mechanical arms slowly extended from the hull of the high-tech battleship and began to harvest the energy crystals in the corpses of the mutated creatures. Sitting on the black tech chairs, Su Bei and the other two began to rest. The battleship's energy points are also growing rapidly. Soon the battleship collected all the energy crystals at the door. The battleship's energy points also returned to 16,000 plus. The system goes into search for advanced mutant creatures. Yes. Su Bei was full of anticipation as he hunted more than 1,000 energy points as soon as he arrived. There must be a lot of people in the Happy Fun Park. Maybe even a level 4 mutant creature will be bred here. Chapter 83, Reciprocity. After a few minutes of exploration in the Happy Amusement Park, the sound of the battleship's upgrade was heard. Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations. I met one so soon. Su Bei was a little surprised. This happy amusement park was indeed not simple, as the black-tech battleship quickly sailed towards that location. Soon the battleship arrived at a Ferris wheel attraction. In front of the Ferris wheel, a huge creature over 5 meters long was hunting another mutant monster. Name mutated Moto Dog. Level 3+. Special ability Frenzy D. Status Hunting, Fighting. Life level Ordinary. Evaluation A mutated dog. Name mutated crocodile. Level 3. Special ability Death Tumble. Status Resistance, Fighting. Life level Ordinary. Evaluation A mutated crocodile with great mutation potential, but a short development time. After seeing the data of the two mutated monsters, Su Bei began to analyze in his mind. And outside the battleship, two mutated creatures were fighting fiercely. Although the mutated Moto Dog was of a higher level than the average crocodile, the two were of similar size, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner for a while. Su Bei did not take any action, intending to wait for the battle to end and then reap the benefits. The mutated crocodile's long and wide mouth suddenly bit the mutated Moto Dog. The huge sharp teeth pierced into the body of the mutated Moto Dog, and the latter let out a wow 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 scream. The next moment, the mutated crocodile also used its special ability, Death Roll. The mutated crocodile's body began to roll at high speed, like an electric drill. The huge body of the mutated Moto Dog turned into a bloody mess as it rolled wildly. An even more shrill scream came out of the mutated Moto Dog's mouth. Su Bei couldn't help but be shocked. This death roll is truly an A-rank special ability. 10 seconds later, the mutant crocodile stopped its death roll because the mutant Moto Dog was already dead. Shockingly, this mutated crocodile actually surpassed 2 levels and killed the opponent. Roar! The mutated crocodile looked like a winner, growling loudly. Then it moved its huge body towards the corpse of the mutated Moto Dog, intending to enjoy its spoils. Snort! Su Bei's mouth corners curled up in an evil arc. Don't worry, little crocodile. Su Bei commanded the system to activate the battleship's alloy Gatling gun. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Soon countless black bullets shot into the body of the mutated crocodile. Although it has hard leather armor for defense, it is powerless against the alloy Gatling gun of the high-tech battleship. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of bullets piercing flesh and blood rang out, accompanied by the screams of the mutated crocodile. It wanted to hide, but there were no buildings around. In less than a minute, the mutated crocodile, which had just been mighty and domineering, died tragically under the alloy Gatling gun of the battleship. After the system confirmed the other party's death, Su Bei quickly got off the warship. 2 level 3 mutant creatures. Su Bei was very happy as he got 2 level 3 energy crystals right away. After taking the energy crystals of the 2 mutated creatures, Su Bei quickly returned to the battleship. The danger in the happy amusement park is much higher than outside. If a level 4 mutant creature pops out by mistake, he won't have time to run away. The level 3+ energy crystal was fed to Su Xiaojiu, and the level 3 one was given to she. She would not have any objection to the distribution in northern Jiangsu. Both of them began to absorb the energy crystals with joy. The 2 level 3 mutated creature corpses soon attracted a large number of mutated monsters. They were all attracted by the smell of blood. Su Bei looked at these mutated monsters. Most of them were level 1, and there were also a few level 2 ones. Name, Mutated Demonic Vine. Level, 2+. Special ability, Entanglement D. Status, Appetite. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a plant-like mutant creature. Su Bei saw a mutant creature of the highest level inside. It's actually a plant-like mutant creature? Su Bei said in surprise when he saw the mutated creature that was 4 or 5 meters tall, slender, and looked like a big tree. Su Bei looked at the 2 women beside him who were still absorbing energy crystals. He asked the system to open the battleship. After the many monsters that were sharing the 2 level 3 mutated creatures discovered Su Bei's appearance, none of them came over to hunt him. Oh, the corpse of this advanced mutant creature is even more attractive than mine. Master, devouring the flesh and blood of higher-level mutant creatures will help them level up and evolve. Is that so? Su Bei didn't care after hearing the system's explanation. He took out the phantom attack scimitar from the small space bracelet, and the smooth and shiny blade sparkled in the sunlight. The mutated monsters not far away, frantically sharing the food, were unaware of the impending crisis. 5 minutes later, with the last blow, Su Bei cut the mutated magic vine in front of him into 2 pieces. At this point, all the monsters that had just been attracted by the corpses of the 2 level 3 mutated creatures were killed by Su Bei. Su Bei casually fumbled in the trunk of the mutated magic vine's corpse, and soon took out a crystal with a faint green glow. It is the energy crystallization in its body. In fact, not all creatures on Blue Planet will undergo mutation and evolution. The probability of these plants developing consciousness after being mutated by dark energy is much lower than that of humans and other creatures. This mutated magic vine is also the first mutated plant that Su Bei has encountered so far. Left. After collecting the energy crystals from these monsters, Su Bei turned and walked towards the warship. He had gained nearly 500 energy points in this battle just now. Back in the battleship, Su Bei waited quietly for the two women to absorb him. You're not to mention, both of them have top-notch looks, and they look even more beautiful when absorbing energy crystals. Su Bei enjoyed watching the two women's performance. Seeing Su Bei staring at their absorption state, Su Xiaoju's rosy face showed a hint of cunning. In fact, they could endure this state of absorption, but in front of Su Bei, Su Xiaoju just liked to show off. As for she, he thought the same. 10 minutes later, the two women ended their absorption state. At this time, their red faces gradually calmed down. After completing the absorption, Su Xiaoju had a smile on her face and asked Su Bei with a smile. Brother Su Bei, do you still remember what you said before about helping Xiaoju? Su Xiaoju showed a smug smile on her face. She's delicate body trembled when she heard the words, "Oh though." Su Bei also remembered what he had said before. He also gave a friendly smile and said seriously, "It's a matter of reciprocity. Last time it was Xiaoju, this time it's your turn, Xiaoxi." After dozens of minutes, she looked like a broken toy doll. She stared blankly at the battleship's ceiling above his head, his face intoxicated. Su Xiaoju looked at the broken she with a foxy smile on her face. After all, last time he and she just stroked the little fox girl's ears and tail. Isn't the reward this time a bit too great? Chapter 84, Green Frog and Green Buffalo. The high-tech battleship continues to sail in the Happy Amusement Park. The battleship's control screen continuously detected high-level energy fluctuations in the surrounding area. Soon Su Bei and his friends encountered the third advanced mutant creature. Name mutated green frog. Level 3. Special ability, inflate D. Status, hunting, dazed. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, this is a poisonous little frog, please be careful. Seeing the other party's ugly and disgusting appearance, even Su Bei, who was always very brave, became hesitant. This mutated frog is not only extremely ugly, but it's also poisonous. In this case, only Su Bei and she will go out for this hunt. Because Su Xiaoju was good at close combat, Su Bei did not let Su Xiaoju participate in the battle. And brother Su Bei is Kongbade. Unable to fight with brother Su Bei, Su Xiaoju's pretty face showed a hint of cuteness as she cheered for Su Bei from behind. Looking at Su Xiaoju's cute appearance, Su Bei couldn't help but feel emotional. So domineering and adorable. Then Su Bei and she got off the battleship and locked their sights on the mutated green frog. Quack, coo-choo. The mutated green frog was originally preying on a level 1+ mutated insect. After seeing Su Bei and the other person, it gave up on the mutated insect and turned to stare at Su Bei and the others. Goo-goo. The mutated green frog's dead, fish-white eyelids twitched, and its small green bean-like eyeballs kept looking at Su Bei and the other person. Su Bei and she were also paying close attention to the mutated green frog. After all, the other party is carrying poison, so it is better to be careful. Swoosh. Suddenly, the mutated green frog launched a tongue attack. The big blood-red tongue shot out directly from its big mouth at an incredible speed. Su Bei's expression became serious, and a phantom scimitar suddenly appeared in his hand. Bump. The next moment, the scimitar in Su Bei's hand easily resolved the tongue attack of the mutated green frog. She, who was standing aside, suddenly accelerated his movement, and the cold light in his hand emitted a chilling chill that made people feel terrified. The next moment, she released a cold wave of ice energy blade. Puff. The knife wave energy directly hit the mutated green frog, which screamed and was knocked away. Su Bei quickly followed, swinging the phantom attack scimitar in his hand continuously, one blow after another, falling down continuously. Wow, 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 wow. The mutated green frog screamed in pain after being chopped by Su Bei's phantom scimitar. Suddenly, a large amount of dark green blood flowed out from under its body. Worried that the blood of the mutated green frog might also contain toxins, Su Bei deliberately avoided the splashing of the blood. She wanted to come forward to help, but was stopped by Su Bei. He alone is enough. A few minutes later, the mutated green frog lay miserably on the ground, with one of its legs twitching from time to time. The system prompts that the other party is dead. Bei used the phantom attack scimitar to pick open the body of the mutated green frog and took out a green glowing energy crystal from it. Level 3 Energy Crystal +1. Bei curled up the corners of his mouth, turned around, and walked back to she calmly. He fed the energy crystal of the mutated green frog to she. She didn't hesitate and swallowed it in small sips. When she looked up, a beautiful look inadvertently appeared in the corner of his eyes. Bei was shocked by what he saw. Okay, let's go back. The two returned to the black technology battleship. When he arrived on the warship, Bei saw Su Xiaoju staring at him with a gloomy look on her face. Her beautiful golden eyes were full of resentment, as if Bei had done something wrong. The corner of Bei's mouth twitched. He certainly knew why Su Xiaoju had such an expression. Bei walked over and rubbed the little fox girl's furry ears with amusement. Su Xiaoju felt Bei's touch on her head, and soon the resentful expression disappeared. Su Xiaoju then showed an expression of enjoyment, narrowing her eyes slightly. She was like a cute little kitten, with her little chin tilted up and being stroked by Bei. She also ran to the side and began to absorb the energy crystals in his body. When absorbing energy crystals of the same level, it would take them about 10 minutes. Su Xiaoju let out a comfortable humming sound, and the fox ears on her head kept shaking with pleasure. The big fluffy tail behind it kept wagging. Bei began to stroke the fox's tail. It feels so good to stroke the fox's head and tail at the same time. 10 minutes later, Bei let go of the little fox girl who had been stroked silly. Su Xiaoju was lying next to Bei with a look of being rubbed raw on her face, very obediently. At this time, she had already absorbed the level 3 energy crystal. Bei also opened the black technology production column and made several strengthening potions to drink. Didi detected high energy fluctuations. Soon the battleship's prompt sound came again, and the system discovered another advanced mutated creature. Bei looked at the control screen. Name Green Buffalo. Level 3. Special ability, Reckless, C. Status, Irritable, Hunting. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, this old man Nyo seems to be very irritable. Seeing this mutated green buffalo, Bei knew that tonight's dinner was settled. Xiaoxi, let's go. Bei said to she beside him, as for Su Xiaoju on the other side. Bei looked at the little fox girl who was still in a dazed state, and felt that she would not be able to recover for a while. The two soon arrived not far from the mutated green buffalo. As soon as he was sensed by the other party, Bei saw the brother bull, rushing towards them violently. Is this hormones? Bei was frowning because he didn't wear any red clothes today. Xiaoxi, let's go. Looking at the mutated green buffalo that was about to rush over, Bei shouted. Then he rushed forward with the phantom scimitar in hand. The tip of Bei's knife collided with one of the green water buffalo's horns. Bang! It was like chopping on a diamond, and Bei only felt his palm a little numb. But the huge horn of the green water buffalo was also cut off by Bei's knife. Bang! The green buffalo was a little stunned, and its attack stopped for a moment. He stared blankly at his chopped-off horns on the ground. Chapter 85. Eating roasted beef. Still looking, Bei would not wait foolishly. He seized the opportunity and slashed down with the phantom scimitar in his hand at high speed. The mutated green buffalo's other horn was also chopped off. The mutated green buffalo was completely dumbfounded and stood there in a daze without moving. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Bei, what is this cow thinking? Don't worry about it. Let's have roasted whole beef tonight. Bei, okay. The next moment, the mutated green buffalo's eyes began to turn blood red. The horns are its treasure and the symbol of its true male bull. Now that Bei has chopped down both of them, it is no longer worthy of being a fierce bull. Mang! The mutated green water bull directly uses its special ability, Reckless. Bei became alert. After all, the level of this mutated green buffalo was much higher than that of the green frog. Tramp! The mutated green buffalo's hooves stomped heavily on the ground, almost cracking the concrete floor, with cracks spreading like a spider web. Bump! The next second, the green water buffalo rushed directly towards Bei. Bei, be careful. She, who was standing by, could feel the momentum and destructive power of this attack, and she cried out in a delicate voice. Snort! Facing the red-eyed, hornless bull charging towards him, Bei's eyes were confident and vague, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised in an evil manner. Bring it on! Bei held the phantom scimitar in front of him with one hand, and with the other hand, he grabbed the mutated green buffalo gangster in an instant when he approached. After blocking the opponent's fierce impact, Bei flipped over like a bull and rode it easily. Well, you know what? It was pretty cool riding a bull for the first time. Bei couldn't help but express his feelings after riding the bull. The green buffalo under him seemed to feel greatly insulted. It rushed towards a tall tree nearby like crazy. On the other side, she followed closely behind, ready to help Bei at any time. Crack! Tall trees of 7 or 8 meters were easily knocked down by the mutated green water bull. Bei was also forced to jump off the cow's back. Bei's eyes became sharp. It's time to end the battle. The next moment, Bei attacked quickly. The power in his hand exploded, coupled with the sharpness of the phantom scimitar. The blow directly hit the green buffalo rogue's vital point. Mang! She also attacked from behind the green buffalo rogue at this time, and the cold light in his hand became even colder. Mang! The cold light directly penetrated the green water bull's testicles. Its eyes turned white, and it fainted. The corner of Bei's mouth twitched as she looked at Shi indifferently with a cold gaze. There was no ripple in her star-like eyes. This. Bei thought he was ruthless enough, but he didn't expect Shi to be even more ruthless than him. Now the green water buffalo has both its horns broken and has become a eunuch. Well, forget it. Let's just end this life of yours that has no happiness in the second half of your life. As Bei spoke, the scimitar had already swung down. Just like that, the level 3+ green buffalo rogue was easily killed by the two of them. He was subjected to inhuman torture before being killed. Night falls. Bei parked the warship at a scenic spot in an amusement park, and he also killed a level 2+ mutated creature lurking there. At this time, Bei and the other two were outside the warship preparing a roasted whole beef. Because roasting a whole cow is not possible in a battleship. Brother Bei smells so good. Su Xiaoju was standing next to the barbecue machine, looking at the roast beef tumbling with a greedy look on her face. The meat of the green buffalo has been processed by Bei using black technology tools. Because the green buffalo's body was too big, Bei and the other two couldn't finish it. Therefore, Bei only selected the most essential parts of the green water buffalo. A huge roasted leg of beef and a huge roasted sirloin. What is that meat, Brother Bei? Su Xiaoju knew roasted beef legs, but she didn't know roasted beef. This? Bei was a little embarrassed for a moment and didn't know how to explain to Su Xiaoju. Shike, who was standing next to them, knew about it, and the two women began to discuss quietly. Ahem. Bei coughed twice. The roast beef dinner is over. The three of them were a little full and sat outside the battleship to enjoy the night view. After a long time, the three returned to the high-tech battleship to rest. After lying on the high-tech bed, Bei fell asleep. Su Xiaoju and she both couldn't sleep. Early in the morning, Bei woke up in a daze. It was just past 5 in the morning, the most energetic time of the day, but Bei looked a little dazed. Outside the battleship, the sun was already high in the sky, and the dazzling sunlight shone on the hull of the high-tech battleship. Everything seems full of vitality and enthusiasm. But at this moment, Bei even walked unsteadily. Seeing Bei's somewhat embarrassed look, Su Xiaoju and she both chuckled. The smiles of the two of them were like the most beautiful flowers blooming in summer, so beautiful that it was beyond words. Bei returned to the high-tech bed, speechless. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Master, you shouldn't have slept so soundly last night. Bei. System, do you not need to sleep and spy on me every day? Bei couldn't help but complain. System. Bei asked the system to replace all the sheets and quilt covers. After consuming more than a dozen energy points, Bei made a new set of bedding items. Clean, brand new sheets and quilt covers, with a light fragrance. New things always make people happy. That's much more comfortable. Wow, a new quilt. At this time, Su Xiaoju and she behind him had already washed up and walked over from behind Bei. Seeing that the high-tech bed had been replaced with a new one, Su Xiaoju shook her fox ears back and forth. Bei was speechless and turned around to give each of the two girls a slap. Woo-woo. Su Xiaoju covered her little head cutely. She on the other side looked well-behaved, as if he had been wronged, and stood there like a good baby. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Bei raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Is this a challenge to his position? Chapter 86. Discovery of Level 5 Mutated Creatures. Bei didn't let go until the little fox girl realized her mistake. Do you know who the real master is? System. Oh my master is so cruel. Bei. Bei's face was filled with black lines. This system was becoming more and more unruly. Xiaoju knows, ying ying ying. Well, let's go have breakfast first. But I'm full. Su Xiaoju continued playfully. Brother Bei, I've had enough milk. She on the side also spoke in agreement. Me too. Bei. The three of them came to the battleship's cockpit. Today Su Bei is going to dominate this happy amusement park. The system has begun detecting high-level mutant creatures in the surrounding area. Yes, the high-tech battleship started up slowly and headed towards other locations in the happy amusement park. Ding ding. Strong energy fluctuations detected. Suddenly, the warship on detection issued a warning sound, and it is also accompanied by a dangerous red flash. Su Bei frowned slightly. What level of mutant creatures did the system battleship detect? Su Xiaoju and Shi, who were sitting next to them, also looked serious. Ordinary warships will not issue warnings of this level of danger. The Master's warship has detected a level 5 mutant creature. A clear and cold voice came from the system. What? Su Bei, Su Xiaoju, and Shi were all shocked. There's actually a level 5 mutant creature in the happy amusement park? When Su Bei heard the system's voice, he felt a little excited and nervous. The excitement is because the energy crystals of the level 5 mutant creatures can definitely convert a large number of energy points. He was nervous because this was the first time he encountered a level 5 mutant creature, and he had no idea how powerful a level 5 mutant creature was. Brother Su Bei, what should we do? Su Xiaoju asked Su Bei. Do they want to go and hunt now? Su Bei quickly calmed down while thinking. Don't worry, the high-tech battleship is currently only the size of an ordinary car. The enemy shouldn't notice us. Let's see what the situation is. System, where is that level 5 mutant creature? Master, the battleship has detected that the level 5 mutant creature is located on a roller coaster attraction in this amusement park. Can you capture the other person's image? Can. Soon the system displayed the figure of the level 5 mutant creature on the control screen. The background is a roller coaster attraction in Happy Amusement Park, not too far from where the battleship is now. Although the two were nearly 1,000 meters apart, the high-tech warship was able to clearly capture each other's images. Su Bei and the other two were shocked for a moment when they looked at the giant monster on the screen. Name Super Spiny Centipede. Level 5. Special ability, Hard Armor, B+. Status, Resting Lazy. Life level, Normal+. Evaluation, a powerful mutant creature that has evolved twice, the absolute ruler of Happy Amusement Park. On the screen, the huge body of the super-pointed centipede occupied most of the roller coaster track. Its body length is comparable to that of 2 or 3 roller coasters. Brother Su Bei, it's so big. Su Xiaoju on the side was also a little shocked. It was the first time she had seen such a huge mutated creature. Shi's face also showed a solemn expression. They were definitely no match for monsters of this level now. Su Bei began to ponder. Can the light energy cannons of the current high-tech warships in the system break through the enemy's defenses? The Master's warship has not actually fought against a level 5 mutant creature, so no analysis or comparison can be made at this time. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Bei immediately gave up his plan to force his way through. Chapter 87, Mutated Violent Monkey. Before he has absolute control, Su Bei will not risk the lives of 3 people. Although the light energy cannon of the 4th level black technology battleship is extremely powerful, it can easily injure a level 4+ violent demon. But this centipede with super sharp thorns is obviously not a creature on the same level as the violent demon. What's more, the opponent also has a special ability of B+ level, hard shell, and its defense is even higher. The system will leave here temporarily and search for other levels of mutant creatures first. Su Bei made a decision that he would not let go of this level 5 super spiky centipede. But now is not the time to hunt. First go hunt some monsters around to increase your energy points and your own strength. The high-tech warship quickly left the area. The super-spined centipede on the roller coaster attraction didn't care about the small car. It is now perched on the roller coaster track, enjoying the summer sunshine. The huge figure of the super spiky centipede gradually disappeared from the sight of the black tech battleship. Soon the battleship discovered other advanced mutated creatures. Name Mutated Violent Monkey. Level 3. Special ability, Violence, D+. Status, Hunting, Wandering. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a mutated wild monkey. When he saw this mutated violent monkey, Su Bei immediately recalled what happened with Su Xiaoju before. He looked at Su Xiaoju with an embarrassed expression. At this moment, Su Xiaoju also looked at Lai Su Bei as if she had telepathy. She still remembers her feelings at that time very clearly, that it happened too fast and too suddenly. What's wrong with you? She on the side looked at the two of them in surprise. Why are these two people suddenly flirting with each other? Haha, nothing. Su Bei just smiled and passed it off. Okay, who of you wants to hunt this mutated monkey? Su Bei looked at the two women. It was just a level 3 mutated monkey. Any one of them could easily kill it. Seeing that Su Xiaoju did not argue with him, she was a little confused. I'll go. She stood up and walked out of the battleship. Only Su Bei and Su Xiaoju were left in the battleship. The furry fox ears on Su Xiaoju's head kept shaking at this time, expressing her happy mood. Outside the battleship was immediately targeted by the mutated violent monkey. It beat its chest majestically and stood up to show its strength towards she. Snort. The girl looked at the silly monkey with disdain in her cold eyes. Roar. Before the mutated violent monkey could make a move, she took action first. She took out the cold light from the small space bracelet, and his figure flashed in front of the mutated violent monkey like a ghost. The next moment, a cold light flashed. A second later, she's figure had already moved away from the mutated violent monkey. She slowly retracted her attack stance and turned slightly. The mutated violent monkey, which had been so aggressive just now, slowly fell to one side. Mutated violent monkey, dead. She touched her cold light with some fondness. The ability to kill mutated creatures of the same level in one blow is largely due to the high-tech weapon Lung Mang. She slowly walked towards the direction of the mutated violent monkey's corpse. In the battleship, she walked in slowly. The girl first asked Su Bei whether she could eat the mutated violent monkey energy crystal. Su Bei just nodded softly. She looked at Su Bei's main driver's seat with some surprise. She was a little surprised, but didn't think much about it. She took out the energy crystal of the mutated violent monkey and sat in her seat to absorb it. She, who was absorbing the energy, soon discovered something was wrong. Where is Xiaoju? The girl soon discovered that something was wrong, and she accelerated the absorption of energy crystals. After more than 10 minutes, she completed the absorption of the energy crystals. Her clear eyes, as blue as the sea, looked ahead vaguely. At this time, the sun was still high in the sky outside, and the scorching temperature was burning the earth. Under Su Bei's instructions, the black-tech warship also headed to a more hidden location. The battleship was cool and comfortable, forming a sharp contrast with the scorching weather outside. There were faint visual fluctuations in the air outside the battleship, which was caused by the high temperature of the air. The mutants in Happy Amusement Park are also wandering around. They also seem to have become more irritable because of the hot weather. The system has now enabled the warship to enter a virtual state, similar to stealth mode. In this mode, the high-tech battleship will not attract the attention of other mutated creatures. Those monsters could not sense the breath of Su Bei and the other two in the warship. From the outside, the high-tech battleship looks like an ordinary car. Therefore, no creature will notice the existence of the high-tech battleship. Su Bei had no special purpose in doing this. Su Xiaoju has now returned to her seat. Su Bei exhaled and looked at the time. He didn't even notice that most of the morning had already passed. Su Bei felt a little helpless, but he also enjoyed it. However, it is still important to hurry up and hunt down the mutated creatures. Chapter 88. Plan to go to the beach. Su Bei and the other two left the cab temporarily. Su Bei asked the system to clean up these places first. The three of them came outside the battleship. Feel the taste of summer. Hey, brother Su Bei, I remember we still have to swim in the summer? Su Xiaoju suddenly spoke. Su Bei was stunned by the question. Yes, we do swim in the summer. We go to the beach and wear swimsuits. She on the side continued to speak. Both girls became interested in swimming. Wow, brother Su Bei, can we go to the beach too? Su Bei's mind was full of black lines at this time. But it's the end of the world now, and these are activities that only happen in peacetime. She continued speaking. Oh, is that so? That's right. It's so dangerous now. How can we go to the beach and swim? Both women also understood the current situation and knew their current situation. Seeing the two women suddenly become depressed, Su Bei suddenly felt an urge to go to the beach. Actually, it's not impossible for the master to go to the beach. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Su Bei's mind. Su Bei was stunned when he heard this. What does the system mean? Master, Blue Planet is now under attack by dark energy, and most creatures on Blue Planet have been transformed into monsters. And the place with the most serious changes is undoubtedly the sea. As for the seaside, it's right at the boundary between land and sea, and the number and level of mutant creatures there are also between the two. Anyway, Master, there aren't many powerful mutant creatures on the land of Beihai City right now. Perhaps we can head to the seaside. The number and level of mutant creatures there are higher than here. Going there will help you develop faster and better. After listening to the systematic explanation, Su Bei probably understood it. In that case, let's wait until I finish hunting down all the mutated creatures in Happy Amusement Park. Su Bei looked at the two women with a meaningful smile on his face. It's not impossible to go to the beach. Hearing Su Bei's words, Su Xiaoju and she cheered. Okay, we'll go to the beach, but not yet. Su Bei asked the two women to calm down first. The main goal now is to hunt down the advanced mutant creatures in Happy Amusement Park and the super-pointed centipede entrenched in the roller coaster attraction. After the system replaced the things in the cab, Su-bei and the other two entered. The cab now looks brand new. Su-bei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The system is really useful and can also help with cleaning. System. Su-bei sat back in the driver's seat. The battleship also lifted its virtual state and began to search the surrounding area for advanced mutant creatures. The high-tech battleship slowly sailed through the deserted amusement park. There were no traces of humans around, only mutated monsters wandering around. Roar! Several ordinary mutants, attracted by the sound of the warship, rushed over. The high-tech warships rushed over them like ruthless killing machines. Bang! Puff! The sound of bones and flesh colliding could be heard, and all these mutants were dead beyond deadness. Su-bei opened the black technology production column and made several advanced black technology enhancement potions from it. Gulp, gulp. After drinking a few sips of these strengthening potions, Su-bei felt that he had become a little stronger. Name Northern Jiangsu. Level 3. Special ability. Tyrannical King, ST. Status. Energy absorption, happy mood. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation. The master is barely able to protect himself in the last days. Well, Su-bei looked at the level. The black technology enhancement potion he had used in the past few days had allowed him to break through to level 3. As for Su Xiaoju and Shi, their levels are still at level 3 and they have not yet broken through. Brother Su-bei, you've become stronger again. Su Xiaoju seemed to have sensed Su-bei's breakthrough and came over. She suddenly remembered that her Longxi form was also half a little dragon girl. Thinking of this, she has already used his special ability, Dragon Shi form. Her special ability is a status-based ability. Unlike those rubbish one-time special abilities. As long as there is no combat, the energy consumed in the Dragon Shi form state is very low. Therefore, she can maintain this form for a long time. Moreover, when she enters the Longxi form, all aspects of her physical abilities will be greatly enhanced. You will also gain some powerful exclusive skills. 2 small dragon horns grew on Longxi's head, and a slender dragon tail grew behind him. Wow! Seeing Longxi transform into little dragon girl, Su Xiaoju and Su-bei couldn't help but exclaim. This was the first time Su Xiaoju saw Longxi, and Su-bei had only seen Longxi twice during battles. Not only will the combat effectiveness be enhanced, but the combat capability will also be greatly enhanced. Su-bei quickly stroked the 2 animal-eared girls. He wished he could grow a few more hands. 10 minutes later, Longxi did not relieve her from this state. Su-bei looked at the fox-eared girl and the little dragon girl in front of him. Well, we all have a common hobby. Hearing Su-bei's teasing, Su Xiaoju's delicate little face puffed up slightly, showing some dissatisfaction. Su-bei asked doubtfully, Longxi, can you keep this up forever? He remembered that his King of Tyranny could only be maintained for a short period of time, and after a long time, the form would be passively released. If he were to forcibly maintain the form of the King of Tyranny, it would cause serious damage to his body. You can keep it or remove it. Su-bei was a little surprised to hear Longxi's answer. Maybe it's because of their different special abilities. Forget it, Longxi, you should just cancel this form. Su-bei was afraid that she in the form of Longxi would keep picking on him, thus affecting the hunting of mutant creatures. At least don't turn into Longxi and affect me during the day. All right. Although he was a little unhappy, Longxi still obediently released the Longxi form. Soon the dragon horns on Xi's head and the dragon tail behind him disappeared. Haha, Xiaoxi is still cuter. Su-bei looked at Xi's current appearance. Compared with Longxi, the girl now looked more pure and arrogant. Chapter 89, Relaxation. In the afternoon, the black technology battleship searched around the Happy Amusement Park. System analysis has advanced about a quarter of the entire Happy Playground today. The energy points gained today are also very considerable. Battleship remaining energy points, 20,000 plus. Su-bei felt a little happy when he saw the display of energy points. In less than a day, more than 3,000 energy points were collected in this Happy Amusement Park. This does not include the high-level energy crystals fed to the little fox girl and the little dragon girl. It turns out that places with a lot of traffic are the best places for hunting. Su-bei sighed secretly in his heart. He thought of the centipede with pointed toes that he had encountered during the day. Su-bei couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Next time you come over, just wait to become my energy point. At night. The nights at Happy Amusement Park are more lively than other places. After all, there are still a large number of mutants here who have not been hunted down by Su-bei. They are still wandering aimlessly. Su-bei was curious. Don't these guys get tired and exhausted? Master, the physical qualities of mutant creatures are far superior to those of ordinary people. Plus, they have no intelligence and are even inferior to ordinary beasts. So they won't take the initiative to rest. They will only stop and rest passively when their physical strength has been exhausted to the limit. And if these mutated monsters don't get food for a long time, they will die. Su Bei suddenly understood after listening to the systematic explanation. But starving to death? Su Bei believed that by that time, they would begin to hunt and devour each other. Brother Su Bei has already put the water in. When Su Bei heard Su Xiaoju's call, he couldn't help but smile. During the day today, Su Xiaoju and she both broke through to level 3. I haven't taken a bath in a long time. I really need to relax. Su Bei stood up and slowly walked towards the black technology bathroom. Came to the bathroom door. The door was half open at this time. After all, besides the two women, there was only Su Bei in the warship. They didn't want to be wary of Su Bei either. Su Bei pushed open the bathroom door. The two women were already immersed in the water, becoming hazy. In order to allow 3 people to take a bath together, Su Bei specially asked the system to upgrade the small bathtub of the black technology battleship. It cost him more than 1,000 energy points. Yeah, it does look a lot bigger. Su Bei said as he looked at the small bathtub that was getting bigger. Su Bei walked over wearing a pair of large shorts. The little fox girl is playing in the water at this time. The water splashed all over Shi's face, and the bath water wet her hair. Su Bei was not in a hurry. He needed to make some high-tech potions before taking a bath. How can you take a bath without a medicinal bath? Su Bei quickly opened the black technology production column and searched inside. I selected a few black technology potions with better effects and made them. Pour these bottles of light blue liquid with a slightly dreamy sheen into the bath water. Looking at Shi's suspicious eyes. After Su Bei poured the black technology potion, he knocked the girl's head in annoyance. What are you thinking about? This is a high-tech potion produced by the battleship. It can be used in a bath and has many benefits for the body. After being taught a lesson by Su Bei, she realized that he had been thinking in the wrong way. After pouring the black technology potion, Su Bei quickly soaked in, his body slowly being soaked by the potion in the bathtub. Su Bei just felt a sense of relief all over his body. The bath water with the black technology medicine is given to you. These potions are specifically for bathing, and soaking in them can relieve and relax their muscles and bodies. Entering the bathtub, Su Bei felt relaxed and comfortable. Now that the bathtub has been upgraded with a system, its capacity has become much larger. Moreover, the bathhouses have become more upscale and are no worse than those in 5-star hotels. At this moment, Su Bei and the other two did not feel crowded when leaning inside. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, leaned back, and soaked in the bath comfortably. In this apocalyptic environment, being able to take a comfortable bath at night gradually made Su Bei feel happy. The 3 of them were soaking in the bath comfortably, looking relaxed and contented. In the apocalypse, other survivors didn't even have the chance to take a shower. However, Su Bei and the other 2 were enjoying themselves in the water, which was extremely luxurious. It was pitch black outside the black tech battleship. But inside the high-tech battleship, the lights were bright. The interior of the black tech battleship is equipped with black tech lighting technology exclusive to the battleship. This kind of light can not only adjust the brightness, color, softness, and size. Irradiation to the human body can also enhance physical fitness and immunity, and can also beautify and optimize the skin. In short, it has many effects. At this moment, the system also specially adjusted the bathroom light to a gentle warm yellow color for Su Bei and the others. She had already finished soaking and was about to get up and leave. The dreamy sky blue bath water that was originally added with black technology potions is long gone. She was already bored, and she slowly got up from the bathtub. After Su Bei finished bathing, he asked the system to help him clean the bathtub. System. She had already gone to bed and was resting when she saw Su Bei and the other man finally come out. The 3 of them prepared to rest. The lights inside the high-tech battleship went out, leaving only the gentle sound of the air conditioning blowing. No words were spoken that night. Well, after taking a bath, Su Bei also needs a good rest. Chapter 90, Second Awakening. The next morning, Su Bei and she have already gotten up. Although the little fox girl on the bed had opened her eyes, her golden eyes seemed to still be a little tired. The little fox girl lay on the bed and looked at Su Bei and the others lazily. Xiaoju is getting up soon. Brother Su Bei, I want to rest for a while. Su Xiaoju's tone was soft, and she seemed to have no strength at all. She, who was standing next to him, rolled her pretty eyes when she heard this. Okay, then get up when you've rested enough. Yeah, I see. Su Bei planned to let Su Xiaoju rest for a while longer. Subai Hexi came to the cab. Subei also called out the system to start detecting and hunting advanced mutant creatures. Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations. As soon as Subei asked the system to start detecting, a prompt sound came from the warship. Oh, the system brings up the picture. Yes. In the picture, it is nearly 100 meters to the west of the battleship. There was a crawling monster there the size of a small car. What surprised Subei was that there were actually several human survivors next to the monster. There are still survivors. Subei didn't expect that there would be survivors in this dangerous amusement park. And it seems that those survivors who dared to act outside are obviously not ordinary people. System, drive the battleship over there. A dozen seconds later, the high-tech battleship slowly docked not far from where the monster and the survivors were fighting. Because the battleship is only the size of an ordinary car, and the battleship has turned on the blur mode. Therefore, the survivors and the crawling monster on the opposite side did not notice the arrival of Subei and his companions. Name multi-legged crawler. Level 2. Special abilities, none. Status, hunting. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, a mutated human monster. Subei saw the monster analysis given by the system. It was just a level 2 mutated monster, which made Subei a little disappointed. Now the three of them are all at level 3, and Subei doesn't even look down on the level 2 energy crystals. Fengyan, think of a solution quickly. If we keep going on like this, we'll all be eaten by this monster. Among the survivors, a man shouted to a young man in sportswear. Feng Yan's eyes focused, and 2 balls of blazing flames suddenly rose in his hands. The next moment, Feng Yan threw out the flame in his hand and hit the multi-legged crawler hard. Bang! Bang! 2 fireballs hit the multi-legged crawler, causing a large amount of sparks to fly. Roar! The monster also let out a cry of pain, but this level of attack obviously could not hurt it. At most it would cause it pain. Subei in the black tech battleship was a little surprised when he saw Feng Yan. It turned out to be him. She, who was standing by, looked at Subei's somewhat surprised expression and tone, and asked, Subei, do you know this person? After hearing this, Subei regained his composure and said calmly, Yeah, I saw him once before when I was at Beihai University. I didn't expect to meet him here again. Subei was just a little surprised, but that was all. There's no need to save him. Let's just watch quietly. Outside the battleship, Feng Yan and his group were desperately resisting the attacks of the multi-legged crawlers. It's more of a one-sided hunt than a battle. Among those survivors, only 3 were superpowered, all at level 1. But the multi-legged crawler is a level 2 mutated monster. Even if Feng Yan and the others had weapons in their hands, it would be useless. Damn it, one of the survivors couldn't take it anymore. He roared and rushed directly towards the multi-legged crawler. In fact, everyone has discovered that the multi-legged crawlers have been playing tricks on them. It was like playing a game of catch and mouse, and it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. The man crashed directly into the big mouth of the multi-legged crawler, and the result was unpredictable. Hurry, let's run, someone shouted. The suicide of a companion also bought them some respite. Feng Yan gave a wry smile upon hearing this. Run. Not to mention those few seconds. Even if they were given a minute, they might not be able to completely get rid of this multi-legged crawler. These monsters have terrifying sense of smell and insight. In less than 5 seconds, the multi-legged crawler killed another person. This scream also made Feng Yan and others completely collapse. A superpowered person next to Feng Yan pushed Feng Yan hard. Bump! Feng Yan fell down without any preparation while moving. Haha. Feng Yan, don't blame me. After all, we are just strangers traveling together. Everyone wants to survive in this situation. Hearing the words from the superpowered person, Feng Yan's eyes were almost burning with anger. Subei and she in the battleship watched this scene silently. Neither of them was too emotional about this. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected by Didi. Suddenly the battleship's prompt sounded again. Subei and she were both puzzled when they heard this. Could it be that a new mutated monster has arrived? Outside the battleship, Feng Yan, lying on the ground, began to burn on the surface of his body. An invisible energy wave emanated from him, and terrifying high temperature began to sweep around. For a moment, the multi-legged crawlers that wanted to move forward to hunt stopped their movements slightly. Feng Yan roared angrily, and the system's analysis panel of him in the battleship also changed. Name human superpower. Level 2. Special ability, Blazing Flame, S. Status, Second Awakening. Life level, Normal Plus. Evaluation, humans who have undergone a second awakening generally have good potential. Subei looked at Feng Yan's new analysis panel. The expression was a little surprised. Second Awakening? System, What is the Second Awakening? Master, the so-called Second Awakening is similar to the second mutation and evolution of mutant creatures. There is a chance that humans will awaken again under special circumstances. After the Second Awakening, its level and special abilities will be improved. Listening to the system's explanation, Su Bei nodded slightly. Then it seems this guy has both great luck and potential. Feng Yan, who had completed his Second Awakening, exuded a scorching aura. Now at level 2, he is no longer afraid of the multi-legged crawler. But Feng Yan didn't rush to deal with the mutated monster in front of him. He turned around and slowly looked at the guy who had just pushed him down. More than 10 seconds later, Feng Yan looked at his companions who were burned to death by his special ability, and his heart was calm. You deserve to die. After saying this, Feng Yan no longer paid attention to the figure burning in the flames. Chapter 91. Meeting Feng Yan again. Just when Feng Yan wanted to fight the multi-legged crawler, the other party seemed to realize that Feng Yan was no longer easy to deal with, so it turned around and tried to run away. Feng Yan did not chase after him upon seeing this. After all, he had just been promoted to level 2. The multi-legged crawler's strength is not necessarily weaker than his. If he continues to chase it at this time, he might be killed in return. Feng Yan was not overwhelmed by the sudden increase in power. Roar, puff, plop. Feng Yan paused as he was about to leave. He turned his head in surprise. The sound just now was made by the monster. The next second, a shocking scene appeared. I saw a handsome man easily crushing the monster's head with one hand. The handsome young man's face was still fresh in his memory. It's you. Feng Yan, who had come back to his senses from Su Bei's powerful strength, couldn't help but shout out subconsciously. Su Bei curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile, looking a little evil and arrogant. We meet again. As he spoke, Su Bei reached into the body of the multi-legged reptile and fumbled around. Soon he squeezed out a transparent crystal with black threads. Su Bei casually threw it into his mouth. Now that Su Bei's physical fitness is at level 3, he can already absorb energy crystals of around level 2. Of course, using it to convert energy points into battleships and make strengthening potions to drink will have a similar effect. Feng Yan looked at the man in front of him with complicated eyes. The other party's actions and strength are what he longs for in his heart. The military broadcast clearly stated that superpowered people cannot eat these energy crystals until their level reaches level 2. Otherwise, the body will not be able to withstand the pressure and will explode and die. But Su Bei could calmly eat the energy crystal. Feng Yan guessed in his heart that Su Bei was at least a level 2 superpowered person. If he hadn't just had an accident, he would have been just a level 1 superpower. You're pretty good. You even awakened for the second time just now. After Su Bei finished eating the energy crystal of the multi-legged crawler, his light words came into Feng Yan's ears. Second awakening? Feng Yan didn't understand the second awakening, and he guessed in his heart that this must be the accident he just had. With the recent increase in strength, Feng Yan now once again asked the same request as before. With my current strength, can I get on your chariot? Feng Yan looked at a black modified car not far behind Su Bei. Today's high-tech battleships have completely compressed their appearance and volume, and are now just modified cars that look a bit cool. Feng Yan was a little surprised. He remembered that Su Bei's previous car didn't look like this. Before Feng Yan could think more, Su Bei's calm voice reached his ears. No, that's not enough. Feng Yan felt a little uncomfortable, but he was prepared to bear it. Su Bei always had a smile on his face, a confident smile. Ever since Feng Yan first met Su Bei, he knew that Su Bei was not an ordinary person. Since Feng Yan left Beihai University last time, he has been wandering around these days and has escaped death several times. Along the way, we met many survivors and some superpowered people, but in the apocalypse, everyone has their own ulterior motives. The betrayal just now also made Feng Yan see the reality clearly. In the end times, strength is everything. Friends? No need. As long as you have the strength, you can just recruit a group of followers. Feng Yan gradually began to develop a strong character in his heart. In that case, let's say goodbye. Feng Yan is not a pretentious person. He is a straightforward person by nature. Now it has become even colder and more ruthless. Su Bei looked at Feng Yan's back as he walked away. Su Bei had a hunch that this guy would definitely become a strong man in the future. Su Bei, aren't you coming back yet? She from the battleship came down and called Su Bei. Su Bei looked away and walked back to the warship. What happened to that guy, Su Bei? Nothing. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe we can meet again in the future. Snort. What's wrong with that guy? Why do you want to meet him again? She seemed a little jealous. She thought Su Bei had some strange ideas. Looking at she like this, Su Bei was a little amused and helpless. But when she gets jealous, It seems like a different experience. Su Bei stepped forward and gently stroked She's little head to comfort her. Oh, She's little face is as beautiful and stunning as the afterglow of the sunset. Well, we still have to continue hunting monsters and collecting energy crystals. Su Bei helped the girl to her seat, and then he came to the control screen of the battleship. The system continues to detect mutated creatures in the surrounding area. But Su Bei was still thinking about the level 5 super-pointed centipede. But before going hunting, he needs to be fully prepared. At least we have to wipe out all the advanced mutant creatures in this happy amusement park first. Maximize your energy points first and strengthen your own strength. The Black Tech warship slowly moved in other directions. Around noon, Su Bei stopped hunting. He and she came to the living room and saw that the little fox girl had not gotten up yet. The corners of Su Bei's mouth inexplicably curled up. Seeing this, she knew what Su Bei was going to do next. A clear and pleasant voice was heard. Before opening her eyes, the little fox girl let out a whimpering sound. Then she opened her golden eyes and looked at the murderer who had just attacked her with a dark look. It's time to get up, Su Bei said with a serious face. It's almost noon now, and it's not a good habit to stay in bed all the time. Besides, Su Xiaoju is not an ordinary person. After resting for such a long time, his body should have recovered long ago. Su Xiaoju slowly got up from the bed like a lazy kitten. She was wearing only a gauze nightgown. As Su Xiaoju stood up, it flickered. Su Xiaoju is no longer tired now. She slowly sat up and went to the high-tech wardrobe next to her to look for clothes to wear today. After searching for a while, Su Xiaoju found an orange-yellow suspender skirt with floral patterns in her hand. Well, there's only one. Su Bai Hexi stood in front of the bed, waiting for Su Xiaoju to get up. Forget it, we're just on a battleship anyway. Seeing the clothes in Su Xiaoju's hand, Su Bei also looked helpless. However, Su Bei did not force her and let her do as she pleased. Looking at the back, Su Bei couldn't help but say in his heart, if it's positive, dang. It seemed as if he had heard Su Bei's thoughts. The next second, Su Xiaoju turned around playfully, making cute noises while making a super cute expression. Chapter 92, Su Bei's Life Leap. Su Bei and she were both stunned by Su Xiaoju's sudden action. Su Xiaoju's fox ears were shaking happily at this moment, which made Su Bei and the others a little dazzled. Su Bei couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Su Xiaoju's operation was too amazing. I saw that Su Bei and she both looked stunned. Su Xiaoju showed a smug smile on her face, and the fox ears on her head trembled even more vigorously. Looking at the scene in front of me, Su Bei seemed to have returned to the scene when he first met the little fox girl. His heart was beating fast. Su Bei wanted to continue looking, but it was blocked by Su Xiaoju's fluffy tail. As if seeing through Su Bei's eyes, Su Xiaoju on the bed looked at him with a smile. Su Xiaoju made a cross gesture with her hands in front of her chest, as if to say no. This action is so cute. Su Bei was so upset. Where did she learn this? She on the side watched this scene thoughtfully. He looked at the somewhat lost expression on Su Bei's face, then looked at Su Xiaoju's smiling expression and her tail blocking her way. For a moment, she had 1,000 thoughts in his mind. With a rustling sound, Su Xiaoju put on her skirt. Su Xiaoju has a very proud figure, so the originally short floral skirt looks even shorter after she puts it on. Su Xiaoju also pulled out the tail that was blocking in front of him and swung it behind him casually. The orange floral miniskirt, coupled with Su Xiaoju's stunning looks and superb figure. She on the side was a little envious of Su Xiaoju's appearance and figure. Okay, brother Su Bei, we can go now. Su Xiaoju had already put on her clothes and spoke to Su Bei in a soft voice. Then Su Xiaoju jumped down from the bed gently. It doesn't matter if it doesn't jump, but it will be terrible if it jumps. The next moment, Su Bei's defense was broken, and the sudden flow of blood from his nose made the two women stunned. Su Bei was also a little embarrassed. Why did he get nosebleeds so easily? Didn't I say that my body has surpassed the limits of ordinary people? Why do I still have nosebleeds all the time? Su Xiaoju smiled, with a cunning look flashing in her golden eyes. Su Bei picked up a tissue to stop the bleeding, and he felt a burst of pain in his heart. Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju's innocent and lovely appearance and could only sigh helplessly in his heart. After all, the little fox girl is too cute. She, who was standing by, also had a strange look in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Her originally clear and pure eyes seemed to have some ripples. Su Bei said in a somewhat powerless tone, "Okay, let's go." Seeing Su Bei like this, Su Xiaoju showed that sweet smile on her face again. Come to the battleship's cockpit. Su Bei made 3 cups of summer energy drinks from the black technology production column. 1 cup for each of 3 people. holding the sky blue dream drink in their hands. The three of them drank it all in one gulp. Cool. Su Bei let out a sigh. Black technology energy drinks are designed to make people feel refreshed and energetic. Su Bei then made himself today's dose of black technology enhancement potion. Gudong, Gudong. After drinking the strengthening potion, Su Bei felt the change in his strength. Name Su Bei, host. Level 3+. Special ability, Tyrannical King, ST. Status, happy. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, it's okay. Su Bei looked at the analysis of the life level and asked the system. System, I now have over 10,000 energy points. Can I make some high-tech items that can improve my life level? Master, 10,000 energy points will suffice. Su Bei was delighted when he heard the system's answer. It is still some distance away from advancing to the next stage of black technology warships. Therefore, Su Bei should focus on improving his own strength first. Under the guidance of the system, Su Bei quickly found a black technology item that could improve the level of life. Name Life Leap Potion. Level 4. Effect, it can elevate the life level of ordinary people to a high level and increase physical strength to a certain extent. Looking at the introduction of Life Leap Potion, Su Bei directly chose to make it. Soon a magical potion appeared in his hand. The two women were also watching curiously from the side. Su Bei opened the medicine and drank it in one gulp. Cool. Su Bei only felt an indescribable sense of comfort in his body, and every cell in his body seemed to be cheering. An inexplicable experience came to my mind. About 10 minutes. This wonderful feeling of comfort disappears. Su Bei asked the system to analyze his data again. Name Su Bei, host. Level 3++. Special ability, Tyrannical King, ST. State, joy, sublimation, transformation. Life level high. Evaluation, not bad sigh. Su Bei was in a good mood as he looked at his latest analysis. Not only did the life level successfully reach high, but the level also broke through a small level again. In the Happy Amusement Park, a pitch-black chariot was harvesting mutated monsters everywhere. If someone else saw this scene, they would definitely shout, "Holy crap." Inside the high-tech battleship, Su Bei leaned leisurely on the main chair. The control screen in front of him kept showing the mutated monsters surrounding the battleship. However, these are mostly level 1 mutants and some mutated insects. Chapter 93, Distribution Method. Su Bei looked up with some boredom. Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a warning sound came from the battleship, and a frown appeared on Su Bei's bored face. Finally, it's here. Su Bei, whose life level has reached high, now really wants to find a mutated creature to practice with. The system analyzed the data of that mutated creature. Name Giant Mutant. Level 3++. Special ability, Strong, C+. Status, Hunting. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a completely mutated human monster. This is a new type of special mutant. Looking at the other party's level 3++, Su Bei became interested. I hope you won't let me down. There was a hint of evil charm at the corner of Su Bei's mouth, which made Su Xiaoju beside him look infatuated. You two stay in the battleship. I'll kill the monster. Yeah. Okay. After the warship approached the giant mutant, Su Bei got off immediately. The giant mutant had also discovered the approaching warship. Just as he was about to move forward, he saw Su Bei getting out of the car. Roar. Giant mutant. It's actually a human, Soga? Su Bei looked at the giant mutant with an excited expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up. You seem quite energetic. As he spoke, Su Bei pulled out the phantom attack scimitar from the small space bracelet. Holding the cold and sharp scimitar in his hand, the curved blade sparkled under the scorching sun, like a perfect work of art. The refracted light hit the giant mutant, which made it a little angry. Roar. The giant mutant roared, and then his 5 or 6 meter tall body walked towards Su Bei step by step. It was not worried that Su Bei would run away, because in its eyes, Su Bei could no longer escape. Bring it on. Looking at the giant mutant who was about to launch an attack, Su Bei hummed confidently in his heart. He placed the phantom scimitar in front of him, making a handsome attacking posture. The next second, Su Bei also exerted force. His level 3++ physical fitness allowed him to reach an inhuman level of speed. If there were a 100-meter race now, he dared to say that he could win in 8 seconds for his opponent. Whoosh! Almost in the blink of an eye, a distance of several dozen meters was closed. The phantom scimitar in Su Bei's hand slashed down fiercely. The giant mutant was also quite intelligent. After seeing Su Bei moving at such a high speed, it had already taken defensive measures. Bang! Puff! The giant mutant held his muscular arms in front of him. The phantom scimitar's strike first made a metallic sound, and then Su Bei added more force, instantly breaking through the giant mutant's arm defense. Su Bei put away his knife, quickly retreated in the air, landed on the ground, and looked at the giant mutant. At this time, the giant mutant's arms were hanging down, and there was a hideous wound on each arm that was deep enough to see the bone. The thick blood inside was dripping continuously, but the giant mutant did not scream or roar. But there was a bit more fear and hatred in its eyes when it looked at Su Bei. It's quite intelligent. Su Bei looked at the other party's reaction and was secretly shocked. Now the evolution speed of mutant creatures is getting faster and more advanced. The giant mutant in front of him gave Su Bei a feeling of high intelligence. But at present they are still far from the level of human intelligence. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief pause, the giant mutant rushed towards northern Jiangsu at high speed. The ground beneath his feet made a loud noise as loud as a pile driver. Su Bei was not careless. He narrowed his deep eyes slightly and held the phantom attack scimitar tightly in his hand, ready to attack at any time. Roar! The giant mutant roared and swung his huge fist towards Su Bei like a boulder. Su Bei did not take the punch head-on. He dodged at high speed and narrowly missed the giant mutant's huge fist. The next second, Su Bei stepped directly on the giant mutant's attacking fist and moved at high speed along its arm. Su Bei aimed directly at the giant mutant's head. Roar! The giant mutant shuddered when he saw this scene, and the next second another giant fist came smashing down with the force of 1,000 pounds of wind. Bump! Su Bei did not dodge this time, but swung sideways with the phantom attack scimitar in his hand. The two are evenly matched in strength, but the phantom scimitar is a third-level black technology weapon. The sharp tip of the knife directly cut through the giant mutant's fist and cut into the flesh. Puff! Roar! The giant mutant couldn't help but cry out in pain and subconsciously swung away with his right fist. Su Bei seized the opportunity and chopped the phantom attack scimitar in his hand directly at its forehead. Puff! Plop! A huge and ferocious head fell to the ground, and the body of the giant mutant slowly fell backwards. Su Bei kicked it and then jumped backwards. Looking at the corpse of the giant mutant, Su Bei silently walked forward to collect its energy crystal. Level 3++ energy crystal +1. Back in the warship, Su Bei looked at the two girls with hungry eyes and hesitated for a moment. Who should I feed this time? Looking at the two peerless masters, Su Bei was in a dilemma for a moment. Suddenly, Su Xiaoju in front of him spoke. Brother Su Bei, I have a way. What method? Su Bei and she were both curious, wondering how the little fox girl would distribute this energy crystal. Let Brother Su Bei close his eyes first, and then she and I will stand on your left and right sides. Whoever you choose will be the one. Listening to Su Xiaoju's words, this is a method. I think so too. Okay, that's it. Next time you get the energy crystals, you can feed them to those who didn't get any this time. Uh-huh. Soon, Su Bei closed his eyes. The two women in front of him began to move. Su Bei could only hear light footsteps, but he didn't know where the two women were now. 10 seconds later, Su Bei began to make a choice. Well, should I choose the left or the right? Su Bei was faced with a choice again. This. Whatever. Su Bei no longer hesitated and reached out to grab it. Bingo. Xiaoju. Su Bei asked with a slightly hesitant voice. As he spoke, he confirmed it a few times and then gestured back and forth. Yes, it is indeed Su Xiaoju's. Su Bei became more certain. Xiaoju. Su Bei opened his eyes. As expected. Yeah. Su Xiaoju cheered and opened her little mouth waiting for Su Bei to feed her. She on the side felt a little disappointed, but it didn't matter. Su Bei said that they would take turns next time. Ouch. Su Xiaoju swallowed the level 3++ energy crystal in one gulp like a hungry cat. Be careful. Su Bei reminded that it was a leap-level absorption after all. I ate it. Su Xiaoju replied in a somewhat slurred voice. Chapter 94. Colonel Long fights against the super spiky centipede. Su Xiaoju absorbed the energy crystals with a look of enjoyment. This is a level 3++ energy crystal, and Su Xiaoju's own level is only level 3. If Su Xiaoju didn't have a perfect level of life, he wouldn't be able to absorb it across levels. She on the side was also a little envious. She simply turned around and didn't look at Su Xiaoju's enjoying expression. The corners of Su Bei's mouth twitched slightly. Xiaoju, why do you have this expression when you absorb? When Su Xiaoju heard Su Bei's question, she opened her cherry lips and hummed softly. Forget it, just sit back and absorb it. Also, try to keep your voice down. Got it. After hearing Su Xiaoju's answer, Su Bei frowned. She next to her was also looking at Su Xiaoju with admiration. Bei came to the battleship control screen. Look at the detection screen displayed above and ask the system. The system is speeding up the search for warships. Yes. And on the other side, this is the roller coaster of the superpoint centipede. At this time, the roller coaster attraction was surrounded by a large number of armed fighters. There are countless fighter jets and armored vehicles of all kinds. The Beihai City military has discovered a level 5 mutated creature in the Happy Amusement Park. This time they came to encircle and eliminate this super-pointed centipede. The sounds of bullets and artillery shells echoed all around, one after another. At this time, the super spiky centipede was madly slaughtering the soldiers on the ground. The armed artillery vehicles on the ground are firing continuously, and the large caliber machine guns on the armed fighter jets in the sky are firing wildly. In the distance of the roller coaster attraction, in several tanks made of super alloy, some of the command staff were engaged in heated conversation. The leader among them was Colonel Long. After losing the energy crystal of the violent demon last time, his superiors sent him here to encircle and suppress a level 5 mutant creature to make up for the previous punishment. Colonel Long also looked solemn at this time. He continued to discuss with several commanders and analysts in front of him. Level 5 mutant creature. This is not comparable to a level 4 plus violent maniac. This time, the superiors also paid great attention to the level 5 mutated creatures in this Happy Amusement Park. This time they brought a large number of armed fighter jets, armed artillery vehicles, and some high-powered thermal weapons such as rocket launchers. His superiors also provided him with sufficient firepower and supplies. Therefore, he must obtain the corpse of the super spiky centipede and the energy crystal. After some discussion, Colonel Long finally made a decision. All right, get the gunner ready and start bombing. Yes. A messenger next to the car received the order and quickly picked up the walkie-talkie to make a notification. Armed gun operators number 1 to 10, prepare to launch a full-scale attack in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, the 10 armed artillery vehicles brought by Colonel Long opened fire at the same time. This was different from the firepower just now, which was just to test the super toad centipede, so each tank only used 1 or 2 gun barrel attacks. Now all the gun muzzles on each armed artillery vehicle were open, and hundreds of small artillery shells were fired in almost the blink of an eye. These small artillery shells are high-power thermal firepower, and their power is almost the same as that of thermal weapons such as rocket launchers. It's just that an armed artillery vehicle can fire 12 of these small artillery shells at the same time. One shot is enough to blow up a villa. Dio, dio, dio. The sounds of artillery shells firing at high speed in the sky rang out one after another. They were so fast that they were like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of small shells hit the body of the super-pointed centipede. The roller coaster track it was climbing on instantly disintegrated and collapsed under the bombardment of the shells. Boom, boom, boom. A large amount of smoke and dust rose up, and the entire roller coaster attraction was completely shattered at this moment. The loud sound of the cannonballs almost spread throughout the entire Happy Amusement Park. Bei and the others who were far away on the other side naturally heard it as well. On the high-tech battleship, Bei stood up from his seat. What's wrong with the system? Was there a loud explosion just now? Master, the warship has detected a large amount of energy fluctuations in the direction of the super toad centipede. System analysis suggests someone went there to hunt the super spike centipede. Bei was slightly surprised when he heard this. That must be the military's artillery shells. Bei didn't expect the military's detection methods to be so powerful. The giant spiked centipede in Happy Fun Park didn't wreak havoc on the city or leave. So, they're already dealing with the super spiked centipede right now? That's right. Bei began to think in his heart. He didn't know what kind of firepower the military had sent this time, nor did he know whether the military was confident of killing the level 5 super-pointed centipede. But this is the prey that I, Bei, set my eyes on first. Bei narrowed his eyes. He was determined to get the level 5 energy crystal. Master, are you going? Don't worry, the power of that super spiky centipede is there. As long as the military doesn't have super thermal weapons like missiles, the situation will definitely not be resolved in a short period of time. Let them consume it first. Yes. After hearing the sound just now, Bei was sure that the military did not launch a missile. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be this sound. If a missile were launched, the entire Happy Amusement Park would be affected. The top priority now is to hunt as many energy crystals as possible and upgrade the level. This is the roller coaster attraction. At this time, the roller coaster attraction was in ruins, with rubble and debris everywhere. Military soldiers had also evacuated a few dozen meters away from the scenic spot in advance. Everyone looked into the smoke of the tourist attraction. Sitting in the super alloy tank at the back, Colonel Long and several commanders were looking at the reconnaissance screen in front of them with serious expressions. This was captured by their drone in real time from high altitude. Boom! A huge noise suddenly came out. The smoke at the roller coaster attraction gradually dissipated, and everyone saw the horrifying scene. A super giant centipede monster with a body length of more than 50 meters appeared. Its body is standing upright, and the densely packed legs on both sides of its body are dancing wildly. It's scary for people with trypophobia. At this time, there were some slight explosion marks on the body of the super-pointed centipede, but the hard shell was not broken and there was no bleeding. Hiss! It is extremely angry and irritable at this moment. The military had not launched a real attack before, and it just treated this as a little game like teasing ants. Having just been suddenly subjected to such a fierce artillery attack, the super spiky centipede has entered hunting mode. Hisses. Before, it had always been climbing on the roller coaster track, making it impossible to tell its specific size. Now the upright body of the super-pointed centipede is like a ladder to heaven, and the shadow it casts gives people a deep sense of oppression. This monster is not dead. Oh, it's huge. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 95, Rippling Algae Monster. At this time, the centipede with pointed toes was extremely angry. Its ferocious mouth opened and closed, revealing its extremely sharp fangs. The many soldiers below were all horrified. After seeing the terrifying aura of the super-pointed centipede, many warriors have already decided to retreat. Oh my god, what the hell is this monster? Even M42 shells can't kill it. What should we do now? Everyone, don't panic, find cover and hide. There were squad leaders and non-commissioned officers shouting loudly, trying to rebuild the momentum. The centipede with super spine toes looked at the group of ants under it in panic, feeling disdain. But it had just been beaten up by someone, and it couldn't just let it go like that. Hiss! The super-tipped centipede charged at the soldiers on the ground at high speed. The huge figure swooped down from the sky, just like the visual effect of riding a roller coaster. Run! Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. With the super spike centipede attacking seriously for the first time. More than a dozen soldiers on the ground were affected instantly. They seemed to be swept up by a sandstorm and flew backwards in all directions. A random blow from the super-pointed centipede could instantly cause more than a dozen highly qualified combatants to be seriously injured or even killed. The others had no time to check on the soldiers who had just been attacked. They quickly retreated to the rear. The armed artillery vehicles on the ground also began to reverse, and the armed fighter jets in the sky kept spitting out fire snakes in an attempt to stop the actions of the super spiky centipede. Hiss! The super spike centipede was a little annoyed by the fighter planes flying overhead. Super tiptoe centipede, do you really think I can't hit you? The next moment, the centipede with super spiky toes compressed its entire body downward, and then bounced back up in an instant. The compression and bounce of the super-pointed centipede occurs almost instantly. No one present reacted. Next second, several explosions were heard. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at the fighter jet falling from the sky, the soldiers finally reacted. What? That monster actually shot down a fighter jet in the sky. Fuck. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, all finding it a little unbelievable. But that's the way it is. The 50-meter-long centipede fell from a height of more than 200 meters. Bump. The super spiky centipede fell to the ground, once again destroying a large amount of buildings and equipment. That attack just now directly shot down 3 armed fighter jets. Raise the distance quickly. Raise the distance quickly. The commander's voice came out urgently from the communication equipment inside the fighter. The rest of the fighter pilots who had managed to escape the disaster all increased the altitude of their fighter planes. He kept increasing the distance to more than 500 meters before stopping. In the distance, Colonel Long in the super alloy tank was looking at the reconnaissance screen with an embarrassed look on his face. The power of a level 5 mutant creature is beyond our imagination. Then Colonel Long, should we evacuate temporarily this time? A young-looking commander nearby asked. No. Colonel Long rejected it outright. But in his heart he thought, if we retreat this time, the mission will fail, and I will be punished even more severely. Colonel Long was unwilling to give up just like that. This is his only chance to redeem himself. Even if the chance is small, he has to try. Start it for me. And in another location of Happy Amusement Park. This is a water slide attraction. At this time, the black technology battleship was docked nearby. Outside the battleship, Su Bei and the other 2 were looking at the 3 mutated monsters in front of them. Name Ripple Algae Monster. Level 3++. Special ability, Corrosive Slime, C+. Status: hunting alert. Life level: ordinary. Evaluation: a kind of waterborne mutant microorganism. These three are all the same type of rippled algae monsters. Sube was also a little surprised when he saw the system's analysis of them. They are actually mutated aquatic microorganisms. Microorganisms, logically speaking, should be very small. But the shortest of the three ripple algae monsters in front of him was no less than 3 meters tall. They look like a ball of seaweed, but have human-like limbs and move around standing up. The face was covered with dark green unidentified objects, and the body was also covered with this dark green hair-like thing. Looks quite ugly. One is level 3++, and the other two are both level 3+. Xiaoju, Xiaoxi, the two shorter ones are up to you. Yeah. Okay. Sube handed the two level 3+ ripple algae monsters to the two women, and planned to deal with the level 3++ big brother himself. Woo-woo. The three ripple algae monsters also made a strange sound towards Sube and the other two. In their perception, these humans were obviously not as strong as themselves. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The three ripple algae monsters seemed to have a division of labor, and they rushed towards Sube and the other two separately. Their huge size makes it difficult for them to fully utilize the relatively small water slide attraction. Bump. Sube held the phantom attack scimitar and chopped it down. Woo-woo. This level 3++ rippled algae monster screamed visibly and staggered back. A large amount of dark green liquid gushed out from one of its arms. Its small, green bean-like eyes were full of shock. Before it could decide whether to escape, Sube attacked it for the second time. Puff. This time, Sube used 70 of his strength and directly cut off one of the arms of the ripple algae monster. Ah! The rippled algae shook its armless arm in pain, and dark green liquid gushed out of the wound like a fountain. Sube was almost sprayed all over. Sube dodged hurriedly and swung the phantom scimitar in his hand to shake off the liquid on it. The rippled algae monster turned around and wanted to escape, not even caring about its companions. Wanna run? Seeing this, Sube thought the one-armed ripple seaweed monster's escape was quite funny. In less than half a minute, Sube was stepping on the level 3++ ripple algae monster. Its body was now covered in dark green blood, and both of its arms had been cut off by Sube. Next to its body, there was a corroded pit in the ground. This is the last blow of the ripple algae monster before it dies, its special ability, corrosive slime. However, Sube easily avoided it. Puff. The phantom attack scimitar was inserted into the body of the rippling algae monster, and Sube was looking for its energy crystal from it. A dozen seconds later, a thumb-sized light green crystal appeared in Sube's hand. Putting the energy crystal under the sun, Sube looked at its shape reflected by the sunlight, which was magnificent. Sube thought to himself, if it weren't the end of the world, this energy crystal could probably be sold for hundreds of millions. Chapter 96. Absorption Breakthrough. After dealing with the level 3++ ripple algae monster, Sube looked towards the place where Su Xiaoju and she were fighting. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. Sube thought Su Xiaoju had just come from the refugee area. These ripple algae monsters really aren't so gentlemanly. Sube instantly thought of the special ability of the ripple algae monster, corrosive mucus. At this point, the battle between the two women was basically over. Those two level 3+ ripple algae monsters were no match for Su Xiaoju and she. Although there is a small difference in level, the special abilities of the two women are very strong. Su Xiaoju was surrounded by black electric currents, like a goddess possessed by lightning. Countless terrifying black lightning bolts in his hands shot at the ripple algae monster, causing its body to twitch continuously. On the other side, she has also entered the dragon she form. As the little dragon girl, Long Shi crushed the opponent with the hammer. Sube looked at Long Shi, and he also thought of his king of tyranny. I wonder if I can still use this ability on my own now that I'm at level 3++? Sube thought so, and planned to ask the system when he returned to the warship. Brother Sube. After Su Xiaoju and she finished the battle, they walked towards Sube's location. She released the Long Shi form, but Sube said that she could not maintain this form forever. She has always listened to Sube. The two women walked towards Sube. Fortunately, there was basically no corrosion on the clothes. Su Xiaoju was different. She didn't know whether she was attacked by the corrosive mucus of the ripple algae monster intentionally or accidentally. Su Xiaoju had a foxy smile on her face. Sube said seriously, Xiaoju, go back and change your clothes. I know. Then Sube and the other two returned to the black technology battleship. This time they obtained a total of 1 level 3++ energy crystal and 2 level 3+ energy crystals. Sube asked the two women to absorb the level 3+ energy crystals that they had hunted themselves. As for the level 3++ energy crystals that Sube had hunted, they were converted into Battleship energy points. A total of 5,000+ energy points is not a small number. On the way of the Black Technology Battleship, Sube called the system and asked, "System, I'm now at level 3++. Can I actively master the Tyrannical King ability?" The master needs to reach level 4 to master the ST-level King of Tyranny. Sube was not disappointed when he heard the response from the system. Level 4? Looks like I need to level up as soon as possible. As he spoke, Sube opened the Black Technology production column. The battleship now has more than 15,000 energy points, so Sube can directly make an advanced strengthening potion. The body strengthening potions he usually used were mostly level 2 or 3, and the energy points consumed were between 100 and 1,000. Now with 15,000 energy points, Sube thought about it and decided to directly make a 4th-level Black Technology enhancement potion. Let yourself break through to level 4. But there aren't many energy points left. Hey, I have to accumulate energy for the battleship upgrade all over again. Sube sighed, but at the moment it was more important to improve his own strength. The system has conservatively analyzed my ST-level special ability, and it can at least allow me to fight at a higher level. It can be said to be very powerful. After some screening, Sube finally chose to make a 4th-level body strengthening potion, which consumed 8,000 energy points. It also made Sube feel painful for a while. Looking at the light blue potion in his hand, Sube drank it all in one gulp. Feeling the energy beginning to surge in his body, Sube couldn't help but frown slightly. This potion packs a powerful punch. Sube endured the restlessness and discomfort in his body. The more advanced the Black Technology potion, the greater the physical strength required to use it. It is obvious that it is a bit difficult for Sube to absorb this 4th-level physical strengthening potion with his current level 3++ physical strength. But Sube will not give up easily. Half an hour later, Sube completed the absorption of the medicine, and for a moment he felt extremely comfortable all over. He had endured immense pain in the past half hour. Name Sube, host. Level 4. Special ability, Tyrannical King ST. Status, breakthrough, joy, comfort. Life level high. Evaluation. The master can now use the special ability, King of Tyranny, in a preliminary way. Looking at the analysis panel provided by the system, Sube felt refreshed. His extremely powerful special ability, King of Tyranny, can finally be used. Master, although you can now use the King of Tyranny, it is not recommended that you use it frequently. What? Hearing the system's reminder, Sube was confused. Because the Tyrannical King is still too powerful, the master's current physical condition is only barely sufficient to use it. If used for a long time or too many times, it will cause certain damage to the owner's body. Listen to the system's explanation. Sube understood. So, as my level increases, I can gradually increase the use of Tyranny King? Yeah, that's right. Okay, I understand. After understanding the usage restrictions of King of Tyranny, Sube looked at the two women. At this time, Su Xiaoju and she had not yet completed the absorption of the energy crystals. The expressions on their faces at the moment were a little uncomfortable, similar to what Sube absorbed. It just looks much more comfortable than Sube. After more than 10 minutes, the two women finished absorbing the energy crystals. At this time, beads of sweat hung on their faces and they were breathing heavily. Sube said to the two women, "Okay, you two should go take a cold shower in the bathroom." Chapter 97. Black Rain Brews Again. The two girls were sent away. Sube returned to the battleship's cockpit. The system has begun detecting advanced mutant creatures. Yes. The Black Tech warship quickly moved in other directions. What Sube has to do now is to hunt down all the advanced mutated creatures in the Happy Amusement Park. Now the North Sea military has launched a hunt for the super spine centipede in the roller coaster attraction of Happy Fun Park. However, Sube was not worried that the military would get ahead of the centipede. In the system's detection, the energy fluctuations of the level 5 centipede are still there. Maybe the military team coming this time will be counterattacked. Until evening, the day's hunt for mutant creatures ended. Sube and the other two were lying in the living room of the Black Tech battleship to rest. The three of them were in a lazy state, and most of the creatures they hunted today were level 2 to 3 mutated creatures. Su Xiaoju and she also broke through to level 3+ today. This surprised Sube, as it further enhanced their combat effectiveness. The battleship converted more than 8,000 energy points today, almost making up for the consumption of Su Bei's 4th-level body strengthening potion. Su Xiaoju suddenly came over and rubbed against him cutely. Su Xiaoju was a little rude. Su Bei looked at her lovingly. Su Xiaoju looked at Su Bei with her beautiful golden eyes. I like brother Su Bei. Su Bei felt warm in his heart after hearing this. He was really satisfied to have such a well-behaved, cute, and capable little fox girl in the apocalypse. Meme 2. She, who was standing by, heard Su Xiaoju's speech and immediately expressed her opinion. The rosy face, somewhat shy look, and clear and pleasant voice made Su Bei feel very comfortable. Yeah, I like you guys too. As he spoke, Su Xiaoju and she came over. Xiaoju, can you please stop? Su Bei felt a little uncomfortable with Su Xiaoju in front of him. But he fought for too long today and wanted to have a good rest. Okay. The little fox girl in front of him finally calmed down. The system considerately turned off the battleship's lights, and for a moment the entire high-tech battleship fell into silence. Su Bei and the other two fell asleep slowly and quietly. In the middle of the night, the little fox girl would squeeze against Su Bei from time to time, and the same was true for she on the other side. Su Bei felt a little uncomfortable and could only sigh silently. The next morning, Su Bei and the other two got up full of energy. Today, Su Bei will hunt down all the advanced mutated creatures in Happy Amusement Park. Su Xiaoju and she followed Su Bei into the cab. Sitting on high-end black tech chairs, the three of them looked at the images on the battleship's control screen. Today, the sun is still shining outside the battleship. It seems that except for the black rain a few weeks ago, there has been no rain in Beihai City throughout June and July. This made Su Bei feel something was wrong. System, can you check the weather conditions in Beihai City? Su Bei asked the system. The system responded, yes, master, but it will cost 200 energy points. Would you like to test it? When he heard that energy points had to be consumed, Su Bei hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to take the test. 200 energy points are nothing to him now. Test. A few minutes later the system voice sounded. Master, according to the battleship inspection, there is an extremely high concentration of dark energy several thousand meters above us. According to our system's analysis, there's a high probability that black rain similar to the last time is occurring over Beihai City. After hearing the system's answer, Su Bei understood. It was pretty much what he thought. It hadn't rained in Beihai City for so many days, so there must be something wrong. So, system, how long will it take for the unknown weather to arrive? According to the battleship's analysis, the energy will converge in about a month. Unknown weather phenomena will occur later. Please prepare in advance. Su Bei narrowed his dark eyes slightly. Really? I see. Su Bei took this matter to heart, and he was not too worried. After all, he has a high-tech warship, so he is not afraid even of the black rain like last time. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, heard Su Bei say that there might be a second black rain in a month. Her big golden eyes lit up. Really, Omega? Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju's happy expression and smiled helplessly. He almost forgot that Su Xiaoju was also a mutant creature, and the black rain was of great benefit to her. And she? Su Bei looked at the girl who was sitting there obediently with a peaceful face, like a good student. Delicate and fair face, tall and delicate nose, and thin red lips. Pair it with the schoolgirl outfit she's wearing today. She looks like a very outstanding and perfect campus goddess today. Brother Su Bei is staring at Xiaoxi again. Su Xiaoju suddenly moved her little face closer to Su Bei and spoke sweetly. Su Bei was startled. He was immersed in fantasy and didn't react for a while. Xiaoju scared me, Su Bei said in a somewhat gloomy tone. Su Xiaoju seemed to be able to read minds and directly exposed Su Bei's excuse. This cough, no. She next to them looked at Su Bei and the others with amusement. She increasingly discovered that these two people were usually very humorous and funny. The atmosphere between them was also harmonious, which was the feeling she liked. A sweet smile appeared on Xi's cold and flawless delicate little face, and she spoke to Su Bei in a soft voice. Of course you can read Su Bei's words at will. Xi's voice was crisp and cold, but he opened his heart to Su Bei. It didn't sound distant at all, but more intimate and doting. The system looked at this scene and said, Master, you have taught Xiaoxi perfectly. Su Bei. This, it seems, indeed, she has been taught by him. Okay, Omega. Chapter 98, Level 4 plus Mutated Creature, Blue Light Earthworm. The high-tech battleship travels at a constant speed through various scenic spots in the Happy Amusement Park. The Happy Amusement Park is also very large, and Su Bei failed to clean even 1/3 of it in one day yesterday. Today he planned to eliminate at least half of the remaining mutated creatures, and if possible, hunt them all down. As for the roller coaster attraction, there was no movement according to the system's detection. The energy fluctuations of the super spiky centipede have also subsided, and the sound of military gunfire can no longer be heard in the playground. But the battleship detected that the super spiky centipede was still alive. This proves that the Beihai City military did not win the battle yesterday. However, Su Bei believed that it would not be long before the Beihai City military would once again dispatch troops to eliminate the super spine centipede. Snort. When he thought of this, Su Bei's mouth corners rose slightly. With his current 4-level strength and the special ability, King of Tyranny, he has an 80 chance of defeating the super-pointed centipede. However, before hunting down the super spine centipede, we need to first clean up the other advanced mutated creatures in the Happy Amusement Park. Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations. The battleship's prompt sounded, and Su Bei also looked at the control screen. Name Blue Light, Groundworm. Level, for plus. Special ability, Blue Ray, A+. Status, hiding underground, hunting. Life level, normal plus. Evaluation, a mutant creature with great potential. Su Bei looked at the analysis panel of the Blue Light Earthworm, and the attributes were all very high. It is basically one of the strongest mutated creatures Su Bei has ever encountered, especially the A+ level special ability and the normal plus life level. This proves that the future combat power of the Blue Light Earthworm will definitely be higher than that of the super-pointed centipede. System, open the battleship door. Su Bei asked Su Xiaoju, and she'd await inside the battleship while he got off. The Blue Light Groundworm was currently located on a concrete ground several dozen meters in front of the warship. Its upper body was exposed to the air, while its lower body was buried in the concrete. The upper body of the Blue Light Groundworm is shaped like a big fat worm, with a body diameter of nearly 1 meter. The skin above is white, and there is a faint blue light underneath the skin, as if it is some kind of energy radiance. It feels like watching fireflies at night. The exposed part of the body was about 4 or 5 meters long. Su Bei estimated that this Blue Light Groundworm was at least 10 meters away, and the level 4+ is pretty high. Su Bei was not careless. He was only level 4 now, 2 levels lower than the Blue Light Earthworm. The Blue Light Groundworm twisted its head and discovered Su Bei. It turned its huge head, and Su Bei found it a little cute. It looks like an enlarged version of a bug, but it is not as disgusting as a small bug when it becomes bigger. Chirp. The Blue Light Groundworm made a strange sound. Its mouth was very small and could only barely accommodate one stick. Su Bei did not stop moving and slowly walked towards the location of the Blue Light Earthworm. The Blue Light Earthworm on the opposite side was also full of doubts at this time, because in its perception, the energy aura of the human body in front of it is much weaker than its own. Why would the other party approach me so boldly? However, the Blue Light Worm's big brain was obviously not working well, so it stopped thinking about it since it couldn't figure it out. Chirp. The Blue Light Groundworm was just foraging for food. Looking at Su Bei in front of it, it let out an excited cry. The cement ground beneath the Blue Light Earthworm suddenly exploded, and the cement stones beneath the ground continued to churn outward. After a few seconds, the Blue Light Earthworm crawled out of the ground. At this time, its entire body was completely exposed in front of Su Bei. The Blue Light Groundworm is more than 12 meters long and more than 1 meter wide. It has no legs and only a round and fat body. At the end of its tail, there is a very sharp tail that looks like a drill. This is also the reason why the Blue Light Earthworm can burrow into the ground. Chirp. The next moment, the Blue Light Earthworm body attacked along the ground and rushed towards Su Bei's position. The speed was very fast, and the impact force was very strong. The stones on the ground along the way were lifted up and flew to both sides. Bring it on. Seeing this, Su Bei did not dodge or evade, but took out the phantom attack scimitar in his hand. The cold scimitar looked like an invincible sword under the sunlight. It gives people the illusion that they can withstand any attack. Bang! The body of the Blue Light Earthworm collided with the phantom scimitar, and the two made a loud clashing sound. Although the Blue Light Earthworm is just a mortal body, its body strength and hardness are comparable to that of alloy steel. The phantom attack scimitar blocked the impact, but only left a shallow cut on the Blue Light Earthworm's body. Su Bei was knocked back 7 or 8 meters by this attack. Tramp. Su Bei exerted force with his feet, and his shoes were directly crushed. His feet sank slightly into the ground 1 or 2 centimeters before he could stabilize his body. Su Bei was surprised when he saw the broken brand-name shoes. Normally, he fights against mutated creatures and can handle them with ease. Therefore, one can perfectly control one's overall strength. This prevents your clothes, shoes, etc. from being damaged by the reaction force and your own excessive explosive force. However, After the first collision with the blue light earthworm, he had to use all his strength to resist. This also caused him to lose control of the force under his feet, and his shoes were directly broken by his steps. Looking at his 5 toes sticking out his little head and curiously looking around, the curve of Su Bei's mouth became even wider. Very good. You are the first mutant creature that I can deal with all my strength. Su Bei was not exaggerating. The mutated creatures he had faced before were basically unable to make him unleash his full strength. The blue light groundworm on the opposite side looked confused. Blue light earthworm. Chirp. Drink. Su Bei let out a low growl and clenched the phantom attack scimitar in his hand. The next second, the stones on the concrete ground under Su Bei's feet exploded in all directions, and his figure also flew out at this moment. Chirp. Seeing this, the blue light earthworm didn't waste any words. It chirped and rushed towards him with its huge body. Both of them had great speed and strength, and almost instantly, Su Bei collided with the blue light earthworm. Bump. In the high-tech battleship not far away, Su Xiaoju, and she could feel the aftermath of the battle between Su Bei and the blue light earthworms in the cockpit. The impact of the battle between the two was very strong, and the surrounding ground and buildings were basically destroyed by the residual power of the battle. Brother Su Bei should be fine. Su Xiaoju felt a little worried, and a distressing look appeared on her pretty face. Well, considering Su Bei's personality, he wouldn't go out and fight that mutant creature unless he was absolutely sure. She on the side began to analyze and comfort Su Xiaoju. Yeah, I believe in brother Su Bei too. Su Xiaoju heard this and said in a firm tone. Both of them were watching the scene of Su Bei fighting with the blue light earthworm on the control screen seriously. A system somewhere said, Master, there will be no problem Omicron equals Omega smiley face. Chapter 99, Tyrannical King Form. Outside the battleship, Su Bei was still fighting fiercely with the blue light earthworms. Chirp. After Su Bei collided with it, the blue light groundworm let out a loud cry the next second. A blue energy began to gather in its tiny mouth. Su Bei subconsciously thought that the blue light earthworm was about to activate its special ability. The short charging time ends. The blue energy in the mouth of the blue light earthworm was also ejected by it. Blue ray. Although Su Bei had been prepared for a long time, when he saw the blue light ray, he still felt that the attack was too fast. With almost no time to react, Su Bei subconsciously swung his knife to block. Boom boom. The blue energy shock ray hit Su Bei's phantom scimitar. Although the blue ray did not directly break the phantom scimitar, the powerful impact still knocked Su Bei flying backwards. Bump. Su Bei's body was directly knocked into the building behind him by the impact force. The building collapsed, and a large amount of smoke and dust filled the air, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Brother Su Bei. Su Bei. The two women in the high-tech battleship couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw this scene. I wanted to get off the battleship, but the high-tech battleship had no doors at all. Only Su Bei can allow the system to open the battleship. System, quickly open the car door. We need to get out and help brother Su Bei. Su Xiaoju knew the existence of the black technology battleship system, and she spoke anxiously into the air. But there was no response from the system. System, haha. Although the system was very arrogant and did not respond directly to Su Xiaoju, some words appeared on the battleship's control screen. System, don't worry, Master, everything is fine. Su Xiaoju and she were still a little worried after seeing the words displayed by the system. And outside the black technology battleship, in the ruins of the house that Su Bei had just been beaten into, a man with a violent aura came out. At this time, Su Bei's long, fiery red hair fluttered gently in the breeze. He was at least 1.9 meters tall, and all the clothes on his upper body had been torn off, revealing his perfect and muscular body, angular muscle lines, and perfect eight-pack abs. Su Bei has entered the king of tyranny. Although his upper body clothes were gone and his pants were a little torn, Su Bei was still extremely domineering in his violent form. At this moment, he looked like a tall, unmatched, and invincible figure. If there were any young girls present at this moment, seeing Su Bei like this, they would definitely shout, Brother Su Bei, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Brother Su Bei. Su Bei. Su Xiaoju and the other person in the battleship also saw Su Bei coming out again. That seems to be Brother Su Bei's ability. Su Xiaoju had met the king of tyranny of northern Jiangsu once before and was a little uncertain at this time. Because when Su Bei used king of tyranny for the first time, the level was too low. And now the tyrannical form entered at level 4 looks even more crazy, arrogant, cool, and awesome. Humph. Su Bei took a deep breath, and it seemed that the space around him rose a little. Is this the king of tyranny? Su Bei slowly raised his arm, which had well-defined muscles and gave the impression of containing endless power, and murmured softly. The last time Su Bei entered the violent state, he was in a confused state. Now, his meaning was clear, and he was in complete control of everything. Su Bei felt the seemingly endless power in his body, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How powerful is this? Su Bei didn't know how strong he was now, but he knew that it would be easy to kill the blue light earthworm in front of him in seconds. Chirp. Seeing Su Bei's aura and appearance change drastically, the blue light earthworm became more vigilant. It made a sharp cry from its mouth, and the next second blue light appeared again from its mouth, as if it was about to use blue light rays again. Buzz! A second later, a terrifying blue energy shock shot out from the mouth of the blue light earthworm, pointing directly at Su Bei. Su Bei slowly stretched out an arm. He thought it was slowly, but it was actually very fast. Boom! The next second, the blue ray hit Su Bei's arm completely. Thanks to the blocking of the phantom scimitar, Su Bei was not seriously injured. This time Su Bei took it head-on. Not only did the blue light earthworm sneer, but even the two women in the battleship became worried again. After all, they had just witnessed how terrifying the power of the blue rays of the blue light earthworms was. But the next moment, a surprising scene appeared. The blue light dissipated, and Su Bei, who was in his violent form, was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a scratch on his arm. The blue light groundworm on the opposite side was dumbfounded. Chirp. It seemed a little bit unbelievable. How could its extremely powerful blue light ray hit Su Bei without causing any harm? Snort. Su Bei looked at the other party's confused expression, curled up the corners of his mouth slightly, and snorted. This handsome and domineering scene was captured by the BlackTech Battleship reconnaissance screen, enlarged, and displayed with BlackTech level image quality. Su Xiaoju and she blushed, and their hearts were pounding. System, master is the best, / greater than over equal to less than over equal to, /. The blue light groundworm reacted the next moment, and tried to burrow into the ground to escape. But how could Su Bei, who was in his violent state, let him escape? As soon as the blue light groundworm turned around, Su Bei's tall and handsome figure attacked. A light and casual punch was thrown, as if it was just an action of extending the hand. But the next moment, puff! This punch carried an unmatched terrifying aura, directly punching a big hole in the body of the blue light earthworm. There was blood and flesh all over the floor. Su Bei easily retracted his fist and looked at the corpse of the blue light earthworm quietly. He was analyzing and comparing his own strength in his mind. Su Bei released the King of Tyranny and suddenly felt exhausted. He had only been doing this for less than a minute, but it was such a huge strain on his body. Su Bei picked up the level 4+ energy crystal of the blue light earthworm and returned to the battleship. Back to the black technology battleship, Su Bei converted this level 4+ energy crystal into 10,000+ energy points. Su Bei was very satisfied. The two women also surrounded him at this time. They were not only worried about Su Bei, but also curious about what kind of ability Su Bei had just now that made him so powerful. Su Bei briefly explained his identity as the King of Tyranny to the two women. In general, it's somewhat similar to your dragon form, Xiaoxi. She's special ability is dragon form, also known as dragon she form. After hearing Su Bei say this, she understood. Su Xiaoju came up directly with her fox ears shaking. Oh, brother Su Bei, I was really worried about you just now. Chapter 100, Competition Again. Because of the existence of the blue light earthworms, there are no more advanced mutated creatures in the Happy Amusement Park. Su Bei let the system leave this area and go to other places to continue searching for advanced mutated creatures. Along the way, Su Bei was analyzing his King of Tyranny in the cab. Thinking back to his own fighting power just now, he wondered what his chances of winning were if he faced that level 5 super spiky centipede. The system also provided Su Bei with analysis and speculation. While Su Bei was thinking, on the other side, Su Xiaoju and she also started a discussion quietly. Xiaoxi, you think brother Su Bei must have been very powerful just now? Su Xiaoju asked she beside her with a crazy look on her face. She was stunned when he heard this, but when he recalled Su Bei's previous domineering King of Tyranny, an expression of admiration appeared on his face. Huh? I don't know. But it seems that Su Bei's combat power has definitely improved a lot. Look at Su Bei's figure and appearance. This improvement should be comprehensive, right? She also looked towards Su Bei with suspicion. Su Bei's senses were so sharp that the next second he turned his head to look in Xi's direction, and their eyes met. Seeing Su Bei looking back at her, the girl turned her head quickly. Why are you shy, Xiaoxi? Su Xiaoju saw that Xena looked like she was caught peeping, and spoke in a teasing tone. Although she usually appears cold on the surface, the girl is actually very gentle towards them in her heart. Xiaoju, stop talking. Su Xiaoju chuckled and stopped teasing she. The weather is very good today. The fiery red sun shines brightly on the earth, and the scorching temperature spreads in the air. It is now the beginning of July, the beginning of summer. Su Bei could feel the high temperature outside through the control screen of the black-tech battleship. Fortunately, thanks to the isolation of the high-tech battleship, Su Bei and the other two were not affected by the scorching heat wave. Brother Su Bei is so handsome in that form. Xiaoju, you nympho. Looking at Su Xiaoju's lewd expression, she complained with some disgust. Hey, what's a nympho? However, Su Xiaoju was not embarrassed or angry when she heard this. Instead, she asked seriously. After all, she didn't learn this word when she used Su Bei's mobile phone to study. Well, she briefly explained the meaning of nympho to Su Xiaoju. Su Xiaoju seemed to understand, but nodded in a silly way. Oh, humph, Xiaoju, you definitely haven't figured it out yet. Seeing Su Xiaoju's perfunctory look, she rolled his eyes. Su Bei, who was sitting in the main seat, naturally heard the conversation between the two clearly. Su Bei was speechless. However, in his state as the king of tyranny, his body is indeed strengthened in all aspects. Su Bei no longer analyzed the results of the battle with the super-pointed centipede. Anyway, the system has given him an 80 chance of winning, so he can just do it when the time comes. Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations. An upgrade was reported on the battleship's control screen. Su Bei looked over. It was a giant mutated dog of level 3++. Well, it's only a 3++ level. Who's going? Su Bei did not intend to take action himself. After all, hunting with his own strength was a complete waste of his talent. On the other hand, Su Xiaoju and she are both currently at level 3+, so they can practice their combat skills. I'll go. The two answered almost at the same time. Su Xiaoju and she were both unwilling to give in and wanted to get the level 3++ energy crystal. The corners of Su Bei's mouth twitched slightly. Now there is one more person who needs to be fed energy crystals, which is indeed a problem. Looking at the somewhat stalemate situation, Su Xiaoju suddenly spoke. Brother Su Bei, I have a suggestion. Su Xiaoju looked at she with her pretty face that confused everyone, and said with a fox smile at the corner of her mouth. Xiaoxi, why don't we play a game? Whoever wins goes. Another game? Su Bei couldn't complain in his heart, but he looked at Su Xiaoju with a hint of curiosity on his face, wanting to know what game it was. She did not refuse. How about this? We both, whoever admits defeat first loses. How about that? Su Xiaoju expressed her thoughts on the competition seriously. Su Bei agreed after hearing this. When she heard that, her delicate face changed drastically. Just by listening to the competition, Shi Guang wanted to retreat, while Su Xiaoju on the opposite side remained calm. How is it? Xiaoxibi, do you like it? Su Xiaoju looked at Shi with a smug look on her face, with the corners of her mouth raised to provoke her. Compare. After some thought, she finally decided to compete with Su Xiaoju. She can't show weakness in front of Su. Very good. Su Xiaoju was like a cunning little fox, and the smile on her lips became even brighter. Because when it comes to endurance, Su Xiaoju is definitely better than she in her normal state. If it were long Su Xiaoju might still pay more attention to the 3 points. Snort. Su Bei in front of the two of them also acted as a referee. Su Bei also strongly supports such a competition game that is beneficial to physical and mental health. Okay, let's get ready. Su Xiaoju reminded Shi, and then started to prepare. This. After hearing this, she looked at Su Xiaoju's actions and was a little confused. Prepare? Prepare for what? Su Xiaoju explained upon seeing this. Xiaoxi, this will speed up the game. That mutant creature outside could leave at any time. We need to decide the winner quickly and end the game quickly. Xiaoju is right. She responded softly. What Su Xiaoju said made sense. From the very beginning, Su Bei had already put himself in the role of an impartial referee. Since the two women chose him to be the referee, Su Bei must be fair and just. At this time, he looked even more serious, staring at Su Xiaoju and she seriously to prevent them from cheating in the competition. Su Bei said seriously, Are you all ready? In front of Su Bei, Su Xiaoju and she were already ready. At this time, the expressions on the two people's faces were different. Su Bei could guess who would win by looking at their expressions. Yeah, okay. Then I'll start. Su Bei no longer hesitated. Time is precious and wasting it is shameful. Su Bei seriously began his duties as a referee, and now the game has begun. Su Bei had no other thoughts and played the game strictly. Both of them worked very hard to win and kill the mutated monster outside. Both of them stared at each other with an expression unwilling to admit defeat. It seems like they are all using each other as motivation. Su Xiaoju glanced at Shi from the corner of her eyes and saw that he was still insisting. Su Xiaoju was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that Shi, who was usually cold, could be so tolerant. Brother Su Bei is making the competition more difficult. Chapter 101. Hunting the Two-Headed Wolf. Okay, the mutated monsters outside are still waiting to be hunted, so time will definitely have to speed up. Su Bei thought that the difficulty had been increased to advanced level. The two women admitted defeat almost at the same time, but she sounded a little faster. Well, I declare that Xiaoju is the winner this time. Shi Wenyan's face was obviously a little unconvinced, but she was indeed the one who gave in first. The game was over at this time, but Su Bei still maintained his refereeing duties. The little fox girl rolled her eyes at Su Bei. Watching the two women start to tidy up, Su Bei had some insights in his heart. In the previous match, Su Bei, the referee, experienced the difficulty of being a referee. Su Bei thought secretly in his heart, well, if there's a chance, we'll use this competition to decide the winner next time. Then I'll go, Brother Su Bei. Yeah, be careful. Su Bei asked the system to open the battleship and let Su Xiaoju get off to deal with the mutated creature. Although the opponent is one level higher than Su Xiaoju, Su Bei is not worried at all that Su Xiaoju will lose. Su Bai Hexi sat in the cab, looking at the huge control screen in front of him. The screen was showing Su Xiaoju's battle scene outside the battleship. No one knows what breed the prototype of the mutated big dog is. It has long golden hair all over its body, giving it a hairy appearance, and its body is as big as a small train. The mutated golden retriever seems to be searching for food. When Su Xiaoju approached the mutated golden retriever, the other party also discovered her. Su Xiaoju calmly raised her fair arms. She showed off her pair of cool golden eyes, which began to flash with golden electric currents. Wow! Streams of platinum-colored electric current began to flow out from above, occupying the space around Su Xiaoju. It looks like a high-voltage wire exploded. So cool. Su Xiaoju struck an attacking posture in a very cool manner, and then rushed towards the mutated golden retriever with a nimble figure. Woof woof. The mutated golden retriever was also attracted by Su Xiaoju and rushed over directly. Both were moving very fast and collided almost instantly. Su Xiaoju stretched out his fox claws and slashed fiercely on the body of the mutated golden retriever. At this time, Dianmeng also emitted a strong electric current stimulation. Su Xiaoju even directly used his special ability, Dark Thunder. Suddenly, an even more terrifying black electric current surged out, and together with the electric current generated by the electric light, it shocked the mutated golden dog. The two electric currents, one gold and one black, echoed each other like the sun and the moon reversed. Suddenly, terrifying electric energy appeared. The mutated golden retriever, which could barely hold on for a while, was instantly broken by this terrifying fusion current. Ouch! The mutated golden retriever stiffened as if it had been electrocuted, and then fell straight down. Its beautiful golden hair also turned into explosive hair under the double electric shock, like a hedgehog. It looks quite funny. The system prompts that the mutated golden retriever has died. Su Bei looked at Su Xiaoju's fighting scene and secretly evaluated her fighting ability in his heart. The little fox girl is not only powerful in competitions, but also has excellent combat capabilities in actual combat. An opponent who is one level higher than you can also be easily killed in seconds. Very strong indeed. Outside the battleship, Su Xiaoju collected the energy crystal of the mutated golden retriever and returned to the battleship. Su Xiaoju put the level 3++ energy crystal into his mouth and began to absorb it with pleasure. Looking at Su Xiaoju's appearance, Su Bei was a little amused. The expression on this little fox's face when he absorbs the energy crystal must be intentional. Su Bei ignored Su Xiaoju, who was absorbing energy crystals on the side. He let the system continue to move forward, searching for other advanced mutant creatures. After all, she next to him couldn't wait any longer and said he wanted that too. Soon the battleship detected new mutated creatures. Name mutated two-headed wolf. Level 3++. Special ability Fire B. Status Hunting. Life level Ordinary. Evaluation 2 heads, 2 ways of thinking. Su Bei was also slightly stunned after seeing this mutated two-headed wolf. The other party looked like an enlarged version of a wolf, about 3 meters in size. The most special thing is the 2 heads in front of its body. No one knows how they grew there, but they look extremely ferocious. Roar! This mutated two-headed wolf has now discovered the high-tech battleship. Both of its wolf heads roared like wild beasts. At this time, He was slowly walking towards Su Bei and the others. The mutated two-headed wolf also behaved very vigilantly, with both heads looking at the battleship cleverly. It has to be said that wolves are originally very smart and cunning creatures, and the mutated two-headed wolf is even more so. Xiaoshi, you go ahead, Su Bei said to Shi, who was sitting in the seat. She walked directly down from the high-tech battleship. When she went out, she had already taken out the Lung Mang and held it in her hand. The opponent is a level 3++ mutant creature and should not be underestimated. Su Bei and Su Xiaoju came to the battleship's control screen and looked at the scene in front of them quietly. Outside the battleship, she held a cold light in one hand, his posture upright, his cold and beautiful face slightly raised, giving people a feeling that he couldn't look directly at it. This is the aura that she carries with him, an aloof and powerful aura that keeps strangers away. Roar! But the mutated two-headed wolf is not a human being. It just wants to fill its stomach. The mutated two-headed wolf looked at the girl walking out of the battleship, and its eyes became excited. Humans are the most delicious food it has ever eaten. The mutated two-headed wolf did not waste any time after sensing that the energy aura from she was not as strong as its own. The mutated two-headed wolf exerted force on its limbs and rushed towards she like a black lightning. She was not careless either. Looking at the mutated two-headed wolf rushing towards her at high speed, she quickly shot out with a cold light in her hand. Puff! How could the mutated two-headed wolf's physical defense possibly withstand the cold light? The cold light pierced its waist directly, and it easily broke through its defense. Proud! The mutated two-headed wolf screamed, twisted its body, and jumped to the side. After landing, the mutated two-headed wolf looked in Shi's direction, and its eyes became vicious. On the ground, there was a large amount of foul-smelling black blood, which was just spilled by the mutated two-headed wolf. The waist injury made the mutated two-headed wolf even more violent. Roar, roar, roar. It began to growl towards Shi, but was afraid of the cold light in Shi's hand. After more than 10 seconds, the mutated two-headed wolf still did not move forward to attack. The mutated two-headed wolf's defense is not high, but its speed and reaction are very fast. If the mutated two-headed wolf ran away, even she could not guarantee that he could catch up with it. Got it. She suddenly had an idea and threw the cold light in his hand towards the warship not far away. Chapter 102. Su Bei Level 4. Shidia's move of throwing his weapon instantly attracted the attention of the mutated two-headed wolf. The mutated two-headed wolf only felt that this was giving itself an opportunity. Roar! It no longer hesitated, let out a low growl, and moved as fast as lightning. Looking at the mutated two-headed wolf rushing towards her again, a smile appeared on Xena's cold and beautiful face. This is a bone-chilling, chilling laugh. The next moment, Shishir entered the dragon she form, and instantly turned into a little dragon girl. Long Shi raised his cold gaze that was faintly glowing with blue light, and a thrilling arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. A pair of small dragon horns and a dragon tail grew on the girl's head and back, and even her palms turned into a pair of sharp dragon claws. The action of throwing the weapon just now was naturally Shi's little trick. All of this is under Long Shi's control. Roar! At this moment, the mutated two-headed wolf seemed to have noticed the changes in the girl in front of it. But it was already coming, and there was no way to avoid it. The mutated two-headed wolf suddenly became ruthless, with a ferocious look in its eyes, and its two front paws burst out with power, targeting Long Shi. The next moment, Long Shi raised a palm that had turned into a dragon claw and easily took on the ferocious attack of the mutated two-headed wolf. The mutated two-headed wolf's eyes were filled with shock, its mouth opened slightly in disbelief, and it let out a panicked roar. Snort! Seeing this, Long Shi snorted in a cold voice of disdain and attacked with another dragon claw. Puff! Before the mutated two-headed wolf could react, Long Shi's other dragon claw pierced through its body. A large amount of red blood gushed out, and Long Shi pulled out his dragon claws, and more blood gushed out. However, the mutated two-headed wolf is at least a level 3++ mutated creature, and it did not die immediately after its body was pierced. Roar! It also tried to break free from Long Shi's restraints. Long Shi looked at the mutated two-headed wolf that kept twisting its body on his dragon claws. Her pretty face was filled with indifference and arrogance for a second or two. The next moment, Long Shi used her dragon claws to exert force. Puff! Once again, Long Shi penetrated the body of the mutated two-headed wolf, and this time, he hit the vital point directly. Mutated two-headed wolf, pawn. Long Shi waved his hand casually and threw the body of the mutated two-headed wolf to the ground. He went over to take away the opponent's energy crystal, swallowed this level 3++ energy crystal in one gulp, and then Longshi returned to the battleship. Longshi has not yet released her dragon form, because in this form she can absorb energy crystals faster. Back in the battleship, Su Bei also marveled at Longshi's strength. Although the dragon she form is not as good as his King of Tyranny, but its combat power is also very terrifying. Basically, the lower the level, the more powerful it is. At night, Su Bei has basically hunted down all the advanced mutated creatures in the Happy Amusement Park. At this time, Su Bei was sitting on the black tech chair in the battleship, thinking about tomorrow's plans. Tomorrow, he will prepare to kill the level 5 super-pointed centipede. The energy points of the black technology battleship have now accumulated to 30,000 plus. Su Bei looked at the remaining energy and planned to make another strengthening potion. It is best to push your strength to the limit before fighting. Su Bei began to browse the black technology production column. He scanned the rows of functions and the black technology with incredible effects. According to the system's recommendation, Su Bei finally made a black technology potion with a relatively strong effect. But its price is also very expensive, consuming more than 16,000 energy points of Su Bei. Gulp. After drinking the 4th level black technology potion, Su Bei felt a surge of strength all over his body. An indescribable feeling came over me. After reaching level 4, Su Bei discovered that every small improvement thereafter brought about a huge increase in strength. After more than 10 minutes, the black technology potion was completely absorbed by Su Bei's body. He also felt stronger. Name Su Bei, host. Level 4. Special ability, Tyrannical King ST. Status, breakthrough, happiness, and a good sense of self. Life level high. Evaluation, the master has become stronger again. Feeling the change in his own strength, Su Bei felt that if he met the level 4 plus blue light earthworm again, he could kill it without entering the violent form. It feels so good to have power. Su Bei clenched his fist slightly, and at this moment he felt indescribably comfortable all over. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. He believed that one day he would stand at the pinnacle of blue star creatures. By then, he will look down upon all living things, disregard all rules, and stand tall above everything. After feeling self-satisfied for a while, Su Bei was brought back to reality by the little fox girl who came over. Su Xiaoju walked over with a suspicious look on his face, and the fox ears on his head kept shaking in confusion. She next to him also looked at Su Bei in confusion. Why do you look so excited, Su Bei? Could it be? Thinking of this, she and Su Xiaoju both had a sly smile on their faces. Ahem. Hearing the voices of the two women, Su Bei came back to his senses from enjoying the feeling of power. He remained calm and spoke softly. Is dinner ready? Yeah, Brother Su Beat's ready. This afternoon, Su Bei and his team hunted a mutated wild boar. Tonight they plan to have a feast of mutated wild boars. As for the producer, it is naturally the omnipotent black technology battleship. Su Xiaoju and she had already placed a table full of mutated wild boar feast on the dining table. There are braised mutated wild boar meat, barbecued wild boar meat, and stir-fried mutated wild boar meat. The ingredients are just a giant mutated wild boar and some side dishes, but the resulting delicious meal is quite substantial. Almost filled the table. Su Bei and the other two were so excited that they couldn't wait to eat. They haven't had a big meal for a long time, so they can enjoy one today. The three of them came to the dining table, and Su Xiaoju and she sat down next to Su Bei, one on each side. Even though there was a soft massage on both sides, Su Bei had no mood to enjoy it at the moment. He looked at the mutated wild boar feast on the table and couldn't help but start eating. A few dozen minutes later, the three of them ate a lot, and most of the mutated wild boar feast on the table was eaten. There was still some leftover food, so Su Bei asked the system to process it. The three of them were now lazily leaning on the high-tech chairs. Su Bei asked the system to open the black technology window above the battleship. This type of window is not directly connected to the outside world, but is a black technology functional window. It allows Su Bei and the other two to look up and enjoy the scenery of the night sky without being seen by the outside world, and it is even more impossible for strange creatures from outside to enter through here. And the black technology window can adjust the magnification of the picture like an astronomical telescope. The night sky can be magnified up to 100 times. Su Bei and the other two lay on their chairs, looking a little dreamy. Chapter 103, Su Bei vs. Super Tiptoe Centipede. In the early morning, the bright sunshine falls on the high-tech battleship. Su Bei and the other two have woken up. In the past few days, Su Bei has hunted down most of the high-level mutated creatures in the Happy Amusement Park. Today, They are about to hunt down that level 5 super spiked centipede. System activates the battleship. Target the super pointed centipede. Yes. In the cab, Su Xiaoju and Shiya's faces also became serious. After all, what they have to deal with today is the most powerful mutant creature in Happy Amusement Park, a level 5 super pointed centipede. Sube sat in the main control seat, looking at the picture on the control screen, and fell into deep thought. The military's attack on the super spiked centipede 2 days ago failed. I wonder if the monster was injured. Of course, Sube hoped that both sides would suffer losses, and it would be best if the centipede was seriously injured by the military. Master, according to the warship's detection, the energy aura of the super spiky centipede has become stronger again. What? Sube was still thinking about picking up a bargain, but the system's words poured a bucket of cold water on him. But don't worry, Master. With your level 4 strength and the ST level King of Tyranny, you're definitely not weaker than that monster. The system gave Sube confidence. No matter what, I must get the energy crystal of the super spiky centipede. A sense of belief emerged in Sube's eyes. His King of Tyranny was ST level. He had tried it before because it was so powerful. Once we've dealt with it, we'll go to Beihai Beach in Beihai City. Sube looked at the control screen. He must defeat the super-pointed centipede in this battle. Otherwise, the military will definitely attack again in a couple of days. The failure of the military's first encirclement and suppression will only make them pay more attention to this super-spined centipede and send in more firepower. 10 minutes later. It is still around 6 in the morning, but the summer sun is already high in the sky. The warm morning sun shines on the earth, adding a touch of warmth to this bleak end of the world. Near the roller coaster attraction of Happy Amusement Park, a cool-looking black chariot slowly approached. It is the Black Technology Battleship. The master has arrived, the system's voice reminded. Then the image of the roller coaster attraction in front appeared on the control screen. The scene now is completely different from what I saw before. The original roller coaster track and attraction decorations were all destroyed. The roller coaster attraction is littered with collapsed houses and buildings, and the roller coaster tracks and cars are completely scrapped. Sube watched and thought to himself, the military's firepower is truly formidable. They razed this scenic spot to the ground. And in this messy ruin, a huge black figure was swaying slightly. Sube knew without a second thought that this was the centipede with the super-pointed toes. Name Super Spiny Centipede. Level, 5+. Special ability, Hard Shell, B+. Status, eating, resting, recovering from minor injuries. Life level, Normal+. Evaluation, after devouring a large amount of life energy, the super spiky centipede has become even stronger. Sube saw the new analysis panel of the super-pointed centipede. I felt a little heavy in my heart. This guy actually upgraded? Among the group of military soldiers from the past 2 days, there were quite a few people with superpowers. In that battle, Colonel Long wanted to go all out because of his selfish motives. Most of the soldiers brought with them were killed, and their armed firepower was basically scrapped. In the end, only a few high-ranking officials escaped in a panic. The corpses of those ordinary soldiers and superpowered soldiers also became the spoils of the super spiky centipede and the nutrients for its growth. After this battle, the super spiky centipede was not only not seriously injured, but also became even more powerful. Sube looked at the control screen in front of him, with a smile on his face. A low and domineering voice sounded from his mouth. No matter what level you are now, I will definitely defeat you today. Then Sube briefly instructed the 2 women and walked off the warship. Brother Sube, be careful. In the ruins of the roller coaster attraction, the super-spined centipede, which was still enjoying its delicious food, seemed to have discovered something. It slowly raised its huge, ferocious head and looked forward. A handsome human with a strong aura slowly approached. Hiss. The super-pointed centipede stopped eating and also felt a strong energy fluctuation from the other party. The life energy contained in this human being alone is greater than that brought by the corpses around it. Super spiny centipede. Quack. Here comes more nutrients. Snort. Looking at the somewhat happy look of the super-pointed centipede, Sube sneered. As Sube walked, his short black hair began to turn red and grow longer, fluttering slightly behind him like a burning flame. Sube's figure also grew taller again, looking more domineering and strong, giving people a strong sense of oppression. In an instant, Sube entered the King of Tyranny, and his entire temperament suddenly rose at this moment. Like a demon king, the tyrannical king Sube looked at the centipede with super sharp toes. Hiss. Looking at the change in Sube, the excited expression of the centipede on tiptoe changed. Its eyes became somewhat alert, and it growled softly. Tat-tat. The super-spined centipede began to stand upright, and its spine snapped. Soon the height of the centipede reached more than 40 meters. The shadow descended, covering all of Su Bei's surroundings. The centipede with super-pointed toes looked down at Su Bei from a high position, as if showing its majesty as a strong man to Su Bei. Snort. I don't like being stared at like this. The tyrannical king, Su Bei, shouted softly. In an instant, his figure disappeared from the spot. The centipede's eyes changed rapidly, looking at a certain part of its shell. There, Su Bei's high-speed moving figure appeared. Su Bei was so fast that even the super-pointed centipede couldn't catch him completely. Hiss! He discovered that Su Bei was roaring angrily from the mouth of the super-spiky centipede attacking his head. Its body suddenly moved, twisting wildly like a loach. The ground and buildings around the roller coaster attraction were once again ravaged, and smoke and dust rose up in the air. And Su Bei's figure was also submerged in it. Inside the battleship, Su Xiaoju and she began to get nervous again. The system means that everything is under control and there is no need to worry. And if an accident happens, the system will automatically activate the high-tech battleship's armed, light energy cannon. Su Bei did not allow the warship to use the light energy cannon directly, mainly because he wanted to test how powerful his king of tyranny was. The smoke slowly dissipated from the ruins of the roller coaster. The next moment, a shrill howl was heard. It was the sound of the super-pointed centipede. At this time, Su Bei was using one hand to penetrate its head and the other hand to steady his body on its head. The head of the super-pointed centipede is very large, and Su Bei's attack cannot kill it. Although this attack was only a minor injury to the super spiky centipede, but the severe pain in its head made it even more violent and ferocious. Chapter 104. Powerfully killing the super spike centipede. As Su Bei threw another punch. Puff! There was another shocking bloody hole on the head of the super-pointed centipede. Roar! The super-spined centipede shook its head frantically, and its huge body began to shake violently. Su Bei did not stay on its head any longer. With a light jump, Su Bei's figure jumped to the ground. Bang! Bang! The area around the roller coaster attraction has been completely destroyed by crazy, super-spined centipedes. Any building would be completely destroyed by its dozens of meters-long body. Yo, are you still mad? Looking at the super-pointed centipede that seemed to be venting its anger, Su Bei chuckled. The next second, Su Bei set off. Like lightning, he arrived under the centipede. Su Bei looked at the densely packed legs and limbs that were constantly wriggling. Su Bei didn't care about this terrifying scene and just reached out. In the violent form, Su Bei easily grasped the part of the centipede's body that was on the ground. The next moment, Su Bei exerted force suddenly and directly dragged the body of the super-pointed centipede. Boom boom. Hiss! The centipede with the super-spined toes felt the pull from beneath it and was shocked. How could a mere human being, who is as weak as an ant in its eyes, possibly shake its body? But the next moment, facts proved that Su Bei in his violent form did have this strength. Su Bei slowly lifted the body of the super-tipped centipede from the ground, and the next second, he pulled the body of the super-tipped centipede and started to rotate at high speed. Hoo-hoo! The high-speed air resistance made a whistling sound, and the huge body of the centipede began to spin rapidly. It's like a child playing in circles. With Su Bei's position as the center, the super-pointed centipede was spinning at a high speed like a skipping rope. Su Bei's rotation lasted about 7 or 8 seconds, and he couldn't even remember the number of circles. Boom boom. The next moment, Su Bei loosened his hands, and the centipede on tiptoe flew in one direction at a high speed like a kite with a broken string. Its huge body destroyed everything in the scenic area. The damage was as horrific as a plane crash. The centipede with super-spined toes was also seriously injured. At this moment, it stood up from the ruins in a miserable state, and the sturdy shell on its body that could not be blown open by artillery shells was now broken. A lot of blood was oozing out of it, staining the black shell red. Hiss! Feeling the pain in its body, the centipede let out a sharp cry from its mouth. The look it gave Su Bei was also filled with fear and terror. This was the first time it discovered the horror of humans. Su Bei beat it into this state without the help of any weapons or external forces. For the first time, the centipede felt fear in its heart. Bang! It twisted its huge body of dozens of meters and tried to leave here. The super-pointed centipede thought it was impossible for him to defeat Su Bei. Wanna run? Su Bei on the other side was not in a hurry. In his opinion, the centipede with pointed toes was already his prey. Hey! A cruel smile appeared on Su Bei's evil face, like the flower in the hell in the abyss, which made people feel cold. On the other hand, Su Xiaoju and the other person in the battleship looked at the enlarged image of Su Bei on the screen, but both of them had an infatuated look on their faces. Sigma for all, Sigma. Brother Su Bei so handsome. Su Xiaoju and she have both been conquered by Su Bei's violent form. The two of them were drooling at the sight of Su Bei at this moment. Outside the battleship, Su Bei was restrained and walked towards the super-pointed centipede with a comfortable expression. Although it seemed to be walking very slowly, it actually arrived in front of the super-pointed centipede in the next second. Su Bei leaped high into the air and landed directly in front of the head of the super-pointed centipede. Seeing Su Bei suddenly jumping over, the centipede with super spiny toes turned pale with fright and twisted its body in panic. Drink! Su Bei roared and punched down with a faint red glow. The faint light on the fist is a manifestation of Su Bei mobilizing his own energy to possess it, which can increase the user's attack power. Boom boom. A heavy punch came down, and the centipede felt as if its head was hit by a train. The half-standing body was also knocked to the ground at this moment. A 1.5-meter dent appeared on the part of the head that had just been hit by Su Bei. The centipede with pointed toes on the ground became silent after more than 10 seconds. The system analysis came. Master Super-Pointed Centipede is dead. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Su Bei just said lightly. Then he landed in front of the body of the super-pointed centipede. Su Bei walked up slowly and looked at the huge monster corpse under his feet. The strongest power he just displayed as the King of Tyranny was also the final blow. The analysis data given by the system shows that Su Bei's last attack was comparable to the upper limit of a level 5++ creature. In other words, if Su Bei enters the King of Tyranny form, he will be invincible below level 6 creatures. Su Bei took out a shiny energy crystal from the body of the super-pointed centipede. Looking at the level 5+ energy crystal in his hand, Su Bei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and with his long, flowing fiery red hair, he looked so handsome and domineering. King of Tyranny is indeed an ST-level special ability. The corpse of the super-pointed centipede was of no use to Su Bei, so he turned and left. Returning to the high-tech battleship, King of Tyranny was automatically removed. Suddenly, Su Bei felt a wave of fatigue, and the invincible power he had just felt faded away. Su Bei smiled bitterly. His level is still too low now, and he cannot maintain the King of Tyranny for a long time. Brother Su Bei, are you okay? Su Xiaoju and she ran over and supported Su Bei. Su Bei leaned on the soft body of the little fox girl and waved his hand lightly. It's okay, it's just that I consumed too much energy. I just need to rest. The two women helped Su Bei sit in the driver's seat. Su Bei put the energy crystal of the super-pointed centipede he had just obtained into the battleship's energy conversion device. Energy points plus 69,845. Looking at the nearly 70,000 energy points increased, Su Bei felt extremely satisfied. Is this what it feels like to get rich suddenly? Adding the original energy points of the battleship, Su Bei now has a total of 84,000 plus energy points. Su Bei's eyes lit up. This meant that the energy points needed to advance to the next stage of black technology battleships could be accumulated soon. Master, to upgrade to the next level of black tech warship, you will need 10 energy crystals of at least level 4 and 100 tons of metal materials. The system's voice was also added at this time. Su Bei nodded slightly. He still remembered these conditions. 10 level 4 energy crystals were not too difficult for him now. As for the 100 tons of metal materials, it is even easier. Just a few trucks on the road will be enough. Chapter 105. Heading to the Qingbei seaside. After dealing with the strongest, mutated creature in Happy Amusement Park, Su Bei also planned to leave. In the past few days, most of the advanced mutant creatures in the Happy Amusement Park have been hunted down by them. Although other advanced mutant creatures will continue to be born or come here. But Su Bei already has a new destination. That is the sea next to Beihai City, King Beihai. The system had previously suggested that he go to the seaside, where there were abundant marine life, and there would definitely be many advanced mutant creatures. It is most suitable for Su Bei to hunt energy crystals and energy points. It just so happened that Su Xiaoju, she and the others also wanted to go to the beach. Su Bei's mind moved, and he made a decision immediately. The system sets the route to Qingbei Sea. Yes, Qingbei Sea is very large, a boundless sea with almost no visible edge. Blue, beauty is its synonym. It is located on the border between Beihai City and several surrounding cities, serving as the main trading link for several surrounding cities. It is also one of the important areas for economic development in Beihai City, and it is the origin of the name of Beihai City. Before the apocalypse, it was one of the most popular places for the people of Beihai City. It is said that there is a large beach and leisure area there, which is a place for enjoyment and entertainment for the wealthy people in Beihai City. I haven't been to northern Jiangsu yet, so this is a good opportunity to go and have a look. Master, the warship has mapped out its route and is expected to take a week. Shall we set off now? Inside the black tech battleship, Su Bei and the other two sat comfortably on the black tech chairs. Su Bei opened the black technology production bar and made 3 cups of summer energy drinks from it. Su Bei handed 2 of the cups to Su Xiaoju and Shi. The 3 of them enjoyed the battleship's built-in air conditioning and drank energy drinks leisurely. After finishing the hunt at Happy Amusement Park, Su Bei and the other 2 can now relax for a while. After dealing with the super spiky centipede, the black tech battleship began to move towards the Qingbei coastline. Estimated time is 1 week. Inside the high-tech battleship that was moving, Su Bei was lost in thought. The energy points of the black technology battleship are now 84,000 plus. There are still 16,000 plus energy points needed to advance. Su Bei was considering whether to hurry to the Qingbei beach or to take some time to accumulate energy points while moving forward. 16,000 energy points are not a lot. At present, Su Bei only needs to hunt a few level 4 ordinary creatures. Well, we still need 10 level 4 energy crystals. By this calculation, it will take about 15 level 4 mutant creatures to advance to the 5th level black tech battleship. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, and his brain started working rapidly. Is it possible that advanced mutant creatures will appear around this system? Master, advanced mutant creatures often appear in places with dense populations or in hostile environments. The battleship is currently traveling on a city street. The probability of encountering advanced mutant creatures is very low. Got it. Pay attention to the battleship's detection function. Yes. Su Bei decided to complete the battleship upgrade on the way to the Qingbei coast. After all, the Qingbei Sea coast is a high-risk area, and there is a high probability of the appearance of advanced or even super-advanced mutant creatures. Once a black tech battleship is upgraded to the 5th stage, it will have a certain flying capability. At that time, even if you encounter danger somewhere, you can escape well. Sitting in the cab and looking at the control screen in front. The buildings in Beihai's urban blocks quickly disappear from the picture. Now it has been more than a month since the end of the world. Many places have long lost their vitality and looked dead silent. The streets were no longer bright and beautiful, and only low-level mutants and mutant insects that were roaring wildly and only knew how to eat were left. Master, the military broadcast has been updated. Would you like to listen? Another update on the broadcast? Hearing the system prompt, Su Bei suddenly became interested. These days, the military basically updates its broadcast content every 4 or 5 days. But the content of every broadcast is just bullshit, with no substantial progress or news. Open. This is easy. Dear citizens of Beihai, I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Beihai Military Region. We have important news today. Beihai City is currently facing an unstoppable crisis. We tried before, but ended up suffering heavy losses. Therefore, after final discussion within our North Sea military region, we will take the following actions. Next, our military will gather all the survivors in the city as quickly as possible. We will mobilize all armed aircraft and military vehicles for search and rescue, and the search and rescue is expected to take 1 month. Afterwards, our military will lead them to other relatively safe cities for refuge. Please take shelter during this period. Our search and rescue efforts are currently 30 complete. This is easy. Su Bei asked the system to turn off the military broadcast. An irresistible crisis? Su Bei was more concerned about the crisis that the commander mentioned. It can make the military power of a medium-sized city unable to contend with it. Su Bei speculated that it should be a mutated creature of extremely high level. Forget it. These things are too far away from me. I'd better upgrade the high-tech battleship to the 5th level first. Su Bei no longer thought about what had just been broadcast. This broadcast also contained no useful information from the ground. The military search and rescue progress has only been completed 30, and it will take about a month to complete the search and rescue. Su Bei sneered in his heart. This efficiency is a bit low. But he doesn't need the military's rescue. Only the weak need to be saved. Time passed quickly, and it soon became dark. The night is blurry, making it difficult to see the specific objects in the sky. Su Bei asked the system to park the warship next to a block. Once the high-tech battleship, which is the size of an ordinary car, turns on the virtualization mode, it will basically not be attacked by blind mutated monsters. Su Bei and the other two were lying on the big bed of the high-tech battleship to rest. Su Xiaoju and she both broke through to level 3++ today. Lying on the soft big bed, Su Bei began to think about his next plan. During the day today, the battleship harvested another 2,000 plus energy points. However, no level 4 mutant creatures were encountered. This gave Su Bei a headache. Upgrading to the 5th level black technology battleship required 10 level 4 energy crystals. Why does brother Su Bei look so troubled? Su Xiaoju, who was lying on the bed, saw Su Bei frowning slightly, so she moved and came to Su Bei's side. Su Bei was no longer irritable and began to relax. Su Bei squinted his eyes comfortably. Chapter 106, Cowardly Violent Ape. She, who was standing by, saw Su Xiaoju's actions, and she also took action. She came to Su Bei's legs, lifted Su Bei's legs, and began to knead them. Suddenly, Su Bei felt his body relax, and the massage from both women was very comfortable. This also relaxed his body, which had been fighting tensely for a long time. It feels so good to have two beautiful girls massaging my shoulders and legs. Su Bei, sitting on the high-tech bed, is now a customer of paradise. The next morning, Su Bei felt refreshed. Su Bei came to the battleship's cockpit and looked at the control screen in front. Now they have left the Beihai 6th Road area and are heading towards the coastline of King Beihai. After the apocalypse broke out, Su Bei had no idea what the beach had become. Brother Su Bei, do we need to prepare a swimsuit before going to the beach? At this time, Su Xiaoju also came over from behind and grabbed Su Bei's arm. Xia rubbed his eyes and walked out. Su Bei felt comfortable last night, but they were exhausted. Forehead. Hearing Su Xiaoju's words, Su Bei was a little amused. But who told him to promise the two girls last night that he would prepare swimsuits for them before going to Qingbei Beach? The system detects if there are any swimsuit stores or clothing stores nearby. System. Su Bei sat in the driver's seat. The most important task at the moment is to find and hunt level 4 mutant creatures. First, collect the 10 level 4 energy crystals required to upgrade the battleship. Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations. After sailing for more than an hour, the battleship finally discovered a level 4 mutant creature. Name Raging Ape. Level 4+. Special ability, Rage B. Status, Hunting. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a grumpy little brother. Su Bei looked at a huge chimpanzee on the screen that was at least 5 meters tall. Its muscles are bulging all over, and it moves in a standing position on its 2 legs. When it saw the high-tech battleship, it paused noticeably. Roar. The violent ape roared towards the location of the black-tech battleship and beat his chest with his 2 strong arms. The collision between muscles made a dull bang sound. Su Bei was speechless. Currently, the black technology battleship is the size of an ordinary car and also has a virtual mode. Basically, it won't attract the attention of any monsters. But this violent ape discovered a high-tech battleship. As expected of a primate, even its intelligence has increased after the mutation. Su Bei was certain that this violent ape had a high intelligence level. Currently, Su Xiaoju and she are both level 3++, and it is somewhat dangerous for them to fight against the level 4+ violent ape. Su Bei slowly stood up and said, "Let me handle it." Brother Su Bei, be careful. Su Bei asked the system to open the battleship door, and he walked down slowly. Holding the phantom attack scimitar in his hand, Su Bei slowly walked towards the violent ape. Bang! The violent ape stood on the roof of a somewhat collapsed house. When it saw Su Bei coming down from the warship, its eyes became ferocious. It was obvious that this was another mutated creature that liked human delicacies. Bump! The violent ape jumped down from the roof, and the ground caved in under the weight of its overweight body, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. Roar! The violent ape could also feel that Su Bei was not an ordinary human being, and there were energy fluctuations on his body. Su Bei looked at the violent ape that was looking at him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Su Bei showed a confident smile, stretched out the phantom scimitar in his hand, and then stuck it into the ground. Su Bei stopped and looked at the violent ape calmly. This action made the violent ape extremely furious. After its violent ape mutation, it started at level 2, and was ahead of most of the mutated creatures from the beginning. He is an invincible little bully in the surrounding neighborhoods. Now the human in front of it actually showed such an attitude towards it, simply ignoring it. Roar! Violent ape, wow. Su Bei frowned slightly as he listened to the noisy and loud voice of the violent ape. These large monsters all have one thing in common. That is, he likes to yell every time he fights. It's so noisy. A hint of displeasure appeared on Su Bei's face. He instantly clenched the phantom attack scimitar in his hand and his body suddenly jumped. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Bei approached the violent ape. Seeing the other party's somewhat surprised expression, Su Bei swept out with a knife. Puff! Bang, bang, bang. The violent ape was unable to dodge and retreated 4 or 5 steps. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At this time, a large amount of blood was dripping from the lower abdomen of the violent ape. There was a hideous wound. It reached out to touch its wound in disbelief, looking at the black blood on its palm. The violent ape could no longer contain the rage in his heart and was filled with anger. Roar, roar, roar. The violent ape roared the loudest, and even Su Xiaoju and the other girl in the battleship covered their ears because of the sound. This big guy is really good at yelling, isn't he? Su Xiaoju listened to the deafening sound and complained in a low voice. However, she, who was standing aside, had a puzzled expression on his face. If we're competing in howling, Xiaoju, you're the best at it, right? When Su Xiaoju heard Shi's question, she was stunned at first, then she reacted and her delicate little face began to turn red. Xiaoxi, you've learned bad things. Outside the warship, Su Bei, who was closest to the violent ape, was also upset by the deafening sound. Good boy, you're really wasting your talent by not participating in the voice of China. Su Bei complained and started moving again. Swoosh. In another moment, Su Bei came to the left rear side of the violent ape. Su Bei aimed at its butt and chopped it down with the phantom attack scimitar in his hand without hesitation. Puff. This time, the violent ape let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and the previous ferocity was no longer in his voice. The violent ape quickly turned around and walked backwards, looking at Su Bei with a hint of horror in his eyes. Su Bei looked at the violent ape with eyes that looked like a kicked puppy. I thought to myself, how dare this violent ape be so cowardly? Then Su Bei raised his mouth and entered combat mode. No matter if he is timid or not, he is determined to get this level 4+ energy crystal. Bang! Su Bei approached the violent ape at a rapid speed, and the latter deliberately dodged and wanted to escape. But Su Bei's speed was too fast, and he was caught up by Su Bei in less than a few seconds. What followed was a crushing battle in northern Jiangsu. 10 minutes later, Su Bei looked at the violent ape that was no longer moving under his feet and couldn't help but complain. So weak. Su Bei finally understood. Guys like Violent Ape are the kind of guys who talk tough but are weak in a fight. Although it looked as tall as a 2-story building, it was not as ferocious as the violent demon Su Bei had encountered before. Chapter 107. Ancient Martial Arts Extraordinary. Su Bei stepped forward, cut open the violent ape's body with his phantom scimitar, and took out a light black energy crystal from it. Level 4+ energy crystal. Su Bei's lips curled up slightly, and he put the level 4+ energy crystal into the small space bracelet. Looking at the small space bracelet on his hand, Su Bei felt that he should change to one with a larger space. Back on the battleship, Su Bei opened the black technology production column and searched from it. Name, Advanced Space Bracelet. Level 3. Effect, the interior has 100 cubic meters of space black technology. Looking at the Advanced Space Bracelet in front of him, Su Bei did not hesitate and directly consumed 4,500 energy points to make 3 pieces. Seeing the 2 girls coming forward curiously, Su Bei handed them the 2 advanced space bracelets he had made. Su Xiaoju still wore the necklace version, and as for she, Su Bei changed her to a pendant version. The workmanship of the 2 high-end space bracelets is very exquisite. Su Xiaoju and she were very happy after receiving it, and pecked Su Bei on both sides. Su Bei felt the attacks from the woodpeckers on both sides and smiled bitterly helplessly. System, keep moving forward. System, stopping and walking along the way. Su Bei also killed many advanced mutated creatures. Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations. Suddenly, the warship issued a prompt sound again, and the system's voice also sounded in Su Bei's mind. Master, a level 3+ mutant creature and 2 humans have been spotted ahead. Su Bei was a little surprised when he heard the system prompt. It's not that level 3+ mutant creature, but survivor. Soon the black tech battleship arrived not far from the level 3+ mutated monster. Su Bei also saw the current situation clearly. There were indeed 2 humans, and they were fighting a level 3+ mutant monster. Name mutated unicorn. Level 3+. Special ability, Unicorn C. Status, hunting, fighting. Life level, ordinary. Comment, be careful of its horns. This is a level 3+ mutated insectoid creature. Su Bei continued to look at the other 2 humans. Name extraordinary human. Level 3. Special abilities, none. Skills, explosive fist, master level fighting skills. Status: fighting, high tension. Life level: normal plus. Evaluation: it has no awakened special abilities, but it has a strong physique and can absorb energy crystals to strengthen itself. Name: extraordinary human. Level: 3. Special abilities: none. Skills: Tyrant Fist, master level fighting skills. Status: fighting, high tension. Life level: normal plus. Evaluation: the same extraordinary person. Subei lost his composure after seeing their analysis. This was the first time he encountered a human who had no awakened special abilities but could fight against mutated monsters. And there was an extra skill in the opponent's analysis? What's the difference between system skills and special abilities? The master's special ability is unique to living creatures, and the probability of awakening is very low. Skills are the combat techniques that creatures develop through learning and study. Simply put, special abilities can be acquired directly without learning, while skills are acquired through learning. After a systematic explanation, Subei finally understood the current situation of the two humans. According to the system's analysis, they are not superpowered people, but are defined as extraordinary people. The so-called extraordinary people are superpowered people who have not awakened any special abilities. Although the former does not have special abilities, its body can continue to become stronger by absorbing energy. Subei looked at the screen with great interest. The two extraordinary beings are currently at level 3 strength, which is considered very powerful among humans. But they were facing a level 3 plus mutant monster. Under normal circumstances, these two people would definitely be killed by the mutated unicorn beetle in the end. Outside the battleship, the two extraordinary people also looked solemn and nervous. I'm so unlucky today. I ran into a level 3 plus giant horn beetle when I came out. Iga said, "Stop complaining, Blue Wolf. Let's get rid of this big guy first." Before the end of the world, both of them were disciples of ancient martial arts who lived in seclusion in the mountains. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the mountains and forests were full of crises. Agu and Qinglang also managed to escape from the forest by chance. "Take my Balong fist." Suddenly, Qinglang roared angrily and swung his fists fiercely. He unleashed a powerful force. Roar! The mutated unicorn beetle in front of him was not willing to be outdone and raised its two huge forelimbs to resist. Bang! The two collided instantly, and the mutated unicorn worm was actually knocked back half a step. Fuck, this giant bug shell is so hard. However, Qinglang, who had the advantage with one punch, did not show any happy expression. He knew how powerful his Tyrannosaurus fist was. If it was a monster of the same level, this punch would at least cause some damage. "Blue Wolf, be careful." Suddenly, Agu on the side shouted a reminder, and the next second Agu jumped over. The two men fell to the ground, and the next second the mutated unicorn beetle's huge horn rushed towards the place where the Blue Wolf was just now. The cement floor there was instantly shattered into pieces by the giant horns of the mutated unicorn beetle, and gravel flew everywhere. After realizing what was happening, both of them looked frightened. The mutated unicorn beetle can withstand many of their attacks, while they would be dead if hit just once. Fortunately, both of them possess master-level fighting skills, and they can basically dodge the attacks of the mutated unicorn beetles. No, if we continue here our energy will be exhausted. We will surely die then. So, are you going to use that move? Well, now we can only defeat this giant bug if we use our strongest fusion technique. Aga's face was solemn. The fusion technique he mentioned was the strongest move of the two brothers. It is also the strongest move they have practiced for more than 10 years in the mountains. Good. Faced with Agu's suggestion, Qinglang did not hesitate. Both of them have learned a powerful martial art, and when they perform a fusion of martial arts together, the power is amplified exponentially. At this time, the mutated unicorn beetle next to them also turned around and looked at the two of them with eyes full of anger. Roar! Bring it on! Agu and Qinglang stood side by side, both with serious expressions on their faces. Suddenly, an invisible aura appeared, and the two men began to perform their moves on the left and right. Balong! Burst! The two men leaned forward slightly, their bodies as steady as Mount Tai, punched out with both fists, and shouted loudly. The mutated unicorn worm rushed towards them frantically. The next moment, Balong explosive fist. Chapter 108, One Eye. Agu and Qingling both shouted out the fusion skill at the same time. The next second, a visible air wave started from their fists and rushed towards the mutated unicorn worm. The loud sound and the surging air waves stunned the mutated unicorn beetle. Boom! Bang! The huge and ferocious horn of the mutated unicorn beetle broke instantly at this moment. The two men pounded their fists on its shell. An invisible shock wave spread out, blowing away all the surrounding rubble and objects. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the shell of the mutated unicorn beetle. Soon more cracks began to spread across the body of the mutated unicorn worm. Roar! Break it for me! Agu and Qing Lang continued to exert their strength, and the concrete ground beneath their feet was suddenly dented by the two of them. Suddenly, an even more violent force was transmitted to the shell of the mutated unicorn beetle. Roar! The mutated unicorn beetle was also desperately resisting at this time, with a ferocious look on its face. Crack, crack, crack. Bump. Finally, at a critical point, the mutated unicorn beetle's body made a shattering sound under the heavy weight. Hiss. Puff. The two men's fists penetrated the mutated unicorn beetle's shell, and the attack destroyed the flesh inside. The mutated unicorn worm let out a wail, and then its body slowly fell down. A large amount of black blood flowed from its body. Agu and Qing Lang also seemed to have lost their strength, and they half knelt on the ground weakly. But when he looked at the mutated unicorn beetle that had already died in front of him, a smile appeared on his face. Great! This guy is finally dead. Hoo-hoo. Both of them were breathing heavily and sitting on the ground in an ungraceful manner to recover their strength. This battle was also very difficult for them. In the high-tech battleship, Su Bei watched the battle end with a hint of surprise in his heart. He didn't expect that these two extraordinary people could actually use skills that were as powerful as their special abilities. And he even surpassed one level to kill the mutated unicorn beetle. Two very strong people. A clear and pleasant voice was heard, and she, who was standing next to Su Bei, spoke. However, her icy expression did not change because of the extraordinary performance of the two people. Su Xiaoju said with a proud look on her face. Humph, these two little trash. I can beat them with one hand without brother Su Bei having to do anything. As Su Xiaoju spoke, he proudly waved his little fox paws, and the two fox ears on his head trembled. Su Bei smiled bitterly upon hearing this. These two people are indeed very strong, but they cannot compare with Su Bei and others. Su Bei explained to Su Xiaoju. Xiaoxi should be saying that the two of them are very strong among humans. Oh, so that's how it is. The little fox girl looked suddenly enlightened. Outside, Agu and Qing Lang quickly left after collecting the energy crystals from the mutated unicorn beetle. Su Bei did not chase after him or kill anyone to steal the treasure. After all, it's just a level 3 plus energy crystal. If it were a level 4 one, he might have some ideas. Su Bei no longer has much regard for the level 3 energy crystal. It's more important to find the level 4 mutant creatures. The system keeps moving forward. After seeing Agu and Qing Lang, Su Bei felt more and more that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the great country of China. In addition to the superpowered people with special abilities, there are now also extraordinary people with extremely strong bodies. The corners of Su Bei's mouth gradually curled up. This apocalypse is becoming increasingly complex. Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations. The battleship's prompt sound came. Su Bei's bored eyes finally opened. The warship had been moving forward for several hours. Name 1I. Level, for plus. Special ability, mind control, A. Status, hunting, searching. Life level, normal plus. Evaluation, completely mutated humans who can control other creatures. Seeing that it was a level 4 plus mutated monster, Su Bei became excited. This is a special mutant, about 3 meters tall, with a human-like appearance, and moves while standing. It looks just like its name, with only one eye on its head, an eye that takes up most of its head. It looks a little weird and hideous, with blood-red eyes constantly searching. Seems to be looking for something. Su Bei could clearly see the dense bloodshot veins around its eyeballs through the control screen. Su Bei got out of the car and planned to kill the one-eyed man. Come on, brother Su Bei. Uh-huh. As he got off the warship, the one-eyed man in the distance turned his head instantly. The huge eyes looked towards Su Bei's position and met Su Bei's gaze. Su Bei felt a little creepy when being looked at, and the atmosphere was inexplicably weird. Fuck. Su Bei couldn't help but curse. He planned to end the battle quickly. Zheng. Su Bei took out the phantom attack scimitar from the advanced space bracelet. The transparent blade made a buzzing sound, as if it was craving for blood. A smile slowly appeared on Su Bei's lips. Gah. The one-eyed creature on the opposite side seemed to have also sensed Su Bei's strength, and it made strange noises from its mouth. The next second, a strange-looking creature rushed out from a nearby building. Name organization monster. Level 4. Special ability, growth, B. Status, being controlled, unconscious. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, one-eyed manipulator of subordinates. Bei was a little surprised to see the new monster appearing. The other party was also a level 4 mutant creature, which made Bei even more surprised. This is buy one get one free. The corners of Bei's mouth curved even wider, and he no longer hesitated the next moment. Bei's body was as fast as lightning, and he rushed to the front of the organizational monster almost instantly. Roar! The strange organization looked like many mutated creatures spliced together, even more hideous and frightening than the one-eye man. However, Bei was not affected. He swung the phantom scimitar in his hand up and down. Puff! There was a sound of flesh being pierced, accompanied by a scream from the organization monster. The one-eyed man's huge blood-red eyes stared blankly at the scene in front of him. His most powerful subordinate was so easily dealt with by the human in front of him. Roar! The organizational monster has not died immediately, and the level 4 life form is still very tenacious. Bei looked at it with disdain, then stabbed it again. Puff! The organization is dead. Quack! The one-eyed beast was completely panicked. It was quite intelligent, and when it saw Bei display such powerful strength, it wanted to escape. Wanna run? Seeing the one-eyed man in front of him turn around and run away to a corner, Bei felt disdainful in his heart. There were at least 80 people running away from him like this, if not 100. The next moment, Bei set out to chase after him. Although One-Eye's level is one level higher than Bei's, their combat power is not at the same level at all. Puff! Bei jumped up and chopped down with a burst of power, almost cutting the one-eyed man's entire body into pieces. Plop! Plop! Looking at the two halves of the one-eyed man's body falling down, Bei's face remained calm. It seemed that there had been too many battles, and now Bei felt no emotion at all when facing such a brutal scene. Bei stepped forward, took out the one-eyed monster's energy crystal, and went back to take out the organization monster's energy crystal. Level 4 plus energy crystal plus 1. Level 4 energy crystal plus 1. Chapter 109, Clothing Store. Returning to the high-tech battleship, Bei sat back in the driving seat. I have collected 3 level 4 energy crystals so far, but I still need to keep working hard. The system keeps moving forward. As the black tech battleship left, a figure slowly walked out next to the corpses of the one-eyed man and the organizational monster. Under the warm sunlight, it can be seen that the owner of this shadow is obviously not human. Sitting in the black technology battleship, Bei opened the black technology production bar. Bei made a strengthening potion with ease. This is also the highest level potion that his current physical strength can withstand. Bei drank it in one gulp. Feeling the activity and excitement coming from his body cells, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Even if there is no breakthrough, this kind of tangible improvement is still very refreshing. After a few minutes, the effect of the black technology potion ended, and Bei leaned back in his chair and exhaled. The master's warship detected a clothing store. Suddenly, the system's voice came into my mind. Hearing the system's prompt, Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought he had found a level 4 mutant creature. Well, it just satisfies them both. Thinking this in his mind, Bei turned his head and looked at the position of Su Xiaoju and the other girl. Xiaoju, Xiaoxi found a clothing store up ahead. Really? Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to oh. Seeing both girls look happy, Bei felt a sense of accomplishment. Bei guessed that in this apocalypse, he was the only one who had enough time to find swimsuits for the two women. Well, let's go see if there are any swimsuits. After all, the system is talking about a clothing store, not a professional swimwear store. Yeah. Okay. Bei stood up, and Su Xiaoju, and she got out of the car beside Bei. Come outside. The high-tech warship is now parked in a relatively prosperous area. Bei saw the clothing store in front of him at a glance, and there were many other shops around. Bei thought that there were not many supplies left in the storage room of the black tech battleship. It's a good opportunity to stock up on some supplies this time. Thinking this in his mind, Bei asked the two girls to enter the clothing store to search for the clothes they wanted. Bei walked towards the surrounding shops. Bei walked into a small supermarket. It was a mess inside, with bloodstains and corpses. It was obvious that the survivors hiding inside were being hunted. The items were scattered all over the place. Most of them were damaged. Moreover, this place seemed to have been looted by other survivors, and there was basically not much to eat. Bei rummaged around inside for a while, but left without finding anything useful. In fact, he is not short of these supplies. Bei walked out of the small supermarket boredly with his hands behind his head. He was just waiting for Su Xiaoju and the others to search for clothes and strolling around. Fuck. Big brother. Look, there's someone over there. In the corner of a shop, not far away, several survivors were crouching in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out. The sound just now was made by one of them. Chill. Will you die if you keep your voice down? Another one drank in a low voice. Then the three of them looked at Su Bei, who was strolling leisurely on the street outside. Fuck. As soon as he finished shouting, the big brother quickly covered his mouth. The three of them were shocked when they saw Su Bei walking around casually, as if he was in the end of the world. Nah, isn't he afraid of those monsters? Su Bei, who was walking on the street, also turned his head slightly. He had already discovered 3 people hiding not far away. But Su Bei didn't care, they were just a few survivors. Roar! Suddenly, a mutant rushed out from behind a nearby building. An ugly face, a ferocious expression, and that terrifying madness. The 3 people hiding in the corner of the store were all worried for Su Bei when they saw this scene, and their hearts were hanging in their throats. It's over, that person will definitely be eaten by the monster. The 3 of them couldn't bear to watch Su Bei being eaten by the monster, so they turned their heads and stopped watching. But after waiting for a while, they did not hear Su Bei's screams as they expected. The 3 of them were a little stunned, and one of them looked up curiously. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't seen it, but when he saw the scene in front of him, his jaw almost dropped. You look. The remaining 2 people also raised their heads when they heard this. Outside, Su Bei continued to move forward. The mutated monster that had just attacked had fallen to the ground, with a bleeding hole on its chest. The 3 of them were stunned. This could be some peerless master, right? No, he must be a master who lives in seclusion in the mountains. Stop talking nonsense. Should we go out and hug each other? One of them asked. The 3 of them fell into deep thought for a moment. Everyone wants to curry favor with others, but the question is whether others will take them in. What's more, if the other party has a bad temper and gets angry, the 3 of them will be finished. Hey, that person seems to be gone. In just a few seconds of thinking, Su Bei had already left here. The 3 of them were filled with regret after seeing this. 3 people. There was once an opportunity in front of us, but we hesitated. On the other side, Su Bei had returned to the clothing store where Su Xiaoju and the others were searching for clothes. Looking at the brand called Extreme Luxury Clothing, Su Bei stepped in lightly. This clothing store is very big and spacious inside, but it looked like there was a lot of blood and corpses, and even a few skeletons of monsters. It was obvious that there had been a lot of hunting here. Su Bei didn't care. The original few monsters in the clothing store had been killed by Su Xiaoju and the other girl. Su Bei asked the Warship to guard the door to prevent other wandering monsters from coming in. Brother Su Bei. Seeing Su Bei walking in, Su Xiaoju shouted with a somewhat happy tone. Su Bei walked over. Where's Xiaoxi? Su Bei only saw Su Xiaoju, and there was no sign of she around. Look, Xiaoxi is trying on clothes inside. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoju pointed with her slender little hand to a place, which was the changing room. Suddenly, Su Xiaoju, who was standing next to him, let out a naughty laugh. Then Su Xiaoju quickly came to the door of the changing room and gently turned the doorknob. The fox ears on the little fox girl's head were still shaking happily at this time. Su Bei was also a little stunned when he saw this scene. But there are only 2 of them here, so it's normal for she to try on clothes without locking the door. Dang. Xiaoxi, are you okay? Su Xiaoju's movements were smooth, and the whole process took place in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Su Bei saw a paradise-like scenery in the blink of an eye. Xiao Bei silently gave Su Xiaoju a thumbs up. Aya. The door was suddenly opened. She inside was a little embarrassed and angry, and even screamed when she saw Su Bei. Chapter 110. Return. Su Bei's discovery. She stood beside Su Bei with her head down and a blush on her face, while Su Xiaoju was watching with a smile on her face. Su Bei was a little embarrassed. I haven't even changed it yet, but you opened it for me. Su Bei could only say, well done. How's your search going? Su Bei got straight to the point and asked the 2 women about the information they had collected. Brother Su Bei doesn't seem to have any swimsuits here, but we found other good stuff. Su Xiaoju said this with some disappointment at first, and then became excited. When Su Bei heard that there were no swimsuits, he said it was normal. Ordinary clothing stores don't sell this. Only specialty stores or special stores have it. Well, as for swimsuits, we can go to Qingbei Beach. They're definitely selling them there since it's close to the sea. As Su Bei was talking, he suddenly became curious. What good stuff did you find? Looking at Su Bei's puzzled eyes, Su Xiaoju smiled mysteriously. She trotted over and picked up a bunch of bags. Su Xiaoju waved the bag in her hand towards Su Bei. Dang. Seeing that Su Xiaoju couldn't even lift the things with both hands, Su Bei's mouth twitched. It turns out that girls are all shopaholics. This is really an instinctive action. The clothes inside also made Su Bei uneasy. Su Xiaoju and she rummaged through the clothes they were looking for. One after another. All kinds of really nice clothes. Ahem, a very nice one. The more Su Xiaoju took, the happier she became, while the more she took, the more embarrassed and ashamed she felt. These are not normal clothes, hey. Su Bei was also amazed and exclaimed, wow. How could such a clothing store have clothes that are so amazing? Ahem. Okay, now that we've found the clothes, let's go back. Su Bei coughed softly. He remained calm and composed in front of these clothes. But in my heart, I have already thought about who will wear this and who will look better in it. Oh, what about the swimsuit? We can go to a store near King Beihai to look for swimsuits. They will definitely have them there. Oh. The three of them left the clothing store. When I stepped out of the store, the fiery red sunlight seemed like the most enthusiastic host. It shone its warmest sunshine on the three of them, dispelling all darkness. Fortunately, they are no longer ordinary people. Otherwise, they would suddenly walk out of the darkness and be exposed to the dazzling sunlight. The eyes will definitely go into temporary visual deafness. What a bright sun. Xiaoju hates the sun. Su Xiaoju next to him shook his fox ears in annoyance, grumbling in dissatisfaction. She on the side didn't care about these. Su Bei said helplessly, it's July, the middle of summer, and it's not even the hottest yet. It will be fine after summer is over. Su Bei gently stroked Su Xiaoju's head to comfort her. He also felt that this summer was a bit too hot. Is this because the system is affected by the dark energy? What Su Bei was asking about was naturally the current terrifying high temperature. In this situation, Su Bei could probably cook a raw egg by dropping it on the ground. That's right, Master. The seasons on Blue Planet have been affected to a certain extent by dark energy. The system speculates that this impact may be further intensified in the future. But rest assured, Master, this system's warships are warm in winter and cool in summer, making it spring-like all year round. We can create any desired environment and temperature, even in extreme cold or scorching heat. Forget about the rest. Su Bei is a normal person after all, so how could he like the latter types of environments? Okay, let's go back. Su Bei said to the two women beside him. Go back early and escape from this sea of heat. Maybe the temperature will be better at the seaside. Su Bei thought to himself. Back on the Black Tech battleship, Su Xiaoju and she began to put the clothes they had just found into the Black Tech wardrobe. This time, they not only took clothes for themselves, but also took a lot for Su Bei. Su Bei didn't care much and just glanced at it casually. Well, they are all very handsome and fashionable clothes from big brands. Su Bei directly took off the clothes he was wearing and threw them out of the battleship. After a while, Su Bei changed into a very handsome outfit. He wore a clean white short-sleeve shirt, a pair of three-quarter slim-fit loose trousers, and branded double-label sneakers. Looking at these clothes, Su Bei suddenly asked the system. System, is there any way to improve the defense, toughness, shaping, etc. of these clothes? Su Bei thought of the previous battle with the blue light earthworms. At that time, he exerted all his strength and could not control his power, so his clothes and shoes were directly ruined. It would be so embarrassing if there were other people around and they saw us. Omega. Master, the Black Technology Transformation Room can satisfy your ideas. Then how do we create a Black Technology Transformation Room? The Black Technology Transformation Room requires this battleship to be upgraded to the 5th stage. Forehead. The 5th stage. After hearing the system's reply, Su Bei no longer thought about this issue. Anyway, all we have to do is wait for him to upgrade his battleship. Su Bei sat down in the driver's seat and looked at the screen in front of the control screen. Then let the system start detecting advanced mutant creatures. Try to find 10 level 4 mutant creatures so I can complete the upgrade of my battleship sooner. It's the Master. When the system heard Su Bei say that he wanted to complete the upgrade of the Black Tech battleship as soon as possible, the voice of the system's response became somewhat cheerful. Su Bei, it seems that this system still has emotions. Ever since the Black Tech battleship advanced to the 4th level, Su Bei discovered the changes in the system. It has transformed from a mechanical intelligence with basically no emotions to an intelligence with some emotional fluctuations and autonomous consciousness. System, as I upgrade my high-tech battleship, won't you directly possess yourself in the future? The system did not respond. Su Bei, good guy, no wonder this system always urges him to upgrade to high-tech battleships. Su Bei was also shocked. But it seems that these are still far away from them at the moment. Let's upgrade the battleship to level 5 first. Su Bei let go of the subject. System, how far are we from the Qingbei Sea? Master has already advanced 1/5 of the distance, and the forecast is that it will take about 6 days. Su Bei opened the Black Technology production bar and began to make today's summer energy drink. Su Bei said that having a cup every summer is the real enjoyment. Brother Su Bei, I want one too. And mine. Seeing the two women attracted by the energy drink in his hand, Su Bei smiled. Chapter 111, Mysterious Black Shadow. Sitting in the chair in the cab, Su Bei looked lazily at the control screen in front of him. We have been driving for more than an hour and have not encountered a single level 4 mutated creature. Su Bei looked melancholy. Omega. How long will it take to collect 10 level 4 energy crystals? Didi detected high-level energy fluctuations. Su Bei listened to the warning sound from the warship and raised his head from the pillow. Here I come. Su Bei's eyes were burning, like a hungry cheetah. Name Crazy Predator. Level, for ++. Special ability, Frenzy, A. Status, Hunting. Life level, Normal plus. Evaluation, a completely mutated human being with high intelligence. Yoho. Looking at the monster analysis given by the system, Su Bei chuckled softly. It's actually a level 4++ mutant monster. And looking at the system's analysis, this mutated monster should be a bit tricky. Brother Su Bei, do you want our help? Su Xiaoju and she next to them also came over. They can also see the monster images on the control screen. No need. This is a level 4++ mutant monster. Your level is too low. Su Xiaoju and she seemed a little depressed when they heard Su Bei's words. That's right. There is a big level gap between them, and if they go there, they will only drag down Su Bei. Okay then. Su Bei stroked the two men's heads, as if to comfort them. Then Su Bei got off the black technology battleship. During the process, Su Bei also thought about the strength of the two women. Recently, I need to collect level 4 energy crystals and battleship energy points. The two women basically didn't absorb any energy crystals. This also caused their levels to remain stuck at level 3++ and unable to break through. Looks like I need to hunt down a few level 3++ energy crystals to help them break through to level 4 first. That way, if you encounter some level 4 monsters, you can help me hunt them. Thinking this in his mind, Su Bei calmly walked out of the warship. Su Bei also saw the appearance of the crazy killer clearly. He had a distorted humanoid face, was nearly 3 meters tall, and his limbs seemed somewhat uncoordinated. Moreover, system analysis shows that this guy has a high level of intelligence. Su Bei asked the system in his mind. How high is the system's higher intelligence? Master, your intelligence is probably equivalent to that of a 5-year-old human. Yeah. Hearing the system's answer, Su Bei raised the corner of his mouth slightly with a hint of disdain. What's the child's IQ? Su Bei said. Is this considered a higher level of wisdom? Master, in fact, your human intelligence is normal and advanced. Hearing this, Su Bei became a little uneasy. Are our human IQs so high? Hehe, it's not so bad. In this vast universe, my intelligence can only be considered as being just above the level of lower creatures. Well, Su Bei felt that the system was beginning to belittle him. All right. Su Bei no longer cared about the human's IQ. He looked at the crazy killer. Roar. The crazy killer also discovered Su Bei, and it let out a hoarse growl like a wild beast. The next moment, this crazy predator rushed over. Su Bei remained calm. Even though the opponent was 2 levels higher than him, Su Bei was still full of confidence. Zheng. Su Bei took out his phantom scimitar from the advanced space bracelet and held it in one hand. Bump. The next moment, the crazy killer attacked, and Su Bei swept across with all his strength. Puff. There was a sound of flesh being pierced through, and a few drops of blood dripped from the blade of the phantom scimitar. Roar. The crazy killer covered his arm with one hand, and blood was still oozing from it. Roar. The crazy predator seemed even more angry. Snort. Looking at the crazy killer who seemed somewhat unconvinced, Su Bei snorted in disdain. The next second, Su Bei shot towards the crazy killer. Roar. Seeing this, the crazy killer rushed forward without retreating. Puff. During this collision, Su Bei directly cut off one of the arms of the crazy killer. Roar. After the crazy killer reacted, he felt an extremely sharp pain in his nerves and half knelt on the ground for a moment. How boring. Su Bei saw the crazy killer who had already knelt down and muttered to himself. The other party seemed to be able to feel Su Bei's ridicule. The next moment, the crazy killer's aura burst out, and a faint dark light emanated from its body. Master, please note that the opponent has entered the frenzy state. The system prompt sound came in Su Bei's mind at this time. I have to say, the system is very considerate. Su Bei sighed in his heart, then looked directly at the crazy killer who had entered the frenzy state. Name Crazy Predator. Level, for ++. Special ability, Frenzy, A. Status, Frenzy. Life level, Normal plus. Evaluation, entering a frenzy state. All physical attributes are comprehensively improved, and temporarily falling into an irrational state will attack all creatures encountered. Looking at the frantic killer, Su Bei began to take it a little more seriously. Roar! The berserk killer took a step forward and almost disappeared the next moment. Su Bei was a little stunned. Then he swept the phantom scimitar in his hand suddenly behind him. Bump! The phantom scimitar collided with the sharp claws of the berserker, making a clanging sound. The berserk killer was repelled by Su Bei, but it rushed up again the next second. Oh! After more than 10 minutes, Su Bei was a little out of breath. He held the phantom scimitar in one hand and stepped on the corpse of the crazy killer. At this time, the monster had already exited its frenzied state, and a bloody hole had been pierced through its body by Su Bei. Su Bei wiped the non-existent sweat from his head and muttered, "This guy is really hard to deal with after he goes berserk." Su Bei took out the energy crystal of the crazy killer and returned towards the black technology battleship. Soon the high-tech warship slowly disappeared from the area, and not long after the black technology battleship left, a dark shadow came to the body of the crazy killer. The shadow's eyes were a little dull, but he saw the corpse of the level 4++ monster in front of him. His somewhat empty eyes became bright. The black shadow suddenly pounced on the corpse in front of him and opened his bloody mouth, which was covered with sharp teeth. Eat, eat, eat. In the black tech battleship, Su Bei sat on a black tech chair, enjoying the service of Su Xiaoju and Shi. He felt exhausted after the battle just now. Therefore, Xiaohunyang and Shi took the initiative to ask to come and give Su Bei a massage. Su Bei naturally did not refuse. Su Bei began to analyze his current combat power in his mind. Without using King of Tyranny, he can probably deal with mutant creatures below level 5. In the form of King of Tyranny, Su Bei is invincible below level 6. Chapter 112. Level 6 Mutated Creature. Su Bei enters the King of Tyranny again. 5 days passed in a flash. Over the past 5 days, Su Bei has been hunting mutated monsters. With the help of Su Bei, Su Xiaoju, and Shi's levels also successfully broke through to level 4. This morning, Su Bei finally collected 10 level 4 energy crystals. Because the levels of these 10 energy crystals vary, there are even 2 level 4++ ones. At first, Su Bei felt that he was at a loss by using it to upgrade his battleship. But the system said that the higher the quality of the energy crystal, the better the effect of the advanced battleship. Therefore, Su Bei also let go of the feeling of being at a disadvantage in his heart. Su Bei has accumulated more than 120,000 energy points, and has also prepared the metal materials needed for advancement. The system starts upgrading the battleship. Su Bei and the other two got off the high-tech battleship. The system said that this advancement would take a longer time. During this period, you cannot be attacked by other monsters. Therefore, Su Bei and the other two must guard the black tech battleship during the period of its advancement. Master, this battleship will begin its upgrade in 10 seconds. Please ensure the surrounding environment is safe. Well, feel free to advance the system, and leave the rest to me. Su Bei looked indifferent. With his level 4 strength, he had not encountered any monsters he could fight. Soon, in a burst of white light, the black tech battleship began to advance. Su Bei saw that the metal car materials around him used for advancement were also wrapped in light. The 10 level 4 energy crystals prepared by Su Bei were all integrated into it. Su Bei and the other two began to disperse in 3 directions of the black tech battleship to guard it. Su Xiaoju and Shi's levels have both broken through to level 4, so Su Bei doesn't have to worry. Soon, some low-level mutated monsters were attracted by the noise of the advanced black tech battleship. Roar! Roar! Seeing this, Su Bei smiled indifferently and appeared in front of them as if teleporting. Bang, bang, bang. 1 punch each. In less than 10 seconds, all the mutants who came after hearing the noise fell down. Half an hour passed, but the battleship's advancement was not yet complete. Su Bei watched with some boredom. And just at this moment, a big guy is coming. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps made the surrounding ground tremble as if there was an earthquake. Su Bei and the other two all felt this powerful sense of oppression. Name Violent Beast. Level, for ++. Special ability, Violent Power, A. Status, Hunting, Contempt. Life level, Normal plus. Evaluation, a completely mutated human. Looking at the visitor's analysis, Su Bei also smiled. Finally, I can stretch my muscles. Su Bei asked Su Xiaoju and the other girl to step back and continue to protect the safety of the black tech battleship. He took a step forward, intending to hunt down the violent beast. This is a reptilian mutant monster with a body shaped like a tiger, but as tall as a 2-story building. The two are completely not in the same league. The violent beast can kill dozens of tigers just based on its size. Su Bei was not careless either. He took out the phantom attack scimitar and held it in his hand, just as he was about to step forward and attack. Unexpected mutation. Puff, roar. A loud roar was heard, mixed with the slight fear of the violent beast. Sube looked a little stunned, because on the opposite side, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the body of violent beast. The black shadow had a human-like appearance, and its height of more than 2 meters seemed weak in front of the violent beast. But it was such a guy who was actually suppressing the violent beast and biting its neck. Roar. The violent beast roared in anger and fear, trying to break free from the attack of the black shadow creature on its body. But he found that the other party was like a Mount Tai, pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all. Roar. Violent beast was completely desperate and looked towards Sube with panic and helplessness. After more than 10 seconds, the system prompted that the violent beast was completely dead. However, Sube did not care about the information about the death of violent beast. He just stared at the dark shadow creature with a serious look, and the systematic analysis had already been in Sube's mind. Name, Disaster. Level, 6. Special ability, Power of Disaster S. Status, Hunting. Life level high. Evaluation. This is a completely mutated creature that has gone beyond the scope of ordinary life forms. It is very powerful, so please be careful. After seeing the analysis given by the system, Sube started cursing in his heart. How come a level 6 mutant creature suddenly appeared? Now Sube can't escape either, because behind him is the advanced black technology battleship. Once Sube and his men escape, the advancement of the black tech warship will be interrupted. Then the consequences will be unknown, and it is something Sube does not want to see. There's no other way. I can only fight. Looking at the disaster survivor who had turned to look at him, Sube's mouth curled up into a crazy arc. Level 4 versus level 6. It can be said that there is no chance of winning. However, Sube is not an ordinary level 4. King of Tyranny. The next moment, Sube entered the form of the King of Tyranny, and his whole body began to change. Soon, a very handsome man with a height of 1.9 meters and long flowing fiery red hair appeared. Sube held the phantom attack scimitar in one hand, exuding domineering aura, and his whole aura had completely changed. A faint confidence appeared on his face. The turbid eyes of the Disaster One also became a little serious. He slowly stood up and got off the body of the violent beast. The two men stood facing each other, and two terrifying energy fluctuations began to collide. All the surrounding buildings and small objects were blown away and damaged by the invisible impact. Brother Sube. The two women could naturally feel the terror of the disaster, and their voices were filled with worry. Just keep guarding the battleship and advance. Leave this guy to me. Sube responded to the two women in a domineering and confident voice. Su Xiaoju and she naturally wouldn't be pretentious. They knew that they couldn't help Sube at all now. Once again, only Sube and the disaster were left on the battlefield. This was the second time Sube used the King of Tyranny seriously. The fiery red hair behind her fluttered in the wind, just like a burning flame, gorgeous and magnificent. Next moment, Sube's figure disappeared instantly, and a violent explosion was heard on the spot. That was a sound so fast that it broke through the air. The ground was shattered into pieces by Sube's powerful force, and the houses behind him were also overturned by the invisible impact wave. Sube burst out with all his strength for the first time. The disaster on the opposite side was not to be outdone and rushed out at the same speed. Bang! The figures of the two people are almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. The system has said before that the later the level of a creature is, the harder it is to upgrade. And every major breakthrough brings enormous and unparalleled power. Although Sube is currently only level 4, with the powerful ST-level King of Tyranny, he can barely compete with the level 6 disaster. Chapter 113. The complete form of the King of Tyranny. Bump. After a punch collided with the disaster, Sube retreated several meters and stomped his feet on the ground to release the force. Both temporarily stopped their attacks. The two sides once again found themselves staring at each other. Su Xiaoju and she on the side both looked uneasy, but they couldn't go over to help. Sube looked at the disaster in front of him, his eyes full of dominance. This was the first time he fought with such full strength. The buildings in the surrounding blocks had already been reduced to ashes in the battle between the two. All that was left was a pile of rubble that looked like it had been demolished, and it looked rather desolate. There were some faint knife marks on the disaster's body, which were caused by Sube's phantom scimitar. But it did not break the opponent's flesh and blood, which was not because Sube was not strong enough. But the current strength of the phantom scimitar is not enough to break through the body of a level 6 creature. Woo-woo! A sound came out of the mouth of the disaster, as if expressing something. It was obvious that this disaster was very intelligent, but it was a pity that Su Bei could not understand his voice. Seeing Su Bei's indifferent expression, the disaster stopped whining and his eyes became fierce. Su Bei looked solemn. Even though he has now entered the form of the king of tyranny, it is still difficult for him to deal with the disaster. Su Bei also had many scars on his body at this time, and his clothes were already in tatters. These are all caused by the sharp claws of the disaster. Woo woo. In less than 10 breaths, the two entered into battle again. Drink. Su Bei roared and chopped down with all his might with the phantom attack scimitar in his hand. Bang! The disaster raised his arms directly, forming a defense to block Su Bei's attack. There was a sound of metal colliding between the two. After Su Bei's body stayed in the air for a few seconds, he found that the phantom scimitar could not break through the defense of the disaster. Su Bei jumped backwards and fell to the ground. And the next second, before Su Bei could make any other move, the figure of the disasterer was approaching, and a huge black fist attacked Su Bei's head. Su Bei was startled and subconsciously bent his body backwards. Boom! The invisible fist force was thrown out, making a roar in the air. Su Bei quickly stood up and turned sideways to create distance between the two. That was a close call. Su Bei's face was solemn. That punch almost hit him. Woo woo! The disaster also made an impatient sound. The human in front of him was too troublesome. This is the toughest opponent the disaster has ever encountered. Oh! The disaster's entire body glowed with a black light, and countless faintly glowing energy particles attached to his body. This is also the first time he uses his special ability. Su Bei was shocked. The power of disaster. The disaster used his special ability. Power of disaster. Su Bei's expression became even uglier. The disaster is already this powerful without using any special abilities. If he uses an S-level special ability. But Su Bei has no other choice now. Today he must capture this disaster. Bring it on. Su Bei stood straight, and his 1.9-meter-tall figure gave him a sense of grandeur. Su Xiaoju and she behind him looked at him with fascination and admiration. Wow, brother Su Bei looks so handsome like this. Su Bei suddenly felt as if he had some kind of resonance. The fiery red hair behind him began to glow slightly. It's just like a burning flame with light effects added, dazzling and brilliant. Su Bei's eyes also began to flash scarlet, as if there was real fire burning inside. Su Bei's figure grew taller again, and the clothes on his body were completely bursting. But the next moment, countless red energy particles emerged and began to attach to Su Bei's body. The red light enveloped Su Bei, and Su Bei felt as if he was bathing in the light of heaven. An extremely powerful force began to fill his whole body. The next moment the light dissipated, and Su Bei was wearing a new and gorgeous outfit. Magic suit, fiery brutality. A systematic analysis appeared in Su Bei's mind. Su Bei was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on. Magic costume? Su Bei looked at the clothes that suddenly appeared on his body. Although it was called clothes, it was actually more like a suit. The magic outfit is mainly in fiery red, and the lower body is a pair of dark red fluffy trousers rolled up to the ankles. A wide red rope was tied around her waist, and the excess part fluttered in the wind. His upper body was wearing a red and white open-chested robe, and his perfect abdominal and chest muscles were all exposed to the air. But this did not feel awkward or uncomfortable. Instead, it made Su Bei look more manly. At this moment, Su Bei looks like a tall, muscular man. He doesn't have exaggerated muscles, but he has perfect muscle lines. There was a strange fiery red pattern printed on Su Bei's chest, and a faint energy was constantly flickering on it. Gives people a mysterious and powerful feeling. Several red and white bandages were wrapped around Su Bei's strong arms, with the ends extending backwards. The most obvious is the fiery red and golden wheel behind him. At this moment, it was floating a few centimeters behind Su Bei, at a height of about 2 meters. The roulette wheel consists of 3 circles, all hollowed out in the middle, and each circle has a mysterious and powerful mark. The entire roulette wheel also emitted a red to golden light, like the most sacred thing. It has no flaws, just like the most perfect work of art. Su Bei only felt that there was a close but elusive connection between himself and it. Magic equipment, wheel of destruction. At this moment, Su Bei was like a god, shining brightly. Su Bei felt the sacred and unparalleled power in his body, as if he was really invincible. Master, you have completely entered the King of Tyranny form. In this form, the owner will possess the King of Tyranny's magic outfit, fiery tyranny, and the magic tool, wheel of tyranny of destruction, and all the skills of the King of Tyranny. The life level is sublimated to Demon King level in a short period of time. Predicted maximum duration, 30 seconds. Please make good use of your time, Master. Bei came back to his senses when he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Bei looked at the disaster in front of him with his indifferent red eyes. In the eyes of the disaster seeker, Bei was staring at him with a tyrannical look that looked down on everything. It seems to be saying XX. The power of disaster on the body of the disaster victim also dissipated slightly. At this moment, the sense of oppression displayed by Bei was too strong. The disaster let out a howl and turned around and fled in a panic. Bei's handsome face remained calm. He slowly raised one arm, and the fiery red lines on his arm slowly flowed, and a faint light began to flicker. Burst. Bei uttered a word lightly. In an instant, a ball of hot golden red light emerged from Bei's palm. Half a second later, boom, a loud noise came from a distance. One of the disaster's arms was blown in front of Bei. Su Xiaoju and the other person behind him were completely dumbfounded. It was not until the loud explosion that they came to their senses. Brother Bei, you're so handsome. Su Xiaoju's tone was a little intermittent, and then she exclaimed, her eyes full of little stars. Chapter 114, The True Battleship Form. Soon Bei released the complete form of King of Tyranny. The gorgeous and domineering magic suit on his body also dispersed into red energy particles and disappeared into the air. Su Xiaoju and she behind him were dumbfounded. Even Bei was dumbfounded at this time. What on earth happened to the system just now? Feeling the gap in strength between the two, Bei had many questions in his mind. The system just said that he has entered the complete form of King of Tyranny. Could it be that the King of Tyranny I entered before was incomplete? Master, please don't be anxious. I'll explain it slowly after this battleship completes its upgrade. Bei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he listened to the system's increasingly mischievous tone. All right. Now Bei can only wait for the black tech battleship to complete the upgrade. Bei stepped forward and looked for the energy crystal of the disaster. Soon, a level 6 light black energy crystal was obtained. Cool. Bei could feel the pure and huge energy fluctuations within the energy crystal just by touching it in his hand. This is a level 6 energy crystal. An hour later, the system prompted that the high-tech battleship was about to complete the upgrade. Bei and the other two became a little excited. A 5th-tier high-tech battleship. I hope it won't disappoint me. Of course I won't let the master down. A few minutes later, as the advancement light dissipated, a new form of black technology battleship appeared in the original place. Name Black Technology Battleship. Level, 5th level. Function, high-tech production, space folding, flight, energy shield, quantum tractor beam. Armament, super heavy machine gun, laser cannon, quantum railgun. Equipment, captain's room, high-tech transformation room, high-tech medical room, leisure area, living area. Evaluation. The primary form of the battleship has the ability to travel on land, sea and air. Today's high-tech battleships are enough to survive in this doomsday. At this time, the black technology warship was quietly hovering in the air about 5 or 6 meters above the ground. That's right, it's suspension. Bei and the other two were all shocked. Today's black tech warships can be considered real warships. The system said that the previous 4 forms were all basic land forms of black tech battleships, and at best they were just high-end tanks. Looking at the high-tech warship in front of him that was more than 30 meters long and more than 10 meters wide, Bei swallowed subconsciously. The cool appearance of the battleship is just like that in a science fiction movie. It brings a great visual impact. At this time, Su Xiaoju and Shi's reactions were not much better. Brother Bei, you've grown bigger. Su Xiaoju's expression changed from shock to excitement, and the fox ears on her head kept shaking. Bei roughly browsed through the basic information of the black technology battleship. Let's go up first. How do we get on the system? Bei looked at the black tech battleship. It was now 5 or 6 meters from the ground, and there was no entrance outside the battleship. Master, wait a moment. Let this system come. A pleasant sound came from the system. Bei and the other two looked at a loss and stood there waiting quietly. Soon, the black tech battleship's body, which was suspended in the air, moved and slowly flew towards the location of Bei and the other two. Under the shocked gazes of the 3 people, a circular opening slowly opened at the lower front end of the black tech battleship. A beam of blue light shot towards Bei and the other two. In this somewhat sci-fi blue particle beam, the figures of Bei and the other two slowly floated up. Bei felt that as long as he struggled a little, he could escape the pull of the blue beam. Master, don't move around in there. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Bei Goose. A few seconds later, the 3 successfully boarded the black tech battleship. The mechanical entrance under the battleship also slowly closed. Su Bei and the other two began to look around. Everything about today's high-tech warships is new. Brand new exterior with new built-ins throughout. Master, you are now in the leisure area of the battleship. The system began to explain to Su Bei the changes inside the 5th-level black technology battleship. Su Bei and the other two all looked very interested. After more than an hour of systematic explanation, Su Bei and the other two also had a general understanding of the internal situation of the 5th-order black technology battleship. In general, the space, functions, black technology, sensory perception, and enjoyment have all been greatly improved. Su Bei was also very excited. Which man doesn't have a dream of becoming a captain? Su Bei let the two girls play by themselves, and he went to the captain's room of the high-tech battleship. The current captain's room is completely different from the 4th-level cockpit. The silver alloy door in front of Su Bei slowly stretched and folded to both sides. This is full of science fiction feeling, all of which are advanced black technology experiences. Su Bei walked into the captain's room. The space here is large and simple, with only an extra-large control screen and the captain's position. The surroundings are all in a bright white and silver tone, and the walls are all made of unknown metal with sharp edges and corners, giving people a sense of advanced beauty. And the captain's room also has quantum traction technology. The captain of the 5th-order black tech battleship is suspended in midair. Su Bei moved forward and came to the bottom of the captain's position. A blue traction particle lit up around him. Soon Su Bei's body floated about 2 meters above the ground. Su Bei gently sat down in the captain's seat, and the control screen in front of him showed a 180-degree semicircle in his sight. The screen is filled with various analytical data, as well as the largest picture of the outside world. There are also some 3-dimensional stereo projections next to it. All of a sudden, it's full of high-end feeling. Su Bei was also very satisfied. This is the high-tech battleship in his mind. Su Bei asked the system to retrieve the appearance data of the 5th-level black technology battleship. A 3-dimensional entity of a high-tech warship more than 1 meter high appeared in front of Su Bei, with rows of data analysis next to it. Su Bei glanced over. Maximum length of warship, 38 m. Maximum width of the battleship, 16 m. Maximum height of warship, 6 m. Battleship. Su Bei looked at the rows of warship data and couldn't help but be shocked. The 5th-tier black tech battleship appears to be rectangular in shape, with the hull extending outward on both sides. The pitch-black hull is made of special materials, and its ferocious and cool appearance has completely surpassed the manufacturing technology of Blue Star aircraft, especially the firepower of battleships. Su Bei took a rough look and found that there were 3 main weapons: super heavy machine gun, laser cannon, and quantum railgun. Among them, the laser cannon is the main gun of the black technology battleship. It has the greatest power and of course consumes a lot of energy. There are nearly 10 other small firepower types. It can be said that the firepower coverage is very comprehensive. Plus, the upgraded energy shield of the black technology battleship and the super hard hull of the battleship itself. Su Bei is confident that even if he faces the entire Beihai City military now, he will not feel intimidated. Chapter 115, The Shadow Reappears. Over a block somewhere in Beihai City, a huge and cool warship is floating quietly. On the high-tech battleship, Su Bei and the other two were sitting in the captain's room at this time. Su Bei looked at the new black technology functions added to the black technology battleship and said, "The system has enabled the high-tech battleship to enter optical stealth mode." Su Bei is not clear about the specific principle of the so-called optical stealth mode. However, according to the system introduction, this is a kind of black technology that can make the warship transparent as long as there is light. It can also store light. Even if there is no light in the later stages, the black tech battleship can still maintain the optical stealth mode. This is a bug. It can be said to be a hidden magic skill. Yes. A somewhat elongated crisp sound was heard from the system. After hearing this, Su Bei narrowed his dark eyes slightly. It seems that the black tech battleship has been advanced to the 5th stage, and the system has been greatly improved. However, Su Bei doesn't care about the changes in the system now. Now the black tech warship has entered optical stealth mode and can no longer be discovered by the outside world. Su Bei began to get to the point. System, what exactly happened when I was fighting the disaster? What Su Bei was asking about was naturally his ST-level ability, King of Tyranny. The Master's ST-level special ability is also known as Complete Ability, and it is the essence of special abilities. This is the ultimate ability that a normal creature can possess. And every perfect ability will have a perfect form. The King of Tyranny that Master used previously was actually its normal form. And today, While the master was fighting the calamity, he unexpectedly entered the full form of the Tyrannical King. This form is the true form of the Tyrannical King. Listening to the system talking for a long time, Sube looked thoughtful. He found that the more powerful he became, the more complex the things he discovered became. According to the system, there is an even more powerful level above the full capabilities of the ST level. But this is still too far away for him now. By the way, system, how many energy points does the Black Tech Battleship currently have remaining? Sube suddenly remembered something and asked the system. Master, this battleship has been upgraded beyond its original low-level form. Therefore, the battleship's energy points have also been sublimated and are now the energy points of a high-tech battleship. Sube, whatever the point, how much is left now? Master, the battleship now has 200 energy points remaining. Sube, good guy. This directly shrinks his size by 100 times? Master, don't panic. Energy points are different from energy points. They are the embodiment of higher-level energy. Although it's only 200 points, the essence of its energy hasn't changed. After listening to the system's explanation, Sube could understand it. Well, it doesn't matter if it becomes an energy point. Then please help me convert this level 6 energy crystal into an energy point for the battleship. As Sube spoke, he took out the disaster's energy crystal from the advanced space bracelet. Finally, this level 6 energy crystal converted 1,500 energy points for Sube. So few energy points. Sube looked at the energy points which had only increased a little and couldn't help but mutter. By the way, system, you said last time that a high-tech battleship will have a high-tech transformation room when it advances to the 5th stage. Can you alter my clothes now? Sube suddenly remembered this incident. He had previously fought against the disaster, and then his clothes exploded after his transformation. When the battle was over, he was basically naked. The two women took advantage of me. So he is now in urgent need of a piece of clothing that won't get damaged. Master, you can. Sube and the other two came to the battleship's high-tech transformation room. The area here is not big, and it is about the same size as a high-tech medical room. A rather sci-fi machine is placed in the center. It has a cylindrical shape, with some special devices around it, and a transformation platform at the front. Master, this is a black technology transformer. Just put the item you want to transform into it, then select the high-tech function you want to transform, and the effect will be achieved. Listening to the system's voice, Sube put his own clothes into it under her guidance. Then, under the guidance of the system, I chose to improve the clothing's defense, toughness, and damage resistance. After some operations, finally, the system gave the manufacturing consumption 10 energy points. Sube felt that the cost was a bit expensive. Currently, the remaining energy points of the Black Technology Battleship are only about 1,700. But in the end, Sube still chose to manufacture. After all, if his clothes explode during a battle, it will seriously affect his performance. Afterwards, Sube made a set of high-tech clothes for Su Xiaoju and Shi. After all, the two women need this kind of clothes more than he does. Okay, the next step is to wait for the transformation of the Black Technology Transformer to be completed. Sube and the other two came to the leisure area. The space here is the largest location inside the Black Technology Battleship. The surroundings are fully decorated with various black technologies. In the center is a circular, super large, super luxurious black technology sofa, with a black technology coffee table in the middle. Sube was not worried that these things would flip over or move while the Black Tech warship was flying. Because the internal space of the Black Tech battleship possesses a kind of space stability, Black Tech technology. This kind of black technology is to ensure that the space inside the warship will not be affected when the Black Technology warship performs large-scale flying movements. Simply put, it means that the warship is performing difficult actions such as flipping, rapid acceleration and deceleration, and instantaneous change of direction. The space inside the battleship will not be affected at all. It's simply black technology. Su Xiaoju and the other two lay comfortably on the Black Tech sofa, enjoying the massage service. Sube has already started the system to start the warship moving forward. The high-tech warships with flying capabilities can now move faster. The system predicted that they would reach the coast of Qingbei in a dozen hours at most. And not long after the Black Technology battleship flew away. At the corpse of the disaster victim, a large number of mutated monsters that were originally fighting over the corpse stopped fighting, because they felt a trace of terrifying energy pressure. The next moment, the mutated monsters that were still surrounding the body of the disaster seeker fled in all directions. When it comes to becoming stronger and taking life, they are still rational. Food, eat. A dark shadow slowly walked out from a nearby street corner. He didn't pay attention to the low-level mutated monsters fleeing around him. In his eyes, those guys were no different from trash. The Black Shadow had long black hair draped in front of him, making it impossible to see his face clearly. He stared straight at the body of the Scourge in front of him. He could feel that this was a very high-level mutant creature. Even if the Calamity's body no longer has any energy crystals, it still contains a large amount of energy. Eating its corpse will bring great benefits and improvements to any mutated creature. The Black Shadow no longer hesitated and pounced forward. He opened his bloody mouth, which stretched from ear to ear in horror and was covered with fangs. Puff, puff. Chapter 116. The dangerous current situation of Beihai City. Inside the high-tech battleship, Sube leaned comfortably in the captain's seat. At present, the Black Technology warship is traveling towards the Qingbei Sea coast at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. In fact, the battleship can fly faster, but the system does not recommend high-speed travel in the air, because this may attract some unnecessary trouble. For example, being noticed by flying mutant creatures or being detected by the military's super radar, etc. The optimal flying altitude of the 5th-tier BlackTech battleship is around 200 meters. The system said that if the battleship's altitude exceeds 200 meters, the energy points required will rise sharply. Currently, the normal flight altitude of BlackTech warships is around 150 meters. It's not high, but it's enough to avoid the attack range of most of the mutated monsters on the ground. At this time, the sky outside was clear and the good weather was evident. There seems to be nothing in the sky, but if you calm down and listen carefully, you can feel a subtle, low roar, as if there is some aircraft flying in the air. This is exactly the power engine emitted by the high-tech warship that enters optical stealth mode. However, compared to the aircraft manufactured by Blue Star Technology, the noise of the Black Technology warships can be said to be very low. Sube looked at the control screen in front of him. The external perspective of the BlackTech battleship covered almost the entire cityscape of Beihai City. Sube also had a clear view of Beihai City's geographical location and the extent of damage everywhere. The current situation in the entire Beihai City that Sube sees can be described in a few words: desolate, barren, and dilapidated, as if it had been baptized by a bomber. The image seen from the battleship's control screen. Almost the entire Beihai City was filled with thick smoke, and all the skyscrapers that were dozens or hundreds of meters tall collapsed. Sube even saw some mutated monsters of astonishing sizes on the battleship's control screen. Some of them are even as tall as a high-rise building. This moment made Sube lose his composure. He had never encountered such a huge mutated creature before. Now that he discovered that there were so many terrifying and dangerous mutated monsters in Beihai City, how could Sube not be shocked? Can the system analyze the data of that mutated creature? Sube pointed to a location on the BlackTech battleship control screen. There, a few thousand meters below and to the west of the battleship, was a picture in the battleship's all-around reconnaissance picture. There is a very scary mutated creature on the screen. It was a giant creature as big as a tall building, just like the monsters in the movies. Yes, master. Name: Exploding Mountain Flame Bear. Level: 8+. Special ability: Ultra-High Temperature Burst, S+. Skills: Flame Attachment, Sonic Wave, Flame Jet. Personality: Irritable. Current status: Hunting, Destroying, Strolling. Life level: Advanced Plus. Evaluation: a completely mutated blue planet creature, originally a brown bear, with extremely high evolutionary potential. Sube noticed that there were some changes in the system's analysis panel. As if sensing Sube's doubts, the system's voice explained. As the high-tech warships advance, this system is also constantly being upgraded and optimized. Analytical capabilities will also be optimized. After hearing the system's explanation, Sube didn't care about it. He continued to look at the huge fire bear on the control screen, which was as big as a tall building. It really is a monster comparable to the ones in movies and TV shows. Sube was shocked for a long time. This mutated creature seems invincible just by its size. Not to mention, it also has powerful special powers and skills. Perhaps the Beihai City military's evacuation operation was due to these powerful beings. Sube suddenly thought of the Great Retreat mentioned in the military broadcast not long ago. Then Sube gave a bitter smile. That's right, this level of mutant creatures is no longer something that the Beihai City military can handle. Perhaps the Huaxia headquarters will completely abandon Beihai City. Of course, it's also possible that more powerful thermal weapons will be dispatched to destroy the mountain exploding flame bear. But these are not what Sube needs to worry about. It was evening. Sube left the somewhat empty captain's room. He felt that he could do some decoration or add something else here. Otherwise, Su-bei felt that the captain's room was too monotonous and a bit empty. System, do you understand what I mean? System. Su-bei left the captain's room and walked through the silver-white metal connecting door in front of him. Now the black technology battleship has been upgraded to the primary form of the battleship. The original living quarters in the battleship have also changed a lot. The original small living room has now become a lounge area. Behind the captain's room at the front, there are separate lounges along both sides of the silver-white alloy hull. There are 6 rooms on both sides of this lounge, all of which look very high-end. The streamlined alloy wall has an artistic production level and a high-end and delicate touch. Su-bei's fingers gently stroked the silver-white alloy wall of the warship, feeling very satisfied. He assigned a room to Su Xiaoju and she respectively, and the lounges for the 3 of them were connected. Su-bei came to the door of his lounge, and the alloy door in front of him automatically recognized Su-bei and opened. The battleship lounge is not very spacious, with only a large high-tech bed inside. There are many small furniture and some equipment on both sides of the bed, all of which are high-tech items unique to the battleship. Moreover, a window can be opened on the inner wall of Su-bei's lounge. This is not an ordinary window, but a window with black technology. It can let in moonlight and starlight at night, and warm sunlight in the morning. It's simply a lighting artifact. When you have nothing to do, you can enjoy the scenery outside through this high-tech window, and it has other functions and effects. Su-bei took off his shoes and lay down on his big bed. Feeling the soft black tech bed beneath you, a sense of total relaxation comes over you. This is a function of the black technology bed, which helps to relax and recover the body's muscles. Su-bei consumed a lot of resources in today's battle. The complete form of King of Tyranny also puts a heavy burden on Su-bei's body. Just when Su-bei wanted to have a good rest, the alloy door of his lounge creaked open. Su-bei was a little surprised, but then he understood. The person who came was Su Xiaoju. When Su-bei set up the personal permissions for the lounge, the permissions of the 3 people were interconnected. In other words, the 3 of them can enter each other's lounge at any time. Brother Su-bei. The little fox girl had already changed into a set of loose, semi-transparent pajamas, showing off her perfect figure. Su Xiaoju lay directly on the high-tech bed and rolled over and over on it. The furry fox ears on top of his head kept shaking, making him look very happy. She is as cute as a little kitten acting coquettishly. Well, Su-bei felt more relaxed after seeing this. Sleeping with a little fox girl in your arms is actually a very good experience. But she didn't come tonight. Su-bei recalled she's cold, arrogant, and beautiful face in his mind. I couldn't help but be speechless. Feeling Su Xiaoju's movement, Su-bei spoke. Okay, time to go to bed. System turns off the lights. Bang! Chapter 117. Looking for a swimsuit. The next morning, Su-bei woke up and pushed the ball as usual. Then I got out of bed and went to the bathroom. The space of the bathroom has also been greatly upgraded on the battleship. The originally cramped space and decoration have become high-end and elegant. Su-bei washed his face and brushed his teeth as usual. Su-bei came to the captain's room, sat in the captain's seat, and called the system. System, where are we now? Master, the high-tech warship is currently located above the West Treasury District and is about 3 hours away from the nearest Qingbei seashore. Su-bei nodded slightly. Then he opened the black technology production column. Make today's dose of black technology enhancement potion. In fact, Su-bei can now also improve his strength by absorbing energy crystals. However, the efficiency and upper limit of absorbing energy crystals are too low. The battleship's high-tech potion is still the most effective. Su-bei opened the azure potion bottle in his hand and drank it in one gulp. Feeling the body being filled with energy, a comfortable experience came over me. Su-bei narrowed his eyes slightly, leaning on the captain's seat behind him and quietly letting his body absorb the energy of the potion. After a few minutes, the absorption effect of the drug ends. Su-bei clearly felt that he had become stronger. It's a shame that you can only use these strengthening potions a few times a day. Su-bei complained a little. If possible, he really wanted to use all his energy points to make strengthening potions to improve his strength. If the master wants to experience the feeling of his body bursting, you can try it. The system's venomous voice sounded. Su-bei raised his eyebrows. He found that after the black tech battleship was advanced to the 5th stage, this system became more and more fond of talking back. When can you materialize the system? Su-bei suddenly asked a strange question. The system didn't quite understand and responded. What's the matter? You really like talking back to me, don't you? I was thinking that when you can materialize, I'll let you talk back to your heart's content. The system's voice suddenly stopped. After Su-bei said those joking words, He felt that he had gone too far with his language. The scene fell silent for a moment. Ahem, system, please don't misunderstand me. What I meant by talking back was just the literal meaning. After a moment, Su Bei took the initiative to explain. Really? I was saying that the master is such a serious person. How could he possibly have such dirty, vulgar, and shameless thoughts about his lovely system? Well, the corners of Su Bei's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know whether the system was deliberately discouraging him or was really so naive. Good morning, Brother Su Bei. At this moment, a charming good morning greeting came from behind. The owner of the voice was naturally Su Xiaoju. Good morning, Su Bei. Su Xiaoju, and she entered the captain's room one after another. Today Su Xiaoju was wearing a light pink dress with a lace pattern and a very short skirt. With her long hair that fades from orange to red draped over her shoulders, Su Xiaoju looks enthusiastic and full of energy. As for he was wearing a clean and tidy white suit, white shirt, and white shorts. Coupled with the girl's cold eyes like clear stream water, she is simply extraordinary and beautiful. The captain's room is very spacious and has plenty of seats. The two women sat in two luxurious passenger seats behind Su Bei. These two deputy seats are also suspended in the air above the captain's room. By the way, Brother Su Bei, did you find your swimsuit? Suddenly Su Xiaoju asked Su Bei. Su Bei heard this and thought to himself, oh my god, how could I have forgotten about this? Su Bei's expression remained unchanged. Well, I've already asked the battleship system to search. Oh. On the other side, Su Bei called the system in his mind. Did you find the swimsuit store the system asked you to search for? System. More than an hour later, the battleship found a store specializing in swimsuits near the Qingbei Sea. Su Bei asked the system to dock the warship. The three of them jumped from a height of more than 10 meters, which was also the lowest descent distance of the warship. Su Bei kept the system in optical stealth mode and ready for action at any time. He took Su Xiaoju and she into the swimsuit store. Now they are very close to Qingbei Sea. Su Bei guessed that this swimsuit store was specially prepared for tourists visiting Qingbei Beach. The store is very large and luxuriously decorated. Su Bei and the other two walked into the store. The mutants who were rushing towards Su Bei and the others were easily dealt with by the three of them. There's still some in there. She spoke up when he saw several mutants in the swimsuit store. However, these mutants were all at the lowest level. Shi Qing stepped forward and took care of them all in less than 10 seconds. Without the influence of these annoying mutants, the three looked inside the store. Apart from the eye-catching bright red bloodstains, the decoration inside is quite good. Various swimsuits are hung in the store, some for women and some for men. Okay, go pick it. Su Bei said to the two women. Su Xiaoju and she were both excited, and the two girls rushed towards the various swimsuits. Su Bei was no longer interested. He came to the door of the store and stood guard to prevent the mutated monsters outside from entering. After a while, Su Xiaoju's voice came. Brother Su Bei, do you want me to get a few for you too? Whatever. Su Bei responded indifferently. Time passes slowly. Su Bei leaned against the door of the swimsuit store, feeling a little bored. Why does it take so long to pick out a swimsuit? Su Bei felt a little resentful. He finally understood why he shouldn't go shopping with women. More than an hour later, Su Xiaoju and she slowly walked out. Su Bei looked at the two men with empty hands and felt a little surprised. Where are the swimsuits you picked out? Brother Su Bei, you idiot. Su Xiaoju chuckled when she heard that, and then pointed with her white jade fingers at the exquisite black collar around her neck. Of course they were all received in the high-end space bracelet that Brother Su Bei gave me. Well, Su Bei was speechless for a moment. Okay, now that you've got it, let's go back. It took almost 2 hours to get a few swimsuits. The three were just about to return towards the black tech battleship. Suddenly, roar, roar, roar. A loud roar reached the ears of the three people, and Su Bei received the analysis given by the system the moment he roared. Name Gluttony. Level, for ++. Special ability, Super Digestion, B. Skills, Stomach Acid Attack, Giant Mouth Swallowing. Character, Greedy. Current status, Hunting, Hungry. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a completely mutated human. The mutation is in the stomach and has extremely corrosive stomach acid. Chapter 118, Eating Crabs Tonight. Su Bei and the other two looked in the direction where the sound came from. There, a bloated, fat monster was rushing towards them. The other person's body shape is like an enlarged version of a 300-pound fat man. When he ran, the disgusting and smelly rotten flesh on his body was still shaking. Su Bei watched as the corners of his mouth twitched. A level 4++ glutton? But it is a level 4++ mutated monster after all, and Su Bei has no intention of letting it go. Prepare for battle, Su Bei said to Su Xiaoju and she beside him. The three of them took out their high-tech weapons and entered combat mode. Roar. This gluttonous monster obviously has a low IQ. When he sees Su Bei and the other two, he is like a child seeing snacks. It let out an excited roar, looking a bit mentally retarded, and stretched out its two fat arms towards Su Bei and the other two. Superior. Feeling that the distance between the two was about right, Su Bei shouted loudly. The three of them attacked from three directions. The first one came with Su Bei, holding the phantom scimitar in his hand and sweeping it towards the gluttonous monster's belly with great force. Puff! The sharp phantom scimitar slashed across the glutton's belly, creating a big hole. The black blood gushed out, and the gluttonous monster let out a shrill scream. Snort. On the other side, she had a cold and indifferent expression as he looked at the gluttonous monster, as if he was looking at a dead person. Puff! She swung the cold light in her hand and sent out several icy sword energies towards the gluttonous monster. The icy sword energy was extremely sharp and directly broke through the gluttonous monster's body. Roar! The glutton screamed again, and only now did it realize that something was wrong. The food I found this time seems to be very strong. The glutton's remaining wits made it retreat, just as it turned its head and was about to run away. Su Xiaoju is on. Su Xiaoju jumped lightly onto the gluttonous monster. The sharp electric light, emitting a faint cold light in the sunlight, also struck out at this moment. Puff! Su Xiaoju's two fox claws pierced directly into the glutton's eyes, and turbid liquid and blood sprayed out. Roar, roar, roar. The glutton felt such severe pain that he stopped running away for a moment. Seeing this, Su Bei raised the corners of his mouth. Let me take the final blow. As he spoke, Su Bei tightly gripped the phantom attack scimitar in his hand and accelerated his feet to rush towards the gluttonous monster. Swoosh. When Su Bei got close to the gluttonous monster, he jumped several meters high. Holding the phantom scimitar in both hands, he fought forward with all his might. Puff! Cut it down with one knife. The glutton's body slowly fell down, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Glutton, die! Su Bei and the other two slowly walked together. Su Bei stepped forward and took out the energy crystal of the gluttonous monster. Well, Su Bei thought about it and realized that he fed it to Su Xiaoju last time. This time, Su Bei handed the gluttonous monster's energy crystal to she. She took the energy crystal, and a smile as warm as spring breeze appeared on her face. It made Su Bei happy. The three of them ignored the corpse of the gluttonous monster and continued walking towards the direction where the black tech battleship was docked. Behind it, a large number of mutated monsters attracted by the gluttonous monster's corpse pounced on it and shared the food with big mouthfuls. A few minutes later, the three returned to the battleship under the quantum tractor beam of the black technology battleship. As soon as Su Xiaoju and she returned to the battleship, they ran to their own lounge. Su Bei showed helplessness on his face and ignored the two women. He went straight to the captain's room and sat in the captain's seat. The system keeps moving forward. Yes. More than an hour later, the high-tech warship in the sky slowly slowed down its flying speed. The system's voice sounded in Su Bei's mind. Master's warship has reached the shores of Qingbei Sea. Hearing the system's voice, Su Bei raised his eyelids in boredom. Arrive. Su Bei looked at the control screen in front of him. In the picture, there is a golden beach about 100 meters long in the sky ahead. Then there is the boundless blue sea. To Su Bei, the Qingbei Sea seemed no different from before the end of the world. It's on the beach by the sea. At this time, there were many strange creatures of various shapes wandering on the beach of Qingbei Sea. They have strange appearance and huge size. But it seems that they are all mutated marine creatures that crawled out of the Qingbei Sea. The long protective iron fence formed along the coastline was also broken by these mutated monsters. Su Bei looked at other perspectives on the screen. Many mutated marine creatures have climbed up the guardrails of the Qingbei coastline and entered the nearby streets and suburbs. Moreover, Su Bei saw that they not only ate humans, but also mutants and mutant insects. I'm really not picky about food. Su Bei couldn't help but feel sad for the citizens living by the sea. Okay, system, drive the battleship to this position. Su Bei pointed to a place on the screen and said, it is located above the Beihai beach, and there are no tall buildings around. The high-tech battleship can be completely parked on the ground. However, Su Bei did not let the system do so. Because there is no need, it would be safer for the warship to float in the air, and it would be more conducive to observing the surrounding situation. Soon the black tech warship arrived at the location designated by Su Bei. Su Bei and the other two jumped out of the hatch under the battleship. Bang, bang, bang. 3 people landed. Unlike the hard ground in the past, This time, they only felt soft ground under their feet, and there was very little resistance. Is this the beach of King Beihai? Subei felt the slightly humid air around him and the unique smell coming from the sea. Subei couldn't help but open his arms slightly to experience this unprecedented feeling. Wow. Oh, the ocean. Great. Su Xiaoju and the other girl standing by were all excited. It was also the first time for them to see the sea. Su Xiaoju stepped on the soft sand under her feet, and the fox ears on her head trembled with joy. Just as the three of them were enjoying the experience of coming to the beach, a strange creature came into their sight. Quack, quack. This is a huge creature over 2 meters in size. It has a pair of huge, ferocious claws and a solid, light red shell on its body. Several sharp and small legs on both sides step on the ground to support the balance of the body. Name mutated giant crab. Level 2+. Special abilities, none. Skills, pincer attack, lateral displacement. Personality, strong. Current status, hunting, wandering. Life level low. Evaluation, a small crab that has undergone a mutation. After becoming stronger, its personality has also become more irritable. Subei looked at the huge crab in front of him, and tonight's dinner was settled. Subei raised the corners of his mouth slightly and walked slowly towards the mutated giant crab. Xiaoju Xiaoxi, let's eat crabs tonight. Chapter 119, First Hunt on the Beach. Subei and the other two leaned against a coconut grove beside the beach at Qingbei Beach. Next to them was the carcass of a giant crab with large claws. Subei looked at the huge claws of the mutated giant crab, which were almost as big as a person. The corners of Subei's mouth couldn't help twitching. If I eat it, I guess one will be enough to fill me up, right? Su Xiaoju and she were hunting mutated creatures on the beach at this time. King Beihai is very wide, and the beach is also endless. Subei planned to hunt down all the mutated creatures within a dozen kilometers today, then relax here for a while. Subei stood up and patted the golden sand on his pants. Su Xiaoju and the other girl are currently hunting a level 3 mutant creature. Subei didn't care. He walked in the opposite direction of the two women. Similar to the system analysis, the mutated creatures on the coast of Qingbei are basically marine creatures. Moreover, their levels are very high, basically 1 level higher than the mutated creatures on land. The worst mutant creatures here start at level 2, and the weaker ones are basically hunted by higher level ones. The mutated claw crab that Subei and his team hunted at the beginning was actually the weakest. Okay, enough rest. It's time to move around. Subei twisted his body joints casually, and he had already found his target. Name mutated magic snail. Level, for plus. Special ability, super hardness defense, B. Skills, turtle, stick to mucus. Personality, salted fish. Current status, casual. Life level low. Evaluation, an ordinary snail creature that has mutated. Looking at the huge conch near the sea not far ahead, Subei's mouth curled up slightly. The shell of the mutant snail is very large, and it looks like a black house when it lies there. It only exposed the soft tissue of its head on the beach to bask in the sun. It looks no different from an ordinary conch. Subei took out the phantom attack scimitar from the advanced space bracelet and walked slowly. Puff puff. The other party seemed to have also noticed Subei approaching. The mutated magic snail quickly retracted the exposed soft parts into its shell. Seeing this, Subei was neither anxious nor slow. This guy doesn't look like a speed type, and Subei is confident that he can break his shell. When he came to 4 or 5 meters in front of the mutated magic snail, Subei began to accumulate power with the phantom attack scimitar in his hand. 2 seconds later, Subei sprinted at high speed and approached the shell of the mutated magic snail. The phantom scimitar in his hand suddenly chopped down. Crack! The sharp tip of the knife got stuck in the shell of the mutated magic snail and sank most of the way into it. Then Subei increased the strength of his arms. Crack, crack, crack. More cracks spread from the gap at the tip of the knife to the surrounding areas. The shell of the mutated magic snail also made a crisp banging sound. There was a clear sound as if something was breaking. The mutated magic snail inside obviously did not expect that its invincible defense would be broken by others. The mutated snail began to panic because it had no mouth and could not make any sound. It just started crawling towards the ocean behind it. They don't care about their soft tissues being exposed outside the shell. Subei sneered in his heart when he saw this scene. No wonder the system's analysis shows you to be at a low level of life. Subei understood. He had found it strange before. Logically speaking, a level 4+ mutant creature should have a life level of at least ordinary. However, the mutated magic snail given by the system is only of low level. Subei seemed to have figured something out. He called upon the system in his mind. System, Does the life level determine the intelligence and combat power of the mutant creatures? Yes. The strength of these mutant creatures is not determined solely by their levels. It seems that the mutated demon snail that the master wants to hunt is only at the lowest level of existence. In fact, its combat power is not even as strong as an ordinary level 3 mutant. The system's answer made Su Bei completely understand the importance of life level. It's kind of like bloodlines when you're playing games. Those with higher bloodlines will display greater combat power. Those with low bloodlines, even if their level is high, their combat power is not good enough. This gap doesn't make much difference when the levels are low, but it becomes obvious once the levels get higher. I see. Su Bei looked at the mutated magic snail in front of him. At this time, the other party had already crawled out dozens of meters away. It is less than 10 meters away from the sea. But in just these 10 meters, Su Bei caught up with the other party in almost one breath. The mutated magic snail felt that it was being pursued, and the soft tissue under its shell crawled even faster. Su Bei looked at the other person's panic-stricken appearance and decided not to tease him anymore. Crack. Puff. Su Bei raised the phantom attack scimitar and slashed directly at the opponent's shell. This time, Su Bei used enough strength to completely break the shell of the mutated magic snail with one blow. Then the tip of the knife cut into the shell, splitting the soft body of the mutated magic snail into two. Level 4 plus mutated snail, dead. Su Bei stepped forward and began to grope inside the soft body of the mutated magic snail. Soon he found the energy crystal of the mutated magic snail. Under the sunlight, this level 4 plus energy crystal became somewhat transparent. It is different from the crystals of other mutated creatures that have a little bit of the color of their own attributes. Master, this is because the other party's life level is too low. Therefore, the energy crystals produced are of inferior quality compared to those of ordinary mutant creatures. Alright. Su Bei accepted this reality and put the energy crystal into the advanced space bracelet. It doesn't matter if it's of inferior quality. This mutant creature is very weak anyway. Before leaving, Su Bei kicked the body of the mutated magic snail into the sea to prevent it from attracting some low-level mutated creatures. After leaving here, Su Bei continued to walk towards the other side of the beach, searching for the next mutated creature. A few hours passed. There were also hundreds of sparkling energy crystals in Su Bei's space bracelet. Moreover, the levels of these energy crystals are not low. The lowest is level 2. The highest one was contributed by a level 4 plus mutated big-headed clam. After several hours of hunting, Su Bei had a rough idea of the situation here. There aren't many mutated creatures on the King Beihai beach, but each one is of high level. According to the system's analysis, those low-level marine mutant creatures were driven away or hunted by the higher-level beings here. Therefore, the mutated creatures encountered on the beach now are basically of a high level. Then, these mutated creatures in the ocean seem to have very low intelligence. Or in other words, their life level is very low. The intelligence it displayed was not at all as high as those monsters Su Bei encountered in the inland. According to the system, it is possible that the brains of these creatures in the sea were originally very low-end, and their upper limit after mutation is also relatively low. However, their number and strength are much higher than those on land. Su Bei felt that this place was simply a holy place for killing monsters. Chapter 120. Awkward Misunderstanding. Time came to evening. The night sky is dotted with stars, and the moonlight shines on the beach. A little after 8 in the evening, Su Bei and the other two sat on a beach and set up a barbecue grill. These are the high-tech grills made by Su Bei on the high-tech battleship. After a day of hunting, they took away the energy crystals absorbed by Su Xiaoju and the others. Su Bei converted about 1,000 energy points. The three of them sat together around the barbecue grill in front of them. In addition to the mutated giant crab he hunted that morning, Su Bei also hunted a mutated octopus. Su Bei cut off all their legs and used them as food. Whether it is the big claws or the octopus tentacles, they are all the size of an adult. Fortunately, the barbecue grill is produced by Black Technology Battleship and is big enough. Otherwise, these ingredients would be difficult to handle before the end of the world. Brother Su Bei, can I eat now? Su Xiaoju looked impatient, her small nose already smelling the faint aroma of barbecue in the air. She on the side also had the same expression. Su Bei looked at the big claws and octopus tentacles on the grill. It seemed that they were almost done. Well, that should be okay, right? Su Bei was a little uncertain, but Su Xiaoju couldn't wait any longer. Su Xiaoju quickly walked forward, picked up an octopus tentacles, and started to chew on it. Yummy. Hearing Su Xiaoju's unclear voice, Su Bei and she also stepped forward to get it. The black technology grill processes ingredients fully automatically, and seasonings are also added automatically. This time the seafood barbecue is comparable to the roadside stalls next to the school in northern Jiangsu. As for why it is not comparable to a 5-star hotel, Su Bei said that he had never been there, and even if he had, he thought it could not compare to the roadside stalls. I want one more. That's mine. No, you've already eaten so much. Woo woo. The three of them ate until very late, still feeling unsatisfied, and lay on the soft beach watching the night. Next to it was a pile of discarded crab shells. Soon, several mutated creatures appeared around, attracted by the pile of crab shells. Su Bei lay on the beach, too lazy to move. I'll leave those little orange ones to you. All right. Su Xiaoju stood up, stretched his body, and the fox ears on his head shook. She looked at the mutated creatures crawling around and walked over with some boredom. A few minutes later, Su Xiaoju came back with a few energy crystals. She also dealt with all the mutated creatures that had just appeared. After resting on the beach for dozens of minutes, Su Bei and the other two returned to the warship. After all, it is the end of the world outside now, and I am just sleeping on the beach at Qingbei Sea. Even if Su Bei and the others reached level 4, they would not dare. Back in the battleship, Su Bei and the other two took turns taking a shower in the bathroom. Of course, Su Xiaoju and she went together. After all, they are both female. Su Bei went to his lounge and lay down. We've been fighting all day today. Su Bei felt the soft black tech bed beneath him and couldn't help but sigh. Crack. The door of the lounge was opened, and Su Xiaoju and she walked in their pajamas. She didn't act pretentiously tonight and came with Su Xiaoju. There were no surprises in northern Jiangsu either. After all, you can endure it for one day, but you can't endure it for several days. That night, Su Bei's plan to relax was dashed again. The next morning, Su Bei crawled out from the snow and walked towards the bathroom to wash up. Today Su Bei is going to officially hunt the mutated creatures on the edge of Qingbei Sea. Yesterday, Su Bei and his team only had a rough understanding of the overall strength and number distribution of the mutated creatures here. After all, the Qingbei Sea is very large. Even the beach bordering their Beihai city is hundreds of kilometers long. Su Bei came to the battleship's high-tech transformation room. He almost forgot about the high-tech clothes he was going to modify. Has the system modified the clothes now? Su Bei walked towards the black technology transformation room while asking the system in his mind. Master is done. Su Bei came to the black technology transformation room and took out 3 sets of clothes from the cylindrical machine. Su Bei held the modified clothes in his hand, and there didn't seem to be much change in appearance. However, the system said that their defense, toughness, wear resistance, etc. have increased by more than 100 times. Su Bei picked up one, held it with both hands, and tried to tear it apart with force. Sieve. The clothes were slightly deformed by the strong pull of Su Bei's hands, but they did not break. Su Bei was very satisfied. The force he just used was no less than a full-strength attack from a level 4 mutant creature. This way, we'll feel more at ease when engaging in high-intensity combat in the future. Su Bei no longer has to worry about his clothes being torn apart when he enters the King of Tyranny. At this moment, the door of the black technology transformation room suddenly opened. Su Bei turned around in surprise, and the clothes in his hand appeared. The clothes he had just picked up for testing were Su Xiaoju's blue and white striped panties. The 2 women standing at the door of the transformation room were stunned when they saw this scene. Su Bei didn't react for a moment and asked with some confusion, "What's wrong? Is there still a flower on my face?" The 2 women at the door did not answer, but their pretty faces began to turn red. Su Bei looked at the 2 women and also noticed the panties in his hand. The corner of Su Bei's mouth twitched. He just wanted to test the effect of the black technology clothes. Now that's good. I'm going to be socially dead. Ahem. By the way, the clothes I modified for you yesterday are ready. I was just about to get it for you. Well, Su Bei walked towards the 2 women with a serious face and handed the clothes in his hands to them. Su Xiaoju said with a slight blush on her face, "Brother Su Bei, if you like it, I'll give it to you." Su Bei's face turned black when he heard this, and he couldn't help but slap the little fox girl on the head. The 3 of them came to the battleship's hatch and prepared to go down to the beach. Su Bei had already discussed today's hunting mission with the system on the warship. The high-tech warship had already flown to one side for more than 10 miles at night. The beach they were on now was no longer the same one they had been on yesterday. Today, Su Bei is still hunting on one side, while Su Xiaoju and she are hunting on the other side. The high-tech warship floated high in the sky to detect the surrounding situation. If you discover a powerful, high-level mutated creature, Notify Su Bei immediately. Do you know your mission? Yes. Xiaoju promises to complete the task. Yes. The two women gave Su Bei an okay gesture. You know what? Everyone has their own style. Su Xiaoju is more playful and cute, while she is sassy and cool. The two women began to move in the direction of their hunt today. Su Bei also walked towards the other side of the beach. Although the beach at Qingbei Beach is very large, Su Bei and the other two are not ordinary people now. With their normal speed at level 4, they can easily travel several kilometers per minute. Chapter 121, Mutated Sandworm. Walking along the endless Qingbei Sea, Su Bei's mood also became relaxed. It has been a month or two since the end of the world. The world is no longer as peaceful as it used to be. Bang! Suddenly, a huge insect monster emerged from the sand in front of Su Bei. Name: Sandworm. Level: 4++. Special ability: Disguise C. Skills: Drilling, Tail Jet. Personality: Cautious. Current status: Hunting, Camouflaging. Life level: Ordinary. Evaluation: A mutated ordinary sandbug. Looking at the mutated sandworm that appeared in front of him, Su Bei became interested. Looks like they're treating me as prey. Su Bei took out the phantom attack scimitar from the space bracelet, held the knife in one hand, and looked at the mutated sandworm with confidence. Roar! The mutated sandworm raised its cylindrical head, revealing its ferocious mouthparts at the front. It has no face, only a big, cold mouth on its head. TSK, 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 what a disgusting bug. Su Bei complained when he saw such a disgusting mutated creature. Swoosh. The next moment, the mutated sandworm powered up and rushed towards Su Bei's position frantically. In this soft sand, the mutated sandworm seems to be in its element, and it is as agile as a fish. In an instant, Su Bei felt the sand under his feet move. Su Bei didn't have to think about it at all and dodged to the side immediately. Puff! A huge, fat, shit yellow tail emerged, creating a big hole where Su Bei had just stood. Su Bei didn't care. He exerted force with his feet and attacked towards the mutated sandworm. Die! Su Bei shouted loudly and slashed the mutated sandworm's body with the phantom attack scimitar in his hand with great force. Puff! This attack directly broke through the mutated sandworm's physical defense, and a large amount of disgusting blood gushed out, mixed with a lot of unknown substances. Roar! The mutated sandworm also let out a shrill howl, and its entire fat body rolled over wildly. But it's not dead yet. Even with the powerful vitality of level 4++, it won't die so easily. But now the mutated sandworms have lost their combat effectiveness. Su Bei's attack just now was not light, and the place where he just cut was almost broken. Roar, roar, roar. Su Bei stepped back temporarily, looking at the violent mutated sandworm in front of him, intending to wait until the other party was exhausted before giving it the final blow. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, 3 huge figures emerged from the surrounding sand again. Su Bei was slightly surprised, but then he became happy. 3 more. Moreover, all the products analyzed by the system are 4++ level mutant insecticides. You should know that even on the coast of Qingbei Sea, where the mutation level is generally high, level 4 mutant creatures are rare. Su Bei raised the corner of his mouth. Calling your companions won't help. After saying that, Su Bei set off. The 3 mutated sandworms on the opposite side also felt Su Bei's breath. They felt the miserable appearance of their companions beside them and were filled with rage. The 4 mutated sandworms are the absolute kings of this small stretch of beach. They will never allow their companions to be hunted by others. Roar, roar, roar. 3 creepy insect roars seem to be declaring sovereignty over this place. But Su Bei doesn't care about them so much. Not only will it die today, but you 3 will not leave even if you come. Su Bei laughed at the 3 mutated sandworms, not caring whether they understood him or not. Wow! The mutated sandworm revealed its body burrowed in the sand. Each one has a huge body of at least 20 meters. Drink! Su Bei let out a low roar and swung the phantom attack scimitar in his hand towards one of them. Roar! When the mutated sandworm was hit by Su Bei's body was also attacked by 2 other sandworms. Swish! Bang! One of the sandworms raised its tail and sprayed a corrosive attack towards Su Bei. The other sandworm twitched its powerful tail and whipped Su Bei. Su Bei was also hit by the tail and flew backwards dozens of meters, falling heavily on the sand. Su Bei looked at the clothes on his body. Fortunately, they had been modified with black technology. I just took a corrosive attack and nothing serious happened. But the sandworm's tail whipped with such force. Su Bei could feel their anger. Ahem, Pu. Su Bei coughed twice, spat out a pool of blood from his mouth, and slowly stood up. Looks like we have to get serious. A level 4++ mutated sandworm can be easily dealt with. But now with 3 of them attacking together, Su Bei feels exhausted. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 mutated sandworms on the opposite side were not to be outdone. They were already rushing towards Su Bei's position. Snort. The corners of Su Bei's mouth curled up. They're just 3 level 4++ creatures. There's no need to use Tyranny King. As he spoke, Su Bei also rushed forward. Su Bei is smaller in size and nimbly dodges the attacks of the 3 mutated sandworms. The phantom scimitar in his hand kept looking for opportunities to hit them. After a few minutes, some corrosive liquid appeared on Su Bei's body, but his clothes were not damaged. On the other hand, the 3 mutated sandworms had their defenses more or less broken by Su Bei. The less serious one was slightly injured, but the serious one is almost dying. I wonder how long you can hold on. Su Bei became more and more courageous as the battle went on. You can avoid most of their attacks by moving flexibly, and every attack from Su Bei is fatal. As one side gains strength, the other loses strength, and as long as one of the other 3 mutated sandworms is gone. It was much easier for Su Bei to deal with the remaining 2. Roar. 10 minutes later, Su Bei sat on the corpse of a mutated sandworm to rest, a little breathless. Around him lay the corpses of 3 mutated sandworms of the same size. Dealing with 3 level 4++ mutants at the same time is still a bit difficult. However, this is the case when Su Bei does not use the King of Tyranny. If he used his shape-shifting ability, Su Bei would definitely be able to easily kill these level 4++ mutated creatures. Su Bei exhaled and stood up. Okay, my strength has almost recovered. It's time to continue hunting. Su Bei was also very enthusiastic after getting 4 level 4++ energy crystals. If this had happened before, it would have been at least the total harvest of 1 or 2 days. On the other side of the beach. At this time, Su Xiaoju and she were also fighting against a level 4++ mutant creature. The strength of the 2 is not as strong as Su Bei. Without using special abilities, it's still possible to team up and deal with one. Xiao Shi, get out of the way. Su Xiaoju shouted at she who was fighting in close combat. A terrifying dark thunder began to gather on the surface of her body. Seeing this, she also dodged the attack of the monster in front of him by turning sideways, and then put some distance between them. The next moment, a terrifying black thunder dragon attacked. Boom boom. This special effect is much more exaggerated. The terrifying black lightning seemed to penetrate the sky and earth, disappearing in a flash. The mutated creature's body was electrocuted and turned pitch black, with electric light flashing all over its body, and an explosion was heard. Bang! This level 4++ mutant creature died completely. Su Xiaoju looked a little overexerted and sat on the ground gasping for breath. She walked over and collected the energy crystal of the mutated creature. The 2 rested for a while and continued on their way. Chapter 122. The Mutated Fish-Headed Monster and the Fish-Headed King. While hunting in the afternoon, Su Bei encountered a group of strange mutant creatures. Name Mutated Fish-Headed Monster. Level 3+. Special ability, Strong, C+. Skills, Fish Head Charge, Bite. Personality, Irritable. Current status, Hunting, moving out in groups. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, an ordinary fish with a secondary mutation. This is a humanoid monster with a fish head. When Su Bei saw it, he exclaimed, "Holy crap." Quack, quack. When the other party saw Su Bei, he also made a strange sound, which sounded like a duck. A dozen mutated fish-headed monsters slowly gathered from all around. Su Bei didn't move, just looked at them silently. There are a total of 14 mutated fish-headed monsters. The lowest one is level 2+ in strength, and the highest one is level 4+. Generally speaking, they are very weak. Maybe a level 4++ mutated sandworm can wipe them out. But Su Bei became interested. Su Bei looked at their actions, which seemed to be communicating, and there were 2 fish-headed monsters wary of him. This wisdom has surpassed the vast majority of mutated creatures. Interesting. Su Bei began to walk slowly towards them. More than a dozen mutated fish-headed people also began to assume fighting stances, preparing to attack Su Bei. They could feel the powerful energy emanating from Su Bei. The level 4+ fish-headed monster in the lead was holding a strange spear in his hand. When he saw Su Bei approaching, he looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Quack, quack. He seemed to be threatening Su Bei. Snort. Su Bei naturally didn't take it seriously. Su Bei grabbed the knife and quickly charged forward. In less than a minute, most of the fish-headed monsters present were dead. Finally, only the weakest level 2+ fish-headed monster was left. When Su Bei was about to go over and deal with it, he suddenly felt his ankle being pulled. Subei lowered his head slightly to check and saw that it was a level 4 fish-headed monster that was pulling him. Subei frowned slightly, then added another stab. The fish-headed monster also let go of Subei's hand. But when Subei looked at the level 2 plus fish-headed monster again, the monster was no longer there. It actually ran away. Subei was a little depressed. He guessed that the level 2 plus fish-headed monster must have dived into the sea and run away. Call. Subei returned to the corpses of the fish-headed monsters and collected their energy crystals. Looking at these strange-looking mutated creatures, Subei did not feel that he was cruel. Because when Subei came here, these fish-headed monsters were sharing the delicious food. Since you want to use us humans as food, then be prepared to be hunted by us. After collecting the energy crystals, Subei stood up and prepared to continue hunting. And just when Subei had walked not far away, wow! Suddenly, the seawater on the beach rolled up and rose more than 10 meters high. Fortunately, northern Jiangsu is far away from the sea and was not affected by the waves. But Subei stopped. A huge mutated monster covered with fish scales crawled out of the sea. Name mutated Fish Head King. Level 5++. Special ability, Tidal Wave, A+. Skills, Water Arrow, Water Control. Personality irritable. Current status, Rage, Hatred. Life level, Normal+. Evaluation. The leader of the mutated fish-headed monster seems to be in a bad mood. Subei narrowed his eyes slightly. The level 2 plus mutated fish-headed monster that just escaped is also here. It's obviously the one it's looking for help. Snort. A hint of disdain appeared on Subei's lips. Level 5++. Roar. This mutated fish-headed king is somewhat different from the previous fish-headed monster. It crawls on all fours and emits a beast-like growl from its mouth. Hasn't this evolved into a humanoid form yet? Subei sneered. He was not sure whether standing or crawling was more advanced. But none of this matters. A level 5++ energy crystal should be able to convert over 1,000 energy points, right? The next moment, Subei's aura suddenly surged. The neat and clean short black hair quickly turned into a burning red long hair, and the figure also became tall at this moment, full of power and oppression. With the help of high-tech clothes, this transformation did not cause any embarrassing problems such as clothes bursting or torn. Subei grinned, and his eyes became aggressive. Let me see how strong you, the Fish-Head King, are. The next moment, Subei, who had entered the form of King of Tyranny, suddenly shot out. The sand on the ground behind him was trampled into dust by Subei's backward force. Roar! The mutated fish-headed king also noticed Subei's strength. It did not dare to be careless and quickly lowered its head and arched its body to prepare for defense. The little fish-headed monster on the side was already trembling with fear and hid in the distant seashore to watch the battle. Bump! Subei did not use the phantom scimitar, but directly hit the mutated fish-headed king with a fiery red explosive straight punch. Bang! Roar! The power of Subei, who entered the King of Tyranny, is not something that the fish-head king can resist. The next second, the mutated fish-head king flew backwards towards the seaside like a puppy hit by a train. Seeing this, Subei exerted force on his feet and almost instantly came behind the mutated fish-headed king's flying body. He didn't want to punch the energy crystal that was delivered to his door and send it flying back into the sea. By then, this fish-head king will still have the ability to control water, and perhaps we won't be able to do anything to it. The figure in front of him continued to grow larger, and when the body of the mutated fish-head king approached, Subei punched out again. Bump! The mutated fish-headed king, which was still flying in the air, was knocked back again. The intense pain caused its face to twist as it flew backwards in the air. But the fish-head king was helpless. It's really that Subei's speed in the violent mode is too fast. There was no chance for the fish-head king to breathe. After punching the fish-head king for the second time, Subei was not in a hurry to hit it for the third time. Instead, he turned and looked at the little fish-headed monster on the beach. Quack! The little fish-headed monster turned around and ran into the sea behind him like a frightened duck. Oh! Subei chuckled lightly. I let you get away with it once. Do you think you'll get away with it a second time? Almost at the moment when the little fish-headed monster turned around, Subei's figure had already arrived in front of it. Quack! Quack! The little fish-headed monster was so frightened that he sat down on the beach, making a series of squawking noises. Subei had no mercy. If he wasn't strong enough, he might have been killed by it. Bump! Subei punched the little fish-headed monster to pieces. Roar! The fish-head king on the other side had also stood up and just happened to see this tragic scene. It let out a loud, angry roar. Its eyes were filled with crazy red, and its two powerful forelimbs slapped the beach in front of it vigorously. The aura of the entire strange fish's body began to rise sharply. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, a scene that surprised Sube appeared. Chapter 123, Super Fish-Head King. Sube saw that the fish-headed king's body seemed to be wrapped in an unknown energy. It seems a little blurry, but you can still see what's inside. And the fish-headed king's body is constantly deforming in the energy. What's going on with the system? It was the first time that Sube encountered such a situation, and he did not attack immediately. Master, this fish-headed king has undergone a second mutation and evolution due to extreme emotional fluctuations. Second mutation? That's not right. Aren't those little fish-headed monsters from before the second mutation? And this fish-head king is obviously stronger than them and has a higher status. Why did it only undergo a second mutation now? Sube was a little confused. Master, maybe because the fish-head king has such high potential, after its normal mutation, it far surpasses those fish-headed monsters that have undergone secondary mutations. Now the second mutation strength should have broken through level 6. Level 6. After hearing the system's explanation, Sube looked at the fish-head king who was undergoing a second mutation, wondering what he was thinking. In that case, let it complete its second mutation before hunting it down. Sube was not in a hurry to disrupt the fish-head king's transformation process. He just watched quietly. After more than 10 seconds, the energy in the mutated fish-head king's body disappeared, and it completed its second mutation. The fish-head king, who had undergone the second mutation at this time, had completely changed. A mermaid king appeared, 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with strong limbs, covered with black and blue fish scales, and standing on 2 legs. After completing its second superpower, it became the same as the previous little fish-headed monsters. However, the second mutated fish-head king is taller, stronger, and more domineering. The bulging muscles and strong body make him look like a fitness coach who has been training all year round. Moreover, the fish-head king has blue scales that sparkle in the sun, making it look indestructible. Name Super Fish-Head King. Level 6. Special abilities: Water Control, S. Super Muscle, S. Skills: Fish King's Deterrence, Fish Power, Cell Regeneration, Fighting Instinct, Physical Skills. Personality: Calm, Playful. Current status: Hatred, Revenge, Secondary Mutation. Life level high. Evaluation: The Fish-Head King has undergone a second mutation. It has become very powerful at this moment. Please be careful. System: Master, it seems you have provoked a very powerful guy. Sube felt a little uneasy when he saw the Fish-Head King undergoing its second transformation. This analysis panel, so powerful. And what surprised Sube the most was, this system guy actually has 2 special abilities. Sube was puzzled. Doesn't everyone have their own special ability? No, Master. Special abilities are like skills. Every creature may have more than one. It's just that the probability of this happening is extremely low, and it's very difficult. Sube. Well, now that he has completed his second mutation, he must be killed. Even though the second mutation of the Fish-Head King exceeded Sube's expectations, Sube had no intention of running away. Level 6 Strength. The disaster that Sube dealt with last time was also level 6. But Sube's strength has improved in the past few days. Sube is now stronger. Bring it on. Sube looked at the Super Fish-Head King in the distance. In terms of momentum, Sube in his violent form was not inferior to the other party. Woo! The Super Fish-Head King let out a low growl, and his eyes were full of revenge as he looked at Sube. Bump! The next moment, the Super Fish-Head King disappeared, and a cloud of dust exploded on the spot. In Sube's eyes, the Super Fish-Head King was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. This speed is so fast. Bump! Sube dodged sideways with extreme reaction. The beach was covered in dust after being hit by a powerful punch from the Super Fish-Head King. Drink! After Sube dodged, his body also increased its speed. He went around to the other side of the Super Fish-Head King and threw a whirlwind kick towards its forehead. Bump! However, his whirlwind kick missed the forehead and was instead caught by the Super Fish-Head King with one hand. Fuck! Sube's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. He wanted to retract his right foot, but found that his foot seemed to be locked in a vice, and he couldn't move it at all. Woo! Super Fish-Head King waved his strong arm, and Sube's entire body lying in the air was suddenly moved by the power of his feet. The next moment, Sube's body was passively thrown out. Bump! It kept flying backwards in the air until Sube's body broke several mutated coconut trees and stopped. Pu. Sube spat out the sand in his mouth and got up in a somewhat embarrassed manner. What a powerful force. Su Bei was still muttering while the super fish head king attacked again. Bump. Another punch, as fast as lightning and as fierce as a tiger. Su Bei's body, which had just stood up, was hit hard again. This time, Su Bei was knocked directly into the high wall built on the coastline before he stopped. Puff. This time, Su Bei's defense was broken and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. Su Bei felt like his internal organs were twisted together. The pain made Su Bei's face twisted. For the first time, he felt what it felt like to be hit by a heavy punch from his enemy. Damn it! Su Bei bit his tongue hard to quickly wake himself up from the pain. He is still fighting now. The super fish head king attacked again, and another fist as huge as a sandbag hit him. Bang! Boom! Su Bei narrowly dodged by turning his head, and the super fish head king's fist hit the wall beside Su Bei's head heavily. The enormous force directly penetrated the wall next to it, making a loud bang. Su Bei didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly jumped down from the wall. He has already analyzed that he is no match for this super fish king at this moment. Su Bei wanted to enter the complete form of King of Tyranny again. But his King of Tyranny did not react at all. He is not yet able to freely control this complete form. Damn it! Su Bei, who was running away, suddenly had a bright vision in front of him. By the way, system, now that the Black Tech Battleship is at level 5, then armament should be able to kill level 6 mutant creatures, right? Su Bei hurriedly asked the system in his mind. Master, you can. Very good. Su Bei was delighted when he heard this. But then he came to his senses and said angrily, System, why didn't you remind me earlier? Master, you didn't ask. What Su Bei has to do now is to delay time as much as possible and wait for the arrival of the Black Technology Warship for support. It's just that the Super Fish Head King is very angry now, and his murderous intention towards Su Bei is almost overflowing. Woo! Su Bei was startled when he heard the cry of the Super Fish Head King from behind him. He couldn't help but speed up a bit again, using all his strength. Chapter 124. It's you, flying big-mouth fish. Bump. A fiery red figure flew out from the coconut grove and fell heavily on the beach at Qingbei Sea. Pooh. Su Bei spat a mouthful of blood on the ground and then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. And a tall blue-green figure walked out of the coconut grove. It's the Super Fish Head King. At this time, the Super Fish Head King looked very proud, although there were some scars on its body. But compared with northern Jiangsu, it's just drizzle. The Super Fish Head King grinned with its hideous and ferocious mouth, looking at Su Bei with vicious eyes. It seemed as if he had already regarded Su Bei as a dead man. Oh, seeing such an arrogant Super Fish Head King, Su Bei sneered. Above Su Bei's head, the space seemed to be distorted. Master, our warship has arrived. May I ask if we should attack the target? Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Su Bei also smiled. Attack. Yes. The next moment, the space above Su Bei's head twisted and deformed. A dark and domineering high-tech battleship slowly emerged. With a length of nearly 40 meters, the various cool black technology designs on it are exaggerated and terrifying, and the streamlined battleship body makes people sigh. Suddenly, a huge black gun barrel extended and appeared, pointing directly at the Super Fish Head King. The Super Fish Head King was also startled by the sudden appearance of this high-tech battleship. It looked at the high-tech battleship in the sky with some surprise. But the Super Fish Head King has not yet realized the coming crisis. The next second, the high-tech battleship laser cannon was fully charged. Boom boom. A brilliant white light shot up into the sky and almost instantly covered the location of the Super Fish Head King. Boom boom. The powerful energy beam penetrated the beach where the Super Fish King was standing. Su Bei was also stunned by the laser cannon of the high-tech battleship. Wow, what a powerful force. This blow directly raised a small half of the coconut grove to the ground. But something happened that shocked Su Bei even more. After the laser cannon's beam swept through, in that long, narrow, charred pit, a blue-green figure slowly crawled out. It is the Super Fish Head King, who is not completely dead. At this time, most of the Super Fish Head King's body had been destroyed by the bombardment, and the remaining half was covered with blood and flesh, and it was a blur. But even so, the Super Fish Head King still survived. What is even more surprising is that the Super Fish Head King's broken body is repairing itself visibly. Is it cell regeneration? This was the only possible reason Su Bei could think of. Such strong vitality and self-repair ability. Master, would you like to fire the second shot? At this time, the system's voice sounded in Su Bei's mind. No thanks. Looking at the Super Fish Head King in front of him, whose combat power was only 1/10 of what it was, Su Bei did not let the warship continue firing. After all, each laser cannon consumes a large amount of energy points. System, Master, you are so stingy. Fortunately, Su Bei didn't know what the system thought of him. Su Bei stood up and walked towards the half-crippled Super Fish Head King. At this time, the Super Fish Head King climbed out of the pit, but he didn't stand firmly and fell directly to the ground. Sensing Su Bei's arrival, it felt a little panicked, but more of it was horrified by the huge black object in the sky. Woo-woo. Su Bei didn't understand what it meant. However, Su Bei could still understand its murderous look. Still so fierce. Su Bei narrowed his eyes and looked at the Super Fish Head King lying on the ground in front of him. A high-level mutant creature with dual abilities, both S rank. It feels a bit of a shame to kill him like this. The owner can actually train a mutant pet himself. This way, the corpses of the mutated creatures we hunt later can be fed to our pets. That's a good idea. After hearing the system's suggestions, Su Bei felt it was pretty good. In this way, the corpses of monsters that you hunt in the future can also be used. Cultivate a powerful mutant pet to hunt monsters for you, and the food is the corpses of those monsters. How do I train my own mutant pet in this system? Master can make an affinity potion, and then Su Bei killed the Super Fish Head King casually and kept its body. Following the system's advice, Su Bei began to make the affinity potion. According to the system, he only needs to add a drop of his own blood to the potion and then feed it to other mutated creatures. Then the mutated creature will naturally get close to you, and then you can help it elevate its life level to a higher level. In this way, Su Bei will have a mutant pet that is very intelligent and very close to him. As for strength, the way for the mutated creatures to become stronger is to devour the corpses of these monsters. At that time, just keep feeding it the corpses of powerful monsters, and it will continue to become stronger. Holy crap, this is brilliant. After listening to the system's description, Su Bei immediately looked for a mutated creature to be cultivated. What kind should I choose? Master recommends that you choose one with high basic potential. This way, when you sublimate your life level, there's a high chance of secondary mutation or even evolution. Then what kind of data is required? Owner. Su Bei began to walk along the beach of Qingbei Sea while listening to the suggestions given by the system. It just so happens that there are many different types of mutant creatures on the Qingbei Sea coast, making it easier to find the mutant creatures that meet the requirements in Su Bei's mind. Until it gets dark, Su Bei stopped advancing and searching. Along the way, no satisfactory mutant creatures were found, but a lot of advanced mutant creatures were hunted. In the afternoon, Su Bei once again hunted a level 4++ marine mutant creature. Forget it, let's first. Wait, Master, the target has been found. Just when Su Bei was planning to go back and look for it tomorrow, the system's surprised voice suddenly sounded. Su Bei also suddenly became energetic. Where? Name Flying Big Mouth Fish. Level 2. Special ability, Devour, B. Skills, Fast Digestion, Big Stomach, Big Mouth Swallowing, Flying. Character, Greedy. Current status, Eating. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation. This fish has a high potential for secondary mutation. Su Bei looked at the flying big-mouth fish that was swallowing a small mutated creature. The other party looks like a fish with wings. Well, there's nothing special about it except those wings. Holy crap, fish actually have wings. Su Bei, who reacted, was also stunned for a moment. Isn't this unscientific? System, no matter whether Namako is scientific or not, the decision is made by you, flying big-mouth fish. Chapter 125, The Blue Devourer That Shocked Su Bei. Okay, that's it. Since the system said so, Su Bei didn't hesitate any longer. He came to the front of the flying big-mouth fish and knocked it down with one punch before the other party could react. Su Bei still controlled his strength, otherwise the flying big-mouth fish would have died with this punch. Su Bei opened the black technology production column and began to search for the affinity potion mentioned by the system. As Su Bei was clicking, his hand began to tremble. Fuck, that's expensive. One affinity potion actually consumes 1,000 energy points. Su Bei was shocked. The energy crystal of the level 6 Super Fish Head King he had just hunted only converted 3,500 energy points. Why is the system so expensive? Master, this is the high-end version. After all, you want to train a mutant pet, so you have to start from a high level. The system explained earnestly. Su Bei was speechless. Well, it's my battle pet after all, so a better potion would be better. Su Bei directly chose to make it, and soon a light blue and warm potion bottle appeared. Su Bei looked at the dying flying big-mouthed fish on the ground and poured the potion directly into its big mouth. Okay, after finishing, Su Bei threw the bottle of medicine in his hand away. How long will it take for the system to take effect? Master, about an hour or so. After waiting for an hour, the flying big-mouth fish also underwent some subtle changes. According to the system, the affinity potion just now is a high-end version. It not only has an affinity effect, but can also improve the genes and potential of ordinary mutant creatures. Of course, it is ineffective against his high-level life. Puff, puff. Suddenly the flying big-mouthed fish on the ground moved. A pair of somewhat dreamy wings sparkled in the afterglow of the setting sun, emitting a faint scaly glow, which was quite stunning. So beautiful. Master, the other party has completed the affinity guidance. The other party will now regard the master who has the potion blood as the closest person. Of course, the effect of this potion will gradually weaken as the opponent's strength grows. The subsequent training and cultivation still needs to be completed by the master. I see. Sube looked at the flying big-mouthed fish in front of him. Name flying big-mouthed fish. Level 3. Special ability, gluttony, A. Skills, fast digestion, big stomach, flying. Character, greedy. Current status, close, friendly. Life level, normal plus. Evaluation, it has been initially tamed, but still needs more training from the owner. Well, it's just that the level is too low. Sube muttered softly as he looked at the data of the flying big-mouthed fish. At this time, the flying big-mouthed fish has flown up from the beach again. It kept rubbing Sube with its scaly wings. Sube's face was full of black lines. This is very similar to the behavior of the little fox girl. Sube grabbed the flying big-mouthed fish flying beside him and told it not to move. He opened the black technology production column again and looked for what he needed. Found it. Sube looked at the potion above. Life Leap Potion. The revised Life Transition Potion only requires 200 energy points. Sube did not hesitate. He had just spent 1,000 energy points. Why would he care about a mere 200 points? Sube grabbed the flying big-mouthed fish next to him and poured the Life Leap Potion into its mouth. The flying big-mouthed fish was a little panicked at first and refused, thinking that Sube was giving it some kind of drug. But when the Life Leap Potion entered its mouth, the flying big-mouthed fish accepted it. The medicine that Sube drank was great. It was like a clear spring in summer, making people feel relaxed and comfortable both physically and mentally. The flying big-mouthed fish's body no longer resisted, and Sube quietly poured the Life Leap Potion into it. Chi-chi. The flying big-mouthed fish quickly drank the potion and made a comfortable chirp. Sube was surprised that the voice was particularly pleasant. The next step is to wait for it to complete its life transition. Sube sat aside and began to wait. Soon the effects of the potion began to take effect. The flying big-mouthed fish felt the changes in itself in some confusion. Its intelligence is currently not very high, and it has no idea what is happening to its body. 10 minutes later, the body of the flying big-mouthed fish was covered by a white light, and its shape began to change. It was similar to the second mutation of the super fish head king that Sube had seen before, but there were obvious differences. Grumble. A powerful energy wave suddenly spread out in all directions, accompanied by a somewhat crisp cry. The figure of the flying big-mouthed fish slowly emerged from the light. Name Blue Devourer. Level 4. Special ability, Abyss Devour SS. Skills, Life Devouring, Super Digestion, Energy Conversion, Levitation. Personality, Greedy Loyal. Current status, Hungry. Life level, Advanced Plus. Evaluation. The effect of the transition potion is exceptionally good. This should be a chain reaction caused by the affinity potion absorbed previously. Seeing the brand new Blue Devourer, Sube was also shocked. Not to mention the new data after its upgrade. The appearance alone has undergone earth-shaking changes. The gorgeous and dreamy azure body gives people an unreal beauty. And those big, lively blue eyes seem to be filled with infinite wisdom. Of course, it's still a fish. But now the Blue Devourer is a fish that looks very noble and high class. Moreover, its size did not increase with the breakthrough of level and life level. Just like the Super Fish King before, it became stronger, but its size shrank instead. The Blue Devourer is now about 3 meters long, which is a normal size. Grumble. The Blue Devourer seemed to be very happy as well, staring at Sube with its flashing blue eyes. It floated in the sky for a while, and then began to rub against Sube. Sube was a little surprised. Now the Blue Devourer has lost its wings, but it can still continue to fly in the sky. It's like the sky is its ocean. It's amazing. Sube didn't think much about it. This should be one of the skills of the Blue Devourer. By the way, you must be hungry, right? Sube recalled something and took out the body of the Super Fish Head King from his space bracelet. As soon as the Super Fish Head King's body was released, the Blue Devourer's eyes were about to pop out. Chi-chi. The blue devourer pounced directly on the body of the super fish head king and began to prepare to enjoy the delicacy. Just when Su Bei thought that the blue devourer was going to eat bite by bite, a scene that shocked Su Bei appeared. The blue devourer suddenly opened its huge mouth. That's right, it's a giant mouth that can directly swallow the more than 2-meter-long corpse of the super fish head king. There are many sharp serrations on it. AMU. In one bite, the super fish head king was eaten to the bone. The blue devourer chewed its food and turned back to look at Su Bei in a cute and well-behaved manner. Chapter 126. New partner joins. Su Bei looked at this scene with his mouth slightly open. In the end, Su Bei accepted this fact and he felt a little emotional. If you eat one at a time, how many do I have to kill to feed you? Su Bei reached out and stroked the blue devourer's body and smiled bitterly. It seems this is a big eater. Chi-chi. The blue devourer still looked very happy, narrowing his big blue eyes slightly, enjoying Su Bei's touch. By the way, I need to give you a name. Su Bei looked at the blue dream fish in front of him. I'll just call you Xiaoyu. Wan Yuyu. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu was also very happy and rubbed Su Bei affectionately with his fish head. Okay, let's go back. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu suddenly lowered his flying altitude and came in front of Su Bei. Su Bei was stunned at first, then he reacted. You want me to ride on it? Chi-chi. Xiaoyu is very intelligent now. He nods his head happily and looks quite cute. Su Bei smiled bitterly and then jumped on the horse. Well, this seat feels surprisingly good. Su Bei sat on it and couldn't help but say, Xiaoyu's fish back is soft, as if it has no bones, and it is very comfortable to sit on. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu felt even happier when she heard Su Bei's praise. It began to twist its body and float forward. Well, looking at Xiaoyu flying low, Su Bei held his forehead and said, Xiaoyu, you're going the wrong way. Grumble. A bolt of thunder flashed past Xiaoyu's head, and its swimming body stopped immediately. We're going that way. As Su Bei spoke, he pointed in the opposite direction behind him. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu, who reacted suddenly, felt a little embarrassed and made an apologetic sound, looking very cute. Su Bei also found it funny when he saw this scene. It seems that this mutated pet of mine is not only intelligent, but also very humane. When Su Bei rode Xiaoyu back to the place where he had agreed to meet the two girls in the morning, it was already completely dark. Su Xiaoju and she had been waiting for Su Bei for dozens of minutes. Seeing Su Bei coming back, both girls showed happy expressions on their faces. Brother Su Bei, huh? Why are there still flying fish? Yeah. Su Xiaoju and she both noticed Xiaoyu under Su Bei. When Xiaoyu swam in front of them, Su Bei jumped off Xiaoyu's back. Let me introduce you to. Su Bei told the two girls about his new mutated pet. Wow, it's so beautiful. How can it fly without wings? Su Xiaoju held Xiaoyu in her arms, touching her and looking at her constantly. Well, this should be one of its skills. She also came over. The two girls were not afraid at all that Xiaoyu would attack them. Mom, what a great feel. Why is the fishing experience so great? Wow, Xiaoju, look at its tail. Hey, I think I found something. Listening to the wanton conversation between Su Xiaoju and the other girl, Su Bei looked at Xiaoyu's pitiful appearance and his eyelids twitched. Okay, you two, that's enough. Xiaoyu is a new partner. Please don't go too far. Su Bei pulled Xiaoyu over and hid her behind him, warning the two girls in a serious tone. Xiaoyu felt Su Bei's powerful aura, and her heart started pounding. The small fins on both sides were like two little hands pulling at the corners of Su Bei's clothes. At this moment, its beautiful big blue eyes looked at Su Xiaoju and the other girl as if it was looking at an evil villain. Woo woo woo. These two guys are so bad. The master is still the best. Feeling the little guy shivering behind him, Su Bei turned around and stroked him to comfort him. Don't worry, they are not bad people. They are just too enthusiastic. Xiaoyu seemed to understand and nodded obediently with his cute fish head. Huh? Brother Su Bei, can it understand you? Seeing this scene, Su Xiaoju and she were no longer calm. Xiaoyu's IQ is too high, far surpassing those ordinary mutant creatures. Well, Xiaoyu is currently at level 4, and her life level is high. So don't underestimate it. Xiaoyu will fight alongside us in the future. Chi-chi. Hearing Su Bei's praise, Xiaoyu raised his head appropriately, indicating that he was very strong. I know. The two girls stopped playing and began to introduce themselves to Xiaoyu seriously. My name is Su Xiaoju, and I'm brother Su Bei's favorite. I'm currently level 4 and we'll be good friends from now on. My name is Shi. I'm Su Bei. Well, I'm also Su Bei's favorite person. I'm currently at level 4 Both women introduced themselves to Xiaoyu, although it sounded like the main point of the introduction was wrong. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu also began to boldly move around in front of the two women, chattering constantly. However, without the affinity potion to establish a relationship, the two girls simply couldn't understand what Xiaoyu was saying. Su Xiaoju. Hope. In order to avoid making the situation awkward, Su Bei decided to end the topic. Okay, let's go back. As he spoke, Su Bei had already ordered the system to open the quantum traction hatch of the black technology battleship. The three people and the flying fish were slowly sucked into the battleship in a burst of dreamy blue energy particles. After returning to the high-tech battleship, Su Bei and the other two needed to go to the bathroom to take a shower first. Now the fifth-level black tech battleship has a larger bathroom area and also has partitions. Su Bei and the other two walked towards the bathroom with the clothes they needed to change. Well, when passing by Xiaoyu, Su Bei felt that it was also quite dirty, so he simply let Xiaoyu follow them in to wash. Although the bathroom has partitions, we can take a shower together, so why do we have to separate them? Chirp, chirp. Feel the cool water from the sprinkler on your body. A happy sound came out of Xiaoyu's mouth. It is a fish itself. Although it has mutated beyond the scope of fish, it still likes water very much. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu swam around in the bathroom. With the flying skill, it seems like it is really swimming in the sea. Chi-chi. But it looked back at its owner and the other two owners' friends with some confusion. Chi-chi. Strange, what are they doing? Why don't you come play together? Xiaoyu looked at Su Bei and the others' game and expressed her confusion. Su Bei saw Xiaoyu making a puzzled call towards them and saw confusion in the others' big eyes. Su Bei. Su Xiaoju. Hope. Forgot there's a fish here. But at this time, Su Bei and the others did not feel embarrassed. It's just a fish. I can't understand it anyway. Xiaoyu. System. Chapter 127. The mutated sword-billed seagulls sneak attack. Night. Su Bei and the other two were lying on the high-tech bed to rest. Next to the big bed, a 3-meter-long sky-blue fish was floating quietly in the air. Su Bei was a little curious about Xiaoyu's sleeping style. You even sleep in the air? Brother Su Bei is asleep. After hearing Su Xiaoju's cry, Su Bei stopped thinking about this problem. The next morning, Su Bei was woken up by Xiaoyu. You bastard. When Su Bei opened his eyes, he saw Xiaoyu rubbing against him with a happy look on her face. He was a little amused and helpless. At this moment, the system's analysis panel suddenly popped up. Name 1 Yu. Level, for plus. Special ability, Devour SS. Skill, Personality, Greedy, Lively. Current status, Lively. Life level high. Evaluation, I have a very high impression of the master and am waiting for the master's further development. Su Bei directly ignored the system's final evaluation. He noticed that Xiaoyu's level had broken through to level 4+. Is it because of the corpse of the super fish head king? Su Bei was thinking about it when the system's voice suddenly rang out. That's right, master. Xiaoyu possesses the SS level devouring ability, which allows him to increase his strength by devouring the corpses of high-level creatures. So this is really a magical skill. Su Bei was a little shocked. If that was true, as long as Xiaoyu was given enough monster corpses, wouldn't it be able to continue upgrading? Master, Xiaoyu's current devouring ability also has a limit. That's pretty damn incredible, isn't it? Xiaoyu moved her fish head and looked at the master in front of her who was stroking her with a faint smile. Su Bei opened the black technology production column and began to make today's enhancement potion. After these days of black technology potion strengthening, Su Bei's level also broke through to level 4+ with today's strengthening potion. Currently the same as Xiaoyu. In the morning, now the black tech warship has arrived at another location on King Beihai Beach. This is the place that Su Bei and his friends did not explore yesterday. 3 people and 1 fish got off the warship. Brother Su Bei, we'll leave first. Su Xiaoju and she walked towards the beach reluctantly. Although they really wanted to hunt mutant creatures with Su Bei. However, this method is not as efficient as hunting separately. Su Bei was still riding on Xiaoyu at this moment. Ever since the first time he rode Xiaoyu, Su Bei has regarded it as his own exclusive vehicle. Xiaoyu was also very happy. The dreamy fish body kept swimming in the air, just like a fish swimming in the sea. Xiaoyu, let's go. Chi-chi. 10 minutes later, Su Bei and his friends encountered the first level 3 marine mutant creature of the day. As for those below level 3, Su Bei simply ignored them. If he wants to hunt energy crystals efficiently, he has to choose high-level ones. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu under him let out a threatening cry. The level 3 mutant creature on the beach ahead was startled. Come on, Xiaoyu. Don't let it get away. Su Bei looked at the level 3 mutant creature that had already started to escape and said to Xiaoyu under him. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu responded, as if to say don't worry. Soon Xiaoyu swooped down at a low altitude towards the mutated creature on the beach. When Su Bei rode on Xiaoyu, It really felt like riding a roller coaster. Bump. The mutated creature on the ground is a shell-like creature. When Xiaoyu got close, he opened his bloody mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. It was still that huge mouth that seemed able to swallow a truck. On Xiaoyu's body, Su Bei could feel the size of that giant mouth even more. Even he couldn't help but shudder. Fuck. Su Bei, who was sitting on it, looked confused. He hadn't even collected the energy crystals yet. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu under him had an innocent look on her face, and her big sapphire eyes revealed confusion. Chi-Chi. What's wrong, master? Well, it's okay, just don't eat the enemy directly next time. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu said she understood. Su Bei nodded, indicating that they should continue to move forward to search for other advanced mutated creatures. When Xiaoyu was flying, Su Bei couldn't help but feel confused. Xiaoyu, you don't even have to throw away the shell of that mutated conch just now. Chi-Chi. It's okay, master. I have a healthy stomach. Su Bei. Along the way, Xiaoyu kept flying low along the Qingbei Sea. As for high altitudes, Xiaoyu said that she can only float at a certain height at present. As for higher, it will consume a lot of physical energy. Name mutated sword-billed seagull. Level, for ++. Special ability, sword mouth, B+. Skills, piercing, flying claw. Character, cunning. Current status, hunting. Life level, ordinary. Evaluation, a mutated seagull with a certain degree of intelligence and a penchant for sneak attacks on prey. Suddenly, a systematic analysis emerged in Su Bei's mind, and Su Bei was shocked, because he didn't see any mutated seagulls in his sight. Master, be careful, it's behind. Upon hearing this, Su Bei possessed himself without hesitation. The next moment, a pair of powerful and huge bird claws attacked, but missed. Ugh. After the mutated sword-billed seagull's sneak attack failed, it quickly increased its distance and flew far away on the northern Jiangsu side, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Shit, I almost got ambushed. Su Bei was also a little shocked when he reacted. The opponent is also a level 4++ mutant creature. If he had been attacked just now, even if he was not seriously injured, he would have been seriously injured. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu under him also discovered the mutated sword-billed seagull not far away, and it seemed very angry. Chi-Chi. I didn't protect my master just now. Looking at Xiaoyu's aggressive look under him, Su Bei jumped directly off its back. Xiaoyu is now floating at an altitude of about 30 meters, which is not very high. This height is easy for Su Bei, who is level 4+. Bump. Su Bei landed on the beach, looked up and shouted at Xiaoyu in the air. I'll leave that sharp-mouthed guy to you. Don't let me down. Su Bei jumped down naturally, so that Xiaoyu could fight without any worries. Otherwise, with Xiaoyu sitting on top of me, it would definitely be difficult for it to fight. As for why Xiaoyu should fight the mutated sword-billed seagull. First, Su Bei couldn't fly yet, so it was a bit troublesome for him to deal with the mutated sword-billed seagull. Secondly, Su Bei also wanted to see how strong his mutated pet was. Level 4+ versus level 4++. Well, I'm a little weaker than the other party. But Su Bei believed that Xiaoyu would not let him down. After all, it is his mutated pet, and its attributes in all aspects are extremely high. Chi-Chi. Leave it to me, master. Xiaoyu in the sky also called out to Su Bei. Then Xiaoyu looked at the mutated sword-billed seagull not far away with cold eyes. You actually dared to attack the master just now. Xiaoyu was also very angry at this time. The innocence and cuteness in his eyes faded, and a terrifying murderous intent emerged. Chapter 128. Killing the mutated sharp-billed seagull. At this moment, Xiaoyu no longer looked like the cute pet he had before. Its entire body glowed with a faint blue light, and its aura gradually rose. Ugh. Seeing this, the mutated sword-billed seagull not far away flapped its wings vigilantly and tried to leave. Chi-Chi. How could Xiaoyu let the other party run away? The next second, Xiaoyu's 3-meter-long fish body flew very fast. Although it had no wings, it flew faster in the air than the mutated sword-billed seagull. Ugh. The mutated sword-billed seagull was startled. Bump. Xiaoyu used a charging attack, and the fish head slammed into the mutated sword-billed seagull like an iron head. Vomit. The mutated sword-billed seagull lost its balance due to this collision and fell down. Huff. Huff. Fortunately, it reacted in time and flapped its wings to prevent itself from falling. Chi-Chi. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Xiaoyu's big sapphire-like eyes, and a dark blue energy beam spurted out from its mouth. Boom. The blue light hit the mutated sword-billed seagull, instantly making it lose the ability to fly. Bump. The mutated sword-billed seagull fell headfirst onto the beach below and tried to get up in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Chi-Chi. But Xiaoyu won't give it time to breathe. Xiaoyu swooped down from the air and hit the fish head with another fierce blow. This time, the mutated sword-billed seagull was really unable to fight anymore, and its body lay on the beach without moving. Su Bei, who was not far away, watched this scene and began to analyze it in his mind. Xiaoyu's strength and speed are both very strong, and that blue light just now was also very powerful. Just now, it was mainly Xiaoyu's blue light that half-crippled the mutated sword-billed seagull. The last headbutt is almost like going up to finish off the opponent. Chi-Chi. While Su Bei was thinking, Xiaoyu swam over. Cuteness and obedience appeared again in its big blue eyes. Xiaoyu looked at Su Bei and asked him to eat the corpse of the mutated sword-billed seagull. Seeing this, Su Bei smiled indifferently and reached out to stroke the other person's little head. Xiaoyu is very obedient. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu was praised by Su Bei and expressed her happiness, even ignoring the corpse of the mutated sword-billed seagull. Su Bei walked forward and took out the energy crystal of the mutated sword-billed seagull. Okay, you can eat it now. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu nodded in a silly manner. Even though the mutated sword-billed seagull's body no longer had energy crystals and absorbed less energy. But Xiaoyu had no complaints, and it happily swallowed the body of the mutated sword-billed seagull in one bite. Chi-Chi. Okay, let's continue searching for mutant creatures. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu floated in front of Su Bei, and Su Bei also rode on him. The man and the fish continued to move towards the edge of Qingbei Sea. Time flies, and Su Bei and his team have been hunting mutated creatures on the Qingbei Sea coast for a week. Today is the 9th day since coming here. Su Bei plans to relax today and leave tomorrow. Now the border between King Beihai and Beihai City has been hunted by Su Bei and his men. Most of the high-level mutated marine creatures entered Xiaoyu's stomach. These days, Su Xiaoju and Xi's levels have also broken through to level 4+. Xiaoyu upgraded at a very fast speed, reaching level 5, making him the highest level among them. Su Bei was lying on a beach chair at this time, which he made from the black technology production column. There are also various fresh fruits and drinks on the side, all of which are foods produced by the battleship. Brother Su Bei. Su Bei. Chi-Chi. Hearing the shouting, Su Bei sat up from the beach chair and looked at the 2 women and 1 fish who had just come down from the black technology battleship in the distance. Su Xiaoju and she had already changed into the swimsuits they had collected from the swimsuit store. Su Bei said that she had been waiting for almost an hour before the 2 of them changed. Sure enough, girls take so long to change clothes. Su Bei looked at the 2 beautiful figures walking towards him. Brother Su Bei, shall we go play in the water over there? Well, go ahead and be careful of the mutant creatures around you. Hearing this, she raised his pretty little chin. Don't worry, Su Bei, we have already cleared out all the advanced mutant creatures around here. If they're giving us energy crystals, we wouldn't mind eating a few more. That's right. Chi-Chi. Well, looking at the confidence of the 2 women and 1 fish, Su Bei felt that his worries were unnecessary. Lying leisurely on a high-tech beach chair, Su Bei felt extremely comfortable. Chapter 129, Leaving Qingbei Beach. Beautiful summer, on the beach of Qingbei Sea. While others were still hiding in some small corner waiting for rescue, Su Bei, his 3 companions and his fish were having a great time. Knee-deep sea water, cool swimsuits, beautiful figures, happy smiles. Su Bei also experienced the vibration of the sea, which was simply wonderful. Until the late afternoon, the setting sun shines on the endless sea level, creating a sad and dreamy scene. Okay, we're going back. Su Bei said to the 2 girls who were still playing in the water not far away. Oh, here it comes. 3 people and 1 fish walked on the golden beach, in the afterglow of the sunset, their backs gradually moving away. Back to the high-tech battleship. Su Bei first washed his body, and then came to the captain's room. Sitting in the captain's seat, Su Bei began to summarize the hunting gains over the past week. In almost 8 days, Su Bei and his team hunted hundreds of marine mutant creatures above level 3 here. Most of them were converted into energy points for the battleship, and some were fed to Su Xiaoju and the other girl. As for the corpses, they were all devoured by Xiaoyu. However, there are not many advanced marine mutant creatures on the beach adjacent to Beihai City. The system plans the route. Okay, master. The system's elongated, teasing tone made Su Bei feel a little numb. Where are we going next, master? Well, I can continue to stay in Beihai City and hunt high-level mutant monsters. But Su Bei actually wants to visit other cities. Before the end of the world, Su Bei wanted to travel to other cities, but he had no money at that time and life was helpless. Now that we have a choice, there is no need to continue to move forward passively. Well, next we're going to Qianhua City. Qianhua City, a city adjacent to Beihai City. The area is not very large, and economically it is about the same size as Beihai City. But it is very famous. As the name suggests, it is a city famous for flowers and birds before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, Su Bei wanted to visit Xianhua City. It was said that there were the largest variety and rarest flowers and birds in China. It is one of the popular tourist attractions for many people during summer vacation. Okay, master. Now let's start planning our route and plan. Estimated time of arrival, 16 hours. Just get some rest tonight. Su Bei rubbed his eyebrows. He had overexerted himself while playing at the beach today. The seaside is more likely to increase people's sexual interest, especially since there were only 3 of them on the entire beach. Of course, Xiaoyu is not a human, so Su Bei ignored her. Su Bei left the captain's room and returned to his lounge. Crack. As soon as he entered the lounge, Su Bei saw Su Xiaoju and she lying down in loose and casual clothes after taking a shower. Brother Su Bei. Seeing Su Bei coming in, Su Xiaoju jumped over from the bed and grabbed Su Bei like a kitten. Su Bei felt the weight of Su Xiaoju on his body. His legs became weak, and he almost fell down. Puff. She, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile when he saw Su Bei's expression. Xiaoju, please don't disturb Su Bei. Let him have a good rest. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu on the side seemed to support Shi's words, although it didn't know why its master would feel tired after playing those games. He was always energetic when killing monsters. I know. Su Xiaoju got off Su Bei. Okay, brother Su Bei, we won't disturb your rest tonight. After watching Su Xiaoju and the other girl leave, Su Bei lay directly on the high-tech bed. Soon the black technology bed began to massage Su Bei's whole body, quickly restoring Su Bei's physical strength. So comfortable. Xiaoyu, who was standing by, saw Su Bei's enjoying expression and became a little curious. Xiaoyu floated with her sky-blue fish body and came to the black technology bed. Chi-Chi. Suddenly, a tingling sensation came over her, and Xiaoyu closed her eyes comfortably. The man and the fish lay quietly on the high-tech bed to rest. The next morning, Su Bei woke up with a tightness in his chest. He seemed to be having a nightmare. In his dream, 2 large sacks were covering his head tightly. He just felt like he couldn't breathe. Su Bei pushed away the thing that was suffocating him with his hands and breathed in the super fresh air inside the battleship. Su Bei suddenly felt that the world was beautiful again. He sat up and looked at the 2 figures on the bed, speechless for a moment. Su Xiaoju and Shi Zheng were sleeping on either side of him. Her breathing was even, with warm air gently exhaled from the tip of her nose, and her delicate little face rose and fell, which was very beautiful. The pair of furry fox ears on Su Xiaoju's head trembled from time to time. Such a beautiful sleeping face. Even after seeing it so many times, Su Bei still feels amazing. Well, didn't you agree not to disturb my rest? Chirp, chirp. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Su Bei looked over and the corners of his mouth twitched. Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him, was pushed off the bed by someone and was now sleeping on the ground. She was still murmuring softly, as if she was dreaming. It looked like it was sleeping soundly on the floor, with saliva dripping from its mouth. Su Bei got up from the bed, stretched his body to stretch his muscles, and then went to the bathroom to wash up. The bright sunshine has already spread across the earth, and today is still a nice day with clear blue sky. It's a pity that it's the end of the world now. Su Bei sat in the captain's seat and looked at the outside perspective in front of him. At this time, no one on the ground in Beihai City dared to go outside to enjoy the beautiful weather. The streets and blocks are full of ugly and hideous mutated monsters. They wander around, roaring fiercely, trying to find today's breakfast among the densely packed city buildings. Su Bei saw some survivors being discovered by these mutated monsters, and then struggling, and more monsters came rushing over after hearing the noise. Next is the monster's meal. There were many survivors in Beihai City, and Su Bei had no intention of saving that person. Looking at the tragic scenes one after another on the ground outside, Su Bei felt nothing in his heart. Small bluff BOT document anti-piracy. Find, book, machine people select small bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits. He just wants to become stronger now. If he is not strong enough, then they will suffer the same fate sooner or later. Su Bei opened the black technology production bar and made the enhanced potion to be used today. His strength has increased recently, and the upper limit of his potion usage has also increased a lot. After drinking 2 4th-level strengthening potions at once, Su Bei felt refreshed all over. Master detected high-level energy fluctuations. The system voice sounded. Su Bei raised the corner of his mouth when he heard this. Just wanted to move around a bit. The system analyzes the other party's data. Name One-Horn Tyrant. Level, 6++. Special ability, Tyrant S. Skills, Battle Instinct, Horn Attack, Blast. Character, Cruel, Bloodthirsty. Current status, Hunting, Searching for target. Life level high. Evaluation. Completely mutated humans have surpassed the scope of ordinary life forms, with powerful combat power and high intelligence. Chapter 130. Battle against the One-Horn Tyrant. When Su Bei saw the data displayed by the system, he was stunned. It's actually a high-level 6++ mutant monster. He thought it was just some level 4 or 5 mutated creature. That's even better. Then Su Bei grinned, revealing an expression of high fighting spirit. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a high-level mutant monster. Currently Su Bei is at level 4++. After unlocking the King of Tyranny, his combat power should be roughly equivalent to level 6++. System, open the hatch. I want to go down. Yes. In addition, Su Bei can also let the system use the weaponry of the Black Technology Battleship to kill this one-horned tyrant. But Su Bei would not do that, because doing so would not help him to improve himself. Su Bei jumped out of the disc-shaped hatch under the warship, and the strong wind around him blew on his body, making a whistling sound. At a height of hundreds of meters, Su Bei reached the ground in almost 2 seconds. Bump. With a handsome half-squatting posture, Su Bei makes a brilliant appearance. A huge pit appeared on the surrounding ground, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Gravel and sand flew wildly, and the huge noise also attracted the one-horned tyrant not far away. Roar! The one-horned tyrant was attracted by Su Bei's appearance and looked towards the place where the smoke and dust were rising. There, a tall and handsome man with long fiery red hair fluttering in the wind stood upright. Su Bei has entered the King of Tyranny form. When he activates the Tyrannical form, he is no weaker than the one-horned tyrant in terms of energy reaction or aura. Roar! The one-horned tyrant growled and looked at Su Bei vigilantly. This human gave it a very dangerous feeling. Snort! Su Bei snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with contempt, and he was domineering. Roar! It seemed that he was angered by Su Bei's look. After all, the one-horned tyrant was an absolute strong man in this area. The next second, the one-horned tyrant took the lead in attacking. A red energy light bullet quickly condensed and expanded on the black horn above its head. In less than 3 seconds, a basketball-sized explosive bomb shot towards Su Bei. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his right arm, and the fiery red light began to gather on his palm. After a moment, a fireball of the same size condensed and appeared. Su Bei gently pushed his palm, and the fireball rushed towards the energy bomb. Bang! Boom! The two collided instantly, causing a huge explosion, and smoke and flames rose into the sky. Whoosh! The next moment, a tall figure suddenly jumped out from the smoke and dust. It was the one-horned tyrant. Seeing this, Su Bei remained calm and quickly crossed his arms to block. Bang! The one-horned tyrant threw 2 powerful punches in a row, then spun in midair and launched a fierce flying kick. Seeing this, Su Bei did not continue to take the kick. He was not stupid, so why should he take it when he could dodge it? Bump! Su Bei jumped to the side to avoid it. The one-horned tyrant's right foot slammed heavily on the ground, and the concrete floor could not withstand its kick at all. In an instant, a huge pit appeared on the ground. After the one-horned tyrant missed his kick, he did not continue to chase, but stood firm and looked at Su Bei. At this time, Su Bei also stabilized his body and looked at the one-horned tyrant from a distance of 10 meters. Both were just initial attempts. The result of the test is that both parties are very strong. Su Bei was surprised by the opponent's fighting skills. The mid-air roundhouse kick he just did was not something an ordinary person could do. High-level mutant creatures are indeed extraordinary. Roar! There was a fighting spirit in the eyes of the one-horned tyrant. It had not encountered a powerful prey for a long time. This aroused a sense of fighting spirit in its heart. It was eager to fight against Su Bei and hunt Su Bei. Come on. Su Bei naturally saw the fighting spirit in the other party's eyes, and he took a stance ready for battle. Su Bei's master-level fighting skills are not to be underestimated, although I don't know how powerful the opponent's combat instinct is. But Su Bei is still confident in his own strength. Roar! The one-horned tyrant stepped hard and shot towards Su Bei. Roar! Su Bei also squatted down slightly, then suddenly exerted force to meet it. The air became turbulent and unstable when their fists collided, and the aftermath of the strong wind rushed towards the city streets on both sides. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of the two men was comparable. From the perspective of ordinary people, Su Bei and the one-horned tyrant were just 2 black shadows, and their speed could not be seen at all. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fist lights intersected and shone, and both of them punched continuously, completely ignoring the attacks from the other. After a few seconds, Su Bei and the one-horned tyrant separated. Hoo-hoo. Su Bei was breathing heavily, and the high-tech clothes on his body were torn. The one-horned tyrant on the opposite side looked similar. The two of them looked at each other. The next moment, the two figures collided again. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides engaged in the most primitive fist collisions, constantly swinging their fists and hitting each other's bodies. Suddenly, during the bombardment, the one-horned tyrant suddenly changed its attack posture, and suddenly lowered its head and rushed towards Su Bei. It's a unicorn. Su Bei reacted instantly when he saw this. The ability of the one-horned tyrant is one horn, and it is S level. Su Bei did not dare to be careless and quickly dodged backwards, trying to avoid it. But the one-horned tyrant's speed was not much slower than Su Bei's, and this attack was prepared in advance. Puff. The next moment, Su Bei's body was pierced by the dark and ferocious horn, and blood spurted out. Puff. Su Bei spat out a large mouthful of blood. He quickly stabilized his body and distanced himself from the one-horned tyrant. Roar. Seeing this, the one-horned tyrant naturally took advantage of the situation and pursued the enemy. With its extremely sharp horns, it is as violent as a wild bull. Su Bei hurriedly kept a certain distance and spoke to the system in his mind. System activates, laser cannon attack. Su Bei, since you are such a scoundrel, don't blame me for cheating. Su Bei's body was damaged by the one-horned tyrant, and most of his combat power has been lost. Fortunately, Su Bei didn't intend to kill the one-horned tyrant by his own strength from the beginning. After giving the system the command, Su Bei ran backwards with all his strength. The one-horned tyrant was slightly stunned when he saw Su Bei, who suddenly seemed to be trying to escape for his life. In fact, if Su Bei wanted to escape, it would be difficult for it to catch up. Roar. The one-horned tyrant growled in disdain. He didn't expect that Su Bei was such a coward who was afraid of death. Just as the one-horned tyrant turned around and was about to leave, a terrifying energy that made its heart palpitate appeared. The one-horned tyrant was about to turn his head, but the next moment, a terrifying roar swept across the ground. The figure of the one-horned tyrant was instantly submerged in this white light. Su Bei's figure appeared on the roof of a building not far away. He watched the scene quietly and muttered, "It seems that the incomplete form of the Tyrannical King is still having a hard time dealing with a level 6++ mutant creature." Su Bei touched the wound that had just been opened. Hiss. Chapter 131. A Mutated Dog. The battleship's laser cannon attack ended, and the bright white light dissipated. Su Bei stared quietly at the place where the one-horned tyrant had just been hit. The system did not send out a message of the other party's death, which proves that the one-horned tyrant is not dead yet. However, after being hit by the laser main gun of the high-tech battleship, it was almost crippled. Su Bei gently stepped down from the roof and walked towards the big pit in front of him that was blasted by the laser cannon. Bang! A big hand stretched out from the pit, and then the broken body of the one-horned tyrant slowly appeared in Su Bei's sight. At this time, its body was covered with tatters, and the single horn on its head was also mostly destroyed. It looked extremely miserable, but it still has the strength to stand up. The one-horned tyrant's eyes were bloodshot, but he looked at Su Bei viciously. "Oh, you're not convinced?" Su Bei naturally saw the unwillingness and anger in the other person's eyes. After all, he borrowed the power of the black technology battleship, not relying on his own strength to defeat it. This is an unfair battle. Su Bei's eyes were cold. He would not let this one-horned tyrant go just because the battle was unfair. The next moment, Su Bei moved at an extremely fast speed and threw a fierce punch with a blazing flame towards the tyrannical unicorn. Bang! Boom! The tyrannical unicorn was already at the end of its strength at this point, and standing up had exhausted its last bit of strength. With this punch from Su Bei, the one-horned tyrant's life was completely gone. "Master, the other party has lost his life energy." Su Bei walked over and took out the energy crystal of the one-horned tyrant. A crystal with a faint black and red luster. It is larger in size than the energy crystals of ordinary mutated creatures. "System, put Xiaoyu down." "Yes." A few minutes later, the hatch at the bottom of the high-tech battleship opened, and a long azure fish swam out of the battleship. Xiaoyu was floating in the air, and when he saw Su Bei, he sped up and swam towards Su Bei. "Chi-Chi." Xiaoyu gave Su Bei a big hug. Su Bei was almost knocked to the ground by Xiaoyu's hammer. Okay, this is for you, eat it quickly." After interacting intimately with Xiaoyu for a while, Su Bei said to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu had naturally discovered the corpse of the one-horned tyrant on the ground a long time ago. After hearing Su Bei's words, her big eyes were filled with happiness. Chi-Chi, Master is so nice. I love you the most, greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to / Huh. Xiaoyu also gave Su Bei a big thank you on the side of his face. Su Bei felt the warmth on his cheek and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry for a moment. I was kissed by a fish. Xiaoyu came to the corpse of the one-horned tyrant and was about to enjoy a delicious breakfast when something strange happened. Woof woof. Suddenly, a loud dog barking sounded. Xiaoyu also stopped eating and turned to look at the source of the sound with Su Bei. When Su Bei saw this, his charming and handsome face was petrified on the spot. He saw a native Chinese dog, commonly known as the Chinese pastoral dog. Of course, if it was just an ordinary mutated dog, it wouldn't have petrified Su Bei's expression. This is a mutated dog that walks upright, has explosive muscles all over its body, and a lewd expression on its face. Name mutated dog Hook. Level 6++. Special abilities: Super Muscle, S. Lucky Aura, SS. Skills: Rampage, Wrestling, Super Learning. Character: Vigilant. Current status: Passing by. Life level: Rare. Evaluation: a dog with a very high IQ, who has become no longer ordinary after the mutation. This muscular dog looks like a muscular golden will who just finished training in the gym. The whole body was covered with explosive muscles, and Su Bei even saw its abdominal muscles. A dog has abdominal muscles. Su Bei said it destroyed his worldview. What the hell? What the hell is this? Su Bei was so angry that his heart was racing, and this was not just some rubbish mutant creature. In the systems analysis, it turned out to be a rare mutant creature, level 6++, with 1 S level and 1 SS level ability. This guy is just too strong. Su Bei couldn't help but complain in his heart. This is not some mutated dog Hook at all. He is simply the king of strange dogs. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu beside him also had a puzzled look on his face, staring at the mutated Go-Go with his big, bright eyes. Being stared at by a man and a fish, the mutated Go-Go seemed to feel that he was being a little abrupt. Woof woof. It barked twice, somewhat awkwardly but politely. Su Bei looked at the other person's expression and shouted, "Fuck. Is this mutant dog so intelligent?" Su Bei suddenly noticed the high IQ rating given by the system. How smart is this dog called the system? Master, the other party's IQ is roughly equivalent to that of a 14-year-old human adolescent. Su Bei. This is the most intelligent mutant creature Su Bei has ever encountered, and it's actually a dog. The mutated dog looked at the corpse of the one-horned tyrant in front of Xiaoyu and subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. A few minutes ago, the mutated Go-Go is actually the strongest in this area, and the one-horned tyrant is its target. But the one-horned tyrant is very strong, and the mutated dog Hook is not sure if he can kill at 100. Therefore, it has been secretly observing the one-horned tyrant, looking for a suitable opportunity. The one-horned tyrant, who had a low IQ, had not noticed that he was being observed by another mutated creature of the same level. The mutated dog originally wanted to wait until the one-horned tyrant fought with other creatures and both were injured, and then attack and defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. After observing the battle between the one-horned tyrant and Su Bei today, it felt that the opportunity had come. But the ending was beyond its expectations. The one-horned tyrant was killed by other creatures. Go-Go began to think in his heart. That human looks so strong, and that black thing on his head is also very strong. It can emit such a terrifying light. It is unlikely to defeat Su Bei head-on, but there is still a chance to snatch the body of the one-horned tyrant from Su Bei. Just as it was hesitating whether to go out and snatch the body of the one-horned tyrant, another mutated creature fell from the sky, but its level was very low, so Go-Go didn't care. But it saw that the human actually wanted to give the one-horned tyrant's body to that very weak guy to eat. Finally, the mutated dog couldn't hold back the desire in his heart anymore and barked loudly, then jumped out from the darkness. Time returns. The mutated Go-Go also realized at this time that he was too impulsive and actually exposed himself on his own initiative. The threat from northern Jiangsu is not that great. It stared at the dark and ferocious high-tech battleship in the sky with some vigilance. It saw the one-horned tyrant of the same level as itself being destroyed by a single shot from that thing. Even if I am stronger than the one-horned tyrant, I still can't withstand it, right? The mutated dog thought this in its heart and planned to retreat. Anyway, it wasn't the one who killed the one-horned tyrant. If it snatched it from Su Bei, it felt that the probability of it being killed was quite high. Woof woof. The mutated dog Go-Gon barked twice. A human-like awkward smile appeared on its face, and its standing body slowly retreated. Um, Su Bei also reacted. Another level 6++ mutant creature has arrived. Let's stay here together. System fire. Sensing that the huge dark object in the sky was beginning to gather heart-pounding energy fluctuations, the mutated dog on the ground turned around and ran wildly behind him. Almost at the moment when the battleship concentrated its laser cannons, its figure disappeared without a trace. Su Bei. Xiaoyu. Black Technology Battleship. Chapter 132. Su Bei breaks through to the rare level. Looking at the mutated dog that disappeared in a flash, Su Bei couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After all, it is a rare mutant creature of level 6++. Why is it so afraid of death? Chi-Chi. Master, what was that just now? Su Bei turned around and touched Xiaoyu's fish head. Well, it's just a mutated dog. Hurry up and eat its body. We are going back. Chi-Chi. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu opened his huge mouth of the abyss and swallowed the body of the one-horned tyrant in one gulp. Su Bei looked at the terrifying huge mouth, still equals. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoyu came to Su Bei. Su Bei rode on it without any hesitation. Xiaoyu twisted his fish body and swam towards the hatch of the high-tech battleship. Back in the battleship, Su Bei converted the 6++ level energy crystal of the one-horned tyrant into 5,000+ energy points. Energy points and energy point units are different. Good. Su Bei looked at the battleship's energy points and saw that there were more than 30,000 left. System, help me search for high-tech items that can improve life level. At present, Su Bei's life level is at a high level, and now he has enough energy points to sublimate again. After all, the muscular dog before was at a rare level of life. How could Su Bei be worse than a mutated dog? It's the master. Soon the system began to help Su Bei screen suitable black technologies in the black technology production column. 10 seconds later, a black technology potion icon was floating on the black technology bar in front of Su Bei. Rare life sublimation potion. It can evolve high-level life forms into rare ones, comprehensively strengthen the body, sublimate life, develop potential, and there is a certain probability of awakening special abilities. Energy points consumed, 20,000. Looking at the introduction of Rare Life Sublimation Potion, Su Bei was eager to try it. However, a lot of energy points are required, but fortunately the battleship has enough energy points. Production. Soon, an ordinary-looking black technology potion appeared in Su Bei's hands. Looking at the azure liquid inside, Su Bei couldn't help swallowing. It seemed to have an inexplicable attraction, tempting Su Bei to drink it. Su Bei opened the bottle of medicine and drank it in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Su Bei couldn't help but clench his fists. A faint blue light began to appear on Su Bei's body, and even his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of blue light. Huh. A ripple of energy began to ripple outward with Su Bei as the center, seemingly invisible and yet visible. This feeling. As time went by, Su Bei felt that the energy in his body was becoming more and more abundant and purer. Dozens of minutes later, Su Bei was covered in a faint mist, and his skin was white and rosy, just like rejuvenated plants. Name Su Bei, YYD owner. Level 5. Special abilities. Tyrannical King, ST, Power of Nothingness, SS. Skills. Master level combat skills, control of fire elements. Personality, calm, confident. Current status, breakthrough. Life level, rare. Evaluation. The master is always the best O, greater than over equal to less than over equal to O. Su Bei was in a good mood as he looked at the new analysis given by the system. Not only did his life level break through to the rare level, but he also gained a powerful new ability. SS level. Su Bei felt himself and could vaguely feel a new kind of power. Power of the Void. Sounds powerful, right? That's right, Master. Void power is defined by this system as SS level, which is already a top-tier ability. The system continues to detect high-level mutant creatures on the surrounding ground. It would be best to find one that is no more than level 6. Su Bei instructed the system that he now needed to find a few mutated creatures to practice with and test his newly acquired abilities. Yes. Su Bei walked out of the captain's room and came to the leisure hall. At this time, Su Xiaoju, she and Xiaoyu were also lying on the sofa. It looks very comfortable. Huh? Why do I feel like your aura is a little different, Su Bei? Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu also expressed the same opinion. Only Su Xiaoju's emphasis is wrong. Wow, brother Su Bei seems to have become more handsome again. Hearing Su Xiaoju's praise, Su Bei seemed to feel something. He looked at his baby white arms. The life level has been elevated to the rare level, and my body has indeed been greatly improved. In addition to the level breakthrough from 4++ to 5, the body's skin, touch, luster, etc. have also been greatly optimized. The little fox girl ran up with her big tail wagging, hugged Subei's body, and sucked him hard. Brother Subei has a nice smell. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu also flew over from the sofa and circled around Subei, indicating that it was true. Subei Hexi looked confused. She is because she doesn't have the same sense of smell as Su Xiaoju and the others, and Subei can't smell his own scent. Okay, Xiaoju, you come down first. Subei looked helpless. At this time, Su Xiaoju was lying on him like a kitten, rubbing against him. I like Brother Subei. After dozens of minutes, the system voice sounded. Master, time to get up. We found the target mutant. The system sounded with a somewhat teasing voice. Subei also got up from the snow, and he ruthlessly pushed Su Xiaoju and she away. Okay, I'm going down to hunt the mutant creatures. Su Xiaoju pouted and shook her fox ears. Okay. Subei stood up and turned over to ride on the vehicle. Xiaoyu, let's go. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu flew to the ground through the battleship's disc hatch. This is near a wide road, and there are relatively few houses and buildings around. A hideous monster is now wantonly hunting other low-level mutant creatures on the road. Roar. Name, Explosive Ghost Man. Level, 5++. Special ability, Explosive Energy, A. Skills, Explosive Punch, Dodge. Character, Cunning, Bloodthirsty, Cruel. Current status, Hunting. Life level, Normal plus. Evaluation. Humans who have undergone mutations in their direction can create explosions and possess a certain degree of intelligence. The explosive ghost man is more than 4 meters tall, and its body is covered with black spikes that make it look like a hedgehog. There is a row of long black thorns on the spine on the back, like a demon walking out of hell. Bump. Subei jumped down when Xiaoyu was more than 10 meters away from the ground. Attract the attention of the explosive ghost. Roar, roar, roar. The explosive ghost felt that the energy fluctuations on Subei's body were very strong, but not as strong as his own. Its eyes were suddenly filled with bloodthirstiness. It has lunch today? Snort. Subei looked at the greed and cruelty in the other's eyes and snorted. The next moment, Subei moved at high speed and rushed towards the location of the exploding ghost. Bang! Subei threw 2 heavy punches in a row, one on the left and one on the right. The speed of his punches was so fast that there were 2 loud explosions in the air. Bang! The explosive ghost was caught off guard by Subei's sudden and powerful attack. He was knocked dozens of meters away in a somewhat embarrassed manner and fell heavily into a house. Chapter 133, Trying New Abilities. Roar! A huge piece of rubble flew out from where the exploding ghost fell. Bump! Subei easily blocked it with one hand. Roar! The explosive ghost walked out of the rubble, looking a little disheveled. Although Subei's attack just now did not cause much damage to it, it angered it. Damn it! I was actually knocked away by a human. Anger burned in the explosive ghost's heart. His huge body rose and fell, and it seemed as if flames were about to burst out of his body. Snort. Subei looked at the angry expression of the exploding ghost, raised the corners of his mouth, and just watched indifferently. Swoosh. The explosive ghost rushed towards Subei with powerful speed and strength that was not controlled at all. The buildings and concrete floors on both sides of the road were lifted up by an invisible air wave and flew everywhere. Bump. Almost instantly, the 2 men's fists collided. Subei was not to be outdone. He stomped his legs hard on the ground and punched the ghost man to death. Roar. Bang. Boom. Suddenly, the explosive ghost roared, and light suddenly appeared on its 2 fists. The next moment, an explosion sounded, and Subei only felt a huge impact on his fists. Bang. Bang. Caught off guard, Subei was blown away by the explosive ghost's explosive punch. His body was blown backwards by the force of the explosion, and he only stopped after breaking several walls. Rustle. Subei frowned slightly and shook off the blood on his palm. The explosion just now hit his fist directly, and his palm undoubtedly suffered the greatest damage. It's quite powerful. Subei stood up and analyzed lightly. Looking at his bleeding hands, the damage from the explosion would at most break his skin. However, fighting against these mutated creatures without using special abilities would be a disadvantage. I might as well use my new ability. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force in Subei's body instantly began to spread outward. In an instant, the area within 10 meters around Subei was filled with his void power. Subei's body was dragged by this force and gradually floated in the air. Within the 10-meter radius around him, Subei felt like he was a god. You can completely and arbitrarily control these void forces. Su Bei flew towards the direction of the exploding ghost. Roar! The explosive ghost also saw Su Bei floating in the air, and his alertness increased for a moment. Rise! Su Bei raised his arm slightly, and in an instant the explosive ghost man felt his body being restrained by an unknown energy, and then his body floated up uncontrollably. Roar! Roar! A trace of fear appeared on the face of the exploding ghost. Su Bei looked indifferent. In the space that the exploding ghost could not see, Su Bei's power of the void condensed into two huge arms. Lock it firmly in the air 5 meters high, and it cannot move. Roar! Roar! The explosive ghost was still struggling hard. Su Bei made a strangling gesture with both hands. Then the body of the exploding ghost man that was fixed in the air began to compress slowly, as if something invisible was squeezing its body. Roar! Puff! Puff! The body of the exploding ghost was constantly squeezed by the power of the void, and traces of blood appeared on its body surface. Looking at the exploding ghost struggling in pain, Su Bei frowned slightly, because he felt that the power of his void had reached its limit. This is the greatest power he can currently exert by controlling these void forces. Su Bei opened his hands, and the giant hand condensed by the power of the void also released the explosive ghost. Bump! The exploding ghost fell to the ground. At this moment, it looked like a squash toy, with blood oozing out of it. But the ghost man did not die in the explosion. This level of injury can only be considered a serious injury at most. Roar! The exploding ghost stood up, still a little frightened, with fear in his eyes. It wanted to escape, but its steps were restrained by the invisible force again. Su Bei's footsteps slowly sounded. Well, this new ability is pretty good. Su Bei raised one hand, and a huge, empty hand condensed in the space in front of him. Su Bei grabbed, and the big hand in the void made the same movement to grab the exploding ghost. Bump! Holding the explosive ghost in his hand again, Su Bei slammed it to the ground. Boom boom. The giant hand from the void kept smashing the ground, and soon a huge hole appeared on the road. Su Bei opened his hand, and the big hand condensed by the power of the void dispersed, and the broken body of the exploded ghost fell into the big pit. Interesting. Su Bei looked at the void power surrounding his body and slowly took it back into his body. The power of the void is actually an invisible and tangible energy substance. However, the amount of this void power is limited and can only fill the area of about 10 meters around Su Bei. Any more, and his body would feel hollowed out. Moreover, this power of void can be controlled by Su Bei at will, either changing its shape or compressing its volume. It can also form a void defense around his body. Su Bei came to the corpse of the exploding ghost and took out its energy crystal. Xiaoyu is here. Xiaoyu, who had been floating in the sky, was shocked when he heard Su Bei's voice. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu let out a joyful cry and flew over. Then he turned his back to Su Bei and ate, feeling a little embarrassed. Su Bei felt amused when he saw Xiaoyu's look. Xiaoyu also knew that her eating habits were not very elegant, and she needed to avoid Su Bei. AMU. After swallowing the body of the exploding ghost in one gulp, Xiaoyu turned around. Chi-Chi. Master, let's go. Su Bei jumped onto Xiaoyu's fishback, and Xiaoyu flew towards the black technology battleship. After this battle, Su Bei also roughly understood the ability of his SS-level power of the void. Yeah, very strong, but not as strong as the Tyrannical king. Chi-Chi. The master has arrived. Oh. Su Bei jumped off Xiaoyu. Su Bei converted the energy crystal of the explosive ghost into 1,000 plus energy points. System, where are we now? Su Bei called the system in his mind to ask. Master is almost at the border of Qianhua City. Pay attention to the mutated creatures around you. If you find any high-level creatures within the hunting range, alert me. Yes. Su Bei came to the leisure hall. At this time, Su Xiaoju and she were still lying lazily with their arms and legs spread out, looking completely ungraceful. However, Su Bei found it pleasing to the eye and thought it was very elegant. Su Bei walked forward and sat down on it. He opened the black technology crafting bar and made a few energy drinks. It seems like I've been so busy hunting mutant creatures lately that I've forgotten to enjoy the battleship's energy drink. Brother Su Bei, I want. Su Xiaoju noticed the small blue cup in Su Bei's hand and said coquettishly, Yes, 1 cup each. Su Bei made a 4th-level summer energy drink. Su Bei handed a cup to Su Xiaoju and the fish respectively. It was the first time that Xiaoyu saw the battleship energy drink, and she was very curious for a moment. Xiaoyu, this is an energy drink. It tastes good and it can strengthen your body. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu drank it in one gulp, feeling the energy filling her body, and her big eyes narrowed comfortably. Chi-Chi. It's delicious. Chapter 134. First appearance in front of the military. Master has discovered a large number of human survivors. Suddenly the system's voice sounded in Su Bei's mind. Su Bei was stunned when he heard this. A large number of human survivors. Su Bei stood up and walked towards the captain's room. Su Xiaoju, she and Xiaoyu behind him also got up from the black technology sofa and followed Su Bei. Su Bei sat in the captain's seat and asked the system to open the perspective of the outside world of the warship. Soon, several high-definition real-time images appeared. Su Bei and others also saw the group of survivors mentioned by the system. Su Bei looked at the humans wearing military green uniforms in the picture and was slightly stunned. Aren't these soldiers from Beihai City's military? And judging from their appearance, they seem to be preparing to evacuate to Tianhua City? Originally, Su Bei had no intention of contacting these military personnel from Beihai City. But the system prompts that a level 6 mutant creature is attacking them. Su Bei looked at the screen, on which a huge reptile over 10 meters in size was crazily slaughtering the Beihai City military team. Name Strangler. Level 6. Special ability, Death Strangulation A. Skills, Muscle Growth, Strangulation. Character, Bloodthirsty. Current status, Hunting. Life level, Normal Plus. Evaluation, a completely mutated human being, without reason, longing for flesh and blood and life. Beihai City's military is just a small military district, with limited soldiers and firepower. The number of soldiers in the military and the survivors was almost several thousand. There are also many tanks, artillery vehicles, and fighter jets. They were all under the control of the warriors and attacked the Strangler frantically. But this level of damage is just a drop in the bucket for a level 6 Strangler. It didn't care about the artillery fire attacking it, and continued to use its huge hands to frantically grab humans and eat them. Although there was no sound on the screen, Su Bei could already feel their fear from the chaotic scene. Ordinary people can only allow themselves to be slaughtered and slaughtered by monsters of this level. Su Bei didn't know which detachment of the Beihai City military this was, nor did he know whether they had received rescue from other troops. The Beihai City military will disperse into many small units to retreat, which will be more efficient and easier. After thinking for a while, Su Bei instructed the system. System activates, laser cannon attack. Yes. Hey, Su Bei, are you planning to save those humans? Hearing the order given by Su Bei, Shi Qiao, who was sitting behind him, showed a hint of doubt on her face. I guess brother Su Bei doesn't want to save them. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, heard this and smiled with a foxy smile on her lips. Yes, I just want the battleship to kill that level 6 mutant monster. After all, that's a level 6 energy crystal. Oh, am I right? Hearing Su Bei's answer, Su Xiaoju shook her fox ears excitedly, with a proud look on her face. Soon, the main gun turret extended from the outer end of the black technology battleship. After a brief period of energy gathering, a bright white light shot out. Boom boom. A powerful laser beam fell from the sky and accurately hit the Strangler on the ground. The terrifying energy beam covered the entire body of the Strangler, including the survivors around it. They were also turned into ashes in this laser attack. A strong light flashed all around, and all the survivors on the ground were stunned. Someone soon reacted and looked up at the sky, but there was nothing in the sky. In less than a moment, the battleship's laser cannon attack ended. The white light dissipated. Only a deep cannon scar was left on the spot, extending for hundreds of meters. The target Strangler also died under the attack of this laser cannon, and his body was almost wiped out. All of a sudden, the surroundings returned to normal, but now there was a terrifying pit. Everyone on the ground had different emotions for a moment. Some people cried tears of joy over the monster's death, some cried bitterly over the laser cannon's impact on their loved ones, and some felt things were more complicated than they thought, and quickly sought shelter in buildings. The leading officer of this team frowned and stared at the place in the sky where the laser cannon had just been fired. There's clearly nothing there. So how did that terrifying laser appear? The officer was full of doubts, but now that the Strangler had been killed, this was undoubtedly the best outcome. Quick, go and take out the Strangler's energy crystal. A non-commissioned officer reacted and shouted to the soldiers around him. Level 6 energy crystal. This is a very rare level for them. Just when several warriors were about to go to the Strangler's body, something strange happened again. Look up at the sky. Fuck, someone exclaimed, and everyone was attracted by the sound and looked up at the sky. There, a graceful human figure fell quickly. She controlled the strength of his feet and landed lightly on the ground next to the strangler's body. She exposed his appearance and whereabouts without any concealment. Fuck, it's a human. She's still a great beauty. Where did she just appear from? How should I know? So beautiful. Even prettier than a star. Exactly, but she looks so cold. She must be an iceberg-type goddess. She's appearance caused quite a stir among the military. Many people were talking in low voices. The soldiers who went to collect the strangler energy crystals also stopped in their tracks. They were not sure what was going on for a moment. Sir, are we still going to continue the mission? One of the soldiers asked into the intercom. Stop for a moment. Several of the highest commanders of the evacuation team also stared at Xi's figure, wanting to see what the other party was going to do. She simply ignored the many soldiers and survivors around her. She came down just to complete the task assigned to her by Su Bei. Recover the strangler's energy crystal. She came to the strangler's body and took away the energy crystal. Sir, should we stop her? A soldier asked again on the intercom. After all, a level 6 energy crystal is very precious to them. Inside an armored vehicle, several non-commissioned officers of high rank were also discussing the matter. I suggest stopping her. After all, that's a level 6 energy crystal. No, she appeared just after the laser cannon dissipated. It's very likely that she was the one who caused the laser cannon. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces were filled with solemnity and disbelief. Because no matter how you look at it, she doesn't seem like a being that can fire a laser cannon. Are there other teammates around? That laser cannon is definitely super technology. This level of technological attack is definitely not something an ordinary person can possess. Could it be the organization from more than 10 years ago? No, it could also be the other party's superpowers. Don't rule out this possibility. What level of superpower is she? Can she fire that devastating laser cannon just now? Chapter 135, Qianhua City, Paradise of Mutated Plants. While several senior military officials were hesitating, she had already taken out the strangler's energy crystal. Xi's expression has always been so cold as a snow lotus in December, so aloof that people can only watch her from afar and dare not approach her. Commander, the enemy has already obtained the monster's energy crystal. Should we stop them? Let her go. Finally, several officers in the tank discussed and decided to let the other party leave. After all, Xi's appearance was too sudden, and with that terrifyingly powerful laser cannon, the military did not dare to act rashly. Yes, the soldiers and survivors just looked at Xi's figure from afar, and no one dared to step forward. She didn't care about the gazes of this group of people. After obtaining the energy crystal of the strangler, she used the surrounding buildings to jump for help. Keep leaping towards the sky. Finally, it disappeared into the sky in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Impossible. That's impossible. Several senior officials sitting in the Supreme Commander's chariot all looked horrified. She just disappeared from their sight, as if she had disappeared out of thin air. This kind of thing has exceeded their common sense. Of course, the outbreak of the end of the world is simply beyond common sense. There is definitely something in the sky. Could it be that her superpower is related to space? Xiao Wu, hurry up and report everything that happened today to headquarters. On the other side, Xi Bing did not actually disappear in the sky, but just entered the battleship. The high-tech battleship is currently in the optical invisibility mode. This made everyone on the ground mistakenly believe that she disappeared in the air. Brother Su Bei and the others are so stupid. Su Xiaoju sat in her seat with her two snow-white thighs raised and a foxy smile on her face. Although she said something sarcastic, she looked very seductive. Su Xiaoju naturally also saw the situation on the ground through the external images of the warship. The optical invisibility of the high-tech warship has indeed surpassed the technological development level of Blue Planet. There's no reconnaissance radar here, so it's normal that they can't detect the presence of the warship. Looking at Xi slowly walking towards him, Su Bei smiled faintly. Here you go. She handed the energy crystal of the strangler to Su Bei. Okay. Su Bei took the level 6 energy crystal and rubbed Xi's head as a reward. This reward made Su Xiaoju and Xiaoyu beside him open their eyes wide with envy. Now that he got what he wanted, there was no need for Su Bei to stay here any longer. Alright system, let's get out of here. Yes. Su Bei didn't care about exposing Xi to the military's sight. On the contrary, it was Su Bei's intention to let Xi go down to get the energy crystal. Now that Su Bei has acquired a certain amount of strength and capital, it is only a matter of time before he comes into contact with the military in the future. Today, I just want to say hello to the military people in advance. Su Bei raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the screen, where the soldiers and military leaders on the ground were shocked and at a loss. See you next time. Su Bei casually converted this level 6 energy crystal into 1500 plus energy points. The high-tech battleship slowly started up in stealth mode and headed towards Qianhua City ahead. After the black-tech warship left, the North Sea evacuation team on the ground also began to continue evacuating. After all, their mission is to safely evacuate these survivors and armed firepower to Qianhua City and meet up with the military in Qianhua City. However, after many days of evacuation, their original large army of more than 30,000 people is now reduced to only a few thousand people. A few dozen minutes later, the system prompts that the high-tech battleship has arrived in Qianhua City. Su Bei and others also saw the scene below the warship through the control screen. The three people and the fish all had a look of surprise on their faces. Because when viewed from the sky, Qianhua City looks like a green ocean. That's right, Qianhua City is now completely covered by plants of various colors. The most numerous color is green. System, what are those? Su Bei's eyes showed a trace of solemnity. It was the first time he had seen such an astonishing scene. Although Qianhua City was famous for its flowers and birds before the end of the world, it was not the case that the entire city was covered with plants. Su Bei even saw a large number of flying mutant creatures in the sky of Qianhua City. You should know that the number of flying mutant creatures is very small. They are not like mutant humans or mutant insects that walk all over the ground. But here in Qianhua City, a large number of flying mutant creatures are flying around freely. Master, those green plants are a kind of unconscious mutant plants. What's the meaning? After hearing the system's analysis of the green vegetation, Su Bei was a little confused. Unconscious mutant plants. It's a derivative plant. Simply put, many of these plants are derivatives of some powerful mutant plants. In fact, there aren't that many powerful mutant plants, but each one is very large, and its rhizomes can spread and split and regenerate on their own. So it looks like the entire Qianhua City is surrounded by them. Su Bei listened to the system's explanation and seemed to understand it, but not quite. He doesn't care about this anymore. The system lowers its altitude and searches for mutant creatures suitable for hunting. The black-tech battleship has an optical stealth mode, so the mutated creatures flying around it did not notice that a big guy had come to their Qianhua City. Soon, under the control of the system, the black-tech warship lowered its altitude to about 50 meters from the ground and began to sail at a low speed. Didi detected high energy fluctuations. The battleship's prompt sound came. Su Bei looked at the screen. Not far below the battleship, a dark green plant stood quietly on the ground. All the houses and buildings around are covered by the derived vegetation under its roots, and the surrounding area is like an oasis. Name mutated poisonous green radish. Level 5. Special ability, Poison Ivy B. Skills, Vegetation Derivation, Split, Regeneration, Toxin Spread, Vine Entanglement. Personality likes to cover objects. Current status, Sunbathing, Passively Hunting. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a mutated green ivy. Who knows how many lives it has devoured to grow so huge. Looking at the analysis given by the system, this mutated poisonous green ivy is only level 5. It is not very big, only about 10 meters high. However, the coverage area of the mutated poisonous green ivy is very wide, and its rhizomes can be found at least 1 kilometer around. Moreover, Su Bei discovered that there was not a single monster on the ground around him. Even the most common mutants and mutant insects were not seen. It seems that they were all hunted down by this mutated poisonous green radish. This place really is a paradise for mutant plants. Chapter 136, Hunting Mutated Plants. It was also Su Bei's first time hunting a high-level mutated plant monster. To be on the safe side, Su Bei decided to use the warship's weapons to hunt first. The system opens the armament column of the high-tech battleship. Yes. A virtual screen appeared in front of Su Bei's eyes, showing all kinds of armed firepower currently available on the black-tech warship. The most advanced weapon is of course the battleship's main gun, laser cannon strike. However, to deal with a mere level 5 plant mutant creature, Su Bei did not directly use the battleship's main gun. Activate the super heavy machine gun and kill that mutated poisonous green radish. Yes. As Su Bei gave the order, the black-tech warship hit outside the hull in the sky. 2 huge, ferocious black muzzles appeared, and their cool appearance looked like 2 black dragon heads. Charging energy. As the system's voice ended, it suddenly seemed as if a black rainstorm was falling from the sky. The ultra-heavy machine gun's ultra-large caliber heavy oil bullets poured madly towards the mutated poisonous green ivy on the ground. Da-da-da, 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 puff, puff. The bullet attacks were dense and continuous, as if they would never stop. The common poisonous green radish on the ground was also frightened by the sudden attack. Its life level has evolved to the ordinary level, and it possesses a certain degree of intelligence. Feeling the frenzy of bullets in the sky, the mutated poisonous green ivy began to rapidly shrink the roots of the surrounding plants. In an instant, the mutated poisonous green ivy on the ground was wrapped up by a large number of plant vines, like a green grass ball. But such defense cannot stop the ultra-heavy machine gun attacks of the black-tech battleships. Da-da-da. Puff, puff. Countless large-caliber bullets were fired at the body of the mutated poisonous green ivy, causing pieces of dark green blood to bloom. Hiss, hiss. It seemed to be the scream of the mutated poisonous green ivy. Its body, that is, the huge plant over 10 meters long, began to move. A large amount of light green gas spread and diffused from its body surface. A field like a poisonous gas circle spread out in all directions. Unfortunately, the high-tech battleship is currently about 50 meters above its head. These toxic gases cannot reach the warships. Was it a poison gas attack? That's right, Master. According to the battleship's analysis, this toxin can kill ordinary humans instantly. Life below level 2 can only survive within 1 minute. That's pretty impressive. Su Bei felt a little emotional when he heard this. If this horrible poison gas appears before the end of the world, then humanity will be finished. But now that the end of the world has come, this kind of poisonous gas is not that scary. Then will my level 5 strength be affected by this poisonous gas? No, Master. The poison gas has limited effects and is relatively thin. It can only affect creatures around level 3 at best. After hearing the system's answer, Su Bei felt a little relieved. After dozens of seconds, the system prompt sounded. The Master has killed the mutated poisonous green ivy. Su Bei responded indifferently. He didn't expect that the armed killing effect of this warship was quite high. Master, using the super heavy machine gun, this time consumes a total of 50 energy points. What? Su Bei was stunned when he heard the energy consumption mentioned by the system. So much. Su Bei was a little surprised. This was equivalent to a level 4 plus energy crystal. Forget it. I got a level 5 energy crystal anyway, so it's not a loss. As Su Bei stood up, Xiaoyu in the car swam over automatically. Su Bei rode on it and asked the system to open the battleship's hatch to go down and recover the energy crystals. It's too far, and the battleship's collection arm is not long enough. Soon Xiaoyu arrived at the corpse of the mutated poisonous green ivy. Su Bei looked at the dark green broken branches and vines all over the ground in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This battleship's attack was so fierce, it completely destroyed me. Now Su Bei doesn't know which one is the real body of the mutated poisonous green ivy. Chi-Chi. Fortunately, there is foodie Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu began to smell the scent of energy crystals and kept swimming among the green remnants. Soon Xiaoyu found the true form of the mutated poisonous green ivy. When Su Bei arrived, the mutated poisonous green radish had already been shot to pieces by the battleship's super heavy machine gun. It was scattered on the ground like a pool of green mud. Su Bei looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu showed a sad look towards Su Bei. 030. Su Bei said this is unscientific. It's obviously a fish, but it can act like this. Su Bei also saw the corpse of the mutated poisonous green ivy, which had been blasted into porridge. This Xiaoyu probably can't eat it. Well, forget it, Xiaoyu. I'll have the battleship pay attention next time. Chi-Chi. Although the delicious green food is gone, Xiaoyu is still very well behaved. He waited on the side for Su Bei to take out the energy crystal of the mutated poisonous green radish, and then took Su Bei back to the battleship. And shortly after the black technology battleship left here, some other mutated plants discovered the remnants of the mutated poisonous green ivy. They quietly climbed over, devoured, and absorbed these remnants. The dead mutated poisonous green ivy will become nutrients for other mutated plants. On the high-tech battleship, Su Bei was observing the scene in Qianhua City at this time. Qianhua City after the apocalypse was somewhat different from what Su Bei had imagined. The original densely packed cityscape is almost no longer visible here, only endless plants and greenery. Not to mention the survivors here. Su Bei estimated that even the mutants were eaten as nutrients by these mutated plants. It is obvious that the military of Qianhua City has either evacuated here or been completely destroyed. Then why would the Beihai City military seek refuge here? Could it be that the evacuation team we met earlier just came here by coincidence? Or maybe their information is inaccurate and they don't know the specific situation in Qianhua City right now. A trace of doubt suddenly arose in Su Bei's heart. This place looks much more dangerous than Beihai City. Why would the Beihai City military come here? After thinking for a while, Su Bei couldn't get any results, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, when the Beihai City military comes to Tianhua City and sees these horrific mutated plants, they will definitely choose to evacuate. Su Bei walked over to the black tech sofa and leaned down casually. The high-tech warships are still continuously detecting advanced mutant creatures at low altitude. The little fox girl who was pressed down by Su Bei cried out twice. Su Bei didn't care. He just used his left and right hands together and let the little fox girl sing for him. Xiaoyu swam around, watching the three people's game with his big puzzled eyes. Master, what on earth are they playing? Why can't I understand? System. Idiot, you'll understand when you transform into a human form. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Xiaoyu's mind, which scared it. Xiaoyu looked around and found nothing. Chapter 137. Overlord of Tianhua City, King of the Mutated Mandala. Master, a very high-energy reaction has been detected ahead. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Su Bei finished the minigame, got up, and went to the captain's room. What level of creature? Su Bei sat in the captain's seat and asked the system to expand the screen. In the picture, a huge plant that covers the sky stands in the city in front of the battleship. Around it, the city's skyscrapers are all covered and spread out with its green vegetation. Almost the entire area ahead has become its territory, and it seems like the king there. Su Bei looked at the analysis given by the system with a serious look in his eyes. Name King of Mandala. Level 8+. Special abilities, Seed Split, S. Infinite Proliferation, S. Skills, Vine Entanglement, Robe Spreading, Rooting, Absorbing. Personality, Calm. Current status, Growing. Life level, Rare. Evaluation. The completely mutated Mandragora has surpassed ordinary life forms, possessing amazing vitality and high intelligence. The data is shocking. This is also the strongest mutated creature Su Bei has ever encountered. My goodness, this is at least 100 meters long, right? Su Bei looked at the system's analysis and the images on the screen. The high-tech battleship is now floating in the air. The external perspective of the battleship can clearly capture the specific appearance of the King of Mandala. It is so huge, with its green roots firmly rooted in the city. Compared with it, everything around is so small and humble. That dimension is at least tens of meters thick, and the height is even more terrifyingly exaggerated. In terms of size, it completely crushes the surrounding high-rise buildings and is even much taller than them. It gives people a deep sense of shock. Su Bei was a little surprised. The oppressive feeling of this mutated creature that was hundreds of meters long was too strong. This king of Datura can be said to be the largest mutated creature Su Bei has encountered so far. Perhaps there are monsters like this in other cities in China. Su Bei felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. Master, this warship currently has a 50 chance of winning against the king of the Pearl Mandala. Would you like to hunt him? The sound of the system is like a ray of hope. Su Bei looked a little dazed after hearing this. Yeah, he also has a high-tech battleship. Although Su Bei is only level 5 now and cannot compete with this terrifying creature, he still has a high-tech battleship. A 5th-tier high-tech warship can already fight level 8+ mutant creatures on equal terms, right? Master, don't underestimate this battleship. It's a 5th-tier high-tech battleship. It's very powerful. The system seemed to have heard Su Bei's inner thoughts. The clear female voice sounded in Su Bei's mind, seeming to carry some dissatisfaction. Su Bei was embarrassed when he heard this. He forgot that the system could hear his inner thoughts. Yes, high-tech battleship YYDS. This is more like O. Su Beiqiang continued with a forced smile. Forget about hunting for now. With a 50 chance of success, the risk is still very high. Su Bei fell into deep thought. He must get the level 8+ energy crystal. But the prerequisite is that you have enough strength to kill the king of Mandala. The 50 chance of winning given by the system probably means just firing the laser cannon all the time to attack the opponent. If I can't kill the king of Mandala, not to mention whether I can escape, the consumption of energy points alone will be huge. Let's just focus on developing and improving our strength first. There's no need to rush to hunt down this level 8+ Mandragora king. Anyway, it's here and it can't run away. This is what Su Bei thought in his heart. Yes, then, Master, do we need to avoid navigation? If the warship passes by at its current speed and altitude, it will be sensed by the enemy. Really? It seems that the king of Mandala has a very strong perception ability. Warships in optical stealth mode can be detected. Su Bei thought for a while and then made a decision. Then let's avoid moving forward for the time being. After all, this is their territory. I'll hunt it down after I've improved my strength. Su Bei has no intention of letting the king of Zamindala go. Suddenly, Su Bei thought of the next-level black technology battleship and asked the system. System, what are the requirements for advancing to the 6th-tier high-tech battleship? Master, to advance to the 6th level of black technology, needs 50,000 energy points, 10 level 7 energy crystals, 10,000 tons of metal materials, and the corpse of a mutant creature of at least level 8. When Su Bei heard the advancement requirements given by the system, he exclaimed, "Wow! Especially the last requirement, at least one corpse of a level 8 mutated creature." There is indeed one in front of him now, but Su Bei also needs to have the strength to hunt it down. It seems that it will take some time to advance to the next level of high-tech warships. Su Bei felt that it would be difficult to obtain at least those 10 level 7 energy crystals and the corpse of a level 8 mutated creature in a short period of time. 50,000 energy points can be accumulated through lower-level energy crystals, but there is no way to meet the requirements of the next 2 levels. Then Master, please work harder. When the high-tech battleship advances to the 6th stage, this system will be able to achieve initial virtual realization. What? Hearing that the battleship could be transformed after reaching the 6th level system, Su Bei suddenly felt inexplicably excited. Strange, why am I so excited when I hear that the system can be materialized? Su Bei put aside these problems and faced the future. Now all he needs to do is hunt down these mutated plants in Qianhua City with all his might. Wait until your combat power is improved, then come over and kill this level 8 plus Mandragora King. By then, the corpses of the level 8 mutated creatures that the battleship has upgraded to will be available. With this plan, Su Bei felt that the 6th level black tech battleship was within his reach. Yes, Master, dreams are good, but in reality, you still need to work harder. The system's ruthless attack made Su Bei's thoughts return to reality. Well, soon, the black tech battleship successfully bypassed the king of Najamandala. The other party seemed like an ordinary plant, quietly taking root in the city, motionless. It seemed to Su Bei that the king of Mandragora was not as dangerous as he thought. Master, please don't underestimate the king of Pearl Mandala. The system seemed to have noticed Su Bei's thoughts and immediately reminded him. The king of Datura appears to be just an ordinary plant basking in the sun. But in fact, it has countless small split bodies underneath its main body. These split bodies will hunt organisms in the surrounding cities, store nutrients, and then bring them back for the main body to absorb. Currently, the Mandragora King doesn't have the ability to move freely, but once its level or life force reaches a higher level, perhaps it will undergo a transformation, and thus having the ability to move freely. That would be a disaster for the entire Qianhua city. So now the Mandragora King has been hiding his strength and developing in a low-key manner. Su Bei felt his scalp tingling when he heard the system's explanation. No wonder the system's analysis gave it a rating of high intelligence. Chapter 138, Discovery of Clues. The huge figure of the Mandragora King gradually disappeared from the perspective of the black tech battleship. Su Bei looked at the screen with some boredom. It was mostly filled with green mutated plants. However, most of these are low-level mutated plants, and it is not worth Su Bei's time to hunt them. Su Bei looked at the originally blue sky, which suddenly turned black. Huh? Is it going to rain? Su Bei was confused, as the weather was quite good just now. Master, this isn't just ordinary rain. It's the dark energy that the battleship detected earlier that gathered in the sky. The system's voice sounded, reminding Su Bei of what the system had said before about the brewing black rain. That black rain? Is it coming again? Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about something in his mind. Su Xiaoju, who was behind him, heard Su Bei's voice and a blush appeared on her delicate face. He spoke excitedly, just like the look on his face after finishing a game. Is brother Su Bei the black rain from before? Well, it should be. Shi and Xiaoyu on the side looked at Su Xiaoju with some confusion. They had not experienced the baptism of the first black rain and did not know that the dark energy contained in the black rain would be of great benefit to their mutated creatures. What's so special about the black rain, Xiaoju? Chi-Chi. Su Xiaoju knew that they didn't understand the good of Heiyu, so she explained. It feels so good to be caught in the black rain. Not only physically, but also mentally. Of course, the most important thing is that it can improve our strength and physical potential. After hearing what Su Xiaoju said, Shi and Xiaoyu both looked suspicious. Hee, you'll know when the time comes. Seeing their skeptical expressions, Su Xiaoju was too lazy to continue explaining. Just let them get drenched in the black rain once, and they'll understand. Su Bei, who was sitting in the captain's seat in the front, was looking at the screen seriously. The ground below the battleship was covered with those mutated plants, almost covering the entire surface of Qianhua City. Rainwater itself is very beneficial to plants. Now the black rain containing huge dark energy is about to fall, which is simply a paradise for the mutated plants in Qianhua City. Master, don't worry. Even if these mutated plants are baptized by the black rain, their level increase will be limited. Yeah, I know. Su Bei slowly put away the serious thoughts in his eyes. He was not worried about these things. He just thought about the future of Blue Star. The system increases the warship's speed and activates bioenergy detection to the maximum. Yes, in another marginal area of Qianhua City. At this time, a group of people were marching towards the inner district of Qianhua City. This team was exactly the Beihai military evacuation team that Su Bei and his men had encountered before. In the middle of the team, the military's highest commander was in his tank. Li Chong, are you sure that headquarters wants me to retreat to Qianhua City and gather there? Why do I feel like the closer I get to Qianhua City, the stronger the mutated monsters I encounter become? At this time, several senior military managers were discussing a question. Should we change their evacuation target point? The previous order given to them by headquarters was to evacuate to Dongji Town in Qianhua City and reunite with the Qianhua City military. But during the evacuation, they discovered that something was wrong. They found that as they got closer to Qianhua City, they encountered more and more plant-like mutated monsters. However, ordinary mutants and the most common mutant insects have almost disappeared. This phenomenon is very wrong. But evacuating to Qianhua City was a task assigned by headquarters. Not only their team, but other military teams from Beihai City also retreated to Qianhua City to gather. Colonel Long, what do you mean? The resolute man sitting in the middle of the car was Colonel Long, who had failed in his previous missions to kill the violent demon and the super-pointed centipede. He is also the leader of this North Sea military team, but the current situation is a bit bad. The team initially had about 30,000 people, but after evacuating for half a month and approaching Qianhua City, there are only more than 3,000 people left. The number of people has shrunk by 9/10. The probability of death with this number is already very high. Colonel Long's heart has become numb, because when all the evacuated troops of the Beihai Navy are gathered together, he will definitely be dismissed by his superiors. Colonel Long now only wants to bring the remaining survivors of their team to the mission location safely as much as possible. Xiao Wu, use the communicator to contact the headquarters and confirm our mission location with them. Yes. By the way, also report the large number of mutated plants here. Yes. The person who raised the question was also Colonel Long, but there was no news from the North Sea military headquarters about changing the assembly point, so he could not make any decisions on his own. Oh, I hope this mission can be completed successfully. Colonel Long sighed. The various crises and obstacles along the way had made him physically and mentally exhausted. Yeah, I wonder when support from our southern region military will arrive. Hey, didn't you see the giant bear before us in the North Sea? That kind of monster would require a large amount of manpower and military force from our region, right? I heard that headquarters has already started to fully train the superpowered combat forces. I wonder when they can be sent out to fight. Haha, instead of giving those little brats a large amount of precious energy crystals, I might as well absorb them. Even if I'm just an ordinary person, I can become very powerful after absorbing so many energy crystals. Oh, forget it. If a superpower absorbs the energy crystal, there's a chance they'll explode. Ordinary people would risk their lives if they absorb it. Hey, this is just thinking about it. If I can't absorb it, can I still think about it? All right, both of you just keep quiet. Whether or not we can reach our destination on this mission is still uncertain. If another level 6 mutant monster like last time appears, we'll all be doomed. Colonel Long's voice was a little heavy, and the people in the car stopped chatting and boasting, and their minds returned to the depressing atmosphere again. On the high-tech battleship, the system suddenly prompted Su Bei that an abnormality had been discovered. A large number of human corpses and firepower weapons were found on the ground ahead of the master. Su Bei heard it and asked indifferently, "How many?" The death toll is predicted to be over 100,000, and there will be a large amount of firepower and weapons. Hearing the data from the system, Su Bei raised his eyebrows. 100,000? That much? In the end times, the only one who could gather so many survivors, Su Bei had no choice but to consider the military of Qianhua City. System, please zoom in on the specific image for me. Soon, several pictures of the ground in front of the warship appeared in front of Su Bei. But Su Bei couldn't see the corpses that the system mentioned. As far as he could see, there was only endless green. Shocking green. Qianhua City is now covered by countless mutated plants. It is impossible for humans to survive here. Could it be the military team that Xianhua City wants to evacuate? Chapter 139, Derivatives of the Mandala King, Su Bei's Discovery. Su Bei asked the system to open the battleship's hatch, and he flew down riding Xiaoyu. When he came to the ground, Su Bei saw that there were green vines under his feet. They were so dense that they almost completely covered the ground. Name green vine. Level, none. Special abilities, none. Skills, none. Personality, none. Current status, instinct production manager. Life level low. Evaluation, a vine with incomplete mutation. These vines don't seem to have any intelligence. Su Bei exerted a little force with his feet and crushed a few green vines. That's right, master. They don't possess low-level intelligence, but they do possess certain biological instincts and consciousness. Chirp, chirp. Xiaoyu seemed to be very curious about the green vines on the ground, and it flapped them with its little fins. System, where are the human corpses you mentioned? Su Bei came here this time to explore the situation in Xianhua City. Soon, under the guidance of the system, Su Bei and Xiaoyu arrived at a city block covered with green vines. The only difference between here and other places is that the green vines on the ground grow more vigorously, and the ground was a little bulging, as if something was buried underneath. Su Bei's eyes were solemn. He came to a raised vine and kicked the green vines away with his feet. Puff! Su Bei swept away a large amount of green vines, revealing what was underneath. It was a pile of white bones, and it looked like they were human. There were also a lot of guns and ammunition nearby, but the latter had not been swallowed by the vines. These should all be the survivors of Qianhua City. There are also a large number of guns and ammunition and some armored vehicles here. Su Bei can now be sure that these corpses are all from the Qianhua City military. There are about 100,000 corpses in the system, right? Su Bei confirmed with the system again. That's right, master. Su Bei began to analyze the situation here in his mind. It is highly likely that the military in Qianhua City discovered that these mutated plants were multiplying too quickly and were too powerful, so they wanted to evacuate. Afterwards, they must have been attacked by some powerful mutant creatures and all died here. Then their bodies were covered and absorbed by the green vines growing around them. Bang! 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 Just when Su Bei was still thinking about what had happened. Suddenly, thick objects burst out from the surrounding vines. Name mutated vines. Level, 3+. Special ability, Life Drain C. Skill, Entanglement. Personality, none. Current status, Hunting. Life level low. Evaluation, mutated vines. Giant green vines as thick as buckets emerged from the ground. They have no eyes or mouths. They are just simple vines. Su Bei's expression remained unchanged. Perhaps these survivors were killed by them? But only level 3 mutant vines are not enough. There must be something more powerful, right? As Su Bei finished his analysis, several breakthrough sounds were heard. Unlike the mutated vines that emerged before, the vines that emerged this time were very flexible, like snakes. Name mutated mandragora snake. Level 5. Special ability, Mandrake Poison, B+. Skills, Entanglement, Poison Attack, Tail Attack, Collision. Character, Cruel, Bloodthirsty. Current status, Hunting. Life level, Ordinary. Evaluation, a derivative mutant of the King of Mandragora, possessing self-awareness and wisdom, and who enjoys preying on humans. There are a total of 4 mutated mandrake snakes, all of which are level 5. Looking at the mutated vines and mutated mandrake snakes that had surrounded him, Su Bei raised the corners of his mouth. Xiaoyu, you're on the left, and I'm on the right. Chi-Chi. Hiss. Hiss. The mutated mandrake snake looks like a green thorny snake, and it roars at Su Bei and Xiaoyu. The mutated vines around them don't make any sound, but their constantly twisting bodies show that they are very excited at the moment. It looks like these guys must have launched a surprise attack and wiped out the entire team from Qianhua City. Su Bei took out the phantom attack scimitar from the space bracelet, and the next moment his body moved swiftly, like a hunting cheetah. Hiss! Hiss! The mutated mandrake snake also began to surround and lead the surrounding mutated vines to attack Su Bei. Countless mutated vines and the 2 mutated mandrake snakes in the front pounced towards them. They are like a green wave, overwhelming and unstoppable. Su Bei swept the phantom scimitar in his hand lightly, and his figure shuttled back and forth in the green waves lightly. Every time he moved, Su Bei could cut down a large number of mutated vines. Su Bei didn't take these mutated vines seriously. His main hunting target was the 2 mutated mandrake snakes. Hiss! Hiss! The 2 mutated mandrake snakes were not afraid of Su Bei at all. Instead, their green eyes flashed with scarlet light. "Mfda!" Su Bei shouted softly, and swung the phantom attack scimitar in his hand fiercely at one of the mutated mandragora snakes. The mutated mandrake snake wanted to dodge, but suddenly found that its body could not move. It's as if I'm being bound by something invisible. Hey. Sube grinned when he saw this. This was exactly his ability, Power of the Void. The area within 10 meters around Sube had already been filled with his Power of the Void. The mutated vines that surrounded them were basically squeezed and exploded. As for the two mutated mandrake snakes, they were already within Sube's field and were bound by his void power. Hiss! Hiss! The other mutated mandrake snake found itself unable to move and also began to roar wildly. But no matter how these two mutated mandrake snakes struggled, they could not escape Sube's void power. Die! The next moment, Sube's phantom scimitar slashed down forcefully, bringing up a strong gust of wind. Puff! One of the mutated mandrake snakes had its entire body cut in two, and a large amount of green liquid burst out, spilling all over the ground. Seeing this, the other mutated mandragora snake became even more crazy, and even Sube's power of the void seemed to be shaken. Sube seized the opportunity, turned sideways, raised his knife, and chopped at it. Puff! Sube cut off the head of this mutated mandrake snake, and its body slowly fell down. With the death of the two level 5 mutated mandrake snakes, the low-level mutated vines around them are not worth mentioning at all. They didn't have much intelligence, they only knew to pounce on Sube, and then their bodies were crushed by the void power around Sube. Bang! 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 A large number of green blood flowers bloomed, forming a beautiful scene. Chapter 140, Killing the Mutated Ghost Face Vine. A few minutes later, there is no longer a single living mutant vine around Sube. Sube looked to the other side. At this time, Xiaoyu had almost finished the battle. It did not have Sube's void power, so it took some time to kill those mutated vines. Sube went over to help. Soon, all the mutated vines were killed. Now the vine corpses on the ground are 1 meter thick. Sube couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The level of these mutated vines is not very high and they don't have much intelligence. Although the mutated mandragora snakes are of high level and intelligence, there are only 4 of them. Logically speaking, the Qianhua City military has over 100,000 soldiers, and there are at least 10,000 of them, plus those armored vehicles and hot weapons. Even if we can't kill the mutated plants here, we can still evacuate. Could it be that the military forces from Qianhua City were not killed by the mutated mandragora snakes and mutated vines here? Could it be? Before Sube could continue thinking. Boom, boom, boom. The ground around them suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to come out from underground. And that thing is pretty sure huge. Bang! Boom! The huge rocks broke apart, and all the vine corpses, human remains, and other objects on the ground were blown all over the sky. A huge green figure suddenly emerged from the ground. It was also a vine-like mutant creature. It seemed to be very long and kept drilling out. A large shadow covered the position of Sube and Xiaoyu, and a huge mutated plant with a size comparable to that of a super-pointed centipede appeared. Name mutated ghost face vine. Level 6++. Special abilities: super fast regeneration, A. Hardening, B. Skills: entanglement, body hardening, body regeneration. Character: cruel, murderous. Current status: hunting, irritable. Life level high. Evaluation: an advanced derivative of the King of Mandragora, a powerful presence in the surrounding area. Master, please be careful. Seeing the huge vines appearing in front of him, Sube's mouth curled up slightly. The real show is coming. According to the analysis given by the system, the mutated ghost-faced vine is level 6++ and has 2 A-level abilities. It's a bit tricky. Sube muttered softly. Xiaoyu beside him had already been trembling with fear from the mutated ghost-faced vine and was hiding behind Sube. Xiaoyu, leave here first and wait for me to finish the battle. Sube turned around and said to Xiaoyu, Chi-Chi, Master, please be careful. Xiaoyu will retreat first. Xiaoyu shouted twice and then flew quickly into the sky behind him. It also knew that it could not help Sube. It seems that you are the one who took down the Qianhua City military team. Sube looked at the huge mutated ghost-faced vine in front of him. Hiss! The mutated ghost-faced vine's body was now coiled like a snake, moving closer to Sube in circles. The ferocious ghost-faced head at the front looked straight at Sube. The scarlet eyes are like those of a demon, and the sharp fangs in the mouth are ferocious and cruel. The mutated ghost-faced vine looks similar to the mutated mandrake snake just now, but its size is much larger, which is amazing. The mutated ghost-faced vine had a look of disdain on its face. It had just sensed that its subordinates had been killed, and it had thought that some powerful mutated creature had invaded its territory. I didn't expect it was just a mere human. Although the energy fluctuations on his body were a bit strong, they were at most the same as a mutated mandrake snake. Hiss. Looking at the expression on the other's face and the tone of his roar, Su Bei neither understood nor understood what the supernatural ghost-faced vine wanted to express. How could you, being so weak, wipe out all my men? The corners of Su Bei's mouth rose, and an inexplicable aura began to spread. King of Tyranny. Looking at Su Bei, whose aura suddenly rose, a trace of solemnity appeared on the playful face of the mutated ghost-faced vine. Hiss. It seems you have some skills. Oomph. Then let me show you my strength. Su Bei raised his arm, and fiery red lines flashed on the angular lines of his muscles. The next moment, a blazing light appeared in front of Su Bei's palm, and then energy began to gather. Boom! Su Bei raised his hand and slammed it towards the head of the mutated ghost-faced vine, and the flaming energy ball on his palm was instantly launched. Hiss! Damn it! Hit by Su Bei's instantaneous attack, the mutated ghost-faced vine let out a roar. A ball of flaming energy exploded on its face, and the raging flames burned its head. Snort. Su Bei just snorted coldly. This is the result of underestimating yourself. Hiss. The mutated ghost-faced vine began to twist its body, and its ferocious and huge head rushed towards Su Bei. Just in time. Seeing this, Su Bei did not dodge or evade. The King of Tyranny, now at level 5 strength, is more than enough to deal with this mutated ghost-faced vine. Su Bei squatted slightly, assumed a horse stance, exerted force on his feet, and suddenly stretched out his right fist to strike the oncoming mutated ghost-faced vine. Boom boom. This punch from the King of Tyranny, in northern Jiangsu, was like a blow to the head. The mutated ghost-faced vine's forward body suddenly stopped, and then was slammed to the ground by Su Bei's second punch. Bang! Bang! A deep dent was smashed into the ground, and the head of the mutated ghost-faced vine was pressed into the dent by Su Bei's hand. Hiss! The mutated ghost-faced vine let out an angry roar, and the vine body behind it began to dance wildly. Bang! 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 The houses, buildings, and vehicles on the surrounding roads were smashed and collapsed by the huge body of the mutated ghost-faced vine. Still not being honest? Seeing this, Su Bei let out a low growl and directly rode on the head of the mutated ghost-faced vine. Hiss! Snort! Bang! 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 Su Bei's red fists attacked the head of the mutated ghost-faced vine continuously like a storm. The ground was sinking and collapsing due to Su Bei's strength. As time passed, the screams of the mutated ghost-faced vine gradually weakened. After more than 10 seconds, the sound of the mutated ghost-faced vine completely disappeared. The system prompt sounded in Su Bei's mind. The master, the mutated ghost-faced vine, is dead. Huh. Su Bei stood up and jumped off the broken head of the mutated ghost-faced vine. He looked around and found that the ground above his head was at least 10 meters deep. It seems I need to practice controlling my strength in the next battle. Su Bei took out the energy crystal of the mutated ghost-faced vine, and Xiaoyu in the sky was ready. Su Bei found it a little funny to see its anxious little look. Xiaoyu can eat now. Chi-Chi. Hearing Su Bei's signal, Xiaoyu swam over the corpse of the mutated ghost-faced vine. Su Bei was also very curious. The corpse of this mutated ghost-faced vine was dozens of meters long, and Xiao Yonen's mouth was dozens of meters wide. Crack. The next second, a scene that surprised Su Bei appeared. Chapter 141, Level 7 Mutated Thunder Eagle. Xiaoyu opened his mouth, but this time it didn't become as big as before. A pitch-black, distorted space appeared in front of Xiaoyu's mouth. Like the legendary black hole, it is round and dark inside, as if it has swallowed up all light sources. The next moment, the corpse of the mutated ghost-faced vine was suddenly swallowed by the abyss and sucked into it. Xiaoyu also closed her mouth. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu looked back at Su Bei and swayed his fish body to indicate that it was time to go. Su Bei came back to his senses and said in surprise, Xiaoyu, what did that just now? Chi-Chi. Master, this is my new skill, Abyss Devouring. Su Bei felt that Xiaoyu's skill was awesome. Xiaoyu, can you use this skill in combat? Su Bei was curious. If the black hole just now was used in combat, it would be very terrifying, right? Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu said that he had just mastered this skill and would only use it for eating. When he heard about eating, Su Bei's face was full of black lines. He really raised a complete foodie. Okay, let's get out of here. Su Bei jumped up and rode on Xiaoyu's back. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu twisted his body, adjusted his posture, and flew towards the top of the pit. Xiaoyu brought Su Bei directly to the Black Technology battleship. In the battle just now, Su Bei also harvested a level 6++ energy crystal. Converted 5,000 plus energy points of the battleship. Good. Su Bei looked at the remaining energy points of the battleship displayed by the system. 30,000 plus. The battleship is almost there, reaching the 50,000 energy points required for another upgrade. The main thing is the 10 level 7 energy crystals and the corpse of the level 8 mutant creature. Su Bei thought in his heart. With his current level 5 strength, coupled with his King of Tyranny form and SS level power of the void, he should be able to fight against ordinary level 7 mutant creatures. However, it is definitely impossible to defeat the level 8 Mandragora King. Even the 5th tier Black Tech battleship only has a 50 chance of winning, let alone him. Unless. Su Bei's thoughts turned, and he thought of the complete form of the King of Tyranny. If I could enter that complete form again, maybe I could give it a try. Su Bei felt helpless. It's a pity that he can't control the complete form of the King of Tyranny. Last time, it was because I suddenly realized a certain state that I accidentally entered the complete form of King of Tyranny. Since the master cannot control the full form of the Tyrannical King, then raise the level as much as possible. Powerful form skills require a certain level of support. Once the master's level reaches a certain level, the complete form will be mastered naturally. The system's voice came into Su Bei's mind. Su Bei sighed softly. I wanted to, but even if I have enough energy points now, there's nothing I can do if I can't keep absorbing strengthening potions. Currently, Su Bei can absorb a maximum of 2 4th level Black Technology enhancement potions every day. In this case, it will take at least another week for him to break through to level 5+. Then Master, please work harder. By night, Su Bei finished hunting for the day. The 3 people and the fish came to the leisure hall of the battleship and lay down. Feeling the super massage of the Black Tech sofa beneath him, Su Bei made a sound of enjoyment. Su Xiaoju next to him shouted shamelessly, which made Su Bei feel uneasy. Xiaoju, can't you learn from Xiaoxi and Xiaoyu? Su Bei felt helpless and pushed the little fox girl next to him. However, Su Bei's action did not produce good results. Instead, he received more feedback from the little fox girl. Listening to Su Xiaoju, who was already a little selfless beside him, Su Bei simply gave up. Su Bei glanced at Shi and Xiaoyu beside him. Suddenly a system analysis panel popped up. Name 1 Yu. Level 5+. Special ability, Abyss Devour SS. Skills, Life Devouring, Super Digestion, Energy Conversion, Abyss Devouring, Levitation. Personality, Greedy Loyal. Current state, Relaxed. Life level, Advanced Plus. Evaluation, after digesting the corpse of the mutated ghost-faced vine, Xiaoyu became stronger. Su Bei was a little shocked. How long has it been since Xiaoyu broke through to level 5? Now she has broken through to level 5+. I would call Abyss Devour the strongest upgrade ability. Su Bei closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and concentrated on enjoying the massage of the Black Tech sofa. Su Bei felt as if something soft was pressing on his head. Aya! Su Xiaoju's charming exclamation came from behind, and there seemed to be a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Su Bei already knew what he had pressed, but he didn't care and just enjoyed it quietly. Su Xiaoju behind him didn't show any intention of moving, as she was feeling quite comfortable anyway. After relaxing in the leisure hall for more than an hour, Su Bei felt that the time was almost up. They returned to the lounge to sleep. The next day, Su Bei and the other 2 got up before dawn. Ever since they saw the King of Datura that was over 100 meters long, Su Bei and the other 2 felt a sense of urgency. Ding ding, the battleship was attacked by mutant creatures. Suddenly, the battleship's warning sounded, and Su Bei was a little surprised. He hurried to the captain's room. Su Xiaoju, Shi and Xiaoyu also hurried to the captain's room. Su Bei asked the system to call up the images outside the warship. What kind of monster is attacking the battleship? The master battleship has detected a level 7 mutated flying creature attacking the battleship. As the system's voice fell, the specific scene outside appeared on the battleship's control screen. In the empty space on the left side of the high-tech battleship, a huge bird-like mutant creature with a body length of more than 40 meters was violently ramming the battleship. Name mutated Thunder Eagle. Level 7. Special ability, Lightning, A+. Skills, Thunder Power, Claw Attack, Thunderball. Personality irritable. Current status, attacking. Life level high. Evaluation, a second mutated eagle with powerful lightning attributes and attacks. In the picture, the mutated Thunder Eagle has a head that looks like its hair is blown up, its face is distorted and hideous, and blue arcs of electricity are flickering slightly on its body. I.e., The cry of the mutated Thunder Eagle resounded through the sky. Su Bei and the other two could hear the eardrum-tearing cry even though they were inside the warship. The mutated Thunder Eagle was still flapping its huge wings, and its sharp claws were constantly attacking the warship. The optical stealth of the Black Tech battleship has been clearly exposed. The battleship's external energy shield had been activated at this time. Although the mutated Thunder Eagle's attack was fierce, it could not cause any real damage to the battleship. Su Bei saw the situation clearly and stabilized his mentality. Can the system kill it? Can. Chapter 142, Killing the Thunder Eagle, the Second Black Rain. A huge gun turret suddenly extended from the front of the battleship, which was the main gun of the high-tech battleship, the laser cannon. Su Bei looked at the control screen and gave instructions. Emission. The next moment, bright light began to gather on the black turret at the front of the battleship. I.e., as if sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations on the turret, a hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the mutated Thunder Eagle. Flapping its huge wings, the mutated Thunder Eagle tried to dodge. But how could it dodge the speed of the laser cannon? Boom, boom. A terrifying energy beam that penetrated the sky and earth appeared, and the next moment, the mutated Thunder Eagle's huge body of nearly 40 meters fell rapidly from the air. Just when the mutated Thunder Eagle was about to fall to the ground, it suddenly flapped its wings to stabilize its body. The mutated Thunder Eagle woke up from the laser cannon attack just now. There was now a huge, hideous bloody hole on its body, and blood was dripping from it continuously. I.e., the mutated Thunder Eagle was very angry. Looking at his shocking wound, an indescribable rage rose in his heart. As a level 7 super mutant creature, it is a dominant predator in this airspace and stands at the top of the food chain. This morning, it discovered an optically invisible high-tech battleship. Out of curiosity, it wanted to hunt it, but unexpectedly, it was hit by the battleship's laser cannon. I.e., the more the mutated Thunder Eagle thought about it, the more angry he became. It has been a long time since it encountered any prey that could hurt it. The mutated Thunder Eagle flapped its wings and flew high into the sky again, confronting the Black Tech battleship. Crash. Outside the battleship, a large amount of black rain suddenly fell. Su Bei looked at the sky outside in surprise. It's raining black rain at this time. Yesterday, the system analyzed that the second black rain would fall soon, but Su Bei didn't expect it to happen at this time. However, this black rain cannot change the fate of the mutated Thunder Eagle. In the captain's room, Su Bei looked at the mutated thunder-headed eagle with a slight smile on his lips. Oh, you have a very strong personality. The system has increased the power of the laser cannon to high. Previously, the battleship's laser cannon strike power had always been maintained at a medium level. Yes, the mutated Thunder Eagle in the sky was now extremely excited. It spread its huge brown and black wings and felt the black rain pouring down on its body. I.e., these black rains contain a large amount of dark energy, which is a treasure that makes these mutated creatures stronger. In the captain's room, Su Xiaoju also saw the black rain outside, but the battle was still going on, so she could only watch. Brother Su Bei, hurry up and kill that big bird. Su Xiaoju's coquettish voice came with some urging. Su Bei smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Don't worry, Xiaoju. The black rain isn't going to end anytime soon. System attacks. Su Bei didn't waste time either. The black rain also brought huge benefits to Su Xiaoju and the others. Now we should get rid of this mutated Thunder Eagle as soon as possible, and then let Su Xiaoju and the others go down to absorb the energy in the black rain. Buzz. Soon, the Black Tech battleship began to accumulate energy for the second attack. This time it would take longer, and the light would be brighter. 2 seconds later, a terrifying energy beam even thicker than the previous one attacked the mutated Thunder Eagle. The mutated Thunder Eagle, still immersed in the baptism of the black rain and unable to extricate itself, temporarily ignored the existence of the Black Technology battleship. The next moment, a high-power laser cannon bombarded the mutated Thunder Eagle. Boom, boom. The damage this time was completely different from the first time. The powerful laser penetrated the body of the mutated Thunder Eagle. 2 seconds later, the battleship's laser cannon attack ended and the beam dissipated. And the life of the mutated Thunder Eagle also dissipated. The mutated Thunder Eagle fell to the ground helplessly like a chicken thrown from a high altitude. Bump! The houses and buildings on the ground were crushed by its huge corpse, making a huge noise. Su Bei smacked his lips. The battleship's laser cannon is so powerful. Su Bei looked at the power mode of the laser cannon in front of him. In addition to the high-level power he had just used, there was also an even more powerful extreme power. The system lowers the battleship's altitude. Soon the black tech warship lowered its altitude and hovered low over the corpse of the mutated Thunder Eagle. On the ground, Su Bei, the other two, and Xiao Yu all came down. At this time, Su Xiaoju and the others were strolling on the ground soaked by the black rain, looking very happy. She and Xiaoyu now understood what Su Xiaoju had meant by very cool. They feel like they are in heaven. This kind of pleasure is not only a physical improvement, but also a mental excitement. Su Bei was drenched in the black rain, but didn't feel anything. Instead, he felt a little stinging. Fortunately, he has the strength of a level 5 superpowered person, so even if he is constantly drenched in the black rain, it doesn't have much impact on him. Su Bei stepped on the corpse of the mutated Thunder Eagle, holding its energy crystal in his hand. Battleship upgrade level 7 energy crystal +1. Su Bei put this energy crystal into the space bracelet. He looked back at the two women and the fish. The corners of Su Bei's mouth twitched slightly. He saw Su Xiaoju actually tearing off her clothes in the rain. On the other side, she is not as bold as Su Xiaoju, but he is also a little messy. Su Bei stepped forward and tried to stop their indecent behavior. But after thinking about it, Qianhua City is currently occupied by mutated plants, and there are basically no human survivors. In addition, there is black rain containing dark energy now, so ordinary people will not show up. Forget it, just let them do it. Anyway, I'm the only one who can see it here. Su Bei muttered softly and found a piece of gravel to sit on. He just silently admired their carnival in the black rain. Looking at the heart-stirring scene in front of him, Su Bei suddenly felt a doubt in his mind. Can the system collect these black rains? Although the black rain is of no use to Su Bei, it is of great benefit to Su Xiaoju and the others. Su Bei thought that if he could collect the black rain and give them a black rain bath every day, if that's the case, Su Xiaoju and the others' strength must have increased rapidly. Master, no. The system knew what Su Bei was thinking and directly denied it. Master, the dark energy in the black rain is only temporary. If it is not absorbed directly, it will quickly dissipate. Most of the black rain that hits the ground has turned into ordinary rain. Is that so? Su Bei felt a little sorry when he heard this. His plan of a battle in the bathroom was ruined. But the master wants this kind of water with a black rain effect, which can be produced in the battleship. Of course, it requires consuming an equal amount of energy points. Su Bei's eyes gradually brightened up again after hearing this. Chapter 143. The Black Rain Ends. Hunting the Mutated Purple Demonic Flower. The second black rain lasted for about a week. During this period, Su Xiaoju, 2 girls, and 1 fish rolled on the ground and were caught in the black rain. The black rain has ended this morning. Su Bei looked at their expressions, and there seemed to be a hint of reluctance. Name Su Xiaoju. Level, for ++. Special abilities, form transformation, inherent, dark thunder, S. Skills, cat form, dark lightning, lightning control. Personality, active. Current status, relaxed. Life level, perfect plus. Evaluation, a superb little fox girl. Name she. Level, for ++. Special ability, long she form SS. Skills, dragon form, 0 gravity. Personality, cold and arrogant. Current state, relaxed. Life level, rare plus. Evaluation, extremely mutated human, with super powerful morphological skills. Name Lan Yu. Level, 6. Special ability, Abyss Devour SS. Skills, life devouring, super digestion, energy conversion, levitation. Character, greedy. Current status, hungry. Life level, rare. Evaluation, after the first baptism of black rain, the life level has broken through to the rare level. Su Bei looked at their analysis panel. This time, the baptism of black rain has basically brought about significant improvements. In particular, Su Xiaoju's special ability has been upgraded again, from the original Dark Thunder to Dark Thunder. Because Xiaoyu had previously devoured the corpse of the mutated Thunder Eagle, and it could actually eat the black rain. This allowed Xiaoyu to break through to level 6 during this black rain. Eating black rain and the like, Su Bei was also stunned when he saw it. In addition, Su Bei also broke through to level 5+ within this week. Well, now that the black rain is over, you should go back and change your clothes. As Su Bei spoke, he couldn't help but look at the two women a few more times. Only then did the two realize that their clothes had many holes in them due to the erosion of the black rain. They were not wearing clothes modified by black technology. Su Xiaoju didn't react to Su Bei's burning gaze. She, on the other hand, covered her exposed beauty with her hands, looking a little unnatural. Okay, let's go back. Su Bei asked the system to open the battleship's hatch, and the 3 people and 1 fish returned to the battleship under the battleship's quantum tractor beam. As soon as they came back, both girls ran to the bathroom. They needed to take a good shower. Su-bei came to the captain's room and asked the system to continue moving forward. Because of the absorption of the black rain, Su-bei and his friends have been staying here for a week. Now, not only Su Xiaoju and the others have been enhanced, but other mutated creatures in Qianhua City must have also been improved. Su-bei thought of the level 8 plus Mandragora King. I hope it doesn't break through during this black rain. Soon the black technology battleship started up, attracting some flying mutant creatures. Because there was no sunlight these days, the battleship's optical invisibility was automatically lifted. The high-tech warship, which was 30 or 40 meters in size, naturally became the target of attack by the many mutated creatures in the sky. Su-bei looked at the flying monsters outside the warship and frowned slightly. It would be more trouble than good to use the battleship's armed firepower to kill these low-level monsters directly. Moreover, there are many flying mutant creatures in Qianhua City, and it is basically impossible to defeat them all. These guys are so annoying. Is there any way the system can force them back? The master can activate the battleship's poison circle. Poison circle? What is this? Poison circle is a ranged defense feature for warships, perfectly suited to the current situation. Then open it. Yes. As the system activated the battleship's poison circle, a large amount of light green mist began to spread from the battleship's surface. In less than a minute, the outer ring of the entire high-tech battleship was dyed with a light green, like a halo, and had an artistic beauty. The mutated creatures in the surrounding air died and fell instantly near the poison circle of the warship. Is this poison circle of the system so powerful? Su-bei sat in the captain's seat and looked at the mutated creatures falling outside, feeling surprised. The poison circle of the master's warship can kill any creature below level 4. Even mutants above level 4 wouldn't want to get close if they sense the poisonous circle on the battleship's surface. In this way, the battleship will not be attacked by other flying creatures even if it does not enter optical stealth mode. Master recommends using optical stealth mode. The warship will consume more energy points in poison circle mode. Su-bei's mouth curled up slightly, and after thinking about it, he felt that what the system said made sense. As the captain of a ship, you still have to learn to be frugal. Well, once the sun comes out, we'll switch the battleship's poison circle mode to optical stealth mode. Yes. Su-bei looked at the control screen in front of him. Above, pictures of thousands of flower markets on the ground emerged. The mutated plants on the ground that had originally occupied the city have become even more lush after experiencing this black rain. Many mutated plants underwent a second transformation during this black rain. Master, high-level energy fluctuations are detected ahead. Name mutated purple demon flower. Level 7. Special ability, demonic energy, A. Skills, demonic energy, fear field. Character, bloodthirsty. Current status, hunting. Life level high. Evaluation, Violet has undergone a second mutation and has developed a special demonic energy. It's a level 7 mutant plant. Su-bei looked at the analysis given by the system and after a moment decided to go down and hunt it himself. It looked like the opponent had just broken through to level 7 for the second time during this black rain. System, open the hatch. Su-bei called Xiaoyu, and the man and the fish flew quickly towards the strange purple flower on the ground that was more than 10 meters in size. The mutated purple magic flower is not very big, but there are many vines and branches around it. Su-bei looked at the vines on the ground, which were at least hundreds of meters long. The mutated purple magic flower is an extra-large purple flower, a bit like the carnivorous plant in a game that Su-bei had played. It is covered with sharp serrations, and the upper and lower petals form a hideous and terrifying giant mouth. Bump. After Xiaoyu approached the mutated purple magic flower, Su-bei jumped down lightly and landed on the ground. Swoosh. Sensing Su-bei's arrival, the mutated purple magic flower also waved its vine tentacles enthusiastically to greet him. Bang, bang, bang. The thick vines whipped towards Su-bei's position, blowing up the surrounding concrete ground. Su-bei looked at the vines and branches coming at him aggressively and dodged quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The vines of the mutated purple devil flower missed their attack, blasting the surrounding ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Chapter 144, Killing the Mutated Purple Demonic Flower. Su-bei activated the King of Tyranny and instantly entered the tyrannical form. After dodging the vines of the mutated purple devil flower, Su-bei turned around and condensed 2 balls of blazing flames. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The terrifying high-temperature fireball smashed into the huge body of the mutated purple devil flower, causing two gorgeous fireworks to explode on it. Hiss! The mutated purple devil flower roared, and its body turned into a huge mouth-shaped flower. The flower opened its mouth, facing the direction of northern Jiangsu. Su Bei also saw the terrifying giant mouth of the mutated purple devil flower, which made his back feel a little cold. Su Bei stood far away from the body of the mutated purple devil flower, and the giant vines that attacked from all directions were blown up one by Su Bei's fists. Bang, bang, bang. The vine attacks of the mutated purple devil flower became more and more ferocious. The next moment, a piece of rubble suddenly exploded on the ground around the mutated purple devil flower. More huge vines emerged from the ground. These were the rhizomes and vines of the mutated purple magic flowers. They are as flexible and swift as flying snakes. Seeing this, Su Bei's body surface gradually ignited with a red glow, which was a sign of energy possession. The next second, Su Bei's whole body was burning with flames, and his long red hair was dancing wildly in the flames. At this moment, Su Bei was like a fire god of war. He moved his body wrapped in flames and began to rush towards the mutated purple magic flower. Whoosh whoosh. The huge vines around were whipping towards Su Bei madly. The mutated purple devil flower has many densely packed vines and tentacles, forming a huge green net like me. Block all directions of Su Bei's advance. Hiss! The mutated purple devil flower seemed to be chirping in triumph, as it thought Su Bei had nowhere to escape. But Su Bei never wanted to escape from the beginning. The corners of Su Bei's mouth curled up evilly, and confidence burst out from him. The power of fire, a great pillar of fire. This is a fire skill that Su Bei can only perform in the form of King of Tyranny. I saw flames burning on Su Bei's arms, and then it exploded. Su Bei stretched out his arms and clasped his hands together. The next moment, terrifying flame energy burst out from between Su Bei's hands, forming a huge pillar of fire. The direction of the pillar of fire was exactly that of the huge green net covering the sky, formed by the mutated purple magic flowers. A pillar of fire suddenly shot up into the sky, creating a huge hole in the impenetrable vine net. The mutated purple devil flower felt this powerful fire attack, and its body was also a little surprised. It quickly mobilized other vine tentacles around it, trying to fill the gap created by Su Bei. Too slow. Looking at the giant vine nets that were trying to reassemble, Su Bei let out a light shout. He moved his feet, and his whole body rushed out of the huge vine net in an instant like red lightning. Su Bei was standing on this huge vine net with a sneer on his face. The next moment, Su Bei moved at an extremely fast speed towards the main body of the mutated purple magic flower. The mutated purple devil flower also panicked for the first time, and Su Bei actually broke through its huge vine net. Hiss! Su Bei moved too fast, and the mutated purple magic flower had no time to retract its vine tentacles. Looking at Su Bei, who was approaching it at a very fast speed, the mutated purple devil flower opened its huge and ferocious mouth. Roar! Seeing this, Su Bei did not stop. The flames on his body burned more and more fiercely, like a dazzling fireball. Boom boom. The next moment, Su Bei's body rushed into the mouth of the mutated purple magic flower. The mutated purple devil flower instinctively closed its mouth and shook its body slightly. Su Xiaoju and others in the battleship looked a little nervous. Brother Su Bei won't be eaten, right? Su Xiaoju was a little worried. Although she believed in Su Bei, the mutated purple magic flower's terrifying mouth was too big. Won't. She on the side was as calm as ever and spoke lightly. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu also said that the master will win. On the ground, the huge body of the mutated purple devil flower began to shake violently. It's like taking ecstasy. And a faint red light began to gradually light up, and then became brighter and brighter. This situation lasted for a few seconds, and the next moment, the body of the mutated purple magic flower suddenly exploded. Boom boom. Bang. Flames shot up into the sky, and in the flames, a tall figure with long fiery red hair slowly emerged. It was Su Bei? At this time, flames seemed to be burning in Su Bei's eyes. His skin had completely turned fiery red, and his aura became even more violent. Su Bei's control over the King of Tyranny has become even deeper. A light green liquid was flowing on the body of the mutated purple devil flower, and the place where Su Bei exploded was still burning with Su Bei's flame, which seemed impossible to extinguish. Hiss! The mutated purple devil flower let out a terrified sound, and its huge flower body began to shrink and close. The surrounding vine tentacles also quickly retracted. In a moment, the mutated purple magic flower used its vine tentacles to wrap its body into a big ball. Are you scared? Sube looked at the mutated purple devil flower and smiled faintly. But he must hunt down this level 7 mutated purple magic flower. The next second, Sube appeared in front of the mutated purple magic flower again. Sube jumped directly to the top of its flower body. Looking at the mutated purple magic flower that had entered a closed state, Sube grinned. The power of fire. Explosive fire fist. The next moment, flames burned fiercely on Sube's fists, and he gathered his energy into his fists. Then he slammed down with 2 fists. Boom, boom. Whoa, whoa. There was a loud explosion accompanied by the sound of burning flames. The vine defense under Sube was also broken. The explosion directly blew off the vine tentacles wrapped around the mutated purple magic flower. Sube didn't stop and continued to punch. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Intense flames shot up into the sky one after another, and the screams of the mutated purple devil flower also rang out. A few minutes later, Sube completely broke through all defenses and punched directly into the body of the mutated purple magic flower. After a few punches, most of the mutated purple devil flower was broken into pieces and in tatters. The mutated purple devil flower died. Sube released the King of Tyranny and jumped off the corpse of the mutated purple devil flower. Using energy attacks multiple times consumes a lot of energy. Sube called the system and put Xiaoyu down. Soon a beautiful big fish with a completely azure body flew down from the sky. Xiaoyu rubbed against Sube happily. Okay, go help me take out its energy crystal first. Sube signaled to Xiaoyu, who chirped twice and swam over to get the energy crystal. After a while, Xiaoyu swam over with a shiny light green crystal in her mouth. Sube looked at the energy crystal in Xiaoyu's mouth. It emitted a faint and dazzling luster under the sunlight, and it was as dreamy as a gem. Sube took the energy crystal from Xiaoyu's mouth and put it into the space bracelet. The second one. Chapter 145, Official Action. Xiaoyu used the abyss devouring technique to devour the corpse of the mutated purple magic flower. Gee. Xiaoyu seemed to have burped, which made Sube look at him sideways. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu twisted away a little embarrassedly. Looking at Xiaoyu's appearance, Sube couldn't help but laugh. Okay, let's go back. Sube rode Xiaoyu and returned to the warship. Before the end of the world, Qianhua City was famous for its flowers and birds among nearby cities. But now that the end of the world has come, it has become the source of its disaster. Sitting in the captain's seat, Sube couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the panoramic view of Qianhua City. On the other side, far away in the city of Daxiao in China. This is also the headquarters of the entire Chinese military. At this time, in a high-end parliament building, military officers and leaders at all levels were coming and going, and the atmosphere was quite tense. Everyone looks busy. In an upscale parliamentary room, several middle-aged military officials were holding a meeting. They are all officers belonging to the 9th Military Region of China, and the leader among them is a major general. Boss Zhang. According to reports from the Beihai district, the danger level in Qianhua City seems to be beyond our expectations. Well, I already know about this. Not long ago, a team from the Qianhua Military District sent an urgent report. This is the reason why we are holding this meeting today. As Zhang Tianhai spoke, he opened a notebook and clicked on some of the pictures. The picture on the notebook is exactly the scene of Qianhua City. Judging from the picture, Qianhua City has almost turned into a green wasteland. One of the pictures even has a huge plant that looks like a veil. It was the king of Mandragora that Sube and the others had seen before. Is the situation in Qianhua City so serious now? The other people in the parliament room all looked solemn when they saw the queen of Mandala. This mutant plant has reached at least level 8, right? That's right. According to our bioenergy detection device, this is a mutated Datura flower, and its level is defined as 8+. Zhang Tianhai also had a serious expression on his face. Another level 8 mutant creature. One of the officers complained that level 8 mutant creatures were often something that the military in each city could not deal with. They need to request support from the military region at their headquarters. Not only that, you all know about the second black rain not long ago, right? According to our researchers' analysis, the mutated mandrake is very likely to mutate and evolve again during this black rain. If it truly completes its evolution, it will likely become a super mutant. What? Super mutant creature? Hearing Zhang Tianhai's words, the other people in the conference room were all shocked. The so-called super mutant creatures refer to those mutant creatures whose life level is perfect level. They are often super powerful mutated creatures that can easily destroy a city. There aren't many super mutant creatures in our entire southeast region, right? Well, a total of 9 super mutant creatures have been discovered in the southeastern region under the jurisdiction of our 9th military region. If that mutated mandrake completes its transformation during this black rain, it will become the 10th super mutated creature in the southeast region. Zhang Tianhai's face also looked very ugly. Each super mutant creature is a terrifying monster that can destroy a city. Even for their 9th district, it is difficult to kill it. Beihai City has been abandoned by us because of the appearance of a level 8 plus Blaziken. There are several other cities around here that have at least one level 8 mutant creature. We've given up on them all. And Qianhua City is one of the last few cities in that area. The order from above is to preserve it as much as possible. Zhang Tianhai's meaning was very clear. So we must protect Qianhua City. Well, although Qianhua City is only a medium-sized city, its economic network is very developed and its location is also very good. If we lose Qianhua City again, our connection with that area will be completely gone. Several people were discussing nonstop, and Zhang Tianhai listened quietly to their analysis. All right, so who among you can go on this Qianhua City cleanup mission? Zhang Tianhai stopped the discussion and stated the ultimate purpose of this meeting. Everyone was speechless for a moment, and the scene became silent. A level 8 plus mutant creature may even have evolved to the level of a super mutant creature. This is definitely a difficult task, and no one wants to take on this hot potato. Zhang Tianhai also looked at the few people calmly. They were all his direct subordinates. After more than 10 seconds of silence, a voice suddenly rang out. Let me do it. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone turned to look at the owner of the voice. This is a young man who looks to be in his 20s, and he is also the youngest person present. But the rank on his military uniform is colonel. He is already a colonel at such a young age. Lin Yun, are you sure? Zhang Tianhai looked at Lin Yun and confirmed again. Yeah, I'm sure. Lin Yun's tone was calm and casual, and he didn't seem afraid or nervous at all. Good boy, you are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. The other colonel-level officers around were whispering. They are all in their 40s or 50s, and have long experienced the trials of war and life and death, and know the preciousness of life. Now it's the end of the world, so we should cherish our lives even more. A level 8 plus mutant creature should be very powerful, right? I wonder which one is stronger, my magic-powered armor or not. Lin Yun murmured softly. Magic power armor, one of China's secret research projects 20 years ago. A huge amount of financial, human, and resources were invested in it before it was officially announced to the public until the apocalypse broke out. The requirements for using magic-powered armor are also extremely demanding. Not only does the driver need to have superhuman physical fitness, but he also needs to have certain operating knowledge. And Lin Yun is one of the magic-powered armor drivers secretly trained by the official 3 years ago, in order to better and more comprehensively display the performance of the magic power armor. The authorities have invested a huge amount of energy crystals and human potential development drugs developed by the Research Institute in him. The apocalypse has only been going on for over 2 months. Lin Yun is already a level 4 superpowered person, one level higher than Zhang Tianhai, who is at the major general level. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, Lin Yun repeatedly made meritorious service in the military district with his powerful superpowered strength and magic-powered armor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become a colonel in his 20s. Zhang Tianhai looked at Lin Yun. He also admired this young man who had performed outstandingly recently. Okay, tell me later what resources, weapons, and supplies you need. Also, I will apply to my superiors to give you a high-level potential development potion after you complete this mission. Lin Yun didn't take what Zhang Tianhai said first to heart, but when he heard the second sentence, Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Advanced potential development potion. He has been stuck at level 4 for a while now, and the effect of absorbing level 3 energy crystals is very small. A normal person can only absorb energy crystals one level lower than their own level. The higher the life level, the smaller this limit. If you want to make a breakthrough, the fastest way is to use the potential development agent developed by the government. Chapter 146, Mutated Emerald Python. 3 days later, the high-tech battleship is hovering above a tall mutated plant. On the ground, Su Bei, who entered the King of Tyranny, was fighting a level 7 mutated plant. Name Mutated Emerald Python. Level 7. Special ability, Emerald Scale, A. Skills, Venom Spray, Emerald Light, Strangulation, Camouflage. Personality, cautious, conservative. Current status, in battle. Life level high. Evaluation, a completely mutated snake creature. Due to the environment it is in, the direction of the mutation is green. This is a mutated animal that is very rare in Qianhua City. Sube was also surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a mutated python in a place full of mutated plants. The mutated emerald python is emerald green all over, and its body is nearly 60 meters long. Originally, it buried most of its body underground, and the exposed part of its body was the same green as the plants. If it weren't for the detection function of the Black Tech battleship, Sube would never have been able to discover it. Hiss! At this time, the battle between the two has entered a white-hot stage. Sube's King of Tyranny form is in full bloom, with flames all over his body, like a flaming giant. The mutated emerald python also kept swinging its huge body, and its strong and powerful tail lashed towards Sube. Bang! Sube had no place to hide, so he stretched out his arms to block and lowered his feet. The mutated emerald python also showed a hint of surprise. How could such a huge body of its not be able to shake a tiny human? Roar! The mutated emerald python opened its ferocious bloody mouth, and a stream of light green liquid sprayed out of its mouth towards Sube. Sube was shocked. Looking at the creepy color, he knew it was poisonous without thinking. The power of the void. In desperation, Sube had to use his second ability, the power of the void. Okay, I wanted to hold on a little longer. Sube looked at the mutated emerald python that covered the sky, and the power of the void 10 meters around him slowly lifted up his body. Hiss! The mutated emerald python also felt the terrifying energy around Sube's body, and its eyes revealed a sense of uneasiness. Drink! Sube shouted loudly, and suddenly flames burned all over his body. This is because he integrated the fire elemental power of the King of Tyranny into the power of the void. The flames burned on the void power around Sube. At this moment, Sube felt like he was in a sea of fire, which was shocking. Hiss! The mutated emerald python hissed and rushed towards Sube regardless of the flames around him. Court death! Sube raised the corner of his mouth and whispered. Under his control, the void power around him condensed into two 10-meter-long flaming hands. Because of the integration of the fire element, the power of the void has now become tangible. Hiss! The mutated emerald python is not very intelligent, but it still has some combat awareness. It also used its special ability, Emerald Scale, at this time. The light green snake scales on the surface of the mutated emerald python began to glow. In less than a moment, the originally light-colored snake scales turned into a deep dark green. The snake scales shimmered in the reflection of the sunlight. Emerald Scale is a defensive ability that not only enhances the hardness of its scales, but also increases the toughness of the body, achieving a certain degree of damage rebound. Sube looked at the mutated emerald python that was about to charge towards him, with his two huge flaming hands ready on the left and right. The next second, when the mutated emerald python entered the attack range of Sube's flaming hand, two huge flaming hands in the void suddenly grabbed the body of the mutated emerald python. Sube didn't know the snake's weak point, and he wasn't sure whether the mutated emerald python still had this weak point after the mutation. The two huge flaming hands just randomly grabbed the front part of the mutated emerald python's body. Hiss! But the next moment, a scene that surprised Sube appeared. The mutated emerald python's body suddenly slipped out of Sube's two flaming hands like a loach. Then the mutated emerald python's head continued to rush towards Sube's position. Sube was shocked. He didn't expect that after the mutated emerald python opened its emerald scales, its body would become so smooth. The power of fire fist. Sube didn't have time to think about it, and instantly mobilized the fire energy in his body. The fists became more dazzling and burning under the infusion of fire energy. The next moment, the mutated emerald python's head attacked and hit Sube in the blink of an eye. Bang! Boom, boom, boom. Sube punched out with both fists in an instant, and the two fists, with terrifying high-temperature heat waves, hit the head of the mutated emerald python. Bang! Sube's body was knocked back almost instantly, and the ground under his feet was torn into a long hole by the powerful thrust. Looking from a distance, Sube was like an ant in front of the mutated emerald python, constantly retreating under the attack of the mutated emerald python. All objects and roads along the way were destroyed by the terrifying power and impact of the mutated emerald python. But Sube was still struggling to resist, trying to stop the retreat. After more than 10 seconds, Sube finally stopped. At this time, the head of the mutated emerald python was still against Sube's fists. The heart-pounding emerald green snake eyes stared at Sube fiercely. Sube felt his arms were numb, and the high-tech shoes on his feet were scrapped in the collision just now. The mutated emerald python was also in a period of power deficiency at this time and had no extra actions for the time being. Su Bei gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get up from me." Su Bei used all of his remaining fire energy to gather together. The next second, the fire power in Su Bei's body exploded, coupled with the power of the void around his body. Su Bei used the power of the void to condense a huge fist from bottom to top and hit the mutated emerald python's chin with a fierce uppercut. Throw out a punch with all your strength. Inject the fire energy in your body into the big hand of the void. Bump. Boom. A sound like an explosion was heard, and an explosion occurred at the point of contact with the mutated emerald python. The power of the void also dissipated because of this attack, and Su Bei could no longer use it for a short period of time. The mutated emerald python was sent flying into the sky by Su Bei's amazing attack. With the snake's head as the force point, the nearly 60-meter-long snake body was knocked flying into the sky. This scene is simply eye-catching. Hiss! The mutated emerald python let out a scream in the air, and then its huge body fell heavily to the ground, splashing a lot of smoke. The emerald scales of the mutated emerald python were broken at the place where Su Bei's giant void fist hit it, and a large amount of green liquid flowed out. At this time, the mutated emerald python was dying. Su Bei was also a little unsteady, and he barely managed to stand while gasping for breath. This mutated emerald python is very powerful and has a high combat awareness. But fortunately, we won in the end. Su Bei called Xiaoyu down. Soon Xiaoyu swam in front of Su Bei. "Xiaoyu, go give it the final blow." Xiaoyu was not panicked. He didn't take the dying mutated emerald python seriously at all. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu came to the mutated emerald python lying on the ground and looking like it was about to die, with anger on its face. "How dare you hit the master?" The next moment, a huge dark vortex emerged in front of Xiaoyu. Chapter 147. Lin Yun arrives. The black vortex began to expand and twist, and the surrounding space seemed to be trembling slightly. The next moment, Xiaoyu controlled the black vortex and moved it to the body of the mutated emerald python. The black vortex was like a giant mouth and began to devour the body of the mutated emerald python bit by bit. The mutated emerald python kept wailing and screaming as Xiaoyu cruelly devoured it, and the only trace of consciousness it had made it feel extremely painful. The body covered by the black vortex disappeared in less than a moment. Su Bei also looked at this scene in some surprise. This move is somewhat similar to the abyss devouring that Xiaoyu used before. After dozens of seconds, Xiaoyu cleaned up the body of the mutated emerald python and flew back to Su Bei. Chi-Chi. Su Bei rode Xiaoyu back to the black technology battleship. The seventh one. Su Bei murmured. In the past few days, the warship has been constantly detecting the mutated creatures in Qianhua City, and he has now hunted down 7 level 7 energy crystals. But there is still a problem. Su Bei sat in the captain's seat and began to think. Qianhua City has basically been explored by warships, and almost all level 7 mutated creatures have been hunted down. This means that there are no level 7 mutated creatures in Qianhua City that Su Bei needs to hunt. After all, a level 7 mutant creature is not a cabbage, and it is also a top-level existence at present. If it weren't for the detection function of the black technology battleship and Su Bei's powerful strength, the level 7 mutant creature is definitely the little bully of Qianhua City. As for the big overlord, it is of course the level 8 plus mutant mandala king. Should we go hunting in the neighboring city first? A choice arose in Su Bei's mind. The upgrade of the black tech battleship required 10 level 7 energy crystals. There are only 7 at the moment, which is definitely not enough. As for the level 8 plus mutated mandragora king, now is not the time to hunt it. Now that all the level 7 mutant creatures in Qianhua City have been hunted down, let's go to other cities to hunt. The system will help me analyze the surrounding cities and select the nearest one to hunt. Yes. At present, Su Bei's core task is to collect 10 level 7 energy crystals, improve his own strength, and then hunt down the king of the mutated mandragora. Finally advanced to the 6th level black technology battleship. Soon, pictures of the city landscape appeared on the battleship's control screen. After a systematic preliminary screening, a city was selected. Master, you can go to Wu City, which is next to Qianhua City. It will take a day. Well, then let's go to Wu City. Wushi is an ordinary city adjacent to Beihai City and Qianhua City, with a permanent population of about 3 million. Not long after the high-tech warship left this area of the sky, several uninvited guests arrived. 3 military fighter planes slowly appeared in the sky. They are very fast, and if any space enthusiasts see them here, they will definitely shout with excitement. Because these military fighter jets are the latest supersonic fighters developed by the Chinese military. The model is P3. The maximum route speed can reach 1,250 kilometers per hour. It can be said to be the most advanced product of China Airlines. And now 3 sonar. P3s are coming from the sky. On the back seat of one of the Sudoku ships, a young male officer was sitting with a calm expression. It was Colonel Lin Yun from the 9th Military Region. His mission this time is to be sent to Qianhua City to eliminate the King of Mandragora. Facing the King of Mandragora, who was comparable to a super mutant creature, Lin Yun was not panicked at all. He calmly picked up a bottle of happy water and drank it in big gulps. The soldiers who came with Lin Yun were all nervous. This time, they came to destroy a giant mutated plant that was 100 meters long. But they have very few manpower and only have these 3 sonic bird battleships. Moreover, the sonic bird fighter is a flying fighter and has almost no combat firepower. Therefore, it can be said that Lin Yun was the only one who wiped out the mutated Mandala King this time. Principal Lin, we're almost at our mission destination. Aren't you nervous at all? The soldier on the same fighter plane as Lin Yun asked Lin Yun. He felt that this mission was a bit unrealistic. To deal with a mutated monster classified as extremely dangerous, headquarters only sent 1 combatant. This soldier is also young, but he is just an ordinary flying soldier, and this time his mission is to assist Lin Yun. Nervous? What's there to be nervous about? When you possess a power that rivals that of monsters, your heart will be at peace. Lin Yun said this, looking at a mechanical block on his arm. This was a mechanical block that looked like a watch, quietly placed on one of his arms. Lin Yun looked at it with some excitement, and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Magic Power Armor, codename Tyrannosaurus. At maximum power, its highest combat power can rival a peak level 8 mutant monster. It's a super technological armor that was secretly researched by the headquarters research department 20 years ago. Currently, Huaxia headquarters has only developed a total of 20 units, and each one has consumed countless efforts and resources to create. Lin Yun muttered to himself in a low voice. The young soldier sitting next to him also had a look of envy and surprise on his face. He had heard about the development of magic-powered armor before. Each piece of magic-powered armor is as powerful as a small nuclear weapon. Especially its flexibility and maneuverability, it is one of China's secret weapons. If it weren't for this sudden apocalyptic crisis, the Chinese headquarters would not have announced the information about the magic power armor to the public. Although he was envious, he also knew that the driver of each magic-powered armor had extremely demanding requirements. Not to mention that it requires at least half a year of professional study and training. The driver alone requires extremely high physical fitness. Originally, this was also the most difficult technical problem for the scientific research department to overcome. However, with the coming of the end of the world, incredible things such as superpowered people and energy crystals appeared. Nowadays, humans can break through the limits of the human body and possess superhuman physical qualities by using the latest official potential development drugs. In this way, the physical requirements of the magic power armor for the driver can be easily met. Lin Yun is currently a level 4 superpower, and his special ability is A-level mental concentration, an auxiliary special ability that is also very suitable for the control of magic power armor. Xiaolong, how long will it take? The fighter pilot in front replied. Reporting to Principal Lin, it will take about 30 minutes. Although the maximum speed of the sonic bird, P3 can reach the speed of sound, the other fighters in the fighter except Lin Yun cannot withstand the air pressure difference and the feeling of suffocation. So now the maximum speed of fighter jets is maintained at around 300 kilometers per hour. Lin Yun lowered his head and looked out the window. Outside was the whole view of Qianhua City. Plants of various colors cover the entire city. Everywhere you look, it's all green. It's like an oasis. Chapter 148, Magical Power Armor, Destroyer Dragon. 30 minutes later, the sonic bird fighter plane where Lin Yun was located slowly slowed down. The driver in front turned around and said to Lin Yun, "Principal Lin, we're here." Lin Yun withdrew his gaze from the scenery outside the fighter plane and looked forward. A few kilometers ahead of the 3 sonic bird fighters. From a distance, you can see a huge plant that is red and green all over. The current king of Mandragora is even bigger than the one Su Bei had seen before. Both its height and the latitude of its rhizomes have been significantly improved. The king of Mandala also broke through to level 8++ in the second black ring. It can be said to be the absolute strongest mutant creature in Qianhua City. It looks a lot stronger than the intelligence said. Lin Yun looked at the huge plant in front of him and muttered. However, He did not shrink back because of the terrifying size of the mutated Mandragora king. Okay, just stay here and wait. Lin Yun said this casually, and the next moment, he actually jumped out of the window beside him. Principal Lin. Several soldiers in the fighter plane wanted to say something, but Lin Yun had already jumped out of the plane. One of the fighters said with a helpless smile, Principal Lin is really decisive. But Principal Lin's mental strength is truly strong. He can jump from such a high altitude without any hesitation. After all, it has a magic-powered armor. Several people in the fighter plane turned their heads to look at Lin Yun, who was falling at high speed outside. High in the sky, Lin Yun was falling down at a high speed in a standard diving posture. You know, he doesn't have any protective equipment for skydiving on him now. But Lin Yun was not panicked at all, and even a slight smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a hint of excitement actually rose in his heart. Lin Yun turned his head and looked at the huge figure standing tall in the distance ahead. A level 8++ mutant mandala? Just let me meet you. Each magically powered battle armor possesses a technology that far exceeds normal technological levels. That is space compression technology. The piece of machinery on Lin Yun's arm is actually the magical armor, Tyrannosaurus, that uses space compression technology. Originally, this technology was impossible only in theory. However, due to the outbreak of the apocalypse, some lucky people have gained incredible superpowers. Among them, there is a lucky scientist who obtained a super SS-level space field ability. It also caused a sensation in the research department of the headquarters at the time, and then all kinds of resources were poured into this researcher. This researcher did not disappoint and successfully developed space compression technology, using his SS-level space field. However, the use of this technology requires him to do it himself, and it is very troublesome. Therefore, there are very few technologies that have space compression technology, and it can be said that there is basically no technology. Only 20 magic-powered battle armors were installed with this technology because of their portability. The so-called space compression technology is to reduce and compress the size of an object. After a few seconds, Lin Yun looked at the sky around him and felt that the height was about right. He suddenly pressed the mechanical square on his arm with one hand and activated the space compression technology of the magic power armor. The next moment, a sci-fi scene appeared. The mechanical piece on Lin Yun's arm began to emit tiny mechanical particles. With the mechanical block as the center, a large amount of mechanical materials suddenly expanded and contracted from inside. They began to spread rapidly to Lin Yun's entire body, automatically covering him, fitting together piece by piece, generating energy light threads between each other, connecting together, and becoming smooth and flawless. Almost instantly, a 3-meter-high sci-fi armor wrapped Lin Yun's entire body. It perfectly conforms to the human appearance, with a huge body of about 3 meters. The surface is made of a smooth and streamlined alloy, which gleams with a faint luster under the sunlight, giving people a feeling of high-end manufacturing technology. There are 2 ferocious black dragon heads on both sides of the armor's shoulders, with their mouths open ferociously, giving people a sense of deterrence. The surface of Tyrannosaurus is made of layers of superalloy that is strong but not thick. Its appearance is not bloated and has the standard perfect proportions. There are rounded armor and sharp spikes at each joint of the armor. 6 light blue energy flames began to spurt out from behind the Tyrannosaurus armor. This blue energy is neither flame nor hydrogen, but a new flying energy developed by the military research department. It has greater power and responsiveness. The energy consumption of the magic-powered armor also relies on advanced energy crystals. According to the research department's experiments, a magic-powered battle armor consumes 1 level 4 energy crystal every minute of combat. This consumption can be said to be extremely huge. Therefore, under normal circumstances, without orders and dispatches from headquarters, drivers of magic-powered armor such as Lin Yun cannot drive at will. And the combat power it can exert is also terrifying. The Tyrannosaurus, in its strongest mode, is enough to rival a peak level 8 mutant monster. This is also the source of Lin Yun's confidence in facing the mutated Mandala King. At this time, Lin Yun's whole body was covered by the magic-powered armor, Tyrannosaurus. Lin Yun is inside the Tyrannosaurus armor and is now in a control mode similar to a virtual reality. He looked at the virtual panel in front of him and the Tyrannosaurus's external perspective, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He has practiced these operations and driving equipment countless times and has already reached the point where practice makes perfect. Lin Yun quickly entered the control mode of Tyrannosaurus. The control mode of the magic power armor is a combat mode in which almost 99% of the body is synchronized and coordinated. In other words, All the actions Lin Yun makes in the Decepticon control cabin will be almost synchronized to the Decepticon armor. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus has stabilized its falling body, and the light blue energy flame behind it pushes it forward. Lin Yun was in the cockpit, looking at the king of Datura a few kilometers ahead, his heart boiling with fighting spirit. This is my first time hunting such a huge mutant monster. Lin Yun murmured in the cockpit and licked the corner of his mouth subconsciously. He was willing to accept this task not only because of the generous reward. Lin Yun still has the passion to fight against powerful monsters and the pleasure of controlling the Tyrannosaurus. He is only a level 4 superpowered being, but after piloting the magic-powered armor Tyrannosaurus, his combat power is comparable to that of a peak level 8 mutant creature. Who doesn't want this feeling of becoming stronger? The several soldiers in the Sonic Bird Fighter were all shocked when they saw the transformation of the Tyrannosaurus. It was also the first time they saw the transformation of the magic-powered armor with their own eyes. The whole process is quick, but with a sharp visual impact, giving people a deep sense of shock. It truly is worthy of being the super technological weapon our headquarters has secretly developed for 20 years. This level of technology has surpassed the entire world, right? Oh, if only I had a chance to try it. Oh, let's not dream about this kind of thing. Chapter 149, Tyrannosaurus versus the King of the Mutated Mandragora. On the ground in Tianhua City, a mutated plant that was completely emerald green and covered the sky stood on it. The surrounding tall buildings seem small compared to it. The King of Mutated Mandala has a bright red flower on top. The only difference is that it has a huge mouth and a somewhat distorted human-like face. The King of the Mutated Mandala benefited a lot from the second black ring. Not only did his life level reach the rare plus level, but his level also reached the peak of level 8. Due to the limitations of life species, its body is currently unable to move. All the living things around it had already been hunted down by it. Therefore, it can only continue to produce some split bodies, go to other places in the city to hunt for life, and provide it with nutrients. At this time, the King of the Mutated Mandragora was still receiving nutrients from its derivatives spread in Tianhua City, as usual. Suddenly, it sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. On the ground, the Mutated Mandragora King, which was nearly 120 meters in size, slowly shook its huge flower head and looked somewhere in the sky. At the same time, high in the sky, a blue-black figure as fast as lightning was moving towards it at a high speed. Lin Yun in the cockpit saw the movement of the mutated mandrake flower on the ground. Discovered. Looking at the huge, twisted human-like face of the mutated mandrake flower, Lin Yun did not panic. He controlled the Tyrannosaurus to increase its flying speed a bit again. Whoosh whoosh. The King of Mandragora on the ground discovered the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it controlled the vines and branches on its huge body to lash out at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Swoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The terrifying vines produced a series of explosive sounds as the Mandragora King swung them. Each vine branch of the Mandragora King was as thick as a car. They broke away from the main rhizome one by one and headed towards the position of Tyrannosaurus in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Yun remained calm and his lips curled up slightly. He controlled the Tyrannosaurus and began to dodge the attacking vines and branches in the air. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is only about 3 meters in size, but it can easily avoid being whipped by those thick vines. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's figure also shuttled back and forth among the large number of vines and branches. In addition to being able to fly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's figure is getting closer and closer to the real body of the mutated Mandragora King on the ground. Roar! When the King of the Mutated Mandragora saw that his vines were unable to hit the opponent, the giant mouth on the flower let out a roar. The next second, more vine tentacles appeared, which were more flexible than the previous vine branches. The vine tentacles began to dance wildly under the control of the Mandragora King, like densely packed pythons, giving people a dazzling illusion. Lin Yun in the cockpit frowned slightly when he saw the vine tentacles suddenly appear. He began to fully enter the control mode, avoiding the attacking vine tentacles. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Countless vine tentacles danced wildly in the sky, like mad snakes dancing. These vine tentacles are not only huge, but also have many sharp and huge spikes on them. Bump! Faced with so many vine tentacles, Tyrannosaurus couldn't hold on for a moment before being hit by one of them. The amazing power of the vine tentacles directly knocked the Tyrannosaurus' armored body into the air. Lin Yun in the cockpit was almost knocked off balance by this blow. Fortunately, Lin Yun was experienced, and after being hit, he immediately adjusted his position to avoid more vines that attacked again. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. The number of vine tentacles surrounding the mutated Mandala King's body is increasing. Lin Yun frowned. If this continued, there was no way he would be able to get close to the opponent's real body. No, we must break through these troublesome vines. The Tyrannosaurus flying in the sky paused, and in an instant countless vine tentacles swept over and wrapped it up, densely packed, and soon formed a huge ball. But the next second, a flash of fire suddenly shot up into the sky. The vines and tentacles of the mutated Mandragora King were all burned to ashes in the flames. Roar! On the ground, the king of the mutated mandala also roared. Although it has countless vine tentacles, it doesn't care if a few of them are burned. But its position as the overlord of the city cannot be shaken. The next second, vine tentacles, several times more in number than before, rushed towards the flames. It's a pointless act. Lin Yun's faint voice sounded. The next second, a figure in blue-black armor walked out of the fire. It just stood in the air, as if it was not bound by gravity. This is a skill of the magic power armor, levitation. However, activating this skill will continuously double the energy consumption. At this time, the two huge mechanical arms of Tyrannosaurus have transformed into two huge, ferocious, and cool gun barrels. Lin Yun looked excited in the cockpit. Deceptor Dragon, Double Dragon Flame Gunner. The next moment, two huge pillars of fire fell from the sky and attacked the vine tentacles of the mutated Mandragora King. You can imagine what would happen if the two came into contact. The vine tentacles of the mutated Mandragora King were reduced to ashes by the Tyrannosaurus's fire cannon attack. It seemed as if a black-gray fog was falling from the sky. Roar! The king of Mandala on the ground was also completely angry. Boom! Boom! On the ground around the king of the mutated Mandala, huge objects suddenly exploded. They are all derivatives of the mutated Mandragora King hidden underground, Mandragora fireworks. These Mandala fireworks have a certain degree of self-awareness, but not much intelligence. Fortunately, they are controlled by the king of the mutated Mandala. Each Mandala firecracker is more than 10 meters high and looks like a miniature version of the king of Mandala. They are scattered around the body of the Mandala King in a circular shape. Under the control of the king of the mutated Mandragora, one Mandragora firecracker after another opened their mouths. The next second, the energy gathered in their bodies began to gather at the mouth of the fireworks and began to condense into an attack. Lin Yun in the sky also discovered the Mandala fireworks through the Tyrannosaurus's high-definition reconnaissance perspective. What are those guys? Just when Lin Yun was hesitating whether to defend, those Mandala fireworks on the ground are ready to attack. Puff, 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 puff. Huge green balls of energy shot out from their fireworks, all heading towards his position. Warning! Dangerous energy fluctuations detected. Please evade immediately. Warning! Dangerous energy fluctuations detected. Please evade immediately. The intelligent assistance system in the Tyrannosaurus armor also issued continuous prompt sounds. Lin Yun's face turned grim. Only then did he realize that this was not a small trick, but a big trick. Energy barrier deployed. Lin Yun shouted to the intelligence system, and then he controlled the Tyrannosaurus to fly away from here at a high speed. Chapter 150, Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus is very fast, but the energy shells shooting from the ground are even faster. The energy cannons of those Mandala fireworks attacked in an instant. Fortunately, the Tyrannosaurus energy barrier has been activated. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen huge green energy cannons hit the Tyrannosaurus's armor. The next second, these energy shells exploded, and the strong green light directly submerged the entire armored body of Tyrannosaurus. For a moment, green light was rampant and shot up into the sky, and a gorgeous green firework bloomed in the sky. The mutated Mandala King on the ground also quietly looked at the center of the fireworks explosion. After a few seconds, the green fireworks faded into the sky. When the mutated Mandragora King on the ground saw it clearly, he instantly became irritable. Roar, roar, roar. There is no other reason why the king of mutated Mandala is so furious. Just because a cool blue-black figure is still standing there in the sky. At this time, Lin Yun in the cockpit had a serious look on his face. He looked at the armor damage bar on the virtual screen. Even though he had instructed the intelligence system to deploy the energy barrier in advance, the fireworks attacks just now still caused 5 damage to the armor. Lin Yun's eyes became calm and composed, and he put away his previous contempt and casualness. The peak level 8 mutant Mandala flower is indeed difficult to deal with. On the ground, the mutated Mandala King has begun the second wave of fireworks attack. Green energy cannons began to condense above the center of those huge flowers again. Seeing this, Lin Yun and the Tyrannosaurus's eyes turned cold. I won't give you a second chance to attack. The next second, the Tyrannosaurus shot towards the ground. A distance of over 1,000 meters was crossed almost instantly in front of the Tyrannosaurus flying at high speed. Bump! One of the Tyrannosaurus' armored arms has returned to its original shape as a palm. Boom boom. The other arm is still in the form of a flame cannon barrel. Both arms can perform close and long-range attacks simultaneously. In less than 10 seconds, 5 Mandragora fireworks were destroyed by Tyrannosaurus. They are just advanced derivatives of the king of mutated mandala, and their level is around level 6. Apart from the powerful attack power of fireworks, their own defense is very weak. Roar! Whoosh whoosh! On the other side, the king of the mutated Mandragora saw his derivatives being destroyed one after another by the Tyrannosaurus. Its already furious mood became even more uncontrollable and furious. Following a furious roar that resounded through the sky, green shadows emerged from the surrounding ground. These green shadows are the vines of the king of mutated Mandragora rooted underground. Lin Yun and Tyrannosaurus was also shocked. He didn't expect that a mutated datura flower could bury so many vines and roots underground. You have to know that when the mutated Mandragora king attacked him in the sky, there were tens of thousands of vine tentacles displayed. Now there are at least tens of thousands of vines around the ground attacking him. Damn it! A mutated plant. How come its vines and branches are more dangerous than the plant itself? What Lin Yun didn't know was that even the vines displayed by the king of the mutated Mandragora were only a part of it. If at this time there is a superpowered person with the ability of perspective penetration, looking at the position of the king of the mutated mandala from a high altitude, he will find that underground in the city surrounding the king of the mutated mandala, countless tight green vines are entangled and intertwined with each other, extending to more than 10 kilometers away. That's right. Although its main body is only about 120 meters long. However, the longest vine tentacles of the mutated Mandragora king can extend to more than 10 kilometers in length. Lin Yun inside the Tyrannosaurus had a serious look on his face as he looked at the vine tentacles that were whipping around him continuously. Bashanlong, Dragon Sword. Lin Yun turned to the intelligence system to switch the mode of his right arm. Soon, the original palm pattern of the right arm mechanically stretched and expanded, transforming into an extremely sharp hand knife pattern. The entire right arm is like a sharp black sword, and there are a large number of barbed knives below the shoulder. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Yun began to control the Tyrannosaurus to fight back. Although there are a lot of these vine tentacles, they are like tofu in front of Tyrannosaurus's dragon sword. As Lin Yun continued to control the Tyrannosaurus to slash, a large number of green broken branches fell to the ground. But then more vine tentacles will attack and continue to surround the Tyrannosaurus. Fuck you. A few minutes later, Lin Yun couldn't help but curse. He had been controlling the Tyrannosaurus to chop the vine tentacles for several minutes, but the number of vine tentacles around him remained unchanged. In fact, the king of the mutated Mandragora is also very frustrated. Its vine tentacles originally had more than just these. Because the space around Tyrannosaurus is limited, it cannot accommodate all of its vines and tentacles. In the cockpit, Lin Yun looked at the Tyrannosaurus's energy bar with a slightly serious expression on his face. We can't go on like this. Lin Yun is not stupid either. He also knows that the king of the mutated Mandragora has many vine tentacles. If I keep chopping like this, the Tyrannosaurus energy may be exhausted before I can cut all its vines. By the time Tyrannosaurus energy is exhausted, he will be just a useless, superpowered being. How can he fight against the king of the mutated Mandragora? System activates Black Dragon Flame. Lin Yun gave instructions to the intelligence system in the cabin. The next moment, the muzzles of the two ferocious black dragon guns originally located on both sides of the Tyrannosaurus shoulders changed. The 2.5-meter caliber black dragon flame cannons underwent a mechanical deformation and quickly fixed their shapes. They adjusted their positions and aimed their guns at the vines around them. The next second, the heart-pounding energy light slowly gathered. Boom, 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 boom. A shocking explosion sounded. The body of the mutated Mandala King, not far away, also shook slightly. It can feel the terrifying energy coming from there. Originally, it wanted to use the vine tactics to slowly consume Lin Yun to death. But now it seems that this tactic is no longer effective. Roar! The king of the mutated Mandragora looked towards the location of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and wanted to send more vines there. Anyway, it has plenty of vines, and almost all the ground within a few kilometers around here is covered with its vine tentacles. Wow, wow, wow. But the next moment it felt that all its vine tentacles that attacked the Tyrannosaurus had lost contact. On the ground, the entire surface of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's armor was now covered in a layer of blazing flames. The two ferocious black dragon muzzles on the shoulders of the Tyrannosaurus were continuously spewing out terrifying flames. These flames are not ordinary flames. They are sprayed out and surround the Tyrannosaurus armor, burning. Tyrannosaurus, fire-fighting body. Lin Yun originally didn't want to use this trick because its energy consumption was too high. But there is no other way now. He must get rid of these troublesome vines first. Chapter 151, Mandragora Flower Domain. The flames around the Tyrannosaurus armor were burning. Those who tried to get close to the vine tentacles were all burned to ashes. The vine tentacles of the mutated Mandragora King can no longer pose a threat to the Tyrannosaurus. Lin Yun controlled the Tyrannosaurus and walked step by step towards the location of the king of the mutated mandala. The surrounding vine tentacles couldn't help but retreat and curl up when the red flames approached the Tyrannosaurus. Roar! Bump! The mutated Mandragora King not far away felt the powerful momentum of Tyrannosaurus and couldn't help but become furious. Suddenly, the vine tentacles around the Tyrannosaurus lashed towards the Tyrannosaurus frantically under the control of the king of the mutated Mandragora. Bang, bang, bang. Puff, puff. Countless vines and tentacles were densely packed and attacked like an overwhelming force. Even Tyrannosaurus, who had activated his flaming battle body, was approached for a moment. However, these vine tentacles were quickly burned and consumed by the terrifying high-temperature flames surrounding the Tyrannosaurus. Lin Yun activated the flight energy jet system behind the Tyrannosaurus. 6 light blue energy flames suddenly spurted out, and the figure of Tyrannosaurus also rushed forward at this moment. The vine tentacles blocking the way ahead were like paper and were unstoppable in front of the Tyrannosaurus with a fiery war body. Lin Yun has only one goal from beginning to end. That is to hunt down the mutated mandrake flower. Roar! The king of the mutated Mandragora looked at the Tyrannosaurus that was approaching him with his distorted human face and roared. It has already felt the threat posed by Tyrannosaurus. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, holes appeared on the body of the mutated Mandragora king, and green seed-shaped objects sprayed out. These green seed objects fell to the ground, took root, and sprouted instantly, and turned into mandala derivatives. Moreover, the level of each derivative is very high, and the weakest is around level 4. Lin Yun looked at the data analysis provided by the system in the cockpit and was secretly surprised. I didn't expect this mutated mandrake could create so many derivative monsters. However, Lin Yun was only slightly surprised. After all, Tyrannosaurus's combat power level is comparable to level 8. Even if more of these level 4 and 5 mutant derivatives come, it will be of no use. However, things were not as simple as Lin Yun thought. The king of mutated Mandragora released these split seeds not to deal with Tyrannosaurus. The next moment, the roots of the split seeds on the ground began to connect with each other and entangled. Countless split derivatives have densely packed roots underground, forming an enormous underground network. The core of this huge rhizome network is the root of the king of mutated Mandragora. In just a short moment, the mutated mandala created a super large mandala field with a diameter of 10 kilometers with it as the center. That's right. The real purpose of the king of mutated Mandragora releasing these split seeds is to unleash his domain skill, the Sea of Mandragora Flowers. The next moment, on the ground within a 10-kilometer radius of the king of the mutated Mandragora, its derivatives began to bloom. The scene was stunningly beautiful for a moment. It seems as if a beautiful sea of flowers is blooming here. Flowers bloom on the rhizomes of huge plants that are 5 to 6 meters, or even more than 10 meters long. This is a datura flower similar to the flower on top of its head. Lin Yun, who was in the Tyrannosaurus armor, was also surprised to see the strange scene around him. What's this? It was also the first time that Lin Yun saw such a spectacular scene. Huge red flowers bloomed on countless Mandragora derivatives. It seemed as if this place had instantly become a huge flower bed, dazzling to the eyes. Lin Yun felt that he had to strike first. Under Lin Yun's control, Tyrannosaurus flew to a datura flower. The fire around it was still burning fiercely, and the surrounding vines and branches did not dare to approach the Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus raised the blade of his right arm and slashed down fiercely. Puff! The mandala flower in front of him was split into 2 halves by Tyrannosaurus and scattered on the ground. But Lin Yun's eyes fixed. The next moment, the mandrake flower that was cut in half merged into the green vines. In less than a moment, a new datura flower grew in the original place. Lin Yun frowned. feeling that the situation was getting tricky. Holy shit. What the hell is this if it regenerates infinitely? Lin Yun didn't dare to stay. He had to break through this flower area as soon as possible, while the mutated Mandragora King had not yet controlled these Mandragora flowers to launch any attacks. On the other side, 3 sonic birds were flying far away, more than 10 kilometers away from the king of the mutated mandala. The several soldiers who followed Lin Yun on this mission all had serious expressions on their faces. Principal Lin is surrounded by a sea of flowers. Is Principal Lin okay? That mutated datura flower is so terrifying. It can actually create a huge flower field with a diameter of 10 kilometers. What should we do now that we can no longer see Principal Lin's magical armor? Several soldiers looked worried. Their task is to follow up on Lin Yun's combat situation and report to the headquarters immediately if any accident occurs. Want to report to headquarters? Don't worry, Principal Lin hasn't given the signal to retreat yet, which means he can still handle it. Well, if anything unexpected happens, we'll immediately use firepower to attract the monster's attention and give Principal Lin's armor time to evacuate. Bang, bang, bang. On the ground, in the flower field of the king of mutated Mandragora, Lin Yun controlled the Tyrannosaurus to continuously chop down the mandrake flowers. He now wants to break out from the air. But Lin Yun discovered that even the sky was covered with mandala flowers. Moreover, even if these datura flowers are killed, new ones will soon grow to replace the original ones. It can be said that it is impossible to kill it. These datura flowers are not of high level, and their vitality is very fragile, but there are many of them, and their lives seem to be linked together. What to do? In the cockpit, Lin Yun was no longer as calm and composed as before, and looked miserable. He looked at the armor's energy bar and found that 1/3 of it had been consumed. Tyrannosaurus's fiery battle body cannot be removed. Once it is removed, it will be attacked by countless vine tentacles that are eyeing it hungrily. Whatever. Since we can't break through this sea of flowers, let's just keep moving forward. Lin Yun thought for a while. His eyes became sharp, and he looked forward. Tyrannosaurus is now not far away from the king of the mutated mandala, less than 2 kilometers away. Lin Yun planned to kill his way straight to the real body of the mutated mandala king. Break it for me. At this moment, Tyrannosaurus' hands have turned into 2 flaming blades, and his armor is rushing towards the body of the mutated mandala king like a killing machine. The king of the mutated mandala naturally also felt the situation of Tyrannosaurus. It noticed that the other party was rushing towards its location. The king of the mutated mandala felt a little mocking in his heart. He couldn't even break through his own flower domain, and now he wanted to kill him. Chapter 152, Return. Puff, puff, puff. Bang, bang, bang. The domineering figure of Tyrannosaurus rushed straight towards the body of the mutated mandala king. All the vines or datura flowers blocking the way ahead were cut off one by one. More than 10 minutes later, under Lin Yun's control, Tyrannosaurus finally arrived in front of the body of the king of the mutated mandala. There are no datura flowers growing here, so it seems a bit empty. In front of Tyrannosaurus, there is only the towering and huge king of the mutated Mandragora. Russell. The king of the mutated Mandragora slightly shook a huge vine branch, as if mocking Lin Yun for taking so long to arrive. In the cockpit, Lin Yun's forehead was already sweating. Although he was only fighting in person, controlling the Tyrannosaurus armor also required him to synchronize his body. And he had just finished a high-intensity killing and breaking through, and his consumption was huge. Ba Tianlong, breaking Tianlong slash. Lin Yun looked at the king of the mutated Mandragora with a fighting look in his eyes and shouted. The next second, the blade on Tyrannosaurus' right arm instantly stretched out and became huge. A huge blade more than 10 meters long appeared, shining with a cold light. The energy of the flying jet behind Tyrannosaurus also reached its peak. Its body was like lightning, and it rushed to the top of the flower high in the sky above the king of mutated mandala in an instant. The king of the mutated Mandragora was also slightly stunned. The speed of the Tyrannosaurus was beyond its expectations. There is also the huge blade that is more than 10 meters long. Although it is still small in front of it, it can feel a sense of danger from it. Puff. The next second, Tyrannosaurus swung down with his right arm, and the powerful blade force carried a strong wind and slashed down fiercely. A hint of surprise also appeared on the flower face of the king of the mutated mandala. The Tyrannosaurus armor appeared from behind the king of the mutated mandala and slowly fell to the ground. And a shocking huge crack appeared on the flower face of the mutated mandala king in the sky. The mutated Mandragora king, who originally looked somewhat resembling, now became even more ferocious. Roar, roar, roar. Infinite anger rose in the heart of the king of the mutated mandala. It was the first time it had suffered such harm. The next moment, two huge vines appeared on the body of the mutated mandala king. These two vines are different from all the previous vine tentacles. The two huge vines are two giant vine hands formed by countless vines entangled with each other. They are as flexible as the hands of the king of mutated mandala. The two giant vine hands stretched out wildly and grabbed towards the position of the Tyrannosaurus on the ground. The king of the mutated mandala now just wants to vent his anger. Bring it on. In the cockpit, Lin Yun looked at the two giant hands that were attacking from a distance without any fear in his heart. He glanced at the armor's energy bar, 55. That's enough. Lin Yun raised the corner of his mouth, and the fighting spirit in his heart was boiling. Today, either he will hunt down this mutated mandrake flower, or he will be killed by it. So he's going to bet everything he has. Maximize mental concentration. The next moment, Lin Yun only felt that the passage of time slowed down, and everything around him seemed to slow down. This is exactly what he is capable of. However, if you stay in this state for a long time, it will cause great harm to yourself. But there was no worry in Lin Yun's eyes. He looked towards the direction of the mutated mandala king with a fiery gaze. With his mental power concentrated to the maximum, even the peak level 8 mutated mandala king became slower. Whoosh! The Tyrannosaurus armor quickly rose up and rushed towards the position of the king of the mutated mandala. The battle continues. On the other side of Tianhua City in the sky. At this time, a huge and low-key flying object was flying towards the direction of the king of the mutated mandala. It is the Black Technology Battleship. Inside the Black Tech Battleship, Su Bei sat in the captain's seat and watched as the battleship entered the territory of Tianhua City. I'm back again, Su Bei murmured softly, with a strong sense of confidence on his face. In the past few days, they flew to the neighboring city of Urumqi and went on a crazy hunting spree. Almost all the advanced mutant creatures in the entire Urumqi city were hunted down. The strongest mutant creature in Wu City is a mutant gecko that has reached level 7+. Finally, he died in the joint attack of Su Bei and the battleship's laser cannon. In the past few days, Su Bei not only collected the 10 level 7 energy crystals needed to upgrade the battleship. The battleship's energy points also skyrocketed to 80,000. Moreover, Su Bei's current level has reached the peak of level 5 and is only a little away from level 6. As for Su Xiaoju, the two girls in Xiaoyu, they also broke through in level. It can be said that their strength has been improved this time. And today, Su Bei came back to hunt down the king of the mutated mandragora. Su Bei raised the corner of his mouth and said softly, now all we need to upgrade our high-tech battleship to the 6th stage is a level 8 mutant creature corpse. System, how long will it take us to reach the location of the king of the mutated mandala? Master, it will probably take another 2 hours. Okay, chirp, chirp. Xiaoyu on the side was also extremely excited. After all, the king of mutated mandragora is a level 8 mutant creature. Among them, only I can become stronger by devouring corpses. Xiaoyu couldn't help but get excited at the thought of having a level 8 mutant creature to eat soon. I wish I had Xiaoyu's devouring ability. Su Xiaoju was sitting in her seat with her chin in her hands, looking depressed. These days, Xiaoyu has been devouring the corpses of high-level mutated creatures every day to increase his strength. Now Xiaoyu's level has reached level 6+. He is the strongest among them. Su Xiaoju and Xi's levels have just reached level 5. Okay, wait until the Black Tech Battleship reaches the 6th level. Then I'll hunt down the level 6 energy crystals for you to absorb. This way you can level up much faster. Recently, Su Bei has been concentrating on hunting down level 7 mutant creatures. As for the mutated creatures below level 7, they were hardly hunted. This also led to the slow level improvement of Su Xiaoju and the other girl. However, Su Bei himself can become stronger every day by absorbing the strengthening potions of Black Technology, and his strength has been steadily improving. Su Bei looked at the scene of Tianhua City on the control screen and seemed to have a strange feeling in his heart. System, if I were to enter the Tyrannical King form with my current strength, what would my chances be of defeating that mutated Mandragora King? If the Master is the king of the mutated Mandragora before the Black Rain, there is about a 40 chance. The chances of winning after the Black Rain are probably less than 10. Really, the system's answer is very real and heartbreaking. Su Bei had long known that it would be impossible to hunt down the level 8 mutated Mandragora King by relying on his own strength alone. Humph, but I still have a high-tech battleship. Chapter 153, Pre-War Preparations. Su Bei opened the Black Technology production column. Looking at the rows of high-tech enhancement items above, Bei directly opened the temporary potion column. Limit Breakthrough Potion. Low level allows the user to break through biological limits in a short period of time, gaining comprehensive combat power several times beyond their own. After the end, the user will enter a temporary period of weakness with no side effects. Energy points consumed, 10,000. Bei looked at the high-tech potion in front of him and chose to make it without hesitation. Soon, a gray-black medicine bottle appeared in Bei's hand. Bei held the Limit Breakthrough Potion, low level, but did not close the production bar in front of him. Bei continued browsing, and this time, he entered the page of black technology weapons. It's time to replace his third-level phantom scimitar. After searching for a while, Bei clicked on a black technology weapon that he was quite satisfied with. Name 3-wheeled flame gun. Level 5. Effect. It has 3 layers of flame wheels. Each layer stores a large amount of flame energy, which can be released and needs to be self-recharged after release. Cost. 10,000. Bei looked at the cool-looking weapon in front of him. Its appearance is that of a long spear. The body of the spear is fiery red, and dark gold patterns gradually flow on it. The front end is a sharp triangular gun head with 3 sides, converging at one point, and the length is about 1/6 of the whole gun head. The most special thing about it is the tip of the gun, which is surrounded by 3 small and delicate red light circles. 3 wheels of flame. Can be charged passively or autonomously. Just inject the energy of the fire element. Up to 3 explosive flame attacks can be released simultaneously, and can also be attached to the tip of the gun to strengthen the attack. Bei took a quick look at the information about 3-wheel flame spear, and randomly chose to make it. Beihai consumed 20,000 energy points in one go. He looked at the completed 3-wheeled flame spear and rubbed it in his hand for a while. The entire gun body is very delicate, silky, and exquisitely made. The gun body has a substantial metal feel and is very heavy. Bei estimated that it weighed at least several hundred or even 1,000 kilograms. If it were an ordinary person, no one would be able to use it. Bei waved his hands gently twice. By the way, I should also learn some spearmanship. Bei almost forgot that he just thought the 3-wheeled flame spear looked cool, but he had never actually used a gun. The use of a spear requires a certain amount of practice. But Bei doesn't have time to adapt and hone his marksmanship now. Bei looked at the black technology production column and entered the skill learning page. Directly select the search gun skills. Soon, all kinds of high-tech items related to gun skills and knowledge were listed in rows. Bei asked the system to help him filter out those that were unrealistic and unaffordable. I will slowly select the remaining ones in Bei. 10 minutes later, Bei chose a skill to transmit energy ball. AO Ling Spear, spear skills, including various basic attacks and techniques, and its unique skill is AO Ling Flash. Bei clicked on the detailed information about the unique skill AO Ling Shan. AO Ling Shan, a strike that gathers all the momentum of the body. After a short period of charging, it launches the fastest strike at the enemy. In the end, Bei chose to make an energy ball for this skill, with a total of 4,000 energy points. A little expensive. Bei held the ball of light in his hand. This was not the first time he had used this thing. The next moment, Bei pressed the ball of light directly onto his head. Suddenly, a wonderful feeling flooded into his mind, and Bei's consciousness seemed to enter a static space. He began to learn and master this AO Ling Shan move over and over again. After a few seconds of real time, Bei's eyes slowly came back to his senses. Now he has completely mastered AO Ling Shan. Nice skills. Bei whispered softly. Now Bei is ready for everything. He looks at the control screen in front of him. King of the mutated mandala, here I come. On the other side, the king of the mutated mandala is located. At this time, the large area of emerald green plants that originally covered the ground no longer existed. All the vines on the ground were stained black, as if they were burned by flames. In a large pit of ruins, a dilapidated figure slowly walked out of the pit. At this time, the surface of the Tyrannosaurus armor had obvious damage, and a huge crack appeared on one of its arms. Lin Yun in the cockpit also looked embarrassed at this time. He glanced at the energy bar next to him. Now the remaining energy of Tyrannosaurus was less than 15. In addition, the damage level of the Tyrannosaurus's armor body also reached 10. On the other side, the mutated Mandragora king in the sky was not as embarrassed as Tyrannosaurus, but he didn't look very good either. Its body, which was hundreds of meters long, also showed burns and knife marks of varying degrees. The most advanced flower even has a hideous knife scar on its face. However, these are just minor injuries to the king of the mutated Mandragora and are not serious. At this time, It was looking at the Tyrannosaurus on the ground with a playful look on its face, and the vine tentacles on its body were shaking gently, as if mocking Lin Yun. Oh, these monsters are getting stronger and stronger. Lin Yun looked at the ridicule of the king of the mutated mandragora, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he has been constantly accepting official missions to eliminate these dangerous and mutated monsters. Each of these missions became more difficult than the last, and there were even a few times where the monsters faced powerful enemies that threatened his life. And this time, obviously too. Xiaolong and the others should have seen my evacuation signal, right? Lin Yun thought to himself that Xiaolong was the soldier who had been in the same fighter plane with him before. As early as an hour ago, Lin Yun knew that he could not defeat the mutated Mandragora King this time, so he sent an evacuation signal. However, the fighter planes in the sky not only did not evacuate, but instead took the initiative to open fire to attract the attention of the king of the mutated mandala. Lin Yun naturally knew that Xiaolong and the others wanted to evacuate here on their own. But how could a mutated monster of this level possibly let me escape? Lin Yun looked helpless, even though the king of the mutated mandala did not attack him or stop him. It seems that the Tyrannosaurus can activate its flying jet and leave here at any time. But Lin Yun had been fighting with the king of Mandragora for so long, he knew very well that as long as he showed any sign of escaping, the king of Mandragora will definitely control all the vine tentacles to surround the Tyrannosaurus in the first place. Lin Yun also analyzed the situation and found that the probability of his successful escape was less than 10. Now he can only bite the bullet and go on, and then look for an opportunity to break out. High in the sky, far away from the king of Mandragora, in the ultramarine fighter plane, Xiaolong and several soldiers were nervously watching the battle of Tyrannosaurus below. They had already notified the headquarters when Lin Yun sent the signal. The headquarters also replied that they had sent the nearest magic-powered armor to provide support, asking them to delay the monster as much as possible. Chapter 154. The Power of the Three Flame Spears. Bang! 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 Thick vines bombarded the body of the Tyrannosaurus armor. The surrounding ground was dented, smoke and dust were raised, and the Tyrannosaurus body was completely driven into the ground. At this time, Lin Yun, lying in the cockpit, still wanted to struggle hard. 6 flying jets of gas behind the Tyrannosaurus carried it high into the sky. But the next moment, a huge and ruthless vine tentacle fell from the sky and hit the Tyrannosaurus body hard. Bump. Ahem. After being hit by the king of mutated mandala, Lin Yun in the cockpit spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, Lin Yun cursed. The strength of the mutated mandala king was far beyond his imagination. Inside the Sudoku fighter, Xiaolong and his companions were preparing to commit suicide to cover Lin Yun's evacuation. Suddenly a soldier cried out in surprise. Look, what is that? Upon hearing this, the others looked in the direction that person pointed. I saw a very fast fireball rushing towards the battlefield in the sky on the other side of the battlefield between the king of mutated mandala and Tyrannosaurus. The person who came was Su Bei. High in the sky, Su Bei narrowed his eyes and looked at the battlefield on the ground. Su Bei was a little surprised when he saw the Tyrannosaurus and the 3 fighter jets in the sky. He didn't expect that the military would come here to hunt down the king of the mutated Mandragora. But it seems that the military's combat effectiveness is not very good. Su Bei was in such a hurry to act, of course, not to save Lin Yun. Su Bei was afraid that they could not defeat the king of the mutated mandala and then seek support. If the military sends more and stronger forces at that time, Su Bei's hunting plan may be ruined. At this time, Su Bei had already entered the King of Tyranny form and also used the Limit Breakthrough Potion. The current state is unprecedentedly powerful. Of course, this excludes the complete form of the King of Tyranny that was entered earlier. What's that mecha? It looks pretty cool. Su Bei also saw the Tyrannosaurus being knocked to the ground by vines from high in the sky. The Tyrannosaurus is more than 3 meters tall, with a cool appearance and a blue-black body that is quite handsome. When did our Chinese military develop this kind of mecha? Su Bei was even more shocked after seeing the appearance of Tyrannosaurus. He had never heard of any military news related to mechas before. Looks like I'll have to find someone to ask about the situation after we finish the battle. Su Bei no longer thought about it. The most important thing now was to hunt down the mutated king of Dachira first. Boom. Su Bei's whole body was burning with flames, and he fell down at a high speed with great momentum. The surrounding ground collapsed directly under his powerful impact. A large amount of rubble was lifted up, and the surrounding ground was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Lin Yun and the king of the mutated mandala were both shocked and looked towards the place where Su Bei landed. There, A flaming figure was standing proudly. The flame on his body seemed to never go out. Because of the influence of these fire elements, Lin Yun is not sure whether the creatures inside are human or not. What kind of monster is this? Lin Yun was in shock in the cockpit, and now a flaming creature suddenly appeared. The mutated Mandala King on the other side was equally horrified, because it felt a terrible danger in this flame. This newly emerged fire creature is very dangerous and must be destroyed. The king of the mutated mandala was filled with murderous intent and no longer hesitated. Suddenly, countless vines on the ground around Su Bei began to dance and rushed towards Su Bei. The huge and numerous vine tentacles smashed towards Su Bei like a green cage. Seeing this, Su Bei remained calm. The corners of the handsome mouth hidden in the flames rose confidently. He entered the King of Tyranny form and gained the enhancement of the limit breakthrough potion. Now Su Bei is no longer afraid of the mutated Mandala King, who was at the peak of level 8. Su Bei stretched out a palm and gently aimed it at the overwhelming vine tentacles. The next moment, a terrifying scorching flame was released from Su Bei's palm. The terrifying flames expanded instantly, swallowing up the vine tentacles like a giant mouth. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of vines being burned was heard, and the king of the mutated mandragora felt that the vitality of his vines was rapidly fading. Roar! It was shocked and angry. We just solved one problem, and now there comes a more troublesome one. What did the king of mandragora do today? He encountered humans who wanted to hunt him down one after another. Roar, roar, roar. The king of the mutated mandragora roared angrily, and his fat body was shaking slightly. The next moment, more vines broke out of the ground, like a green hunting net buried underground. They shrank instantly, trying to surround Su Bei. Su Bei remained calm. He took out his new weapon, the three-wheeled flaming gun. Break! Su Bei shouted softly and swept the gun in his hand out. Suddenly, a tangible high-temperature flame burst out from the three-wheeled flame gun. The gun flames hit the vine tentacles, directly creating a huge hole. Su Bei moved quickly and rushed towards the gap. Seeing this, the king of the mutated mandala wanted to stop it, but his reaction was too slow. The next moment, Su Bei appeared on the ground in another place. Su Bei looked at the huge plant roots that were hundreds of meters tall, and his mouth widened. Lin Yun, who had just been beaten half to death by the mutated mandragora king, also controlled the Tyrannosaurus to crawl up from the ground. Now there are mysterious fire creatures attracting the attacks of the king of mutated mandragora. This is the perfect time for him to escape from here. On the other side, Su Bei was rushing towards the body of the mutated mandala king at an extremely fast speed. Su Bei knew that it would be useless to kill as many of the vine tentacles around him as possible. Only by killing its body could he truly kill it. Three wheels, flame. Su Bei jumped high into the air, and the three flaming spears in his hands attacked the head of the king of the mutated mandala directly, shouting loudly. The next moment, a magnificent scene appeared on the three-wheeled flaming spear. At the tip of the gun, a circle of cool circular energy patterns appeared, like a magic circle, with a diameter of 3 meters. In an instant, a terrifying flame energy suddenly spurted out from the energy ring. It poured out like a tidal wave, aiming at the head of the king of mutated mandragora. Feeling the terrifying danger coming from his head, the king of the mutated mandala was also shocked. I wanted to dodge, but Sanlunyan's attack speed was too fast. Boom, boom. The next second, 3 waves of flames poured down on the head of the king of the mutated mandala. Roar! The king of the mutated mandragora let out a resounding scream. The 3-wheeled flames attack was so powerful that it directly opened a hole with a diameter of 3 meters on the head of the king of the mutated mandala. Chapter 155. Killing the king of the mutated mandala. The attack on northern Jiangsu has not ended. He exerted force with his palm, gripping the butt of the 3-wheeled flaming gun, and his whole body seemed to merge into one with the 3-wheeled flaming gun as he attacked the head of the mutated mandala king below. Puff! With a loud bang, Su Bei stabbed the 3-wheeled flame spear into the top of the mutated mandala king. The next moment, Su Bei activated the remaining 2 3-round flames on the 3-round flame gun. Huff! 2 fiery red circles of light appeared. The terrifying flame energy swept over again and was released directly into the body of the mutated mandala king through the broken wound. Roar! The body of the mutated mandragora king under him was swinging wildly. Su Bei did not stay on it for long and jumped away lightly. Bang, bang, bang. The king of the mutated mandragora has fallen into madness and rampage after the painful attack just now. The vines and tentacles on the surrounding ground and its body were all dancing wildly, as terrifying as green pythons in the sky. Roar! The hideous and distorted face of the king of the mutated mandala looked towards Su Bei. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The king of the mutated mandragora revealed all of its vine tentacles that had been buried underground. The sky around them grew dark as if covered with dark clouds. Countless giant vines in the sky intertwined and swept towards northern Jiangsu madly. These vine tentacles seemed to form a green tide. In the blink of an eye, Su Bei's figure was buried in this sea of vines. This horrifying scene frightened Lin Yun, who had already fled to a distance to watch the battle. Just how many vine tentacles does this guy have? Luckily, it didn't release all of its vines against me just now. Lin Yun was also dumbfounded when he saw the green tide in the sky. He looked at a display panel in front of him. Each magic-powered battle armor has the function of communicating with each other. Lin Yun had requested support from other magic-powered armors several hours ago. Is it the Azure Dragon who came to support me? I hope that fire creature can delay a little longer. On the other side, Su Bei was caught in the sea of vines. At this time, the flames on his body were constantly squeezed and entangled by the surrounding vines, and seemed to be about to go out. Su Bei's eyes were bright, and he began to charge the three-wheeled flaming spear. Ao Ling flash. The next second, a fleeting red light flashed by. Su Bei's figure has also appeared above the tide of vines. The next second, the large vines under Su Bei turned into green powder and exploded. Puff, 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 puff. Then Su Bei continued to use Ao Ling Shan, constantly moving through this green vine trend. The king of the mutated mandala naturally also saw Su Bei's attack. Now it can only keep waving its vine tentacles to wrap around and attack Su Bei. The remaining mandala fireworks on the ground are also charging energy. Bang, bang, bang. Su Bei, who was high in the sky, saw the incoming mandala fireworks and just stretched out his hand. Su Bei blocked these terrifyingly powerful energy cannons with one hand. Then he continued to attack the vine tentacles of the mutated Mandragora King. If Su Bei wants to attack the body of the mutated Mandragora King, he must first kill all the vine tentacles blocking his way. Lin Yun, who was watching the battle on the other side, also looked shocked. He had seen the horror of the mandala fireworks. That mysterious fire creature can actually block energy shells so easily. This guy's level is at least at the peak of level 8. Maybe even a super mutant creature. Lin Yun made some guesses and analyses in his mind. Then he opened the communication panel to the headquarters and began to report the situation here. After receiving the information, Qinglong rushed here even faster. Puff, puff, puff. Su Bei was still chopping off the vine tentacles in front of him. Su Bei's shooting speed was very fast, and hundreds of vines were cut down by him almost every second. The king of the mutated mandala also felt Su Bei's strength, and he had already begun to think of retreating. Boom! The body of the mutated mandala king suddenly began to vibrate, and then its body on the ground began to slowly sink. The king of the mutated mandala actually wants to sneak underground. You should know that the underground area within a radius of 10 miles is now the territory of the king of mutated mandala. It is filled with its vines, roots, and tentacles once it enters the ground. Then it will become an invincible existence underground. Even with Su Bei's current strength, it is difficult to hunt him. The system prompts that the mutated mandala king has begun to sink into the ground, and also analyzes the subsequent situation. Upon hearing this, Su Bei naturally would not give it this opportunity. The power of fire. Su Bei roared, and then a layer of flames began to burn on the three-wheeled flame spear. The dazzling golden color like flowing flames adds a bit of beauty and coolness to the three-wheeled flame spear. Su Bei's attack speed also became faster. Ao Lingshan struck out one after another as if he didn't need any energy. Puff, 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 puff. The vine tentacles in front of Su Bei that were blocking him were being consumed rapidly. A few minutes later, Su Bei broke through the obstruction of the vine tentacles in front of him. Boom! Su Bei used Ao Lingshan, and the powerful blow penetrated the last line of vine defense. Su Bei's figure once again came in front of the body of the mutated mandala king. Boom! The true body of the mutated mandala king continues to dive underground. Su Bei didn't hesitate and jumped into the air with the help of his feet. Ao Ling flash. After briefly accumulating strength in the air, Su Bei's body accelerated downwards, aiming at the king of the mutated mandragora. Puff! Boom! A powerful slashing force coupled with an explosion of fire elemental energy. This attack directly broke the head of the king of mutated mandragora, leaving a huge wound on it. Roar! The king of the mutated mandragora roared in pain, and the vine tentacles on his body danced wildly. But all this was of no use. Su Bei simply ignored the vines. Ao Ling Flash. Another fierce slash mixed with fire elements. A huge wound appeared on the head of the mutated Mandala King again. The surrounding vine tentacles whipped Su Bei's body desperately, trying to stop Su Bei's attack. The most powerful attack of the mutated Mandragora King is these vine tentacles, but at the moment they seem a little weak. Die. Ao Ling Flash. Boom boom. Another hit. Ao Ling's attacks hit the head of the mutated Mandala King more than a dozen times. The system announced the death of the mutated Mandala King. Just as Su Bei breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take a break, the system prompt sounded again. The Master's warship has detected a high-level energy fluctuation heading this way. Master, please evacuate here as soon as possible. Su Bei was shocked when he heard this. Super advanced. Su Bei frowned slightly. Can't we handle it with our current fighting power? Chapter 156, The Arrival of the Azure Dragon. Su Bei was a little surprised, but he would not doubt the system. Su Bei quickly came to the body of the mutated Mandala King and took out a small glass bottle. This is the space bottle made by Su Bei on the Blacktech Battleship. Its function is to store the corpses of super-large mutant creatures such as the king of the mutated Mandragora. Su Bei opened the space bottle, and after a mysterious space distortion, the huge corpse of the king of the mutated Mandragora, which was over 100 meters tall, disappeared. All that remained were large areas of crumbled concrete and the remains of various vines and branches. Su Bei looked at the space bottle in his hand, which contained a smaller version of the mutated Mandala King. Its body was now quietly hanging in the space bottle. After doing all this, Su Bei looked at the Tyrannosaurus more than 10 kilometers away. The corners of Su Bei's mouth rose slightly. He needed to know some information before leaving. Lin Yun, who was more than 10 kilometers away, was shocked when he saw the fire creature looking at him. Shit, is it going to kill me too? Lin Yun did not hesitate and controlled the Tyrannosaurus to full power, wanting to fly high into the sky behind him. But it was too late. Su Bei exerted force with his feet, his muscles swelled and bulged, and time seemed to freeze in an instant. The next second, Su Bei's figure instantly appeared in front of Tyrannosaurus. Bang! Boom! At this moment, bursts of roaring sounds burst out from the air that Su Bei had just passed through. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when the speed exceeds the speed of sound. An extremely violent hurricane hit, and Lin Yun, who wanted to escape, stopped. There's no way he could escape. Lin Yun felt a little bitter and was ready to fight to the death with the mysterious fire creature. Lin Yun thought secretly in his heart, just hold on a little longer until Azure Dragon's support arrives. However, the next moment, Su Bei's voice made Lin Yun a little stunned. Next, I ask you questions and you answer them, or you die. You are human. Hearing Su Bei's fluent Chinese, Lin Yun was stunned in the cockpit. But the strength that this fire creature just displayed is absolutely impossible for humans to possess. At least as far as Lin Yun knows, there has never been such a powerful human survivor. I don't want to repeat myself. I only have a limited amount of time. Su Bei did not cancel the form of King of Tyranny. Flames were still surrounding his body, obscuring his specific appearance. Hearing Su Bei's somewhat cold tone, Lin Yun reacted immediately. Okay. First of all, what's the matter with this mecha of yours? I don't remember the Chinese military's technological level reaching this level. 10 minutes later, Su Bei finished asking all the information he wanted to know in a very short time. If the system hadn't prompted that the super high-level energy was very close to here, Su Bei would have wanted to continue asking. Hey, big brother, aren't you going to continue asking? Seeing Su Bei turn around and prepare to leave, Lin Yun became a little anxious. On his control screen, it showed that Qinglong was very close to here and would arrive in 2 minutes at most. But the mysterious and powerful man in front of him suddenly stopped questioning and prepared to leave. Lin Yun looked at Su Bei's gradually disappearing figure, feeling a little unwilling. Damn it, why didn't you ask a little longer? But he didn't dare to force Su Bei to stay, because he felt that if he did that, he might be gone in just a minute. 2 minutes later, in the distant sky, a figure in green armor slowly approached. It was extremely fast, and it seemed to be thousands or tens of thousands of meters away, but it was already close the next moment. Bump! The Qinglong armored figure landed heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of smoke. The battle armor, Qinglong, is about 5 meters in size, with a green body and a smooth, streamlined surface that sparkles in the sunlight. What is noteworthy is that there is a 3-meter-long blue dragon-shaped pattern coiled on one of the arms of the blue dragon armor, giving people a sense of artistic beauty. Brother Long, you are still so irritable. Lin Yun connected to the communication video in the cockpit of Qinglong in the cockpit. The driver in the armor opposite was a handsome young man. Zhang Tianlong is not very old, about the same age as Lin Yun, and currently holds the rank of colonel in the 3rd Military Region. Where's the monster? Zhang Tianlong frowned slightly, looking at Lin Yun's playful smile. Didn't you say you were going to be beaten to death by the other party? This. Lin Yun looked embarrassed when he heard this and began to explain what had just happened. So, a mysterious and powerful being enveloped in flames killed the mutated Mandragora king and saved you in the process. Well, that's pretty much it. And the other party is definitely not from our military region, because he doesn't know anything about the magic-powered armor. Qinglong, in the cockpit, Zhang Tianlong raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an interested look. As far as he knew, it was unlikely that humans of this level would appear in the entire Chinese nation at present. Interesting. There are actually human survivors who possess the strength of a peak level 8 mutant creature. Brother Long, the other party should be a fire-type superpower. Well, even though the other party's body is wrapped in flames, it's not certain. Didn't you also say that he possessed a terrifyingly powerful weapon? Based on your description of the weapon, the other party might be from that organization. Lin Yun was confused when he heard Zhang Tianlong's analysis. How come he had never heard of any organization? Which organization? I told you that you usually don't like to attend meetings, and you didn't even go to the boss's last meeting. Zhang Tianlong's mouth twitched as he continued. At the last meeting, the boss analyzed with us the strongest new forces emerging in China during the apocalypse. Ever since the apocalypse broke out, although China has been strongly suppressed by our military region, the country is so vast that many areas are still out of our military region's control. The situation in eastern China is the most severe. Even the 8th military district stationed there has been forced to retreat by some superpowered forces. Hearing Zhang Tianlong's words, Lin Yun frowned. So serious. Nonsense. After all, our military district has a limited number of soldiers, and the number of awakened superpowers is also limited. As the levels of the superpowers increase, the combat power they display becomes increasingly terrifying. Now our thermal weapons are becoming less and less effective. And those powerful thermal weapons and devastating nuclear weapons cannot be used at will. It seems that the shadows of those eastern forces have appeared in our southeastern region recently. The mysterious flame man you met today might be one of those forces. But his combat power is comparable to that of a peak level 8. He is at least their leader, or at least a top-level member. Lin Yun had a calm expression and spoke in a deep voice. Well, so, Brother Long, after all you've said, which force is this? Chapter 157, Advanced, 6th-tier Black Technology Battleship. Mask? That's right, it's one of the superpowers in eastern China. It's said that many top-tier superpowers have joined. And one characteristic of their organization is that the people wearing masks never reveal their true faces. Every member of the mask organization wears a mask to hide their appearance. That's where the name mask comes from. And as far as I know, the mask organization has a powerful fire-type superpower. And the other party's most recent active location was in our southeastern region. Well, I have already reported this matter to the headquarters. It's a pity that he left. If only we could have delayed him for 2 more minutes until Brother Long came. All right, call up your fellow Aeolus fighters. We're leaving. Oh, okay. On the other side, Su Bei had already returned to the Black Technology Battleship. At this moment, Su Bei was sitting in the captain's room. He took out the space bottle containing the body of the mutated Mandala king. Su Bei began to recall the Tyrannosaurus he had encountered before. I didn't expect that the military has even developed something like this. Mecha, this high-tech has always been in the minds of the people on Blue Star. Because of these unscientific and unreasonable technical levels, scientific researchers have been working hard to overcome them. Su Bei didn't expect that the Chinese military was hiding so deeply. Su Bei began to feel a sense of urgency inexplicably. When he saw the Tyrannosaurus today, Su Bei felt that he was going to redefine the technological level of Blue Planet. Or perhaps, this Blue Planet, this Chinese government, is even more powerful than I imagined. Although Su Bei had easily killed the Tyrannosaurus just now, he would not believe that the military only had this one mecha. The military will definitely have even more powerful technological weapons. It seems I have to improve my combat capabilities as soon as possible. Su Bei called the system in his mind. System, I have now gathered all the requirements for the battleship upgrade. Sail the high-tech battleship to a safe location and advance. Yes. Soon, under the control of the system, the high-tech warship rose to a height above a city 500 meters above the ground. Sube plans to let the Black Tech battleship complete the 6th level advancement at high altitude. Because the battleship upgrade still requires 10,000 tons of metal materials, Sube also went down to the ground to collect some heavy vehicles during this period. The battleship is currently in optical stealth mode, and ordinary flying mutant creatures will not affect the battleship's advancement. The battleship also activated biological energy detection, and there were no advanced flying mutant creatures within 100 miles that could threaten the battleship. Everything is ready. Sube spoke. The system has started upgrading the high-tech battleship. Buzz. The next moment, a dazzling white light flashed across the sky. Then everything returned to normal. Sube and others in the Black Tech battleship will not be affected. They just need to wait quietly for the battleship to complete the upgrade. Brother Sube, how long will it take to advance this time? Of course, Sube didn't know either. How long will it take for the system to advance this time? Master, it will take about 3 hours. Please be patient. About 3 hours. Sube replied to Su Xiaoju casually, and then he came to the leisure hall of the battleship. Sube lay down on the comfortable Black Tech sofa. During the time when the battleship is being upgraded, he can relax. Su Xiaoju, the 2 girls, and Xiaoyu also came over. The 3 of them started to play some relaxing games, and Xiaoyu, who was standing beside them, watched with his big fish eyes wide open without blinking. Although Xiaoyu doesn't understand, Sube felt a little strange being stared at by a fish. What made Sube even more speechless was that Xiaoyu swam beside them from time to time, trying to observe their game from multiple angles. After Su Xiaoju and she got into the mood, they said they didn't care anymore. 3 hours of gaming are over. The system prompts that the battleship has completed the upgrade and the sound is heard. Master's high-tech battleship has completed the 6th stage of advancement. Sube responded perfunctorily in his mind. But the next moment, a scene that surprised him appeared. Suddenly, a series of virtual images like data strips appeared in the open space in front of Sube. Then multiple virtual data strips began to rotate and entangle. The next second, a petite black-haired beauty appeared. Sube looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with a sci-fi feeling. He wanted to reach out and touch her, but the next moment his palm went straight through the body of the beautiful girl in front of him. A gap in the data link appeared on the part of the body that was in contact. Virtual. That's right. The virtual, beautiful girl in front of him spoke. Master, this system is now capable of preliminary virtual manifestation. When Sube heard the familiar crisp voice, he had already expected it. Su Xiaoju, the other girl, and Xiaoyu behind them also came over curiously to watch. The little fox girl opened her eyes wide, looking incredibly cute. Hey, what is this, brother Sube? Chi-chi. Xiaoyu was also circling around the system's incarnation curiously. Sube had no choice but to explain to them slowly. So, you are the system that brother Sube often talks about. The 2 women and 1 fish suddenly understood. Sube is also very curious about virtualized systems. But now Sube is more curious about the 6th level Black Technology battleship. As for the virtualization system, Sube said that he would study it slowly in the future and there was no rush. Okay, system, first tell me about the data of the 6th tier Black Technology battleship. It's the Master. Name Black Technology battleship. Level 6. Function, high-tech production, space folding, zero-gravity suspension, energy barrier, quantum tractor beam, particle engine. Armament, particle laser attack, high-temperature melting cannon, freezing ray. Equipment, captain's room, transformation room, medical room, leisure area, living area, training area. Evaluation, the intermediate form of the battleship already has the ability to sail around the world. To advance to the next level. 1 million energy points, 10 level 9 energy crystals, 100,000 tons of rare metal materials, and 3 level 10 mutant creature corpses. Sube began to analyze the data of the 6th tier Black Technology battleship in detail. He clicked on the detailed explanation of the battleship's basic data. 2 scaled-down 3-dimensional and 2-dimensional battleship graphics popped up. Next to them were rows of battleship data and introductions. Overall, the size has become larger, and there are many depressions and protrusions on the surface of the warship, which are the structures of the warship's armament or functions. The basic hull is flat in appearance, with an extended hull on each end, and the middle position is concave, a bit like a crab's claws. Chapter 158, System Avatar and Made Robot. Now the maximum length of the battleship has exceeded 100 meters, and the extended hull on both sides is like 2 sharp blades. In addition to the unchanged infrastructure, the space inside the entire warship has been expanded several times. Subai looked at the somewhat empty space of the battleship and seemed to have thought of something in his mind. The system opens the high-tech battleship and helps me select the right intelligent robot. Sube had the idea of making high-tech robots a long time ago. It's just that the battleship's level was too low before, and the internal space was too small, so there was no room to build it. Now the black technology battleship has reached the 6th stage, and the internal space of the battleship is large enough. Now it's time to make some intelligent robots to serve Sube and the others. It's the master. The system incarnation in front of him turned lightly in the air, and the white skirt on his body also rose up. The next second, rows of intelligent robots selected by the system appeared in front of Sube. Their production costs vary, and their functions are also different. After a period of analysis and selection, Sube finally made the choice. Name lifestyle, made robot. Level 5. Function, an intelligent robot serving daily life, with a sweet appearance, life skills, but no combat power. Cost, 500. Sube took a look at the remaining energy points of the battleship and thought for a while. Well, 5 first. A flash of light flashed across the black technology production table, and soon 5 life-type made robots were completed. Seeing the 5 beautiful girls suddenly appear in front of Sube, Su Xiaoju and others were shocked. Brother Sube, who are they? Looking at their vigilant expressions, Sube felt helpless and amused. After some explanation, Su Xiaoju and the others also let down their guard. Robot. Well, it's a machine that has a certain amount of intelligence. With them, our lives will be more comfortable and easier. Oh. The little fox girl looked at Sube suspiciously, her tail swinging back and forth behind her. Su Xiaoju, Xiaoyu, very suspicious. This. Sube found it difficult to explain for a moment. System, come out quickly. Is this you who did this? Soon, in the space in front of them, the system incarnation appeared as if it had emerged from the void. The system's transformed little hand pried open the space and crawled out from it. Master, I'm here. Several people looked at the system's operation with shock. Tear the space apart with your bare hands. System, are you a Dozun strongman? System, hate it, Master. I'm not some Dozun strongman. Shuttle space is the basic operation of this system in the interior space of a high-tech warship. Please, Master and your companions, don't make a fuss. Sube. Su Xiaoju looked at the arrogant system and suddenly asked, System, are you at Sundara Loli? Upon hearing this, Sube and others began to look at the system. They also noticed at this time that the humanoid form transformed by the black tech battleship system was actually a little lowly. And she was a white-haired lowly, wearing a pure white lowly-style miniskirt, with her hair tied into 2 ponytails, one on the left and one on the right, with knots tied on them. Her facial features are small and delicate, making her as lovable as a porcelain doll. It seems that the incarnation of the system is indeed a white-haired lowly. How's the master? The system's somewhat soft voice suddenly sounded, and the white-haired lowly system was staring at Sube with a smile on its face and asked. Sube was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. What's going on? This avatar of this system is a combination of various favorite images in the master's mind. As he spoke, the system gave Sube a cute look. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoju and the others nearby immediately fixed their eyes on Sube. Could it be that Brother Sube is a Lolita control? Sube, it turns out you like white-haired people. Chi. However, Sube didn't care about the teasing of the little fox girl and the others. Instead, he looked at the system lowly seriously. System, is everything you said true? Sube looked at the white-haired lowly in front of him with a strange expression. Of course. The system answered subconsciously, but soon noticed something wrong with the words. The white-haired lowly pondered the meaning of Sube's words. She was stunned for a moment. Then after she reacted, she looked at Sube with her arms crossed. The system tore through the void and disappeared. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, was listening to their conversation and didn't understand what was going on. She, who was beside her, whispered a few words in Su Xiaoju's ear. Chiji, what are you talking about? Xiaoyu on the side was chirping anxiously. He could only understand what Sube said, so he looked confused, but also very curious. Sube looked at the 2 women and 1 fish, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Now that the high-tech battleship has been advanced to the 6th stage, many new functions and facilities have been added to its interior. You can go and familiarize yourself with it first. After everyone left, Sube also looked at the 5 beautiful girl robots in front of him. After all, these 5 people will be the most loyal and caring members of his battleship in the future. Sube really needs to get to know them better and understand their strengths. The 5 life-type made robots are of different types, including A level, B level, C level, D level, and there is even one that is almost as good as the little fox girl. Sube was too lazy to come up with a name. From today on, you will be called Xiao A. Yes, master. Little A's soft and sweet voice sounded, and a gentle smile like a spring breeze appeared on her face. Your name is Xiao B. Your name is Xiao C. Your name is Xiao D. Sube looked at the last person and felt a little troubled. Suddenly, Sube had an idea and spoke. Well, just call me Big D. Yes. 5 made robots stood in a neat row. This made Sube feel like he was a leader. The difference is that other leaders have rough men under their command, while he has 5 top-notch beauties with the best looks. Chapter 159, Made Outfit and Nuclear Weapons. Suddenly, the system incarnation poked its little head out from the space beside it. She floated out from the crack in the void and just hovered in the air, somewhat similar to Xiaoyou's floating. The system avatar folded its arms across its chest. Master, don't be surprised. As long as we are inside the high-tech battleship, this system is omnipotent. The system incarnates the arrogant voice. Sube looked at the white-haired lowly in front of him and always felt that she owed him something. The system floated in front of 5 life-type made robots. She stretched out her white and tender little finger, pointed at the void in front of her, and then drew a few random lines. The next moment, invisible energy particles began to appear and gather in the void. Then a beautiful black and white made outfit appeared. Then the system repeated the previous action, and 5 high-end made outfits were completed in an instant. Sube was attracted by the system's ability to create things out of thin air. Could it be that the system in this high-tech battleship is truly omnipotent? Sube thought so in his heart. But the next moment, the system's soft, lowly voice rang out. Master, this time, crafting 5 third-level high-tech made outfits consumed a total of 50 energy points. Hearing the system's voice, Sube silently retracted what he had just thought in his mind. Well, it seems we still have to rely on the battleship's energy points. Hee master, don't think this system doesn't know what you're thinking. The battleship's energy points are the source of everything. This system, of course, needs to consume energy points to create made outfits. After a rustling sound, the 5 made robots also successfully put on the made outfits made by the system. Although all 5 of them are wearing made outfits, their styles are different. Sube was very satisfied when he saw the made robot in front of him dressed up. Hello, master. Hello, master. Hello, master. Hello, master. Hello, master. 5 sweet voices, each with its own unique characteristics, sounded, and 5 made robots bowed slightly to Sube. Sube coughed twice. He turned to look at the system with a strange look on its face, and said, System, you know a lot. All right, from now on, the 5 of you will be responsible for taking care of the internal life and daily operations of the entire high-tech battleship. Yes, 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 yes. Sube asked them to start moving independently and familiarize themselves with the space and environment inside the warship first. Sube came to a high-tech sofa and leaned down, with his hands leaning on the shoulders of the sofa. Okay, system, now please tell me what new capabilities the 6th-tier black-tech battleships have. The battleship information he had browsed before was only basic content, and some core and useful battleship functions still needed to be explained to him by the system. When the system heard Sube asking about serious matters, it stopped playing around. She floated to a position 1 meter above Sube. Master's 6th-order high-tech battleship is an intermediate-level battleship and already has the ability to circumnavigate the stars. Circumplanetary navigation? The so-called circumstellar navigation means that the high-tech warship has left the blue planet's atmosphere and is sailing. To put it more bluntly, it means you can fly out of the blue planet and travel to a wider place. However, the energy reserve limit of the current 6th-tier high-tech battleship is not enough, and it can only be used for short-term space travel. Well, we won't leave Blue Star anyway. When Sube heard the system talk about leaving Blue Star, he was also surprised. This 6th-tier high-tech battleship boasts a total of 106 types of weaponry. Its main gun, the particle laser strike, is predicted to be capable of damaging level 9 mutants. Higher-level creatures require further testing. Level 9. Sube felt that it was enough. So far, they had not discovered any mutated creatures beyond level 9. A question suddenly arose in Sube's mind. System, then what level of armament does our blue planet's nuclear weapons roughly correspond to on a high-tech battleship? How does it compare to this particle laser strike? Nuclear weapons were originally the ultimate weapons of the official countries of Blue Star. But after Sube saw the Tyrannosaurus armor driven by Lin Yun, he realized that he had greatly underestimated the military's combat power before, or that the military's strongest trump card was definitely more than just a nuclear weapon. After all, he was just an ordinary college student before the end of the world, so it was normal that he didn't know about the magic power armor secretly developed by the military. The Master's warship's particle laser strike is different from the nuclear weapons on Blue Planet, so a specific comparison cannot be made. Currently, Blue Planet's nuclear weapons are classified into micronuclear weapons, small-sized nuclear weapons, medium-sized nuclear weapons, heavy-sized nuclear weapons, and supernuclear weapons. The peak level 8 mutated Mandragora King we encountered earlier would have required at least a small nuclear weapon to kill it. Su Bei heard the key words in the system's words. Is it possible? That's right, Master. The King of Mutated Mandragora is a mutated plant that has been invaded by dark energy. Its genes have undergone a second mutation and evolution. Its special effects surpass those of ordinary mandala, so even nuclear weapons wouldn't necessarily be lethal. The most powerful aspect of nuclear weapons is not their explosive power, but their deadly radiation and the chain reaction after the explosion. The explosion damage from a small nuclear weapon alone won't necessarily destroy a peak level 8 mutant creature. Hiss. Chapter 160, Tested by the System. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Bei suddenly found that he seemed to have become very strong. Then I have already challenged the peak level 8 mutated Mandragora King alone. Isn't that equivalent to a small nuclear weapon? Master, don't forget that this is due to the bonus of the limit breakthrough potion. The system tapped its lips with its little finger and thought for a moment. Master's current strength is only equivalent to 3 miniature nuclear weapons. 3 miniature nuclear weapons. However, the power of micronuclear weapons varies. Su Bei said confidently. I should be considered the top-notch micronuclear weapon. The system's delicate little face couldn't help but twitch. Haha, Master is really arrogant. Looking at the system's arrogant and spoiled look, Su Bei felt a strong desire to conquer it. System, is this the attitude you should have towards your master? Su Bei stood up and looked at the system. However, because the system was suspended in the air, its height at this time was much taller than Su Bei. Seeing such a strong Su Bei, the system incarnation felt a little weak. Come down. Su Bei looked at the system with a somewhat unnatural expression and thought to himself that there was something going on. As expected, the system fell down from the air obediently, its small white leather shoes stepping lightly on the ground, and its posture was light and graceful. Very good. The white-haired lowly who was the incarnation of the system saw Su Bei's expression, and she could also hear what was in Su Bei's heart. At this time, the system protected its chest with both hands, like a frightened kitten. Master, what are you going to do? What? Now is my chance. Seeing Su Bei getting closer, the system incarnation looked trembling with panic. But when Su Bei wanted to grab the system's hand, he suddenly missed it. Su Bei's palm passed directly through the system's arm, leaving a ripple in the data link. Su Bei was stunned, and the soft voice of the system came to his ears. Ha ha ha. Stupid master. Stupid master. Didn't this system say at the beginning that this body is just a virtual one, not a physical one at all? The system pointed at Su Bei and laughed, as if its plan had succeeded. Su Bei felt as if he had been hit hard when he heard this, and stood there like a petrified body. This is so embarrassing. It turns out the system's recent appearance was intentional. Ha 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 ha. Su Bei laughed softly with some embarrassment. System, I was just joking with you. Su Bei looked at the lowly system in front of him with a wry smile. I felt secretly resentful. Damn it, I actually forgot about this. Hee. The system looked at Su Bei with a look of disdain. Master Hantai, I can hear everything you're thinking. I just tested the master a little bit, and you showed your true colors. After the system finished speaking, without giving Su Bei a chance to continue explaining, she directly opened a void door beside her and went in. System, don't leave. Su Bei wanted to call out to the system, but the system's body had already entered and the void door closed. Su Bei, it's over. This has completely left a mark of perversion in the system's mind. Just now, Su Bei wanted to use force to take down the incarnation of the system. However, I didn't expect to overlook that the system incarnation is virtual, not physical. Su Bei just lay down on the sofa behind him. It seems that the system has not yet finished explaining to him the information about the 6th Order Black Technology battleship. Well, Su Bei sighed lightly. This time he was careless. By the evening, Su Xiaoju and the others had become familiar with the entire 6th Order Black Tech battleship. What the two women cared about most was the space in the lounge and bathroom. Su Bei, lying on the high-tech sofa, looked at the figure in maid costume approaching with some surprise. Master, you can have dinner now. Xiaoxi came to call Su Bei for dinner. Su Bei was a little surprised to hear Xiao Xi's voice. He hadn't had dinner for a long time. Since their level reached level 4, Su Bei and others basically no longer need to eat. Of course, you can also enjoy the taste experience. Su Bei stood up. He remembered that the 6th level Black Tech Battleship seemed to have added a very advanced Black Tech kitchen. Little C started to lead the way. Soon, Xiao Xi brought Su Bei to the newly added leisure restaurant on the 6th level Black Tech Battleship. This is a special place for leisure and dining on the battleship. At this time, Su Xiaoju, Shi and Xiaoyu had also arrived. Four pretty maids stood in a row next to the dining table. They were all waiting for Su Bei. "Brother Su Bei, come here quickly. I'm starving." Su Xiaoju's sweet cry was heard. Su Bei's face darkened when he heard this. "What do you mean by starving to death? You obviously won't feel hungry if you don't eat." Su Bei also smelled the faint fragrance in the space. "This tastes amazing." Su Bei quickly walked to the dining table and sat down. He saw 5 people standing beside him in standard posture. Su Bei said to the 5 maids, "You don't have to be so reserved. Just be more casual." "No, master. As maids, this is our duty." Okay." Su Bei didn't force it. "By the way, robots shouldn't feel tired or hungry, right?" "Of course not. After all, robots are not humans." Suddenly the system's voice appeared in Su Bei's mind, which scared Su Bei. "Huh? Why is the master still scared?" I just didn't react for a moment." Su Bei was speechless. He thought that since the system had a virtual avatar, it would no longer communicate in his mind. "System, where are you?" Hee. This system doesn't exist in this space." The white-haired lowly from before was also a virtual incarnation of this system. Then the system's sound stopped. Su Bei felt that the system was so scared by him that it dared not come out. Forget it. Eating delicious food is more important now. As for the system, Su Bei will slowly coax it out when he has time later. Su Bei looked at the various delicacies on the table. These dishes were basically the first time Su Bei had seen them. And the raw materials they use are all the meat of those mutated creatures. "Brother Su Bei, can we start now?" Chi-Chi. Chapter 161, 3 Incarnations of the System. The pleasant morning makes people happy. Su Bei came to the captain's room and sat down. "System." A crack appeared in the space in front of Su Bei, and the system incarnation walked out of it. But the moment Su Bei saw the system incarnation, he was stunned. "What's wrong, master?" Listening to the clear and pleasant voice, Su Bei looked at the white-haired girl in front of him. "System, how have you grown up after just one night?" Su Bei was confused. Yesterday, the system incarnation was a cute and adorable white-haired lowly. When she appeared today, she had turned into a pure girl with white hair. "Master, are you talking about this body?" The white-haired girl who was the incarnation of the system turned around in front of Su Bei and then said with a smile, "I gave this body 3 different ages." After hearing the system's explanation, Su Bei became interested. The first age group should be the white-haired lowly form when she was young, and the pure white-haired girl form in front of us is the second time period. "So what does your third time period look like?" Hearing Su Bei's curiosity, the system said with a smile. "What?" Master seems very interested. The system did not pretend to be mysterious. She just turned lightly, and her body suddenly changed. His original height of 1.6 meters has grown to at least 1.7 meters. Her silver hair stretched out rapidly and scattered behind her. Her originally pure and delicate face now turned into a charming and alluring look. The system incarnation's body shape transformed instantly. Su Bei looked at the tall, white-haired lady in front of him, and his throat couldn't help but roll. Su Bei was speechless. It was not because he had poor self-control, but the system incarnation in the form of a queen was too tempting. Those charming eyes flashed with a faint red light. The beautiful face is white with a rosy glow, and the bright red lips are gently opened. The white hair behind her adds a touch of charm and stunningness to her. The system incarnation raised the corners of its mouth slightly after hearing Su Bei's thoughts. She did it on purpose. "Hee, I told you not to scare me yesterday." Su Bei could no longer bear it, but the current system incarnation was only a virtual form and had no entity. So, Su Bei turned around and looked at the 2 women who had just walked into the captain's room. More than 2 hours later, soft sunlight shone on the hull of the high-tech battleship. It's already past 7 in the morning. Now that Su Bei has released all his energy, he can gain control of his body. He ignored the temptation of the system incarnation and opened the black technology production column. Su Bei made 4 energy drinks from it. Black technology energy drinks can not only enhance body functions and immunity, but also have a certain effect of accelerating recovery. Su Bei handed a cup to Su Xiaoju and the others. After the 3 of them drank the energy drinks, their strength recovered faster. After more than 10 minutes, Su Bei felt that his body was full of energy again. Okay. Su Bei moved forward a bit and sat down in the captain's seat. The system activates the battleship's biological energy detection, searching for the mutated creatures to hunt. Yes. Hearing the sweet words of the system incarnation beside him, Su Bei couldn't help but shiver. Puff. When the system avatar saw Su Bei's appearance, he couldn't help but chuckle, his smile as beautiful as a flower. Su Bei used a light cough to cover up his embarrassment. Where are we now in the system? Su Bei remembered that yesterday he left the location where the king of the mutated mandala was rooted, and the warship sailed towards the outside of Qianhua City. I don't know whether he has left Qianhua City yet. Master, the high-tech warship has now left the territory of Qianhua City. We are now at the junction of 5 cities. What about the 5 cities? They are Beihai City, Qianhua City, Wu City, Mayu City, and Lan City. Listening to the system's voice, Su Bei began to fall into deep thought. He has already hunted in the first 3 of these 5 cities, and there are still 2 cities left. Do we need to hunt down the mutant creatures in the other 2 cities, or should we just leave this area and head to the central region of China? The area where northern Jiangsu is actually located in the southern part of China and is a remote and poor place. The cities here are basically small and medium-sized, and their economic development level is far lower than that of other regions. Master System recommends leaving here. The system's voice sounded in his ears, and the system incarnation came to Su Bei's side and said, "The mecha that appeared yesterday proved that the military attaches great importance to this place. Perhaps they have already begun to send large-scale military forces to support us. If we continue to stay here and hunt mutant creatures, we are likely to encounter the enemy's high-end combat forces. Although this battleship is not afraid of those junk, the priority now is still development." Su Bei felt that the systematic explanation made sense after listening to it. The system opens the city distribution map of China. An extra-large screen appeared in front of Su Bei. The above is the topographic map of China, and all major cities are clearly marked on it. Su Bei asked the system to magnify the southern region where they are now. China has a large area, and the entire terrain is roughly divided into the north, east, south, west, and some important core areas. Their current specific location is in the southeast area in the south. There are basically no large cities here, only small cities, and their population and GDP should be at the bottom of China. Chapter 162, The Emerging Superpower Force. Su Bei began to browse the regional city map of southern China. Well, the core city in the south is located in Longdu, which has the most prosperous economy and development in the entire southern region. The military garrison there is many times more powerful than a small city like Beihai. Su Bei now has a certain level of combat power and a 6th-order black tech battleship. It's time to contact the military. After all, the overall situation and future development trends of the entire China and even the entire Blue Planet are all decided by the official authorities of various countries. If Su Bei wants to know the future development trends of China and even the entire Blue Star, he must find out through the military. After all, their information sources and various means of investigation are very powerful. China's satellites are not just for show. The system will head to Longdu in the south next. Yes. Su Bei determined the next destination, and the system began to adjust the navigation plan and route. The system folds up the city map in front. Master, at our current speed, it will take about 2 weeks to reach Longdu. The time mentioned by the system includes the time spent encountering dangers during the voyage or fighting against mutated creatures. In fact, if the high-tech warship maintains full speed and is not affected by external factors, it will only take 1 or 2 days at most. Su Bei naturally would not do this. First, there was no need. Second, he also needed to hunt high-level mutant creatures while the warship was sailing to improve his strength. Well, lower the battleship a bit and pay attention to the advanced mutant creatures on the ground. Yes. On the other side, the official headquarters of China, in the city of Huaxia. Inside a majestic and towering building. This is the parliament building for the highest-ranking leaders in China. At this time, in a high-end conference room in a certain building, Zhang Tianhai called his men together to hold the second meeting on Qianhua City. The reason was simple, because Zhang Tianhai received an urgent message from Lin Yun. When Zhang Tianhai received the message from Lin Yun, he was also shocked. I didn't expect that Lin Yun's magic-powered armor, Tyrannosaurus, couldn't defeat that mutated mandrake. What is even more surprising is that a powerful fire-attributed superpowered person appears later in the battle. The opponent was able to kill the peak level 8 mutant mandala flower with his own strength. When Zhang Tianhai heard the latter news, his first reaction was that it was impossible. But after Lin Yun's repeated confirmation, Zhang Tianhai finally accepted this fact. Do you understand everything? Zhang Tianhai sat in the main seat and asked his subordinates on both sides of the parliamentary table. Mr. Zhang, are you saying that there are human superpowers whose strength is comparable to that of a peak level 8 mutant creature? Yes, I also felt it was incredible when I heard the information. After all, although we humans have powerful superpowered people after the outbreak of the apocalypse, but the speed at which superpowers upgrade is far slower than those terrifying mutant creatures, let alone competing with them. And now, news has come from Lin Yun's side that a superpowered person has appeared and defeated a peak level 8 mutant creature. I've already reported this to the higher-ups. His strength is comparable to that of a peak level 8 superpower. This is no small matter. What's the level of the strongest superpowered person in our Huaxia General Military Region? He's only at level 5. Although the ultimate combat power of that level 5 superpowered being can rival that of a peak level 6 mutant creature. But the gap in strength between the two is still huge. You should know that this level 5 superpowered person achieved this with a massive investment of resources from the headquarters. Zhang Tianhai looked serious. It would be fine if the other party was just a lone superpowered person. If the other party is from a superpower organization, it would be a bit tricky. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that they're using technological weapons similar to our magic power armor, or perhaps some other type of external enhancement. However, a mysterious individual with combat power comparable to that of a peak level 8 has appeared in our southern region. This is definitely a big deal, and it will even affect our layout and plan advancement in southern cities. Zhang Tianhai solemnly reminded again. After all, their 9th military region is in charge of the southern part of China. And suddenly a powerful superpowered person appeared in the area under his control. Mr. Zhang, I suggest that we go directly to that superpowered person and approach him in a friendly manner first. If the opponent is a lone superpower, then we can adopt a strategy of gathering them and recruiting them for our own use. If the other party is from a certain superpower organization, then we can also try to make friendly contact with them. After all, the situation in China is too chaotic right now. It's no longer realistic for our military region to have absolute control over the entire country. It would be better to cooperate with some superpower organizations and manage it together. Zhang Tianhai's eyes lit up when he heard his subordinate's words. I think this method seems good. A gentle solution? Another officer at the conference table spoke up. What if they have a bad character, a stubborn attitude, and are unwilling to be recruited by our military? Then we can adopt a cooperative approach. Didn't we say that China is no longer under the complete control of our military region? Even in peacetime, there are many small forces and organizations in the dark in China. After the apocalypse, some people have awakened extraordinary powers. This situation of warring factions fighting for supremacy will only grow larger and more prosperous. We might as well take advantage of the fact that the level of superpowers is generally low now and adopt some gentle methods to cooperate with those powerful superpower organizations. Hearing this, someone in the seat responded dissatisfiedly. This is impossible. We are the headquarters of the 9th military region of China. How could I possibly cooperate with others? Yeah, even if our 9th military region has limited manpower and military strength, we don't have to lower our status and cooperate with those emerging superpower forces, right? The meeting discussion soon split into two camps. One group believes that they can choose to contact some powerful new superpowered forces and choose to win them over or cooperate with them. The other group believes that the Chinese military region is powerful and has a solid foundation, and even if the end of the world breaks out, the world will be in chaos. Their military region is still the overlord and supreme administrator of China. To deal with those disobedient superpowered forces, you only need to suppress them with powerful thermal weapons. Okay, everyone be quiet. Zhang Tianhai saw that the two factions were about to start arguing, so he stood up to stop them. I roughly understand your thoughts. Cooperation with superpowered forces is not something we can decide. Also, this kind of cooperation involves certain risks, and I will also provide feedback and report to the higher-ups. Okay, meeting adjourned. In fact, Zhang Tianhai is more inclined to live in peace with those superpowered forces and jointly deal with the mutated creatures. After all, the 8th military region, which garrisoned the entire eastern region of China, had already withdrawn to the headquarters city. Currently, only the top military officials know about this matter. The reason why the 8th military region was forced to evacuate was not only because a large number of super mutant creatures appeared in the east. A more important reason is that several extremely powerful superpowered forces suddenly emerged in the eastern region. Being able to force away the 8th Military District, the trump cards of those superpowered forces are no less powerful than nuclear weapons. Later, the commander-in-chief of the 8th Military Region also held several supreme councils with the headquarters. In the end, the headquarters decided to abandon the entire eastern region and transfer the troops and weapons resources of the 8th Military Region back to the headquarters for garrison. The Chinese military is no longer the only dominant force now. As the level of superpowered people increases, the combat power they can display becomes stronger and stronger. The forces formed by those superpowered people have begun to emerge. This is also the reason why their Chinese military has been actively recruiting people with superpowers. The number of soldiers in the military is very small compared to the entire population of China, so the number of superpowered people in the military is far less than the number of wandering, surviving, and lone superpowered people outside. Chapter 163. Mutated Creature with Cannons. More than an hour later, the battleship's warning sounded. Ding! High-level energy fluctuations detected. Sube looked at the battleship's control screen. On the ground beneath the high-tech battleship, a gigantic mutated monster was moving forward. Name Millipede. Level 7. Special ability, Rapid Regeneration A. Skills, Regeneration of broken limbs, fast crawling, strangulation, venom. Personality, cold-blooded. Current status, hunting. Life level high. Evaluation, a certain arthropod creature that has undergone secondary mutation, and its legs contain deadly toxins. Sube looked at the picture on the screen. The millipede was at least several dozen meters long, and its body circumference was comparable to that of a car. At this time, it was crawling wantonly on the ground. Everything around it was like decoration to it, and it destroyed it at will. Level 7. Sube stood up and slowly walked to the hatch of the warship. The main hatch of the 6th-stage black-tech battleship is still a circular hatch located at the bottom center of the battleship. The system opened the hatch, and Sube jumped directly from a height of more than 200 meters. Bump! The place where Sube fell happened to be on the body of the millipede. Sube instantly entered the form of King of Tyranny, while falling in the air, and a terrifying aura spread. The millipede below suddenly felt a terrifying and heart-pounding pressure. Boom! Before the millipede could look up, Sube stepped down heavily. As Sube landed, a strong wind blew up on the surrounding ground. The millipede that was stepped on by Sube had part of its body sunk into the ground, and it let out a shrill scream. Puff! Sube kicked again, injecting the fire element energy in his body into his foot. This kick directly broke the millipede's shell. Hiss! The millipede on the ground began to twist its huge body wildly, and all the surrounding cars and houses were destroyed. Sube couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the millipedes dancing wildly. So energetic. The power of fire, Fire Fist. The next moment, Sube's fire element energy gathered between his fists, and suddenly 2 fists shining like little suns appeared. Immediately afterwards, Sube punched down heavily with 2 punches. Bang! Bang! There were 2 loud bangs, and then 2 holes appeared on the millipede's hard shell. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The millipede felt severe pain in its body, and its twisting body became even more violent. But Sube stepped on it tightly with 1 foot, like a nail, firmly fixing the millipede's body and making it unable to escape. Hiss! The millipede also felt Sube's strength. It couldn't escape, so it had no choice but to fight. The next moment, the millipede danced wildly with its ferocious head and attacked Sube. Hiss! The ferocious, bloody mouth of the millipede is like the abyss of hell, which makes people's scalp tingle. But Sube was dismissive. Sube raised the corner of his mouth slightly and gently raised 1 hand. The next second, Sube's body violently jumped. The millipede was still rushing towards his head when he suddenly felt a sharp pain. It didn't have time to see anything clearly before its head flew backwards under the huge impact. Bump! The millipede's body was carried backwards by the inertial force on its head and fell heavily to the ground. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and the horns of abandoned cars around were honking continuously. Sube waved the dust off his clothes and slowly walked towards the direction where the millipede fell. Swoosh! Just when Sube wanted to move forward, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. The strong subconscious awareness made Sube's body dodge to the side quickly. Next second, boom boom. A loud explosion was heard, and the aftermath of the explosion hit Sube's face. After Sube stood firm, there was a hint of anger on his face. A sneak attack. Sube looked in the direction where the attack came from. Another mutated insect-like creature slowly walked out from there. Name heavy tie insect. Level, peak level 7. Special ability, tie cannon, A+. Skills, heavy tie cannon, great strength, violence, thick skin. Personality, carefree. Current status eating. Life level high. Evaluation, a special mutated creature whose genes have been completely mutated and transformed, a new and powerful species. Seeing the system's data analysis in his mind, Su-Bei became a little more serious. Another peak level 7-1. Su-Bei subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. Since you want to snatch the prey from me, I wonder if you are ready to be hunted. Master, you seem to have made a mistake. The enemy isn't trying to snatch the prey from you, but is planning to kill you as well. The system correction voice sounded, which made Su-Bei a little embarrassed. In this case, we can't let it go. Su-Bei stopped arguing with the system. The most important thing now was to deal with the newly appeared monster in front of him. Roar, roar. No one knows what kind of biological mutation the heavy tie worm evolved from. Rather than saying it was a mutated insect-like creature, Su-Bei felt it looked more like a gorilla. It is over 10 meters tall, comparable to the 4-story Western-style building next to it. It is covered in brown and black fur armor, which provides both protection and warmth. The heavy-duty tie insect has a human-like appearance and moves while standing. It slightly raises its body, and its limbs are not protected by black shells, with explosive muscle bulges on them. What concerned Su-Bei the most was that there was an extra-large caliber gun barrel on its back. The predicted length is no less than 10 meters, which is 2 or 3 meters higher than the heavy tie insect, with the muzzle pointing high into the sky. That's right. This guy actually has a thick cannon barrel growing out of his back. This was also the first time Su-Bei had seen such a situation. Su-Bei didn't know whether that thing was growing on its body or was a structural structure similar to a shell. It's a bit like a combination of machine and flesh. It is obvious that the sneak attack that Su-Bei just suffered was caused by this cannon-like thing. The heavy tie insect's eyes flashed slightly red, and it looked at Su-Bei with bloodthirsty eyes. Roar, roar. The heavy tie insect roared again like a fierce roar. Su-Bei's ears were almost deafened by the noise. Otherwise, why would Su-Bei say that this guy looks like a gorilla? He really knows how to roar. Su-Bei felt a little depressed, as it was always his ears that suffered. Damn, why do all the monsters I encounter roar so loudly? Bang, bang, bang. The heavy tie insect slowly walked towards Su-Bei's position. Its huge body made a dull sound every time it took a step on the ground. Like a pile driver. Come on. Su-Bei snorted lightly, his mouth boiling with fighting spirit. His current combat power in the King of Tyranny form is almost equivalent to that of a peak level 7. Chapter 164. Su-Bei vs. Heavy Tie Insect. Su-Bei's whole body was burning with terrifying high-temperature flames, and his entire body was wrapped in fiery red. The heavy tie insect on the opposite side also became alert when seeing Su-Bei like this. But it has no intention of giving up. After all, the heavy-duty tie insect is considered a strong one in this city. No one can escape the food it wants to hunt. Roar, roar. The heavy tie insects launched the first attack. The slowly approaching footsteps suddenly changed and rushed towards Su-Bei with increased speed. Seeing this, Su-Bei did not intend to confront the heavy tie insect head-on. This guy looks like a power-type monster, and it would be disadvantageous for Su-Bei to fight him head-on. Su-Bei moved, watching the heavy tie insects charging towards him, and he kept dodging. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy tie insects punched down one after another, but Su-Bei dodged them all nimbly. Roar. The heavy tie insect roared towards the sky. Seeing this, Su-Bei accelerated and came behind it. Looking at the strange gun barrel, he used the momentum on the spot, jumped up and gave it a whirlwind kick. Su-Bei caught the ground and jumped high into the air, then twisted his body. When he fell towards the heavy tie insect, he suddenly kicked out with the twisting force of his body. Su-Bei's attack more than doubled his own strength. Bump. Su-Bei's 2-meter body directly shook the heavy tie insect's huge body of more than 10 meters. After one kick, the heavy tie insect only felt a pain on its back, as if it had been hit with a steel bar. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy tie insect's body also lost balance under Su-Bei's whirlwind kick, and it staggered forward and took a few heavy steps. Su-Bei's body fell gently in the air. He stopped and looked at the heavy tie insect. The heavy tie insect had also stabilized its body. Fortunately, it was not kicked down by Su-Bei, otherwise it would have lost all its face. The heavy tie insect looked at Su-Bei with a ferocious look, gritting its sharp teeth. But this time it didn't vent its emotions by roaring, afraid that Su-Bei would launch another sneak attack on it. Snort. Su-Bei looked at the appearance of the heavy-duty tie insect and felt inexplicably funny. The heavy tie insect is quite intelligent. Seeing Su Bei's expression, it felt like he was mocking himself. How can I bear this? Bang, bang, bang. The heavy tie insect stomped its feet on the ground, and its posture and momentum of impact were still as ferocious as ever. Su Bei also started to take it seriously. The kick he just threw with 80 of his strength, coupled with the inertia of his rotating body, was not enough to knock the big guy down. This is enough to show that the opponent's defense is very strong. Su Bei stretched out his right hand towards the void, and the next moment, he pulled out the three-wheeled flaming gun from the space bracelet. Huff, huff, huff. The moment the three-wheeled flame gun appeared, it began to burn on its own. These bright flames burned on the three-wheeled flame spear's body, just like its hair. Su Bei could also feel the horror of these flames with his clenched hands, but they would not cause any harm to him. Rustle. Su Bei waved the three-wheeled flame spear casually, as if he was practicing. The attack of heavy tie insects also arrived at this time. Its huge arms overlapped each other and raised high above its head. The shadow cast by its huge body made people feel endless despair. Tie insect hits hard. Seeing the situation, Su Bei dodged to the side of the heavy tie insect. Although the heavy tie insect has strong defense and strength, its attack speed is not fast enough. Bang! The ground where Su Bei had just stood was sunken by the heavy tie insects, and a cloud of dust rose up. Su Bei also took the opportunity to move quickly in this blurred vision and launched an attack on the rear and side of the heavy tie insect. The heavy tie insect suffered a surprise attack and became cautious this time. Sieve. Bump. The three flaming spears that Su Bei attacked from the side and rear of the heavy tie insect were blocked just before they hit the heavy tie insect's divine picture. The heavy tie insect had twisted half of its body at some point and punched Su Bei's three-round flame spear. However, the heavy tie insect underestimated Su Bei's three-round flame gun, or overestimated his own fist. The corners of Su Bei's mouth curled up slightly, and the next moment he increased the force of his palm. Puff! The extremely sharp tip of the three-wheeled flame spear continued to move forward, easily piercing into the fist of the heavy tie insect. Roar! The heavy tie insect had a smug look on its face 1 second ago, but the next second it roared because of the pain. 3 rounds of flames, explode. Su Bei whispered. The next moment, a circle of red energy ripples suddenly appeared on the three-wheeled flame spearhead that pierced into the heavy tie insect's fist. Then there was a violent explosion. Boom, boom. 3 rounds of terrifying fire energy were released from the heavy tie insect's fist, squeezing the surrounding flesh and blood and bursting its fist. Puff, puff, bang, bang, bang. The right fist of the heavy tie insect that was bombarding the three-wheeled flame gun was instantly blown into pieces at this moment, and the debris and blood were scattered all over the ground. Su Bei pulled out 3 flaming spears and leaped back lightly to avoid being affected. Roar, roar, roar. The heavy tie insect's distorted face showed the pain in its brain at this moment. Having one palm blown off is much more painful than giving birth. Su Bei did not give the heavy tie insects any time to breathe. One move at a time, take it down. Su Bei let out a low shout and quickly rushed towards the location of the heavy tie insect. At this time, the heavy tie insect had not yet recovered. Its palm was blown off. It was the first time it experienced such pain. Moreover, having lost one hand, it is no longer a match for Su Bei. The heavy tie insect looked at Su Bei rushing towards it without hesitation. The powerful mutated creature was most afraid of death. The next second, the heavy tie insect took a step forward and ran desperately towards the back. Fuck! Seeing this, Su Bei also cursed loudly, and then rushed towards the fleeing figure of the heavy tie insect. Although the heavy tie insect's attack speed is very slow, Su Bei can easily dodge it. However, the heavy tie insect escaped very quickly, and Su Bei felt that he could not catch up with it for a while. Master Hantai, this is the other party's plan. Suddenly, the system's voice appeared in Su Bei's mind while he was chasing. Su Bei didn't stop, but he was stunned. Then he suddenly remembered the heavy tie insect's strongest attack. It's the cannon. Su Bei was shocked. If the system hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten that the special ability of the heavy tie insect was the cannon. Except for the one shot it fired during the initial sneak attack on northern Jiangsu, it has not been used since then. This also made Su Bei gradually ignore the huge cannon behind the opponent during the battle. Oh shit, is this guy pretending to run away, luring me in, and then looking for the right moment to unleash his most powerful cannon on me? Su Bei began to analyze and infer in his mind. He must obtain the energy crystal of this heavy tie insect. The two of them continued to flee and chase each other. The heavy tie insects fleeing in front seemed to have completely lost their will to fight, and were just rushing forward desperately. All the mutated creatures around them gave way in panic during the pursuit between the two. Chapter 165, Mechanical Armored Dragon. Su Bei was still pursuing, but after the system's reminder just now, he had become more prepared. Bang bang. Suddenly, the heavy Thai insect turned around abruptly, and its body took a squatting and crawling posture with its limbs searching the ground. When Su Bei saw this situation, he became alert. We're about to launch an attack. The heavy Thai insect performed this series of actions in just a moment. Su Bei didn't have much time to react, but fortunately he had been prepared beforehand. Su Bei quickly pounced to the side. Almost in the next moment, Su Bei felt a gust of high-speed air passing by him. The next moment, a violent explosion occurred nearby. Boom, boom, boom. Several Thai cannons exploded, raising the buildings next to Su Bei to the ground. The heavy Thai insect was also shocked when it saw Su Bei avoid its Thai cannon. Its most powerful attack, the Thai cannon, takes time to charge. Now that it has been activated, we must use up the energy of the Thai cannon. The heavy Thai insect adjusted its body position and aimed the huge mouth of the Thai cannon on its back at Su Bei's position. Boom, boom, boom. Su Bei was startled and quickly moved to avoid the artillery attack. The power of this Thai cannon is comparable to that of a rocket launcher. With one shot, an entire layer of the ground is directly cut off. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy Thai insect kept firing the Thai cannon behind it. It just pretended to escape in a panic in order to catch Su Bei by surprise. But now his Thai cannon can be easily avoided by Su Bei. The heavy Thai insect was a little anxious. Once the energy in its body is used up, it will really have no choice but to escape. Roar! The heavy Thai insect roared, and the Thai cannon behind it fired one shot after another. Explosions and broken buildings were flying all over the sky. After more than 20 seconds, the heavy Thai insect stopped the Thai cannon attack. Because the energy in its body has been exhausted, it needs to be recharged in order to activate the Thai cannon again. At this time, Su Bei's figure was shrouded in smoke and could not be seen. The heavy Thai insect didn't know whether Su Bei was hit. However, the heavy Thai insects knew very well that even if their Thai cannons hit Su Bei, they would only cause some damage to him at most, but would not be able to kill him. Roar! The heavy Thai insect was a little panicked. After putting away the Thai cannon behind it, it ran away wildly. Regardless of whether Su Bei was injured by the Thai artillery, he just wanted to escape now. It only takes a dozen minutes for the Tai Chung to charge. As long as it's not killed during that time, then... Puff! Before the heavy Thai insect could finish its thoughts, it felt a chill on its neck, and then it saw its headless body. Plop! The heavy Thai insect's head hit the ground and was smashed to pieces. Su Bei's figure appeared behind the headless body of the heavy Thai insect, and he slowly put away his gun. The three-wheeled flaming spear still emitted unextinguished flames and the essence of fire elements. A monster is a monster. How could you completely leave your back to me in your weakness? Su Bei sighed softly, marveling at the intelligence of this heavy Thai insect. Su Bei jumped forward onto the body of the heavy Thai insect and took out its energy crystal. Oh, and that millipede. Su Bei suddenly thought of the millipede that had just been forgotten. I don't know if that guy is dead or not. Su Bei didn't stay for long. He took out the energy crystal of the heavy Thai insect and ran quickly towards the place where he had fought with the millipede worm before. A dozen seconds later, Su Bei arrived at the place where the millipede had landed before. Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Bei was slightly surprised. Qianzu's body had been torn into pieces at this time, and large pieces of his body were scattered on the ground around him. And the culprit was feasting on the flesh and blood of the millipede. Su Bei looked at the newly appeared mutated creature. Name: Mechanical Armored Dragon. Level: 8. Special ability: Mechanical Cannon, A+. Skills: Mechanical Cannon, Iron Tail, Bite. Character: Cruel, Fierce. Current status: Eating. Life level: Advanced Plus. Evaluation: a product of the combination and mutation of machinery and biology, a new mechanical species with powerful mechanical life. The mechanical ankylosaur looks like a dinosaur, but it is slightly different from what we see in Su Bei movies and TV shows. The mechanical ankylosaurus, just as its name suggests, has various mechanical parts growing all over its body. These substances look like metal, but also like a combination of some mechanical items. Anyway, it looks like a mechanical dinosaur. However, the analysis given by the system shows that this is a completely new species with mechanical life. A mechanical mutant creature. Dinosaurs are a powerful species that has long been extinct on the blue planet. According to system analysis, the other party is most likely a dinosaur fossil in an exhibition hall. Because of the explosion of the end of the world and the invasion of dark energy, The fossils have mutated and life has been born. As for the mechanical parts and materials on it, no one knows where they came from. Sube looked at the huge black creature in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in shock. The mechanical armored dragon is nearly 30 meters tall, a real urban behemoth. The millipede's corpse looked as pitiful as a small snake given its size. What Sube felt sorry for was not the death of the millipede, but the energy crystals within its corpse. Fuck, my energy crystal. Sube couldn't help but curse, since the millipede had been killed. Then it goes without saying that its energy crystal must have been eaten in the first bite. The mechanical armored dragon noticed Sube's movements, and it raised its lantern-like scarlet eyes and looked at Sube. Roar. However, the mechanical ankylosaur did not move. It continued to eat the corpse of the millipede. Am I too weak? Sube looked at the mechanical armored dragon and roared at him symbolically, as if to drive him away. But Sube was not angry, after all. A level 8 mutated mechanical armored dragon is indeed very powerful. System, how confident am I in dealing with level 8 mutant creatures? Master, it's 50-50. After hearing the system's analysis, Sube was a little hesitant. With only a 50 chance of winning, the risk is still very high. However, looking at the mechanical armored dragon's contemptuous eyes, it was as if it was a superior who was high above him. Feel free to intercept other people's spoils and enjoy them. Fuck. Sube wanted to take a step back, but the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. The next moment, the flames on Sube's body and the three-wheeled flame gun suddenly surged. The King of Tyranny form strengthens the body again. Now that the level has increased, the upper limit of the use of King of Tyranny has also increased. Roar. Feeling the sudden surge of powerful aura from Sube, the mechanical armored dragon not far away had a strange look in its eyes. It gradually stopped eating, and its huge body of 30 meters tall slowly walked towards Sube's position. Chapter 166, Battle. Looking at the mechanical armored dragon walking towards him step by step, Sube felt as steady as a rock. Although the opponent is a terrifying creature of level 8, Sube has even fought against the peak of level 8, so how could he be afraid of it? When the mechanical ankylosaur approached Sube not far in front of him, it slightly lowered its ferocious dinosaur head and roared at Sube. Roar. As a level 8 creature, it will never allow any creature to challenge its status. Just now, the mechanical armored dragon had given Sube the opportunity to leave, but Sube did not choose to leave. Then it won't be polite either. You're still so good at it. Roar. Before Sube finished his last word, his entire body had already rushed forward quickly. Sube is agile and flexible and extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived under the mechanical armored dragon. The mechanical armored dragon is standing on two legs, with its two strong and powerful huge dragon claws slightly bent and hanging in front of its body. After sensing Sube's approach, the mechanical armored dragon also raised its pair of dragon claws and grabbed Sube. Sube felt that he could not escape, and his fists suddenly emitted even more fierce flames. The power of fire, Fire Fist. Sube roared and used his fists to meet the dragon claw of the mechanical armored dragon. Bump. The moment Sube's fist collided with the mechanical armored dragon's claw, a dull and loud explosion was heard. All the surrounding buildings collapsed and shattered by the shock waves from the two. Bang! Sube was also knocked backward by the attack of the mechanical armored dragon and slid on the ground for hundreds of meters before stopping. The mechanical armored dragon also retracted its claws and looked at Sube with interest. This is a human being with good strength. Roar. Sube's powerful strength aroused the interest of the mechanical armored dragon. The next moment, the mechanical armored dragon suddenly strode towards Sube, with its two giant claws extending forward. The two were 100 meters apart, and almost instantly, the huge figure of the mechanical armored dragon enveloped Sube. Sube only felt a shadow sweeping down, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Without hesitation, he left the spot instantly. The next second, a giant claw attacked from where Sube was originally. The terrifying force destroyed everything around it. The ground was broken into pieces, and some groundwater continued to seep out. Sube has no time to care about the safety of the surrounding city now. Facing the level 8 mutated creature, he must give it his all. Sube had already come to the back of the mechanical armored dragon. When the mechanical ankylosaur retracted its claws, Sube seized the opportunity and raised the three-wheeled flaming spear in his hand and stabbed it. 3 rounds of flames explode. The moment the tip of the gun pierced the body of the mechanical armored dragon, Sube instantly activated the energy inside the gun. As three circles of red energy patterns enlarged and emerged, a terrifying energy wave spread out and was released the next moment. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Subei directly released three circles of energy. The surface of the three-wheeled flame spear turned red, and the huge amount of fire element energy rushed directly into the body of the mechanical armored dragon. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and Subei's body jumped backwards with the help of the impact force. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Large pieces of black mechanical objects began to fall from the sky. These were the mechanical tissues on the body of the mechanical ankylosaurus. Subei looked at the piece of mechanical tissue that fell in front of him with some curiosity. But now is not the time to study these things. It's important to kill the mechanical armored dragon first. Roar, roar, roar. The mechanical ankylosaurus also went berserk. Subei's attack just now was so powerful that it directly created a huge gap behind the mechanical armored dragon. Almost half of the mechanical material on the back was blown up by the three-wheeled flame gun, and flames continued to burn on it. Subei could also clearly see the internal structure of the mechanical armored dragon's body. It's really all mechanical matter. Is this mechanical life? Subei murmured something. Then his mind entered the battle, and he accelerated his feet and rushed towards the position of the mechanical armored dragon. Roar! The mechanical ankylosaurus that has entered a rampage state has become insane. It stomped on Subei madly with its huge paws, and kept swinging its sharp claws at Subei. Bang, bang, bang. All the surrounding houses and tall buildings were smashed to pieces by the violent attack of the mechanical ankylosaurus. Subei's moving body on the ground paused, and a huge piece of rubble fell on him. Damn it! These rubble and collapsed buildings actually affected the operations in northern Jiangsu. Roar! Bang! The mechanical armored dragon seized this opportunity and stepped towards Subei fiercely. Fuck! Looking at the huge foot coming at him, Subei exhaled sweetly. The next moment, Subei instantly released the power of void in his body. Boom! An invisible energy barrier blocked the mechanical armored dragon's foot from stepping down. The mechanical ankylosaurus paused in its step, and it felt as if its feet were stepping on an extremely sharp stone, which was extremely painful. This is because Subei transformed the power of the void into a semicircular barrier and formed a large number of sharp inverted cones on it. This spike barrier can not only block damage, but also cause certain damage to opponents who make physical contact. I have to say that the power of the void has many uses and is very powerful. Looking at the mechanical armored dragon retracting its feet, Subei untied the barrier made of the power of the void and then dispersed it around his body. The next moment, Subei's body slowly rose into the air under the influence of the power of the void and rushed towards the mechanical armored dragon at a high speed. When approaching the mechanical armored dragon, Subei suddenly gathered the power of the void onto the three-wheeled flame spear. Suddenly, the three-wheeled flaming spear turned into a huge, invisible spear. Subei uses Aoling Flash. Puff! There was a sound of something being pierced, and large pieces of mechanical parts fell off the mechanical armored dragon. Subei's attack directly cut off a lot of mechanical materials on the mechanical armored dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The mechanical armored dragon seemed to be in great pain and howled in pain. Subei also secretly sighed in his heart at the powerful force of the void. The power of the void is like a universal substance that can be transformed into any shape and is invisible. With the huge three-wheeled flame spear transformed from the power of the void, Subei began to counterattack. The three flaming spears condensed by the power of the void were nearly 10 meters long. After Ao Ling dodged a few moves, large scars appeared on the mechanical armored dragon's body. Unlike the wounds of ordinary mutated creatures, the wounds of the mechanical ankylosaurus look more like a layer of mechanical skin has been peeled off. Because it is a mechanical life form, even if Subei's attack hurts deep inside its body, it will not bleed. This really opened Subei's eyes. The body is made of mechanical material, and it seems there is no blood flowing. Chapter 167. Severely Injured Mechanical Armored Dragon. Roar. The roar of the mechanical armored dragon is domineering and majestic. But Subei did not stop attacking. At this time, the battle between the two has reached its climax. Subei continued to swing the huge three-wheeled flame spear that was formed by the power of the void, and the mechanical armored dragon also spewed out its ultimate move, laser energy, from its mouth. While Subei was moving, he was hit once by the laser cannon of the mechanical armored dragon. Bump! Subei fell into a building nearby, and the violent impact blew up the entire building where Subei was. Subei spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Feeling his body loose as if it had been hit by a car, Su-bei couldn't help but frown. This is comparable to the laser main gun of a 5th-tier high-tech battleship. Su-bei was a little surprised. Is the laser cannon of this mechanical armored dragon so powerful? That's right, Master. The power of the mechanical armored dragon's laser energy cannon is comparable to the high-power laser main cannon of a 5th-tier battleship. Su-bei stood up, grinned, and wiped off the blood. Haha, my clothes are all ruined. Su-bei looked at the tattered black tech clothes on his body. These were clothes that had been strengthened by the black tech battleship. Roar, roar. The mechanical armored dragon on the opposite side roared in protest after seeing Su-bei being beaten into a mess by its powerful mouth cannon. The next moment, the mechanical ankylosaurus opened its mouth slightly, and energy began to gather inside again. This time, Su-bei also saw clearly the internal structure of the mechanical ankylosaur's mouth. There is actually an energy reaction device inside. It's just like a mechanical monster. Su-bei was hit by a shot, and now he dare not take another shot from the mechanical armored dragon. A few more shots, and his clothes might be reduced to ashes. Before the mechanical armored dragon's laser cannon attacked, Su-bei left his original position at high speed and kept moving among the surrounding ruins and debris. The mechanical armored dragon's mouth cannon lasted for a longer time this time. The blue-green laser emitted from its mouth kept changing direction, chasing towards Su-bei's figure. Su-bei's movement paths were all scanned and bombarded by the mechanical armored dragon's lasers. Zung! After more than 10 seconds, the mechanical armored dragon closed its mouth and a round of energy laser cannon ended. Su-bei also narrowly avoided the attack. A large number of irregular scorch marks appeared on the ground a few hundred meters around Su-bei. Su-bei must now seize the opportunity when the mechanical armored dragon's laser cannon is not in use and attack quickly. The next moment, Su-bei rushed towards the mechanical armored dragon. The power of fire, flame possession. Su-bei injected the fire element energy in his body into the surface of the void power. Suddenly, the 10-meter-long invisible spear turned into a flaming spear burning with blazing flames. The intense and terrifying flame energy burned more and more fiercely. This state would also rapidly consume Su-bei's energy, and he didn't dare to waste any more time. Aoling Flash. Coming in front of the mechanical armored dragon, Su-bei jumped into the air and used a skill. Huff, 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 boom, boom. The intense flames surged, and the spear gathered by the power of the void hit the body of the mechanical armored dragon, causing waves of angry flames. Boom, boom. Break it for me. Su-bei shouted angrily, and the next moment the mechanical body of the mechanical armored dragon was broken open by the flaming spear. Countless terrifying fire elemental energies rushed madly into the wound of the mechanical ankylosaur. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the mechanical armored dragon let out a roar and looked up to the sky. It's not over yet. Now the fire elements used in the 3-wheeled flame spear have just been replenished. 3 rounds of fire explosion. Su-bei used the power of the void and the energy of the fire element to reveal the 3-wheeled flame spear inside. Su-bei directly threw the 3-wheeled flame gun as a projectile into the wound that had just been opened on the mechanical armored dragon. The next second, 3 rounds of flaming guns completely penetrated the wound, followed by a dull explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The place where the 3-wheeled flaming spear penetrated exploded violently, and the mechanical material on the surface of the mechanical ankylosaurus was blown to pieces. Countless mechanical structures that were blown into small parts flew through the sky and fell to the ground. The body of the mechanical ankylosaurus also fell to one side at this moment. Seeing this, Su-bei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the mechanical armored dragon was not killed, it was at least seriously injured by this attack. Su-bei didn't rush forward to finish off the enemy, as the timing was not right. A few minutes later, after the energy released by the 3 rounds of flame guns was completely exhausted, Su-bei slowly approached the mechanical armored dragon. Suddenly, a huge mutated creature rushed out from not far away from where the mechanical armored dragon fell to the ground. From a distance, Su-bei looked like a reptilian insect creature. Its entire body is made of a mechanical material similar to that of the mechanical ankylosaurus. It shuttles back and forth between the surface and underground, and attacks the mechanical ankylosaurus's position at an extremely fast speed. It seemed as if it had been spying on the battle between Su-bei and the other two for a long time. Name Mechanical Ground Bug King. Level, Peak Level 7. Special Ability, Magic Horn, A+. Skills, Horn of Destruction, Solution Decomposition. Personality, Cautious. Current status, Sneak Attack. Life Level High. Evaluation, a secondary mutated insect-like creature, which was affected by the surrounding environment during the mutation, resulting in a special mutation and forming a mechanical life form. The mechanically stubborn insect king chose to take action now, which was obviously premeditated. Su Bei's face also turned grim when he saw the appearance of the mechanical stubborn insect king. He had just been fighting with the mechanical ankylosaurus, and neither of them noticed that a powerful peeper had appeared around the battlefield. Level 7 peak is also tricky. The most important thing is that Su Bei has been fighting against powerful mutant creatures one after another, and his physical strength and energy have been severely depleted. On the other side, the mechanical earthworm king had also arrived in front of the fallen body of the mechanical armored dragon. Looking at the mechanical ankylosaurus lying on the ground, the mechanical earth insect king was filled with passion. A level 8 mutant creature, this is a hunting target that it dares not even think of. But now, there is a seriously injured level 8 creature waiting to be hunted. Thinking of this, the mechanically stubborn insect king let out an excited roar. The mechanical tail behind him was pulled out from the ground and kept swinging. Its magic horn is also at the tip of its tail. Hiss! The next moment, the mechanical stubborn insect king was about to swing the magic horns on its tail to attack the mechanical ankylosaur's head. Just when the mechanically stubborn insect king was about to secure victory, a fierce bright light appeared before his eyes. It was the laser energy cannon that the mechanical armored dragon had been storing energy in its mouth for a long time. Boom, boom. Shooting at such a close distance, the mechanical earth insect king was hit all over the face by the mechanical ankylosaur's laser cannon. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the mechanical ankylosaurus is seriously injured or even dying, it cannot be hunted by ordinary mutant creatures. Chapter 168. Perfect Sublimation Potion. The blue-green lasers continued to bombard the head of the mechanical stubborn insect king. The mechanical stubborn insect king's defense only lasted for a few seconds, and then a cracking sound was heard. The mechanically stubborn insect king's head was blown off. Fragments and mechanical tissues were scattered all over the ground, and the headless body of the mechanical stubborn insect king slowly fell to the ground. This sudden counterattack confused Su Bei. Is there such a thing? Su Bei was still a little frightened. I didn't expect that even though the mechanical ankylosaurus was seriously injured, it could still gather the energy of the laser cannon in its mouth. If Su Bei was bombarded at such a close distance, I don't know if he could withstand it. Fortunately, this mechanical stubborn insect king appeared and helped Su Bei test his ability to resist damage. Su Bei raised the corner of his mouth and rushed quickly towards the position of the mechanical armored dragon. He didn't know how long it would take for the mechanical iron dragon's laser cannon to charge. Therefore, we must take advantage of the moment when it has just finished its laser cannon attack and defeat it in one fell swoop. Su Bei quickly came in front of the mechanical armored dragon and punched it hard in the face of the other's desperate eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The flaming fist hit the mechanical ankylosaurus's head, and the ground beneath the mechanical ankylosaurus trembled slightly. After 3 punches, Su Bei completely ended the life of the mechanical armored dragon. Master Mechanical Iron Dragon is dead. Su Bei breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly took out the energy crystal of the mechanical armored dragon and the energy crystal of the mechanical earthworm king that had just been killed by the mechanical armored dragon. After placing 2 high-level energy crystals into the space bracelet, Su Bei looked at the 2 huge corpses in front of him. The mechanical ankylosaurus and the mechanical earthworm king are both mechanical life forms, and Su Bei doesn't know whether Xiaoyu's stomach can digest them. Su Bei asked the system to release Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu swam to the ground and saw the corpses of the 2 giant beasts. His eyes lit up with excitement. Xiaoyu, can you digest their bodies? Chi-Chi. No problem, master. Xiaoyu swore confidently and flapped his fins twice to indicate that there was no problem. Su Bei no longer hesitated and let Xiaoyu devour the corpses of the 2 mechanical mutant creatures, and the millipede and heavy tie worm from before. Looking at Xiaoyu who was devouring, Su Bei planned to transport the corpses of the 2 mutated creatures over. A few minutes later, Su Bei walked over carrying the huge corpse of the heavy tie insect. Su Bei casually threw it to the ground next to Xiaoyu, and it made a dull loud noise, as if a building had collapsed. As for the millipede, its body had been torn apart and eaten by the heavy tie insects, and Su Bei was too lazy to pick up the remaining fragments. Hurry up and eat. Xiaoyu, there's another one here. Su Bei shouted at Xiaoyu who was devouring the mechanical stubborn insect king. The body of the mechanical ankylosaurus has been eaten. Xiaoyu saw the huge creature corpse thrown by Su Bei. Because the heavy tie insect had just died not long ago, A large amount of pure energy fluctuations could still be felt on the corpse. Chi-Chi, I love you so much, Master. 10 minutes later. Gee. Xiaoyu burped in a very inelegant manner. After realizing what was happening, he looked at Su Bei a little embarrassedly. Su Bei didn't care much about it. He gestured to Xiaoyu to let him ride on it. Chi-Chi. Su Bei rode Xiaoyu and flew back to the warship. Arriving at the captain's room, Su Bei converted all 3 energy crystals he had just obtained into battleship energy points. Energy points plus 12W. Su Bei was surprised. He didn't expect that 2 level 7 peak energy crystals and 1 level 8 energy crystal could convert so many energy points. Su Bei began to think, if based on this level of energy conversion, a level 10 energy crystal can convert over 1,000,000 energy points. It seems that the next step in the battleship's upgrade will still focus on the corpses of the 3 level 10 mutant creatures. In this case, the battleship's advancement can be put on hold for now. Since he couldn't upgrade his battleship in a short period of time, Su Bei planned to use the energy points he obtained to strengthen himself. Su Bei summoned the Black Technology production bar and began to look for black technology potions that could break through the level of life. With more than 100,000 energy points, Su Bei felt that it should be enough for his life level to break through to the perfect level. A few minutes later. It's you. The screen of the Black Technology production bar paused on the display of a potion. Perfect sublimation potion. Perfectly sublimate the user's body at the life level, with a high probability of reaching the perfect level of life without side effects. Energy points consumed, 100,000. After seeing the introduction of perfect sublimation potion, Su Bei directly chose to make it. As for the extremely small probability of failure, Su Bei simply ignored it. Are you kidding? Is Su Bei's luck so bad? 100,000 energy points were emptied, and Su Bei felt a little painful. This energy point has just been converted, and it's gone before I can even take a few glances at it. Soon, a dreamy energy potion appeared in Su Bei's hands. Looking at the perfect sublimation potion in his hand, Su Bei felt a little emotional. He remembered that Su Xiaoju became a little fox girl because her life level reached the perfect level. Su Bei suddenly felt curious. System, if my life level breaks through to the perfect level, will my body change? For example, will it revert to its original form? The girl form of the system suddenly appeared and floated in the air beside Su Bei. Of course not. The system incarnation looked at Su Bei as if he was a fool and continued. Su Xiaoju's original life form was too low level, and a humanoid form is already a very advanced life form. Su Bei was a little surprised after hearing the system's explanation. The human life form is surprisingly very advanced. The system responded with a somewhat helpless voice. Yeah, I don't know why you Blue Star people are so advanced in life form, but your strength is so weak. Any creature outside the star could easily destroy the humans on Blue Star. Su Bei was speechless when he heard the system openly mocking the weakness of the humans on Blue Star. The humans on Blue Star are indeed very weak in terms of individual strength, and they have to rely on external forces to become the masters of Blue Star. Okay, system, you are right. So, does that mean that when every mutant creature reaches the perfect level, its life form can evolve to resemble that of us humans? Su Bei asked the question that concerned him most. If this is true, then can a perfect mutated fish creature turn into a mermaid? In other words, if a cat-tiger type mutant creature breaks through to the perfect level, will it become a beast-eared girl? Thinking of this, Su Bei suddenly wanted to encounter some perfect-level mutated creatures. Hey, haha master, stop fantasizing. The voice of the system incarnation sounded, ruthlessly interrupting Su Bei's fantasy. Existences like Su Xiaoju are special. The probability of other creatures evolving into humanoid forms when they break through to the perfect level is very small. Chapter 169, Combat Power Improvement. Su Bei picked up the perfect sublimation potion in his hand and drank it in one gulp with some anticipation. Gudong, gudong. Some cool liquid flowed down his throat into his body, and Su Bei felt his body gradually becoming hot. Su Bei only felt a little hazy and bright in front of his eyes, and the next moment his body was covered with a layer of white light. Su Bei's vision has been completely replaced by white, and he has no idea what the experience is like now. After dozens of minutes, Su Bei's life level successfully broke through to the perfect level. The system sounded with joy. Master, your life level has reached the perfect level, and your body has also been greatly improved during this sublimation. Su Bei listened to the voice of the system in his ear and opened his eyes slightly. A brilliant color flashed in Su Bei's eyes, and Su Bei exuded a powerful aura invisibly. He felt that he was now even stronger, and a strong will arose naturally from the bottom of his heart. Name Su Bei, host. Level, peak level 6. Special abilities, Tyrannical King, ST, Void Mastery, SSS. Skills, Master level combat skills, Proud Flash, Fire Element Control, Void Power Control. Personality, calm, confident. Current status, freshman. Life level, perfect. Evaluation, the life level has reached the pinnacle of ordinary creatures, and the body's potential will be developed to the extreme. Looking at the analysis panel that popped up on the system, Su Bei felt confident. Su Bei grinned, revealing an evil smile, and raised his hand slightly. Is this the perfect level of life? The leap in life level made Su Bei feel invincible and powerful. Not only has the level reached the peak of level 6, but even the SS level Void Power has been upgraded to the SSS level Void Mastery. Su Bei was a little excited. This is an SSS level ability. After a brief excitement, Su Bei regained his composure. There should be a higher level of life above the perfect level system, right? Su Bei noticed the apex of ordinary organisms in system analysis. That is to say, perfect level should be the highest level of life that normal creatures can achieve. Yes, Master. The perfect life form is only the limit of ordinary creatures. In theory, it is already the highest level. However, among countless powerful species, there are always some particularly powerful beings whose life levels will surpass the perfect level and reach a higher level. However, under normal circumstances, it is difficult for a living organism to surpass its limits on its own. Having said this, the system incarnation's tone suddenly paused. But this black tech battleship can help living things break through their limits and reach a higher level of life. Really, Su Bei was delighted when he heard the system's arrogant tone. As long as the black tech battleship can produce more advanced potions, he can continue to break through the shackles of life. However, the next level of life is too far away for him now. Su Bei withdrew his thoughts and looked at the virtual screen in front of him. There are still more than 30,000 energy points. Let me see what else I can make. Su Bei looked at the black technology production column. He planned to use up all the energy points. The energy points are just sitting there anyway, so it's better to use them to improve your own strength. Now his own strength has improved a lot, so he doesn't need anything at the moment. Su Bei turned his head and looked at Su Xiaoju and the other girl sitting on the other side, as well as Xiaoyu flying in the air. After devouring those mechanical mutant creatures, Xiaoyu's level has reached the peak of level 6. Currently at the same level as Su Bei. Su Bei turned his attention to Su Xiaoju and Shi. The two people's delicate faces also met Su Bei. Su Xiaoju also threw a coquettish glance at Su Bei, looking a little cute and playful. Both of them are currently at level 5 and have been left far behind Su Bei and Xiaoyu in terms of level. Now the mutated creatures that Su Bei and his friends encounter are getting stronger and stronger, and the levels of the two women are indeed not enough. Su Bei smiled calmly in his heart. We need to strengthen their strength. Su Bei began to browse the enhanced black technology items on the black technology production column. After searching for a while, Su Bei finally made 2 gene development drugs for the two women. Gene development drug develops, expands, and enhances the user's physical abilities and effects. Cost, 10,000. The 2 gene development drugs instantly consumed 20,000 of Su Bei's energy points. There are still 10,000 points left. Su Bei continued to browse the high-tech items above. After browsing for a while, Su Bei did not find any suitable black technology items. At this time, the system incarnation suddenly spoke. Master, since you still have over 10,000 energy points left unused, why not use them to upgrade and strengthen those 5 made robots? Hearing the system's suggestion, Su Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. He actually forgot about the 5 cute and pretty maids. Yeah, I actually forgot about them. So, to what extent can these 10,000 points of the system strengthen them? Well, it depends on what kind of enhancement and transformation the master needs. The system incarnation tapped the corner of his mouth with his finger, looked at Su Bei with a smirk, and continued. If you want to upgrade them in that area, 10,000 energy points are enough to upgrade them into the most perfect RBQ. When Su Bei heard what the system said, his face suddenly turned black. Ahem, system, please be careful. Xiaoju and the others are nearby. Su Xiaoju was like a curious fox. After hearing the strange conversation between Su Bei and the system incarnation, she immediately became interested and asked curiously with her 2 fox ears erect. Hey, what is RBQ, brother Su Bei? Hey, Xiaoxi, please help her answer this question. Su Bei, I don't know what RBQ is either. Shilua's somewhat embarrassed voice sounded. Sube looked at the girl with some surprise. I didn't expect she to be so pure. Sube said with a serious look on his face. Since you don't know, it's better not to know. Okay, system, let's be serious. Sube looked at the system incarnation seriously. With 10,000 energy points, how far can we go just to strengthen their bodies? Whispering sound. The system incarnation looked at the serious Sube and felt a little bored. However, she still answered Sube's question very seriously. Well, it can probably give them the combat power of a level 5 creature. The system cannot be very certain either. Because there are 10,000 energy points, the space for enhancement or transformation is huge. When the time comes, I will respect their suggestions and choices and help them complete the transformation. After saying this, the system incarnation tore through the void and left the captain's room. Then, Master, I'll go find them. Looking at the pretty figure disappearing into the air, Sube couldn't help but laugh. He now discovered that the system's personality was becoming more and more changeable. Chapter 170, Continuous Machine Monsters. Sube turned and walked towards Su Xiaoju and the other girl. He handed the gene development drug in his hand to the two of them. Xiaoju and Xiaoxi, drink this potion. It can be regarded as compensation for not having energy crystals to eat these days. Sube was a little embarrassed. In order to upgrade the black technology battleship as quickly as possible these days, he can be said to have been exploiting his employees and not feeding energy crystals to Su Xiaoju and the other girl. After hearing what Sube said, she felt a little embarrassed. No, actually we haven't been able to help much these days. Hee, brother Sube is the best. Okay, drink it up. A few minutes later, Su Xiaoju and she digested the effects of the gene development agent. The levels of the two have also reached the peak of level 5, which is a significant improvement. Moreover, Su Xiaoju's Dark Thunder has evolved and upgraded to the SS level Dark Gold Thunder. This is an unexpected surprise. Chi-Chi. Xiaoyu flew over and saw that both women had potions to drink, feeling a little envious. Looking at Xiaoyu's coquettish behavior, Su Bei's mouth twitched. Xiaoyu, you've benefited the most recently. You ate all the corpses of those advanced mutant creatures. Look how much fatter you've become. As he spoke, Su Bei patted Xiaoyu's fish. When Xiaoyu heard Su Bei say that he had gained weight, she became a little anxious. Chirp, chirp. Xiaoyu began to argue with all her hands and feet, looking quite funny and cute. Su Bei and the other two found it a little funny. After the battleship had been sailing for dozens of minutes, it suddenly shook violently. Ding ding, ding ding. The battleship is under attack. Please evade immediately. A somewhat shrill alarm sounded, and images of the outside world appeared on the control screen in the captain's room. In the air where the Black Tech battleship is located, several huge, unknown flying creatures are constantly attacking the battleship. What are those guys in the system? Su Bei was a little surprised, because the high-tech battleship was now in optical stealth mode. Ordinary mutated creatures simply cannot detect the existence of a battleship. Name Mechanical Violent Bird. Level, Peak Level 6. Special Ability, Mechanical Wings, B. Skills, Flying, Feather Cannon, Eagle Eye. Personality, Impatient. Current status, Hunting. Life level high. There were 5 analysis panels in a row, and there were a total of 5 mutated creatures of this type outside the battleship. And they all look like mechanical ones. Su Bei was a little surprised. Ignoring the mechanical violent birds attacking the warship outside, he asked the system, "Where are we in the system now?" "Master, your high-tech battleship is currently located above Tianhua City." Tianhua City. Su Bei whispered the name, as if thinking about something. Tianhua City. I remember it should be a large electronic city in southern China. That way, we can understand why we keep encountering mechanical creatures since we arrived here. Su Bei understood. Tianhua City is a super electrical appliance city in their southern region. The city is mainly engaged in electrical and mechanical trade, and its economy is well developed in all aspects, with many brands being world-class. Therefore, Tianhua City has abundant mechanical resources. The result of biological mutation is related to the surrounding environment. Because Tianhua City is a mechanical city, the mutant creatures here have mutated and become a new type of mechanical life. Su Bei figured everything out and felt relieved. The system incarnation also agreed. Well, that's not a wrong explanation. Okay, then the next step is to get rid of these mechanical birds. Su Bei looked up at the outside world displayed on the control screen. 5 level 6 to 7 peak level mechanical violent birds are still aggressively attacking the Black Technology battleship. The high-tech battleship has also released its optical stealth mode, and the huge battleship, which is 100 meters long, is now exposed in the air without any concealment. System activates the battleship armament to destroy those guys. It's the master. The system incarnation saluted Su Bei playfully and then disappeared into space. The next second, the black tech battleship began to slowly adjust the direction of its head. The gun barrels on the battleship's hull began to extend and retract mechanically, and soon the armed machinery was completed. Energy gathered on dozens of small artillery batteries, and the next moment, bright white light shot out. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The battleship's laser cannon fired at the 5 mechanical violent birds in the air. Squeak, squeak. The 5 mechanical violent birds were a little panicked when they saw the high-tech warship suddenly launched an attack. They flapped their huge mechanical wings in the air and kept screaming. But these mechanical violent birds did not retreat. Instead, the battleship's attacks aroused their bloodthirstiness. The mechanical wings of the 5 mechanical violent birds began to flicker slightly, and the next moment the mechanical feathers on their wings shot towards the warship like sharp arrows. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of black feather arrows were shot at the warship's hull at an extremely fast speed. The high-tech battleship also instantly activated its energy shield under the control of the system. A blue energy shield slowly spread out, wrapping around the battleship's hull and resisting the mechanical violent bird's feather arrow attack. Su Bei looked at the picture on the control screen and narrowed his eyes. System, increase the power of the laser cannon. The mechanical violent bird in the sky wanted to continue attacking the high-tech battleship, but the next moment, an even stronger laser shot came. 2 of the mechanical violent birds were hit by laser cannons, and several huge holes appeared on their mechanical wings. Squeak, 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 boom, boom. The battleship's laser cannons continued to fire, and 5 mechanical violent birds fell one after another. They are all level 6 or 7 mechanical types, and they have no power to resist the 6th level black technology battleship. A few minutes later, all 5 mechanical violent birds fell to the ground, deader than dead. Su Bei asked Xiaoyu to go down. Xiaoyu flew to the ground and took out the energy crystals of the 5 mechanical violent birds. Then several abyss devourers swallowed the corpses of these mechanical violent birds. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu licked the corner of her lips with some lingering feeling. What they usually eat are the corpses of level 7 or even level 8 mutated creatures. These level 6 and 7 ones are not enough to whet its appetite. Xiaoyu flew back to the battleship with 5 shiny energy crystals in her mouth. Su Bei took the 5 energy crystals, 4 of which were level 6 and 1 was level 7. Su Bei distributed the level 6 energy crystals to Su Xiaoju and the others, and as for the level 7 ones, Su Bei planned to absorb them himself. Now Su Bei's level has reached the peak of level 6, and his life level is even perfect. It is not a big problem to absorb level 7 energy crystals. The 3 of them swallowed the energy crystals and began to absorb them. Chapter 171, Giant Machine. And somewhere in Tianhua City, there is a huge semicircular mechanical object here, standing high above the ground, like a protruding black mountain. Its surface is assembled by countless precision machines, and it is uneven, forming an irregular surface. From a distance, it looks a bit like a shelter built by the military. But it is not a defensive building, but a living being with self-awareness. That's right, this huge semicircular building that looks to be at least 3 meters high is actually a mechanical alien monster. It is the king of all mechanical creatures in Tianhua City, a true level 10 mutant creature. At this moment, the huge mechanical body seemed to tremble slightly, as if it sensed something. Buzz! A strange sound came from its body. The sound was dull and heavy. A gap suddenly appeared somewhere on its huge body, and it was pitch black inside, making it impossible to see what was inside. The next moment, some mechanical creatures with flapping wings flew out of its body. If Su Bei was present at this time, he would definitely be very surprised. Because these mechanical creatures that flew out were the mechanical violent birds killed by the battleship. And these mechanical monsters actually flew out from the body of this giant. These mechanical violent birds seemed to have received some instructions. They all flew quickly towards a high altitude and disappeared in the air. Then this giant black mechanical creature stopped moving and just stood there quietly like a mountain. On the other side, near the sky above Tianhua City, 2 cool mechas were flying at high speed towards Tianhua City. They are none other than the Explosive Wolf and Ghost Wingbird, among China's 20 magical power armors. The 2 drivers inside, Li Bufei and Zhang Qing, received instructions from their superiors and came to Tianhua City to complete the mission. Bufei, do you think there is anything like what those guys are talking about in Tianhua City? Who knows? It sounds so mysterious. It's a glowing energy ball at least 1 meter in diameter. At this time, the video communication between the two people in the cockpit was connected, and they were chatting with each other. This is also their mission in coming to Tianhua City this time, to find the special energy or produced after the mutation. This is a magical mineral that has mutated after being infected by dark energy. According to the analysis of researchers at the headquarters, this energy ball is easily produced in places with rich metal resources. Therefore, Tianhua City, the city of electrical appliances, became the target point. Tianhua City was abandoned by the military a month after the outbreak of the apocalypse due to the emergence of a large number of super-powerful mutant creatures. All the survivors and military soldiers in the city evacuated early. Zhang Qing controlled the ghost-winged bird to lower its altitude and began a low-altitude dive. Why do the mutated monsters here feel a little different from those in other places? Hearing Zhang Qing's voice, Li Bufei in another battle armor, the explosive wolf, also became interested. Because these mechanical mutated creatures mostly appeared in the later stages of the apocalypse. Therefore, their headquarters did not realize that Tianhua City had become the territory of dangerous mechanical monsters. Oh yes, why do they look like they have machinery on them? Let's go down and catch one and see. Zhang Qing controlled the ghost-winged bird and landed directly on the ground. Bump. The ghost-winged bird mecha is black and white, with a pair of dazzling black mechanical wings installed on its back. The entire mecha is about 5 meters tall, and its slender shape gives people a sharp visual experience. Bump. The explosive wolf also landed on the ground under Li Bufei's control. Compared to the ghost-winged bird armor, the explosive wolf is a fiery red. The entire body of the mecha was dyed fiery red, and its two mechanical arms were covered with sharp spikes. Its head was a wolf-shaped structure, and it looked a bit like a werewolf wearing a mecha. Two magic-powered battle armors over 5 meters long landed on the ground, immediately attracting the attention of many mutated monsters around. Without exception, these mutated monsters are all mechanical species. Their bodies are all covered with machinery, which makes them look very technological. It's like a monster made by a machine. After seeing the mechanical creatures approaching, Zhang Qing's tone was somewhat shocked. Li Bufei, who was standing by, was also shocked. Holy crap, have we discovered a new type of monster? This kind of machine was the first time Li Bufei and his team encountered it. They were a little excited. Zhang Qing even controlled the ghost-winged bird to fly forward and grabbed a mechanical mutant dog with one hand. The opponent had no power to resist in the hands of the ghost-winged bird. The mechanical mutant dog kept struggling, but it was useless. After seeing the power of the ghost-winged bird, the other mechanical monsters around all fled. These mechanical species are only at level 3 or 4, and they have no chance of winning against the ghost-winged birds and explosive wolves in magic-powered armor. Li Bufei's voice came through the communication video of the magic power armor. How about we go and catch them? No need. There should be monsters like this everywhere. Zhang Qing looked at the mechanical mutant dog in the ghost-winged bird's hand. The other party was still struggling and barking. Zhang Qing controlled the mecha and tore the mechanical mutant dog apart with one hand. Puff. Kakaka. Ah. The mechanical mutant dog was easily torn in half by the ghost-winged bird and died after screaming a few times. Zhang Qing didn't care about his own cruelty. He pushed aside the body of the mechanical mutant dog and looked at the mechanical tissue inside. What the hell? It's not flying, look. The inside of this monster's body is actually made entirely of a mechanical substance. Zhang Qing's face showed some excitement. This was a major discovery. It seems that Tianhua City has undergone incredible changes after the outbreak of the apocalypse. On the other side, on the Black Tech Battleship, the system incarnation suddenly appeared in front of Su Bei. Master discovered a high-energy reaction about 3 kilometers east of the battleship. Su Bei replied casually after hearing this. Is it a high-level mutant monster? No, Master, the target is an inanimate object. Oh, is that the energy item you mentioned earlier? Yes. Okay, adjust the direction of the battleship and head there. Hearing that the warship had discovered energy items, Su Bei became interested. Xiaoyu beside him also swam over. Chiji. Master, can I eat it? Su Bei understood the meaning of Xiaoyu's cry and held his forehead in silence. Xiaoyu, why do you always think about eating? Su Bei looked at Xiaoyu with an indignant look as if he was disappointed in his child. Xiaoyu was stunned, feeling that she was too greedy and made Su Bei unhappy. Chi. Xiaoyu swam away dejectedly. Su Bei didn't care. The system prompted that the warship had arrived above the high-energy reactant. Chapter 172. Easily Hunting Peak, Level 7. Su Bei asked the system to open the battleship's hatch, and he jumped out of the battleship. Bump. When Su Bei came to the ground, the system's guidance map appeared in his mind. The location of the energy item is marked on it. Su Bei followed the instructions in his mind and quickly moved through various small roads and blocks. Soon Su Bei arrived near the high-energy items discovered by the warship. Roar! The next moment, a mechanical creature covered with sharp spikes rushed out. Name Mechanical Demon. Level: Peak Level 7. Special Ability: Super Cannon A. Skills: Cannon Attack, Mechanical Punch. Personality: Calm. Current status: Drive Away Attack. Life Level High. Evaluation: A combination of mutant and machine, a powerful mechanical life form. The mechanical demon is over 5 meters tall, and its huge body gives people a deep sense of oppression. It directly destroyed the surrounding buildings and came to Su Bei without hiding. However, Su Bei's attention was on a huge world behind it. It was a metal ball with a mechanical structure, and its surface was still emitting a faint light. Energy Core. A perfect product after being infected by dark energy. It has a huge energy reserve and can be used as a power source. Su Bei was somewhat surprised to see the systematic analysis. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. Roar! As if feeling ignored by Su Bei, the mechanical demon opened its arms and roared at Su Bei. Looks like I have to get rid of you first. Su Bei came back to his senses and looked at the mechanical demon with disdain. A mere level 7 peak mechanical species, Su Bei, with his current strength, really doesn't take it seriously. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical demon strode towards Su Bei, and the terrifying force caused cracks to appear on the ground. Su Bei also moved, and his speed was even faster. Su Bei released the power of the void around him. After upgrading to the SSS level of void control, Su Bei can release more void power. The space within a radius of hundreds of meters around him was almost filled with this invisible force of the void. In the space of 100 meters around Su Bei felt that he could do anything. Unlike the previous SS level power of the void, the SSS level void control seems to include more. Su Bei raised it casually. Boom, boom. The ground in front of the mechanical demon suddenly exploded. Large pieces of cement and stone were destroyed and lifted up by an invisible force, and the ground began to slowly float up, as if the gravity of the blue planet had been lost. The ground in front of the mechanical demon had also started to float up, and it was also startled by this sudden change. The next moment, Su Bei waved his hand lightly, and the cement stones floating in the air shot towards the mechanical demon. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of huge rocks smashed into the mechanical demon, and it had no way to avoid it. Roar, roar, roar. These ordinary stones did not cause any harm to the mechanical demon. The mechanical demon raised one of its arms, and the metal machinery on it began to stretch, shrink, and deform. After a series of crackling sounds, the mechanical demon's arm was transformed into a large-caliber gun barrel like a machine. The black mechanical parts on it are so precise that they look like a work of art. Roar! The mechanical demon raised its mouth in a cruel arc, and the next second its gun arm aimed at Su Bei's position. Boom, boom. A burst of rapid fire lit up, and the next moment an explosion occurred where Su Bei was, accompanied by a loud explosion. The smoke and dust rose, and Su Bei's figure was also shrouded in the smoke. Quack! When the mechanical demon saw this scene, he laughed as if he was proud. But the next moment, Su Bei's voice came to its ears. That sound is really unpleasant. Su Bei spoke in a nonchalant and sarcastic tone, his body intact. The mechanical demon was about to turn his head, but the next moment his head suddenly tilted as if it had been hit hard, and then his body was blown away by the powerful inertial force of his head. Just now, Su Bei controlled the surrounding void power and condensed it into a giant void fist and hit it directly. Bang! The body of the mechanical demon was smashed into the ruins of a house in the distance and was silent for a while. Su Bei controlled the power of the void, his body floating in the air and slowly flying towards the direction of the mechanical demon. The huge rocks floating in the air around them gave way as if they had life. Su Bei is the absolute ruler of this space within a radius of 100 meters. Boom! When Su Bei approached the ruins where the mechanical demon had smashed into, a flash of fire rushed over. It was the mechanical demon's hand cannon. Bump! The power of the void in front of Su Bei quickly gathered in front, forming an invisible energy barrier that blocked the mechanical demon's hand cannon. Bang! Seeing this, the mechanical demon pushed away the obstacles around him without hesitation and fled to the rear. It is not stupid. The strength displayed by Su Bei is no longer something it can contend with. Wanna run? Su Bei shouted, and the power of the void was compressed into a line and shot towards the back of the mechanical demon. Puff! The invisible power of the void was like a long, sharp thorn, accurately piercing the back of the mechanical demon. Then he passed in front of it without stopping and continued to shoot forward. Woo! When the mechanical demon's body was pierced, its escape stopped, and it looked down at its chest in a daze. There was clearly nothing there, but it felt as if something extremely sharp had pierced through it. The next moment, it fell to the ground with an unwilling look, raising a cloud of dust. Su Bei's figure slowly flew to the side of the mechanical demon's corpse. He removed the void power wrapped around his body and went to the body of the mechanical demon to take out its energy crystal. Su Bei held the level 7 peak energy crystal in his hand and then swallowed it in one gulp. Now that his life level has reached the perfect level, he no longer needs to constantly absorb the battleship's high-tech potions to improve his strength. It is also easier to directly absorb energy crystals. After absorbing for a few minutes, Su Bei carried the body of the mechanical demon and walked towards the black technology battleship. Through the battleship's particle tractor beam, Su Bei returned to the battleship. Su Bei casually threw the mechanical demon's body onto the ground in the leisure hall. He called Xiao Yu over to eat the mechanical demon's corpse. The maid Xiao Si came over. Is the system's upgrade for you ready? Yes, master. We have now completed the upgrade, and our average combat power is around level 5. Little C came back with a sweet smile on her face. Looking at little C in front of him, whose appearance had not changed much, Su Bei looked thoughtful. Chapter 173, Shy System. Coming to the bathroom, Su Bei casually washed off the blood on his body and threw the dirty clothes to the black technology for cleaning. After taking a shower, Su Bei came out of the bathroom. At this time, he was wearing a pair of cool shorts. Su Bei came to the captain's room and called out the system incarnation. I've already got this energy stone from the system. What exactly does it do? Su Bei took out the energy stone from the space bracelet and placed it on the ground in front of him. A small hand of the system incarnation stretched out from the void and tore open the space in front of Su Bei. The system incarnation has now turned into a little lowly, and her delicate pink little face looks at the energy stone that Su Bei took out. Master, this thing can be used as energy. It's considered a high-level energy source. Su Bei didn't care whether these existed or not. The energy point of the battleship was the most important thing anyway. Can we convert the battleship's energy points? Yes, but the amount of energy points converted is not much. Master, do you need to switch? Hearing the system say that there were not many, Su Bei hesitated for a moment and then decided not to switch. Anyway, it's not worth many energy points if I convert it now, so I might as well keep it for now. Maybe I can use it later. Su Bei put the energy stone back into the space bracelet. By the way, system, what about those made robots you mentioned being enhanced? Why do their appearances seem to me to have not changed at all? It's the bodies that are being strengthened. As for their appearance, there's no need to change it. The system incarnation was a little confused when he heard Su Bei's words. The system did not provide further explanation. On the other side, Zhang Qing and Li Bufei, controlling their magic-powered armor, had arrived at the center of Tianhua City. Ding! Super energy reaction detected ahead. Ding! Super energy reaction detected ahead. A shrill warning sounded from their magic-powered armor. The two of them controlled the mecha and looked at the huge black mechanical object standing tall in the distance ahead. It was like a huge mountain made of metal, appearing out of thin air on the ground of Tianhua City. Zhang Qing exclaimed in surprise when he saw the giant mechanical species. Holy crap, it's huge. Li Bufei on the side was a little puzzled. Is this the super energy reaction detected by the system? What the hell is this? As early as when Zhang Qing and his friends arrived in Tianhua City, they saw this huge object from afar in the sky. Now that I'm closer, I can feel how huge this thing is. This height is at least 300 meters, right? Li Bufei suddenly spoke. Why does this look more like some monster's lair? As soon as these words were spoken, the two men operating the mechas looked at each other. That's very likely. Could it be that what Professor Xie wants us to find is also in there? That makes sense. Then let's go and take a look. The two of them didn't even consider this huge object as big as a hill as a living creature. They possessed extremely powerful magical armor and were not afraid at all. After all, from the time they set out on the mission until now, the powerful magic-powered armor has never been defeated. The ghost-wing bird and explosive wolf mechas began to take off and flew at high speed towards the mechanical mountain in the distance. While flying in the air, Zhang Qing suddenly spoke. We need to take a picture of this and send it back to headquarters. Then he asked the ghost-wing bird's intelligence system to turn on the shooting function and transmit the mechanical hill on the ground in front back to the headquarters. After doing all this, the two continued flying. Dozens of minutes later, the two mechas landed one after another. Bang! Bang! The mechas controlled by Zhang Qing and Li Bufei landed not far from the Black Hill. Although the two of them have powerful magic-powered armor, as warriors they still have a high level of vigilance and combat awareness. The two carefully controlled the mecha and moved slowly forward on the ground. They looked around to see if there was anything unusual. Li Bufei suddenly spoke. This Tianhua city always gives me a dangerous illusion. Ever since we arrived in Tianhua city, the mecha's intelligence system has been continuously detecting high-level energy reactions. Now the hill ahead is showing a super energy reaction. Zhang Qing, we'd better be more careful, just in case. Hearing his teammates' excessive vigilance, Zhang Qing became a little careless. Don't worry, we won't fly. Our magic-powered armor is comparable to a level 9 mutant creature. At worst, if a super mutant really appears here, and we can't defeat it, can we still run away? Apparently, Zhang Qing had never failed in any of his missions, and he had hunted down all the mutated monsters he encountered. Coupled with the powerful magic-powered armor, Ghost Wing Bird, this made him fearless. Zhang Qing felt free and easy in his heart, and his thoughts were relaxed. The so-called apocalypse and monsters may be a disaster and horror to ordinary people. But to me, it's more like a game. Chapter 174, Unnoticed Crisis. Well, Li Bufei, who was on the other side of the video call, saw the arrogance on Zhang Qing's face and sighed softly. Zhang Qingyan is very young, less than 20 years old. After the end of the world, he was selected by the government to be the driver of the magic-powered armor Ghost Wing Bird. When an ordinary person suddenly gains extremely powerful combat power, his heart will inevitably swell and grow. Li Bufei reminded Zhang Qingdao during the video chat. Zhang Qing, you'd better be careful. It feels very dangerous here. Zhang Qing just responded casually. I know. Li Bufei looked helpless. Zhang Qing was simply too young and had not experienced many battles. But they are teammates in this mission, and Li Bufei must also fulfill his responsibilities as a teammate. The two tall mechas continued to move towards the mechanical mountain. There doesn't seem to be any mutant creatures around. Just when Li Bufei was confused and wanted to speak. Suddenly, a mutated creature suddenly jumped out from somewhere and rushed towards the ghost-winged bird driven by Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, be careful. Because of the perspective, Li Bufei has to discover the monster first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing's mecha system also discovered the mutated monster that appeared. Little monster, don't panic. Zhang Qing's indifferent tone came out. Then the ghost-winged bird turned around with an extremely quick movement and faced the mutated creature that was about to pounce. It's just a level 4 mutant creature. The ghost-winged bird system detected the level of this monster, and Zhang Qing felt even more disdainful. The next moment, the ghost-winged bird, under Zhang Qing's control, grabbed the body of the mutated creature with one hand. The powerful force of the ghost-winged bird mecha directly crushed the mutated creature. Zhang Qing threw it on the ground beside him. This also seems to be a special mechanical creature. Two mechas came to the corpse of the mutated creature to check. Li Bufei spoke. It seems like the mutated creatures here have been affected by something, and they've all become mechanical life forms. Hey, that's the kind of stuff the old guys at headquarters love to research. I estimate that after we bring back this information, headquarters will definitely send a large number of people to seal off this place. Well, after all, these guys seem to have a rather special body structure, and there are also special energy substances here that the superiors need. After briefly observing the mechanical corpse, the two continued walking towards the location of the mechanical mountain. But then, every once in a while a mechanical mutated creature would rush out and attack them. Moreover, the levels of these monsters gradually became stronger and stronger. After more than 10 minutes, the level of the mechanical species that appeared had reached the peak of level 7. After killing this peak level 7 mechanical species, Li Bufei asked Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, have you noticed anything wrong? Something's wrong? What's wrong? Zhang Qing looked confused. He really didn't know. Haven't you noticed that the monsters we encounter are getting stronger and stronger? And they appear one by one. It seems like we are breaking through a level. Zhang Qing frowned slightly when he heard Li Bufei's voice. But then it relaxed. If you don't fly, it means you're too vigilant. If we just casually walk on the road like this, we'll definitely be attacked by these monsters. And after we kill all the weak monsters around us, only the strong ones will be left. Zhang Qing looked very confident and felt that what he said was correct. Li Bufei was still a little worried. That makes sense, but I always feel that things are not that simple. Don't worry, With the strength of our two magic-powered armors, we are invincible in the apocalypse as long as we don't encounter terrifying beings of level 10 or above. Zhang Qing was full of pride. Being able to become the driver of the magic-powered armor, they were now standing at the top of the pyramid of human combat power. What's more, there are many high-level mutant creatures here. If we hunt down more high-level energy crystals, we will get more rewards when we return. As Zhang Qing spoke, he had already controlled the ghost-winged bird to rush towards a newly appeared level 7 peak mechanical species. The mechanical wings behind the ghost-winged bird spread out, and on them were rows of missile launchers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen high-explosive energy bombs were fired, all hitting the peak level 7 mutant monster. The smoke dissipated, and a tattered mechanical monster fell to the ground, its body full of holes. Bump! Zhang Qing walked forward and controlled the ghost-winged bird to dig out its energy crystal. Place this energy crystal into his storage container. The ghost-winged bird controlled by Zhang Qing stood up, and he spoke to the communication video with some excitement on his face. No, let's compete to see who can hunt more energy crystals later. Although Li Bufei was still a little uneasy, he knew that Zhang Qing was right. Their two magically powered armors are as powerful as the peak level 9 at maximum power. As long as you don't encounter a level 10 mutated creature, at least escaping will be no problem. Li Bufei put aside the last bit of uneasiness in his heart and raised the corner of his mouth towards the video communication. Okay, the two of them controlled the mecha and began to speed up, gliding low in the direction of the mechanical mountain. They also discovered that the closer they got to the mechanical mountain, the stronger the mechanical monsters that appeared around them became. Arriving about 1 kilometer away from the mechanical mountain, Zhang Qing looked at the giant mechanical mountain not far ahead and shouted excitedly. That huge mechanical mountain must be the lair of these mechanical monsters. Should we just charge in and wipe them out right away? Hearing Zhang Qing's crazy idea, Li Bufei's mouth twitched. Zhang Qing is taking too much risk. We don't know what's inside yet. It would be terrible if we encountered danger. But Li Bufei's reminder could not affect Zhang Qing's thoughts. What are you afraid of? Could there be a level 10 mutant creature inside? But that's not possible at all. It's not like you haven't seen level 10 mutant creatures before. Each one of them is a supersized being at least 100 meters in size. The terrifying aura each of them exudes is incomparable to what we have now. And the system hasn't detected any overreactions yet. The most there are level 9 mutant creatures. With our combat power, hunting down a level 9 mutant creature shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Zhang Qing's series of persuasion, Li Bufei thought for a while, and then decided to go into the mechanical mountain with Zhang Qing to find out what was going on. Okay, but don't be careless. This is their home turf. Maybe we can even enhance their strength. Okay, got it. Let's go. After Zhang Qing finished speaking, he drove the ghost-winged bird mecha towards the mechanical mountain. Li Bufei also sighed helplessly. I wonder when Zhang Qing's personality will change. Li Bufei believed that Zhang Qing's somewhat arrogant character would sooner or later kill him. Chapter 175, Relaxed. Found it. The ghost-winged bird flying high in the sky suddenly stopped, and Zhang Qing's voice came to Li Bufei through the communication video. On the mecha's perspective panel, there was a dark gap on the mechanical mountain below them. Zhang Qing also saw mechanical monsters constantly emerging from inside and scattering in all directions. Li Bufei also flew over in the explosive wolf. This should be the entrance to the monster's lair. Zhang Qing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his tone full of confidence. Let's go down and wipe out this monster nest. The two mechas flew towards the gap in the mechanical mountain below and soon sank into it. On the high-tech battleship, Su Bei leaned leisurely on the black technology chair, looking at the control screen in front of him. The above is a picture of Xiaoyu fighting under the battleship. At this time, Xiaoyu was fighting with a level 6 peak mechanical mutant creature. The opponent was a spherical monster covered with black thorns. It looks a bit like a sea urchin, but this sea urchin is more than 10 meters in diameter. With a random roll, all the houses and buildings around will collapse and be damaged. At this moment, a ferocious, huge mouth appeared in front of Xiaoyu, constantly biting the mechanical sea urchin monster. Even though the mechanical sea urchin monster was covered with sharp metal spines, it was still powerless to resist the huge mouth created by Xiaoyu. In just over 10 minutes, Xiaoyu ended the battle. It swam back to the high-tech battleship with a crystal-clear crystal in its mouth. Su Bei asked the system to open the battleship's hatch. Xiaoyu went straight to the captain's room, where Su Bei was, and spit the energy crystal in his mouth into Su Bei's hand. Su Bei smiled faintly and touched Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu, well done. Su Bei converted this energy crystal into a battleship energy point. Now, unless the battleship discovers a mutated monster at level 7 or above, Su Bei basically lets Xiaoyu and the others take action. After all, with Su Bei's current combat power, hunting those levels of mutated creatures is a bit of a waste of talent. The system incarnation suddenly emerged from the space beside Su Bei, and its body lightly stuck to Su Bei's back. Master, this Tianhua city seems to be something special. The battleship's detection function just detected a level 10 energy fluctuation in this city. The system incarnation today is in the form of a white-haired queen, and her flowing long hair is as gorgeous as the Milky Way in the sky. Level 10 energy fluctuation. Su Bei was a little surprised when he heard what the system said. Where is it? It's still some distance from here. If we continue on, it will probably take 5 or 6 hours. Outside the battleship, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The scorching sunlight shines from the endless distance, illuminating the land of Tianhua City. In the post-apocalyptic Tianhua City, there are no people on the streets, and the streets are filled with hideous and terrifying mutated monsters. They occupied the cities of Blue Star, fed on humans, and forced the last survivors into dark corners to live. Su Bei looked at the deserted streets of the city. The once bright and prosperous buildings had now become a city ruin, with ruins and monsters everywhere. However, Su Bei knew that the human beings on Blue Star were not really in the situation of extinction as it seemed now. Ever since Su Bei discovered the military's magic-powered armor, he knew that the humans on Blue Star had unfathomable depth. Su Bei leaned against the system and spoke slowly. System, is it possible for the battleship's current combat power to kill that level 10 mutant creature? The magnetic voice of the system's queen sounded behind him. The main gun of the Master's Tier 6 battleship is the particle laser strike, currently predicted to be able to inflict damage on level 10 mutant creatures. Whether it can kill level 10 creatures still needs to be tested. Just as Su Bei was hesitating in his heart whether to have a hearty and passionate battle, the sound of the battleship's upgrading was rang out. Ding! High-level energy fluctuations detected. The battleship directly helped Su Bei make the decision. The system turns on the display screen. Yes. The system behind him spoke in a somewhat gloomy tone, and then a virtual screen of the outside world of the battleship appeared in front of Su Bei. On the screen, a level 7 mechanical monster appeared about 3 kilometers east of the ground below the battleship. Xiaoyu! Su Bei called out, and Xiaoyu, who was lying beside him, swam overactively. Chi-Chi! Here comes the master. Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. Hunting those mutated monsters not only helps the master, but also allows him to enjoy delicious food. Xiaoyu said it was very happy about this. Su Bei looked at Xiaoyu, and he vaguely felt that Xiaoyu had become stronger. I have to say, Xiaoyu's ability to devour and evolve is truly incredible. The main reason why Su Bei can now reach the peak of level 6 is due to the help of the Black Technology battleship. The next one is up to you. Chi-Chi. Okay, master. Xiaoyu flew towards the battleship's hatch. Chapter 176, Working Fish, Escape. Soon Xiaoyu flew out of the Black Technology battleship. The big eyes searched the sky for a while, and after finding the target location, Xiaoyu accelerated towards it. This is a level 7 mechanical mutant creature. In terms of level, he surpassed Xiaoyu by 1 small level. But Su Bei still has great confidence in Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was not afraid, even though the big guy in front of her looked much more powerful than herself. Roar! The mechanical mutant creature on the ground discovered Xiaoyu swimming in the sky and let out a shocking roar. This mechanical monster is huge in size and covered with solid metal shells, just like the mechanical monsters in movies and TV shows. Chi-Chi! Xiaoyu in the sky also shouted at the mechanical monster. Although the mechanical monster on the ground was more powerful, Xiaoyu did not give in. The moment the two looked at each other, the fuse of battle was lit. The next moment, Xiaoyu opened his mouth, and a blue light burst out of his mouth. The terrifying energy that was terrifying and frightening continued to gather rapidly. Buzz! After 2 seconds of gathering energy, the blue light from Xiaoyu's mouth poured down violently, targeting the mechanical monster on the ground. Boom boom. The blue light struck almost instantly, and the terrifying energy column lasted for 3 seconds before ending. Half of the metal body of the mechanical monster on the ground was blown through, and a large number of mechanical components were scattered all over the ground. Roar, roar, roar. The mechanical monster roared continuously, its eyes turned red, and its eyes were full of anger and killing. Chi-Chi, seeing the mechanical monster whose body was blasted through by him, was still so arrogant. Xiaoyu believes that he needs to demonstrate his strength and let the other party recognize his position. And the master in the battleship. He must be watching my battle intently right now. I must not fail in front of him. At this time, Su Bei, who was in the black tech battleship, was leisurely enjoying the meat bomb massage and was very happy. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical monster on the ground had already extended its mechanical gun barrel, and the energy bullets in it were continuously shooting at Xiaoyu in the sky. This kind of mechanical monster generally has certain long-range attack methods. Xiaoyu's body kept dodging in the air, and he seemed to be at ease. This made the mechanical monster on the ground even more angry, and it felt like a sitting duck. The opponent's attacks always hit him accurately and quickly, but his attacks were like playing house in front of the opponent, and he could easily dodge them every time. Roar, roar, roar. After a frustrating fight, the mechanical monster finally fell to the ground. In this battle, Xiaoyu completely relied on his high-altitude advantage and flexible movement to crush the opponent. Chi-chi. Xiaoyu cheered, and then flew happily to the body of the mechanical monster. He took out the energy crystal and then swallowed it directly with a big mouth. MMM. This time, Xiaoyu seemed to chew it a few more times, and its fish face bulged as it flew towards the warship. When he came to Su Bei, he habitually touched its fish head to express encouragement and praise. Well done, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu received Su Bei's praise and swam around Su Bei's position excitedly, just like a flying fish version of Era. Brother Su Bei, when can we go monster hunting? Su Xiaoju's voice came faintly from behind. She are currently at the peak level 5, and they are no longer able to help when facing the mutated creatures of level 7. Upon hearing this, Su Bei also knew what the two women wanted to show off. In fact, the energy conversion of level 5 energy crystals for warships is already very limited. Su Bei also looked down upon the level 5 energy crystal. As they and their warships continue to upgrade, Su Bei now mainly hunts monsters at levels 7 and 8. Su Bei pressed forward. The system has helped me adjust the detection range for advanced mutant creatures to peak level 5 and above. The system moaned coquettishly and rolled its eyes coquettishly at Su Bei in front of it. Just asked me to adjust. Why are you putting pressure on me? It's just a pity that Su Bei didn't see the eye roll from this system that could charm thousands of boys, Omega. Su Bei ignored the resistance of the system behind him, and instead became even more exploitative. On the other side, somewhere in Tianhua City, there stands a black object as big as a mountain. Upon closer inspection, it is actually made entirely of mechanical materials. At this time, the black mechanical mountain trembled slightly. To be more precise, it is actually wriggling slightly. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from inside the mechanical mountain. It seemed that one could also see the expansion of the surface of the mechanical barrier, as if something was trying to rush out from the inside. The next moment, a burst of flames suddenly appeared at a location on the mechanical mountain, and a fierce beam of energy broke through the mechanical barrier and shot straight into the endless air in the distance. The next second, a black and white mecha rushed out from the damaged location of the mechanical barrier. Inside the ghost-wing bird mecha, Zhang Qing's urgent voice was transmitted to the explosive wolf through the communication video. No go. The ghost-wing bird mecha stopped and floated at the damaged part of the mechanical barrier. Zhang Qing looked inside the mechanical barrier. This huge mechanical mountain is hollow inside. The inside was dark and filled with mechanical matter. What is even more shocking is that the mechanical materials inside this mechanical mountain seem to have life and intelligence. They can deform, extend, split, and reorganize at will inside the mechanical barrier. It's like a muddy sea. The magic-powered armor driven by Zhang Qing and Li Bufei are both in great danger inside. Zhang Qing, please leave here. My explosion wolf's flying ability is not as strong as your ghost wing bird, and its flying speed is not fast. I can't leave anymore. Li Bufei had a determined look on his face. Although he was also afraid of death, as a Chinese warrior, he had to be ready to sacrifice at any time. No, we still have hope. We must go back together. Zhang Qing's tone was choked with sobs and filled with grief. This time they encountered a terrifying super mutant creature. The energy cannon that just broke through the mechanical barrier was also fired with the full force of the two mechas. The previous shot directly consumed 80 of the energy of their mechas, and now both mechas have very little energy left. Such a terrifying existence actually exists in Tianhua City. You must escape safely and report the situation here to headquarters in detail. Looking at the mechanical barrier that healed in an instant, Zhang Qing's anger was about to burst out. Chapter 177, Meeting. But in the end, his reason overcame his impulse. Flying back now would be suicide. He couldn't waste the timely buffet had just bought for Zhang Qing inside the mechanical mountain. Zhang Qing looked at the mechanical material that had extended towards the ghost-winged bird, and he did not hesitate. Zhang Qing turned the ghost-winged bird's flight power to the maximum and drove the mecha to escape at full speed. But the mechanical materials behind the ghost-winged bird extended and pursued it even faster. Even with the time Li Bufei had just gained, the ghost-winged bird was still quickly caught up. Zhang Qing looked at the endless black tide surging madly behind him, and at the last moment when the ghost-winged bird was submerged, he sent the message he had just edited to the headquarters. The next moment, Zhang Qing in the cockpit had a determined look on his face. "I'm gonna fight you." Zhang Qing activated the ultimate function of the ghost-winged bird, releasing all the energy, or in other words, self-destructing. However, the ghost-winged bird's own energy is currently less than 20, so the power of its self-detonation is less than 1/10 of the theoretical value. The powerful explosion only created a small spark of fire in the black mechanical frenzy, and then it disappeared. The sky above the city was covered and shrouded by mechanical matter like a tide. The entire sky was plunged into darkness and endless terror. The explosive wolf and ghost-winged bird, the secret weapons of the magic-powered armor that the Chinese government had devoted more than 20 years to research, were defeated. It can be said that it is vulnerable in front of this unknown creature as big as a mountain. At the same time, on the other side of China, in Huaxia City. At this time, the military headquarters also received Zhang Qing's last message before the ghost-winged bird was swallowed by mechanical matter. The content of the information is also very simple, with a few pictures and some simple texts. The picture was naturally the mechanical mountain and the internal situation of the mountain taken by Zhang Qing using the magic power armor. A paragraph was attached at the end. A level 10 or above mutation is suspected to have been discovered in the center of Tianhua City. When the information collector sitting in the information receiving room saw the word level 10, he immediately paid great attention to it. You know, the highest level of mutated creatures they have discovered in China is level 10. As for higher level mutated creatures, they may also exist, but they have not been officially discovered by them yet. The information processor who received the ghost-winged bird immediately shouted to his subordinates beside him. "Quick, notify the commander-in-chief of the 9th Military Region immediately. Tell them that a mutant creature, possibly level 10, has appeared in southern China." His subordinates, Xiaoju Xiaoxi and 5++ began to operate the communication equipment to contact the 9th Military Region. Soon the signal was connected, and the commander-in-chief of the 9th Military Region also received information about the suspected level 10 mutated mechanical species. At the headquarters of the 9th Military Region in Longdu. This is the southern branch of China's highest military organization, the 9th General Military District. At this time, a middle-aged soldier with a serious expression on his face, and Wu Changkong paced back and forth in his office. Although the information received in the intelligence was that it was suspected to be a level 10 mutated creature. But Wu Changkong was already 90% sure that it was a level 10 mutant creature. After all, the two magical armors, Explosive Wolf and Ghost Wingbird, were presumed to have been defeated. The ultimate combat power of each of their magic-powered armors is comparable to that of a peak level 9. Even the two of them could only send a very short message to report, so you can imagine the strength of that monster. Damn it! Another level 10 mutant creature appeared in southern China. Wu Changkong couldn't help but curse softly. The various tedious matters after the outbreak of the apocalypse in China had already kept him busy and overwhelmed. Now a level 10 mutant monster has appeared in their south. At this time, the voice of a soldier reporting was heard outside the door. Reporting to Chief Wu, the video conference connection with headquarters has been completed, and the meeting is expected to begin in 10 minutes. "Okay, I understand. Go down," Wu Changkong responded, then opened the office door and walked outside. As early as when Wu Changkong received the news from the information processor at the headquarters, he had already applied to the headquarters for a video conference. A few minutes later, Wu Changkong was ready and came to the video parliament's office. After sitting in his seat, his figure was soon projected into a virtual three-dimensional space. This is one of the high-end technologies of the China Research Department in the field of communication, three-dimensional virtual projection technology. This virtual three-dimensional projection space only contains a huge oval parliamentary table and chairs. At this time, most of the people were already sitting on both sides of the table. Sitting on the main seat at the front of the parliamentary table was an old man with hair half a century old. "Okay, since Commander Wu is here, let's start this meeting now." As the old man's voice fell, the people sitting around nodded in response, looking at the old man quietly, waiting for him to continue speaking. It is obvious that the old man has a very high status in this parliament. Wu Changkong also quickly came to his virtual seat and sat down. The old man in the main seat looked at Wu Changkong and spoke. All right, Commander Wu, tell me about the current situation in your southern region. Yes. Wu Changkong responded seriously, then stood up and spoke. I convened this military district council meeting. The reason for the meeting is because a level 10 mutant creature appeared in our southern region. Wow. As soon as Wu Changkong finished speaking, senior military officials on both sides of the parliament's oval table began to discuss. What? Another level 10 mutant creature? We haven't even dealt with the one in the Demon City yet, and now another one has appeared in the south. I've noticed that high-level mutant creatures seem to be appearing more and more frequently recently. That's right. A while ago, a level 10 mutant creature appeared in the east. Will heavy nuclear weapons be used to kill this mutated monster? It's hard to say. Although nuclear weapons have terrifying explosive power, their main attack method is nuclear radiation. But we have discovered that many mutant creatures are immune to the effects of nuclear radiation and can even absorb nuclear radiation to strengthen themselves. So we should first confirm whether that level 10 mutant creature is immune to nuclear radiation. But if this happens, the Tianhua City area might be gone. Alas, it's a bit of a pity. After all, it's a large and prosperous city, and it seems to have abundant metal resources. Everyone, based on the feedback from the pilots of the Magic Power Armor, Explosive Wolf, and Ghost Wingbird, Tianhua City seems to have experienced a special abnormal reaction after the apocalypse. The old man in the main seat also became interested after hearing this. What kind of special mutation? Chapter 178, Military General Meeting. It is said that a new type of mechanical creature has appeared in Tianhua City. Wu Changkong looked at the old man and continued with a serious expression. The life structures of those creatures are completely beyond our understanding. They seem to be made of machines. Their body tissues are made entirely of machines, without any flesh or blood. What? There are such creatures? As Wu Changkong finished speaking, the senior officials on both sides of the parliamentary table exclaimed again. One of them was the most excited when he heard this. He was one of the branch directors of the Chinese Research Department. Xiebu stood up excitedly and asked Wu Changkong anxiously. Commander Wu, could you please explain in detail? Well, I don't know the details, but according to the report from the Information Transmission Department, Xiebu usually likes scientific research and biological exploration. After hearing Wu Changkong's words, he felt like he had discovered a new world. After hearing what Wu Changkong said, Xiebu Ming became even more excited, because he was certain that this would be a brand new discovery. Mechanical creatures with self-intelligence. This is an amazing discovery. Xiebu lowered his head in thought. If we can thoroughly study them, combined with the powerful superpowers we currently possess, perhaps we can achieve further breakthroughs in mechanical combat soldiers. Seeing Xiebu like this, the senior military officials around him were no longer surprised. Xiebu is not only one of the branch directors of the Chinese Scientific Research Department, but he is also a scientific research fanatic who has been engaged in scientific research all his life. For example, the Chinese 20 Magic Power Armor included Xiebu's participation and help. The old man in the main seat looked at Xiebu and his voice came out. Professor Xie, what do you think? Although Xie is not just a clerk, his contribution is no less than that of the highest commanders of the military regions or other senior military officials present here. Therefore, the old man still respected Xiebu's opinions and suggestions very much. Master General, if things are really as Commander Wu said, I hope you can send people to seal off Tianhua City with all your strength. I believe the research value of those mechanical life forms is beyond imagination. If this is possible, perhaps our biological weapons research will have a major breakthrough. When he heard Xie Bugao mentioned biological weapons research, surprise appeared on the old man's face for the first time. The old man looked at Professor Xie Bu seriously and continued. Professor Xie, are you sure? Master General, please rest assured. Old Xie, wouldn't brag about such things. But the biggest problem now is that level 10 creature Commander Wu mentioned. Xiebu brought the topic back to the starting point. This was also the reason why Wu Changkong applied to convene the Supreme Council of the Chinese military. Yes, Mr. General. A level 10 mutant monster that even the Magic Power Armors, Explosive Wolf, and Ghost Wingbird can't handle. And our 9th military region in the south has the highest combat power of 3 magic-powered battle armors. We've lost 2 of them, leaving only the last one, the Tyrannosaurus. And the Tyrannosaurus is a weaker magical armor, so there's no way it can defeat that level 10 creature. Wu Changkong spoke bitterly with an extremely miserable look on his face. The Chinese military only has 20 magically powered battle armors in total. Among them, these magic-powered armors have different ultimate combat capabilities due to differences in manufacturing strength. The most powerful magical armor is the 5 mechas represented by Qinglong. Then there are the medium-power magic-powered armors, such as the Explosive Wolf and Ghost Wingbird of their 9th military region. There are a total of 10 mechas of this power. There are also 5 sets of magic-powered armor whose combat power can only barely compare to the combat power of the peak level 8. They are incomplete mechas developed by magic power armor, such as Zhang Tianhai's Bashanlong, and there are only 5 of them in total. Among these 20 magic-powered battle armors, the 9th military district was allocated 3, namely the Explosive Wolf, Ghost Wingbird, and Tyrannosaurus. The 2 strongest of the 3 mechas have now lost contact and are likely to have been damaged. There is also a Tyrannosaurus with the weakest combat power. It was seriously damaged when it went to Qianhua City to eliminate the mutated mandragora flower last time and is currently in the mecha repair stage. After Wu Changkong's miserable narration, the old man in the main seat nodded slightly. Well, Commander Wu, I've learned about the situation in your 9th military region. The old man turned his head slightly and looked at Wu Changkong. Do you have any ideas? Of course Wu Changkong had some ideas, otherwise he wouldn't have applied to hold this meeting. I would like to request the use of heavy nuclear weapons, fusion missiles. Wow. When the people around heard that nuclear weapons were going to be released, they started talking again. Their military regions do not have the right to use nuclear weapons directly. They need to apply for approval from the commander-in-chief of the military region. The old man in the main seat was not surprised to hear this, as he had guessed Wu Changkong's plan. Because at present, the highest-end combat power of the 9th military region, apart from the Deceptor Dragon that is being repaired, is only nuclear weapons. Of course, Wu Changkong said that it would be best if other magic-powered armor could come to support. However, the magic-powered armor is their latest officially developed nuclear-grade combat force. There are very few of them, and there are only 18 left. There are also powerful mutated monsters in other parts of China that need these magic-powered armors to destroy them. So, this plan doesn't work. Then the only option is to use fusion missiles. Wu Changkong looked at the old man cautiously. Mr. General, what do you think? Nuclear weapons are extremely powerful. They are China's strongest, but also its last trump card. Because if nuclear weapons are used, it means that a region of China will be completely destroyed and will not be able to recover for at least 10 years. Therefore, nuclear weapons should be avoided as much as possible until the very end. Hearing the old man's words, Wu Changkong's face turned a little ugly. If he was not allowed to use the fusion missile, what would happen to the level 10 creature in their Tianhua City? Then this. Seeing Wu Changkong's hesitant look, the old man smiled faintly. Don't worry, Commander Wu. I will find a way to deal with that level 10 entity in Tianhua City. After all, there are important discoveries related to biological weapons research there. The old man turned his head and looked at Xie Bu, who was sitting on the other side. Professor Xie, you and Commander Wu will stay for a while. We will discuss in detail the eradication of the level 10 mutant creatures in Tianhua City and the subsequent blockade of Tianhua City. Yes. Okay, let's end this meeting first. The old man looked at the other people sitting around him. All of them were the highest commanders or leaders of a certain military region. Chapter 179, Eating Fruit. After the meeting, Wu Changkong left the video conference room and returned to his office. Sitting in the office chair, Wu Changkong fell into deep thought. Because of Professor Xie's suggestion, the chief of the Huaxia military region attached great importance to Tianhua City. The general decided to plan an encirclement and blockade plan within the next 3 days. Ask Wu Changkong to send more soldiers to Tianhua City to keep an eye on it in the next few days. Wu Changkong was a little depressed. Although Tianhua City was retained this time, it did not mean that Tianhua City was important or that the commander-in-chief of the 9th military region was capable. But it's because of Professor Xie, the director of the scientific research department. Tianhua City is located in the southern part of China and is under the jurisdiction of their 9th military region. However, 3 days later, after the headquarters sends people to eliminate the level 10 mutant creature, Tianhua City will be transferred to the headquarters scientific research department. Wu Changkong stood up and called over one of his assistants. Xiao Zhang, pass the order down and have Group 7 prepare to head to Tianhua City immediately. First, lock the location of that level 10 mutant creature for me. Then, on the other side, in Tianhua City, on the high-tech battleship, Su Bei was leisurely eating fruit. These were all made by Su Bei from the high-tech warships. In appearance, it is not much different from the native fruits of Blue Star, but the nutrition and essence inside are on a completely different level. Su Xiaoju and she sat on Su Bei's left and right sides, helping Su Bei eat fruit. Su Bei opens his mouth. She picked up a piece of fruit, moved close to Su Bei, and put the fruit into Su Bei's mouth. Brother Su Bei still has mine. On the other side, Su Xiaoju also imitated she and put a fruit that looked like a grape into Su Bei's mouth. Su Bei chewed it with a look of enjoyment on his face. As for Xiaoyu, he was still fighting with a level 7 mutated mechanical species on the ground below the battleship. The three of them leaned on the high-tech sofa and ate fruit. The system incarnation leaned lazily back in a driving seat, which was her exclusive chair. 10 minutes later, on the ground, Xiaoyu was resting a little breathlessly. The mutated mechanical species that it had fought with was already dead. Xiaoyu flew forward excitedly, took out its energy crystal, and then swallowed the corpse. Chi-Chi, I have completed the task assigned by the master again. Xiaoyu seemed a little happy, and flew towards the warship with the energy crystal as a spoil of war in his mouth. Wait until you get inside the battleship and enter the captain's room. Xiaoyu turned around excitedly and entered the room, and saw 3 people eating fruit. Xiaoyu was petrified on the spot, looking at Su Bei and the others for a long time without moving. Chi-Chi, I'm clearly working so hard to help my master hunt down the bad guys. Master, don't you like me anymore? Xiaoyu felt very aggrieved. It swam listlessly to Su Bei and handed the energy crystal in its mouth to Su Bei. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Su Bei also noticed that Xiaoyu looked a little lifeless, and looked as pitiful as a kitten abandoned by its owner. Chi-Chi, Master, do you not like Xiaoyu anymore? Xiaoyu looked at Su Bei with her big watery blue eyes. Su Bei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Is Xiaoyu jealous? Su Bei reached out and took a fresh fruit produced by the battleship. No, this is delicious, try it. As he spoke, Su Bei had already fed the fruit in his hand, which looked like a small tomato, to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu also swallowed it. The next moment, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and it seemed as if shining stars appeared in them as she stared at the fruits beside Su Bei. Chi-Chi, it's delicious. Xiaoyu's depressed mood was swept away, and the fishtail behind him kept swinging. But it was not in a hurry to eat, and looked at Su Bei with longing eyes. Su Bei was naturally not a stingy master, so he waved his hand. Consumed 100 energy points to produce a large amount of black technology fruit again. This time there were more varieties of fruits, and a large number of various fruits were piled around the sofa where Su Bei was sitting. Su Bei knew that Xiaoyu was a foodie. These days, Xiaoyu has also helped him hunt many energy crystals and has contributed a lot. Therefore, Su Bei wants to let Xiaoyu have a good meal. Don't be polite, Xiaoyu. Eat as much as you want. Chi-Chi. Hearing Su Bei's voice, Xiaoyu no longer restrained the desire to eat fruit and jumped directly into the pile of fruits beside her. Su Xiaoju and she, who were watching from the side, found it very funny. Xiaoyu is really a glutton angle. The little fox girl had a proud look on her face, with her arms folded across her chest. The tone was full of arrogance. A little fruit will satisfy it. On the other side, she's face showed a hint of charm, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Chapter 180, Eating. The high-tech warship sailed over Tianhua City for 2 days. This morning, the system reminded Su Bei that he had discovered the location of the level 10 mechanical mutant creature. Finally met you. Su Bei was not surprised. As early as when he first came to Tianhua City, the system had reminded him that there was a suspected level 10 mutant creature here. Su Bei came to the captain's room, sat in the main seat, and looked serious. Su Bei looked at the battleship's view on the control screen and did not see any huge creature on it. How far is the system from that level 10 mutant creature? Master, based on the warship's current speed, it will take about an hour to travel. A level 10 mutant creature. Su Bei now doesn't know whether to hunt or not. After all, that's level 10. Each one of them possesses terrifying combat power enough to destroy a city. However, according to system analysis, the level 10 existence in Tianhua City seems to be relatively quiet. It seems unable to move long distances, similar to the mutated Mandragora King in Qianhua City before. Due to the limitations of life species, the body cannot be moved at will. Forget it. Let's go over and take a look at the situation first. Su Bei didn't think any more about it. He planned to observe the level 10 mutant creature up close first. The high-tech warship in stealth mode continued to fly towards the central urban area of Tianhua City. The air in the sky was pressed to both sides by an invisible force. Inside the battleship, Su Bei lay on the high-tech sofa with a look of exhaustion, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. You? Sube looked at these two greedy beauties and wanted to say something for a moment, but in the end it turned into a sigh. Why is brother Sube sighing? Could it be that Xiaoju isn't Rua enough? The little fox girl brought her fluffy tail in front of Sube and wrapped it around his body. This gave Sube a furry and comfortable experience. No, you guys are already great. This is what they call having the will, but not the strength. Xiaoyu, who was lying on the sofa next to her, stared blankly at the scene involving Sube and the other two. I was a little confused for a moment. It's just a piece of fruit. Why does it look so weird? Okay, you guys get up and clean up here first. Yes. The three of them stood up and sat on the sofa next to Xiaoyu. Sube called the system and wanted the system to help him replace it with a new high-tech sofa. But the system did not agree directly. The system incarnation appeared from the space on the side, looking at Sube with a meaningful smile on his delicate face. Today's system incarnation has the appearance of a young girl. Master, you already have made robots now. This is the time to show off their abilities. That seems to be the case. Not long after the system avatar finished speaking, little C and little D came over. When there is nothing to do, these maids would stay by the door of Sube's lounge waiting for instructions. Little C and little D also knew what they were going to do. Seeing Sube smiling at them, Xiao C and Xiao D were both very happy. System, are you sure they are still robots? Sube felt that the self-intelligence that Xiao C and the others now possessed was no less than that of normal humans. Hehe, Master, the robots produced by this battleship may be different from the robots on the blue planet where you are. The system incarnation's somewhat playful voice came. Sube was stunned when he heard this, and also became interested. Different? What's different? To be precise, the robots on the blue planet where the Master is located only belong to the lowest level of robot concept, and they are also failures. And the robots produced by this battleship are truly more perfect. They will possess self-awareness and high-level intelligence that Blue Star robots don't have. What? Sube made a sound of shock after hearing this. So, made robots like Xiao C are actually no different from us ordinary humans? Well, strictly speaking, there are some. Chapter 181, Sky Expedition Number 6. After hearing what the system said, Sube understood. If robots are no different from normal humans, wouldn't that be too outrageous? In this case, the high-tech battleship can completely become the creator of a lifeless planet. To be precise, the robots produced by this battleship are more advanced than the humans on our host planet, Blue Planet. Sube's heart, which had just calmed down, started beating again. Master, please don't act like you've never seen the world. The robots produced by this battleship are simply a kind of machine life. It's like a mechanical monster similar to those in Tianhua City. They are a completely new species on Blue Planet. Their bodies are made of ultra-advanced alloy particles. They never age or die, only their energy runs out. Blah blah. Listening to the system incarnation's long speeches, Sube had a preliminary understanding of the positioning of made robots like Xiao C. Their appearance, consciousness, and intelligence are no different from those of normal humans, and their bodies are even more advanced. It is a unique product of the Black Technology Battleship. After listening to the systematic explanation, Sube looked at Xiao C and Xiao D again. At this time they were holding an unknown spray and spraying it. Feeling Sube's gaze, the two girls looked up at each other and gave Sube a sweet smile. In addition to respect for the Master, the smiles of the two women also contained a hint of inexplicable meaning. Sube quickly looked away. Now Sube knows that Xiao C and the others have a high level of self-awareness and wisdom. At first, Sube thought they were just made robots and had no thoughts other than providing service information. Now it seems that I didn't think enough. A few minutes later, Xiao C and Xiao D came to Sube respectfully and bowed. Master, we have cleaned it up. Hehe. Master, their prototypes were all carefully crafted by me. The girl who was the incarnation of the system saw Sube staring at her and spoke proudly. The appearance and size of these made robots are all created by system-adjusted data. As long as there are enough energy points, even Z can be created. Hearing the voice of the system incarnation beside him, Sube felt a little embarrassed and didn't say anything. Okay, you guys can leave first. Sube asked the two maids to go back, and they continued to lie down and relax. Su Xiaoju and Shi, who were standing by, heard the noise, turned around, and saw what Sube was doing. The two men looked at Sube with doubtful and dangerous eyes, and Sube quickly withdrew his hand. Sube stood up and walked towards the main seat in the captain's room. Okay, stop looking at me and go back to your seats. Now we are almost at the location of that level 10 mutant creature. Sube did not dare to delay. After sitting down, He opened the black technology production column and searched for a physical recovery potion. After drinking the potion in one gulp, Su Bei felt refreshed and full of energy. But he would not continue feeding. Now he needed to prepare for the battle that might come next. After several people took their seats, the high-tech warship in stealth mode flew away from the sky at high speed. The powerful propulsion force brought bursts of dull roars in the air around the battleship. At this time, it was over a city somewhere in the eastern part of China. An aerial combat ship that looks cool and domineering is sailing forward at high speed. The battleship's exterior is mainly black, and its overall shape is similar to a cruise ship, but it is lower and flatter. The black warship is nearly 100 meters long and is equipped with various of the most advanced high-end weapons of the contemporary era. At this moment, it looks like a huge manta ray swimming in the sky. This battleship is the latest flying space battleship developed by the Chinese government in recent years. This is also the first time that the official has displayed its flying battleship to the public. Originally, the development of this advanced warship had been stopped due to technical and material problems. But the coming of the end of the world also brought them a lot of resources and extraordinary power. This also led to a major breakthrough in China's warship research. The arrival of the end of the world not only brings disaster, but also brings infinite possibilities. Zhengtian No. 6 is the code name of this aircraft carrier. Inside the Zhengtian No. 6 battleship, in the control center at the front of the battleship. At this time, a large group of people were busy working. The official flying battleship is different from Su Bei's black tech battleship. The two are simply not products of the same technological level. The official flying battleship does not have any artificial intelligence system, and its operation requires human operation. As the supreme commander of Zhengtian No. 6, Wang Fan sat in his main seat. 2 days ago, he received an order from headquarters to go to Tianhua City in southern China to kill a mutant creature that had reached level 10. Wang Fan's face was also solemn after receiving the order. He knew how terrifying a level 10 mutant creature was. That is a super dangerous existence that can easily destroy a city. At that time, Wang Fan directly suggested to the headquarters to give up Tianhua City, because there is no need to take the risk of hunting a level 10 mutant creature just for a large city. But the headquarters seems to attach great importance to Tianhua City, as if there is something important there. Wang Fan kept recalling and thinking in his mind. His Zhengtian No. 6 actually doesn't have much combat power. The main force used to hunt down the level 10 mutant creature this time is actually a biological weapon. Biological weapons, a brand new super weapon that is still under development. This is also a project that the Chinese government secretly began to develop more than 20 years ago. The research and development of the Magic Power Armor project was carried out at the same time. However, the technology and materials required for the latter are easier to produce. Therefore, over the past 20 years, 20 sets of magic-powered armor have been developed, and each set of armor is comparable to a small or medium-sized nuclear weapon. However, there are less than 10 biological weapons, and each one is in the undeveloped stage. But despite this, the damaging power of these biological weapons is no weaker than that of magic power armor. Chapter 182. On the eve of the battle. Rin Long Wang. That is the name of the biological weapon they are carrying this time. Wang Fan looked at the object in a liquid container nearby. Its body is light blue and has an irregular shape, looking like a piece of octopus tentacle. This is the ultimate combat power officially defined as being able to compete with level 10 creatures. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance. Wang Fan has received many theoretical and practical trainings, and he is well aware of the horror and power of this biological weapon. However, the use of biological weapons requires absorbing the user's life energy as a price. The more completely it is used, the greater the life energy consumed. Of course, Wang Fan is not afraid of death. As early as when he was first screened as a biological weapon user, he was ready to sacrifice at any time. Wang Fan sighed softly. Of all the missions he had completed before, the most difficult one was just hunting a monster that had just reached level 9. I hope I can complete the mission successfully this time. Commander Wang, this way. The central urban area of Tianhua City. At this time, the mechanical mountain was shaking slowly, and its mechanical body at the bottom seemed to be slowly wriggling. It has no eyes or other organs, and all its actions are based on its perception. This huge mechanical mountain seemed to become stronger after absorbing 2 magic-powered armors. And it also seems to have undergone some new changes. Soon the mechanical mountain began to change, and a large amount of mechanical material poured out from its interior. Countless mechanical materials formed black chains that reached the sky and penetrated into the ground of the surrounding city. Ding! 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 After a short moment, the ground within tens of thousands of meters around the mechanical mountain was filled with black chains. It is so densely packed that it looks like a sea of chains. They blocked everything around them. The scene was too spectacular. Its mechanical body also seemed to have shrunk significantly due to releasing too much mechanical material, and was now only a few dozen meters high. But what is surprising is that this mechanical monster of several dozen meters in length actually has a human-like appearance. It has a human-like face and limbs, like a newborn baby learning to walk. Yes, it has evolved. After devouring the explosive wolf and ghost wing bird, this mechanical giant underwent a transformation. No longer bound by its original body, it can now move freely. It began to observe the city around it, and it could perceive that many weak lives were hiding in every corner of the city. And on the high-tech battleship not far from here. The system incarnation also sensed the abnormal reaction of this level 10 mutant creature on the ground. Master, that level 10 mutant creature is showing abnormalities. Hearing the somewhat serious voice of the system incarnation, Su Bei said seriously, "What's going on?" The Master's warship just detected a violent, ultra-high-level energy fluctuation at the location of that level 10 mutant creature. The opponent should be undergoing a second transformation or a level breakthrough. Hearing the voice of the system incarnation, Su Bei's face darkened. A level 10 mutant creature is already difficult to deal with. If it becomes stronger again, there will be no point in fighting it. Let the battleships advance at full speed. Yes, Su Bei didn't care about so many things. It would be best if the opponent had not completed the evolution. He could make a surprise attack on it halfway and catch it off guard. If the opponent has completed the evolution and its strength has exceeded the system's analysis, since the black tech battleship can fly, we can just run away. The journey that would have taken dozens of minutes originally arrived in less than 3 minutes with the high-tech battleship traveling at full speed. Su Bei sat in the captain's room and looked at the control screen in front of him. The high-tech warship is currently located thousands of meters above the city ground. In addition, the battleship has many perspectives, so Su Bei can clearly see the chain encirclement created by the mechanical monster. Su Bei's scalp tingled when he saw this. Are all these chain-like things in the system made by it? That's right, Master. The other party's life level has reached the perfect level. Name Mechanical Creator. Level, Peak Level 10. Special Abilities, Mechanical Infinity, SS, Fusion Regeneration, S. Skills, Machine Building, Super Deformation, Mechanical Manipulation. Personality, none. Current state, ignorant, deep. Life level, perfect. Evaluation, the potential is huge. The life level has just completed a transformation, and the combat power is strong. After seeing the analysis given by the system, Su Bei's face became serious. It was also the first time for him to encounter a level 10 mutant creature, and it was at the peak of level 10. Moreover, the other party's appearance was somewhat beyond Su Bei's expectations. Humanoid form, high-level intelligence. Su Bei stared at the life level column on the analysis panel. A perfect mutant creature. Su Bei narrowed his eyes and began to think. The strength is indeed very strong. The black tech battleship is now located about 5 or 6 kilometers above the mechanical creator. Moreover, the black tech warship is still in stealth mode, so Su Bei is not worried that the warship will be discovered by the other side. System, bring out all the warships, weapons for me to see. Su Bei gently lifted his chin with one hand and looked seriously at the armament of the black tech battleship. On the virtual screen in front of Su Bei, there were nearly 100 types of armed attacks, large and small. There are single-target attacks and area attacks. There are ordinary thermal fire weapons, as well as Super Blue Star's advanced quantum and laser weapons. Su Bei looked at the armament listed by the system and started thinking. Currently, the battleship's strongest attacks are particle laser strike and high-temperature melting cannon. There is also a range auxiliary attack of the same level, freeze ray. However, the latter does not do much damage, and its main function is to limit the auxiliary. Just as Su Bei was hesitating whether to launch an attack, the warship's alarm suddenly sounded. Alarm, ultra-high energy fluctuations detected. Please evade immediately. Alarm detection. Before the battleship's prompt sound finished, Su Bei felt the iron plate of the battleship under his feet shake. The entire high-tech warship shook and trembled violently, and Su Bei reacted quickly to stabilize his body. Su Xiaoju and the others were also frightened. What happened to Brother Su Bei? Don't panic, take your seats first. Su Bei said something briefly to Su Xiaoju and the other girl, then came to the captain's position. Su Bei asked the system to call up the situation analysis around the warship and the source of the attack just now. Soon the system displayed several virtual images, among which was the figure of the mechanical creator. Chapter 183. Mechanical Creator, Evacuate. At this time, the mechanical creator looked up at the sky. Because its body is tens of meters tall, when Subei looked at the high-tech warship in stealth mode in the sky, he felt like he was being stared at by a giant. And from the other person's eyes, Subei seemed to see curiosity and excitement. Why does this guy look a little strange? Subei was a little confused, but he no longer had time to think about these things. Why would a high-tech warship in stealth mode be discovered by the enemy? Master, the other party must have very powerful perception abilities or reconnaissance methods. Subei was surprised. I was originally hesitant about whether to take action, but now it seems I have no choice. Subei was not too panicked when he was discovered by the mechanical creator. Although the other party is already a terrifying existence at the peak of level 10, it is the strongest mutated creature Subei has ever encountered. But since he dared to come here, Subei had already prepared himself mentally. Subei spoke in a calm voice. The system is ready to launch a particle laser strike. It's the master. As Subei's order was issued, the high-tech warship in the sky no longer hid its body and slowly revealed its true appearance from the air. The huge ship is more than 100 meters long and has a ferocious and domineering battleship appearance. This is a unique technological product on the blue planet and a symbol of being ahead of its time. Particle laser attack charging. 10, 20, 100. When the energy storage progress reached 100, a strong and dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the muzzle of the super-large main gun at the front of the black technology battleship. The next moment, terrifying white particle energy burst out towards the mechanical creator who was watching curiously on the ground. Buzz, boom, boom, boom. This was the first time that the black tech battleship, which had reached the 6th stage, had used its main gun to attack. The terrifying white particle light waves directly flooded the city ground below the battleship. All the buildings and houses collapsed and were submerged in an instant, and white light illuminated everything. The huge body of the mechanical creator was also swallowed up by the battleship's terrifying particle laser attack. Subei watched this scene without letting down his guard. Because the system did not prompt the death of the mechanical creator, it means that the other party is not dead yet. A few seconds later, something strange happened in the beam cannon of the battleship's particle laser attack. A vague black figure is moving at high speed in this particle laser beam. Subei was shocked. What? The next moment, before Subei could order the system to defend itself, the battleship had already passively activated its energy shield. Zung! An energy shield made up of polygons suddenly appeared in the space around the high-tech battleship in the sky. The next moment, a loud bang was heard from the energy shield. Boom, boom. The energy shield was shaken by the strong force. Warning! The battleship is under strong energy attack. Please evade immediately. Warning! The battleship is under strong energy attack. Please evade immediately. Subei's eyelids twitched, and a feeling of uneasiness rose in his heart. The battleship's laser cannon ended, and Subei also saw clearly what had just happened through the screen. In front of the energy shield on one side of the black tech battleship, a huge figure at least 30 meters in size stood firmly. At its feet is a pillar that is made up of countless mechanical materials. That's right, the mechanical creator is standing on a mechanical pillar that goes straight to the battleship. Subei swallowed secretly. This mechanical column was at least 1,000 meters long. Just now, the mechanical creator not only blocked the particle laser attack of the black technology battleship, but also created a pillar over 1,000 meters long in the light cannon and rushed in front of the battleship. This fighting power is too strong. Subei couldn't help but speak out. It was the first time he witnessed the power of a level 10 mutant creature. Outside the battleship, the mechanical creator was tilting his head, staring strangely at the high-tech battleship in front of him. Obviously, the particle laser attack from the high-tech battleship just now did not cause much damage to it. System, what was the power of the particle laser attack just now? Subei asked the system in a deep voice. Master, the power just now has reached 50 judging from the opponent's reaction after being attacked. It should only be a scratch. After hearing the system's voice, Subei's face became even uglier. How so? System, didn't you say before that the main guns of a 6th-tier battleship can cause damage to level 10 mutant creatures? Based on the analysis of the previous attack, even if the battleship increases the power of the particle laser attack to 100, the most it can do is moderate damage. The system listened to Subei's words in silence. This peak level 10 mutant creature truly exceeded her analysis. Master, this must be related to the other party's mutation and evolution just now. Sube didn't stay any longer. Since the opponent's strength has exceeded expectations, he must run away now. System, increase the battleship's flight speed to maximum. Evacuate here at full speed. The attack, just now by the mechanical creator, did not break the energy shield of the battleship. This also shows that the battleship's defense can withstand the attacks of level 10 peak creatures. The high-tech battleship in the sky quickly changed direction, and a light blue acceleration flame suddenly ejected from the rear of the battleship. Under the puzzled gaze of the mechanical creator, the high-tech battleship flew towards the distance at full speed, close to the speed of sound. Realizing that the high-tech battleship was about to escape, the mechanical creator also screamed. If the mechanical creator was in the form of a mechanical mountain before, it would definitely not be able to chase the high-tech battleship at this time. But now, the mechanical creator has transformed into a human-like body and can move at will. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air filled the air around. The mechanical chains that had been inserted into the ground by the mechanical creator began to move on their own. They rushed towards the high-tech warships evacuating from high altitude at high speed. These mechanical chains are very fast. In less than a moment, a large number of mechanical chains were inserted into the battleship's energy shield. Fortunately, the battleship's energy shield was very powerful and blocked all these mechanical chains. But Sube's expression in the captain's room became increasingly ugly, because the battleship's energy shield requires energy points to maintain. Moreover, the higher the damage to the energy shield, the more energy points the battleship needs to consume. Those chain attacks just now were no less powerful than a blow from the mechanical creator. Sube felt a little uneasy when he saw that there were only more than 10,000 energy points left. He also didn't know how long these energy points could last. Can the system be accelerated further? Master, the battleship has reached its maximum speed. For now, the only way to block the opponent's attack is to use weapons. Sube did not hesitate after hearing the system's suggestion. Use it and stop these chains as much as you can. He looked at the densely packed mechanical creatures on the screen, as if they had endless mechanical chains. Chapter 184, Mechanical Transformation. In the sky, countless huge black chains swept over around the black tech battleship. Each of these chains is like a flexible black python. Activate the freeze ray. As Sube gave the order, gun muzzles quickly extended and retracted from the warship's hull. The next second, a beam of extremely cold white light shot towards the mechanical chain of the attacking warship. Puff, 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 puff. The main function of cryorays is to restrict and restrain. After the mechanical chains around the black tech warship were exposed to the freezing rays, the extension movement of the attacking warship gradually slowed down. The mechanical chains seemed to be frozen, standing quietly and motionless high in the air. Master's freezing ray has limited effects and may not freeze for long. Well, evacuate at full speed. On the ground, the mechanical creator was standing on a huge mechanical cylinder. It looked at the mechanical chains suspended in the air, a hint of confusion on its face. The next moment, it used its mental power to sense and try to control its mechanical chain. Crack, 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 crack. Gradually, the mechanical chains frozen in the air began to twist slowly. The ice on their bodies that had just been hit by the warships began to fall off. The mechanical chains high in the sky returned to normal again. But when the mechanical creator looked to the other side of the sky, there was no trace of the high-tech battleship. Kadash! The mechanical creator let out an annoyed cry. The prey that he had set his eyes on actually got away with it. But soon the mechanical creator shifted its focus to the surrounding Tianhua city. The mechanical creator regained its composure and began to look at the surrounding cityscape. It began to slowly move towards other locations in the city, with mechanical chains circling and winding around it. Suddenly, even darker mechanical chains burst out from behind the mechanical creator. Gaga! The mechanical chains behind the mechanical creator suddenly thrust forward onto the ground around it. Mechanical matter began to be infused from the mechanical creator into the city's ground through chains. The next moment, a magical scene appeared. I saw that the ground that was infused by the mechanical chains had all undergone changes. The original cement stones began to transform into mechanical materials under the infusion of mechanical materials. Not only the ground, but also other objects such as houses and buildings around it were affected. After being swept by the chain of the mechanical creator, these things were all transformed into special mechanical materials. The entire Tianhua city began to slowly transform into a mechanical city under the actions of the mechanical creator. The mutated creatures and mechanical species of all sizes around also seemed to feel the terror of the mechanical creator. They all crawled on the ground, trembling. The mechanical creator did not care about these weak creatures. In its eyes, these mutated creatures were as weak as ants. Wherever it passed, special mechanical materials continuously sprayed out from the mechanical chains behind it and fell to the ground. After receiving these mechanical substances, the bodies of the mutated creatures around began to mutate, and their flesh and blood bodies transformed into mechanical bodies. Soon, mechanical mutant creatures were born. The mutated creatures that are already mechanical species will gain strength from these mechanical materials. One by one, low-level mechanical species began to mutate and evolve towards a higher level. This is a carnival feast for mechanical species. If official scientific researchers saw this here, they would definitely be shocked. The mechanical creator's current behavior is actually to create mechanical creatures. The horrifying method of transforming carbon machine life into mechanical life is simply beyond the comprehension of humans on Blue Star. Roar, roar, roar. One by one, the mutated creatures that were transformed into mechanical species began to follow the mechanical creator. They looked at the tall back of the mechanical creator, their eyes filled with excitement and enthusiasm. While the mechanical creators transformed them into mechanical life, they also influenced their thinking and ideas to a certain extent. Now the mechanical creator is the king of these mechanical mutated creatures. The mechanical creator moved step by step towards other places in Tianhua City, with more and more mechanical species following behind him. There is a faint sense of the terrifying momentum of an army of millions of mechanical monsters, which makes people afraid. A day later, the mechanical creator had traveled throughout Tianhua City. And Tianhua City was also transformed into a completely and thoroughly mechanical giant city. All the buildings in the city have become larger and more metallic. At this time, the Zhengtian number 6 driven by Wang Fan was already approaching from the sky not far from Tianhua City. But he was not in a hurry to look for the level 10 mutated creature in Tianhua City. Wang Fan sat in the control seat and looked at the images on the screen in front of him with a frown. Viewed from the height of Zhengtian 6. At this time, Tianhua City has completely changed. The whole city is filled with a dark metallic substance, which looks like it is made of metal. It seems out of place with the surrounding cities. What's going on? Wang Fan asked people to immediately analyze the current situation of Tianhua City, which was different from the information given to him by the headquarters. Didn't they say there was only one level 10 mutant creature in Tianhua City that needed to be killed? Looking at this, something seems to be wrong in Tianhua City. When Wang Fan saw Tianhua City after being transformed by the mechanical creator, he became alert. Now the entire mechanical Tianhua City is filled with terrifying energy fluctuations. This is not something that an ordinary 10 mutated creature can emit. Although he has the extremely powerful biological weapon, Ren Long Wang, in his hand, Wang Fan will still be very careful. Xiao Wu, quickly contact the headquarters and report the current situation in Tianhua City to them. If something unexpected happens in Tianhua City this time, then we will give up this killing mission. It's not that Wang Fan is afraid of death. It's just that biological weapons are too precious. No chance of accidents. Each biological weapon is produced by the Chinese government at the cost of huge resources. And the most important point is that the basic raw material for each biological weapon requires the corpse of a mutated creature of at least level 10. This is also the most critical point. The few biological weapons currently available at the Huaxia headquarters are all made from the corpses of level 10 mutated creatures. As for the corpses of these level 10 mutated creatures, they were all obtained by the Chinese authorities using super nuclear weapons to bombard them in the ocean. However, hunting level 10 mutant creatures is extremely dangerous and exhausting, and each hunt will consume a large amount of manpower and resources. Moreover, level 10 mutant creatures are extremely rare and powerful even in the unknown ocean. Therefore, even the powerful Dragon Kingdom only hunted 8 level 10 mutant creatures in the ocean. The level 10 mutant creature hunted this time was located in Tianhua City in the inland of China. It is definitely not possible to use supernuclear weapons to directly kill. Therefore, the headquarters finally made the decision to let Wang Fan, the user of the biological weapon, Ren Long Wang, and captain of Zhengtian number 6, come and kill the opponent. Chapter 185, Wang Fan and Ren Long Wang. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Fan's liaison personnel communicated with the headquarters and finally decided to continue killing. Wang Fan listened to the information reported back by the soldiers. Is that so? It seems that the headquarters is determined to take this place. During the communication, the headquarters told Wang Fan to take over Tianhua City as much as possible, and if necessary, he would be allowed to completely release Ren Long Wang. Xiao Wu, drive the battleship over there and provide me with some fire support if necessary. Yes. As Jingtian 6 approaches, the mechanical creators in Tianhua City also discovered this uninvited guest in the sky. Wang Fan originally thought that since Jingtian 6 was thousands of meters above the ground, the enemy should not be able to attack the warship. But the next second, facts proved his wrong idea. Bang! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly exploded. Jingtian 6 suddenly issued a sharp and piercing alarm. Alert! The warship has been damaged. Please evacuate as quickly as possible. Alert! The warship has been damaged. Please evacuate as quickly as possible. Outside the Jingtian No. 6 battleship, thick-caliber mechanical chains have already attacked. They were densely packed, just like the high-tech warships used against Su Bei last time. Countless chain heads hit the battleship's hull, trying to penetrate it and pull it down. When they heard the alarm of Jingtian No. 6, everyone on the battleship panicked. It was the first time they saw the extremely powerful Jingtian battleship sound the alarm. This is the most advanced technological achievement of their Chinese government. Seeing that everyone's morale began to decline and uneasiness spread in the cabin, Wang Fan spoke loudly. Everyone, don't panic. Wang Fan turned and said to his deputy Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, open the battleship's hatch and let me down. This time, it was not the Jingtian No. 6 battleship that killed the level 10 mutant creature, but him and Ren Long Wang. Wang Fan came to the liquid tank containing Ren Long Wang and gently turned on the switch. Soon, a long stick-shaped weapon with a dark blue color appeared in front of Wang Fan. Wang Fan stretched out his right hand and held it. Then the next moment, a strange scene appeared. The black and blue stick began to twist and wriggle as if it had life. It continued to climb along Wang Fan's right arm and onto Wang Fan's body. The shape of the stick began to decompose, and the solid form at the front suddenly turned into a series of silk threads that madly pierced into Wang Fan's right arm and shoulder. Puff, puff, puff. Oh! Wang Fan felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder, frowned, and groaned softly, trying hard not to cry out. The possession of Ren Long Wang was completed in an instant. At this time, the black and blue stick of Ren Long Wang had completely merged with Wang Fan's right arm. Starting from Wang Fan's right shoulder, the stick-shaped Ren Long Wang spread out like a set of armor and covered Wang Fan's entire right arm. The black and blue muscle cage on it bulged up, and the entire right arm became more than a circle larger. Although it looks like a set of armor installed on the arm, the texture on it is real flesh. A powerful and strange aura emanated from this black and blue, devil-like arm. Wang Fan's aura, which was originally only at level 4, suddenly surged to an energy level close to that of a super mutant creature. This is the power of China's official biological weapon, Ren Long Wang. This is also the confidence and strength that gave the headquarters the reason to send Wang Fan to kill the level 10 mutated biomechanical creator. I will never let down the headquarters' trust. Wang Fan's eyes began to become bloodshot, and he could feel that the Ren Dragon King on his right arm was constantly sucking his blood. Wang Fan no longer hesitated. The blood in his body became thinner every second. He had to hurry up and end the battle. Wang Fan came to the hatch of the warship, and amidst everyone's solemn farewell, Wang Fan jumped off the warship and on the city ground of Tianhua City. At this time, the ground was covered with black, metallic mechanical materials. At a location above it, the mechanical creator was looking at the Jingtian No. 6 battleship in the sky with excitement. There is an extremely huge, arched mechanical, semi-cylindrical building here. From a distance, it looks a bit like a large open-air stadium. However, at this moment, the interior space here is filled with all kinds of powerful and terrifying mechanical monsters. Some of them are dozens of meters tall, even bigger and more ferocious than mechanical creators. These are all subordinates created by the mechanical creator. At this time, in the central area of the mechanical nest, a human-like excitement appeared on the face of the mechanical creator. It didn't expect that there would be other flying objects coming to Tianhua City today. The mechanical creator controlled the mechanical chains in Tianhua City to continuously attack the battleship in the sky. Want to knock it down? It won't let it escape this time. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, not far behind the mechanical creator, a tall monster with a pair of mechanical wings on its back roared. It seemed as if it was asking for instructions from the mechanical creator. The mechanical creator nodded slightly. It did not open its mouth, but made a sound similar to that of a human. After receiving the consent of the mechanical creator, the monster roared excitedly. Then it spread its huge mechanical wings, waved them slowly, and then its body left the ground and began to fly towards Jingtian No. 6 in the sky. This mechanical creature is nearly 30 meters tall and is considered a very powerful existence in the mechanical creator's nest. At this time, it fully spread its huge wings of nearly 60 meters, which were covered with mechanical components. Its size was comparable to that of Zhengtian 6. It is flying towards Zhengtian 6 at a high speed. High in the sky over Tianhua City, everyone on the Zhengtian No. 6 battleship also saw this scene. Everyone was shocked. But then the deputy captain Xiao Wu immediately calmed everyone down. Everyone, don't panic. Trust Zhengtian 6 and trust Commander Wang. As Xiao Wu's voice rang out, everyone quickly recovered from their initial panic. After all, they are all well-trained soldiers with strong psychological endurance and adaptability. The winged flying monster outside looks terrifying and powerful, but it is not invincible. Outside Zhengtian 6, Wang Fan's figure was falling rapidly from a high altitude. He also spotted the flying monster attacking the battleship. Oh, then I'll use you to establish my authority first. Wang Fan's eyes became sharp as he looked at the mechanical monster that was flying towards him at high speed. Run Long Wang. Wang Fan growled, and then the Rin Long Wang on his right arm began to spread rapidly throughout Wang Fan's body. Chapter 186, Biological Weapon Possession. A moment later, Wang Fan's falling figure in the air was wrapped in a black-blue muscle substance. The whole person seemed to have turned into a devil. Dark, blue muscle tissue covered his entire body, increasing Wang Fan's height, which was originally less than 1.8 meters, by several levels, and he instantly turned into a burly man. To be precise, the muscle monster is more in line with Wang Fan's current condition. You can refer to the transformation of Venom. Of course, the appearance is different. At this time, Wang Fan was possessed by Rin Long Wang. This is also the usage mode of biological weapons developed by the official, fusion, and possession. Bring it on. Even Wang Fan's voice had changed, and his tone was hoarse and cold, like the whisper of an evil spirit. Being possessed by biological weapons will also have a certain impact on Wang Fan's character. Wang Fan's eyes flashed with scarlet light as he looked at the mechanical monster that was flying towards him at high speed. The next moment, a pair of huge flesh wings suddenly burst out from the dark blue muscles behind Wang Fan. After dancing casually and adapting for a while, Wang Fan began to rush towards the mechanical monster. Suddenly, a strong sense of oppression hit the mechanical monster that was flying at high speed. Roar! This giant mechanical monster noticed Wang Fan's figure and roared at him. Although Wang Fan exuded an aura that made it feel frightened. But it didn't back down. After all, this is the territory of the mechanical creators, the territory of their mechanical, mutated creatures. It has no reason to be afraid of an alien creature. Although the two were hundreds of meters apart, they were able to close in almost an instant thanks to their speed. Wang Fan could clearly sense the high-pressure airflow and wind speed generated by the other party's huge wings and body at high altitude. It's like a small plane flying by. However, after entering the possession mode of Rin Long Wang, Wang Fan was no longer the rubbish level for before. Now his physical strength is comparable to that of a super mutant creature. Oh! Wang Fan shouted loudly, and as he got closer to the mechanical monster, he swung his right arm forward with all his might. A huge force instantly erupts when it touches the other person's body. The strong impact force stirred the airflow in the surrounding space, making the originally invisible airflow vaguely visible to the naked eye. This is enough to prove the terrifying power of Wang Fan's attack. Boom! The explosive punch directly punched a hole in the body of the mechanical mutant creature. A large amount of mechanical matter leaned outwards, as if bleeding. Roar! The monster howled miserably and flapped its pair of mechanical wings vigorously to stabilize its body. Wang Fan's attack has not ended yet. Boom boom. Another fierce punch hit the mechanical monster on the head. A strong airflow impact erupted on the plane between Wang Fan's fist and the monster's head. The mechanical monster was also completely defeated by Wang Fan's second punch, and its body fell towards the ground at an even faster speed due to the inertia of this punch. It no longer had the strength to flap its wings and fly, and could only watch its body falling, waiting for the arrival of final death. Wang Fan didn't show any emotional fluctuations. Seeing that the flying mechanical monster was unable to fly after being hit by his punch, he took advantage of the situation and gave chase. The black-blue wings behind Wang Fan flapped slightly twice, and his body dived down like diving. Wang Fan's falling speed and the monster's falling speed remained at a balanced level. A few seconds later, boom boom, a loud noise swept across the entire Tianhua city. Where the monster's body fell, a large amount of smoke and rubble rose up on the ground of the city. It was as if a large-scale targeted explosion had just taken place here, The sound was terrifying. After all, the power generated by a huge creature over 30 meters in size falling from a height of thousands of meters is also astonishing. Wang Fan's figure also slowly flew down as the mechanical monster landed, and landed steadily on its corpse. At this point, the mechanical monster was deader than dead. Wang Fan stepped forward and took out its energy crystal. Then Wang Fan actually took the energy crystal and pressed it into the black and blue muscle material on the outer layer of his body. Then the energy crystal slowly and amazingly merged into the muscle tissues. The muscles in Wang Fan's body moved slightly and then returned to calm. Wang Fan is feeding the biological weapon Ren Long Wang. Each biological weapon is essentially made from the body of a powerful mutated creature. After extraordinary processing and transformation by official scientific research experts, these biological weapons have acquired a certain degree of life consciousness. Therefore, if you want to use their power, you must provide them with food. There are two sources of this food. One is the user's own blood and energy supply, and the other is the energy crystals in other monsters' bodies. After absorbing the energy crystal of this mechanical monster, Wang Fan could clearly feel that the Rin Dragon King on the surface of his body had reduced its demand for his blood a little, and he can exert more power. Wang Fan raised his head and looked at the mechanical city around him. Even though he had seen them before from high in the sky, Wang Fan was still shocked to see these mechanical materials at such a close distance. This method is completely beyond their understanding. Wang Fan couldn't help but walk to a roadside electric pole and reach out to touch it. The original stone telephone poles have been transformed into mechanical structures. The surface of the body has tiny bumps and a metallic texture, and Wang Fan can faintly feel that there is a fluctuation of energy on it. The next moment, the mechanical pole seemed to come alive, and the pole body suddenly broke away from the ground. Then he rushed towards Wang Fan's position, and there are more mechanical objects making a commotion around. Wang Fan was shocked, but fortunately his strength was now comparable to that of a super mutant creature. Facing the sudden attack of this little guy is just like tickling. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Fan easily blew up the mechanical objects that were attacking him crazily from all around with one hand. After completely crushing them, Wang Fan spread the wings behind him and quickly took off into the air. When it was pulled up to a certain height, Wang Fan also discovered the super huge mechanical semi-spherical nest in the center of Tianhua City. Wang Fan couldn't help but exclaimed, "This altitude must be at least 400 or 500 meters, right?" After Wang Fan found the target, he no longer hesitated, flapped his wings at high speed, and flew towards that location at high speed. And in that giant mechanical nest, the mechanical creator also sensed that the aura of the younger brothers he had sent out before had disappeared. Although he is just a little brother of his strength is at least close to level 8. The mechanical creator showed a little interest in the new guy who broke into its mechanical city. Chapter 187, Fully Possessed, Ren Long Wang. Wang Fan seemed to sense the other party's deep malice even though he was more than 10 miles away. The extremely powerful energy fluctuations can be clearly sensed even from a distance of more than 10 miles. "Heh, a level 10 mutant creature, let me meet you." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fan leaped towards the huge mechanical nest. The mechanical creator on the other side also moved and slowly walked towards the outside of the mechanical nest. The mechanical monsters around were all ready to move and followed the mechanical creator out. They are all the strongest machines created by the mechanical creator. Boom, boom, boom. Roar, roar. The ground rumbled as numerous gigantic mechanical monsters stepped on it. Their huge bodies, tens or even hundreds of meters tall, are like a group of earthquake sources. Wherever you go, it feels like an earthquake. Fortunately, the urban ground of Tianhua City has now been mechanically transformed by mechanical creators. The hard mechanical geology can still withstand these huge guys weighing hundreds or thousands of tons. After yesterday's mechanical transformation, the size of the mechanical creator has shrunk again. The current height is less than 10 meters. The overall appearance is close to that of a human, with a slender body and a surface covered with black mechanical material. There are some tiny sharp thorns on its arms, and a pair of sharp black horns on its head. It looks like a speed-type beauty. If the mechanical creator appeared in the peaceful era before the end of the world, others would definitely think that it was an alien creature invading the blue planet. Ho! Bump! In the distant sky, a black and blue figure fell at an extremely fast speed and landed forcefully on the ground the next second. A dent was smashed into the mechanical ground beneath his feet, and cracks spread around like a spider web. The person who came was Wang Fan. Wang Fan slowly folded the wings on both sides of his back and looked at the location of the mechanical creators. There, at the front, was a mechanical creature sitting on a throne made of mechanical metal. The other person was not big, only less than 10 meters tall, but the aura and breath he exuded were astonishing. It seems as if it is the king of this mechanical land. And behind the king, there are densely packed numbers that look like an army of mechanical monsters. When Wang Fan saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little solemn. He felt that he was in danger today. But since the headquarters trusts him, he will get rid of the mechanical monster here, even if it means death. Wang Fan first locked his attack target on the mechanical creator on the front mechanical throne. Among the powerful perceptions brought to him by Rin Long Wang, only this guy is the most threatening. Bump! Wang Fan planned to strike first, so he flapped his wings behind him violently and stomped his feet hard on the mechanical ground and rushed towards the opponent like a cannonball. Roar! A mechanical monster saw Wang Fan attacking. It took a step forward, and its nearly 100-meter-tall body blocked Wang Fan's way forward. Boom boom. Wang Fan looked at the mechanical monster that suddenly appeared, his eyes slightly fixed, and he clenched his right fist and pulled it back in a bow shape to accumulate strength. Next second, boom boom. The terrifying force hit the body of the mechanical monster, and the powerful spatial impact directly punched a hole several meters wide. Wang Fan's figure flew directly from the hole in the monster's body, then passed through it and continued to fly towards the mechanical creator. Of course, the mechanical monster has not yet died completely. It's just that a big hole was pierced through the body, and it will take a long time to repair. Roar, roar, roar. When the mechanical creatures behind the mechanical creator saw this scene, their eyes were filled with horror. They looked at Wang Fan and thought his figure was like an ant, but the fighting power he displayed was unparalleled. The mechanical species just now is considered a medium-level existence among them. He was seriously injured by Wang Fan's punch and lost his ability to fight. Soon, another huge monster emerged from the mechanical species, wanting to help its king stop the human. But the mechanical creator sitting on the mechanical throne moved. It slowly stood up from the exquisite and gorgeous mechanical throne. The mechanical creator waved his hand gently, signaling the mechanical creature not to take action. The mechanical creator looked quietly at Wang Fan, who was about to attack, and his body stood motionless in front of the mechanical throne. The next moment, Wang Fan's powerful punch came like a missile. The terrifying force stirred up the surrounding space at an extremely fast speed, forming a terrifying aura like a level 16 typhoon. Some weak mechanical species were blown to and fro on the ground, in danger. The mechanical creature facing Wang Fan, who was punched with all his strength by the Rin Long Wang, remained motionless. It seemed as if he was frightened, but the truth could only be that he was too disdainful to avoid it. Boom boom. Wang Fan threw his strongest punch. But Wang Fan's face looked extremely ugly, because his attack did not hit the mechanical creator. Instead, it hit the mechanical throne behind it. That mechanical throne seemed to be able to change shape at will. Under the control of the mechanical creator, it turned into a black shield with an inverted triangle, blocking Wang Fan's big fist. Is that so? Wang Fan showed a bitter smile. Wang Fan knew the result as early as when he saw the other party's extremely powerful and calm aura. Since this attack doesn't work, then... The next moment, Wang Fan's body suddenly changed. The dark blue muscle tissue on his body first began to expand rapidly, and then suddenly contracted and pulled when it reached a certain extent. The Rin Long Wang on Wang Fan's body seemed to come alive, and the dark blue muscle tissues were like pythons, swimming and winding on his body. During the whole process, traces of bright red liquid flowed from Wang Fan's body, and blood dripped onto the ground of the machine, producing traces of corrosive steam. Wang Fan screamed in pain in this state, and the pair of eyes that were originally exposed were completely covered by dark blue muscle tissue at this moment. An even more ferocious and powerful aura emanated from Wang Fan's body. The body that was originally more than 2 meters long suddenly increased to 5 meters. This time, Wang Fan's appearance became even more like a monster. His whole body was filled with black and blue muscles, with bright red tendons pulling on them. The original human face has now been replaced by a devil-like face. Puff, puff, puff. A burst of blood mist suddenly exploded from the muscle tissue behind Wang Fan. In contrast to the previous one, the more ferocious and huge flesh wings spread out, and the black and blue flesh tissue on them slowly squirmed. Then the tail vertebrae exploded, and a slender blue tail with an extremely sharp tip grew out. Wang Fan raised his head and opened his hands, bearing the power released by Rin Long Wang. After a few breaths, a 5-meter-tall humanoid muscular monster appeared. This is the fully possessed form of Ren Long Wang. Chapter 188, Powerful Mechanical Creator. Heh. Wang Fan grinned and let out a dull gasp like a beast. At this moment, he was like a little giant, with his wings flapping behind him, suspended in the air. The mechanical creator opposite was still watching Wang Fan's changes quietly. It can feel that Wang Fan has become stronger. However, the mechanical creator is still confident in his own strength. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The mechanical monsters behind the mechanical creator roared in anger. Wang Fan was not afraid at all when facing his suddenly increased strength. Because their king is invincible. Oh. After being completely possessed by Ren Long Wang, Wang Fan's temperament became more and more brutal. An inexplicable anger and violence emerged in his heart. The next moment, Wang Fan appeared in front of the mechanical creator as if by teleportation. A fierce punch was thrown. Bang! Boom, boom. There was a loud explosion in the air. The power of this punch was several times stronger than the previous one. The mechanical creator is still controlling the mechanical throne to resist. Boom! Wang Fan's fist hit the cool and domineering mechanical throne again, making a loud noise. The mechanical throne remained unmoved and blocked all of Wang Fan's attacks. Wang Fan looked at it, and madness appeared in his eyes. Break it for me. With a loud roar, Wang Fan began to swing his fists wildly. The huge wings behind Wang Fan stabilized his body, and the two ferocious giant fists in front of him danced wildly, as fast as a rainstorm and with terrifying momentum. The loud explosions occurred between the mechanical throne and Wang Fan's fists, making people feel as if their eardrums were about to explode. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. During the continuous and fierce bombardment, a hint of surprise appeared on the calm face of the mechanical creator. Because on its mechanical throne, the exquisite and gorgeous mechanical material actually had tiny cracks that appeared incredibly. The attack of the human in front of him actually broke its mechanical throne. The mechanical creator uttered a surprising groan. The next moment, it retracted the mechanical throne that was blocking its way. The mechanical creator swung out its slender mechanical arms suddenly, and a punch collided with Wang Fan's attack. Boom! A strong air shock wave started to surge wildly in all directions with the two men's colliding fists as the center. Bump! The next moment, Wang Fan's body was smashed hard into the city buildings behind him. After crashing into the mechanical houses, they were instantly crushed to pieces by the powerful impact force of Wang Fan. Bang! Wang Fan's body was buried by the collapsed rubble. The mechanical creator who caused all this slowly retracted his arm. A smile appeared on its humanoid face. The body of the mechanical creator floated in the air and slowly sat back on the mechanical throne behind him. The next moment, a monster walked out from the mechanical monsters behind the mechanical creator. At the signal of the mechanical creator, it walked towards the place where Wang Fan's body fell. This is a level 8 mechanical mutant creature, over 50 meters in size, with its body covered with layers of thick black armor, like a black warrior. Bang, bang, bang. The ground rumbled as the mechanical black warrior walked. There was a sudden movement in the collapsed mechanical ruins, and a giant mechanical stone suddenly shot out from there. Bump! The mechanical dark warrior blocked the mechanical stone with one hand and crushed it in his palm. Roar! The mechanical black warrior looked towards the ruins. Call! Wang Fan slowly walked out from a pile of mechanical waste. There were many scars on his body, and the dark blue muscles of Ren Long Wang were also a little damaged. He looked a little disheveled and messy. Call! So strong. Wang Fan's somewhat hoarse voice sounded. After that punch from the mechanical creator just now, Wang Fan felt as if his right arm was about to break. However, thanks to the extraordinary recovery ability of Ren Long Wang, his right arm has now recovered to its original state. Wang Fan shook his arms and twisted his neck. Is this the combat power of a level 10 mutant creature? Roar! The mechanical black warrior has arrived in front of Wang Fan, and its tall and majestic body directly blocks Wang Fan's vision and light. Humph, you dare to come. Wang Fan looked at the unruly mechanical black warrior and said with disdain. The next moment, Wang Fan's aura surged again, and his muscles bulged, looking as terrifying as a winding python. Bump! The mechanical floor beneath Wang Fan's feet was crushed, and the ground vibrated with a wail. Before the mechanical black warrior could react, Wang Fan was already approaching. Boom! A powerful punch hit the mechanical black warrior's head fiercely. Although Wang Fan is only about 5 meters tall, the momentum of this punch is comparable to a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical black warrior's head was hit hard, and his body was pushed backward by inertia and fell heavily to the ground. Die! The black flesh wings behind Wang Fan spread out. He gathered strength in the air, and then moved like a sledgehammer to the earth. Boom, boom, boom. This terrifying force, like a missile, hit the mechanical black warrior the moment it caused the opponent's limbs to suddenly bend and his body to sink to the ground. Bump! The mechanical ground within a radius of several kilometers was affected, and irregular spiderweb cracks appeared on the black metal surface. This attack was not only loud and powerful, but also incredibly powerful. Level 8 Mechanical Dark Warrior, Death. Wang Fan flapped his wings and quickly came to its chest. Wang Fan stretched out his devilish-looking hand and took out his energy crystal. He placed one hand on the muscle tissue of Ren Long Wang on his body surface to absorb it. Call. After doing this in an instant, Wang Fan felt that the experience of losing consciousness in his body was slowly fading away. He must continuously absorb high-level energy crystals during battle in order to maintain his current state. Otherwise, once his blood and energy are drained by Ren Long Wang, he will lose consciousness and sanity and be completely dominated by Ren Long Wang. The latter is also the worst outcome for biological weapons users. At that time, the authorities would not only lose a powerful biological weapon, but also a very terrifying monster would be born. Roar! The mechanical creator in the distance saw Wang Fan easily kill one of his men. Anger also rose in its heart. After all, this is its territory. How could it allow outsiders to kill its own brothers at will? The mechanical throne beneath the mechanical creator suddenly began to float. It seemed as if it was not bound by gravity and flew towards Wang Fan at a high speed. Feeling the mechanical creator's undisguised murderous intent, Wang Fan was not frightened. After all, he came here to kill the level 10 mutant creature and was prepared to make sacrifices. Chapter 189, Complete Possession. Ah! Wang Fan looked at the mechanical creator attacking him and suddenly roared. His body also began to swell at this moment. It was originally 5 meters tall, and this time it continued to expand, and its height soon exceeded 10 meters. But his size continues to expand. The dark blue muscles on Wang Fan's body became deeper and more ferocious. Puff, puff, puff. From the dark blue muscle tissue behind Wang Fan, 3 ferocious and thick tails broke out of the flesh. There are 4 ferocious tails in total, which are constantly swinging like pythons. Wang Fan's posture also changed from standing to crawling, and the dark blue muscles on his body continued to bulge and deform. After just a few seconds, Wang Fan had completely turned into a monster. The complete form of Ren Long Wang. Wang Fan knew very well that the ordinary possession state of Ren Long Wang could not compete with the level 10 mutated creature in front of him. Therefore, he now forces himself to completely merge with Ren Long Wang, using himself as a carrier to allow Ren Long Wang as strength to fully burst out. You should know that Ren Long Wang itself was created by Ren Long, a level 10 marine mutant creature in the border waters of China. The ultimate power that biological weapons can release can completely reach the full strength of the original body when it was alive. Once the user enters this complete state of biological weapons, he will gradually lose his consciousness and thinking, which is irreversible, until finally, it is completely devoured by the biological weapon's body and becomes nutrients. Roar, roar. At this moment, Wang Fan's strong limbs were on the ground, and his head had completely turned into a ferocious dragon head like the one in Chinese legend. Its body became extremely huge, at least 20 meters in size, with 4 thick black and blue tails constantly swinging behind it. Wang Fan has now completely turned into the same appearance as Ren Long did back then, except that he is much smaller in size. Roar. Kill you. Wang Fan looked at the mechanical creator in front of him with the last bit of thought in his huge eyes like copper bells. Killing intent spread from Ren Long Wang Fan. In order to kill this level 10 mutant creature, he would not hesitate to die. Everyone in Jingtian number 6 in the distance also saw this scene. All the soldiers and staff present lowered their heads slightly, feeling a little reluctant. Even if Wang Fan wins this battle, he can't come back. Lu Yi, please contact the headquarters immediately and report the current situation. Deputy Commander Xiao Wu shouted to a staff member beside him. Yes, yes. Don't just stand there. Data analysts, quickly activate the battleship's data storage and record the combat data. Wang Fan's battle was destined to result in his sacrifice, so Xiao Wu also wanted to record this level 10 versus level 10 peak battle as much as possible. After all, combat data between high-level creatures is extremely valuable. Commander Wang, I will always remember you. On the ground, Ren Long Wang Fan has already launched an attack on the mechanical creator. The power brought by the huge size is also huge. Rin Longwang Fan directly crashed into the mechanical creature in the low altitude. The opponent quickly gained altitude to avoid the collision. But the next moment, the wings on both sides of Rin Longwang Fan's back suddenly spread out, covering the sky. The length is over 30 meters. It flew up into the air like a blanket of fire and launched a second attack on the mechanical creator that had just dodged. Roar! Seeing the aggressive Rin Longwang Fan, the mechanical creator's confident expression finally faltered. Wang Fan in this form already poses a threat to it. Crack, crack, crack. Mechanical deformation began to appear on the surface of the mechanical creator's body, and pieces of black metal twisted and changed mechanically. In the blink of an eye, a thick defensive mechanical wall formed on its body. The next moment, the mechanical creator actually faced the rushing Ren Long Wang Fan directly. Boom boom. The two collided. Although the mechanical creator was much smaller than Shangren Longwang Fan, their strength was evenly matched. The mechanical creator also felt the other party's strength, and it was almost as powerful as it. Roar! The next moment, Ren Long Wang Fan suddenly opened his dragon mouth, and a heart-pounding black energy wave began to condense rapidly. A moment later, boom. The energy wave from Ren Long Wang Fan's mouth was launched instantly, because the distance was too close and the attack speed was too fast. The mechanical creator failed to dodge this attack, and was hit completely. Buzz boom. The strong black energy wave lasted for a few seconds before dissipating into the air. The mechanical creator on the opposite side took the entire blow. Bang! The heavy mechanical armor that had just been fused on the mechanical creator was shattered by this attack, and mechanical fragments fell. The mechanical creator also seemed to have suffered serious injuries and looked a little disheveled. Fortunately, several mechanical chains appeared on the ground, firmly fixing the mechanical creator's body in the air. The group of machine monsters behind him were all horrified. They never thought that their invincible and powerful king would be injured. Rin Longwang Fan stopped attacking and took a short breath to recover from his energy consumption. The two of them looked at each other briefly. A few seconds later, both sides entered the second battle. As soon as Rin Longwang Fan came up, he swung his four thick tails to attack the mechanical creator. The four tails seemed to be able to extend from its back, directly exceeding the body and attacking the mechanical creator. The mechanical creator was not surprised by this, and slowly raised its hands. The mechanical hand controlled the mechanical materials on the surrounding ground. Soon, several mechanical chains of the same size merged and rushed towards Rin Long Wangfan's tail. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical chain and the tail collided with each other, entangled and strangled each other. But it is obvious that the mechanical chains of the mechanical creator are superior. Soon, Rin Long Wangfan's four black tails were pierced and strangled. Flesh and blood fell to the ground, and Rin Long Wangfan let out angry roars. It began to move its body, and the black energy light waves gathered in its mouth again. But this time the mechanical creator was well prepared. The mechanical throne not far away flew over the next moment. It quickly deformed in front of the mechanical creator and condensed into a huge mechanical round shield. Boom, boom. Rin Long Wangfan's energy wave bombarded the mechanical round shield. The powerful energy wave was blocked, and part of it was rebounded into the surrounding air by the structure of the mechanized round shield. After a few seconds, Rin Long Wangfan ended the energy wave attack and was panting slightly. Obviously, this kind of energy wave attack consumes a huge amount of energy. Snort. The mechanical creator snorted softly, as if expressing disdain and mockery. The next moment, the mechanical round shield in front of the mechanical creator deformed again. After a series of mechanical deformations, an extremely sharp black giant spear appeared in front of the mechanical creator. Chapter 190. Losing consciousness and turning into a monster. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of mechanical collision and splicing continued to ring out. The mechanical spear in front of the mechanical creator is becoming bigger and more terrifying. After a few seconds, the entire mechanical spear was more than 20 meters long, with black mechanical fragments spliced together on it and covered with barbs. Drink. The mechanical creator roared, and then the mechanical spear shot towards Rin Long Wangfan's position with great force. This spear is unstoppable, like a spear that breaks an army. Puff. Almost in the blink of an eye, it pierced through Rin Long Wangfan's body, and the tip of the spear came out from behind Rin Long Wangfan, bringing out a large amount of dark blue blood. Puff. Rin Long Wangfan's whole body trembled slightly. He froze in place, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Roar. However, this spear also aroused the bloodiness and cruelty of Rin Long Wangfan. Its most primitive monster instinct is rapidly eroding Wang Fan's consciousness and beliefs. Surrender your body to my control and unleash my full fighting power. You will gain unparalleled fighting power. It seemed like the whispers of ancient creatures kept echoing in Wang Fan's mind. Wang Fan immediately agreed, and he disappeared from this world with his last bit of consciousness. Let your body play its last value. We must kill it. The next moment, Rinlong Wang Fan completely transformed into Rinlong. Rinlong's aura began to surge again, and his body continued to expand and grow at this moment. 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. It didn't stop growing until its body length exceeded 100 meters, and the 8 thick and ferocious tails behind it danced wildly. Its head is like that of an ancient long-necked dragon from Blue Star. Its body is huge, with a pair of giant wings on both sides of its back flapping slightly, and its body is covered with dense scales. This is the true appearance of the overlord of the ocean, Rinlong. Roar, roar. Rinlong let out a roar towards the sky that resounded through the clouds, and the whole dragon seemed to be excited. Although only a small part of its consciousness is still there, it is enough. Humans bombed it to death and made it into biological weapons, and it still remembers all of this. Damn humans. But at this moment, Rinlong looked at the mechanical creator opposite him. Damn it, you dared to beat me like this. Rinlong has a bad temper. Having just been reborn, it needs to vent the anger in its heart. The mechanical creator felt somewhat surprised and suspicious when he saw Rinlong's aura suddenly increasing and his body changing again. Drink. The calmness and indifference on the face of the mechanical creator disappeared. It began to rapidly condense mechanical matter in front of it. In a flash, another 20-meter-long mechanical spear appeared. The mechanical creator shot the mechanical spear at Rinlong without hesitation. Roar! Rinlong roared when he saw this. The next moment, an energy wave even more terrifying than before condensed in its mouth and directly faced the mechanical spear. Boom, boom, bang. The mechanical spear was directly shattered, and large pieces of mechanical debris scattered on the ground. Rinlong's energy wave had not yet dissipated, and continued to pass through the mechanical spear and bombard the position of the mechanical creator. Buzz! The mechanical creator hurriedly controlled the mechanical throne beside him to block in front of him. The heart-pounding black energy wave hit the mechanical throne in the next instant. The mechanical creator didn't have time to transform the form of the mechanical throne. Boom, boom. The black energy wave lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before dissipating. The mechanical throne was not destroyed, but more cracks appeared on it. This surprised the mechanical creator. This mechanical throne is a weapon made of the hardest mechanical material. The mechanical creator's eyes grew serious. Rinlong's growing strength has exceeded its expectations. The strength displayed by Rinlong now is no less than level 10. Roar! Rinlong stared at the mechanical creator with a pair of dragon eyes filled with bloodthirsty and brutal intent. It could also sense the powerful aura of the peak level 10 from the other party. Although it has now recovered its original strength, it is hard to say who will win or lose if a real fight breaks out. Its limbs moved slowly and slightly backwards, as if testing its mechanical creator. The mechanical creator naturally saw Rinlong's intention. But this is its territory. Now someone has come to its home base and is taking advantage of it. How can it just let him go? Drink. The mechanical creator roared, opened its arms, and began to slowly float in the air. The next moment, a large amount of mechanical matter in Tianhua City began to gather in its body. The mechanical chains that were initially inserted into the ground also loosened at this moment and flew towards the location of the mechanical creator. This situation and scene was as terrifying as if there was an unexpected movement in heaven and earth. The surrounding mechanical monsters also roared continuously, as if cheering for their king. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of metal and machinery colliding continued. The mechanical creator's figure in the air continued to receive the mechanical materials flying over. After a few seconds, the surrounding movement stopped. The mechanical creator suddenly spread out its limbs, and the powerful aura on its body spread out in all directions without reservation. It also intends to use all its strength. At this time, the surface of the mechanical creator's body was covered with a layer of shiny black mechanical armor. It was as if he was wearing a domineering mechanical armor, and his body, which was originally less than 10 meters tall, was raised to about 12 meters. A pair of mechanical wings are also assembled on the back. In the space around its body, hideous mechanical chains flowed slowly, forming an elliptical mechanical chain circle around its body. Looks so cool. Roar. Drink. Rinlong was not at all inferior to the mechanical creator. The two level 10 mutant creatures have entered their strongest combat stance. Suddenly, a mechanical chain on the mechanical creator suddenly shot towards Rin Long's position. Swoosh. The mechanical chain was extremely sharp and moved extremely fast, not giving Rin Long any time to react. Puff. A bloody hole was pierced through Rin Long's body, but he didn't react at all. Rin Long looked at the mechanical creator with cold eyes. The next moment, the 8 tails behind it began to dance. The 8 tails began to stretch and lengthen, shooting directly towards the mechanical creator. At this moment, Rin Long's body rushed towards the mechanical creator. In its mouth, a terrifying energy wave is rapidly gathering. Roar! Rin Long was huge in size and attacked from a distance of several thousand meters almost instantly. It opened its dragon mouth, and the black energy wave inside was released at this moment. A circular mechanical component in front of the mechanical creator quickly deformed. The machinery in the center of the body faded away, and with a burst of mechanical deformation, a black and white energy muzzle with a diameter of more than 2 meters was revealed. Chapter 191. Bang out the cannon. Let the dragon die. As the energy muzzle in the center of the mechanical creator's chest began to gather energy, a bright white light shone brightly, and the next moment a white energy shock wave burst out. It collided with the black energy wave released by Rin Long. The two light waves, carrying terrifying power and aura, collided instantly. The resulting impact force spread directly to the surrounding city blocks. Houses, trees, buildings, cars, etc. were all blown away and damaged without exception. Boom, 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 boom. 2 energy waves, one black and one white, collided with each other and devoured each other. The bombardment of energy waves continued, and no one gave in for a while. The mechanical minions behind the mechanical creator were all starting to feel uneasy. But the energy wave collision between the two was too strong and violent. They can only leave here temporarily and watch from a safe distance farther away. The energy wave bombardment between the mechanical creator and Rin Long lasted for dozens of seconds. Both of them seemed to have done it on purpose and ended their energy wave attacks at the same time. Huh. The energy turret in front of the mechanical creator was emitting wisps of high-temperature heat, like white mist. It's like a machine that has been working at high intensity and needs to stop and rest. This is enough to prove that the energy wave attack just used by the mechanical creator is very costly. Rin Long, on the other side, had almost the same reaction. The dragon's mouth opened wide, gasping for breath, its eyes staring dangerously at the mechanical creator. During their first all-out confrontation, both sides gained a preliminary understanding of each other's strength. Roar, roar, roar. After a short rest, Rin Long took the lead in launching the second wave of attacks towards the mechanical creator. It flapped the 2 wings on its back and took off into the air. Upon seeing this, the mechanical creator also flew into the air. But the difference is that the pair of mechanical wings behind it did not wave, but just stood there quietly. It looks like a decoration, and no one knows what ability it uses to fly. Roar! Rin Long began to charge. With its body length of over 100 meters, brute force is often the most effective method of attack. Although the mechanical creator is not as huge as Rin Long, as a level 10 mutant creature, its power should not be underestimated. Clang! The mechanical creator's arms collided with Rin Long's forelimbs, making a loud noise. But the next moment, the mechanical creator felt as if his arm was about to break. It is obvious that it cannot compare to Rin Long in strength. Huh! The mechanical creator then loosened his arms and flew quickly to the side in the air. Huh! Then, tiny black sharp objects suddenly deformed and shot out from the mechanical tissues on its body. These tiny, sharp mechanical objects were like hidden weapons, and they shot towards Rin Long almost instantly. Puff! 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 Hundreds of mechanical blasting fragments were inserted into Rin Long's body, and the next moment the mechanical creator had an idea. Those mechanical blasting fragments that entered Rin Long's body produced energy fusion. Violent explosions like targeted blasts rang out, as if they were about to demolish a building on Rin Long's body. The sound was terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. Rin Long felt the violent explosion and unbearable pain coming from his body, and roared in anger. Then the 8 tails behind it attacked madly like crazy. The corners of the mechanical creator's mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't care about Rin Long's tails. It flew at a very fast speed, temporarily away from Rin Long. Pulling a distance, the mechanical creator looked at Rin Long with cold eyes, growling, as if conveying something. Rin Long had also recovered from the explosion of the mechanical blasting fragment. There were large patches of blood all over its body, and a lot of flesh had been blown off, making it look rather hideous. However, These injuries are only minor injuries to the huge Renlong. The two looked at each other again in the air. The mechanical armor on the mechanical creator began to glow slightly, as if some power was gathering on it. Bang! Destroy the cannon. The next moment, the energy light on the surface of the mechanical creator reached its peak. A suffocating and terrifying power suddenly appeared. Then, a bright light suddenly appeared with the mechanical creator itself as the center. The diameter of a few meters at the beginning expanded to dozens of meters in almost an instant. The energy above that makes any living creature feel fear is gathering, intersecting, and blending at a rapid speed. Even Renlong, who was usually calm, became frightened the moment he felt the energy light. This is the fear of death. Die. A human voice actually came out of the mouth of the mechanical creator. The tone was low and cold, without any emotional fluctuation. Roar. Renlong started to defend himself when he felt this energy light. Its 8 thick tails wrap around and extend around its body. It directly covered his entire body, forming a spherical state. The bluish-black surface of the skin above began to darken, as if it had lost its luster. This is Renlong's strongest defensive posture. Gather all the energy in the body into the tail, use the tail to wrap the whole body, absorb the life on it, and turn it into a dead object. Once this move is used, after it ends, Renlong's tail will die, and it will take time to grow back. Buzz. As Renlong took his best defensive stance, the mechanical creator's boom cannon followed. This is the most powerful blow it has ever produced, gathering all its energy, using mechanical matter as a carrier, and absorbing the mechanical matter from several kilometers around it. Boom, boom, boom. The light of the blast cannon instantly came in front of Renlong's curled-up body and made contact with him the next moment. Buzz. The dazzling light was like the end of the world, robbing all creatures around it of their visual experience. A few minutes later, the somewhat embarrassed figure of the mechanical creator appeared somewhere in the sky above Tianhua City. The surrounding city ground has now been reduced to ashes, with no grass growing. Even though the boom cannon was an attack launched by the mechanical creator itself, it was still affected to some extent. But at this moment, the mechanical creator's face showed only excitement and pride. His strongest attack completely hit the opponent. The mechanical creator raised its flying altitude and searched for its target among the pile of machines that had become a ruin. Renlong was very big, so the mechanical creator easily found his body. Renlong's body was now in tatters, and his 8 black tails were gone. He was probably blown to pieces. The mechanical creator slowly floated in the air and came to a super huge pit. This place looks like it was hit by an extraterrestrial meteorite, and the damage caused is shocking. The mechanical creator looked at the huge creature corpse in the pit. It was Renlong's. Chapter 192, Mechanical Girl. The mechanical creator flew to Renlong's body in the pit. A few dozen minutes later, the mechanical creator in the big pit suddenly experienced a mutation in the mechanical structure of its body. Colorful light suddenly rose up and enveloped the area in the pit, and the shape of the mechanical creator in the light was constantly twisting and changing. A large number of mechanical monsters around slowly approached the perimeter of the pit. They stood on the high ground around the pit and waited quietly, not daring to enter. A few hours later, the colorful light that enveloped the huge pit dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Renlong's body had disappeared, and the figure of the mechanical creator had also disappeared. Only a 3-meter-high mechanical giant egg was left in the pit. The dark lines on it glow with light, sacred and mysterious. The mechanical monsters around were looking at the mechanical eggs in the pit with some curiosity, not knowing what was going on. Crack. The next moment, the mechanical egg reacted. There was a slight cracking sound on the surface of the eggshell, and the surface of the mechanical egg began to gradually break and fall off. It also revealed what was inside. It was a black mechanical cube with a precise surface, a bit like a Rubik's Cube. It began to absorb the life, energy, and essence remaining on the mechanical egg. The next second, the mechanical block mutated again. As the mechanical material inside continued to leak out, the mechanical blocks continued to assemble and deform. A dozen seconds later, a graceful figure appeared inside the eggshell. She looked like the most perfect work of art in the world, with her long, smooth hair flowing down behind her. On both sides of her head, there is a pair of delicate mechanical horns, which add a bit of playfulness to her. The girl's delicate eyebrows trembled slowly, and the next second, she opened her blue eyes without a trace of emotion. The girl raised her arm, and the next moment it was covered with a layer of black scale armor. The mechanical girl walked out of the mechanical eggshell that was no longer worth anything. She came outside, stepping on the huge crater created by her strongest attack. The mechanical girl raised her head and looked around. The mechanical monsters around her subconsciously lowered their heads when they met her eyes. This is submission and fear to the mechanical girl. The corners of the mechanical girl's mouth gradually curled up, and coupled with her beautiful face, her appearance was simply not that of a human. The mechanical girl raised her hand slightly, and a layer of mechanical armor began to spread over her delicate pink arm. Then came her other limbs, neck and then head, until her entire body was wrapped in a gorgeous black mechanical armor. The mechanical girl's body slowly rose into the air, and suddenly 16 extremely sharp black mechanical pyramids gathered behind her. Their tips point to one point, and there is a fixed distance between them, forming an irregular pyramid barrier behind the mechanical girl. The mechanical girl slowly flew towards a certain direction of Tianhua City. The mechanical creatures on the ground were like they were injected with chicken blood, and they followed the mechanical girl madly. In this battle, the Chinese government not only lost a top-notch biological weapon, but also promoted the evolution of mechanical creators into higher-level life forms. Originally, Jingtian No. 6, which was high in the sky above Tianhua City, had already evacuated from here before the mechanical creator released that shocking attack. The power of that attack was so terrifying that even the intelligence system of Jingtian No. 6 could not detect it. As for the result, you can imagine. Xiao Wu has already controlled Jingtian No. 6 to return to the headquarters. This time not only did the mission fail, Commander Wang Fan was sacrificed, and even King Ren Long was lost. Xiao Wu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had already thought of his fate when he returned to the headquarters. And in another vast and boundless sky, a huge black and ferocious ship, over 100 meters long, was sailing at a constant speed. In the high-tech battleship, Su Bei sat in the captain's room and looked at the control screen in front of him. Now they are far away from the Tianhua City at that time. Su Bei was somewhat relieved that he had escaped from the level 10 mechanical creator. With his current combat power, he can only run away when facing a level 10 existence. Su Bei no longer thought about the things in Tianhua City. He turned his head to look at the royal sister system beside him. System, where are we now? Master, we are now above Dongfeng City. It will take another 3 days to reach Longdu. Ever since meeting the mechanical creator, Su Bei has also seen the horror of this world. The system had told him that level 10 was not the pinnacle of this creature, and there were even more terrifying existences above level 10. Su Bei looked at the control screen in front of him. It seems that my strength is still too weak. Then Master, please quickly gather all the upgrade requirements for the battleship and upgrade it. In this way, this battleship will have even greater combat power to protect its master. The Royal Sister System said seductively with a confident look on her face. A 7th-tier high-tech battleship, its comprehensive combat power far exceeds that of an ordinary level 10 vessel. How about it, Master? Let the system protect you then. Trying to trick him into giving him an advanced high-tech battleship? No way. Su Bei rejected it mercilessly. If you want to be strong, you must first become strong yourself. What's more, the system will need the corpses of 3 level 10 mutant creatures for the next battleship upgrade. This condition is still too far away from me at the moment. The Royal Sister System deliberately showed a little disappointment on her pretty face and winked at Su Bei to encourage him. Okay, then Master, work hard and try to kill 3 level 10 mutant creatures as soon as possible. Alright system, how's the costume I asked you to make for me? Su Bei suddenly changed the subject. Because of the last battle, Su Bei's high-tech clothes were damaged. 2 days ago, Su Bei asked the system to make a set of high-tech clothes. It's ready, Master. The clothes modified this time will be more resistant to damage. Hearing the system's salesperson-like tone, Su Bei became a little suspicious. I hope so. Su Bei also didn't want his clothes to explode when fighting other monsters. Although the other party is just a mutated monster and does not understand these human ways. But Su Bei still felt embarrassed instinctively. Xiaoju, come over here too. I'll help you make it this time too. Oh. For people and one fish came to the battleship's high-tech transformation room. The system goes to take out the clothes modified by the machine. Each person has a set. Even Xiaoyu has an exclusive set. However, it is no longer considered clothing. It would be more appropriate to call it equipment. After all, the black technology transformation function is also very powerful. The transformed clothes can defend against the full force attack of ordinary level 7 creatures without being damaged. As for fighting against level 8 or even level 9 mutant creatures, the main thing to pay attention to is that there won't be too much damage. Chapter 193, Dragon City. 3 days later, high in the sky above a bustling city with tall buildings. The high-tech battleship in stealth mode slowly approached with its power engine running smoothly. The super-large city below is the core city of southern China, Longdu. Su Bei sat in the captain's room, looking at the bird's-eye view of the city displayed on the control screen in front of him, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Because looking down from the high altitude where the black technology battleship is located, most of the buildings and structures in Longdu remain intact, and there is no smoke or large monsters in the city. Just looking at the whole thing, it seems that everything in Longdu is in good order and there is no damage. Su Bei couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the core city in the south, the military is truly formidable. Su Xiaoju, who was standing by, also became interested after seeing this. This was the first time they had seen a city as well preserved as Longdu. Brother Su Bei, are we going to this city to hunt monsters? Hearing Su Xiaoju's puzzled voice, Su Bei spoke lightly. Yes, we are indeed going to Longdu, but this time we are not going to hunt monsters. Su Bei looked at the prosperous buildings on the control screen, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. We're here this time to make a deal with the military. The reason why Su Bei chose to go to Longdu was not only because it was located on the main transportation route in southern China and was a core city. It is also because Longdu has the entire headquarters of China's 9th military region. There are plenty of high-end advanced technological weapons and war weapons inside. If we talk about combat power, even if a level 10 mutant creature comes, it can't take over Longdu. Su Bei's purpose is naturally to obtain the energy crystals in the 9th military region of Longdu. The area of the entire Longdu is at least dozens of times the size of Beihai City, and the number of advanced mutant creatures bred there is also huge. Even level 9 or even level 10 mutant creatures have a high probability of appearing. In order to stabilize the morale and development of the city, the military of the 9th military district will definitely gather all their firepower to kill those monsters at the first possible moment. In this way, the 9th military region will definitely have a large amount of energy crystal reserves. What Su Bei wanted was naturally the reserves of advanced energy crystals in the hands of the military region. Of course, Su Bei is not a dark faction, and he would not be stupid enough to steal the military's energy crystals now. Su Bei came to Longdu this time just to use the black tech potion made from the black tech battleship to trade energy crystals with the military. As for whether the other party would accept his deal, Su Bei was not worried at all. After all, the battleship's high-tech potion has an incredible effect, and it's a product that's ahead of its time. Just briefly introduce it to the other party and test one, and I guarantee that the military will be willing to use all its energy crystals to trade with Su Bei. Of course, it is not ruled out that people in the military are jealous of Su Bei's high-tech medicines and even warships. When Su Bei thought of this, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It's best if this result doesn't happen, otherwise. Su Bei grinned, but didn't say anything else. Otherwise, I'll let this battleship bombard them with laser cannons. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly interrupted Su Bei's mind. So fierce and aggressive. Su Bei felt inexplicably warm in his heart. The system was still on his side. Don't worry, we now have enough strength to compete with them. Su Bei's eyes became firm, and the confidence in his heart was beyond words. Anyone who prevents me from becoming stronger will be my enemy. The city below the high-tech battleship, Longdu, a highly prosperous metropolis before the end of the world, has gone beyond the scope of ordinary cities and has become a core thoroughfare in the southern region of China. Due to Longdu's vast terrain, there are no less than 50 cities adjacent to it. The west side is close to a large sea area. The garrison here is none other than the 9th Military Region headquarters. At this time, in a military-exclusive office building, in a high-end office on the top floor. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door, and an assistant beside Wu Changkong walked over to open the door. There was a communications soldier standing outside the door. Seeing his anxious look, the assistant asked, "What's the matter? Why are you so anxious?" The soldier outside the door was a little out of breath, obviously having run too fast. "Sir, something bad has happened. Just now, news came from headquarters that the killing mission in Tianhua City has failed." Tianhua City. The assistant at the door didn't react for a moment. However, Wu Changkong in the room was a superpowered person himself, and he directly captured the conversation between the two people at the door. The mission in Tianhua City failed? Wu Changkong lost his composure after hearing this, and stood up and walked to the communications soldier at the door. "Explain it to me carefully." Yes. After listening to the soldier's message, Wu Changkong's face also became ugly. This matter can be said to be the most troublesome problem he has encountered recently. We had originally requested help from headquarters and had already sent people to deal with it. But I didn't expect it to fail. Has headquarters heard the news? Your Excellency, they have received it. Okay, I understand. You can leave first. Wu Changkong pinched his brows, walked back to his seat with a tired look on his face, and sat down. Wu Chang. Okay, go prepare a second virtual video call for me. This time, help me contact Mr. Kong directly. Yes. The assistant was a little surprised. The Mr. Kong that Wu Changkong mentioned is the old man from the last video conference. He is the highest executive officer of the Chinese military. He is considered one of the highest-ranking officials in the Chinese military. The assistant appeared hurriedly and prepared to make contact. Wu Changkong, who was sitting in the boss chair, had a gloomy look on his face. This is really true. Troubles keep coming. The other side. Su Bei has already brought Shi to the ground. To make a deal with the 9th military region here, Su Bei must first find their supreme controller. Su Xiaoju always wanted Su Bei to take her down, but he refused. Bringing only Shi is also to reduce unnecessary trouble. After all, Su Xiaoju is a fox-eared girl, and she looks so beautiful. If we follow Su Bei, we will definitely get into a lot of trouble. As for Shi, Su Bei gave her a white jade mask covering half of her face when he came down. This mask is also a piece of high-tech equipment produced by Battleship. When worn, it can conceal one's own breath and maintain the wearer's emotional fluctuations. It can be regarded as a good decoration. Of course, the main purpose of having Shi wear a mask is to help her cover up her beautiful face that can charm any man. Let's go. She subconsciously moved closer to Su Bei and put one hand on Su Bei's arm. Chapter 194, Brother Jia appears. Su Bei and the other person headed towards Longdu. Su Bei discovered on the black tech battleship that the outer perimeter of Longdu had already been surrounded by a circle of black walls. The entire city is protected inside to resist the invasion of those mutated creatures outside. Su Bei and the other person were moving quickly on the city roads, and everything around them was rapidly receding. This was the first time for Su Bei to experience such reckless running on the city streets. The end of the world brings not only disasters, but also powers that have never existed in peacetime. She beside him remained calm and followed Su Bei. This made Su Bei very satisfied. If he brought Su Xiaoju with him, he would definitely ask a lot of questions along the way. The two men were moving at high speed on the road in the ruined city, their figures hesitant and their afterimages constantly moving. Su Bei asked the system to choose a landing location not far from Longdu. Therefore, after more than 10 minutes, the two of them also approached the territory of Longdu. After coming here, Su Bei could clearly feel the decrease in the number of mutated monsters around him. The monsters here must have been hunted by the military. Su Bei's figure gradually stopped, and she beside him also stopped. The two began to walk slowly. There wasn't a single mutant around, and it seemed eerie and quiet. Su Bei's walking steps suddenly stopped. Shi, who was behind him, was slightly stunned when he saw Su Bei's actions, but he quickly reacted. There's danger. Shi Qiao's face showed alertness and her body was slightly in a defensive posture. Well, it seems that it is not some rubbish monster. Su Bei's voice came faintly. The next moment, he stretched out his hands from his pockets and looked up at a corner of the city ahead. Huh! The air around them suddenly rustled, and it seemed as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. It gives people the illusion that there are dangers everywhere. Careful! Bang! 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 A dull sound of footsteps was heard, and the sound made by this kind of walking was simply not something that humans could produce. Su Bei narrowed his eyes and looked towards the place where the footsteps came from. She beside him also looked over. At the corner of the side street in front of Su Bei, a tall figure over 2 meters tall slowly walked out. He has the appearance and features of a human and is more robust in build. Su Bei estimated that the other person was at least 2 meters and 2 centimeters tall, and his body was full of explosive muscles and cuticles. It feels like a human, but not a human. Name Jiegu. Level, peak level 8. Special ability, greatness, S+. Skills, excitement, rampage, strongman lockman, let me see. Personality, has special hobbies. Current status, searching for prey. Life level high. Evaluation, a special human being who has undergone some kind of experimental transformation and has gone beyond the scope of human beings, but has retained a certain degree of consciousness and wisdom. Su Bei was stunned when he saw the analysis given by the system. This guy? Su Bei's slightly opened O-shaped mouth can already show his mood at the moment. He is just galloping on horseback. What the hell is this skill and introduction? System, why don't you come out and explain? System, why should I explain? The analysis panel has it clearly stated. Master, this guy is just a modified human who underwent some kind of biological experiment, but his personality is a bit peculiar. The corners of Su Bei's mouth twitched. Brother Jia on the opposite side had already discovered Su Bei. Su Bei looks handsome and masculine, and the energy fluctuations in his body are also extremely powerful. In this deserted city ruin, it is hard not to attract Brother Jia's attention. As for she, who had a stunning appearance, she had long been ignored by Brother Jia. Are you kidding? Brother Jia specializes in catching male prey. Quack. Handsome guy. Brother Jia looked at Su Bei's handsome face and let out a strange cry. It seemed that he had been transformed into a non-human state, and even his speech was a little awkward. When Su Bei heard the voice made by Brother Jia, he got goosebumps. Hey. Brother Jia still had that evil smile on his face, and it seemed like his saliva was about to flow down. Coupled with his expression, it made people want to take a step back. Su Bei. She, who was next to Su Bei, also noticed something unusual about Brother Jia. Is this guy a human or a monster? Also, why is he staring at Su Bei with such a strange look? She had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and his body subconsciously blocked Su Bei. When Brother Jia saw that his beloved prey was blocked by something, the evil smile on his face instantly turned into rage. Woman, get out! Brother Jia roared, looking very dissatisfied and angry, as if someone had snatched away his favorite toy. When she heard Brother Jia's voice, her pretty face instantly turned gloomy. Su Bei suddenly stopped she from stepping forward to take action. Su Bei is ashamed. Are you kidding? This Brother Jia has the terrifying strength of level 8. Even in the entire apocalypse today, they are still among the people at the top of the pyramid. She is only at the peak of level 5 now, and even if his innate skills and life level are stronger, it would be a bit of a stretch. Xiaoxi, let me do it. She felt Su Bei holding his hand and was slightly startled. Then she stopped and made way for Su Bei with a faint smile on his face. Well, that's good. Su Bei and she smiled at each other, then looked straight ahead. Feeling the handsome guy's gaze on him, Brother Jia's face, which had originally become furious, regained its obsession. So handsome. Quack. Brother Jia shouted in a somewhat sarcastic voice and began to walk towards Su Bei step by step. Su Bei's mouth curled up slightly at the greedy and undisguised gaze of Brother Jia. Although you're a little weird, but I didn't expect to encounter a level 8 here. Su Bei doesn't care whether Brother Jia is a human or a monster. He has now set his eyes on Brother Jia's level 8 energy crystal. Wow, boom. Suddenly, Su Bei's whole body was burning with flames. The king of tyranny. Xiaoxi, stay away. As Su Bei's reminder sounded, his figure had disappeared from the spot. She looked at the place where Su Bei had originally stood. There were large black scorch marks on the ground there. Ho! The raging flames made bursts of noise in the air as Su Bei moved at high speed. Brother Jia had originally relaxed his vigilance, but suddenly he felt a terrifying force and high temperature on his face. The next moment, his body flew backwards and slammed into a building behind him. Boom, boom. The house collapsed and disintegrated due to the powerful inertial impact of Brother Jia. But Brother Jia's body still did not stop and kept flying backwards in the air, crashing into one house after another. Chapter 195. First Battle with Brother Jia. 10 seconds later, a loud noise was heard. Suddenly, a huge piece of rubble flew over from the street in the distance. Su Bei jumped lightly to avoid the bombardment of the boulder. Boom. However, the house behind Su Bei suffered the most damage and was smashed to pieces by the huge rock. Su Bei looked towards the place where Brother Jia had been knocked away. There, Brother Jia slowly walked out. Although there was some gravel and dust on his body, and his clothes were already tattered. But Brother Jia's expression and his actions seemed extremely excited. Brother Jia hasn't encountered such a powerful male creature for a long time, and they are humans of the same race as him. Brother Jia showed a human-like crazy evil smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth raised wildly. The punch that Su Bei just displayed was very powerful, which is enough to prove that Su Bei is a very powerful human being. Brother Jia began to bend his body slightly, with his arms placed in front of his chest, as if gathering strength. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Jia suddenly stretched his muscles, and the clothes he was wearing began to burst into pieces. The strong and perfect muscles are displayed without reservation. However, some key parts of his body were still covered with a black keratinous substance. It looks a bit weird, and a bit like something that isn't worn by a human. Brother Jia has entered excitement mode. This is a derivative skill of his. After entering the excitement mode, all of Brother Jia's attributes will be doubled, and his strength will be extremely powerful. In the past, no male creature that encountered Brother Jia and turned on the excitement mode could escape the pain of flower explosion. Su Bei looked at Brother Jia in this state, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. He felt that he had met an extraordinary existence today. Brother Jia gave Su Bei a meaningful look. Handsome guy, come on. Damn it. Su Bei couldn't stand it anymore. The power of fire, fire dragon. Su Bei shouted loudly, stretched out one hand, and fiery red lines flowed on his slender arm. Soon the flames began to gather on the arm, deforming and gradually condensing into a dragon-shaped flame. A 5 or 6 meter long fire dragon appeared, and the surrounding space suddenly became a little dim. The ferocious fire dragon head bared its fangs and claws, as if it really had life. The fire dragon suddenly rushed towards Brother Jia's position. The power is unstoppable, as if it can devour everything. Inin. A sound like a dragon's roar echoed around, and wherever the space fire dragon passed, ripples were generated in the space. Brother Jia didn't dare to be too careless when looking at the powerful fire dragon. After all, Su Bei's strength was recognized by him, and he turned on the excitement mode. Brother Jia alternated his arms and blocked them in front of him to defend against Su Bei's fire dragon. The next second, the fire dragon rushed over fiercely. The crimson flames seemed to directly hit Brother Jia's arms, splashing sparks into the sky. Brother Jia's figure was instantly corroded by the fire dragon. Whoosh, whoosh. After a brief impact, the fire dragon hugged Brother Jia's body and began to burn madly. For a moment, Su Bei and she could not see the specific situation of Brother Jia in the flames. Su Bei was not in a hurry to take action. He just stood there and waited quietly for the fire dragon's attack to end. After dozens of seconds, the fire dragon energy released by Su Bei also completely disappeared. When the last bit of fire element energy particles dissipated in the air, Brother Jia's somewhat embarrassed figure was revealed inside. At this time, Brother Jia's body was a little red and hot, and one could see the terrifying temperature of Su Bei's fire dragon just now. Brother Jia looked at Su Bei with an inexplicable blush on his face. He looked at Su Bei excitedly as if nothing had happened. Brother Jia opened his mouth slightly, and a somewhat excited voice sounded. The flame just now again. Although Brother Jia's voice is not bad, it even has a hint of magnetism. But when Su Bei heard it, he just felt unwell. Su Bei couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, "What a pervert." Suddenly, the system's criticizing voice was also heard. Speaking of perverts, it seems the master is pretty amazing too. Hearing the system's voice, Su Bei was speechless. This system should be in the little lowly form today, right? Anything else? Brother Jia's somewhat impatient voice sounded again, bringing Su Bei's thoughts back to reality. Hateful. It was the first time that Su Bei felt angry. Yes, Nima. The flames around Su Bei suddenly increased, and the flames burned directly to a height of more than 10 meters. A terrifying flame field unfolded. The space within dozens of meters around was all covered by Su Bei's fire elements. A small sea of fire formed, with northern Jiangsu at the center. The next moment, Su Bei rushed towards Brother Jia and attacked with a punch carrying a blazing flame. The flames in the surrounding space were also drawn towards Su Bei's punch. The momentum of the flame fist grew stronger and stronger, unstoppable. Brother Jia is at least level 8, so he didn't dare to be careless when he saw Su Bei's attack. He stretched out his right hand and punched Su Bei with his strong bronze fist. A layer of black keratin tissue quickly grows and covers it. Boom boom. The two fists collided, and the impact force instantly swept across the entire sea of fire. Whoosh. Whoa. The surrounding flame field was directly shattered in this fist fight, and the surrounding environment returned to that of a city ruin. Bang, bang, bang. Su Bei was no match for Brother Jia in terms of strength, and his body couldn't help but take several steps back under the powerful force. Su Bei exerted force with his feet and used the recoil of the surrounding ground to stabilize his body. Crack. Su Bei felt as if the bones in his right fist were about to break. Su Bei frowned slightly and waved his arms gently. It's a bit hard to fight against a level 8 mutant creature. Brother Jia on the other side, after a head-on punch with Su Bei, seemed to be fine. He still had that lewd expression on his face, looking somewhat vulgar and unfriendly. Brother Jia seemed to be very confident in his own abilities, and when he looked at Su Bei, there was only greed in his heart. Snort. Su Bei snorted coldly, then took out a small pill from the space bracelet. Strength enhancement pills. Su Bei has been producing a kind of black technology pill for a long time. But later I forgot about it because I never used it. Later, when Su Bei's level increased, he no longer needed that low-level pill. This strength amplification pill was made by Su Bei some time ago and is of level 5. After use, it can increase the strength of creatures below level 10 several times. The effect weakens as the level increases, and there are no side effects. Su Bei took out the pill and swallowed it almost instantly without hesitation. Su Bei felt the sudden surge of power in his body, and his lips curled up into a grin. I can't win, but you still don't allow me to take drugs. Chapter 196. Xiaoxi was beaten. Su Bei was angry. As Su Bei swallowed the pill in his hand, Brother Jie seemed to have discovered something was wrong. A hint of surprise appeared on Brother Jie's face as he looked at Su Bei's changes. Su Bei's eyes lit up, as if there were flames burning in them. The whole person's momentum also began to rise at this moment. Drink. Ho! A high-temperature heat wave rolled and spread, sweeping towards the space around Su Bei. Boom! Brother Jie felt the heat wave coming towards him and threw a punch, directly blasting away the arrogance in front of him. Wow! Suddenly, a figure rushed towards Brother Jie at high speed. It was Su Bei? Hey! Su Bei attacked with all his might with his right hand. The clothes on his arm burst, veins and muscles bulged, and he threw a powerful punch. Brother Jie in front of him is worthy of being at the peak of level 8, and his reaction speed is extremely sharp. Brother Jie immediately took a defensive posture, slightly arching his back and crossing his arms in front of him. Boom boom. A fierce fist attack hit Brother Jie's arm, and bursts of fierce flame scattered. Drink. Brother Jie roared in anger, and his crossed arms actually felt the intense gravity. How is it possible? Brother Jie looked a little surprised. When he was fighting with Su Bei just now, the opponent's strength was completely inferior to his. Why do I feel like I can't withstand this punch now? Roar! Brother Jie roared, and his arms suddenly burst out with a huge force, knocking Su Bei's fist open. Su Bei did not continue to fight with Brother Jie. Instead, he took the force from Brother Jie and retreated into the air behind him. Su Bei landed lightly in the air, and an invisible force around him supported his body. Su Bei controlled the power of the void and began to fill his body. The next moment, Su Bei rushed towards Brother Jie again. This time, with the blessing of the power of the void, the pressure and momentum brought by Su Bei are even more powerful. Brother Jie looked at Su Bei, whose power was growing, and began to feel a little surprised. But it's just a little bit. Brother Jie is still confident in his level 8 peak strength. Since Brother Jie was transformed into a human monster, he has never failed to catch the prey he wanted to catch. Brother Jie's muscles swelled, and he began to accumulate strength. Su Bei's fist came almost in the blink of an eye, carrying endless flames, attacking Brother Jie. Brother Jie also prepared his strength at this moment, stretched out his right arm, and the muscles on it were knotted and ferocious. It's as thick and ferocious as a python ready to strike. Boom boom. Brother Jie's fist struck out as fast as lightning and collided with Su Bei's flaming fist. The fists, one big and one small, one red and one black, collided with each other, causing the surrounding air to explode and tremble. Bump. After a brief boxing exchange, Su Bei fell from the air and took several steps back. Brother Jie on the other side also took a few steps back. This time, the two men were evenly matched in their fist fight. Brother Jie, who had stabilized his body, was a little surprised. Su Bei's strength was beyond his expectations. You have become stronger. Brother Jie's tone was a little serious, but the perverted expression on his face remained unchanged. Su Bei's growing strength did not make him want to retreat, but instead made the desire in his heart even more violent. I want to conquer you. Brother Jie roared loudly, and his aura began to rise, rising step by step, like a broken bamboo. Su Bei was surprised to see Brother Jie's aura becoming stronger. I didn't expect this guy to be able to get even stronger. Su Bei didn't dare to be careless. The smug feeling that had just risen in his heart instantly turned into heaviness. Boom boom. Brother Jie's aura reached a peak, and suddenly an invisible energy wave spread out, shattering everything around him. Roar! Look at my Brother Jie's transformation. As the smoke dissipated, Su Bei could clearly see Brother Jie, who had transformed. The system's voice suddenly reminded. Master, the other party has entered the great transformation state. Please protect yourself. The corner of Su Bei's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Brother Jie, who had entered Weihua opposite him. His height, which was originally a little over 2 meters, had now surged to over 3 meters. The black stratum corneum on the body also became more transparent, as if it were metal armor. His body and muscles are more muscular than before, and his face is handsome, but also looks vulgar and excited. Su Bei muttered to himself as his eyelids twitched slightly. This Brother Jie has become stronger again. At this time, Brother Jie maintained a muscular posture with his body straight, arms spread out, head raised and back tilted. His strong muscles are clearly shown. But Su Bei is not gay, and he doesn't have any feelings for him. Moreover, if an ordinary person were captured by Brother Jie, the outcome might not just be the loss of his anus. It is very likely that you will lose your life. Call. Before Su Bei could continue analyzing Brother Jia on the opposite side had already rushed towards Su Bei's position. The extremely fast-moving speed caused bursts of sonic explosions in the space. This speed reached the speed of sound in a short period of time. Su Bei didn't have time to be shocked by Brother Jia's speed, because the attack had already come, and he subconsciously stretched out his arms to resist. Bump. After a very short contact, Su Bei's body was instantly like being hit by a truck. His body flew backwards uncontrollably, knocking down one house and building after another. Boom, 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 boom. It was not until Su Bei's body was smashed into a high-rise building in the city several hundred meters away that he dissipated this force. She was also angry when he saw this scene not far away. The next moment, she entered the Longxi form, and her aura began to rise. Longxi waved the dragon wings behind him and rushed towards Brother Jia with red eyes. Woman, get away. When Brother Jia saw that Longxi was trying to stop him, he made an unhappy sound. The next moment, Brother Jia threw a punch at a speed faster than Longxi, and Longxi blocked it. However, Brother Jia's strength was much higher than Longxi's, and this punch directly knocked Longxi into another city ruin. Hiss! Here, Su Bei crawled out of the rubble and couldn't help but take a breath. The power of Brother Jia's punch was so strong that he felt like his body was about to fall apart. Su Bei looked up and saw Longxi being knocked away by Brother Jia's punch. Fuck! Su Bei suddenly felt angry. No one can hurt his woman. As Su Bei's anger grew in his heart, the energy in his body also began to surge. The flames exploded instantly, covering and drowning Su Bei completely. The flames of the entire explosion shot up into the sky, and high-temperature flames rolled across. But the next moment, a fiery red and domineering figure shot out from the center of the flames. Chapter 197. Brother Jia was defeated and escaped in a panic. At this moment, Su Bei once again entered the complete form of King of Tyranny. A cool and gorgeous fiery red loose robe, with red bandages wrapped around his arms, tightly binding his explosive muscles. The long red hair fluttered in the wind like a burning flame, and the cold face gave people a feeling of oppression and dominance. A dazzling roulette wheel behind him was spinning slowly, as if endless energy was flowing on it. A burst of flames suddenly appeared around Su Bei's body, which disappeared in a flash, but his momentum had already surpassed Brother Jia. How? Brother Jia on the opposite side opened his mouth wide and was speechless when he saw Su Bei's complete form of King of Tyranny. His eyes were filled with fear and horror, but also with desire and a hint of expectation. Brother Jia looked at Su Bei seriously and spoke. You've become handsome again, and very strong. When Su Bei heard Brother Jia's voice, a hint of coldness appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a height of nearly 2 meters and an amazing appearance, Su Bei's smile directly captured Brother Jia's heart. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Jia was looked at arrogantly by Su Bei, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. This was not only because of Su Bei's overbearing gaze, but also because of Brother Jia's other thoughts. Fire. Su Bei uttered a word softly. The next moment, a large amount of fire element energy particles suddenly exploded in the space around his body. They began to condense in front of Su Bei and almost instantly formed a raging flame. Go! As Su Bei finished another word, the flames in front of him seemed to burn everything in the world, rushing madly towards Brother Jia's position. Huff, huff, huff. The flames roared and surged in the air. Brother Jia's eyes were solemn, and some fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This not only represents his nervous and uneasy mood at the moment, but also reflects the terrifying temperature around him. The flames continued to grow bigger in Brother Jia's eyes, and he knew that he had to give it his all in the face of this attack. Oh! Brother Jia roared, and the black stratum corneum on his body swelled up again. Black began to cover his body. The black stratum corneum that originally only covered his key areas instantly began to grow and spread rapidly. It directly covered most of Brother Jia's body, forming something like a skeletal armor. This made him look taller and more majestic. Brother Jia bent down and curled up, intending to use the black keratin armor on the outermost layer of his body to protect himself from damage. In the next moment, the flame shot by Su Bei also arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Su Bei in the complete form of King of Tyranny is not something that Brother Jia can easily resist even with an ordinary elemental attack. This fire, like a world-destroying flame, directly engulfed Brother Jia's entire body. The flames are burning and exploding. After Su Bei casually hit a basic attack, he turned his attention to Shi. Su Bei turned his head and looked at the place where she had just fallen. Almost the next moment, Su Bei arrived in front of she. She had already gotten up by then and didn't seem to be in much danger. Su Bei asked in a domineering yet magnetic and gentle voice, "Are you okay?" She looked at Su Bei's gorgeous and violent appearance and listened to the intoxicating voice, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. Her voice was so thin and soft that it could almost be ignored. But Su Bei heard it clearly. "Okay, wait here for me. I'll take care of that brother Jeff first." Su Bei turned around, and the gentleness on his face turned into a hint of coldness and dominance. "How dare you hit Xiaoxi?" Su Bei looked at the place where he had just released the fire. But the next second, Su Bei frowned slightly. Su Bei hummed in surprise and stretched out a hand to grab in the direction of the flame. The flame not far away seemed to be extinguished by something in the air and dissipated into the air in an instant. And where the flames disappeared, there was nothing. He actually ran away? Su Bei looked at the empty place and understood. It seems that I underestimated Brother Jie. It was obvious that Brother Jie ran away when Su Bei was concerned about she just now. Never mind. Su Bei was disdainful in his heart. He was just a Brother Jie. Su Bei's physical ability gradually faded away, and his body returned to normal size. Su Bei came to Shi's side, and the two of them tidied themselves up a little and continued walking towards Longdu. Su Bei, who was walking on the road, was also a little surprised. We're clearly close to Longdu. Logically, Longdu's 9th military district should be clearing out the surrounding urban areas. How could a high-level creature like Brother Jie still exist? Master, maybe this Jiega just happened to pass by here. Of course, a creature of this level already possesses a high level of intelligence. With its strength, it would be easy for it to deliberately evade military searches and hunting. Well, that makes sense. Su Bei affirmed the systematic analysis. Brother Jie, who is at the peak of level 8, if this kind of existence is discovered by the military, they will definitely do their best to eliminate it. Su Bei no longer cared about this kind of thing. He was still a little depressed because he had lost a level 8 peak energy crystal. But I just entered the full form of the Tyrannical King again. This also means that Su Bei is one step closer to mastering the complete form of King of Tyranny. Sooner or later I can master this ST-level form ability at will and at any time. And on a city road dozens of kilometers away from Su Bei. At this time, a disheveled figure with a charred body slowly walked out. He is over 2 meters tall and has a strong build. But his whole body looked as if it was burnt, and he looked a little hideous and scary. It's Brother Jie. Brother Jie ran such a long distance in a short time, and his steps were a little unsteady for a while. He reached out and held onto a roadside electric pole, leaning his body against it. That handsome guy, so strong. So strong. I like it so much. Brother Jie's voice was a little intermittent, but his tone was full of excitement and yearning. Just wait, I'll become stronger, and then I'll come back, and get your approval. Brother Jie looked towards the distant sky with a fighting spirit in his eyes, and the burnt scars on his body were healing at a rapid speed. Many wounds have begun to scar and fall off automatically, revealing the brand new muscles and skin underneath. This self-healing ability is really powerful. Brother Jie is like a young boy who is rejected by his beloved girl in person, but is unwilling to give up. In his heart, the determination to become stronger gradually emerged. Chapter 198, Dragon City. A pair of shoes with a Huali logo stepped on the ground, and the figures of Su Bei and she appeared. Su Bei looked at the tall wall in front of him and murmured softly. Found it. In front of the two of them, there was a towering wall. Looking from afar, Su Bei predicted that the height would be over 10 meters. Is this how the Longdu military defends against mutated creatures? Su Bei was also a little surprised. He had seen this kind of thing in movies, TV shows, and animations before. I didn't expect that now that the end of the world has come to Blue Planet, the city walls surrounding the city have really appeared. Su Bei, are we going in? The two then approached the city wall of Longdu. When they got closer, Su Bei and she could see the wall clearly. The surface of the wall was gray-black, and when Su Bei reached out and touched it, it felt like a solid metal. It feels very smooth, and the craftsmanship of this wall is very precise. Su Bei was slightly surprised. The officials should not be able to produce this level of technology and this kind of metal fence. Even if such a wall could be built, it would be impossible to build such a long wall in such a short time after the end of the world. There must be some superpower involved. Well, a building of this scale, even if we hired the most powerful construction team and engineers before the apocalypse, it would never be completed in such a short time. Su Bei, how are we going to get in? Hearing she's question, Su Bei also started thinking. A 10-meter-high metal fence is easy for superpowered people of their level to break through. But Su Bei would not think that the military only built a 10-meter-high city wall. There must be other defenses. Wait for me here for a moment, Su Bei said to she beside him. Then Su Bei moved and easily jumped onto the 10-meter-high metal wall. Sizzle, sizzle. But the next moment, Su Bei felt a sudden electric shock around him. A strong high-voltage electric current came from nowhere and covered the entire area around Su Bei. The crackling sound of electricity continued, and even the air was filled with faint blue arcs jumping around. This is at least at the level of ultra-high voltage electricity. According to what Su Bei had seen on TV before, this kind of electric current that could materialize had at least the power to easily electrocute a human. Of course, for him who is now at the peak of level 6, it is almost no different from tickling. Su Bei just stood on the metal wall, motionless, feeling the damage from the electric current. After a few seconds, Su Bei slowly moved. He has roughly compared the power of this electric current. This kind of electric current should be able to kill a level 3 mutant, or at most severely injure a level 4 one. But it's still unlikely to resist the invasion of most advanced mutant creatures with just this. Su Bei took a step forward, wanting to enter the other side of the metal fence. But just as his foot was about to take a step forward, Su Bei felt an invisible resistance. Su Bei raised his eyebrows slightly and became interested. Su Bei leaned forward and carefully observed the space in front of him. On the other side of the metal wall is the protected inner city of Longdu. It seems that there is some invisible force protecting it. Su Bei stretched out his palm and reached forward. As a result, the palm pressed directly against an invisible resistance. Sure enough, that's how it is. Su Bei called the system in his mind. Can the system help me analyze these things? Yes, Master. Please wait a moment. Master, this is an energy resistance. Similar to the energy shield of a high-tech battleship, it has a wide range of defensive effects. After hearing the system's analysis, Su Bei narrowed his eyes. Before the apocalypse, I had never heard of energy shield technology. How did the military come into possession of something like this? Su Bei kept thinking about the hypothesis in his mind. Could it be the latest technology developed by the military after the apocalypse? Or was this created by someone with similar abilities? If it's the latter, then how strong must this superpower be? No. It could also be a joint effort by multiple superpowered individuals with similar abilities. After thinking for a while, Su Bei had no choice but to withdraw his thoughts. After the end of the world, everything is possible. Instead of guessing here all the time, it would be better for me to capture a high-ranking military official from Longdu and interrogate him forcibly. Bump. Su Bei jumped down from the metal fence and came to Shi's side. Okay, Xiaoxi, let's go in. Then how do we get in? Snort. Su Bei snorted lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Of course we went in through the main gate. Su Bei could actually blow up this energy shield with one punch, but of course it would take a lot of effort. After all, this is Longdu's energy shield. According to system analysis, it can at least withstand the full force attack of level 7 to 8 creatures. But there is absolutely no need to do this. There was no need for him to sneak into Longdu. On the contrary, he and she both belong to the Chinese people, so it is only natural for them to enter the protected area established by the Chinese government. It just so happened that Su Bei hadn't seen any survivors or their current way of survival for a long time. Let's go. Su Bei took the lead and walked forward along the metal fence. After dozens of minutes, Su Bei and his friends found the entrance to Longdu. There was an alloy gate about 3 meters long under the metal fence, and there seemed to be some sophisticated devices installed around it. Su Bei could see some survivors passing by the entrance and exit from time to time. Moreover, these survivors were all fully armed, looking like warriors, yet not. Su Bei and she walked slowly towards that location. When he got closer, Su Bei discovered that there was a team of soldiers guarding inside the alloy gate. What surprised Su Bei was, these gatekeepers were wearing a kind of armor he had never seen before. System, help me analyze what they are wearing. Su Bei communicated with the system in his mind. Soon the system responded. Master, they must be wearing some kind of exoskeleton armor, and the material is the bones of mutant creatures. Su Bei was shocked when he heard the system's analysis. Exoskeleton armor? Made from the bones of mutant creatures. Su Bei was also shocked by the strength of the military's scientific research. It hasn't been long since they were able to make equipment from the corpses of these mutated monsters. Master, don't be surprised. This low-level exoskeleton armor has a combat capability equivalent to level 3 at most. This battleship can also be manufactured, and it is a higher-level quantum battle armor. Of course, only a small amount of energy points is needed. Su Bei was ashamed when he heard the system's last words. Then forget it. Chapter 199, Entering Dragon City. Su Bei and she came to the alloy gate, and there were already some people queuing in and out at the door. Su Bei and she did not cut in line or anything. They just walked quietly into the crowd and waited. They soon arrived, and the soldiers inside the gate did not make any extra moves. Su Bei, she followed the people around him and walked into the alloy door of the detection device. The two passed smoothly. The soldiers at the door also seemed to be responding to emergencies and special events. There was no interference with the entry and exit of survivors like Su Bei. Moreover, there is no energy obstruction here, allowing survivors to enter and exit freely. Su Bei walked straight in one direction in front, and she followed closely behind him. The arrival of the two also attracted the attention of other survivors. After all, after the apocalypse, most of the survivors were covered in dust and dirt. Su Bei and the other person are both very good-looking, and they are also very bright and beautiful. It's hard not to be noticed by others. But there was no one among the survivors around who was so blind as to want to cause trouble for Su Bei and his friends. Because in this apocalyptic world, those who can still dress like human beings are either superpowered or high-ranking military officials. The survivors in front of Su Bei and his team consciously made way to both sides for Su Bei and his team to pass through. Su Bei was also a little surprised when he looked at the survivors around him. Well, there aren't any idiots like those in apocalyptic novels. The two of them had a smooth journey and soon left the vicinity of Longdu's walls. Only after entering the outskirts of Longdu City did Su Bei realize that there were quite a lot of people inside. How crowded was it? In northern Jiangsu, it felt like the place was packed with people. She, who was behind Su Bei, moved closer to Su Bei again, and their bodies were almost touching. Su Bei also frowned slightly. There were too many people. This also makes it difficult for him to do next. As Su Bei and the others continued to move forward, more and more survivors appeared around them. Most of them are ordinary people, both men and women, young and old, and they look no different from refugees. Su Bei was helpless, and suddenly an invisible force field spread out around him. The power of the void. Su Bei wrapped his and she's bodies with the power of the void, forming an isolated space around them. The survivors who passed by Su Bei and the others all felt an invisible force pulling them apart. Faced with this situation, most of them lowered their heads and stayed away. In their eyes, only those with powerful superpowers can do such things. In the end times, people with superpowers have become an aristocratic class. They are more powerful, more valuable and useful than ordinary people. A few dozen minutes later, Su Bei and she came to a place with few people. Just now, Su Bei found a soldier to inquire about the situation. At present, the entire Dragon City has been divided into two major areas. They are the survivor area on the outskirts of the city and the superpowered and military resettlement area in the city center. The ordinary survivors outside Longdu had no military supplies because they were too numerous and too disorganized. If they want food, they have to go out and find it. Those in the core area of Longdu can receive supplies from the military. Su Bei pondered for a moment. This way, we can go directly to the central area of Longdu. The two of them didn't waste time. Since they knew that the top military officials were all located in the central area of Longdu, they just went to find them directly. Su Bei found a survivor on the roadside and asked him about the location of the central area of Longdu. After determining the direction, Su Bei and the other person set off. But the city area of Longdu is very large, very large. There are also a lot of people here, unlike the deserted cities outside. It also took Su Bei and his team a lot of time to get there. A few hours later, Su Bei watched the sky gradually darken. Su Bei murmured softly, "It seems that there is no time today. Xiaoxi, let's find a place to rest first." The two came to a residential area. There are relatively few survivors here, and Su Bei has no intention of having any interaction with them. Su Bei took she directly into the building and found a nice room. Su Bei stood in front of the door and knocked. Soon the door opened, and inside was a strong man, dressed simply, but much better than the survivors outside who looked like refugees. Su Bei intended to trade him for the right to use the room for one night using a low-level energy crystal. Chapter 200, Room with Floor-to-Ceiling Windows. The man's eyes lit up when he saw the energy crystal in Su Bei's hand. He knows the function and value of energy crystals. The energy crystal is located in the body of the mutated monster. If you want to obtain it, you must hunt the monster. This is also something that is almost impossible for ordinary people to do. The man is not an awakened superpowered person, but the energy crystals are also helpful to ordinary people. Now energy crystals have basically become a high-end general trading item after the end of the world. Men can use this energy crystal to exchange supplies from the military or other superpowered people, or even rare strengthening potions. The man's initially angry expression immediately turned into a polite one. Excuse me, brother, what level of energy crystal is this? It should be a level 3 one, right? I can't remember exactly. Su Bei felt the energy fluctuations on the energy crystal, and his voice came faintly. Su Bei didn't want to show off. He really couldn't remember what level of mutant creature this energy crystal was used to hunt. At present, there are still a lot of energy crystals reserved in Su Bei's space bracelet. They are all low level that Su Bei looks down upon, but they are rare existences for others. What? Level 3? The man exclaimed in surprise when he heard Su Bei's answer. A level 3 energy crystal means you need to hunt down a level 3 mutant monster. The man looked at Su Bei again, this time with more shock and respect on his face. After all, someone who can produce a level 3 energy crystal is not someone he can afford to offend. Moreover, a level 3 energy crystal can be exchanged for a strengthening potion from the military. Although ordinary people cannot possess extraordinary abilities like superpowered people. However, they can strengthen their bodies and increase their strength by absorbing strengthening drugs developed by the military. After a brief thought and analysis, the man made a decisive choice and agreed to Su Bei's request. Are you kidding? Not only did he not suffer any loss in this transaction, he even made a lot of money. Brother, please take your time and live here. When you don't want to live here anymore, just give it back to me. The man's tone became a little flattering. Su Bei felt a little comfortable after hearing this. This is the symbol of strength and resources in the end times. Only with strong strength can you get the flattery of others. Su Bei casually threw the level 3 energy crystal to the man and walked into the room with she. No, we're only staying for one night and leaving tomorrow. A man's voice came from outside the door. Yes, big brother, you can live here as you please and use whatever you want inside. She walked in and locked the door behind him. This house is not big, it is a standard apartment in a residential area. There is no electricity in the room. The sun has not yet completely set, and sparse sunset light shines into the window of the room. Su Bei could see everything inside the house with the little remaining light. The house is fully furnished with all the necessary facilities, including sofa, coffee table, and refrigerator. The floor was a little dirty, and some items were messy. It looked like it hadn't been tidied up for a long time. Su Bei also saw a few pieces of leftover bread and a bottle of water on it. The bread looked hard, as if it had been left out for several days. Half of the water was also drunk. Su Bei sighed in his heart, guessing that this bread and water would be the man's food for the next few days. Su Bei naturally would not be greedy for such a small amount of food. He and she's strength is now such that they can survive without eating or drinking as long as they have enough energy to support them. She next to her didn't care about these things. She went straight to the bedroom in the house. This house has 2 bedrooms, 1 master and 1 bathroom, and a small bathroom with separate wet and dry areas. After observing the room for a while, Su Bei walked towards the room she had just entered. Su Bei entered the master bedroom and closed the door casually. She collected all the quilts and other items on the bed in the bedroom and rolled them aside. She took out the new quilt and other supplies she brought from the Black Tech Battleship and laid the bed again. At this time, she was changing into the pajamas she took out from the space bracelet. This dress uses very little material and is very light. When she put it on, Su Bei could tell at a glance that it was made with shoddy materials. But not long after, Su Bei frowned slightly and sniffed lightly with the tip of his nose. The smell here is not very good. As he spoke, Su Bei had already called upon the system and summoned out the black technology production bar. Does the system have any advanced technology that can purify the air in this room? Okay. The system then helped Su Bei screen items on the black technology production column. Soon a black technology item appeared on the black technology production bar. Air purifier. It can purify the surrounding air, absorb impurities and harmful substances, and convert them into fresh, clean, and nutritious pure air. Production cost, 50 energy points. Su Bei's eyes lit up. That's it. Su Bei chose to consume energy points for production. Soon, a pure white machine object with a flat cylindrical shape appeared. Su Bei began to operate the air purifier according to the instructions given by the system. Su Bei casually placed it next to the floor-to-ceiling window. The air purifier started working, and the air in the bedroom was absorbed by it invisibly, and then released a stream of pure air with a faint fragrance. Su Bei felt the pleasant air and sighed unconsciously. It's truly a product of cutting-edge technology. It worked great. This house faces south, and the floor-to-ceiling windows provide ample lighting. Moreover, this place is located on the upper floors of the entire building, and people below can basically not see this height. There is no other location around that is at the same height to view it. Therefore, Sube can do it without any scruples. As the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared, the sky outside became completely dark. The Dragon City at night is no longer as noisy and bustling as before. It is said to be a night view, but there is actually nothing to see. Because most areas of Lengdu have lost power, the cities outside Lengdu are almost completely dark and silent. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight fell on Sube, he slowly raised his eyebrows and then opened his eyes. The dark eyes were as deep as the night sky, echoing the bright sunshine at this moment. Sube stood up and looked at the beauty beside him. The other party was still sleeping soundly at this time.